Chapter 1. The Fallen Celestial Sect, the most tragic sect master in history. In the kingdom of Tianxing, at the foot of Mount Kangwu, the grand assembly for the recruitment of disciples by the seven great sects is underway. In a secluded corner, unlike the bustling atmosphere elsewhere, an eerie stillness envelopes the surroundings. Stepping forth feels akin to traversing through a different realm, a striking contrast between movement and tranquility that evokes a profound sense of disconnection. A father and son passing by are suddenly captivated by the scene before them. Not far off, a young man of striking elegance sits with his eyes gently closed, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being. As if sensing their presence, Zhang Shu slowly opens his eyes and gazes calmly at the pair. "You have arrived? I have awaited your coming for quite some time." Awaited us? He has been waiting here for a protracted period. Could this celestial being have foreseen my arrival? What kind of divine ability is this? The middle-aged man, witnessing this spectacle and struck by Zhang Shu's words, finds his mind momentarily blank. A flicker of panic and excitement dances in his eyes as he hastily bows. With utmost reverence, he addresses the white-clad youth. Commoner pays respects to the celestial being. Salutations to the celestial being. The young boy, inspired by his father's demeanor, feels a surge of exhilaration, the scene resembling the legendary encounters with reclusive sages. So familiar, a wave of excitement washes over him, secretly pondering whether this moment signifies the arrival of his destiny. This celestial figure, with such an aura and gaze, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary power. Could it be that he has come here specifically to acknowledge my unparalleled talent, to take me as his disciple, and to impart supreme knowledge? The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. May I inquire why the celestial being awaits our presence? The middle-aged man, filled with speculation, cautiously seeks confirmation. Zhang Shu smiles faintly. "Recently, I have observed the celestial phenomena and calculated that your child possesses extraordinary talent, destined to become a formidable figure. Renowned across the continent, to let such gifted potential languish in this remote place would be a tragic waste. Moved by this, I have come here specifically to accept him as my disciple and to guide him with care. May I ask if you are willing?" Upon hearing this, the father and son are overwhelmed with excitement. My son is an unparalleled genius, destined for greatness. Could it be that my son possesses the potential of an emperor? The middle-aged man rejoices in his heart, hastily inquiring, "May I ask the esteemed name of the celestial being and where your sect is located? What conditions must my son fulfill to join?" Here it comes. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Shu's spirit is invigorated. If he can successfully convince No, recruit a disciple with cultivation potential, he will unlock the system. The deadline is before sunset today. Failure to do so will result in the irreversible loss of the opportunity to bind with the system, relegating him to a life of mediocrity. After numerous failures, Zhang Shu feels a rush of exhilaration, sensing the possibility of success this time. Nevertheless, he maintains an unruffled demeanor, preserving the aura of an eminent figure. Zhang Shu remained unperturbed, exuding an air of ethereal grace as he gestured. A journey of 33 miles hence lies a sect, once the paramount establishment of the Tianxing kingdom, revered even by the royal family. Its profound heritage and multitude of formidable beings once soared like deities, surveying the myriad of mortal beings. The eyes of the father and son sparkled with increasing excitement. The foremost sect, the royal family in awe. The youth could scarcely suppress a gulp, feeling a surge of tension. Could he truly become a member of such a prestigious sect? Until this sect is none other than the Shunshao sect. As the words echoed, an uncanny stillness seemed to envelop the air upon the mention of Shunshao sect. The smiles on the faces of the middle-aged man and his son froze abruptly. "Shunshao sect?" The middle-aged man repeated with uncertainty, fearing he had misheard. Zhang Shu nodded with serene assurance. "Indeed, it is the Shunshao sect." To think it is the Shunshao sect, what a delusion. The youth's expression faltered, his smile gradually dissipating, akin to the shattering of a beautiful dream. Ultimately, gazing at the father and son's unhesitating departure, Zhang Shu could only manage a wry smile as he glanced at the setting sun, letting out a sigh. Another disappointment. Zhang Shu did not originally belong to this realm. In his previous life, He was merely an ordinary worker, yet through a twist of fate, he traversed into this unfamiliar world, ascending to the position of a sect leader. The Shunshao sect. The name of the sect was indeed imposing, yet regrettably, it bore little significance. For this sect comprised solely of him, that he was the sect master, the elders, the disciples, and even the servants. In fact, this unfortunate sect leader also bore the burden of performing menial tasks responsible for the cleanliness of the sect, while other sect leaders basked in glory. Alas, his circumstances were a stark contrast. In short, Zhang Shu had never encountered a sect leader in such dire straits. Sigh. Zhang Shu lamented as he returned to the sect. He gazed upon the desolate Shunshao sect, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of unwillingness and solitude, that in truth, his original self was the young master of the Shunshao sect, which, in its prime, was not nearly as wretched as it stood now. It was, without a doubt, the foremost sect of the entire Tianxing kingdom. Even the Tianxing royal family would not dare to show the slightest disrespect towards the Shunshao sect. However, 3 years ago, an unforeseen calamity befell, leading to the sect's utter annihilation. Zhang Shu's father was lost to the tides of fate, and the elders perished in droves, causing the once mighty Shunshao sect to crumble overnight, beset by ravenous wolves amidst chaos and betrayal, its very foundation plundered to oblivion. What was once a resplendent sect was now reduced to mere ruins and relics. Although Zhang Shu survived, shielded by his father's unwavering protection, he was nevertheless caught in the tumult of battle, suffering grievous injuries that hampered his cultivation. For 3 years, rather than advancing, he found himself in a relentless decline. From a prodigy who, before the age of 15, had attained the thing, he was now a figure of ridicule, deemed a failure by all. However, Zhang Shu did not yield to despair. Instead, driven by remarkable determination, he vowed to shatter the chains of fate and revive the glory of the Shunshao sect. Even as his cultivation level plummeted from the realm of condensing yuan to the 4th stage of body refinement, and he endured immense pressure along with the scorn and derision of countless onlookers, Zhang Shu bore the weight of humiliation and persevered, refusing to abandon his aspirations. Alas, fate proved to be an insurmountable adversary, and Zhang Shu ultimately succumbed. He was unable to fulfill his grand ambition of revitalizing the sect, and, in a desperate bid for breakthrough one fateful night, fell victim to madness and perished. How fleeting the warmth of companionship! In this world, without strength, one is nothing. The lives of the weak are but trifles to the truly powerful. As Zhang Shu surveyed the overgrown courtyard, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The path of cultivation ascends through various realms: body refinement, condensing yuan, yuan dan, purple mansion, radiant sun, nirvana, and the sacred realm. In this brutal arena of survival, it is the strong who reign supreme. It is said that the current royal ancestor of the Tianxing kingdom is a terrifying powerhouse on the cusp of entering the nirvana realm, a strength that could justifiably be described as world-shattering. Reflecting on the past grandeur of the Shunshao sect, which once rivaled the royal family, Zhang Shu's heart sank further. Now, the Shunshao sect is so feeble that it lacks even a single practitioner at the condensing yuan level, rendering it pitiably weak. From a once-dominant force comparable to the royal family to a mere inconsequential sect, the suffering endured is known only to those who lived it. Just as Zhang Shu wallowed in his sorrow, he suddenly felt a coolness at his feet. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a small green turtle nuzzling against him, its beady eyes fixed intently on Zhang Shu, momentarily flickering with a glimmer of solace. This turtle possessed a peculiar spirit. Little 8. Zhang Shu couldn't help but smile. Crouching down, he sighed. Now that everyone avoids me, you are the only one who remains by my side. Meow. Little 8 hesitated, responding with a soft sound. Zhang Shu chuckled softly. This turtle had been discovered within the Shunshao sect. How it came to be here was a mystery. Initially, Zhang Shu had intended to stew it for soup, but he soon realized that the turtle seemed to possess a certain intelligence, as if it could comprehend human speech, leading him to keep it as a companion. Least it provided some solace amidst his solitude. Little 8, it has been nearly 2 years we have relied on each other all this time. Why not join the Shunshao sect and become my disciple? Meow. Zhang Shu jestingly proposed, to which little 8 responded with a gentle sound. Yet, in that moment of playful banter, Zhang Shu's expression transformed in an instant, his eyes sparkling with disbelief and elation. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully recruited a disciple with cultivation talent, meeting the system activation conditions. Super Shinshao Sect system is binding. Binding complete. Chapter 2. The 9-patterned clear spirit pill. 10,000 units. Zhang Shu's heart trembled, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over him. Had the system been successfully bound? To think that Xiao Ba was also counted among the disciples. Zhang Shu found himself both amused and inexplicably excited. He had succeeded. He had accomplished the system's task. And from this moment forth, he too possessed a golden finger. At that instant, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a disciple. You have been awarded 2,000 Sect points. Disciple, Xiao Ba, race, sky-devouring mysterious turtle, potential, high, cultivation, none description, a common turtle often seen. Containing a trace of the ancient divine beast's bloodline, the sky-devouring mysterious turtle, yet to be activated. Simultaneously, a luminous screen materialized before Zhang Shu's eyes. Visible only to him. The sky-devouring mysterious turtle? Xiao Ba possessed such a hidden bloodline talent? Zhang Shu, in his astonishment, could not help but feel a surge of joy. To him, Xiao Ba was far more than an ordinary pet. Having accompanied Zhang Shu through his years of hardship, there was an undeniable bond. Zhang Shu realized that upon successfully recruiting a disciple, he could access their information. This was one of the innate abilities bestowed upon him by the system after its activation, the Eye of Insight. It allowed him to perceive the essence of all things, to investigate the innate talents of others, and to unveil numerous secrets, offering a plethora of uses. If this ability were to reach its zenith, no secret in the world would escape Zhang Shu's gaze. What an extraordinary power! With it, how could the sect not flourish? Zhang Shu felt invigorated. After his transmigration, he had, to some extent, inherited the original owner's emotions and obsessions, the foremost being the revival of the Divine Mist sect. It seemed as though he could sense a lingering remnant of the original owner slowly dissipating from his mind. That was the original owner's lingering will. Zhang Shu resolutely declared, "Fear not. With me here, the Divine Mist sect shall undoubtedly rise to become the most formidable force across the entire continent, and no one shall ever trample upon it again. I will unearth the perpetrators responsible for the sect's annihilation, repaying them in kind. The Divine Mist sect shall surely ascend upon the Azure Cloud continent, and even gain renown across the myriad realms." As his resolute words resonated, Zhang Shu felt an overwhelming sense of completeness, the remnants of the original owner finally vanishing. From this day forth, he was Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu was he. At that moment, the system's voice continued to sound. Beep. Host identity information detected. This system has automatically updated the sect binding to the Divine Mist sect. Beep. This system aims to assist the host in fulfilling their long-cherished wish, taking the development and strengthening of the Divine Mist sect as its mission, and thus issues daily tasks. As long as the tasks are completed within the stipulated time, corresponding rewards will be granted. No penalties for failure. The tier of task rewards will fluctuate in accordance with the host's strength and the sect's power. The daily sect mission has been updated. Task description. The evaluation of a sect's strength hinges not only on its prowess, but also on its capacity to utilize and absorb resources effectively. Please consume all task items within a day to bolster the sect's power. Task reward. Sacred Bloodline Pill. Effect. 100% activation of any bloodline. Task item. 9-pattern clear spirit pill 10,000. The task reward is indeed the Sacred Bloodline Pill. Zhang Shu was astounded by the content of the reward. With the memories of his former self, who had once been the esteemed son of the Divine Sky sect and the young sect master, he was acutely aware of the rarity of the Sacred Bloodline Pill. Its ability to activate any bloodline with absolute certainty is akin to possessing an endlessly potential divine beast. How could one not be awestruck? The value of just this single pill could likely surpass the entire Tianxing kingdom. Zhang Shu's eyes gleamed with fervor. He must obtain this pill. With it, it would be as though he possessed a divine beast, should he have a guardian that grows to its pinnacle. He could traverse the entire continent with impunity. Glancing at the little creature at his feet, Xiaoba, he mused that this pill seemed tailor-made for it. Moreover, as a member of the Divine Sky sect, under the system's influence, Xiaoba would be unwaveringly loyal to the sect and to Zhang Shu. allowing him to confidently elevate Xiaoba to the level of a divine beast, activating the ancient bloodline of the devouring sky turtle. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Zhang Shu gradually regained his composure. It would not be easy to acquire the sacred bloodline pill. He must first complete the daily tasks assigned by the system. Consuming all task items within a day requires a reasonable justification, which implies they can only be used on the disciples of his sect. Zhang Shu contemplated this, a smile breaking across his face. The task item was, in fact, the 9-pattern Clear Spirit Pill. Though merely a third-tier pill, the Clear Spirit Pill is extraordinarily precious. Consuming just one can transform an ordinary person, significantly enhancing their cultivation aptitude, with countless benefits. The difficulty of refining such a pill rivals that of 5th-tier or even higher-grade pills. In the entire Tianxing Kingdom, few possess the ability to concoct it, and only true disciples of major sects have the opportunity to consume it, and this is merely the ordinary Clear Spirit Pill. What the system has provided, however, is the 9-pattern Clear Spirit Pill. 9 patterns. The highest quality, its effects likely exponentially superior to those of the ordinary Clear Spirit Pill. This is no mere task. It is clearly a reward bestowed upon the sect by the system. Consuming resources? This is no trivial matter. Yet, in the next moment, upon noticing the staggering figure of 10,000 behind the 9-pattern Clear Spirit Pill, his expression of joy suddenly stiffened. Zhang Shu could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief and opened them once more. After a few seconds of silence, a piercing scream erupted throughout the Divine Sky Sect. 10,000. Who on earth could consume that many in a single day? In the entirety of the Shenxiao sect, it is solely comprised of myself and Xiaoba. The prospect of a staggering 10,000 9-pattern Pure Spirit Pills could very well lead to our untimely demise. Alas, it is truly over. Zhang Shu's countenance darkened. Indeed, this divine-grade bloodline elixir is not easily obtained. There are no such fortuitous occurrences in this world. Meow? Xiaoba tilted her head in confusion, unable to fathom why a perfectly sane individual would suddenly descend into madness, shouting at the top of his lungs. Ding! Just when Zhang Shu believed the ordeal had come to a close, the system's voice unexpectedly continued to resonate. Chapter 3. The Bountiful Newbie Gift Pack. Beep. The system has detected that the host's current cultivation is excessively weak, with inadequate resistance to risks, which is detrimental to the grand plan of strengthening the sect. Therefore, a special newbie gift pack is generously bestowed upon the host. Would you like to accept it immediately? The system's voice echoed continuously, causing Zhang Shu to momentarily freeze in astonishment. What? A newbie gift pack? Accept. I shall accept it at once. Zhang Shu's heart surged with joy. This truly was a golden opportunity, a series of benefits cascading upon him, making all his years of hardship worthwhile. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a newbie gift pack. The rewards include 1 Emperor Realm Experience Card, 3 Saint Realm Experience Cards, 1 Divine Radiance Robe, 12 Guardian Gold Figures, along with a reward of 20,000 Sect points. Upon the revelation of the rewards, Zhang Shu felt as though he might explode from sheer exhilaration. What? Is this truly a newbie gift pack? Such an abundance of rewards, some of which boasted names that hinted at their extraordinary nature. It felt as though he had been struck by a colossal pie from the heavens, leaving him momentarily dazed. Emperor Realm Experience Card. Item Description. Upon usage, the host's cultivation can be elevated to the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm without any side effects. The effect lasts for half an hour. Saint Realm Experience Card. Item Description. Upon usage, the host's cultivation can be elevated to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm without any side effects. The effect lasts for the duration of an incense stick. Zhang Shu trembled as he carefully retrieved 4 small cards from the system space. 1 was black, and 3 were golden. Each card appeared to be forged from pure starlight, exuding an ethereal glow that was both captivating and terrifying. Zhang Shu sensed that merely crushing them would instantaneously propel his strength to an unfathomable level. This was no mere illusion, it was a tangible reality. At that moment, he would be able to command the entire continent with ease. An emperor, an entity transcending the Saint Realm, even within the vast expanse of Tsunyan continent. Such a being would reign supreme. With these experience cards in hand, Zhang Shu's security would ascend to unprecedented heights. Taking a deep breath, he paused for a moment, cautiously tucking them away once more. Although these experience cards were formidable, they were not without time constraints, amounting to merely a couple of hours at best. They could serve as a lifeline, but to squander them carelessly would be foolish. They were merely experience cards, not a true enhancement of his own strength, and thus did not render Zhang Shu truly invincible in this world. As it stood, he merely possessed a certain degree of assurance. His own power remained woefully inadequate, necessitating a low profile. Nonetheless, the mere existence of these experience cards instilled within Zhang Shu a sense of unprecedented peace. It could be said that, should he desire, he could easily obliterate the entire Tianqing kingdom. This was the essence of power. In this world, nothing else could bestow such a profound sense of security. Chen Fan was filled with excitement for quite some time before he gradually relaxed, his demeanor subtly transformed. Ever since his transmigration, his nerves had remained perpetually taut. But now they finally found respite. The 4 power experience cards represented his greatest trump card, to be used sparingly. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining rewards with eager anticipation. As for the Sect points, their value was self-evident. They served multiple purposes, allowing exchanges for treasures within the system and enabling one to enhance their cultivation without any adverse effects. With merely a thought, Zhang Shu's cultivation sword, Ding, consumed 100 Sect points. Host cultivation successfully elevated to the peak of body refinement stage. Ding, consumed 1,000 Sect points. Host cultivation successfully elevated to the peak of essence gathering stage. Ding, consumed 10,000 Sect points. Host cultivation successfully elevated to the peak of Yuan Dan stage. Ding, consumed 10,000 Sect points. Host cultivation successfully elevated to the first layer of Purple Mansion stage. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shu's aura surged uncontrollably. He broke through the limits of body refinement stage in an instant. There were no signs of halting as he continued to advance rapidly. The shackles of the body refinement peak shattered. The barriers of essence gathering fell. The trials of Yuan Dan were overcome. With a resounding boom, Zhang Shu felt as if a mysterious gateway within him had opened. An indescribable power surged within, accompanied by a noble and enigmatic violet light that gradually formed behind him. Slowly, it transformed into a magnificent violet halo, boundless and refined. The Purple Mansion stage. At merely 18 years of age, he had reached the Purple Mansion stage. Bang! Unable to contain the tumult of emotions within him, a flash of violet light darted from his opened eyes, creating a brilliant stream of light in the void. Soaring toward the distant sky, wherever it passed, mountains vanished in an instant. The Purple Mansion stage. This was indeed the Purple Mansion stage. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Zhang Shu's heart swelled with exhilaration. To possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion stage meant he was now a formidable force in the realm. The leaders of the 7 major sects in the southern domain of the Heavenly Star Kingdom were merely at the Purple Mansion stage as well. Though they may have ranked slightly higher, they ultimately belonged to the same tier. From this day forth, the Shenxiao sect would once again stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 great sects of the southern domain. What once seemed an insurmountable challenge had now been effortlessly accomplished. After familiarizing himself with his newfound strength, Zhang Shu was filled with profound emotion. However, while the exhilaration was immense, his sect points had plummeted from over 20,000 to a mere 900. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more sect points were required for advancement. Should he reach the holy stage, the requirement for each level would likely be astronomical. Nevertheless, the strength gained through the system bore no side effects and was exponentially more potent than his own cultivation. Zhang Shu sensed a burgeoning hope and confidence for the future. Yet, the journey was far from over. Zhang Shu had not forgotten that, in addition to these rewards, the system had bestowed upon him 2 more gifts. In truth, merely these offerings had already filled him with immense satisfaction. However, since the system had granted them, he was eager to see what they entailed, confident that they would not disappoint him. Shenxiao Radiant Robe, quality, exquisite, item description, exclusive to the master of the Shenxiao sect. This item encompasses a staggering 999 miniature formations, featuring functions such as cleansing, protecting the soul, and resisting qi attacks, all operating autonomously without the need for additional energy. While it possesses no offensive capabilities, it grants immunity to all attacks below the Holy Realm. With this item in possession, the host's safety would be significantly assured. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, and Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. What a marvelous treasure! Chapter 4. the Elder Demon, and Yi Yun, the Divine Radiance Robe. A thought crossed Zhang Shu's mind, and his attire transformed instantaneously. His once ordinary white garments metamorphosed into a subtly opulent flowing cloud robe, where the ethereal winds of the divine realm danced upon its surface, and the stars of the cosmos flickered in and out of sight, revealing numerous enigmatic patterns. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure of the highest caliber. Upon donning this divine radiance robe, Zhang Shu's entire demeanor underwent a profound change. His already otherworldly aura became even more ethereal and boundless, shifting from an ethereal presence to one that now bore an unfathomable depth. Gazing upon Zhang Shu in this moment was akin to beholding the vast expanse of the heavens, mysterious, grand, powerful, and immortal. What a magnificent treasure! Zhang Shu was thoroughly pleased with this artifact, and with a mere thought, the myriad of wondrous phenomena dissipated, leaving only a faint trace behind. The once striking garments now appeared more understated and ordinary, yet they still could not conceal the extraordinary essence that surpassed the ordinary. With this robe, unless a sage were to personally strike at me, no one could breach my defenses. Even in the presence of a sage, it would suffice to withstand a moment, granting me ample time to unleash my hidden trump cards in retaliation. This, indeed, would ensure my safety and peace of mind. Zhang Shu was immensely satisfied with this item, unable to part with it. Thus far, every treasure bestowed upon him by the system had proven invaluable. Whether it was the experience card or this divine radiance robe, they had exceeded Zhang Shu's expectations. Clearly crafted with his and the Divine Cloud Sect's best interests in mind, filling him with immense satisfaction. As for the final 12 golden figures, Zhang Shu merely cast a glance before a smile blossomed upon his face. 12 golden figures. Quality, rare. Item description, forged from celestial divine iron and numerous rare metals. Crafted by a master artisan using special techniques and immense effort. Each of the 12 golden figures possesses strength that rivals the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion, and their bodies are utterly indestructible. These 12 golden figures serve as exceptional protective treasures, remarkably adept at defense, and are exceedingly difficult to destroy unless confronted by a sage. Together, they form the 12-star formation, rendering them immensely powerful. This item has been meticulously selected by the system, making it exceptionally suitable for the host. Oh, upon hearing the system's words, the smile on Zhang Shu's face deepened. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 12 golden figures, and the once desolate Divine Cloud Sect was suddenly illuminated by a radiant golden light, brightening the surroundings. As the brilliance faded, the 12 golden figures manifested. However, to Zhang Shu's astonishment, these figures did not resemble the imagined clumps of gold. Instead, they bore a striking resemblance to humans, almost indistinguishable from any ordinary person. Moreover, these figures included both male and female forms, each possessing considerable intelligence, starkly contrasting with Zhang Shu's initial expectation of mindless automatons. They resembled advanced puppets, exhibiting absolute loyalty and unwavering devotion. Salutations, Master. At the moment of their appearance, the 12 golden figures knelt before Zhang Shu, in unison. 12 formidable auras intertwined, emanating an oppressive presence that even Zhang Shu felt a subtle tremor in his heart. Yet, more than anything, he was filled with joy, truly powerful. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall be responsible for the safety of our sect. Zhang Shu nodded with a smile. The 12 golden figures responded in unison, Yes, Master. We shall vow to guard the Shunshao sect with our lives, allowing no one to dare offend. Zhang nodded, I have faith in you. The 12 golden figures bowed once more, and upon Zhang Shu's permission, transformed into streaks of light, dispersing in all directions around the Shunshao sect, either concealing themselves or standing boldly to protect the entire sect from any infringement. Although the quality of these golden figures was merely rare, they represented the most crucial strength the Shunshao sect needed at this moment. With their presence, the Shunshao sect truly possessed the foundation for expansion. Zhang Shu pondered deeply. These golden figures, powerful and tireless, could not only serve as the sect's defensive force, but also as instructors for the disciples. After all, each golden figure not only possessed remarkable combat prowess, but also harbored terrifying battle experience, making them perfectly suited to mentor novice disciples, even bordering on being underutilized. After a flurry of activity, night had fallen. Several kilometers away from the Shunshao sect, 3 figures darted swiftly under the moonlight, moving with great speed. One was pursuing while the other was fleeing. The pursuer was a gaunt, shadowy elder, his gaze sinister and chilling, eliciting dread with just a glance. The fleeing duo consisted of an elderly man and a young girl, both panting heavily, their expressions filled with despair and urgency. Ha ha! Yi Yun, surrender quickly. You cannot escape from my grasp. A raspy voice echoed through the desolate wilderness, brimming with arrogance. Yun, quickly flee. Do not heed this old demon's words. I will hold him off. You must escape. The elder escorting Yi Yun shouted fiercely without looking back. Ji Laomao, ahead lies the former side of the Shenxiao sect. And if a powerful figure from there appears, they will not spare you. He hoped to intimidate the old demon with his words. However, Ji Laomao dismissed the warning with a hearty laugh. The Shenxiao sect? Humph. Do you truly believe that my absence from Tianqing means I am unaware that the Shenxiao sect has long since fallen into ruin? If it were the former, thriving Shenxiao sect, I would certainly flee without a second thought. But now a mere Shenxiao sect, even if it hasn't perished, is nothing but a flickering candle struggling to survive. With a mere wave of my hand, I could extinguish it. Chapter 5. Who dares to be reckless in the presence of the divine sky? The disdain and contempt in the words of the old demon Ji were palpable. Just a mere, fallen sect of the divine sky. Had it been during the zenith of the divine sky sect, he would not have dared to provoke it, but now. A trivial, insignificant sect, and he, a formidable expert of the Purple Mansion realm, could easily crush them. Surrender and abandon all hope. You have nowhere to escape. Not even the 7 major sects of the southern region would dare to offend me for the sake of 2 inconsequential outsiders. The might of the Purple Mansion realm is beyond your imagination. The old demon Ji laughed boisterously, his laughter dripping with arrogance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elder and the young girl turned grim. Although Ji was arrogant, his formidable strength was indeed unmatched, comparable to the leaders and elders of the 7 major sections. Facing an elder of mere Yuandan realm and Yi Yun, who had yet to reach Yuandan, he possessed ample reason for his arrogance. Uncle Feng, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee as far as possible. I cannot escape with you. Yi Yun said despairingly to Uncle Feng. The last glimmer of hope within her heart shattered completely with Ji's declaration. Indeed, as Ji had stated, only the 7 major sects had the capability to impede him in the entire southern region. Yet even they would not recklessly offend a Purple Mansion 7-fold expert like Ji. To these sects, interests reigned supreme. Without substantial benefits, any talk of ridding the world of evil was mere nonsense. Power was the essence of everything. In that moment, Yi Yun had never felt such intense hatred for her own weakness. If given the chance, she vowed to become a true powerhouse, never again to rely on the kindness and pity of others for her fate. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. No, Yinner, you must flee. Uncle Feng's eyes glinted with ferocity. I have lived long enough, and I swore to your deceased father that I would protect your safety at all costs. I will hold off the old demon Ji for a moment. You must escape. Ji, old demon. If you wish to harm Yinner, you shall first step over my dead body. Before his words faded, Uncle Feng turned sharply, abandoning his flight, and charged directly towards Ji. Uncle Feng. Yi Yun's eyes widened with anguish as she cried out desperately. Hurry and go. Hearing Uncle Feng's stern command, Yi Yun struggled to suppress her despair and pain, helplessly watching as the man she regarded like a grandfather hurled himself towards the old demon Ji, trembling all over. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. Die. Ji, the old demon, sneered coldly at Uncle Feng's foolishness. A terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from Ji's palm, striking downward towards Uncle Feng's head. If that blow landed, Uncle Feng's skull would undoubtedly shatter into oblivion. Yinner, run. Faced with this lethal blow, Feng Bo disregarded his own safety, sacrificing himself to entangle the elder Ji, while he shouted back to Yi Yun, flee. Uncle Feng can no longer protect you. You must survive. Boom. A terrifying collision echoed, and a formidable wave of vital energy surged forth. Uncle Feng. Yi Yun's heart twisted in pain. However, in the next moment, as the clouds of dust dispersed, Feng Wanli felt bewildered, not sensing any pain at all. I'm not dead? How is that possible? Feng Bo was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the elder Ji. Under the latter's full-powered strike, escaping was out of the question. Then, Feng Bo looked up, his pupils contracting in disbelief. It was as though he witnessed something utterly inconceivable. He saw the elder Ji's full-force palm strike suspended midair, completely immobilized. Following his gaze, he noticed a fair hand gently gripping the Elder G's wrist, impervious to the latter's frantic attempts to unleash his vital energy. This can't be. The Elder G's heart raced with terror. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Feng Bo and Yi Yun, his eyes wide with fear, fixated on the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared before him. The mysterious woman's gaze was calm, and a glimmer of golden light emanated from her. After effortlessly halting the Elder G's attack, her cold voice resonated. Who dares to disturb the sanctity of the Xinxiao sect? Such audacity is truly beyond measure. The Xinxiao sect. The Elder G's heart quaked. What? Hearing this, both Feng Bo and Yi Yun felt their minds swirl, their heads spinning. You are from the Xinxiao sect? Feng Bo exclaimed in shock, his thoughts spilling forth. The Elder G bellowed in rage. No, this is impossible. The Xinxiao sect has long been annihilated. Its powerful beings have perished. It cannot possibly still exist. False, it must be false. Who are you really? Humph. The mysterious woman cast a cold glance at the Elder G, and in an instant, his entire arm exploded, releasing a harrowing scream of agony. His previous arrogance dissolved into utter disgrace. Gulp. Witnessing the Elder G, at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, reduced to such a pitiful state in the hands of this mysterious woman, both Feng Bo and Yi Yun's hearts raced, and they quickly fell silent, fearful of offending her. The Xinxiao sect is not something a rodent like you can question. With a casual strike, the mysterious woman rendered the Elder G incapable of even a scream. And with a surge of terrifying vital energy, he was obliterated into nothingness. Such terrifying power. Could this woman be a formidable being of the Radiant Sun realm? Seeing this scene, Feng Bo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He cursed inwardly. The rumors from the outside world were indeed unreliable. The Xinxiao sect has fallen? Fallen my foot. Among all the formidable beings in the Tianqing kingdom, how many factions would dare to provoke this singular powerhouse? Yi Yun felt a surge of excitement within her. A true strongman. This is the epitome of strength. She vowed to become as powerful as that enigmatic woman in the future, although it is likely just a fleeting aspiration. Who can be certain of what lies ahead? Just as their thoughts spiraled, the mysterious woman, having dealt with the old demon G, suddenly turned to face them, her eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. The expressions of the two froze in terror. In the next moment, her indifferent voice pierced through the air, leaving them feeling as if trapped in the depths of winter. Now it is your turn. Have you no regard for the authority of the Xinxiao sect, while causing trouble on our territory? Chapter 6. Life is unbearable. Even the tortoise is in tears meanwhile. At the Divine Sky sect, as the seconds ticked away, Zhang's heart sank deeper into despair and reluctance while gazing at the towering pile of pills emitting a faint azure glow before him. Xiaoba, you must eat. Do not stop. Why have you ceased? These are unparalleled treasures. Burp, divine pills. Others scramble and weep for a single one. Yet you treat them with such disdain. Zhang lamented, exchanging glances with the tortoise before him. Meow. Xiaoba, having already consumed over 2,009 patterned pure spirit pills, regarded the pill presented to him with a glint of distaste in his small, round eyes. Silently, he extended a paw, nudging the coveted pills away, and curled up into a ball, making his stance unmistakably clear. This wretched thing is for those who desire it. I shall not partake. You, Zhang, in a fit of frustration, forced a pill into his mouth. Wow, this is exquisite. Xiaoba, you will undoubtedly regret not tasting it. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, he was seized by a fit of dry heaving. Xiaoba, having just extended his head, retracted it once more with an expression of disdain. Another deception? Not a chance. I have barely consumed 4,000, not even half. As dawn approached, Zhang was left helplessly staring at the mountain of 9 patterned pure spirit pills, tears welling in his eyes. Both he and Xiaoba were utterly unable to consume more. Initially, the experience of eating the 9 patterned pure spirit pills was delightful. With each divine pill swallowed, the sensation of soaring into the heavens enveloped him, as every pore opened wide, inhaling the pure essence of the cosmos and transforming his very being. The pleasure was ineffable. It was evident that Xiaoba had transformed from an ordinary tortoise into a creature of extraordinary potential, possessing the cultivation of a Yuan Dan realm. Thanks to the powerful effects of the 9 patterned pure spirit pills, Zhang could confidently assert that the tortoise under his care could easily surpass 99% of the talented cultivators in the Tianqing kingdom. Compared to Xiaoba, who had made several breakthroughs in a single night, those so-called geniuses were utterly inferior, no better than a mere tortoise. At this moment, both Zhang and Xiaoba had nearly purged all impurities from their bodies, surpassing even the innate spiritual bodies, with thousands of 9-pattern pure spirit pills stacked before them. As long as they did not explode, even a pig could become an unparalleled prodigy. Xiaoba, you must eat. Do you not desire the sacred bloodline pill? Do you not wish to become an ancient divine beast? Are you content to live your life as an ordinary tortoise, letting time slip away? You are already a mature tortoise. You should learn to consume the pills yourself. You cannot continue in this state of laziness and complacency. Zhang glared at the motionless Xiaoba, frustration boiling within him, his heart heavy with sorrow. What a travesty! Why am I struggling to consume these pills? Is it for my own sake? Am I merely indulging in my carnal desires? Am I seeking the thrill of extravagance? Little Ba increasingly felt wronged, realizing perhaps that she had indeed been excessive and should strive diligently instead. However, after hearing those words, an inexplicable sense of discomfort lingered within her. Yet she could not articulate it. Enough of this. Why should she be subjected to such scrutiny? Meow? Little Ba reluctantly acquiesced. Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he pressed on. Ultimately, is it not for you? Is it not to fulfill the system's task? To acquire the sacred bloodline pill, enabling you to shatter the shackles of fate and embark on the evolutionary path of the ancient divine beasts? I have exerted myself greatly for your sake. What right do you have to neglect your efforts? Consume this. Zhang Shu lamented passionately. Whether moved by Zhang Shu's fervent words or simply overwhelmed by the clamor, Little Ba timidly emerged, begrudgingly grasping a pill and swallowing it slowly. Meow? Gag. Little Ba retched violently. In that moment, even with her turtle-like disposition, tears brimmed in her eyes and cascaded down. This life, it is unbearable. Gag. Are you too expressing a desire to join the divine Sect? The mysterious woman was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Yi Yin replied without hesitation, Indeed. Esteemed elder, we have traversed great distances, having long admired the illustrious name of the divine Xia. We wish to become part of the sect. For this, we have been relentlessly pursued by the old demon Ji. Were it not for your intervention, we might have met a dire fate. We implore you to grant us this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman appeared subtly moved. Feng Bo, observing, felt his lips twitch in disbelief. Joining the divine Xia sect? How could he not have known? He distinctly remembered that the two were fleeing for their lives, having stumbled upon this place by sheer happenstance. It was almost convincing. Nevertheless, given the mysterious woman's demeanor, it seemed that without a reasonable explanation, their chances of leaving this place alive today were slim. Creating a ruckus on the territory of the divine Xia, where even the old demon Ji was swiftly silenced, what hope did they have? Moreover, suddenly, Feng Bo's heart raced with excitement. It appeared that the divine Xia sect was unfathomably profound. Even a random individual exuded the aura of a formidable master. If they could indeed join the divine Xia sect, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for Yi Yun and the Yi family. Yun's words were brilliant. Contemplating this, Feng Bo couldn't help but marvel. Yi Yun's quick thinking was commendable. Had it been anyone else, a moment of panic might have led to an unsatisfactory explanation for the mysterious woman, resulting in their demise. Ah, I see now. I have misunderstood you both. Upon understanding the circumstances, the mysterious woman's expression softened instantly, even revealing a hint of a smile as she consoled the two. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, I never imagined your devotion to the divine mist sect to be so profound. Enduring such tribulations, you have truly suffered. Fortunately, the old demon Ji is no more, and you are now within the borders of the divine mist realm, where you are safe. Given this young lady's talent, even amidst the stringent conditions for discipleship at the divine mist sect, I believe she will have no trouble becoming an ordinary disciple. Furthermore, it must be said that your discernment is commendable in the entire Tianxing kingdom in terms of strength and disciple instruction. Even the royal family pales in comparison to our divine mist sect. As she spoke of these matters, the mysterious woman's tone brimmed with confidence, laced with a touch of pride and a sense of inevitability. She held no doubts regarding the sect's strength. The mere presence of their 12 golden figures was sufficient to rival the might of 12 radiant warriors, and united, they were immensely powerful. Moreover, with their master present. What could a mere Tianqing kingdom amount to? She even felt that her words were somewhat conservative and humble, for in her view, the overall strength of the Divine Mist sect was likely not significantly inferior to that of the continent's foremost powers, with an even more terrifying potential. It's not arduous. As long as one can join the Divine Mist sect, disciples would willingly endure any hardship. Yi Yun declared immediately, already referring to herself as a disciple. The mysterious woman noticed this, and, rather than feeling anger, she admired Yi Yun even more. With a smile, she said, "Little girl, you are quite remarkable. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, allow me to take you to meet the esteemed sect master. Your desire to join the Divine Mist sect cannot proceed without his approval. We appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder." Yi Yun and Feng Bo exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of ecstasy, and they hurriedly responded with respect. They recalled the mysterious woman's earlier remarks about being stronger than the Tianqing royal family. However, Yi Yun and Feng Bo did not take these claims too seriously, perceiving them as somewhat boastful. After all, Yi Yun and Feng Bo hailed from the Tianqing imperial city. Only by closely interacting with the royal family could one grasp the magnitude of their formidable presence, the indisputable foremost power of Tianqing, unassailable. The Divine Mist sect, it seemed, still had some distance to cover. Nonetheless, considering the strength the Divine Mist sect had exhibited thus far, even if it fell short of the royal family, it was hardly lacking. With this thought, Yi Yun found herself filled with anticipation. Chapter 7. The Astonished Duo. Host. Zhang Shu. Cultivation level. First stage of Purple Mansion. Clan points. 900 points. Zhang Shu gazed at his stagnant cultivation level, releasing a soft sigh. Despite having ingested over 2,000 clear spirit pills, the immense medicinal efficacy had thoroughly purified his physique. Yet, his cultivation had shown no signs of advancement. Whenever there was an attempt to elevate his level, it was repelled by the overwhelming vital energy within him, which subtly conveyed a sense of disdain. It seemed that even the supremely pure potency of the 9-pattern clear spirit pill was regarded as an impurity by the vital energy coursing through Zhang Shu's body. Indeed, a significant portion of this stagnation stemmed from his own constitution, which had already been naturally refined by the vital energy within. The effects of the 9-pattern clear spirit pill were nearly negligible to him, rendering them almost inconsequential, at most, merely a fleeting taste. Realizing this, Zhang Shu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Henceforth, if he wished to enhance his cultivation, he would have to rely almost entirely on the system. Even his own training would yield pitifully low efficiency, far inferior to that of the system. Currently, a low level of power was manageable, but in the future, as his strength grew, the number of clan points required for each advancement would be astronomical. Even Zhang Shu could not help but feel overwhelmed by this prospect. He rubbed his forehead, contemplating that he must find a way to expand and strengthen the Divine Sky sect. Only with a steady influx of disciples could he hope to elevate his cultivation. There was, in fact, another option: to abandon his current level of cultivation and the system's enhancements, relinquishing the unparalleled pure and domineering vital energy he possessed. This, however, would be an unequivocal loss for Zhang Shu. Thus, he realized that he had but one path forward: to continually strengthen the Divine Sky sect. The might of the Divine Sky sect would directly translate to his own strength. However, the Divine Sky sect was still in its nascent development stage. Blindly recruiting a large number of disciples could lead to adverse outcomes. He needed to proceed step by step, avoiding the temptation of haste. Quality over quantity. The contribution of a singular genius would far surpass that of hundreds or thousands of ordinary individuals, Zhang Shu mused. Master, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. At that moment, the previously tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard was abruptly shattered, causing Zhang Shu's gaze to shift. In the next instant, a graceful woman entered, leading 2 others, their faces unfamiliar to him. What is this? The clear spirit pill. Heavens, the 9-pattern clear spirit pill. Am I dreaming? In an instant, Feng Bo, who was nearby, let out an astonished exclamation, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even with the prior warning from the mysterious woman, he was still struck dumb by the sight of the 9-pattern clear spirit pills piled up like a small mountain, rendering him momentarily dazed. Gulp. Yi Yun discreetly swallowed, striving to maintain her composure, yet her body trembled with excitement. The 9-pattern clear spirit pill. That is the 9-patterned pure spirit pill. Yi Yun murmured in astonishment. The legendary divine pill truly exists? Is it possible that someone has actually succeeded in refining such a mythical elixir? And it appears to have been piled into a small mountain. At this moment, the two resembled beggars who had stumbled into a royal treasury, their eyes wide with disbelief, even exhibiting a sense of awe that surpassed that of the beggars. Standing beside them, 11 exhibited no surprise. As one of the 12 gold figures, she was acutely aware of her master's formidable power and terrifying presence. However, upon witnessing the towering heaps of 9-patterned pure spirit pills in the courtyard, even 11 could not help but feel a slight stir of emotion. Zhang Shu glanced at 11, harboring certain suspicions, yet still seeking clarification. Reporting to my master, these two wish to join the Xinxiao sect. I have observed their sincerity and emboldened, brought them to seek your judgment. 11 respectfully knelt on one knee, speaking in a solemn tone. This display startled the two onlookers. The sight of even such a formidable figure as the mysterious woman kneeling caused Yi Yun and Feng Bo to snap back to reality, their hearts racing as they too knelt down. Upon hearing 11 refer to the figure as master, Yi Yun and Feng Bo could not help but speculate that this individual must indeed be the master of the Xinxiao sect. They appeared remarkably youthful. At the very least, they had attained the Radiant Sun realm, or perhaps an even more powerful existence. Could it be a legendary figure of the Nirvana realm? A creature of agelessness? Yi Yun and Feng Bo exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment, while simultaneously affirming their suspicions. The Xinxiao sect, indeed, was not as desolate as the outside world had portrayed. With such strength, in the entire Tianxing kingdom, there seemed to be no rival besides the royal family. Rise. Speak freely. There is no need for constant kneeling. My Xinxiao sect does not adhere to such formalities, Zhang Shu remarked nonchalantly. Thank you, master. 11 replied without hesitation, rising to her feet. As a member of the 12 gold figures, she would unquestionably obey her master's commands. Zhang Shu then addressed the still kneeling Yi Yun and Feng Bo, who appeared momentarily dazed. You may also rise. Even my disciples, upon encountering the sect master, need only perform the disciples' salutation. Do not bring the royal family's customs into this place. Yes, we thank you, esteemed elder. We shall remember your teachings. Yi Yun and Feng Bo quickly stood, somewhat awkwardly. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the enigmatic master of the Xinxiao sect seemed to harbor some disdain towards the royal family, as a hint of coldness crept into his words when mentioning them. Zhang Shu nodded. 11 has already explained your intentions. The fact that you traveled thousands of miles to reach here while being pursued by a 7th-layer Zifu shows your sincerity, and your ability to evade capture speaks to your strength and determination. Overall, you could be regarded as talented. As he spoke, Zhang Shu's gaze fell upon Yi Yun. Upon hearing the commendation from this mysterious powerhouse, Yi Yun, despite her usual reserve, could not help but straighten her chest, feeling a surge of excitement and pride. She held a firm belief in her own talents. At the tender age of under 20, she had already subtly brushed against the threshold of the condensation realm. Such giftedness, when viewed across the vast expanse of the Tianxing kingdom, placed her among the ranks of exceptional prodigies, second only to a select few monstrous talents and unparalleled geniuses. However, the next words from Zhang Shu caused her to feel a wave of anxiety. Yet, based solely on this, your aspirations to join my Xinxiao appear somewhat insufficient. A further assessment is required. A sense of urgency filled Feng Bo's heart. Was the Xinxiao sect's standard for accepting disciples so stringent? Even Yi Yun's prodigious talents were deemed inadequate? I beseech your guidance, esteemed senior, Yi Yun respectfully replied, though internally, she harbored a faint sense of discontent. Her abilities, even when placed against those of some of the most elite factions, could be considered remarkable. The royal family had affirmed her talents. While she may not rival the truly monstrous geniuses, surely she was not inferior to mere ordinary disciples. Nonetheless, as she recalled the towering mound of 9-pattern pure spirit pills beside her, a hint of defeat crept into her heart. If the disciples of Xinxiao consumed such elixirs, surpassing her would not be an impossible feat after all. This divine pill was likely beyond the reach of even the royal ancestors, underscoring its preciousness. Yet, she could not help but wonder if the forthcoming assessment would prove excessively challenging. With this thought, both Yi Yun and Feng Bo felt a twinge of apprehension, their breaths becoming slightly constricted. Especially upon witnessing that towering pile of 9-pattern pure spirit pills, it was undeniable that none could resist the allure of joining the Shinshao sect. Chapter 8. An unprecedented entrance examination upon subtly deducing Zhang Shu's identity and the prowess he possessed. Coupled with the sight of the towering pile of 9-pattern Qingling pills before them, both individuals began to form a vague impression of the formidable strength of the Shinshao sect. Thus, when Zhang Shu announced the impending examination, a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. A sect with such an abundance of divine pills must undoubtedly be replete with prodigies. The criteria for accepting disciples would surely be stringent, and the difficulty of the assessment would be considerable. This left them questioning whether they could truly succeed in passing the examination and gain entry. In that fleeting moment, despite Yi Yun's innate pride, even in the face of royal science, she found herself momentarily overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy. The requirements for the examination appeared straightforward. Do you see that heap of 9-pattern Qingling pills? Zhang Shu, oblivious to their thoughts, maintained an air of indifference, yet internally, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed that the holy bloodline pill was within reach. An opportunity, one that must not be squandered. Indeed, it was the 9-pattern Qingling pill. Yi Yun and Feng Bo were momentarily speechless. Feng Bo's eyes sparkled with longing and desire, gazing at the pile of 9-pattern Qingling pills. His expression grew complex. For the vast majority, the Qingling pill already exhibited remarkable effects, significantly enhancing one's aptitude. It was said that with each additional pattern, the efficacy of the pill would double, causing its value to soar exponentially. In his lifetime, had he not received a 5-pattern Qingling pill as a boon from the family head, he feared that his own qualifications would leave him forever yearning for the Yuan Dan realm, let alone reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Just a step away from the Purple Mansion. Regrettably, the efficacy of the 5-pattern Qingling pill ultimately fell short. Without further fortuity, he might find himself forever confined to the Yuan Dan realm. Contemplating this, Feng Bo's gaze dimmed. Who does not aspire for greater strength? Who does not harbor dreams of becoming a formidable force? He certainly did. Alas, such is the nature of fate. The distinction between the Yuan Dan and Purple Mansion realms is merely one of levels, yet the disparity in status is vast. While the Yuan Dan realm may be considered proficient, it is the Purple Mansion realm that truly possesses the qualifications to dominate a territory and establish a sect. Not only him, Yi Yun's eyes mirrored a similar yearning. She, more than Feng Bo, yearned to grow stronger. Born in the imperial city, she was acutely aware of the brutal truth of the survival of the fittest. While those born into prominent families may appear enviable on the surface, only they understand the trepidation of navigating such an environment without strength, treading carefully as if on thin ice, fearful that a single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin, especially given her unique ice spirit physique. Such a constitution is rare throughout the entire Tianqing kingdom, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she was almost destined to attain the Purple Mansion realm. A radiant future lay ahead, a true genius. However, the ice spirit body bestowed upon her formidable gifts, instilling in her the hope of becoming stronger while simultaneously bringing forth countless troubles. For the ice spirit body is a superior alchemical constitution. Should a certain cultivator be fortunate enough to take a wife possessing an ice spirit body, through special secret methods, they could experience a rapid ascension in their cultivation, proving to be extraordinarily beneficial in overcoming particular barriers. Even the royal family covets the ice spirit body intensely. There have been numerous occasions when powerful members of the royal family have sought to propose marriage to the Yi family. Each time they have found ways to politely decline, which has placed immense pressure on both Yi Yun and the Yi family, leaving them in a state of trepidation. The Yi family, too, is reluctant to relinquish their talented cultivator, Yi Yun. It is not that the Yi family does not wish to ally with the royal family. Rather, Yi Yun represents their hope for resurgence. While the ice spirit body can aid others in their cultivation, it poses a significant risk to the bearer, potentially leading to the complete loss of cultivation and rendering them a cripple, or worse, causing a severe depletion of lifespan that could result in sudden demise. Outwardly, they face pressure from entities such as the royal family and the elite families of the imperial city. Behind the scenes, individuals like the old devil Ji, who covet the ice spirit body, are constantly scheming. Living in such trepidation has become unbearable for Yi Yun. She yearns to grow stronger, Only by achieving power can she ensure that no one dares to bully her, nor the Yi family. Yi Yun harbors immense affection for the Yi family. Had it not been for their resilience in withstanding the pressures from the royal family over the years, she might have already fallen into a pitiful state. She understands the family's expectations of her and knows that the opportunity for the Yi family's rise rests upon her shoulders. Thus, whether for her own sake or to revitalize the Yi family, she is determined to strive for strength. The 9-pattern clear spirit pill. If she could possess such a treasure, her cultivation speed would surely increase dramatically. Alas, such a miraculous pill, even if she were to sell the entire Yi family, they could scarcely afford it. Yi Yun let out a soft sigh, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Such divine pills are merely a fantasy. It is akin to how ordinary people yearn for sudden wealth, dreaming of the beautiful life that follows, yet it remains but a dream. The reality is that it is utterly unattainable. Yi Yun finds herself in a similar predicament. This kind of pill, not only can the Yi family not afford, but even if they could, it would be a case of having a price but no market. Such an extraordinary pill, once it appears, would surely be snatched away by major powers and the royal family in an instant. If the Yi family truly possessed such a miraculous pill, it might not be a blessing but rather a calamity, for the Yi family is too weak, and Yi Yun herself is too weak. Reality is undeniably cruel and oppressive, suffocating in its weight. She cannot fathom the identity of this sovereign of the divine sky sect, who could procure so many 9-pattern clear spirit pills in one breath. Such wealth, if it were to be known, would likely cause even the royal family to be unable to remain calm. Yi Yun's thoughts drifted. The Wind Elder gradually regained his composure, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. Stealing a glance at Zhang Shu, I then observed the pile of 9-patterned clear spirit pills. It is truly audacious to display such a vast collection of divine elixirs so openly, seemingly unafraid of impending calamity. The thoughts of this individual are indeed enigmatic. Your task is straightforward. Zhang Shu calculated the time with his fingers, gazing at the dimly lit sky. His heart racing yet maintaining an impassive demeanor, he stated calmly, "To join the divine Xiaozong, you must consume all these pills before sunset today. If you manage to finish them all, you will have successfully passed the assessment. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, both Yi Yun and Feng Bo appeared as if struck by lightning, their bodies stiffening in shock. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly incredulous. Eat them all. The 9-patterned clear spirit pills?" Yi Yun and Feng Bo stammered, unable to articulate their astonishment. Was this truly the case? Surely, they could not be jesting with them. Chapter 9. They have yet to realize the gravity of the situation. Feng Bo cautiously cast a glance at Zhang Shu, weighing his words with great care, fearful of inciting Zhang Shu's ire. "Senior, this joke is rather unamusing. Such a precious divine elixir. What qualification does an old man like me have to consume it? However, Yura possesses commendable talent, even by the standards of the Celestial Star Kingdom. Might it be possible for you to grant her one?" Feng Bo found himself unable to continue, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary value of the 9-patterned pure spirit elixir, yet if he could swallow his pride and procure one for Yi Yun, it would indeed be worth it. He discreetly signaled to Yi Yun, urging her to beseech the senior. Perhaps they might truly succeed in obtaining one, a remarkable opportunity. Yi Yun appeared somewhat tempted, yet lacked the courage to speak up. What did this imply? Was my request too excessive? Nevertheless, with over 6,000 elixirs, accomplishing this feat within half a day was indeed a daunting challenge. Observing their hesitation, Zhang Shu's heart tightened with urgency. This simply would not do. He was counting on these two to assist him in acquiring the sacred bloodline elixir. After a moment of silence, he studied Yi Yun and Feng Bo's expressions for several seconds before softening his tone, speaking with gravitas. "I understand that this assessment is indeed challenging for you. However, as a distinguished member of the Divine Sky Sect, countless individuals vie fervently for admission. If there were no thresholds, would anyone be able to join? To be honest, this trial is already relatively lenient. Were it not for your earnestness, I would not extend such a privilege. For the sake of the sacred bloodline elixir." Zhang Shu considered himself unusually accommodating. Under different circumstances, he would have raised the difficulty significantly, requiring an individual to consume nearly 6,000 elixirs. Currently, the Divine Sky Sect was understaffed, and daily tasks were exceedingly burdensome. If newly admitted disciples were not diligent, how would Zhang Shu secure more sect rewards? How could he swiftly elevate his cultivation? How could he become stronger? Young ones, do not always seek to take the easy path. You must strive. With this thought, Zhang Shu's tone grew more severe. If you find this too difficult, then you may return whence you came. Those who cannot endure such minor hardships are not worthy of sustenance from the Divine Sky Sect. At this point, Zhang Shu felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon his features as well. He recognized that this trial was indeed rather arduous. Even he, upon consuming 2,009 patterned pure spirit elixirs consecutively, experienced severe discomfort. To expect more from them was an immense burden. Subjecting a young girl and an elderly man to such a formidable task felt somewhat unjust. Yet, there was no alternative. For the sake of the sect, for his own strength, and for Xiaoba, he could only impose this hardship upon them. As for the intrinsic value of the 9-patterned pure spirit elixir, perhaps to others, it was indeed a divine treasure, immeasurably precious. However, for Zhang Shu, this item was merely a burden. Not only did it serve no purpose, but it also severely impeded his cultivation. Were it not for the inability to discard it, he would have long since dug a hole to bury these pills as fertilizer. Perhaps in the future, the sect could procure some spiritual plants. Zhang Shu pondered, finding it a feasible idea. Otherwise, having to consume such an abundance of pills daily would inevitably lead to trouble. At that moment, Feng Bo and Yi Yun exchanged glances. Even the dullest among them could perceive that Zhang Shu was not jesting in the slightest. He truly intended for them to partake, and it was a generous portion at that. For a fleeting moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within them, leaving them in a state of complexity. They appeared frozen in place. After several breaths, Feng Bo finally found his voice, though it was unexpectedly hoarse. These 9-patterned pure spirit pills, can I, an old man, truly partake in them? Is this for real? Zhang Shu nodded affirmatively. What I have declared is not subject to retraction. Feng Bo's heart swelled with gratitude. Yet he recalled Zhang Shu's earlier admonition against kneeling. Instead, he offered a deep bow, solemnly declaring, "From this day forth, my life belongs to the sect master, to the Divine Sky Sect. At your command, I would brave mountains of daggers and seas of flames without a moment's hesitation." Having spoken, he cast an apologetic glance at Yi Yun. "I am sorry, Yuner. The sect master has bestowed upon me such great kindness, and I, Feng Bo, there is no need for further words. You speak the truth." Yi Yun interjected, equally moved, and promptly bowed respectfully to Zhang Shu. "Sect master, from this day forth, my life belongs to the Divine Sky Sect." Upon witnessing both of them refer to him as sect master, Zhang Shu merely nodded lightly. To him, these pills were of little significance. However, to Feng Bo, who had seen no hope ahead, and to Yi Yun, these pills imbued them with a profound sense of warmth. Beyond their familial bonds, they had never felt such warmth elsewhere. Even within their families, this feeling paled in comparison. In that moment, their sense of belonging to the Divine Sky Sect reached its zenith. They vowed to repay the sect and the sect master with their utmost efforts, determined not to betray his expectations. Observing the two, tears brimming in their eyes as they eagerly consumed the pills, Zhang Shu silently turned away. No, the sight of the pure spirit pills was beginning to make him feel queasy. Meow. Nearby, Xiaoba watched the two, moved to tears as they relished their food, casting a sympathetic glance at them. It seemed to say, "Cherish this moment, for it will not be long before you experience what true cruelty entails and understand the threshold of the Divine Sky Sect. I cannot bear to watch. By tomorrow night, when these two individuals retire for the evening, they will likely find themselves enveloped in a multitude of 9-patterned clarity pills." However, this reality does not impede the fervent consumption of the elixirs by the two. In this moment, driven by gratitude and exhilaration, they remain blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, oblivious to the profound and daunting shadows that this so-called entrance examination will cast upon them for an extended period to come. Chapter 10. The Sacred Bloodline Elixir. As time passed, Yi Yun and Feng Bo were filled with tears of joy, continuously swallowing the elixir. With each pill consumed, a surging yet gentle pure energy permeated their internal organs, circulating through their meridians with remarkable efficiency, transforming their physiques. Their auras steadily ascended. Among them, Yi Yun, the weakest, breached the threshold of the condensation realm in the blink of an eye, and her progress continued at an astonishing rate. The 9-patterned clear spirit pill not only enhanced one's constitution, but also significantly boosted cultivation. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth. Yi Yun, striving to refine the elixir, was caught off guard by this imposing presence, halting her actions in shock as she turned to discern the source. Ha! I have finally broken through. The Purple Mansion Realm. This is the Purple Mansion Realm. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Feng Bo had achieved his breakthrough. At that moment, both Feng Bo and Yi Yun were overwhelmed with excitement. A wave of energy, akin to a tidal surge, erupted from Feng Bo's frail frame, transforming into a violet beam that shot skyward. Under the immense pressure, the entire mountain trembled slightly. After decades, Feng Bo had finally stepped into the realm he had long yearned for. With a swift motion, he soared into the air, effortlessly suspending himself in the void. Flying in midair was an ability reserved for those who had entered the Purple Mansion Realm. Thank you for your great benevolence, Sect Master. Feng Bo, not lingering to relish the moment, bowed deeply in midair toward Zhang Shu. The realization of his long-held aspiration filled his heart with profound gratitude. Zhang Shu said little, merely nodding. Your assessment is not yet complete. Yes. A sense of urgency surged within Feng Bo. The assessment was still ongoing. Thus far, he had consumed fewer than 100 elixirs, and there remained a considerable distance to complete the task. Boom, boom, boom. As Feng Bo consumed more elixirs, his aura escalated rapidly, swiftly stabilizing his newly attained cultivation. Mere breaths later, he ascended to the second level of the Purple Mansion Realm. And still, he soared higher. Third level, fourth level, seventh level. Not long after, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of energy, Feng Bo's cultivation directly reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion Realm. Furthermore, due to the 9-patterned clear spirit pill, he felt his energy was exceptionally refined, likely far surpassing that of his peers within the same realm. Even against an ordinary Sunlight Realm practitioner, Feng Bo felt he could withstand several exchanges. It was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Yi Yun's cultivation was continuously advancing. However, strangely, despite her rapid progress, she was on the verge of entering the Yuan Dan realm, yet her growth paled in comparison to that of Feng Bo. The moment Yi Yun transcended into the Yuan Dan realm, an odd occurrence transpired. No matter how many elixirs she consumed thereafter, her internal cultivation showed not the slightest increment. Instead, the overwhelming potency of the 9-patterned pure spirit pill was steadily dissipating, as if her body had transformed into an insatiable abyss, effortlessly absorbing every trace of medicinal energy. This peculiar scene did not escape Zhang Shu's keen observation. Yi Yun, cultivation, first level of Yuan Dan realm. Physique, ice spirit body, evolving. Zhang Shu's gaze shifted, a hint of surprise evident. Oh, physique evolution? Unbeknownst to them, over half of the 9-patterned pure spirit pill had already been consumed. Together, Yi Yun and Feng Bo had eradicated more than 3,000 elixirs, yet many remained. At this juncture, the pace at which they were swallowing the elixirs had noticeably slowed, and their expressions began to exhibit a peculiar strangeness. Meow? Xiaoba silently observed this scene, curling up in a corner. Alas, these two pitiful beings. Even the finest delicacies can become tiresome when overindulged. Moreover, the immense medicinal energy from thousands of 9-patterned pure spirit pills is not easily digestible. Were it not for Zhang Shu's system enhancement and Xiaoba possessing a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline, an ordinary person consuming such a vast quantity would likely face a catastrophic explosion from the overwhelming potency. The more gifted the individual, the greater the number of elixirs they can consume and the more energy they can harness. Zhang Shu's assessment was not without merit. It indeed revealed the disciple's innate cultivation talents. For instance, although Feng Bo's cultivation significantly surpassed Yi Yun's, his rate of elixir consumption had markedly declined, falling far behind Yi Yun, who had barely consumed over 1,500 before reaching her limit. Time passed unmeasured. The sky had brightened completely, and as the last elixir was tremulously grasped by a delicate hand, the mountain-like pile was finally exhausted. Have we finished? Yi Yun inquired, her voice trembling. Feng Bo, we must have passed the assessment, right? That, only the sect master can confirm, came the reply. However, I never wish to endure such a trial again. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Feng Bo, still shaken, appeared utterly drained, as if subjected to some dreadful ordeal. I feel the same, Yi Yun echoed, her complexion ashen, resembling someone who had just emerged from water, her entire being quivering gently. Both wore expressions of utter desolation. Now, whenever they catch a whiff of the ethereal essence, they cannot help but convulse uncontrollably. In severe instances, they might even faint on the spot, frothing at the mouth. Without a respite of at least a month, such symptoms are unlikely to dissipate. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Zhang Shu appeared before the two with a smile. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the sect's assessment. From this moment forth, you are officially registered disciples of the Xinqiao sect. Should you make significant contributions in the future, you may ascend to outer or inner disciples, or even core disciples, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of your privileges and benefits. As for now, you have a stick of incense's worth of time to rest, after which you shall accompany me on an outing. Yes, Sect Master. Yi Yun and Feng Bo rose with expressions of joy, responding eagerly. Previously, they harbored no particular feelings towards the Xinqiao sect. The titles of registered disciple, core disciple, or even sect elder held no significance for them. However, the situation had changed. The honor of becoming registered disciples filled their hearts with a sense of exhilaration. If the benefits of being a registered disciple were so substantial, what could one expect as an outer disciple, or even an inner disciple? The mere thought of core discipleship was almost beyond their imagination. At that moment, the Xinqiao sect's image loomed ever more mysteriously and grandly in their minds, even overshadowing the status of royalty in their perceptions. Zhang Shu, disregarding the astonished pair, was unable to conceal his excitement. Ding! The host has successfully recruited 2 disciples with cultivation talent, earning a reward of 4,000 sect points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Registered disciple Yi Yun has undergone a physical transformation, evolving from ice spirit body to 9 star celestial body. An additional reward of ancient tree seedling has been granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, earning a system reward. A sacred bloodline pill. At long last, it was in his possession. Zhang Shu made his way to a secluded pavilion, sitting beside a stone table. A flash of light in his hand revealed a small, ancient wooden box resting in his palm. The box was adorned with intricate, ancient carvings that conveyed a sense of awe and exquisite craftsmanship. Upon opening the box, he found a scarlet pill nestled at its center, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. Even Zhang Shu found himself momentarily breathless. Meow. The instant the pill came into view, Xiao Ba, lying on the stone table, perked up with sparkling eyes, bursting forth with a primal desire stemming from the essence of life itself. Ultimately, upon Zhang Shu's consent, Xiao Ba devoured the sacred bloodline pill in one swift motion. Chapter 11. The New Skin of Xiao Ba Buzz. The moment Xiao Ba swallowed the sacred bloodline pill, an invisible force suddenly unfurled, enveloping the entire courtyard in an instant. Zhang Shu's gaze shifted, sensing an unprecedented oppression. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all sounds in the universe had quietly vanished, plunging everything into an absolute silence. Faintly, the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. This sensation made Zhang Shu's heart race. He sensed, as if through a veil of immeasurable distance, that a terrifying primordial beast was gradually awakening, attempting to open its eyes and gaze down upon this world. What a dreadful sense of oppression. Is this the process of bloodline awakening? Zhang Shu inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. The pressure, so intense it felt as though the very air was solidifying, could inflict no tangible harm upon him, yet it imposed a tremendous mental strain. At that moment, it seemed as if the very fabric of the heavens and earth was on the verge of collapse. The sacred bloodline pill, if one possesses even the faintest trace of ancient divine beast blood, no matter how negligible, swallowing this pill guarantees a complete awakening of the bloodline. To say that this single pill is more precious than all the previous 9 pattern pure spirit pills combined would be an understatement. If news of such a pill were to leak, it would not be long before the entire Xinqiao sect faced a calamity more terrifying than the one from years past. Countless saints and emperors would tear through the void, all vying for this wondrous pill. Boom. Xiao Ba began to levitate slowly, radiating a golden glow. Wisps of crimson aura morphed into countless tiny blood dragons that coiled around Xiao Ba's form, continuously merging with it. Time passed unmeasured until a faint sound of glass shattering resonated within Zhang Shu's heart. The stifling void was instantly shattered, and the air resumed its flow. All extraordinary phenomena vanished, and Zhang Shu immediately turned his gaze toward Xiaoba. Had it succeeded? Let me behold the legendary primordial beast. What form does it take? At the sight, Zhang Shu's expression turned momentarily blank. Is this the legendary primordial beast? There lay Xiaoba, lazily sprawled across the stone table, seemingly unchanged from before, except for one detail. It had transformed from a vibrant green to a resplendent gold. A golden turtle. Meow. Xiaoba's eyes appeared even more lively than before. Zhang Shu stared in astonishment for several seconds, unable to restrain himself from grabbing Xiaoba and turning it over, incredulously exclaiming, "The primordial beast? It looks like this. What a jest! Is it not merely a turtle?" Meow. Xiaoba flailed its paws in protest. "Put me down." However, the protest fell on deaf ears. Though Xiaoba's bloodline had evolved, it remained far from Zhang Shu's match, easily held in his grasp. Little 8, of the race known as the Swallowing Heaven Profound Turtle, has not exhibited any significant changes in strength. Yet its classification indeed reveals its transformation into a Swallowing Heaven Profound Turtle. However, no matter how Zhang Shu perceives it, this creature is merely a turtle, far removed from the majestic image of the Xuanwu he had envisioned. With an exclamation of frustration, Little 8 writhed desperately, attempting to escape Zhang Shu's grasp. Zhang Shu, feeling somewhat helpless and disheartened, had anticipated the emergence of a legendary golden creature, only to be met with the reality of a mere turtle. He cast Little 8 aside nonchalantly. After surveying his sect, Zhang Shu casually selected a spot on the mountain, stopping his foot to create a small pit, from which he produced a sapling to plant. Strangely, as the sapling took root, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to thicken with vitality instantaneously. A gentle and luminous energy began to radiate, enveloping the entire sect in a serene aura. What has transpired? The vitality is so rich. Could it be that a treasure has emerged? In that direction, Wind Bo, astonished, soared into the air, his face a mask of shock as he traced the source of the energy to the depths of the Divine Sky Sect. Before Wind Bo could further investigate, a figure suddenly flickered into view from the distance. In the next moment, Zhang Shu's presence materialized. Wind Bo gasped in surprise and promptly bowed respectfully, addressing him as Sect Master. Yu Yun, along with the others, quickly sensed the commotion and hastened to the scene. In mere moments, a flurry of formidable auras converged. All 12 golden men had assembled. Master, are all of these individuals from the Divine Sky Sect? Yu Yun marveled at the sight before her, realizing she had been oblivious to the presence of so many formidable warriors hidden within her sect. Among them, including a mysterious woman, there were 12 individuals, each exuding an overwhelming and profound aura, as if standing not as mere mortals, but as ancient, mountainous beasts of legend. They are inscrutable. Not a single one can be fathomed. Wind Bo was similarly astonished. He had believed his own cultivation at the perfected Purple Mansion level positioned him as a formidable figure. Even if he returned to the Heavenly Star Imperial City, he would be regarded as a significant character. Yet, he now realized that even the most casually appearing members of the Divine Sky Sect possessed the power to easily overpower him. Could it be that all of them are experts at the Radiant Sun level? Surely, the royal family does not harbor such a multitude of Radiant Sun experts. It is utterly inconceivable. Wind Bo swallowed hard, secretly comparing the Divine Sky Sect to the Heavenly Star royal family. Suddenly, he recognized a terrifying truth. In the short time he had spent with them, the Divine Sky Sect, with its casual display of thousands of 9-pattern pure spirit pills, would undoubtedly overshadow the royal family. Regarding the formidable beings, the sudden emergence of these dozen or so terrifying entities, seemingly at the Yaoyang realm, undoubtedly rivals the royal lineage. Indeed, they may even surpass it, though lacking the presence of a Nirvana realm ancestor. It can be asserted that the entire Xinshao sect has, unbeknownst to all, regained the strength to contend with the Tianxing royal family. But wait, is it truly the case that there is no Nirvana realm presence within the Xinshao sect? A sudden realization struck Feng Bo as he recalled Zhang Shu, this enigmatic figure who had ascended to the position of sect leader, commanding a host of Yaoyang realm subordinates. It is inconceivable that he lacks formidable power. While Feng Bo had previously speculated about Zhang Shu's strength, he had never obtained confirmation. After all, the latter's performance hardly resembled that of a Nirvana powerhouse. Nevertheless, regardless of the extent of his power, He must at the very least be a figure of the Yaoyang realm. A sense of joy welled up within Feng Bo. To be able to join such a sect is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, promising an illustrious future. Chapter 12. The 7 Great Sects. A mere child's play, you need not accompany me. Remain here to guard the sect. Zhang Shu declared upon seeing all 12 golden figures assembled, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. The 12 figures exchanged glances, and ultimately, 11 stepped forward hesitantly, saying, "Master, perhaps we should follow you. Our primary concern is your safety. Should we encounter some reckless adversaries, they may disrupt the sect master." Zhang Shu shook his head and replied, "There is no need. No one within the entire Tianqing kingdom can harm me. The presence of Yi Yun and the others is sufficient." Hearing this, the 11 had no choice but to withdraw reluctantly. With the divine radiance robe, Zhang Shu was impervious to any attacks below the sage level. Even those at the pinnacle of nirvana would find it impossible to breach his defenses. This was the foundation of his confidence. What audacious words! Feng Bo and Yi Yun shared a moment of contemplation, clearly taken aback by Zhang Shu's nonchalant assertion. They could distinctly sense the confidence in his words, which was not mere bravado. Only those of at least nirvana cultivation could dare to speak so boldly. In the entire Tianqing kingdom, perhaps only the royal ancestors would possess the right to utter such a statement. Shaking their heads, they had no time for further contemplation as Zhang Shu waved his hand, summoning a surge of vital energy that lifted the 3 of them swiftly towards Kangwu Mountain. Indeed, Zhang Shu's destination was none other than the recruitment conference. In pursuit of rapid power enhancement and to acquire more sect points for better development, Zhang Shu resolved to try his luck at the recruitment conference. However, unlike previous occasions, this time Zhang Shu was genuinely confident, no longer relying solely on persuasive words. Kangwu Mountain hosted the recruitment conference for the major sects of the southern region once every 3 years, lasting 3 months each time. The various sects occupied territories based on their strength, with the summit claimed by the 7 great sects, while the mid-mountain area was occupied by second-rate sections. The lesser factions were relegated to the foot of the mountain, where they could only recruit a handful of mediocre disciples to ensure the continuity of their traditions. After surveying the area, Zhang Shu ultimately chose the familiar ground at the mountain's base. "Master, are we not heading towards the 7 great sects?" Yin asked, astonished by Zhang Shu's choice to remain at the foot of the mountain. In her view, with the might of the divine radiance sect, it would be a simple matter to dominate the entire southern region. Why then choose such a secluded location and subject oneself to this? Yunner, you do not understand. At the level of the sect master, the so-called 7 great sects are merely child's play. With the stature of our sect master, how could one stoop to mingle with them, thus tarnishing one's dignity? Feng Bo chuckled and shook his head in response to Yi Yun's remarks. Yi Yun's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, I see now. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone so audacious as to disregard the 7 great sects." Suddenly, an unsettling voice pierced the air, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. The surroundings fell into an unexpected silence. Yi Yun and Feng Bo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned towards the source of the sound. An elderly man approached, his countenance dark and foreboding. The atmosphere grew tense, as those nearby sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily parted to create a path. It was one of the 7 great sects, the Tianji sect. Goodness, it was the Grand Elder of the Tianji sect. His presence at this disciple recruitment event was unprecedented. Is the Grand Elder of the Tianji sect formidable? Shu, keep your voice down. Such a powerful being could easily take offense and annihilate us with a mere flick of his wrist. What do you mean formidable? Remove the question mark. He is a being of the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion. What? At this, gasps of shock echoed as people turned their astonished gazes towards the Grand Elder of the Tianji sect. He was indeed a legendary figure of the Purple Mansion realm. For most in the southern region, even those of the Yuan Dan realm were considered superlative, while the Purple Mansion realm was nearly invincible. Who dares to make such noise like mere ants? At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Tianji sect turned coldly, casting a glance at one individual, whose 7 orifices bled profusely before he collapsed lifelessly. Witnessing this harrowing scene, countless onlookers turned pale, silenced by fear. As the Grand Elder drew nearer, Zhang Shu remained focused, meticulously tending to his stall, while Yi Yun and Feng Bo's expressions grew grave, their vigilance heightened. Was it you who spoke ill of the 7 great sects? I shall grant you a chance. Abandon your cultivation, sever an arm, and leave my sight, and I may spare your lives." With that, the Grand Elder of the Tianji sect abruptly lifted his head, unleashing an overwhelming aura of the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion that enveloped the area for hundreds of miles. Under this immense pressure, many felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon them, causing them to spew blood forth. Some, caught too close and unprepared, were struck dead by the sheer force. Outrageous. As friends and loved ones suffered grievous injuries and deaths, one individual erupted in fury. Yet, with a mere icy glance from the Tianji sect's members, he trembled. Paralyzed by fear, silenced by the threat looming over him. The Tianji sect? What an imposing presence. However, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Feng Bo let out a derisive laugh. A surge of even more terrifying energy erupted, retaliating fiercely towards the Grand Elder of the Tianji sect. The peak of the Purple Mansion? The Grand Elder's half-closed eyes widened in shock and fury, disbelief etched upon his face. This was impossible. A surging wave of vitality struck the chest of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Extreme sect with tremendous force. Caught off guard, his body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a mountain peak before finally coming to a halt. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless spectators swallowed hard, their mouths agape in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Extreme sect, an invincible powerhouse at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he be defeated in a single blow? All eyes were fixated on the seemingly unremarkable Feng Bo, awe and reverence swelling within their hearts. Many keen observers noticed Zhang Shu, who was setting up his stall, and began to speculate whether a hidden sect had resurfaced in the world to recruit disciples. As more individuals made this realization, their gazes grew increasingly fervent. What utter nonsense from the Heavenly Extreme sect, so overreaching. After effortlessly vanquishing the Grand Elder, Feng Bo cast one last glance before dutifully returning to stand behind Zhang Shu. Chapter 13. An opportunity awaits. The Wind Master stood quietly behind Zhang Shu, resembling a loyal guardian. Yet, none dared to underestimate this protector who could effortlessly vanquish even those at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion. The Heavenly Extreme sect, one of the 7 major sects, had suffered considerable losses at his hands. How could they possibly provoke him? The aura of the Purple Mansion was complete. Who were these individuals? The name Shenxiao sect echoed in familiarity, though its origin eluded memory. The commotion quickly attracted a throng of onlookers. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized the 3 characters of Shenxiao sect, but the source of their familiarity remained elusive. Suddenly, an elderly man, lost in thought, let out an exclamation. "Ah, I remember now, the Shenxiao sect. Once the foremost sect of the Tianxing kingdom. It is indeed them." Another voice chimed in. "Yes, the Shenxiao sect. But wasn't this sect annihilated 3 years ago overnight? It is astonishing that remnants still exist, and that old man appears to possess formidable strength." Indeed, the Shenxiao sect was not to be trifled with. Even in decline, they commanded respect beyond ordinary sections. A chorus of murmurs rippled through the crowd. While the earlier elder from the Heavenly Extreme sect lay buried beneath the collapsed peak, entirely forgotten by all, the disturbance swiftly captured the attention of the 7 major sects, prompting a gathering of powerful figures. What has transpired? Such potent fluctuations of vital energy. Good heavens, what has occurred here? The sight of the ravaged scene and the distant collapsed mountain compelled gasps of astonishment from the assembled sect members. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black and white robes descended gracefully from the sky, his expression grave as he regarded the 3 individuals nearby. I truly did not anticipate that the Shenxiao sect still harbored such formidable beings. The Heavenly Extreme sect, accustomed to tyranny, has finally met their match, an outcome of their own making. I am Wu Kuan, the master of the Creation sect. It is an honor to meet you all. Might I extend an invitation for you to gather at the Mountainess Summit? The revelation of the middle-aged man's identity left the crowd in stunned silence. The master of the Creation sect. How unexpected that he has also arrived. The disciple recruitment event today was unlike any other. Typically, it would be a rare occurrence for even a common elder from the 7 major sects to preside. Yet now both the Grand Elder from the Heavenly Extreme sect and the Master of the Creation sect were present. Heavens! The Creation Sect was undoubtedly the pinnacle among the 7 major sects of the southern region. Their master was the foremost powerhouse in the region, a transcendent existence beyond the Purple Mansion realm, particularly when he extended the invitation for the three to convene at the mountain's summit. Many who were previously unfamiliar with the Shunxiao sect displayed expressions of astonishment. The summit of Kangwu Mountain. That place can only be accessed by the 7 great sects. Upon encountering the unfamiliar middle-aged man, Feng Bo's expression grew grave. He sensed that although the individual before him seemed to exude no discernible aura, there lurked within him a terrifying solar force, burning with an intensity that cast a blinding glare, evoking a searing sensation. The stronger one's prowess. The more alarming this realization became. With just a single glance, Feng Bo was convinced he was no match for this adversary. Yet, he did not falter or succumb to fear. Instead, he maintained a vigilant gaze, prepared to strike at the first sign of danger. The Tao of Creation Sect. So it is you. Zhang Shu, who had long remained indifferent to the outside world, halted his actions upon hearing these words. Slowly straightening his posture and turning to face the speaker. Memories of a fateful night 3 years prior surfaced in his mind. Above the Xinjiao sect, figures radiant as the sun hovered in the sky. An endless, sacred light illuminated the vast night, rendering it as bright as day, an unbearable spectacle. This time, the Xinjiao sect faced utter annihilation. Under the onslaught of formidable foes and internal chaos, it was completely obliterated, leaving only him, the young sect master, to survive by a stroke of luck. Yet he became a mere shell of his former self. I remember you all too well. On that day, when the Xinjiao sect faced calamity, it was indeed you who added insult to injury. The Tao of Creation Sect. Zhang Shu's tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of chill. Wu Kuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. With my strength, I would not dare to involve myself in that battle from years ago. Your words seem rather unfounded. My sect has no enmity with the Xinjiao sect. Your assertions are quite unjust, Wu Kuan continued. During that battle, every major faction in the southern region sought to distance themselves. The Tao of Creation Sect, in particular, opted for self-preservation. Who would dare approach? Unjust? Not in the slightest, Zhang Shu replied calmly. After that incident, the Xinjiao sect was left severely weakened. Although your sect did not directly engage, you harbored traitors from the Xinjiao sect, one of whom possessed a wealth of Xinjiao resources. If I am not mistaken, the Tao of Creation Sect's ultimate technique, the Yin-Yang Millstone, is but a revision of my sect's creation millstone, correct? There are countless similar instances, such as the Blood Pool Secret Realm of the Tianji sect and the 10,000 Pill Tower of the Yaochen sect, over 90% of whose formulas originated from the Xinjiao sect. The list is extensive. It's not just your Tao of Creation Sect. All 7 great sects share responsibility for the events of that time. Upon this declaration, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Countless individuals turned instinctively to Wu Kuan, only to find his eyes flickering with uncertainty, causing a jolt of realization among them. Those privy to certain truths whispered among themselves. No wonder the Tao of Creation Sect's power surged 3 years ago, catapulting it to the forefront of the southern region's 7 sects, with their sect master even entering the radiant sun realm. It all makes sense now. Many experienced a sudden epiphany. You speak nonsense. Initially, upon witnessing your exceptional demeanor, I had hoped to cultivate a friendship. However, I am dismayed that my sincerity has been met with such malicious slander. When this matter was publicly exposed, Wu Kuan's face fluctuated between pallor and crimson, clearly flustered. He adamantly refused to acknowledge the truth, for indeed, such revelations are far from honorable. Nevertheless, in the realm of power, the victors prevail. Strength remains paramount. As long as he emerges formidable, what does it matter if others are privy to any truths? Zhang Shu, unfazed by Wu Kuan's sentiments, continued unabated. Very well. Since all 7 major sects have gathered today, there is no need for me to pay a visit on another occasion. You may inform all 7 sects that I, Zhang Shu, am offering you an opportunity. Within a day's time, you must return everything previously taken from the Xinjiao sect, including the traitors. Should you fail to comply, I shall not hesitate to eradicate the so-called 7 major sects of the southern region from existence. Such audacious declarations instantly drew the attention of many. Even Feng Bo and Yi Yun, who had remained silent, were taken aback. Realizing the depth of the conflict between the Xinjiao sect and the 7 major sects of the southern region. Chapter 14. A a swift defeat of the Radiant Sun realm in truth. Zhang Shu's primary purpose for visiting Kangwu Mountain was to settle a lingering grudge while simultaneously showcasing the strength of his sect, announcing the triumphant return of the Xinjiao sect. Recruiting disciples was merely a secondary consideration. The catastrophic downfall of the Xinjiao sect had been orchestrated by a malevolent force far too formidable, entangled in complexities that Zhang Shu was currently ill-equipped to confront. The 7 major sects were but trifling pawns in this grand scheme. However, that did not preclude Zhang Shu from collecting a bit of interest along the way. Upon hearing this, before Wu Kuan could respond, the sky resonated with the emergence of several formidable presences. Among them, a blood-red figure exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent, its voice dripping with derision. What audacity! Does this pitiful, fallen Xinjiao sect truly believe that its meager remnants can stand on equal footing with us? Wu Kuan, my dear brother, you must reconsider your habit of being overly courteous. Look at you, speaking sweetly and humbly, yet they remain ungrateful, turning your kindness into a source of mockery. Ha! In the blink of an eye, a series of majestic auras erupted, and the powerful figures from the 7 major sects began to appear in succession. Whose child is this? So brazenly disrespectful? Have your elders not taught you the meaning of respect for your superiors? Sharp-tongued as you are, let me take it upon myself to properly educate you on behalf of your elders. Boom. A towering elder, his hair as white as snow and his eyes crackling with lightning, suddenly materialized, his temper as tempestuous as a storm. The moment he appeared, his hands swelled dramatically, transforming into colossal peaks of thunderclouds, reaching down toward Zhang Shu and his companions with ferocious intent. With his initial strike, the overwhelming aura he exuded sent ripples of fear through the hearts of all present. Perfected Purple Mansion, a powerhouse from the Thunderbolt sect. You shall not escape. Feng Bo swiftly stepped forward, his palms surging with potent energy that coalesced into a 100-foot vortex, tearing through the void as it shot skyward to collide with the descending hand of thunder, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Ah, Perfected Purple Mansion? Humph. So you possess some ability. No wonder you dare to be so insolent. Under normal circumstances, I might grant you some leeway. But since you have so audaciously besmirched the 7 major sects, I shall show you no mercy. With a thunderous roar, the elder's hand crackled with lightning. In the next moment, another figure joined the fray, summoning an inferno that painted half the sky in brilliant crimson, followed by a torrent of firestorms cascading like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 perfected Purple Mansion powerhouses struck in unison, and Feng Bo found himself at a disadvantage. After all, having just broken through, even facing 1 perfected Purple Mansion was a challenge, let alone 2, which greatly intensified the pressure on him. Feng Bo, I shall assist you. Just as Feng Bo felt himself faltering, he suddenly sensed a loosening in his body. The next moment, a spear of ice pierced through the void, appearing before him in an instant, shattering the mountain of thunder with a single, forceful thrust. The spear surged forth, unwavering, aimed directly at the towering elder. How could someone at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm possibly shatter my assault? This is impossible. The elder of the Heavenly Thunder sect widened his eyes. Incredulity etched on his face as the icy spear sliced through the void, striking him squarely in the chest. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and he plummeted from the ether with a thunderous crash. Yinner, have you broken through? Feng Bo turned to meet Yi Yun's gaze, overwhelmed with joy. What thrilled him even more, and left him in disbelief, was that this newly emerged Yi Yun had effortlessly vanquished a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. It was simply astonishing. Yi Yun herself was momentarily taken aback, but this surprise swiftly morphed into exhilaration. This is the 9-star celestial body. The enhancement to my strength is exponentially greater than that of the ice spirit body. Even though I am merely at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, I feel my power is not in the least inferior to that of an ordinary Purple Mansion completion, perhaps even superior. The 9-star celestial body. It is a physique that has only existed in the legends of the Tianxing continent. It is said that those who possess such a physique, as long as they do not perish, are destined to break through their limits and ascend to unimaginable realms. Yi Yun's heart raced. The vast amount of 9-pattern clear spirit pills she had previously consumed not only awakened her 9-star celestial body, but also propelled her cultivation to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. allowing her to directly break into the Purple Mansion realm. Even at just the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, against the completion of the Purple Mansion in this minor region of the Southern Domain, she could easily dominate. Swish! Wu Kuan's figure flickered as he attempted to rush in to assist. Something felt amiss. This girl harbors a great secret. She must be captured. Wu Kuan's heart burned with fervor. To easily injure someone at the completion of the Purple Mansion realm while merely at the first level, such power was truly terrifying. If I can subdue her, perhaps my cultivation will swiftly ascend as well. Just as Wu Kuan was about to disregard everything and seize Yi Yun, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was none other than Zhang Shu. Get out of my way, Wu Kuan roared, vowing to shred anyone who obstructed his path to power. Die for me. Zhang Shu allowed his hands to fall naturally, taking the brunt of Wu Kuan's punch to his chest. Boom. In that instant, a terrifying wave of Yuan Qi erupted, manifesting a colossal mushroom cloud in the void. Engulfing a 1,000-meter radius in the blink of an eye, mountains were devoured and crushed under its might. Numerous unprepared experts, caught in the maelstrom, were violently hurled away, colliding with various surfaces, their fates uncertain. Wu Kuan, however, gazed on with indifference, showing no concern whatsoever, a cruel smile curving his lips. He coldly mocked, "You overestimate yourself. Opposing me is tantamount to seeking death." Before Wu Kuan could finish his taunt, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock as he beheld the unchanged youth before him, with a force capable of delivering a devastating blow to the Radiant Sun realm. He unleashed it entirely upon his opponent, who, astonishingly, exhibited no sign of distress. What sort of jest is this? A sudden wave of panic surged through Wu Kuan's heart, prompting him to retreat without a moment's hesitation, turning to flee. You were given an opportunity, yet you proved ineffectual. Zhang Shu chuckled. Did he think he could escape at this juncture? It was too late. In that moment, Zhang Shu swung his right arm with great vigor, producing a sharp sonic boom, akin to a comet colliding fiercely with the unsuspecting Wu Kuan, an exchange of injuries. However, Zhang Shu was enveloped in the protective aura of the divine celestial robe, rendering him completely immune to the damage inflicted by his adversary. Though Zhang Shu's own prowess was merely at the first level of the Purple Mansion, the force he unleashed was far more terrifying than that of Yi Yun, who had awakened the 9-star celestial nether body. Boom! With a single punch, he created a vacuum over a radius of several hundred meters. The light itself dimmed in the aftermath. As for Wu Kuan, he barely had time to emit a scream before he vanished entirely from sight. His presence dissipated completely. One punch, and a being of the Radiant Sun realm was obliterated. Chapter 15. The Black Divine Guard in the Duke's Mansion. The scene where a single strike obliterated the Radiant Sun realm unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving the world in an abrupt silence. In that fleeting moment, even those engaged in battle, such as Yi Yun and Feng Bo, halted in their tracks. Although Yi Yun and Feng Bo were astonished, they had anticipated this turn of events, thus their shock was somewhat tempered. It was, after all, expected that Wu Kuan would seek trouble with the Sect Master, a foolhardy endeavor. However, the rest of the crowd was utterly unprepared for such a development, particularly those who had previously mocked the Divine Xia Sect, including the arrogant leader of the Blood Demon Sect, a robust man shrouded in blood energy. Now wore a vacant expression, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. At this moment, they dared not continue fighting, nor even move. The realization that even Wu Kuan had been annihilated in a single blow made it clear to them that the tides in the southern region were shifting dramatically. Spare us, esteemed elder. We surrender. The leader of the Blood Demon Sect, his complexion ashen, raised his hands in a gesture of capitulation, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. His sudden submission left those observing from a distance in a state of disbelief. Indeed, at this juncture, most individuals were still grappling with the rapidity of the events. The battle had erupted with astonishing speed and concluded even more swiftly. Nevertheless, all present understood that within this brief span, the entire situation in the southern region was poised for a monumental transformation. The Divine Xia Sect. The Divine Xia Sect has returned. The terror was palpable. A mere individual from this sect could contend with the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, or even eliminate those in the Radiant Sun realm with ease. What? The fabled foremost sect, the Divine Xia Sect, has returned. Hurry, what are we waiting for? Let us seek the chance to join the Divine Xia Sect. Questions abounded regarding the process of entering this illustrious sect. Was there an assessment? How rigorous would it be? Does anyone know the location of the Divine Xia sect? I do. 500 spirit stones for the information, no haggling. Speaking of which, do you think an old man like me, with a cultivation of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, could secure a position as an elder in the Divine Xia sect? For the majority, their concerns were less about the unfolding events and more focused on how to procure a disciple's slot within the Divine Xia sect and the means to gain entry. This was of paramount importance. The battle atop Kangwu Mountain did not disrupt the recruitment event. Rather, it intensified the enthusiasm to unprecedented heights. This was entirely due to the fact that one of the principal figures in this conflict was none other than the Divine Xia sect, an entity that loomed above the 7 major sections. As for Zhang Shu and his companions, after dealing with the 7 sects and securing their promise to return everything and hand over the traitors, Zhang Shu chose not to annihilate them entirely, sparing all but a few formidable opponents. With his current strength, he had long ceased to regard such a minor locale as the southern region with any seriousness. Had it not been for past grievances, he would not have bothered with the 7 major sects at all. Soon, the 3 returned to the Divine Xia sect, having no intention of lingering, for there was no longer any need to do so. After this incident, the reputation of the Shunxiao sect has been thoroughly established. It is believed that henceforth, they need only remain within the sect, awaiting the multitude of disciples who will come seeking to join, entirely free from the arduous task of recruiting. Even the 7 major sects cannot boast of such a privilege. Thus, Zhang Shu's leisurely stroll, akin to a postprandial saunter, has achieved its purpose with remarkable efficiency. Even Yi Yun and Feng Bo felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, as if the encounter had not entirely quenched their thirst for action. The formidable figures of the Southern Domain sects displayed an overwhelming timidity. At the very moment Wu Kuan perished, they were utterly paralyzed by fear, devoid of the courage or desire to continue the fight. Consequently, the 2 could only regretfully withdraw. Meanwhile, Old Six, are you certain this is the right direction? This desolate place is utterly forsaken. Would that ice spirit from the Yi family truly choose to hide in such a wretched locale? A figure clad in black surveyed the barren landscape with evident disdain. The Duke's orders baffle me, dispatching 2 of us, both at the Zifu realm, to capture a mere ant not even at the Zongyuan realm, and to bring along that treasure. That artifact is of immense significance, even to the Duke himself. It is incomprehensible to use it for such a trivial pursuit. However, it is merely a precaution. It is highly improbable that we will need that treasure. The Duke's meticulousness underscores his regard for the ice spirit, replied the companion, holding a compass-like device. A translucent red serpent writhed upon it, emanating a faint pulse of bloodline power, guiding them towards the ice spirit's whereabouts. Almost there. We shall soon arrive. The companion's spirit soared with anticipation, for at long last, they were closing in on their target. After days of searching, they were finally on the verge of success and could soon return to indulge in their luxuries. Before long, the 2 figures in black suddenly halted, spotting a silhouette not far from their position. Yi Yun. Ha, at last we have you. The sight of Yi Yun filled the black-clad figures with elation. Although they found it peculiar that she had not attempted to conceal herself, instead brazenly appearing in the wilderness, they dismissed their doubts. What's this? Yi Yun sensed the presence of the 2 black-clad figures and turned to face them, momentarily taken aback. Her expression shifted to one of icy resolve. Black-clad figures? Are they coming for me? Their aura and garb, are they from the Duke's Black Guard? The moment she recognized the 2 members of the Black Guard, her countenance fluctuated, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, growing ever colder. She had merely sought a secluded spot near the sect to test her own abilities, never anticipating an encounter with these relentless pursuers who had trailed her from the imperial city to this desolate place. Yet, the times have changed. Were I still the person I once was, encountering these black guards would have surely sent me fleeing for my life. However, in the present moment, the mere presence of 2 individuals from the Purple Realm provides an excellent opportunity to test my newly developed 9-star heavenly shadow body. Yi Yun gazed at the approaching black guards with unwavering composure, even feeling a hint of eagerness. Once fearful of the black guards, she now stood unafraid. In the blink of an eye, the 2 black guards had closed in on Yi Yun with astonishing speed. Yi Yun. Surrender willingly and accompany us to meet Lord Guogong. Follow us obediently. and you may spare yourself some suffering. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Chapter 16. The Breath of Nirvana. The two figures clad in black possessed formidable prowess, each having reached the Purple Mansion realm. In the southern region, they would undoubtedly be considered powerful figures, perhaps even leaders of sections. With a thunderous roar, both individuals struck simultaneously, unleashing a dazzling burst of violet light. A torrent of resplendent purple energy coalesced around them, emanating an overwhelming pressure that rippled through the air, illuminating the heavens and the earth. To capture me, the Duke of State has dispatched two formidable Purple Mansion experts. His commitment is indeed remarkable. Yet this time, I fear you have miscalculated your odds. A cold glint flickered in Yi Yun's beautiful eyes. Previously, even against two Purple Mansion cultivators, she would have fled as far as possible. However, now, one of you is merely at the third level of the Purple Mansion, while the other barely reaches the first level. Slaying you should surely elicit some pain for those insufferable fools, wouldn't it? Though the impact may not be significant, consider it a modest interest collected. Die. With her voice echoing, a far more terrifying aura erupted from within Yi Yun, akin to a volcano in full eruption. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Ethereal starlight suddenly manifested around her, transforming into 9 mysterious and ancient celestial bodies that spiraled protectively around her, while an indescribable pressure akin to mountains and abysses fell upon her foes. Boom! The two black-clad figures, caught completely off guard, felt as if struck by lightning. Their bodies, suspended in the air, trembled violently as if they were birds with broken wings, plummeting to the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. What is this? One of the black-clad men was engulfed in a daze of shock and profound fear. What is this force? How could we possibly be defeated by a mere girl in her 20s? The pinnacle of the body refinement realm? Is this truly what the Duke of State referred to as the pinnacle of body refinement? Mere ants beneath the condensation realm? Duke, I loathe it. I loathe it. They had been ensnared. In just a brief encounter, without any significant effort from her, they had lost all combat capability. Such terrifying strength could not possibly belong to one at the pinnacle of body refinement. Perhaps it is akin to the perfection of the Purple Mansion realm? At this moment, Yi Yun stood with a vast tapestry of stars unfurling behind her. She was completely enveloped in an overwhelming, primordial force that exuded a supreme weightiness, a dominance that radiated an aura of dread akin to that of Hades, instilling in her adversaries an utter reluctance to resist. Do you have any final words? If not, you may proceed on your journey with peace. In your next life, remember to open your eyes and never serve as pawns for the Duke's house again. As Yi Yun spoke, she prepared to eliminate the two. However, at that moment, one of the black-clad men interjected, "Don't be too complacent. I admit I underestimated you. But if you wish to kill us, you are not yet capable." Suddenly, the figure clad in black crushed something in his grasp. A resonant hum echoed as flames erupted from all directions, filling the sky with a myriad of fiery serpents that twisted and coiled, rapidly obscuring the heavens. The immense spectacle instantly captured the attention of countless individuals within a radius of several thousand miles. What could this be? Good heavens! Such a terrifying phenomenon. Could it be the emergence of a rare treasure? Hiss, it seems unlikely. It appears that some formidable entity is at work. This scene feels eerily familiar, reminiscent of a more dreadful event from years past. At this moment, powerful figures from various regions engaged in fervent discussion, their eyes alight with shock, curiosity, and a flicker of excitement. Could it be that a true treasure has indeed manifested? In the serene courtyard of the Divine Sky Sect, Zhang Shu sat engrossed in his studies. Presently, his cultivation progress relied almost entirely on the system, with his personal training efficiency alarmingly low. To pass the time, he often found solace in reading. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up, only to behold the distant sky awash in crimson. This aura is even more formidable than that of the Radiant Sun realm? A Nirvana-level expert? No, that doesn't seem right. It appears to be merely a projection of power, or perhaps a doppelganger. A flurry of questions raced through Zhang Shu's mind. This aura is distinctly stronger than that of Wu Kuan from that fateful day. Although the latter had only just crossed into the Radiant Sun realm, the disparity is substantial. How curious that such a powerful being would appear here, Zhang Shu pondered. Activating his inside eye, he discerned that the source of this aura was not far from the Divine Sky Sect. With his current strength, Observing the scene with full effort posed little challenge. A Nirvana-level presence. Yet, he felt no panic or fear. After all, even in the face of a saint's descent, he possessed means of counterbalance. Of course, there was not a single saint within the entire celestial star kingdom, rendering such thoughts impractical. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to test the might of the saint realm. A whirlwind of thoughts flashed through his mind, and as he discerned the unfolding events, his expression shifted slightly. He tapped lightly on the table, and a series of indistinct figures materialized. "Rescue them," Zhang Shu succinctly commanded, and the 12 golden men vanished without a trace. In less than a breath, they had directly arrived at the scene. Seeing the 12 golden men depart, Zhang Shu finally relaxed somewhat, though his gaze remained sharp. With a cold snort, he muttered to himself, "The Duke's residence. These ruffians remain as domineering as ever, brazenly abducting people in broad daylight. They specifically came to my territory to bully the disciples within. These ruffians have grown increasingly audacious over the past few years. It seems that since the great battle 3 years ago, more and more factions within the Tianqing kingdom have begun to disregard the Xinqiao sect." As if struck by a sudden realization, Zhang Shu's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Boom. Yi Yun felt the pressure descending from above and swiftly kicked aside the 2 black-clad men beneath her feet. Ever since being pursued by the old demon Ji, she developed a particular aversion to such arrogant individuals. Without a second thought, she decided to take them down first. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds echoed as figures radiating golden light materialized out of thin air. What is this? The aura of Nirvana. At that moment, the 12 golden figures simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the sky, completely disregarding the 2 black-clad men who were barely clinging to life nearby. Elder 11. Yi Yun's eyes spotted the golden figure among the crowd, and she exhaled in relief, expressing her joy. She had initially thought it was merely 2 blackguards and assumed the Duke's residence had made a significant move. Little did she expect such an unexpected turn of events. The sudden emergence of this terrifying phenomenon startled her. "It's you." Only then did 11 notice Yi Yun, surveying the surroundings to comprehend the unfolding situation. He chuckled, saying, "It seems your luck isn't particularly favorable, encountering such incidents repeatedly. Fortunately, this time it's near the sect, otherwise it would have been troublesome." Chapter 17. The Avatar of the Nirvana Champion. The excited 12 golden men. Boom. The vast expanse of the sky was illuminated by a colossal blaze of flames, its dazzling radiance reflecting upon the world. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if a second sun had emerged in the heavens, as the terrifying, boundless flames of primal energy swept across the land, threatening to scorch everything within a myriad of miles into desolation. Yet, curiously, these flames were not merely infused with a ferocious, destructive force. They also harbored a peculiar vitality. This essence exuded an indescribable vigor, reminiscent of embers in the deep sea, akin to the rebirth of a phoenix. Nirvana realm. Nirvana realm. The gravity of the term escaped the lips of the solemn 11. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as she abruptly turned to the 2 nearly lifeless figures cloaked in black nearby. She could hardly fathom that the Duke's residence would expend such immense resources to capture her. In that instant, she felt torn between indignation and a strange sense of honor. The Nirvana realm. Such a formidable presence could truly govern a nation and ensure its prosperity for centuries. The realization that such potent power was being directed towards someone as insignificant as herself filled Yi Yun with astonishment, accompanied by a profound chill. Suddenly, the flames in the sky contracted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, an imposing figure emerged, turning its back to the crowd, exuding an air of unfathomable mystery. A palpable oppressive force descended, causing all beings within 1,000 miles who were beneath the Purple Mansion realm to feel a suffocating pressure. Their very essence seemed to dwindle, leaving them with barely a fraction of their strength. This unexpected turn of events left countless faces pale with shock. Moments later, a voice laden with the weight of time resonated through the air. "I did not expect that a mere ice spirit could achieve such heights. You should take pride in this." The emergence of the Nirvana aura instantly sent shockwaves through numerous sects, particularly those situated nearby who could barely glimpse the towering silhouette in the void. The leaders of various factions felt their hearts seize, their expressions filled with terror. Heavens! What realm of strength is this? At such a distance, Merely releasing a hint of pressure invokes a sense of impending doom. Surely, even a Radiant Sun realm expert could not achieve such a feat? Terrifying. Frightening. In that moment, shock enveloped the ranks of the sections. Some powerful individuals seemed to grasp a revelation, their voices tinged with uncertainty. That direction. Could it be where the once mighty Xinxiao sect stood? Could this powerhouse be from the Xinxiao sect? A sharp intake of breath followed. If so, the Xinxiao sect is indeed unfathomably formidable. With such depth, how many forces within the southern domain, let alone the entire Tianqing kingdom, could rival them? Fearsome. The being above, merely standing there, instilled a sensation of suffocation. Just gazing upon this figure rendered one utterly powerless, devoid of any courage to resist. This indicates that the disparity between him and his opponent is exceedingly vast, to an absurd degree. Yet, one must acknowledge that he is already a formidable force within the Purple Mansion realm, even when confronting someone from the Radiant Sun realm. Although it may instill a sense of helplessness, he would never find himself in a situation where he is utterly incapable of resistance. No, that cannot be a member of the Celestial Sect. If my conjecture holds true, it might well be the very enemies that once obliterated the Celestial Sect. There are others harboring different speculations. It must be said that the sudden appearance of the Celestial Sect members at Kangwu Mountain, showcasing their terrifying prowess, has instilled a profound unease even among the 7 major sections. If not for unforeseen circumstances, these 7 sects are the sovereigns of the southern region. They are the local emperors. No one wishes for an unexpected overlord to emerge above them. The Celestial Sect is in dire straits. Some powerful individuals are filled with excitement. Among those observing from a distance, such as the Blood Demon Sect and the Creation Sect, although they are struck with astonishment, they cannot help but revel in a sense of schadenfreude. Previously, the Celestial Sect had been in the limelight, compelling the 7 major sects to yield substantial resources and treasures, as well as to surrender former traitors of the Celestial Sect. It cannot be denied that this has dealt a severe blow to the 7 major sections. Should they comply, it would undoubtedly cause significant harm to their foundations. However, the sudden emergence of this formidable being, possibly here to trouble the Celestial Sect, has caused many powerful figures from the 7 sects to brighten with hope. If the Celestial Sect were to fall, their burdens would be alleviated. Some even could not suppress their laughter, such as the leader of the Blood Demon Sect. Ha ha ha. Splendid. These fools. Even if they are indeed from the Celestial Sect, what of it? They have barely survived a cataclysmic disaster. And instead of conserving their strength and discreetly recovering to bolster their sect, they choose to flaunt themselves. How delightful. Although their previous foundation has allowed them to inflict losses upon the 7 major sects, it has also drawn the attention of adversaries, and such a terrifyingly powerful foe. TSK, this pressure, this aura, it must be a legendary Nirvana realm expert, right? The Celestial Sect is doomed. A profound sense of trepidation and reverence surged within the leader of the Blood Demon Sect. Nirvana realm. That is the pinnacle of the Tianqing kingdom, supreme and unparalleled. Although the 7 major sects of the southern region may seem to bask in glory, to a Nirvana realm expert, they are but slightly larger ants. With a mere wave of a hand, the 7 major sects could be reduced to ashes in an instant. There is utterly no comparison between the two. The gap is overwhelmingly vast. Ants, I offer you a chance. Surrender the ice spirit body. The towering avatar of the Nirvana realm was abruptly interrupted before it could finish its sentence. Suddenly, 12 figures emanating a fierce golden light appeared, proclaiming, "Brothers, we have encountered a formidable foe. Form a formation. After such a long time, we have finally met someone of considerable strength. After such an extended period, the absence of any intruder had become unbearable, igniting a restless urge to act." In an instant, under the astonished gazes of Yi Yun and the Nirvana clone, the 12 golden figures produced an array of weapons. Harpoons, fishing nets, great blades, long spears, even the femurs of unknown creatures. A veritable cornucopia of armaments was at their disposal. To add to the absurdity, one of them inexplicably retrieved an enormous sack inscribed with the word urea and, with a swift motion, appeared beside the Nirvana clone, excitedly throwing the sack over its head while exclaiming with fervor, "Brothers, I have captured him. Hurry, join in. They are coming. Let us unleash our fury. Slay, annihilate." Chapter 18. Friends from afar must first endure hardships. A towering figure, several meters tall, wielded a massive thigh bone of some unknown creature, bellowing with fervor as he struck relentlessly at the Nirvana avatar. The sound echoed like thunder through the void, reverberating with each blow. The Nirvana avatar let out a harrowing scream, its head entirely ensconced in a tattered sack. Surprisingly, despite its worn appearance, the sack emanated a mysterious golden glow, resisting all attempts of the avatar to break free, even as it exerted its utmost strength. A throng of formidable warriors swung their weapons without restraint, delivering devastating strikes that resonated powerfully. Those who were merely at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm unleashed an aura rivaling that of Nirvana itself. This scene left Yiyun utterly astonished, particularly as she observed the frenzied 11, wielding a colossal axe wider than her own body. The once enigmatic and gentle older sister now bore a ferocious, exhilarated expression as she relentlessly battered the beleaguered Nirvana avatar, appearing almost deranged. Overwhelmed by the chaotic spectacle, Yiyun instinctively took several steps back, her throat constricted in trepidation. She was not alone in her shock. Even Zhang Shu, who had been secretly observing the battle with his insightful eye, was taken aback by the unfolding chaos. His expression was one of sheer astonishment, mouth agape. Goodness, are these 12 golden men truly this savage? Where did that urinal sack come from? Does such a thing even exist in this world? Zhang Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't believe you, 11, are capable of such brutality, using a thigh bone as your weapon. And that monkey's theft of peaches is utterly excessive. Who would have imagined that beneath those thick brows and big eyes, such actions could be taken? Zhang Shu felt as though a new realm of understanding had been revealed to him. What is combat if not an art form? The quality of that sack was astounding. It could withstand even the might of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. As he gazed at the sack firmly affixed to the Nirvana avatar's head, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. What an extraordinary item. Although the adversary was merely an avatar, not the true entity, the fact that it could not escape even with such formidable strength was astonishing. Zhang Shu was filled with surprise and delight, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the prowess of the 12 golden men. The 12 golden men presented a diverse array of forms. Among them, the burly man wielding the large bone was notably bald, adorned with a string of enormous prayer beads draped across his chest. His muscular physique generated a fierce wind as he swung the bone, delivering thunderous strikes to the Nirvana avatar's forehead while laughing uproariously. Have you attained enlightenment, my friend? Do not. Oh no, in this moment, the Nirvana avatar found itself utterly speechless, engulfed in a profound confusion. It had merely spoken a few words, and before it could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped its vision, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. It was all rather abrupt. Moreover, that infernal sack, crafted from an unknown material, proved unexpectedly resilient. Even for it, escape or destruction within such a short span was unattainable. What? Still not enlightened? Bang, 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 bang. Are you enlightened yet? Are you enlightened? Are you enlightened? The head of the Nirvana powerhouse reverberated with each strike, shockwaves visibly rippling through the void. The burly bald man wore a displeased expression, wielding a massive bone club with fervor, causing the air to tremble and the ground to shatter. Hiss! Merely witnessing this scene from a distance, Yiyun felt her head begin to spin. She mused, as expected of a Nirvana powerhouse, that skull truly was ironclad. Withstanding such a relentless assault seemed hardly consequential. Enough! Everyone halt! Suddenly, a dignified middle-aged man emerged, commanding all to cease their actions, his gaze sternly fixed upon the figure ensnared in a fishing net. A sack upon its head, a harpoon lodged in its chest, 3 short knives embedded, and 12 scissors protruding from either side of its rear. With various weapons and concealed arms affixed throughout its form, the Nirvana avatar. I ask you, who sent you? The middle-aged man inquired gravely. The Nirvana avatar? Whimper. Not speaking. The man's brow furrowed, his voice deepening, seemingly surprised by the avatar's tenacity and silence. Very well, you possess spirit. Continue the beating. With that, he unleashed another punch. The onlookers erupted in ecstatic cheers, surging forward once more. Nirvana avatar. Ah. Whimper. Humph. Since you refuse to speak, endure the punishment. The man's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a barrage upon the Nirvana avatar. Critical damage reached its peak. Observing the fervent crowd, one of the 12 golden figures. A petite woman stood quietly in the void. Unnoticed by all, an awkward expression blossomed on her face as she discreetly stowed away her scissors, along with a severed tongue. Yi Yun silently retreated once more, slightly tilting her head. It was too brutal to behold. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions was relentless. As 11 wielded a colossal axe, his visage twisted with a hint of savagery, hacking furiously. Meanwhile, the towering bald man gritted his teeth. Swinging his massive bone club with fervor, the sounds of impact incessantly ringing, all the while uttering a stream of frenzied words. The entire scene was a raucous spectacle. Time slipped away unnoticed until, with a thunderous crash, the Nirvana avatar was utterly obliterated. The 12 golden figures gazed into the empty void, perplexed, as they rubbed their fists, pondering the abrupt conclusion. Is that all there was? Upon witnessing the scene, 11 immediately furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. The robust, bald man also bore a face of regret, discarding the sizable bone and placing his hands together in reverence, sighing, "Congratulations, benefactor, for finally comprehending the Buddha's path and attaining rebirth in the Pure Land. Alas, it seems that in my lifetime, I shall find it difficult to meet you again." Such a lamentable fate, indeed. The remaining golden figures echoed this sentiment, their expressions laden with sorrow as they gazed upon the dissipating Nirvana avatar, as though bidding farewell to a dearly departed friend. "Farewell, dear companion." The petite woman, with a countenance marked by sadness, quietly tucked away a fragment of the tongue, wishing to keep it as a memento. Unfortunately, before she could secure it, it completely transformed into radiant light and vanished. The little woman was left disheartened. Gone. That was a testament to our friendship. Having enjoyed such delightful moments, who knows when I shall encounter another kindred spirit like this again? Truly, it is a poignant loss. Yi Yun. Zhang Shu. What manner of individuals are these? Chapter 19. The Duke of the State. The monk inquired whether you have attained enlightenment. What peculiarities are these? Zhang Shu felt a tingle at the back of his head, inexplicably sensing that something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate it. He had an inkling that the 12 golden figures were increasingly diverging from his initial imaginings, becoming somewhat excessively lively. Zhang Shu shook his head. Regardless, since the issue had been resolved, there was no need for excessive worry. He redirected his thoughts to another matter. The avatars of the Nirvana realm powerhouses originating from the Duke's residence. It appeared that, over the years, the strength of the various factions within the Tianxing kingdom had undergone significant transformation. Zhang Shu's expression remained inscrutable, yet his mind was in a whirlwind of contemplation. The calamity that befell the Xinshao sect had always been a thorn in his heart. The sect was destroyed, and his kin were missing, their fates unknown. This vendetta must be avenged. Zhang Shu recalled that, although the dukes of the Tianxing kingdom had been formidable, their might had reached only the Radiant Sun realm. And even among those, they were not considered particularly powerful. Yet, in just a few short years, such seismic shifts had occurred. This was highly suspect. For those of greater power, a few years were but a fleeting moment. Substantial changes in strength were hard to come by unless some monumental opportunity had been seized. Zhang Shu suspected that these individuals might be linked to the downfall of the Xinshao sect, possibly connected to the unseen hand behind it all, perhaps having engaged in clandestine dealings to gain rewards that led to their newfound strength. Otherwise, certain phenomena were difficult to rationalize. After all, attaining the Nirvana realm was no trivial feat. He refrained from jumping to conclusions, but if the opportunity arose, it might be prudent to investigate the entirety of the Tianxing kingdom, to discern whether it was solely the Duke's family that had experienced a surge in power, or if it was a widespread occurrence. Zhang Shu lightly tapped the table, enveloped in silence. Coincidentally, Yi Yun's family seemed to reside within the imperial city. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to glean some valuable information. As for Zhang Shu himself, while he appeared formidable, his actual strength barely reached the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. In the southern region, he could be considered a strong contender, yet he felt somewhat inadequate for certain endeavors. He must hasten to enhance his power, expand his sect, and ideally recruit some extraordinary talents. The further he progressed, the more terrifying the consumption of sect points required for cultivation would become. Early planning was essential. Meanwhile, at the very moment the Nirvana avatars disbanded, in a realm far removed, in the Tianxing imperial city, within a magnificent and imposing estate, in a secret chamber, a tall man suddenly opened his eyes, expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. He seemed momentarily dazed, before his face gradually flushed crimson as memories surged forth, igniting a furious wrath within him. Enraged roars. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. How dare those despicable wretches humiliate this king in such a manner? Damn it, indeed damn it. Do not let me catch you, otherwise I shall ensure that you find no means of survival nor escape from death. The towering man roared repeatedly, a tempest of energy surging forth, causing the vast chamber to tremble violently. The boundless energy collided with the sturdy walls, erupting into a magnificent display of fireworks, yet failing to inflict any damage upon the walls. This chamber appeared to possess an extraordinary quality. After venting his rage for a moment, the man's gaze turned cold, gradually regaining his composure as he fell into deep contemplation. To his astonishment, in this remote and desolate southern region, there existed individuals capable of destroying a fragment of his essence. The destruction of his fragment had caused considerable detriment, and the coveted ice spirit body remained unattainable. This was indeed a significant loss. How infuriating! And the Yi family, a mere Yi family, dared to show such disrespect to me. To desire their ice spirit body was a stroke of fortune for them. Had they acceded to my requests, prosperity would have been theirs. Yet they, a bunch of fools, failed to recognize their own fortune. The Duke of the State muttered to himself, his eyes growing increasingly frigid, instilling a sense of dread. The ice spirit body must be acquired. This matter pertains to my grand scheme, and must not be allowed to falter. However, with my fragment destroyed, it seems implausible to create a new one in the near future. Those two imbeciles pursuing the ice spirit body have now lost even my fragment. It appears that the girl from the Yi family is quite fortunate, likely under the protection of a formidable ally. The Duke of the State felt a surge of agitation, not due to anything else, but because, as time elapsed, the images relayed from his fragment became more frequent, albeit fragmented, inducing a profound discomfort within him. Particularly certain images appeared utterly absurd. Coupled with his growing agitation, he inexplicably felt a wave of dizziness and a persistent buzzing in his head. This is abnormal. Even more unsettling was the sensation of hallucination creeping upon him. A dull ache throbbed in his mind, accompanied by a sinister voice echoing from the depths of his consciousness, incessantly questioning him. Enlightenment or not? Enlightenment or not? I ask you, are you enlightened or not? Suddenly, the Duke of the State bowed his head sharply, his head throbbing as if it would split apart. This cursed sensation had returned. It was precisely this feeling. Moreover, it was not merely this, for he felt an ache throughout his entire being, particularly in a certain region of his lower body, which was excruciatingly painful, reminiscent of being hewn and carved. Scoundrels! A pack of scoundrels! Get away! All of you, get away from me! The Duke of the State cursed vehemently, yet this sensation refused to recede. Instead, it intensified as time progressed. After what felt like an eternity, this dreadful feeling slowly began to dissipate, leaving the Duke of the State drenched in sweat, as if awakening from a terrifying nightmare. You shall wait for me. Do not let me encounter you, or I shall ensure that you pay dearly. The Duke of the State vowed silently. I shall not rest until I exact my revenge. Simultaneously, a fierce determination ignited within him. If capturing individuals proved futile, then a different approach would be necessary. He would target the Yi family. Initially, he believed that dealing with the ice spirit body would be significantly simpler than confronting the Yi family, yet it now appeared that sacrifices would have to be made. The Duke of Dingwa's gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent. Within the imperial city, despite his esteemed title, confronting a prominent clan like the Yi family was no trivial endeavor. If it were merely the Yi family, he would harbor no fear. However, he was apprehensive about provoking undesirable repercussions, inciting vigilance among other clans akin to the Yi family, which could lead to a united front against him. In such a scenario, even as a being of Nirvana realm strength, he would find himself in considerable trouble. Perhaps, this time he would require the assistance of the Holy Envoy. If this matter were handled well, he would have no cause for concern about advancing further. The thought of the Holy Envoy brought a flicker of trepidation to the Duke of Dingwa's eyes, yet it quickly transformed into fervor. 3 years prior, had it not been for the sudden arrival of the Holy Envoy that day, illuminating a clear path, he would not have achieved his current standing. Chapter 20. The old man and the divine golden order in a dilapidated village. The sound of weeping echoed through the humble abodes. Grandfather, grandfather, please awaken. Do not frighten your grandson. A youth, clad in simple attire, gazed tearfully at the frail figure on the bed. The elderly man's pallor was ghostly, and his trembling eyes lacked any glimmer of life, enveloped entirely by the aura of death. Chi-er, the old man weakly called out. Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, Fu Chi trembled, hastily wiping his tears, a flicker of joy illuminating his countenance. Grandfather, you have awakened. This is truly wonderful. In the next moment, the bedridden elder astonishingly sat up, his previously dim gaze regaining a hint of vitality. However, before Fu Chi could fully bask in this joy, the old man gazed affectionately at his grandson and softly uttered a cruel truth. Chi-er, grandfather is nearing his end. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? Fu Chi's heart quaked, and his nose tinged with sorrow. A foreboding thought surfaced, one he was reluctant to accept. The fleeting joy he had felt dissipated once more, replaced by an unsettling premonition. At this moment, all his kin had departed, leaving only his grandfather. The mere thought of losing him was unbearable. An icy dread gripped his heart. Yet, reality often reveals itself to be unmerciful. The very events one wishes to avoid are the ones that manifest. Chi-er. The old man shook his head and continued, I am acutely aware of my condition. I feel my time is short. The path ahead is one you must traverse alone. It is my inadequacy that I cannot assist you further. Tears streamed down the elder's face as he recalled his own helplessness in saving Fu Chi's parents, merely forced to witness their tragic demise at the hands of the scoundrels of Qingshan Lake. Now, even your sister cannot be saved. I can only watch her march towards destruction. The Gu family, a tyrant of the region, is a force we cannot contend with. Your sister, in her selflessness, offered herself to them to save you. This was her only recourse. Coughing violently, the old man's chest heaved with emotion. Father, mother. Sister Fu Chi's eyes brimmed with tears, his fists clenched tightly in impotent rage. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming weight upon him. The Gu family was a formidable power within 100 miles, dominating the area. Not only did they possess formidable cultivators, but they were also rumored to be intricately tied to Qingshan Lake, instilling fear in all who dared to cross them. Indeed, unless one invoked the ire of the rarest divinities, such as the Tianqing royal family, the Gu family could reign supreme throughout the Tianqing kingdom. Even the 7 great sects were compelled to show them respect. Why? Why must it be this way? Oh heavens, why is there such injustice? Fu Chi was on the brink of despair. After all, he was merely a boy of 15 or 16. Now, having suffered a succession of blows, he could not suppress his indignation and cried out in fury. How can the Gu family act with such impunity? How can they slaughter at Qingshan Lake without consequence? Why? Why does no one intervene in this chaos? Where is the royal family? This is the kingdom of Tianqing. Can they truly stand by and watch everything unfold? Utterly indifferent to the plight of the common people? What significance does such a kingdom even hold? Upon hearing these words, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he admonished sharply, silence. The royal family is not something you may discuss. Grandfather. Fu Chi felt a deep resentment. Yet upon witnessing the elder's stern demeanor, he could only lower his head in submission. The room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. After a while, the elder's fierce expression gradually softened, replaced by a palpable sense of despondency and sorrow. Cheer. Remember this. In this world, true power is paramount. Without strength, one is rendered insignificant. The Gu family is a lineage of celestial beings, with countless formidable individuals, including those capable of soaring through the skies or vanishing into the earth. To extinguish the lives of mortals like us is a mere breath for them. If you were to possess strength surpassing that of the Gu family, none of this would have transpired. They would not only refrain from their arrogance, but would also strive to curry your favor, surrounding you with cordiality. Such is the nature of this world. To be born into such a reality is a lamentable fate for mortals. As the elder concluded, his gaze grew increasingly muddled, as if lost in recollections. His spirit visibly diminished. Power. Fu Chi remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without his notice. In that moment, he yearned desperately for strength, longing to become powerful. With strength, he could rescue his sister. With strength, his parents would not have perished. and his grandfather would not be grievously injured. With this thought, Fu Qi was overcome with despair and muttered, "But grandfather, I lack the aptitude for cultivation. Those celestial sects would never accept me." He had indeed attempted to train, only to be disheartened by the revelation of his utter lack of talent. His fate was sealed. He was destined to remain immortal. Furthermore, even if he possessed the qualifications, which sect would dare accept him in light of the Gu family's influence? Fu Qi managed a bitter smile. The Gu family's power was overwhelming. A single word from them could render the 7 major sects unwilling to offend the Gu family for the sake of one insignificant individual. This exemplifies the tragedy of weakness. The Gu family, positioned at the pinnacle, need not lift a finger. A mere utterance from them could cast him into eternal despair. Yet, at that moment, the elder suddenly trembled as he produced an object, a golden. The golden was as large as a palm, one side intricately etched with a landscape of mountains and flowing clouds. Exquisite beyond compare. On the other side, 2 grand characters were engraved, Divine Sky. The moment Fu Qi laid eyes upon these characters, an inexplicable weight bore down upon him. The Divine Sky Sect, once the foremost sect of the Tianqing Kingdom. The old man caressed the golden token, as if conversing with his grandson, yet it also felt like a soliloquy. This is the Divine Sky Golden Token. Only those who have rendered significant aid to the Divine Sky Sect shall be bestowed this token. This token is a relic of my fortunate past. With it, one can exchange for a favor from the Divine Sky Sect. This favor may grant you the opportunity to become a disciple of the sect. The final statement was directed towards Fu Qi. Before Fu Qi could process the gravity of the moment, the old man's voice continued, laced with a hint of bitterness. However, the Divine Sky Sect has long since perished years ago. This golden token now holds little value, serving only as a memento. Cheer, your grandfather is powerless. This is the last gift I can offer you. Upon finishing, the old man's body stiffened, his gaze entirely devoid of light, and his hand slowly fell. Breath ceased. Grandfather. No. Fu Qi felt as though the entire world was collapsing around him. Chapter 21. The Gu Family and the 7 Great Sects' Grandfather. Fu Qi gazed at the lifeless elder, and in an instant, the world around him seemed to lose all its color. Thud. Fu Qi abruptly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. After an indeterminate amount of time, he rose unsteadily, his eyes fixed on the gradually cooling figure on the bed, radiating a resolute determination. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will find a way to rescue my sister. The Gu family. I swear in my lifetime. I will stop at nothing to ensure that the Gu family pays the price. Fu Qi's eyes glowed with intensity. After taking some time to arrange the elder's final affairs, he clutched the golden token in his hand, as if grasping onto the last vestiges of hope. Shunshao Sect. Initially, upon hearing his grandfather's account of the Shunshao Sect's demise, Fu Qi had lost all hope. Yet, he yearned to gamble on a final chance. Until the last moment, he refused to relinquish any hope. Kangwu Mountain. Although the time for the disciple recruitment conference had passed, the summit remained crowded with individuals from the 7 great sections. However, the once formidable 7 sects now exuded an air of silence and desolation. After an unknown duration, the leader of the Blood Demon sect finally spoke, his voice laden with gravity. Everyone, I trust you have received the news. The Shunshao sect is terrifying. The others fell into a heavy silence. Yet, the astute leader of the Blood Demon sect could discern the subtle tremors coursing through everyone present. Fear, an overwhelming sense of dread. In truth, the leader of the Blood Demon sect was even more terrified. He had witnessed the harrowing battle firsthand, the monstrous figure, the oppressive force surpassing the Zifu realm, the terrifying surge of primordial energy, and ultimately, the terrifying specter that vanished without a trace. All of this had inflicted a profound impact upon the leader of the Blood Demon sect. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. A woman, appearing to be around 30, radiated an ineffable maturity and allure, her voice captivating. The leader of the Linglong Immortal sect spoke up, infused with skepticism. Blood Demon. Did you truly witness the Shunshao sect annihilate a formidable entity? The Shunshao sect has long fallen from grace. How could it possibly possess such depth and strength? Indeed, Blood Demon, you are not trying to deceive us, are you? According to your account, the individual who struck against the Shunshao sect must be a formidable presence at the late phase of the Yaoyang realm. Such a powerhouse is renowned throughout the Tianqing kingdom. Could they truly have been vanquished by the Xinxiao sect? If the Xinxiao sect were still at its peak, I would not question your words. But now, Blood Demon, I suspect you may have colluded with the Xinxiao sect to lead us astray. The others chimed in, echoing their doubts. They suspected the Blood Demon had betrayed them. Indeed, during the disciple recruitment conference, the strength displayed by the Xinxiao sect was formidable, even capable of slaying Yaoyang realm experts, which left the other sects in trepidation. On the surface, they agreed to concede. Yet this does not imply that the 7 great sects are truly intimidated. To dominate the southern domain of the kingdom, each sect possesses a certain depth of heritage, particularly within the realm of the Radiant Sun. Their sects are not devoid of such prowess. However, the words of the Blood Demon have instilled a renewed sense of caution among them. Think as you will, our sect has no need to resort to deceit. Many powerful figures witnessed that battle firsthand. I assure you, there is no one in the southern domain who can match that level of pressure. Such an existence is, at the very least, a formidable force within the Radiant Sun. I am not alone in this belief. Surely, some among you felt the weight of that confrontation. Did you not? Whether it was real or an illusion, I trust you are not entirely oblivious. The Blood Demon's sect master let out a cold snort. His own agitation evident, for the appetite of the Divine Sky sect was insatiable. Should they truly concede, as the Divine Sky sect suggested, it would leave the 7 great sects grievously weakened, a fate he wished to avoid. Yet, the terrifying scene of that day had indeed shaken him. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the gathering. They understood that the Blood Demon had no reason to deceive them regarding such matters. A mere investigation would reveal countless inconsistencies. Were they truly expected to relinquish their sect's foundations? Were they genuinely willing to comply? In the past, they had been suppressed by the Divine Sky sect. Now that they finally had a chance to rise, would they rather repeat their mistakes? Dissent brewed among the ranks, but helplessness loomed larger. The might of the Divine Sky sect was undeniably formidable. No one spoke, until a light chuckle broke the tension. It was indeed lamentable that the illustrious 7 great sects found themselves subjugated by a mere fallen Divine Sky sect. At that moment, a strikingly handsome youth burst forth with laughter, soaring into the air. He was accompanied by 2 elderly figures clad in long robes, one black and one white. The youth wore a mocking grin, gazing at the assembly of powerful figures from the 7 great sects as if they were a troop of jesters, his eyes betraying clear disdain and arrogance. The sudden appearance of this youth astounded all present. Impudent, bold, who dares to be so audacious in this place? Seize him, roared the enraged warriors of the 7 great sects. Upon hearing this, the youth furrowed his brow. I shall see who dares to disrespect me. An elder in black robes stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that swept through the air. The powerful figures of the 7 great sects gasped, feeling as though they were in a hellish realm. It was a force of the Radiant Sun, not just any Radiant Sun, but a true powerhouse within that realm. As the oppressive might enveloped them, blood trickled from the lips of the 7 great sect warriors, their expressions filled with horror. Enough, Elder Yi. Listen closely, you lot. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, it would be wise to behave yourselves. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Ming, a core disciple of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, under the tutelage of Elder Xianming, a formidable being of the Nirvana realm. As the young Gu Ming spoke, a palpable tremor coursed through the ranks of the 7 great sections. The Heavenly Pool's sacred land, a Nirvana expert, the Gu family. In an instant, a flurry of significant names flooded their minds. The Gu family had allied with the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Realizing the gravity of the situation, one individual immediately bowed in deference, his tone dripping with humility. It is indeed the esteemed young Master Gu. We were unaware of your presence, and we seek your forgiveness. Please, grant us your pardon. The others, suppressing their astonishment, swiftly followed suit, yielding in submission. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve, considering your awareness of the situation. Gu Ming chuckled heartily, feigning magnanimity as he waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, I have come here to seek retribution on your behalf. However, there is but one condition. You must all pledge your unwavering loyalty to me. The members of the 7 great sects exchanged glances, and ultimately, they all bowed in unison. We pledge to follow young Master Gu. Chapter 22, Fu Qi's Plea in the Sacred Sky Sect. Zhang Shu gazed at the freshly updated content of the system. Beep. Daily task items have been updated. Task item. Tianyang 5 Thunder Talismans 10,000. Task reward. Ancient Saint Talisman 1. Tianyang 5 Thunder Talismans. Ancient Saint Talisman. Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled. These were indeed treasures. Each talisman possessed power rivaling the full force strikes of those at the Radiant Sun realm. As for the Ancient Saint Talisman, it could unleash a terrifying force akin to that of a saint. Such items were infinitely desirable for Zhang Shu. Utilizing talismans appeared to be a far easier task than consuming medicinal pills, yet there lay a conundrum. The use of task items must be reasonable. And with no external threats currently assailing the Sacred Sky Sect, engaging in duels among the sect's disciples seemed impractical. This posed a dilemma for Zhang Shu. Initially elated by the prospect of talismans, he soon found himself plagued by a throbbing headache. What was he to do? Was he expected to use the talismans against others? Such a notion was untenable. Even among the 7 great sects, despite some past grievances, the opposing party had already agreed to make amends. Should he strike out suddenly, it would undoubtedly contravene the system's requirements. For Zhang Shu, the system was beneficial, although it imposed numerous restrictions. Alas, it seemed that this task was destined for failure. Nevertheless, one should not be overly greedy. Acquiring 10,000 Tianyang 5 Thunder Talismans was already a commendable feat. Zhang Shu resigned himself to the prospect of failing the task. Fortunately, failure would not incur any penalties. Moreover, even in the event of failure, while he would not receive the task reward, the task items would not vanish. From the moment the task commenced, they would wholly belong to Zhang Shu, or rather, to the sect. In the wilderness, a young boy marched forward with an unwavering expression, panting heavily. Hope illuminated his eyes. Sister, wait for me. I will surely rescue you. Father, mother, I will avenge you. One day, I shall level the Qingshan Lake. To his astonishment, matters unfolded rather smoothly, and he had not wasted too much time in discovering the whereabouts of the Sacred Sky Sect. However, he remained uncertain whether the sect had truly been annihilated as rumored by the townsfolk. The thought of the tales circulating among the people filled Fu Qi with anxiety, fearing he would have made the journey in vain. Though he could endure the loss of his cultivation opportunities, the paramount concern was his sister's safety. Fu Qi glanced at the golden token in his hand, recalling his grandfather's words, his gaze brimming with determination. Forgive me, grandfather. Rather than becoming a disciple of the Sacred Sky Sect, I would prefer to use this favor to secure my sister's freedom and happiness. Fu Qi murmured softly. His sister had fallen into peril while trying to save him. He could not forsake this opportunity for his own sake. It is still too early to speak of such matters. Even if Fu Qi is willing to make sacrifices, there exists a prerequisite. The Xinjiao sect must still endure and acknowledge the significance of this golden token. Moreover, the most crucial question remains. Does the Xinjiao sect possess the strength and courage to contend with the Gu family? The golden token in Fu Qi's possession, does it truly merit such a price? After all, Fu Qi is merely an ordinary individual, a mere mortal. To some exalted celestial sects, such a being is no different from an ant. Indeed, should he provoke their wrath, Fu Qi could very well find himself the first to spill blood. There are too many uncertainties. Fu Qi's heart is laden with fear, trepidation, and confusion. Yet, with the demise of his grandfather and the loss of his parents, if he were to remain passive, his sister's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Coupled with a lingering sense of unwillingness, Fu Qi yearns not to spend his life as an ordinary man. Driven by various forces, Fu Qi resolves to take a gamble. Thus, with a heart full of apprehension, he cautiously seeks information about the Xinjiao sect. Fortunately, the Xinjiao sect was once the foremost sect of Tianqing, even if it has fallen into ruin. Locating its remnants is not insurmountable. This place is desolate. It appears to have been long abandoned, and one wonders if this truly is the legendary abode of celestial sections. As he gazes upon the barren surroundings, Fu Qi's heart begins to chill. Though lacking in experience, he has had the fortune of visiting various minor sects, and even the lesser celestial factions possess locations far grander than this. At least, they radiate an aura of celestial energy that inspires genuine reverence. Yet this wretched site bears little resemblance to the wilds surrounding a countryside. The scenery, while somewhat pleasing, starkly contrasts with Fu Qi's vision of a celestial sect. It is well known that the prosperity of a sect can often be discerned from its exterior. The 7 great sects, for instance, are awe-inspiring even from a distance. Everything he observes before him seems to contradict Fu Chi's conception of the premier celestial sect. He feels an unsettling sense of deception. Could it be that this place is not the true location of the Xinjiao sect? Perhaps those individuals are merely toying with him. Just then, as despair begins to envelop Fu Chi, a calm voice unexpectedly resonates from behind him, without any forewarning. "Who are you, and why do you trespass upon my Xinjiao territory?" The voice carries an indescribable weight of terror, causing Fu Chi's hair to stand on end, a cold sweat breaking forth. It feels as though he is simultaneously being scrutinized by 1,000 ferocious beasts. Just moments ago, there had been no one present. Heart racing with a mix of excitement and fear, Fu Chi swiftly turns around, only to find no trace of a figure. He is certain that what he heard was no mere illusion. "Who is there? Are you a senior of the Xinjiao sect?" Fu Chi respectfully inquired, holding the Xinjiao Golden Order in his hands. In the next moment, his eyes brightened, and he turned once more, suddenly perceiving the silhouette of a young man before him. Upon meeting the other's gaze, Fu Chi's heart trembled involuntarily, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, sending a shiver through his entire being. Good heavens! What a pair of eyes! They were as profound as an endless starry sky, akin to a timeless, tranquil cold pond. Zhang Shu regarded the young man before him and stated directly, "You claim to possess a golden order? Indeed, I beseech you to examine it, esteemed senior." Fu Chi replied eagerly, promptly presenting the golden order with both hands. "It is indeed our Xinjiao Golden Order," Zhang Shu confirmed. "Over the years, we have issued a mere 20 of these orders, each carrying immense significance for our sect. The bearer of this golden order may exchange it for a personal favor from our sect. Speak, what troubles have you encountered?" With just a glance, Zhang Shu instantly discerned the authenticity of the order. Recalling his father's admonition from years past, he added without hesitation, "As long as it does not contravene our sect's principles, we shall exert our utmost effort to assist you, whether it be in the act of slaying, procuring treasures, or even admitting you as a disciple of our sect. All is possible." Fu Chi, brimming with excitement and eagerness, immediately declared without a second thought, "I implore you, senior, to save my sister's life." Chapter 23. I can hardly bear to see others suffer. Upon hearing Zhang Shu's forthright acknowledgement of the Golden Order's influence, Fu Chi felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, followed closely by a surge of excitement. "Esteemed senior, I implore you to save my sister's life. I am willing to do anything if you can rescue her. I beseech you, esteemed senior." Without hesitation, Fu Chi knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head, as if clinging to a final lifeline. "Save your sister? Please rise. Let us discuss this matter calmly. Rest assured, since you have sought my aid with the Golden Order, I shall not let you down." With a wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped Fu Chi, causing him to stand upright, his body completely under the influence of this mysterious power. A tremor of astonishment coursed through him. Such a technique was unlike anything he had witnessed from other celestial beings. Strangely, a flicker of hope ignited within him. "Esteemed senior, the situation is as follows." Fu Chi, feeling the urgency of his plea, hastily recounted everything he knew. His parents had met a tragic end, his grandfather lay gravely injured and deceased, and his only remaining family, his sister, had been taken by the Gu family. The depths of despair that enveloped Fu Chi were immeasurable. At that moment, Zhang Shu represented his last glimmer of hope. If this avenue proved fruitless, Fu Chi would have no choice but to resign himself to fate. Fu Chi disclosed every detail regarding the Gu family's formidable power and their connection to the Qingshan Lake. Qingshan Lake did not belong to the Tianqing kingdom. Its influence was vast, commanding the respect of even the royal family. Fu Chi did not intend to divulge such extensive information. Rather, he felt compelled to be transparent. Yet he feared that revealing too much would deter Zhang Shu from intervening due to the Gu family's overwhelming strength, leaving his sister to face certain death. Anxiousness gnawed at Fu Chi's heart. The Gu family? Qingshan Lake. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu's brow furrowed, causing Fu Chi's heart to race with trepidation. He dreaded the possibility of rejection. Was there truly no hope? Was the Gu family's power genuinely so formidable that no one dared to challenge them? A chill crept into Fu Chi's heart as he observed Zhang Shu's silence, instinctively believing the senior was apprehensive about the Gu family's might and reluctant to take action. However, in truth, Zhang Shu was indeed troubled and somewhat helpless. Internally, he pondered, who exactly is the Gu family? I have never heard of them. And as for Qingshan Lake, which lies beyond the Tianqing kingdom, I am even less informed. Although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, his knowledge regarding the forces within the Tianqing kingdom was limited to a select few. The majority remained obscure. After all, given the past strength of the Xinxiao sect, few powers warranted their attention. As the young sect master, Zhang Shu had little reason to concern himself with such matters. Outside the Tianqing kingdom, Zhang Shu had never ventured beyond its borders. While he had heard some rumors, his understanding remained superficial. Perhaps his father possessed some knowledge. But it was clear that Zhang Shu was not well informed. Especially upon hearing the immense influence of the Qingshan Lake, Zhang Shu felt compelled to ponder deeply, which only resulted in an increasing headache. In truth, his musings were not without purpose. He sought to recollect any past grievances or connections between these factions and the Xinxiao sect. If such enmities existed, it would indeed be fortuitous. He had 1,000 heavenly Yang 5 thunder talismans that he was eager to unleash. If there were a vendetta, it would simplify matters considerably. He could boldly confront them, brandishing the banner of vengeance, and without hesitation, unleash a torrent of heavenly Yang 5 thunder talismans, supported by an overwhelming force of countless dazzling realm experts. Such formidable power would surely bewilder any observer, even instilling trepidation in those of Nirvana. Of course, this presupposed that these forces could coalesce and directly target the Nirvana experts. Otherwise, posing a threat would prove somewhat challenging. In this manner, not only could he repay a debt of gratitude, but he could also reap the rewards of a system task. The Gu family and Qingshan Lake. Though the Tianqing kingdom was not vast, the number of factions within it was indeed substantial. Zhang Shu massaged his forehead, reflecting on how shallow waters teemed with turtles, and everywhere one turned, there were powerful figures. The connection represented by the Xunxiao Golden Order must be honored. The Xunxiao sect had not distributed many golden orders. Each recipient had rendered significant assistance to the sect, some even having saved lives, a debt that the Xunxiao sect was compelled to remember. Now, with the descendants presenting the Golden Order, Zhang Shu could not simply turn a blind eye. As for anyone attempting to counterfeit the Golden Order, that was out of the question. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, the Golden Order was imbued with complexities. The former sect master of the Xinxiao sect, who happened to be Zhang Shu's father, had expended great effort to leave a personal mark on it, which not only distinguished authenticity, but also discerned bloodline resonance. Such an object could not be impersonated. It seemed that Fu Qi and the Elder were either mere mortals or too weak to perceive the uniqueness of the Golden Order, leading them to mistakenly believe it was an ordinary item. Very well, I understand the situation now. Rest assured, I shall rescue your sister, Zhang Shu ultimately acquiesced, for he recognized the necessity of repaying a favor. If it truly came to pass that he could not fulfill this, he would forego the task rewards. You have agreed? Fu Qi was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by overwhelming joy, even to the point of tears. You truly wish to save my sister? Fu Qi feared that this might be an illusion or that Zhang Shu's agreement was merely superficial, as he might be secretly wary of the Gu family and prolong the matter indefinitely, leaving Fu Qi with no recourse. I have indeed agreed. Zhang Shu, perceiving Fu Qi's thoughts, could not help but find the situation amusing, calmly assuring, the Gu family is but a trifling concern. The Xinxiao sect does not regard them with any seriousness. Not even a formidable family, nor the royal family, would instill fear in the Xinxiao sect. We stand by our word, so you need not worry. Thank you, esteemed senior. Your immense kindness shall be etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. Fu Qi once again bowed deeply, but Zhang Shu gently restrained him. For Zhang Shu, dealing with the Gu family is merely a trivial matter. The Gu family is connected to the Qingshan Lake. While others may harbor trepidation towards Qingshan Lake, Zhang Shu remains unfazed. How formidable can Qingshan Lake truly be? Can it rival the celestial star royal family? Can it surpass the saints? Can it stand against the emperors? Even if saints and emperors were to arrive, Zhang Shu would not flinch in the slightest. At worst, he would expend a single experience card. For the Divine Sky Golden Order is worth such a sacrifice. Should he decline, perhaps he could evade a modicum of trouble. Yet it would tarnish the reputation and dignity of his sect. As the sect master, Zhang Shu would never allow such an occurrence. Moreover, he does not believe that the Gu family and Qingshan Lake possess the capability to escalate matters to this extent. Beep. Host's actions trigger an increase in sect prestige. Reward of 20,000 sect points. Zhang Shu was suddenly taken aback, followed by an expression of disbelief. Sect prestige? A reward of sect points? Such a fortunate occurrence. Why was this not mentioned sooner? Zhang Shu's countenance instantly turned grave, his gaze stern and unwavering. He regarded the flustered Fu Qi, who was eager to kneel in gratitude yet at a loss for how to express it, and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, my young friend, the actions of the Gu family are utterly reprehensible. Their audacity to harm the bearer of the Divine Sky Golden Order is a severe provocation to our Divine Sky Sect. This time, our sect shall take action personally to avenge your grievances. Until the Gu family is extinguished, our sect shall not rest." His words resonated with conviction and sincerity. What are sect points in the grand scheme? System, you underestimate me. My sect cannot bear to see others suffer. The Gu family shall be obliterated. Chapter 24. The arrival. Zhang Shu's words were devoid of any pretense or deceit. At this moment, in his eyes, the Gu family must be eradicated. Such a family, steeped in heinous transgressions, could not be spared. According to Fu Qi, the Gu family's nefarious deeds were not isolated incidents. Their entire clan was steeped in such vile conduct. Even the Gu family's guards were notorious tyrants in their own right. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission. System mission activated. Mission content. Eliminate evil and promote righteousness. Uphold the prestige of our sect. Resolve the Gu family issue within a day. Mission reward. 50,000 sect points. Failure penalty. None. Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A reward of 50,000 sect points, coupled with the previous 20,000, that amounted to a staggering 70,000. 70,000 sect points. Zhang Shu's resolve hardened. If the Gu family truly harbored such malicious intent, not just their members, but even their livestock should receive a couple of slaps before they could be let off. He first exchanged the 20,000 sect points for cultivation. In an instant, Zhang Shu's cultivation surged, elevating from the first level of the Purple Mansion to the third level in a mere breath. His internal energy swelled like an ocean. The greatest advantage of the Purple Mansion realm compared to previous levels was the vast reservoir of internal energy, which was nothing short of immense. Zhang Shu's Purple Mansion realm was evidently distinct from others, even at the third level. His combat power could easily overwhelm an ordinary Yang Radiance realm practitioner. Moreover, the system not only elevated Zhang Shu's cultivation, but also imparted a wealth of combat experience and profound insights. Additionally, Zhang Shu donned the Divine Radiance robe, granting him immunity to any attack below the Saint realm. This meant he could engage enemies without concern for his own safety, trading injuries blow for blow. Consequently, his combat power became even more formidable. Within the Yang Radiance realm, no one would dare to disregard Zhang Shu's assaults. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Without hesitation, Zhang Shu took off into the sky with Fu Qi, soaring towards the horizon. Whoosh! A magnificent pillar of energy roared through the heavens from miles above. Zhang Shu had no intention of conserving his energy. He was fully committed, maintaining his peak state at every moment. Even a Nirvana realm expert would not dare to expend energy so recklessly while traveling. Such extravagance was uncommon. After all, unless one reached the Saint realm and comprehended the power of rules, no one would waste energy in such a manner. However, Zhang Shu was different. Each time he expended a portion of energy, the Divine Radiance robe would swiftly draw upon the external energy, replenishing his losses in the blink of an eye. This treasure, while lacking offensive capabilities, was nearly flawless in every other aspect. At this moment, in terms of travel efficiency, even a Nirvana realm practitioner could not match Zhang Shu's speed. What astonishing velocity! Is this what a celestial being truly is? Fu Qi, led by Zhang Shu, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment, experiencing such a sensation for the first time in his life. At that moment, the world around him softened. The mountains and rivers appeared diminutive, while the sun, moon, and stars seemed within reach. Fu Qi was profoundly moved by this spectacle. "We have arrived." Zhang Shu's voice resonated softly. "Arrived? So soon? How could it be?" Fu Qi quickly regained his composure. His mouth agape as he realized that the arduous journey he had undertaken for half a day had culminated in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. He silently swallowed, contemplating the notion of celestial beings. Indeed, This was the essence of a celestial being. The Gu family, with a commanding presence. Zhang Shu activated a task that prompted the system to provide certain indications. Before long, he pinpointed the location of the Gu family and descended directly. Boom! The Gu family occupied an expanse of several thousand acres, housing countless formidable clan members. For miles around, none dared to provoke them. Their connection with the Qingshan Lake was profound, and it was rumored that the second son of the Gu family had entered the fabled sacred grounds. This only augmented the Gu family's prestige. Even the 7 major sects hesitated to confront them, and the Tianqing royal family was compelled to show them deference. Moreover, the city where the Gu family resided, along with several neighboring metropolises, had been designated by the Tianqing royal family as the Gu family's private dominion, a gesture to placate and win their favor. In the Tianqing kingdom, the Gu family had undeniably emerged as a transcendent force. No one dared to show them disrespect. Even if a mere dog from the Gu family ventured out, no one would dare offend it, ensuring it was treated with utmost care. Otherwise, they would face the Gu family's wrath, leading to dire consequences. This environment only inflated the Gu family's arrogance, allowing them to act increasingly brazenly, without restraint or disguise. Yet, on this particular day, an unfathomable and terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Gu residents, unleashing a formidable surge of vitality that radiated like the blazing sun, evoking awe. Boom! Zhang Shu was not one for unnecessary words. He chose the most direct approach, forceful descent. He and Fu Qi stood suspended in the void, surveying the vast expanse of the Gu family estate. "Where is the head of the Gu family? Step forth to meet me." The resounding voice transformed into ripples that instantly enveloped the entire Gu estate. The tremendous commotion immediately captured the attention of everyone within the Gu residence. Countless individuals and factions, including officials from the Tianqing kingdom and city guardians, were struck by the reverberation of the voice, their faces paling in terror as they collectively looked up. Fear etched upon their features. Who is this audacious soul that dares to wreak havoc upon the Gu family? Do they seek death? This was the immediate thought that coursed through everyone's mind. Damn it, who is this fool? The imposing city lord thundered, erupting in a fit of rage. Provoking the Gu family, this person's fate is of no consequence to him. However, the Gu family has long harbored discontent towards them, and this time, having seized an opportunity, they are bound to find numerous pretexts to retaliate. At the very least, they will demand a substantial price. Scoundrel! Which fool dares to provoke the Gu family? Are they tired of living? If one wishes to die, wouldn't it be better to take their own life rather than drag me down with them? Within a luxurious pavilion, a corpulent middle-aged man, with a greasy smile, embraces 2 women. Suddenly, his expression shifts dramatically. Misfortune. As for the countless ordinary citizens in the city, their faces also turn pale. Concealed within their eyes are both anger towards the Gu family and fear. In just a few short words, the entire city is thrown into turmoil. Millions tremble, their faces ashen. Chapter 25. Look, someone is showing off fear. Boundless fear. The moment everyone heard that voice, they instinctively felt a deep terror. It was not merely a fear of the Gu family members, but rather of the Gu family itself. Following this incident, the Gu family would undoubtedly use it as a pretext to strike against everyone. For instance, if the Gu family were attacked, it would surely be attributed to some ill-intentioned individuals. No single person would dare confront the Gu family. Thus, it must be an organized effort. This individual's accomplices were certainly hiding elsewhere. In due time, the Gu family would unleash their wrath, mercilessly exploiting all surrounding cities. Great families and formidable powers might suffer a substantial loss, yet they would not be utterly devastated. After all, the Gu family understands the value of sustainable profit. They must harvest their crops gradually for longevity. If they were to exploit too harshly in one fell swoop, they would only exhaust their resources. However, the common folk would face a dire fate. Countless lives would be lost due to this incident, and innumerable virtuous women could become mere playthings for the Gu family's wrath. Despair clouded the faces of the masses. They could only numbly observe the unfolding chaos, having witnessed similar events numerous times over the years. Some indeed sought revenge, yet they were effortlessly suppressed by the Gu family. Others were merely orchestrated by the Gu family itself, manipulating circumstances to reap benefits. Within 1,000 miles, almost no one was unaware of the Gu family's deeds. Yet, what could be done with this knowledge? Confront the Gu family? Absurd. But if one refrains from confronting them, what other options remain? The other major factions dared not provoke the Gu family, nor did they see the necessity to do so. After all, the Gu family was not excessively demanding. They merely required some tributes, a tacit understanding. Without the current Gu family, another would inevitably rise, perhaps even the royal family. Regardless of the change, the outcome would remain largely the same. It suffices to mind one's own business. Moreover, any losses incurred would eventually be recouped from the common populace. It was not a significant issue. Thus, those factions able to survive within the Gu family's sphere of influence were, in one way or another, connected to them. To seek them out? That would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, were there any alternative paths to choose? Would one dare approach the royal family? Ridiculous. The kingdom of Tianqing spans an immense territory, making it difficult for the royal family to manage effectively. Moreover, could the royal family truly perform better than the Gu family? In this realm, where the celestial and mundane diverge, without strength or security, mortals can only live in a state of trepidation, enduring as best they can. A moment's misstep could lead to a tragic demise. What could these individuals do? It was simply the law of the jungle. Gu family head, come out and face me. At that moment, everyone heard this proclamation, a calm laced with an almost imperceptible aura of menace. Countless faces turned pale with fear, silently praying to be spared from the fallout. Others cursed quietly in frustration. Some onlookers wore expressions of indifference, sneering at the unfolding scene. Before long, a resounding boom reverberated through the city, shaking it to its core. Majestic pillars of light erupted from various corners of the Gu family estate, transforming into radiant figures, each exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. The weakest among them had already reached the level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the most powerful even possessed the strength of the Radiant Sun realm. Such a display of might would be deemed fearsome even across the entire Tianqing kingdom. Suddenly, as Zhang Shu's voice faded, a distant, aged voice echoed, imbued with a chilling indifference and an air of detached superiority. It has been a long time since I encountered a youth so audacious. I commend your courage. Among the Gu family, your boldness is unparalleled. All heads turned upwards to witness the distortion of the void, and then, step by step, an elder clad in a coarse robe emerged from the ether, as if he had torn through the fabric of reality itself to arrive. His words reverberated, while the Gu family's formidable members glared coldly at Zhang Shu, their murderous intent palpable. It had been far too long since anyone dared to challenge the Gu family in such a manner. Even those who previously sought trouble approached with trepidation, their hearts laden with the certainty of death, gathering countless gazes as they advanced through the main gates of the Gu estate. No one had ever possessed the audacity to descend directly from the heavens. Such an act required immense courage. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Fuqi could not help but tremble, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of spiritual energy that felt terrifyingly insurmountable to an ordinary person. It was akin to being cast into hell itself. He felt as if he were encircled by countless blades and raging infernos, with the blades incessantly gliding against his skin, poised to snuff out his life at any moment. Terrifying. Is this truly the Gu family? No wonder those who previously challenged the Gu family, even the most formidable Purple Mansion experts, suffered utter defeat. Even the renowned Tai Sword Immortal had met his demise. This was the true might of the Gu family. At this moment, Fuqi shared the thoughts of the majority. The Gu family had never revealed such a terrifying foundation before, upon rough estimation. They boasted nearly 100 individuals at the Purple Mansion level. This power was exceedingly daunting. The Gu family's concealment was so profound that, to outsiders, they appeared formidable, but seemed to possess merely a handful of Purple Mansion experts. The disparity was beyond comprehension. The Tai Sword Immortal, once an adversary of the Gu family, had reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. He had even once suppressed the Gu family. Later, believing he had a substantial advantage, he resolved to seek revenge, only to mysteriously perish without a trace. At the time, many speculated it was merely an unfortunate accident, secretly deeming the Gu family's fortune remarkable for having escaped a calamity. Yet it was only today that the truth dawned upon them. The Tai Sword Immortal had likely fallen at the hands of the Gu family. Had it not been for Zhang Shu's excessive arrogance today and the Gu family's lengthy period of dormancy, they would not have perceived the moment ripe for action. Without these two factors, it is unlikely that the Gu family would readily reveal its profound heritage. Meanwhile, powerful figures such as the city lord, leaders of prominent merchant guilds, and formidable individuals from influential clans cast their gaze upon the Gu family, their expressions shifting with unease and trepidation. The Gu family has grown to such an extent, the city lord murmured, suddenly shivering with a sense of dread. In the past, while there was a general wariness towards the Gu family, it was primarily due to their ties to the Azure Divine Lake and the second son of the Gu family, who had been recruited by the sacred grounds. Yet now, it is the very strength of the Gu family that leaves them gasping for breath. Over 100 at the Purple Mansion realm, not to mention several at the Radiant Sun realm. The Gu family's latent power, having remained concealed for countless years, now suddenly unfurling its might, instills a profound sense of unease among all present, an unsettling prelude to an impending storm. It seems the Gu family is poised to make significant moves. Elder, what shall we do? Fu Qi stammered, glancing anxiously at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu, however, maintained a calm demeanor, casually surveying the 100-odd individuals at the Purple Mansion realm and the elder who appeared to have torn through the fabric of reality, before lightly scoffing. Merely a display of theatrics. Chapter 26. The essence of power and reason. Fu Qi waited for a considerable time, only to be met with Zhang Shu's dismissive remark. He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he sensed a profound disdain in Zhang Shu's tone. Senior, what do you mean by that? Fu Qi couldn't help but inquire cautiously. Zhang Shu chuckled, responding to him. It seemed this old man intended to seize the opportunity to fully showcase his own prowess. Orchestrating such a grand spectacle, he even deliberately employed a formation to create the illusion of traversing the void. Breaking through the void is no simple feat. This old man was merely at the trifling level of the Sunlit Realm's third stage. Even with the formation amplifying his strength, it was still woefully insufficient. Traversing the void is beyond the reach of such an individual, Zhang Shu remarked. To shatter the void and traverse it, one must possess an exceptionally profound mastery over spatial forces. Even a being of the Nirvana realm may not achieve this, unless one is a sage. This old fellow is leagues away from that status, yet he pretends to be immensely powerful, akin to a nouveau riche boasting before an emperor. How could it not evoke laughter? This man sought to subdue the challengers from the Gu family to flaunt their strength. A commendable idea, and his execution was somewhat convincing. However, alas, as he concluded, Zhang Shu couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a soft sigh. Fu Qi, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Senior, what is the pity? The pity lies in the poor choice of target. Today's joyous occasion may well transform into a funeral, Zhang Shu replied calmly. Their conversation was devoid of any concealment, allowing those with a modicum of cultivation and proximity to hear their exchange with clarity. Many individuals displayed peculiar changes in expression. Merely at the sunlit third stage? What audacity! Arrogance! It seems he has grown weary of life, a madman. Those who overheard the exchange shook their heads in disbelief, clearly considering Zhang Shu to be deranged. As for the members of the Gu family, they sneered, their gazes towards Zhang Shu increasingly filled with murderous intent. The elder leading the Gu family fixed his icy, hawk-like eyes upon Zhang Shu. Such boldness! Yet, alas, your strength is too feeble. The third stage of the Purple Mansion does not quite align with your bravado. I had hoped to encounter a challenger of some merit, but it appears I have only encountered the ramblings of a dying man. If you seek death, I shall grant it. The elder's voice resonated, echoing throughout the city. Upon hearing the elder declare Zhang Shu's strength, the onlookers immediately lost all suspense regarding the outcome of the battle. Those harboring grievances against the Gu family felt their spirits dampen upon hearing those words, their hearts heavy with sorrow. It seems that after this incident, the Gu family remains unchanged. However, compared to the past, the current Gu family appears even more formidable and unshakable. Good people do not live long. Calamities last for 1,000 years, someone lamented. Others looked upon Zhang Shu with pity, lowering their heads, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. Yet, all of this bore no consequence for Zhang Shu. In truth, the reason he refrained from immediate action was precisely to witness this moment. At this very moment, he was silently employing his inside eye, discreetly observing the distant situation while gathering the reactions of all who witnessed the appearance of the Gu family. Ultimately, he confirmed one point. What Fu Qi had said was not only correct, but perhaps understated. The deeds of the Gu family over the years were 1,000, even 10,000 times more detestable than mere cruelty and tyranny. The Gu family must be eradicated. With a soft sigh, Zhang Shu rendered his final judgment. Seeking death. The elder scoffed, instantly appearing before Zhang Shu in a flash. The sheer speed instilled a sense of dread and horror, causing many powerful individuals to narrow their eyes in response. Even those who had achieved a vague perfection in the Purple Mansion realm, such as city lords, felt a sense of helplessness in the face of the elder's speed, questioning their ability to resist should they confront the elder of the Gu family at this moment. They might even be annihilated in an instant. The disparity was overwhelming. Be careful, senior, Fu Qi urged with all his might. However, Zhang Shu had no need for his warning. Facing the suddenly appearing elder, he did not flinch but pointed a finger at the elder's brow. Humph. You aren't worthy to exchange injuries with me. Youth is indeed youth. A bit of talent and strength leads you to believe you are invincible. Today, I shall open your eyes. In your next life, learn to be more humble. As the words fell, the elder struck Zhang Shu's heart with a powerful palm, his expression shifting dramatically. The next moment, he was sent flying backward with a resounding thud, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he slammed to the ground. In an instant, the venue fell silent. Countless faces appeared dazed, staring blankly at the scene before them. No one had anticipated that the once arrogant elder of the Gu family would be so easily dispatched. In stark contrast, his opponent had withstood the elder's full force without so much as a scratch. The difference was unmistakable. You impudent wretch. How dare you conceal your strength and launch a sneak attack, clearly at the Radiant Sun realm, yet you pretended to be in the Purple Mansion realm. Such deep scheming. Fortunately, I was prepared. The elder erupted, rising from the ruins, furiously pointing at Zhang Shu as he shouted, Today, I shall ensure that you have no place to be buried. Fool. Noisy. Zhang Shu couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, with such a lack of combat awareness. It was truly remarkable that he had survived this long. As the elder charged at him once more, Zhang Shu refrained from engaging directly. Instead, he conjured a talisman adorned with golden lightning patterns from thin air and cast it toward the elder with a swift flick of his wrist. Instantly, it dispersed, enveloping the sky above the Gu residence, resembling a flurry of falling joss paper. Zhang Shu mused inwardly. Old fool, putting on quite the show. If I had known, I would have brought more people along, perhaps even all 12 golden figures. Humph, trying to impress me? Does he not realize that hubris invites disaster? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, as voicing them would tarnish his image. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. In quick succession, bolts of golden lightning flickered with terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, a colossal bolt of golden lightning coalesced and struck fiercely down upon the Gu clan's formidable members. In that instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Chapter 27. Upholding Justice, Expelling the Gu Family Boom. In an instant, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Suddenly, accompanied by the enigmatic youth in the void, he casually raised his hand. Countless talismans surged forth like a tempest, cascading through the air over the Gu residence like paper money. Then, with a thunderous roar, terrifying golden lightning erupted from the void. Strands of golden energy swiftly coalescing into robust bolts of thunder that roamed freely above the Gu estate. In the blink of an eye, a vast sea of lightning manifested ominously in the skies above. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from this tempestuous lightning, an inexplicable sense of dread gripped the hearts of all present. Boom! Endless thunder raged down, causing the entire world to tremble violently. The heavens seemed to collapse, the earth to cave in. In this moment, the furious lightning appeared capable of distorting time itself. Countless individuals were assailed by the deafening cacophony of thunder, reverberating in their ears. No, don't come near. Damn it, this is a lightning talisman. How could there be so many? Impossible. How can this power be so immense? I am doomed. The level of these talismans is unfathomable. They can easily shatter my defenses, and I am but a peak Purple Mansion cultivator. Patriarch, save me. No, don't kill me. Such high-grade lightning talismans are worth their weight in gold. How can this intruder possess so many? There must be some mistake. My lord, it's a misunderstanding. Please spare my life. In this moment, the Gu family was engulfed in chaos, Some shouted in anger, others begged for mercy, while many were reduced to ashes, struck down by the relentless lightning before they could utter a word. Boom, boom, boom. The elder of the Gu family wore a grim expression. However, he was ultimately a formidable force at the Radiant Sun stage. Though these lightning talismans were formidable, they numbered merely in the dozens and posed little real threat to him. With a resounding crash, he intercepted the final talisman, surveying the devastated state of the Gu family. The elder's face twisted in fury, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. "Ah, I truly did not expect you to possess such means. A full 78 talismans comparable to a strike from the Radiant Sun stage. No wonder you dared to invade my Gu family. Very well, once I capture you, I will ensure you endure every conceivable torment, tearing your body to shreds, for my heart is filled with unrelenting hatred." The elder bellowed in rage. In a mere moment, the Gu family had suffered the loss of 18 formidable Purple Mansion cultivators. The survivors were all gravely injured, many on the brink of death. Even though the Gu family was vast and powerful, the elder was driven to madness by his anguish, vowing to obliterate Zhang Shu into 1,000 pieces. Fu Qi, having been shielded by Zhang Shu, remained unscathed by the lightning's power. Now witnessing the tempest overhead, he felt a mixture of awe and urgency, exclaiming, "Senior, my sister has been captured by the Gu family. Surely, these thunderous forces will not harm her, right? Rest assured, your sister is currently safe," Zhang Shu replied calmly. During the earlier delay, he had utilized his insights to ascertain the location of Fu Qi's sister. Finding her through the bloodline connection was not a daunting task. Moreover, as a member of the Fu family, there was inevitably a faint link to the divine golden order. This slender connection made locating her rather straightforward. Most importantly, however, was the guidance provided by the system. Zhang Shu refrained from demanding the return of the captive from the Gu family, nor did he recklessly infiltrate their domain. Ultimately, while he did not fear the Gu family, his own strength was not particularly formidable, and a rash incursion bore the risk of failure. Thus, he decided to stir the waters first. Afterward, rescuing her would become significantly easier. Seizing the opportunity while the Gu family's formidable members were preoccupied, Zhang Shu swiftly appeared in a certain location within the Gu mansion, locating Fu Qi's sister and extracting her directly. "Sister." Upon seeing her sister appear before him unharmed, Fu Qi's eyes instantly reddened. However, he soon realized something was amiss. His sister was currently in a state of unconsciousness, her complexion flushed, restlessly twisting yet unable to awaken. Witnessing this scene, Fu Qi immediately understood the gravity of the situation, his eyes ablaze with fury. "The Gu family. Elder, rest assured, your sister is no longer in danger and will soon recover." Zhang Shu discerned the situation at a glance. It appeared that Fu Qi's sister had been administered a sedative. But fortunately, he had arrived in time, causing such a commotion that the members of the Gu family were unable to attend to anything else, thus allowing Fu Qi's sister to narrowly escape disaster. At that moment, the thunder ceased, and the furious roar of an elder from the Gu family echoed. In the next breath, the elder's voice faltered as he noticed an additional presence beside Zhang Shu. Although he had previously detected someone else near Zhang Shu, he had deemed them merely a mortal and dismissed them with a casual glance. However, now, with this unexpected addition and recalling the recent events, the elder's expression darkened ominously. "So this was your intent, to offend my Gu family for the sake of a mere mortal. I admire your courage, but I must say, you are truly foolish. Stubborn as a dead duck." Observing the Gu elder in such a disheveled state, Fu Qi was inexplicably struck by this thought. How peculiar. Why am I thinking this? This is the Gu family. He was soon startled by his own musings. Having successfully rescued her, the subsequent matters became straightforward. Zhang Shu disregarded the Gu elder and took a deep breath. With a flourish of his sleeve, countless intricate talismans suddenly appeared before him. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. An ever-increasing multitude of talismans manifested in the expanse of the world. "You shall surely regret your actions." The Gu elder's countenance abruptly shifted, his face draining of color, overwhelmed with terror. Zhang Shu grinned widely, his voice resonating powerfully as it swiftly echoed throughout the city. "I am the master of the Divine Sky Sect. The weather is splendid today, and my spirits are high. Allow me to present you with a magnificent fireworks display. You are certain to enjoy it. No need to thank me." In this moment, he proclaimed his name, and all minds fixated on the 3 words, Divine Sky Sect. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. An unparalleled golden lightning burst forth. Zhang Shu, with Fu Qi, swiftly distanced themselves from the epicenter of the detonation, their laughter lingering in the air. The actions of the Gu family were despicable, a transgression against the heavens. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice, and the Gu family shall be eradicated. Simultaneously, I urge my fellow practitioners to remember that life is a struggle. I implore you to engage in benevolent deeds, leaving a path of survival for all beings. I, Zhang, extend my gratitude to you all. As his final words resonated, a colossal roar reverberated through the cosmos. Countless onlookers stood in awe of the spectacle before them, utterly astonished. Many formidable individuals gazed at the Gu family, swiftly reduced to ashes beneath the lightning, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they remained silent for a prolonged moment. In the hearts of all, a singular thought emerged: the Gu family is no more. Chapter 28. The shock of all parties, the secrets of the royal family. Zhang Shu departed, leaving behind a multitude of astonished gazes and the ruins of the Gu family. Every member of the Gu family, from the head of the clan to the guards, was reduced to ashes by heavenly lightning, with no one spared. Zhang Shu felt neither hesitation nor remorse about this outcome. Through the lens of his inside eye, he could clearly perceive that each member of the Gu family was ensnared by thick, ominous dark energy, as if a palpable and terrifying resentment enveloped the entire clan. There was no innocent soul among them. Only those truly acknowledged by the Gu family could reside within the estate. Furthermore, some powerful individuals and guards who had yet to pass the Gu family's assessments, along with certain clan members, were entirely unworthy of even stepping foot inside the estate. For the Gu family, their manor was a sacred ground, impervious to those harboring ill intentions, which conveniently facilitated Zhang Shu's endeavor, an all-encompassing eradication. As he departed, Zhang Shu took the precaution of issuing warnings to the surrounding factions to prevent any unnecessary mishaps. He also left behind a name, concerned that if any members of the Gu family had survived, they might return seeking vengeance against innocent bystanders. While Zhang Shu did not fear the Gu family, he wished to avoid bringing calamity upon the innocent due to his actions. Swiftly, the news of the Gu family's obliteration spread like wildfire, reaching the far corners of the Tianqing kingdom at a terrifying pace. Countless individuals, upon receiving the news, were initially struck with disbelief, followed by a wave of shock. The Gu family had been annihilated. What? Over 100 Purple Mansion experts. And yet the Gu family was so deeply concealed? Such formidable strength, obliterated by a single individual? Upon hearing the news, many powerful figures were astounded by the Gu family's might, secretly filled with awe. It was terrifying. The Gu family had been too deeply hidden and remarkably patient. It is worth noting that prior to this, while the Gu family was considered somewhat powerful, they were merely regarded with caution by truly formidable factions, not fear. However, the strength displayed by the Gu family now unequivocally left everyone in utter astonishment. Even more shocking was the fact that such a powerful family could be so swiftly extinguished. What a splendid annihilation. In a certain part of the Tianqing kingdom, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the news of the Gu family's downfall. "Father, is it true that the Gu family is no more?" his son asked, utterly astonished and unable to believe it. The old man laughed heartily and replied, "Is there any doubt? The family's spies have confirmed it. It's true. One must admit, the one who executed this deed possesses considerable strength, and their actions are indeed gratifying. The Gu family has committed countless atrocities over the years. Their demise was long overdue. The Gu family is gone. They had it coming. It seems the kingdom will be rid of another parasite." A rotund figure, clad in resplendent attire, beamed with delight as he perused the tidings conveyed by his subordinates. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Dispatch more formidable individuals to the cities that once fell under the dominion of the Gu family, now plunged into chaos. We must take precautions to prevent any disturbances that might endanger the common folk. Additionally, investigate the circumstances surrounding the Shenxiao sect." "Yes, my lord." His subordinates responded with utmost respect. Meanwhile, at the border of the Tianqing realm, a venerable general, his hair as white as snow, yet standing tall and robust, exuded an air of fierce authority. His voice, though cold, was softened by a smile as he declared, "Well done. The The Gu family has been vanquished. The Shenxiao Sect. What a remarkable entity. Their existence is a blessing for our Tianqing. As the general spoke, several officers exchanged glances, astonished to witness the typically stoic elder exhibit such joy, a rare smile gracing his features. In the Tianqing royal palace, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe stood solitary in the grand hall, his demeanor imposing. Suddenly, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. What? The Gu family has been exterminated? The moment he received the news, the Tianqing monarch was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, disregarding his regal dignity. Excellent. The Gu family, a malignant tumor in our kingdom, should have been eradicated long ago. Frustration welled within him as he lamented his inability to uncover the kingdom's traitors. Though the kingdom appeared stable, it was fraught with both internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite his awareness of the turmoil, he felt powerless, forced to watch his subjects suffer. The expression on the dragon-robed man's face darkened. Rumors circulated that the Tianqing royal family was ineffectual, branding him, the Tianqing monarch, a tyrant who regarded his people as mere insects. Such nonsense. He seethed internally. To him, the citizens of the entire Tianqing kingdom were his kin. Their well-being would fortify the dynasty's fortune and, in turn, bolster his own power. He was the one who least desired chaos in Tianqing and the suffering of his people. Everyone was unjustly accusing him. Currently, the royal family stood on shaky ground. Though it appeared to bask in glory, it was subtly coerced by numerous clans, with an unseen hand manipulating countless formidable forces to apply pressure on the royal family, even hinting at the presence of a sacred place in the shadows. Even the ancestors seemed powerless against this tide. Sighing heavily, the Tianqing monarch felt a profound ache in his heart. The ancestors were the pillars of the royal family, the steadfast anchors, true paragons of rebirth, a singular force capable of suppressing an entire kingdom. Yet, even this formidable ancestor finds himself at a loss regarding the current predicament, compelled to advance step by reluctant step. Had he the fortitude to take that decisive step, perhaps a resolution to this turmoil could be attained. However, such a feat is fraught with difficulty. The man in the dragon robe repeatedly gazes at the news of the Gu family's demise, his gaze dark and vengeful. Had it not been for the larger picture, he would have long since commanded their obliteration. Yet he cannot, for he understands that the Gu family is but a triviality. The true menace lies in the forces that lurk behind them. The Gu family serves merely as a pawn, a bait. Their adversaries await the imperial family's intervention, even harboring a fervent anticipation for such an action against the Gu family, for it would deftly ensnare the royal lineage in a trap. Should the imperial family falter, chaos would reign supreme, and certain factions would unleash their unbridled fury. At present, the common folk endure only a modicum of hardship and trepidation, yet overall, they remain relatively unscathed. However, should the imperial family collapse, and the celestial star lose its final bastion of protection, true despair shall ensue, leaving a landscape strewn with the fallen. Time and again, the man in the dragon robe wrestles with the urge to intervene. Yet he must restrain himself. He cannot falter. To do so would jeopardize not only the imperial family, but also the billions of subjects of Celestial Star. This is a profound affront to his dignity as a sovereign, and he cannot allow such an eventuality to transpire. Suddenly, a name catches his eye, the Divine Sky Sect. Brother Zhang, I wonder how you fare in these tumultuous times. The man in the dragon robe sighs, as the outside world presumes the fall of the Divine Sky Sect to be linked to him, which indeed it is. However, the truth is far more intricate than mere speculation. On the contrary, had the imperial family not covertly intervened, the downfall of the Divine Sky Sect would have been far more catastrophic. It is likely that the former sect leader and many of its members would have faced certain demise. Moreover, in a bid to rescue the Divine Sky Sect, even the imperial ancestor sustained grave injuries, nearly meeting his end. Had that injury not been so severe, compromising his foundational strength, perhaps he would have taken that crucial step, leading to an entirely different scenario. Chapter 29. Rewards Acquired. Eighth layer of the Purple Mansion. Upon reflecting on this, the man in the dragon robe wore a complex expression. Memories of the battle 3 years prior flooded his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. A tremor of fear. Those who have not personally experienced such a confrontation can scarcely fathom the terror it instilled. The dragon-robed man could not comprehend why the Shunjiao sect had become entangled with such formidable beings. Nor could he grasp the lengths to which they would go to pursue them relentlessly. Had it not been for the intervention of the royal ancestor during that fateful encounter, the entirety of the Shunjiao sect would have perished without a doubt. Yet even with the ancestor's aid, the sect could not be saved, and the effort to rescue was exceedingly arduous. The ancestor himself nearly met his demise, a testament to the enemy's overwhelming might and horror. Alas, the royal family had done all it could, now it was left to fate. The dragon-robed man ceased his musings and sighed softly. He turned his gaze once more to the name Shunjiao sect. Were its members truly back, or had someone acquired the sect's legacy and re-established a new faction? If it were the latter, it might not be so dire. However, if it were the former, the dragon-robed man fell silent for a moment. Should those individuals indeed return, it could spell disaster. Should they provoke the same enemies as before, even the royal ancestor's intervention might not yield significant results. Regardless, he resolved to investigate. If someone had indeed inherited the Shunjiao sect's heritage, that would suffice. But if it were truly Brother Zhang's return, he inhaled deeply, recognizing that he must extend assistance regardless. After all, the royal family owed the Shunjiao sect a considerable debt of gratitude. Coupled with his deep bond with the former sect leader, he could not stand idly by should the Shunjiao sect encounter peril. However, he could not depart. Although the royal family boasted numerous powerful figures, only a few could bear the weight of leadership. The ancestor remained in seclusion, and he must hold the fort, deterring any mischief to prevent significant turmoil. The elite around him could not be moved lightly. The manpower of the Heavenly Star was currently stretched thin. Were it not for this, a Mirgu family would not have been able to cause such a stir. With this thought, the dragon-robed man began to pace, then suddenly halted. Summon the envoy. Command Shaoqi to take a journey to the Shunjiao sect. Fabricate another excuse for the outside world, and be cautious not to reveal our true intentions, lest we attract the attention of the discerning. Do you understand? Meanwhile, Zhang Shu was unaware of the events that transpired following the downfall of the Gu family. He proceeded directly to the Shunjiao sect with Fu Qi and his sister, the journey consuming little time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task and receiving the reward Ancient Saint Talisman X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task and receiving a reward of 50,000 sect points. Rewards obtained. Zhang Shu felt a surge of delight, unable to suppress a smile. Upon arriving at the sect, Zhang Shu commanded the 11th to settle in Fu Qi and his sister. Although the latter was not a disciple of the Shunjiao sect, he was, after all, a holder of the Shunjiao Golden Order, and Zhang Shu could not simply expel him. Moreover, it was not Zhang Shu's style to cast aside a useful tool. Soon enough, Zhang Shu found himself alone in the courtyard, a space he had inhabited since childhood. The courtyard was neither overly large nor small, accompanied by a quaint little lake adorned with a pavilion above. The banks were rather bare, and Zhang Shu intended to plant more trees in due time, having already planted saplings of the ancient life tree. With the nurturing essence of the ancient life tree, the air became significantly fresher. However, feeling that the area lacked vibrancy, Zhang Shu contemplated embellishing it further. Then, seizing the moment with no one around, he consumed 50,000 sect points to elevate his cultivation by 5 minor realms, ascending from the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion directly to the 8th layer. He was now but a step away from the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation surged within him. His vital energy multiplied several times, and his strength increased by several tiers. With such enhanced power, Zhang Shu's spirits soared. Just then, a soft voice from outside interrupted his reverie. Sectmaster, Fu Qi and his sister seek an audience. Let them in, Zhang Shu replied, and at his behest, all 12 golden figures began to address him as Sectmaster. The title felt somewhat strange to him, perhaps because he was not entirely accustomed to being a native of this otherworldly realm. The 11th and others had no objections. He was the Sectmaster, and his word was final. Greetings, esteemed elder. We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. Soon, Fu Qi and his sister appeared before Zhang Shu. Upon meeting, Fu Hongyi, Fu Qi's sister, expressed her excitement and gratitude. While not conventionally stunning, her appearance was striking, exuding a resilience uncommon among women. Zhang Shu found himself admiring her fortitude. Very well, Fu Qi chimed in. Thanks to the elder's benevolence, my sister is unharmed. She rushed here to express her gratitude as soon as she regained consciousness, hoping not to disturb you. It is no trouble at all, Zhang Shu replied with a warm smile, clearly in high spirits. After all, it was due to the Fu siblings that he had garnered so many sect points and accomplished his daily tasks. Essentially, he had gained a free ancient saint talisman, further bolstering his arsenal. Thus, various factors combined led Zhang Shu to treat this brother-sister duo with remarkable kindness. Elder, I wish to join the Xinjiao sect. May I inquire about the requirements? Suddenly, Fu Hongyi spoke up with earnest intent. Fu Qi looked at Fu Hongyi in astonishment and said, Sister, you. Xiao Qi, after this experience, I have come to realize that in this world, without strength, ordinary people will only become playthings for others to bully. Only by becoming powerful can one escape a tragic fate, Fu Hongyi replied. She then turned to Zhang Shu, her expression earnest and respectful. Senior, I understand that joining the Xinjiao sect is certainly no simple feat, yet I wish to take a gamble. Such an opportunity lies before me, and I do not want to miss it and regret it for a lifetime. I hope you will grant me this chance. Fu Hongyi was incredibly anxious. Having encountered such an opportunity, if she hesitated and missed it, she feared she would never forgive herself. At worst, she would be rejected, surely. A senior like him would not punish her for that. The worst outcome would be to return to her previous life, which could not possibly be worse than it already was. What was there to fear? Seeing his sister speak up, Fu Qi suddenly steeled himself and added, Senior, I also wish to try. I earnestly request an opportunity. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shu was not surprised. Rather, it felt quite normal. Very well, in light of your sincerity, I shall grant you both an opportunity to join the Xinjiao sect. At this time tomorrow, I will set a trial here. If you succeed, you may become registered disciples of my sect. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi were overjoyed and quickly responded, Thank you, Senior. Good. In that case, return and make your preparations, Zhang Shu said with a smile. After sending the two away, Zhang Shu could not help but chuckle. Excellent. 2 tools are in place. I can hardly wait for the new daily tasks to refresh, and I will have another source of income. Delighted, he mused. This is the true victor of life, reaping benefits while having others work for free, and they even express their gratitude. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoba? He playfully teased, glancing at the golden little turtle that had unknowingly nestled by his feet. However, Xiaoba merely cast him a disdainful glance, too lazy to respond. Meow? Chapter 30. The overwhelming confidence of Gu Ming, the once mighty Gu family, has swiftly transformed into a desolate ruin. The past splendor has dissipated like mist. The rapidity of these events feels surreal, leaving many in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. Particularly among those who once suffered under the Gu family's oppression and had lost all hope, the sudden liberation from their burdens brings elation. Yet, a handful remain mournful, particularly those who thrived under the Gu family's influence, wielding their power to subjugate others. Now, bereft of their protective shield, they have become pariahs, scorned and hunted. Nevertheless, they constitute only a minuscule fraction of the populace. The majority revel in the swift justice that has befallen the Gu family, feeling vindicated and jubilant. Rather than perceiving the mysterious force that annihilated the Gu family as wrong, they view it as a heroic act of cleansing. Today, outside the ruins of the Gu family, a crowd gathers, filled with curiosity and awe at the devastation before them. The charred and ravaged landscape speaks of the strength of a true warrior. In a fit of rage, even a powerhouse like the Gu family can be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a blinding light descends, and many in the crowd are consumed before they can even scream, vanishing entirely from existence. Following this, several figures emerge. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the expressions of many shift dramatically. Alarmed whispers fill the air. It is the second son of the Gu family, Gu Ming, returning. The mention of Gu Ming's name drains the color from countless faces, instilling dread. Gu Ming, who had extinguished the lives of mere mortals with the ease of crushing insects, now gazes upon the devastated remnants of his family with a grim countenance. However, his demeanor soon stabilizes. How audacious of someone to dare strike against my Gu family, he muses with disdain. Since the Gu family has been nurtured by the Qingshan Lake, and with my connections, our strength has grown unparalleled. In the entire Tianxing Kingdom, few possess the capability to challenge us, and even fewer could single-handedly obliterate the Gu family. Could it be? that the royal family of Tianqing has intervened? Gu Ming's eyes flicker with intensity. Sorrow is absent, replaced by a simmering anger. For him, the Gu family holds little significance. Once of great importance, it is now but a pawn in his game, with his true support lying in the sacred land of Tianqi. The members of the Gu family will remain oblivious to the disdain he harbors for them until their dying breath. Ultimately, he is still a member of the Gu family, and the destruction of his lineage without his consent is a direct affront to his dignity. Gu Ming's expression hardens with resolve. Whoever has dared to undermine his authority will pay a price tenfold or 100-fold. Knight, have you uncovered the truth? To so effortlessly annihilate the Gu family, the assailant must at the very least be a formidable presence at the Radiant Sun realm, and likely aided by external forces. In this regard, Gu Ming's speculation is astutely accurate. Scanning the scene, the terrifying traces strewn across the ground could not possibly have been wrought by the efforts of a single individual. Thus, it is evident that other factors are at play. Nonetheless, even so, the audacity to provoke the Gu family suggests that the enemy, regardless of their apparent weakness, cannot be underestimated. A presence at the Radiant Sun realm seems entirely reasonable. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the Xinxiao sect was behind this. Elder Yi responded. Rage surged in Gu Ming's eyes as he could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "The Xinxiao sect, once again. How can a mere fallen sect wield such power?" Elder Yi nodded gently and remarked, "The once mighty Xinxiao sect has long been extinguished, and no one could possibly have survived. Perhaps a few have fortuitously acquired some of its legacies, such as formidable thunder talismans, which aligns well with the evidence at the scene. However, legacies are ultimately just that, limited in their depth. Having decimated the Gu family, it is likely that these inheritors have squandered much of the once great sect's resources. What remains is hardly of concern." Concluding his thoughts, Elder Yi expressed a confident judgment, even shaking his head in a sigh of resignation. After all, they are merely a handful of fortunate fools. Possessing a legacy yet lacking in discretion and patience, they are destined to invite calamity upon themselves. Foolish, utterly foolish. Oh, hearing this, Gu Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. At this moment, Elder Bai also chimed in, evidently in agreement with Elder Yi, stating with a smile, "I just surveyed the scene and observed that much of the thunderous power was squandered in reckless strikes. Such talismans possess the might to rival that of the Radiant Sun realm with a single blow. The traces here suggest that the adversary must have expended hundreds of talismans. More than 70% of them were wasted unnecessarily. The reasons for this are not far-fetched. One possibility is that these individuals are so weak that they cannot wield the talismans with precision, resorting to indiscriminate attacks. Alternatively, it may stem from a desire to show off or vent their frustrations, leading to an inability to control their emotions and thus extravagantly squandering their resources. Regardless of the motivation, it illustrates that these new members of the Xinxiao sect are devoid of ambition and possess simple minds. They are not to be feared. In my view, allowing such individuals to continue possessing the Xinxiao sect's legacy is an affront to its honor. It would be far better for you, young master, to seize it for yourself. This would both enhance your own foundation and prevent the legacy of the former premier sect from falling into the hands of the inept, thus preserving its dignity. I am certain that even the former patriarch of the Xinxiao sect would express gratitude for your efforts to restore its reputation." Elder Bai's discourse was well-reasoned and compelling, providing Gu Ming with a justifiable rationale for taking action against the Xinxiao sect. In truth, it is indeed the case that the legacy of a once great sect should not fall into the hands of such petty individuals. It would be a disgrace. Thus, it stands to reason. With a decisive gesture, the young master proclaimed his intention to reclaim the legacy, intending to bestow it upon a worthy individual in the future, thereby restoring the honor of the Xinxiao sect. Gu Ming spoke with a calm demeanor. Bai Lao and Yi Lao exchanged glances, both smiling, and promptly declared, "Your noble intentions are commendable. Fear not, the Xinxiao sect, once the foremost sect, possesses strength rivaling that of the imperial family. Should we reclaim the legacy, benefits will undoubtedly come to both of you." Gu Ming waved his hand grandly, crafting a vision and making promises. Clearly, he held great confidence in his ability to seize the Xinxiao sect's legacy. In his eyes, those fortunate few who had stumbled upon the inheritance were mere trifles, unworthy of comparison to him. If they were wise, he might even show them leniency and recruit them as subordinates, offering them a taste of his favor. However, should they prove ungrateful, he would not hesitate to reveal his ruthless nature. Naturally, those responsible for the downfall of the Gu family, along with their accomplices, could not be spared. Not only must they be eliminated, but they should also endure the tortures of the sacred land before their demise. Gu Ming did not entertain the possibility of failure. Failure? What a jest! How could a handful of fortunate fools stand in his way? The legacy of the Shenxiao sect was already within his grasp. Thus, his true concern was never about the sect itself. Rather, he pondered how to execute his subsequent plans after seizing the inheritance. His ultimate ambition lay with the imperial family. Chapter 31. The Mortal's Ultimate Trial. Little Eight's new abode at the Shenxiao sect. Beep. The daily system tasks have been refreshed. Task item. Premium Spirit Stones 10. 000. Task reward. Super Premium Spirit Stone Vein 1. Zhang Shu glanced at the refreshed daily tasks, his brow twitching slightly. Premium Spirit Stones. Another 10,000. Truly, the system is extravagantly affluent, he mused. In terms of value, while the Premium Spirit Stones may not rival the outrageous worth of the 9-pattern Pure Spirit Pills, they are undeniably tangible Spirit Stones. Across the continent, Spirit Stones serve as a universal currency, classified into varying tiers. From lowest to highest, they are Inferior Spirit Stones, Medium Spirit Stones, Superior Spirit Stones, and Premium Spirit Stones. The exchange ratio stands at 1 to 100. In essence, a single Premium Spirit Stone is equivalent to 1 million Inferior Spirit Stones, nearly representing the total Spirit Stone income of a small sect over half a year. 10,000 Premium Spirit Stones constitute a considerable fortune. Should word of this circulate, even the 7 major sects would be envious to the point of madness. However, how could one possibly exhaust such a vast quantity of Spirit Stones in a single day? Zhang Shu fell into contemplation. Was it feasible to trade them for resources? Yet, the resources acquired would still require utilization, wouldn't they? Or perhaps merely exchanging them would suffice to complete the task. Zhang Shu remained uncertain, and he had no intention of trading them, for likely no faction in the southern region could afford such a transaction. Even if one could, it would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time, which he could not afford. Only a day remained. What should he do? Should he compel everyone to absorb the energy quickly? Another idea struck Zhang Shu. The energy contained within Premium Spirit Stones is exceedingly pure, making it entirely viable for direct cultivation. Yet, therein lies the issue. It is unreliable. The reason is simple. Consuming 10,000 9-pattern Pure Spirit Pills is feasible, but it does not imply that the same quantity of Premium Spirit Stones can be similarly consumed in equivalent amounts. The energy contained within Premium Spirit Stones far surpasses that of 9-pattern Pure Spirit Pills. Even considering the current members of the Shenxiao sect, multiplying their number tenfold would still be insufficient. This approach would not work either. A different, more rational solution must be devised. Rubbing his forehead, Zhang Shu felt a twinge of frustration. As he surveyed his surroundings, silently pondering a solution, his gaze suddenly sharpened as it fell upon Little Eight. Meow? Little Eight trembled slightly under Zhang Shu's intense gaze. Zhang Shu donned a gentle smile, inspired by a brilliant solution. Little Eight was bewildered by Zhang Shu's scrutiny. Little Eight, you have accompanied me for many years now, sharing in both toil and tribulation. Your companionship has been invaluable during my darkest times, and I have regrettably never repaid you properly, not even providing you with a proper resting place. Now, an opportunity has arisen. Would you desire to exchange for a new home? Zhang Shu said, beaming. Little Eight, perplexed, pondered the notion of a new abode. It did seem rather appealing. As for residing in a doghouse, that is a tale of the past. Now, it has ascended to the status of an ancient divine beast. Surely, no divine creature would dwell in such a humble abode. However, it must be said, it is rather embarrassing for a majestic ancient beast to lack a proper dwelling, merely relying on the heavens as a canopy and the earth as a mat. Quite disgraceful indeed. Meow? Little Eight exclaimed, expressing full agreement. It is high time for a new home. Zhang Shu chuckled amiably, assuring, do not worry, someone will soon come to help you construct a new residence. With a gentle wave of his hand, a towering peak suddenly emerged before them, entirely composed of exquisite spirit stones, shimmering brilliantly. Before long, the appointed time arrived. Fu Qi and his sister Fu Hongyi appeared punctually, and even Yi Yun and Feng Bo, driven by curiosity, joined to witness the spectacle. Are there newcomers? Yi Yun exclaimed with delight. These past few days had nearly bored her to tears. Aside from cultivation, there was not entertaining in the entire divine Xiaozong, a stark contrast to the royal city. To make matters worse, apart from their small group, not even a shadow was seen. The sect leader, the divine dragon, was elusive, and the 12 golden figures were nowhere to be found. It seemed as though only she and Feng Bo remained in the entire divine Xiaozong. At last, newcomers had arrived. Yi Yun felt a mix of anticipation and joy. Feng Bo also regarded the Fu siblings with a warm smile, his aged gaze radiating kindness. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Zhang Shu wasted no time and directly stated the examination criteria. The task for both of you is quite simple. Do you see that pile of spirit stones over there? You have 1 day to construct a cave dwelling using these stones. Should you succeed, you will have passed the assessment. As Zhang Shu's words fell, the group began to sense something amiss, instinctively turning their gazes toward the luminous mountain peak not far away. These are all spirit stones. The richness of spiritual energy, the luster, gasped, they are all exquisite spirit stones. Feng Bo was taken aback. Exquisite spirit stones. So many? While others may not grasp the rarity of exquisite spirit stones, he certainly did. Although 1 exquisite spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 superior spirit stones, the reverse was utterly impossible. Only a fool would consider such an exchange. Though they differ by merely a tier, the disparity is immense. Exquisite spirit stones possess an unparalleled purity of essence. They can be used for cultivation, and more importantly, for healing injuries or even breaking through cultivation barriers. Moreover, exquisite spirit stones have myriad other remarkable uses, their value immeasurable. Are all these truly exquisite spirit stones? Yi Yun was equally astonished. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, the sect leader could casually produce 10,000 9-patterned clear spirit pills. While exquisite spirit stones were precious, they pale in comparison to the 9-patterned clear spirit pills. What truly astonished Yi Yun was the sect leader's intention. To construct a cave dwelling with exquisite spirit stones? Gulp. Upon hearing these words, several individuals could not help but swallow hard. Although Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi were mere mortals, this did not imply that they were oblivious to the rarity of supreme spirit stones. Merely standing there, doing nothing, they felt the overwhelming surge of pure essence emanating from the distant mound of supreme spirit stones, continuously washing over their bodies. Yi Yun and Feng Bo sensed their cultivation beginning to incrementally rise. Is this the power of supreme spirit stones? Feng Bo marveled once more. Zhang Shu waved his hand, signaling Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi, and calmly remarked, "If you are prepared, then let us commence. Remember, you have only 1 day. If you fail to complete the task, it shall be deemed a failure of your assessment, and you must return whence you came." "Yes, senior," the two replied, their hearts tightening as they hurried towards the mountain of supreme spirit stones. Reaching the base of the mountain, they looked up, their faces paling slightly. A sudden realization dawned upon Yi Yun and Feng Bo. The supreme spirit stones, despite being cut, were astonishingly large and heavy. An ordinary person would have to exert every ounce of strength to barely lift even one. For individuals of their caliber, this challenge might seem trivial, yet for common folk, it was nearly an insurmountable task. With this thought, a flicker of concern crossed Yi Yun's eyes. Though she had only met Fu Hongyi and Fu Qi briefly, she held a favorable impression of them and sincerely wished for their success. For the two of them, losing this opportunity would signify a complete forfeiture of their chance to alter their fates, condemning them to a life of mediocrity henceforth. Fu Hongyi and Fu Qi evidently understood this truth as well. Gazing at the towering mountain of spirit stones, despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness, they chose to press on. In silence, Fu Hongyi lifted a massive spirit stone, her body swaying violently as she nearly lost her balance. Chapter 32. The Bloodline of All Spirits. Ah, be careful, Yi Yun exclaimed instinctively, covering her mouth. Once she saw Fu Hongyi stabilize her balance, she breathed a sigh of relief, though her eyes remained filled with concern. It was as if she beheld another version of herself, equally resentful of fate, equally yearning for formidable strength, unwilling to place her safety in the hands of others' mercy. Instead, she longed to seize control of her own destiny. To achieve this, one must possess sufficiently potent power. This is of utmost importance. without strength. All aspirations are but empty words. Hold on. Fu Hongyi lifted a spirit stone nearly half her size, her gaze resolute, veins pulsating in her arms as she painstakingly transported the stones to a designated location, gradually constructing a rudimentary cave abode, all while enduring immense pressure. She was merely an ordinary person, and moreover, a woman. Such physical labor posed an exceedingly arduous challenge for her. Nonetheless, anything was preferable to a complete absence of hope. Like her brother Fu Qi, both had been deemed failures by the various esteemed sects, lacking spiritual roots and cultivation aptitude. At this moment, the opportunity to alter her fate was one she cherished deeply. Huff, huff. Fu Hongyi gasped for breath, sweat cascading down her face. Had it not been for the pure essence emanating from the exquisite spirit stones nourishing her body, she likely would have succumbed in mere moments. In comparison, Fu Qi, though slightly more at ease, remained very much human. Yet, he diligently endeavored to quicken his pace, striving to transport as many spirit stones as possible, hoping to alleviate his sister's burden through his efforts. However, Fu Hongyi proved far more resilient than anyone had anticipated. Step by step, stone by stone, she continued her labor. Though on the verge of collapse, she remained steadfast, never wavering. Gradually, as time elapsed and hours swiftly passed, the crowd began to sense something amiss. Wind Master observed the scene before him, puzzled, exclaiming, "This young girl possesses remarkable willpower. If it were any other ordinary person, let alone a frail woman, perhaps even a robust martial artist in their prime would struggle to endure such trials." Each spirit stone was not insubstantial in weight. More critically, the pure essence of the exquisite spirit stones emitted a pressure that naturally assailed the mind. While this pressure might affect the strong little, for ordinary individuals, it was akin to swimming upstream in a torrential river. To have persevered thus far without succumbing to exhaustion transcended mere willpower. It was indeed extraordinary. Curious, quite peculiar. Wind Master regarded the duo with a mixture of concern and astonishment. Yian was also lost in thought. She glanced quietly at the silent sect leader, who remained stoically observant of the scene before him, his gaze enigmatic and devoid of emotion, as if nothing concerned him. Though her curiosity was piqued, she hesitated to voice her inquiries. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of vitality reverberated through the air. This faint yet palpable wave of energy instantly captivated the attention of all present, including Zhang Shu, who lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with interest. Fu Hongyi, myriad spirits bloodline, favored by the heavens, born with an innate spirit source, endowed with unparalleled talent for cultivation. Status, inactive. The myriad spirits bloodline. Those possessing such a lineage are invariably prodigies of cultivation. With an inherent spirit source, they face minimal constraints in their practice, resembling innate powerhouses. Such gifted individuals, if born into a formidable sect, would undoubtedly emerge as peerless geniuses. However, it is unfortunate that Fu Hongyi is not a scion of a major force, nor does she boast a formidable background. Apart from a grandfather who barely stepped into the realm of condensing essence, she has no other formidable allies. The celestial beings of the smaller sects clearly failed to recognize Fu Hongyi's uniqueness, merely concluding that she was a natural cripple, her meridians rendered useless and obstructed by an inexplicable force, rendering her unable to circulate energy or cultivate. This condition bears a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary person born with blocked meridians, but is even more severe, hence the term crippled meridians. For this reason, the major sects regarded Fu Hongyi as a waste. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the energy obstructing her meridian flow was not a misfortune, but rather an extraordinary opportunity. Spirit source. Should she manage to cultivate, this spirit source would, in a remarkably short time, translate directly into her own cultivation level. It can be said that, provided her realm is sufficient, Fu Hongyi's strength could potentially surge without limits before the spirit source is entirely depleted. However, this bloodline is both a boon and a bane. If she fails to refine the spirit source promptly, not only will she not soar to greatness, but she will also be consumed by the increasingly potent pure energy, leading to her demise within a few years. In essence, had Fu Hongyi not encountered Zhang Shu, her lifespan would have been reduced to mere years. Now, Fu Hongyi has already missed the optimal age for cultivation, and the accumulation of energy within her is alarmingly immense. Previously, All that was required was a powerful elder to assist in unblocking her bloodline with their own vitality, allowing her to embark on the path of cultivation. However, that is no longer feasible. The sheer magnitude of this power has reached a critical juncture, akin to a bucket brimming with water. Any external infusion of energy would merely cause the already full bucket to burst. Therefore, she must seek an alternative path. Using the pure and natural vitality inherent in the exquisite spiritual stones, coupled with the intense pressure exerted during their transportation, Fu Hongyi gently awakened the power of her bloodline. At this moment, it appeared that she had succeeded. Boom! Just as she was on the verge of exhaustion, an overwhelming force erupted from within her, instantly enveloping her entire being. Fatigue dissipated rapidly, and an indescribable strength surged within her heart. What was this? Fu Hongyi looked at her palm in disbelief. The once unbearably heavy spiritual stone now felt as light as a feather. This sudden transformation left her momentarily stunned, a shocking thought flickering in her mind that she dared not entertain. A celestial being. Had she somehow become a celestial being? Despite her deep-seated resentment towards her fate and her desire for power, having lived as a mere mortal all her life, the term celestial instinctively filled her with a sense of distance and reverence. Thus, the abrupt change was nothing short of astonishing. However, amidst her astonishment, she did not forget that she was still undergoing an assessment. She quickly suppressed her excitement and continued with the task at hand. This time, her movements were markedly more effortless. The previously insurmountable mountain of spiritual stones now seemed diminutive in comparison. All of this was a result of her newfound strength. With varying levels of power came different perspectives and mindsets. "Sister, what are you doing?" Fu Qi stared, dumbfounded, as she effortlessly lifted the enormous spiritual stone as if it were a mere piece of paper. Fu Hongyi, in high spirits, glanced at her brother with a gentle gaze and encouraged, "Keep striving, do not lose hope." Rather than hastily emptying the mountain of spiritual stones, she maintained a steady pace. Realizing that this seemingly simple task was imbued with profound significance and concealed immense opportunities for transformation. Therefore, she decided to proceed slowly. It was not that she did not wish to hasten and assist Fu Qi in completing the task, but rather, she understood that doing so would inadvertently hinder him. Chapter 33. The Supreme Being of the Xinxiao Sect, Xiao Ba? What is this? A surge of vitality. Someone has broken through? In the instant Fu Hongyi achieved her breakthrough, both Yi Yun and Feng Bo sensed it, their astonishment palpable. How could a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation heritage or innate talent, manage to transcend merely through arduous labor? When did cultivation become such a facile endeavor? Feng Bo gazed at Fu Hongyi, astonished yet feeling a twinge of envy. He could faintly perceive a terrifying aura emanating from her, one that sent shivers through his heart. However, this aura was deeply concealed, causing him no significant distress. Yi Yun, equally astonished, felt an unexplainable sense of admiration. Truly, the sect master has devised a remarkable method to facilitate such breakthroughs. She sensed that Fu Hongyi's prowess was formidable, far from that of a novice in the body refinement stage. Her vitality surged robustly, ascending at a breathtaking pace. In the blink of an eye, she reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet, as if bound by certain constraints, her cultivation stagnated. Nevertheless, Yi Yun sensed that this was not due to an inability to advance, but rather a limitation imposed by the lack of a cultivation technique. If she were to acquire such a technique, her future breakthroughs would likely be even more rapid and formidable. Feng Bo evidently recognized this as well, sighing, "A monster. This young lady, like Yun, is indeed a prodigy." Faced with such extraordinary beings, the burden on an ordinary person like Feng Bo was immense. Meanwhile, Fu Hongyi was about to continue transporting spirit stones when, suddenly, her vision blurred, and she realized she had unwittingly left the examination area. Upon looking again, she found Zhang Shu standing before her. "Senior," Fu Hongyi exclaimed, startled by her sudden appearance in this place, and hurriedly bowed in respect. Zhang Shu smiled and nodded, stating, "Indeed, the myriad spirit bloodline possesses considerable advantages on the path of cultivation. There are nearly no shackles or restrictions. However, one must not become arrogant. A solid foundation is paramount, and one must avoid restlessness." Zhang Shu then briefly elucidated the nature of the myriad spirit bloodline. Understanding the full context and realizing that he had saved her life, Fu Hongyi felt an even deeper sense of gratitude towards him. From this moment forth, you shall be an honorary disciple of the Xinxiao sect. In the future, should you make significant contributions or experience a breakthrough, you may be elevated to an outer sect disciple. Zhang Shu waved his hand, no longer concerned with the matter. Regardless of who it is, all who join the Xinxiao sect must start as honorary disciples. This has always been a rule of the sect, not to suppress disciples, but primarily to temper their character and for various other reasons. If it is determined that a disciple's character is largely free of flaws, the honorary status is merely a formality, and they will soon be promoted. This is also to prevent the recruitment of unworthy individuals and to avoid attracting bloodthirsty fiends. Upon the discovery of any misconduct, immediate expulsion from the sect shall ensue. For grave transgressions, severe punishment, even execution, will be mercilessly enforced. The sacred celestial sect admits disciples based solely on their character, disregarding other factors, no matter how exceptional one's cultivation talent or illustrious background may be. These attributes pale in comparison to the paramount importance of one's disposition. After all, the sacred celestial sect once wielded immense power within the Tianqing realm, even instilling trepidation in the royal family. A lax selection process could result in unscrupulous individuals abusing the sect's reputation to oppress others, thereby not only bringing calamity to the innocent, but also tarnishing the sect's esteemed name. Such a scenario is utterly intolerable to the upper echelons of the sacred celestial sect. Thus, even though the sect has fallen into decline and its disciple count has dwindled, Zhang Shu steadfastly adheres to this principle, regardless of one's extraordinary talents. Entrance into the sect must commence as a registered disciple. As Fu Hongyi departed, only Fu Qi remained in the vicinity. Observing his sister complete her assessment, Fu Qi felt an urgent apprehension. If his sister succeeded while he failed, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Resolutely, Fu Qi gritted his teeth and exerted himself even more in the labor at hand. Sweat cascaded down his brow. On the ground lay a resplendent golden tortoise, standing upright with its claws raised, strutting alongside Fu Qi as if supervising him, its small, glistening eyes reflecting satisfaction. Watching the crystal cave gradually take shape, the little tortoise grew increasingly delighted. Not far away, having finally secured a moment's respite, Fu Hongyi unexpectedly noticed the previously overlooked little tortoise. Upon this realization, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mind filled with a flurry of questions. What was this creature? A tortoise? A golden tortoise? At that moment, Zhang Shu also became aware of something amiss as he gazed at the little tortoise. Observing its proud demeanor, he could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. As he continued to watch, his expression shifted. What was happening? It had only been a few days since he last paid attention, and this tortoise had ascended to such heights? Little 8. Species, sky-swallowing mystic tortoise, cultivation level, Nirvana realm first stage, Nirvana realm first stage? Zhang Shu was momentarily rendered speechless. How could this tortoise's prowess have escalated so rapidly in such a short span? Was it truly an ancient divine beast? Absurd. As this realization dawned upon him, Zhang Shu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Though reluctant to admit it, it seemed that the most formidable entity within the sacred celestial sect at present was indeed this tortoise. Upon further reflection, it appeared to be the most powerful openly acknowledged. According to the unspoken conventions of various sects, the strongest within a sect is typically its founding ancestor. Zhang Shu's expression became ever more bizarre. The sect's ancestor? A golden tortoise? What if one day, the ancestors of various sects convened for tea? Others from different sects are often depicted as venerable elders with an aura of celestial grace or enigmatic youths shrouded in mystery. Yet here, unexpectedly, emerges a golden tortoise. Zhang Shu took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of the scene. If such a moment were to truly unfold, he feared he might lose control, shattering the Emperor Experience card and transforming into an invincible sovereign, annihilating the entire continent in a single breath. Tired. Let destruction come. The embarrassment is too much to bear. However, whether Zhang Shu wished to acknowledge it or not, it appeared that within the ranks of the Xinxiao sect, this tortoise truly held the greatest power. In a one-on-one confrontation with the 12 golden men, aside from its resilience, most would likely find themselves outmatched by this tortoise. As for the others, they were even less of a concern. Even Zhang Shu himself, without resorting to any additional means, would probably struggle against this tortoise. Caught in a tempest of emotions, after indulging in a moment of self-amusement, Zhang Shu chose not to dwell too much on the matter. After all, it was merely a Nirvana realm being, hardly significant. Not to mention, even if this tortoise were to ascend to the status of a sage, what would it ultimately matter? It would still have to heed his commands. Refusal? Simply eliminate it. Yet, he could not help but chuckle inwardly, sighing. Truly, it is the heaven-devouring mysterious tortoise. An ancient divine beast, whose bloodline activation bestows it with astonishing power, growing exponentially as long as it continues to consume. Ridiculous. Nevertheless, this rapid enhancement would only persist for a while. Upon reaching the Nirvana realm, the residual power of the sacred bloodline elixir would soon be nearly depleted. From here on, advancing its cultivation would become a far more arduous task. Zhang Shu shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. He would have preferred for Little Ba to possess even greater strength, but alas, such desires remain mere fantasies. Even ancient divine beasts cannot endlessly augment their power. Chapter 34. The innately powerful soul. The assessment continued unabated. Fu Qi, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, clutched spirit stones, his body nearing complete exhaustion. Yet, the surging pure energy of the top-grade spirit stones steadfastly prevented him from succumbing entirely, sustaining his breath. Huff, huff. So tired. I long to stop. I wish to cease my efforts. No, that cannot be. How can I entertain such thoughts? I must not give in. I must persevere. Through Fu Qi's relentless efforts, the towering mountain of spirit stones visibly diminished, now reduced to about 1/3 of its original size. However, he was on the brink of total depletion. Zhang Shu observed the unfolding scene with calm eyes, his thoughts inscrutable. Beside him, Fu Hongyi and Yi Yun watched with anxious hearts, fearing Fu Qi might falter and collapse at any moment. Fu Qi, cultivation level, first stage of Qi condensation, soul. His soul power was overwhelmingly robust. Yet his feeble body was unable to withstand the pressure, rendering him frail and plagued by ailments, with fragile meridians incapable of accommodating the flow of energy. Zhang Shu's eyes reflected the system's insights. He had just employed his insightful eye to scrutinize both Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi, discovering that the siblings were far from ordinary. Each harbored significant secrets and possessed extraordinarily formidable cultivation talents. The elder sister, Fu Hongyi, bore the bloodline of myriad spirits, naturally accompanied by innate spiritual essence. Once she embarked on the path of cultivation, her progress would be nothing short of meteoric. The younger brother, Fu Qi, was no less remarkable. Despite his apparent lack of cultivation and his inability to absorb even a trace of energy, with his meridians in a state of weakness, he was still deemed inferior to the average person. Yet, inexplicably, this seemingly ordinary individual was classified by the system as possessing the first stage of Qi condensation. And it pertained to his soul, an innately powerful soul. Could this young lad also be a transmigrator? Zhang Shu suddenly recalled tales from his past life, which often mentioned that those who traversed worlds tended to possess far superior mental faculties and soul strength compared to their peers of the same realm. However, he found no evidence of such anomalies. It seemed unlikely that he was a transmigrator. The probability of him having other hidden fortunes was considerably greater. Zhang Shu swiftly formed his judgment and sighed inwardly. These siblings were remarkable, each more extraordinary than the last. Had they been born into a prominent family, they would have likely soared to great heights, either as a saintly son or a divine maiden. Alas, fate had played a cruel hand. Both hailed from impoverished backgrounds and had repeatedly faced misfortune. Had it not been for his intervention, not only would they have struggled to ascend the path of cultivation, but merely surviving would have been a considerable achievement. Could this be the fabled jealousy of heaven towards gifted individuals? Fu Qi's constitution was significantly poorer than that of his sister. Although the vitality contained within these exquisite spiritual stones was rather thin, it was undeniably pure and gentle in effect, making it ideal for someone like Fu Qi to enhance his physical condition through the labor of transporting the spiritual stones. Despite the arduousness and exhaustion, he could better temper his body and more efficiently absorb the essence of vitality. Zhang Shu constantly assessed Fu Qi's condition in his mind. Ultimately, the solution to Fu Qi's predicament was quite similar to that of his sister. By fortifying his physical form and allowing this pure essence to gently nourish his meridians, he could eventually refine himself to a level capable of perfectly accommodating the power of the soul, thereby resolving all challenges with ease. His willpower was commendable. If he could persist, there should be no significant issues. However, should he falter midway, Zhang Shu ceased his thoughts, quietly observing Fu Qi as he perspired profusely while moving the spiritual stones. Within Zhang Shu's line of sight, delicate threads could be distinctly seen flowing into Fu Qi's body, circulating gradually and improving his constitution. Suddenly, at a certain moment, thud, everyone present felt a jolt as Fu Qi finally succumbed to the pressure, collapsing to the ground while clutching a spiritual stone. Little Qi, Fu Hongyi gasped in alarm, wanting to assist but holding back with great effort. She retained her composure, understanding that should she intervene, Fu Qi would inevitably face failure in his assessment. Her assistance would not be a help, but rather a hindrance. Ultimately, Fu Hongyi could only watch this scene with tearful concern. As the eldest sister, she had nearly regarded Fu Qi as her own son in the wake of their parents' early demise. Witnessing this moment, how could her heart not ache? Could he still endure? At that moment, Zhang Shu's calm voice reached Fu Qi's ears. With great difficulty, Fu Qi managed to move slightly, gritting his teeth as he slowly rose, his body trembling uncontrollably. Rest assured, I can still hold on. I will not give up easily. This declaration was evidently directed at Fu Hongyi. He then resumed his labor, grappling with a spiritual stone nearly half his height, advancing step by painstaking step before placing the stone at its designated spot, repeating the process. Throughout it all, Fu Qi did not utter a single word of fatigue. Finally, at a certain moment, Fu Qi suddenly sensed a warm flow coursing through him. The aches and exhaustion that had enveloped him diminished significantly, and this revelation instantly invigorated his spirit. What is this sensation? Fu Qi lifted a massive spiritual stone, astonished to find its weight seemingly reduced. No, it wasn't that the weight had lightened, but rather that his strength had intensified. A spark of realization ignited within him. In an even more astonishing turn of events, the stone unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, hovering effortlessly in midair. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all present, leaving everyone, except Zhang Shu, momentarily stunned. Fu Hongyi gazed at her brother in astonishment, pondering the nature of this newfound ability. Yi Yun mused, lost in contemplation before a sudden realization struck her. I remember encountering similar records in our family's ancient texts, formless and intangible, the ability to manipulate objects from afar. This is spiritual power. But wasn't it said that only those who have attained the nirvana realm could manifest such power? What is happening? Yi Yun was equally bewildered. A mere mortal awakening spiritual power? A monster, yet another anomaly. Feng Bo clutched his chest, his face a mask of wry amusement as he observed the scene unfold. What a blow to the senses. Since joining the Shenxiao sect, I feel as though the shocks I've experienced in these few days surpass the entirety of my previous life. My heart can scarcely endure it. I can manipulate objects from a distance now? Fu Qi exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he attempted to harness his spiritual power to control the spirit stones, swiftly directing them toward their intended location. In mere moments, a towering crystal cave took shape, its formation exponentially faster than the sluggish process witnessed before. Little one, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. From this moment forth, you shall also be a registered disciple of our Shenxiao sect, Zhang Shu declared with a broad smile upon witnessing the spectacle. The others chimed in with their congratulations. Little Ba, strutting with an air of nonchalance, ambled over to Fu Qi, extending a paw to pat his pant leg, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. This house, this cave, it pleases me, the little creature declared. You have a bright future ahead. Chapter 35. The Emergence of Divine Minds and Celestial Phenomena. As the assessment concluded, the Shenxiao sect welcomed 2 new registered disciples. Now, alongside Yi Yun and Feng Bo, the sect had a total of 4 disciples. In terms of sheer numbers, it was almost pitiful, evoking a sense of sorrow. Once a grand first sect of the Tianxing, it had now fallen to a mere 5 members, including the sect leader. However, when considering the quality of these disciples, both Yi Yun's 9-star celestial body and Fu Hongyi's 10,000 spirits bloodline, as well as Fu Qitian's formidable soul power, could all be deemed extraordinary talents. Additionally, there was the unique Xiaoba. Each of them was exceptional, equivalent to 100 ordinary disciples. Yet, the current strength of the Shenxiao sect, excluding the variable that was Zhang Shu, still paled in comparison to its former glory as the premier sect. Everything will improve. Zhang Shu silently reassured himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task and receiving the reward of a superlative spirit stone mine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting 2 disciples with cultivation talent, earning a reward of 40,000 Sect points. The addition of Fu Qitian and Fu Hongyi directly brought Zhang Shu an income of 40,000 Sect points. Previously, whether it was Xiao Ba or Yi Yun, the rewards and Sect points were not particularly high. Thus, he was astonished and subsequently overjoyed by the substantial rewards this time. He began to speculate that perhaps before joining the sect, both Xiao Ba and Yi Yun had not fully realized their potential, leading to their lesser evaluation by the system. This did not imply that their inherent potential was lacking. After obtaining the sacred bloodline pill, Xiao Ba's talent was indeed unparalleled. Yi Yun's evolution into the 9-star celestial body was similarly impressive. However, prior to these developments, their talents had not been remarkable. Fu Qitian and Fu Hongyi were different. Without hesitation, after receiving the Sect point rewards, Zhang Shu immediately expended 20,000 Sect points to elevate his cultivation from the 8th level of the Purple Mansion to the completion of the Purple Mansion. A powerful force surged within him, and Zhang Shu sensed that his vital energy had reached its utmost limit, leaving no room for any excess power. To advance further would mean transforming the Purple Mansion into the Radiant Sun, stepping into a new realm. Boom! With a casual gesture, Zhang Shu caused the void to reverberate. Although his apparent cultivation was merely at the completion of the Purple Mansion, he felt capable of contending even against those at the completion of the Radiant Sun satisfied. He restrained his aura. The completion of the Purple Mansion allowed him to surpass an entire realm in combat against the Radiant Sun. This level of combat prowess was unprecedented in Zhang Shu's memory. However, this did not imply that his strength could genuinely rival that of the Radiant Sun. It was essential to recognize that as cultivation progressed to the later stages, the gaps between each minor realm widened significantly. The completion of the Radiant Sun represented an unfathomable mastery of one's own power. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering even a formidable opponent at the peak of the Radiant Sun realm could potentially lead to an instant defeat. However, Zhang Shu is an exception. Cloaked in the godlike robe, he is impervious to attacks from those below the sacred realm, placing him in an inherently invulnerable position against opponents at the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun realm. He can disregard their assaults, yet they cannot entirely overlook his formidable power. In this delicate balance of strengths and weaknesses, even the mightiest adversaries may find themselves in a precarious situation. Of course, being capable of combat does not guarantee victory. Theoretically, Zhang Shu could contend with not only those at the peak of the Radiant Sun realm, but even those at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Yet, engaging in such a battle would be akin to seeking self-inflicted torment. After estimating his own capabilities, Zhang Shu turned his attention to the system rewards. Moments later, a deafening roar reverberated through the mountains housing the godlike sect, causing the terrain to tremble violently. What transpired? Was there an earthquake? Could the mountains be collapsing? No. Something felt amiss. The density of the spiritual energy in the air seemed to have surged dramatically. Figures were stirred by the commotion, swiftly ascending into the sky to gaze into the distance. The next moment, they stood in stunned silence. In the far-off mountains, waves of energy surged forth, manifesting as a terrifying tempest of spiritual energy that ravaged and enveloped the entire range. It was as if the earth itself had convulsed, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. Suddenly, a searing pain struck their eyes as they perceived the sky and earth splitting open, revealing vast fissures from which an endless radiance erupted, transforming into torrents of spiritual energy that obscured the heavens. At this moment, the density of spiritual energy in the cosmos surged once more. The long-dormant spirit-gathering array of the godlike sect activated spontaneously, voraciously absorbing the pure torrents of spiritual energy from the surroundings, coalescing into dense mists within the sect. In certain areas, the mists grew so thick that they condensed into a liquid state, cascading down as an overwhelming deluge of spiritual liquid. A torrential rain ensued. Was this truly a rain of spiritual energy? All present were astounded. Each droplet was pure spiritual liquid. This was a state achieved by compressing spiritual energy to its utmost limit, far more precious than the finest spirit stones. The relentless downpour inundated vast tracts of land, and before long, a pristine lake emerged, stretching as far as the eye could see. Boundless and expansive, the onlookers were utterly astonished. What was this? A lake entirely composed of condensed spiritual liquid? This was beyond belief. As the architect of this extraordinary phenomenon, Zhang Shu gazed at the unfolding scene in a state of stunned amazement. He understood the rarity of supreme spirit stones and recognized that veins containing such stones were even more invaluable. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that the emergence of a single vein could provoke such a terrifying spectacle. Since that fateful battle years ago, the godlike sect had fallen, taking with it the multitude of spiritual veins that once flourished in its mountain range into oblivion. Once a rare sanctuary sought after by countless individuals, it has now transformed into a desolate wilderness. Yet, in this moment, the entire realm seems to awaken. In the blink of an eye, the density of spiritual energy in the atmosphere surpasses its peak levels from the past, and it is escalating at an alarming rate. A colossal storm of spiritual energy gathers, forming an immense lake that stretches beyond the horizon. The extraordinary phenomena unfolding can be observed with remarkable clarity, even from a great distance. The magnitude of this occurrence affects the entirety of the celestial star kingdom. At this moment, myriad factions are taken aback. Numerous powerful beings, captivated by this spectacle, hasten toward the direction of the divine sky sect without a second thought. In the hearts of countless individuals, a singular thought reverberates when celestial signs manifest. A treasure of unparalleled worth is destined to emerge. Chapter 36. Confronting the divine Xia. The enraged Zhang Shu in almost the same moment, near the divine Xia sect. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. What rich fluctuations of primordial energy. Surely, a remarkable treasure has emerged. Gu Ming, who had intended to head towards the divine Xia sect, paused in his tracks, captivated by the cascading rain of primordial energy, his expression greedy. Following Gu Ming were two elders, one clad in black and the other in white, resembling the duality of yin and yang. These were Elder Yi and Elder Bai. Both were formidable practitioners of the Radiant Sun realm, powerful indeed, serving as subordinates to the esteemed Elder Xianming of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, specifically dispatched to ensure Gu Ming's safety. The reign of primordial energy? Such an extraordinary sight within the confines of the diminutive Tianxing Kingdom, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the young master. It seems this forthcoming treasure is indeed destined to be linked with him, Elder Yi remarked with a grin, eager to flatter. Despite his considerable strength, his status could not rival that of Gu Ming. Ha ha, well said. Gu Ming responded with hearty laughter, unable to contain his excitement. What are we waiting for? The treasure rightfully belongs to those fated to possess it. This is indeed a double blessing. Not only will I obtain the divine Xia legacy, but I shall also acquire a rare artifact. If I can present it to my master, my standing will be even more secure. His eyes glistened with fervor. Though he often boasted and flaunted the banner of the sacred land, in truth, Gu Ming was merely a minor character in the grand tapestry of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, hardly more than cannon fodder. In fact, among the disciples under Elder Xianming, there were many who surpassed Gu Ming in talent. This reality gnawed at the ambitious Gu Ming, who endeavored to exhaust his family wealth to curry favor with Elder Xianming, hoping for a mere glance that would elevate his status. Those acquainted with their own circumstances are aware of their limitations. This meager position was only sufficient to intimidate outsiders. In encounters with ordinary factions, he could flaunt his power, but even the mightiest within the Tianxing Kingdom could easily disregard him. Thus, he desperately sought to distinguish himself, even daring to set his sights on the royal family, risking everything in the process. Should calamity befall him, neither the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land nor Elder Xianming would likely pay him much heed as an insignificant disciple. As for the Gu family's connection to the Qingshan Lake, it existed outside the borders of the Tianxing Kingdom, wielding considerable influence, rivaling that of the former divine Xia sect. However, to put it kindly, the Gu family's ties to Qingshan Lake were merely a means of self-aggrandizement. To speak bluntly, the Gu family was nothing more than a loyal hound to Qingshan Lake, summoned at will. They often borrowed the prestige of Qingshan Lake to bolster their own image. Now that the Gu family has been decimated, this connection has naturally severed. All blame lies with the accursed divine Xia sect. Had the Gu family remained intact, their influence might have allowed them to achieve greatness. Now, all is in ruins. The divine Xia sect must pay the price for this devastation. Gu Ming's countenance darkened, and an urgent anxiety brewed within him. He must secure sufficient benefits to solidify his position, whether it be the sacred land or the Azure God Lake. He required ample incentives to persuade them. Should he falter this time, it was conceivable that both Elder Yi and Elder Bai might abandon him, leaving him to rely solely on his meager strength at the Purple Mansion realm, coupled with countless enemies, rendering self-preservation a formidable challenge. Elder Yi and Elder Bai, I must lean on you both heavily this time. If I can successfully enhance my status before my master upon my return, I shall undoubtedly present the promised Yanji Dan with both hands. In an effort to ensure his standing and to motivate the two men to exert their utmost efforts, Gu Ming began to weave grand illusions. Upon hearing the words Yanji Dan, Elder Yi and Elder Bai's eyes instantly sparkled. This was something that could significantly elevate their prowess. However, given their standing, they were utterly incapable of obtaining such a treasure. Only Gu Ming, as a disciple of the Elder, possessed the qualification to exchange with the sacred land, albeit at a considerable cost. To leave nothing to chance, Gu Ming was prepared to invest heavily. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost to assist you. Elder Yi and Elder Bai laughed heartily, offering their unwavering assurances. While they too coveted the heavenly sky inheritance, their fear of the sacred land's rules was far greater. They would never dare to defy Gu Ming's wishes. Achieving a compromise to gain some benefits was already a source of great satisfaction for them. At the Heavenly Sky Sect, time flowed gently in serene tranquility, everything appearing so harmonious and beautiful. Birds chirped softly, butterflies danced, as if painted on an exquisite canvas. Suddenly, the entire sect trembled violently. The soaring birds emitted mournful cries, instantly transforming into a mist of blood that slowly descended. Boom! Heavenly Sky Sect, heed my command. The sacred land has arrived. Why do you not hasten to kneel and welcome? A chillingly unfamiliar voice crackled like thunder in the skies above the sect. An overwhelming aura of vitality surged forth like a roaring sun, causing flora to wither in an instant, the earth to fissure, and buildings to groan under the unbearable strain. Puff! The cultivators, including Yi Yun, were caught off guard, abruptly interrupted in their training, and they spat out blood as the backlash of energy struck them. Their faces turning ashen, they gazed up in terror. Within the Heavenly Sky Sect, some structures crumbled into dust under the terrifying pressure. The domineering aura rampaged unchecked, showing no sign of restraint. You have 10 breaths to emerge. Hurry or face merciless slaughter. Elder Ye's voice carried a chilling malice. Wind Elder's face turned pale. Under the weight of this terrifying aura, he could scarcely move, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. With another thunderous eruption of energy, Wind Elder coughed up yet another mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of death. Yao Yang. Yao Yang perfected? Wind Elder gaped, unwilling to tear his gaze from the sky. In that moment, silence enveloped the entirety of the Heavenly Sky Sect, both inside and out. Whether it is Yi Yun or Fu Qi, or the siblings Fu Hongyi, all are rendered immobile by this terrifying pressure. Their strength is still too feeble. Lacking the necessary prowess to match their innate talent, they find themselves utterly ineffective in such a dire situation. Yi Yun's expression is one of despair. At this moment, the mere pressure exerted by Elder Yi is comparable to that of the Nirvana avatar from days past. If Elder Bai were to join in, it would be even more formidable than the Nirvana avatar itself. Observing Gu Ming, whose presence causes the Shunxiao sect to tremble and collapse, one can see the unparalleled excitement etched on his face. Elder Yi and Elder Bai are twins who have cultivated together since birth, possessing a profound mental connection. Each alone wields the strength of a perfected solar radiance. When united, their combined might can unleash a terrifying power rivaling that of the Nirvana realm in a short span of time. Thus, Gu Ming harbors absolute confidence in this expedition to the Xinxiao sect. The inheritance of the Xinxiao sect shall be mine. Almost at the very instant the oppressive force envelopes the Xinxiao sect, in a certain stone pavilion, Zhang Shu, who had been leisurely engrossed in his scrolls, suddenly undergoes a dramatic change in countenance. A glimmer of insight flickers in his eyes as if he has perceived something profound. His expression turns chillingly cold. Zhang Shu raises his gaze towards the outskirts of the Shinshao sect, remaining silent, yet an ancient talisman materializes in his hand. With a sudden force, he shatters it. Chapter 37. The Trembling Gu Ming, a saint residing in the divine heights in the vast void. 3 figures stood proudly. One was a young man with an arrogant demeanor, accompanied by 2 elders clad in robes of contrasting colors, one black and the other white. The aura radiating from the 2 elders was as dazzling and piercing as the blazing sun. Mere mortals who cast their eyes upon them felt a searing pain, as if their very sight were being scorched. They were at the pinnacle of the solar realm, 2 formidable beings. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Divine Heights sect in an instant. This oppressive force emanated from experts at the peak of the solar realm. Feng Bo lay on the ground, utterly immobilized, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Am I to perish? Yi Yun gazed at the sky, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Why? After finally seizing the opportunity to grow stronger, must it all culminate in such a suffocating demise? The siblings, Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi, were consumed by anger and resentment. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying power rendered them incapable of reaction. Within mere moments, all had plunged into a dire predicament, without even the adversary having made a true move. The mere release of their pressure had immobilized them completely. How dare anyone act so audaciously within the Divine Heights sect? Are they courting death? Just then, swish, swish, swish. Golden lights flickered across the heavens, revealing figures emanating with formidable power, their faces etched with fury and confusion. They were utterly unaware of the invaders' approach. Under normal circumstances, the fluctuations from such powerful beings would not escape their perception. However, just moments ago, a terrifying tide of energy erupted, throwing the fluctuations into disarray, allowing the intruders to slip through unnoticed. The 12 golden men were filled with unrestrained rage. This was their failure. This or a puppets? Remarkably powerful puppets, indeed. The Divine Heights sect's foundation proves to be exceedingly profound. However, it is unfortunate that these puppets possess strength but lack the necessary cultivation. It would not be difficult to restrain them for a moment. And once the individuals from the Divine Heights sect were dealt with, acquiring the methods to control these puppets would surely allow for their eventual subjugation. To their astonishment, the first wave of gains was so bountiful. Upon sensing the aura of the 12 golden men, both Elder Yi and the others exhibited a flicker of reaction. When they realized the 12 golden men were puppets, Elder Yi's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. These puppets are quite powerful, leave them to me. With a slight smile, Elder Yi waved his sleeve vigorously, unleashing a vast column of energy, accompanied by a small black flag, no larger than a palm. This flag was inscribed with crimson patterns, pulsating with light as if it were breathing, appearing to possess a life of its own, eerily enigmatic. As Elder Yi launched his attack, the approaching 12 golden men were suddenly shrouded in darkness, losing all trace of their adversary. This is bad. It's a formation, damn it. Quickly, devise a way to break the formation. These intruders are formidable. 30 breaths. Grant me 30 breaths to dismantle this array. There is no time to waste. 30 breaths. And the flowers will have wilted. What then? It's over. We are doomed. If the sect leader holds us accountable, we will all face dire consequences. Alas, who could have anticipated that a sudden surge of vitality would manifest without any forewarnings? Indeed, we have been remiss. The 12 golden men wore anxious expressions, frantically communicating through their thoughts while relentlessly bombarding the void. Yet, even those among the 12 golden men, who were adept in formations, required a full 30 breaths to neutralize the enemy's tactics. Under normal circumstances, this pace would be deemed swift. Unfortunately, the current predicament was dire, and time was of the essence. After completing his task, Elder Yi let out a heavy sigh, followed by a faint smile. Well, these puppets have been momentarily ensnared. Nevertheless, their strength is formidable. I have merely exploited their lower cultivation levels to trap them, but our time is limited. Elder Yi spoke hastily. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai nodded and stepped forward, declaring, "You continue to oversee the formation. I shall handle the rest. Rest assured, they are but trifling adversaries, and dealing with them will be a mere formality." With that, Elder Bai thrust his palm downward with great force. Boom! In an instant, a colossal palm imprint was formed, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens as it descended upon the Xinjiao sect. The overwhelming aura, even from countless distances away, sent tremors through the hearts of those present. As Elder Bai executed his attack, he laughed and remarked, "As I anticipated, the Xinjiao sect has indeed fallen into disrepair. Not only are there no formidable warriors, but I can scarcely sense any life force. Although a few are relatively decent, they remain utterly insignificant before my might. Are we to perish?" Within the Xinjiao sect, Fu Hongyi, Yi Yun, and the others gazed in despair at the descending giant hand of vitality, utterly powerless. The magnitude of such strength far exceeded the limits of what anyone could withstand, akin to a heavenly punishment, inescapable. Meow? Just then, a sudden meow resonated from deep within the Xinjiao sect. Before anyone could ponder when the sect had acquired a cat, they were astounded to witness the terrifying pressure of vitality enveloping the entire sect dissipate instantaneously with that singular meow. The ominous clouds that loomed overhead vanished in an instant. A wave of relief washed over everyone as they looked up to see the gigantic hand still looming, albeit now seemingly existing in an alternate realm, no longer capable of affecting them in the slightest. What is this? Elder Bai's expression shifted as he suddenly felt excruciating pain radiating from his palm. In the next moment, the colossal palm of primordial energy in the void trembled violently, followed by a resounding crash as it was engulfed by an endless inferno. These flames erupted from within, as if they had always resided within the massive hand. The boundless flames surged, emanating an eerie vitality. Subsequently, the invincible primordial palm was effortlessly reduced to nothingness amidst the flames' tumultuous embrace. The Elder Bai in the sky let out a piercing scream, his arms visibly withering at an alarming rate, turning to ashes that slowly drifted away. Nirvana. This was indeed the realm of nirvana. How could the once downtrodden Xinjiao sect still possess a being of such caliber? Young master, quickly, activate the contingency left by the elder and leave this place at once. If we delay even a moment longer, we shall be utterly trapped. Elder Bai's expression was filled with unimaginable dread. The flames of nirvana were far too terrifying. Although he boasted of being able to momentarily unleash power comparable to nirvana alongside Elder Yi, there was no comparison to a true master of the nirvana realm. It was a chasm of disparity. Understood. Witnessing Bai's profound anxiety, Gu Ming's countenance shifted dramatically, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a formidable challenge. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he produced the spatial scroll bestowed by his master, without a hint of hesitation, activating it in an instant. Boom! The sky darkened abruptly, as if light within a radius of millions of miles had been completely siphoned away, transforming the clear azure into an abyssal night. Soon after, a massive spatial formation began to take shape, a spatial teleportation array. Upon witnessing this, Elder Bai finally exhaled in relief, revealing a smile of profound relief. This scroll, a life-saving artifact granted by Elder Xianming, could transport its user thousands of miles away, ensuring survival even when faced with the onslaught of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Such an item could only be forged by a saintly being adept in the power of space. Curse that Xinjiao sect. This time, I concede defeat, Gu Ming thought darkly, his heart bleeding at the thought of having to utilize the sole treasure of life preservation gifted by his master. The pain in his heart was unbearable. However, in that very moment, just as Gu Ming believed safety was within reach, and both he and Elder Bai began to relax, and as everyone gazed in shock at the suddenly manifested massive spatial array in the sky, an invisible wave swept through the void. The winds within a radius of 10,000 miles came to an abrupt halt. Rivers froze in mid-flow, ceasing their movement. Even the air itself seemed to solidify in an instant. Time and space appeared to be paused as if someone had pressed the stop button. Gu Ming and the others were instantly filled with terror. They realized that apart from their eyes, they could not move any part of their bodies. Even more horrifying was the fact that the colossal spatial vortex in the sky had also frozen, solidifying in place. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Elder Bai and Elder Yi exchanged a difficult glance, their hearts sinking simultaneously. A vague sense of foreboding surfaced within their hearts. The entire world fell into silence. The stillness was terrifying. A few individuals could even hear the rhythmic beating of their own hearts, resonating like a drum, crystal clear. This eerie atmosphere caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down their foreheads as time stretched painfully, each second feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, a detached voice pierced through the silence, seemingly distant one moment, and yet alarmingly close the next. The palpable intent to kill embedded in the words filled them with an overwhelming dread, their eyes reflecting profound despair. They had utterly lost the last vestiges of hope. Will our sect allow you to leave? Chapter 38. What? The sovereign is a saint. Our sect, will we let you go? A voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly resonated through the heavens and the earth. As the sound reverberated, all powers within the realm retreated in a frenzy, plunging everything into profound silence. Even the natural essence that permeated the air trembled in fear, as if it sensed an impending doom. The colossal vortex in the sky, resembling a tornado, appeared akin to a frozen whirlpool from the depths of the sea, solidifying in the blink of an eye, as though someone had pressed the pause button. Saint, a saint. Elder Ye's voice was hoarse, his heart quivering with terror. Only a saint could freeze the void and instantaneously obliterate the spatial transmission scroll. In this remote place, a saint had concealed themselves? In that moment, Elder Ye felt utterly desolate, wishing to weep without tears. A saint, despite having joined the sacred land for so long. He had never had the fortune to behold a saint with his own eyes. Who would have thought that merely accompanying the young master to this secluded locale for training would lead him directly into the presence of a saint? It was not merely a misstep, it was akin to being struck by an iron plate. How could it be? How could it be so fortuitous, impossible? Why had the transmission scroll failed? It was crafted by the hands of a saint. Even a formidable Nirvana realm expert could not possibly obstruct it. Gu Ming was horrified by this bizarre scene, his heart filled with regret. Why had he idly wandered to the Divine Sky Sect? Why had he dared to covet the legacy of the Divine Sky Sect? Was this not akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, desiring a longer life? Now, he had provoked the wrath of a saint, and no one could save him. Even his master, Elder Xianming, who usually commanded great respect and appeared aloof, would undoubtedly become as docile as a grandson when truly faced with a saint. Boom. An endless radiance converged as a towering golden giant materialized above the Divine Sky Sect. Its visage obscured, it radiated an aura of sanctity. In that instant, countless onlookers gazed upward in astonishment. Every movement of that colossal figure could effortlessly stir the essence of the entire Tianqing kingdom. Many were horrified, staring at the sky. Although most did not comprehend the exact circumstances, they instinctively sensed an unparalleled terror descending upon them. It felt as if a pair of eyes, cold and detached, were surveying the entire Tianqing kingdom from the boundless void. Any hint of movement or disrespect would lead to instant obliteration. Within the Tianqing realm, nearly all citizens knelt in reverence at that moment, afraid to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. Spare us, O saint. Spare us. We, the younger generation, are aware of our folly. We beseech the saint to grant us mercy, to allow us a path to survival. We are willing to pay any price. Faced with the imminent threat of annihilation, both the previously arrogant Gu Ming and the unrestrained Elder Yi and Elder Bai trembled in fear, desperately pleading for mercy. You are all deserving of death 1,000 times over. The ethereal figure of the sage emerged, devoid of any compassion or hesitation. With a resounding thud, the entire realm erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying divine might. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun chaotically, their order disrupted. With the sun and moon losing their regularity, a formidable force descended like a vast meteor shower, the skies soaring ever higher while the earth grew increasingly weighty. Immediately, two streams of power converged upon the three immobilized individuals, crushing them with inexorable force. Boom. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream that resonated throughout the universe. The three were gradually consumed by the blinding radiance, a process that persisted for several breaths before they vanished entirely. In the wake of that singular strike, the space where the trio once stood was engulfed in darkness, as if even the light had been utterly shattered. A sage indeed, a sage? On the ground, those who had gradually regained their composure, albeit with pale faces, instinctively looked up to behold a towering figure of immense stature. With a mere wave of his hand, it seemed as though the very forces of the world were stirred into tumult. Under the crushing weight of boundless power, The previously formidable trio of the Night Elder resembled three helpless ants trapped beneath a raging tsunami, utterly devoid of any means of resistance, swiftly erased into oblivion. Gulp. In that moment, Yi even forgot her pain, staring dazedly at the sky. Beside her, Fu Hongyi, with a look of utter bewilderment, stammered, "Heavens! Is this power truly within human grasp? It resembles divine retribution, terrifying beyond measure. Even if I were to become 1,000 times stronger, I fear I would be but a fraction of this strength." "Wait, sister, Yi, have you noticed? The voice of this terrifying being resembles that of our sect leader." Suddenly, Fu Qi recognized a crucial detail and exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Yi also came to the realization, her face flushed with excitement. Fu Hongyi swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "What are you all talking about? What sect leader?" Fu Qi, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Sister, you still haven't grasped it. Our sect leader of the Shenxiao sect might be a sage." Feng Bo mentioned that the intruder ultimately employed spatial teleportation, a feat only a sage can thwart. Fu Hongyi's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, she understood and became equally exhilarated. Just then, as the brilliance before them fluctuated, a youthful figure materialized in their midst. It was Zhang Shu. Utilizing the power of the ancient sage talisman, he temporarily wielded the strength of a sage's strike. After vanquishing several miscreants, he hurried over, and upon seeing that everyone, though injured, appeared largely unharmed, he finally allowed himself to relax. Boom! As the crowd beheld Zhang Shu's arrival, they had yet to extend their greetings when they suddenly caught sight of the fleeting golden glimmer in his eyes. In that instant, an incomprehensibly terrifying divine might enveloped their hearts, rendering them momentarily speechless. It took a considerable time for them to regain their senses. A sage, truly a sage, oh heavens! To everyone's astonishment, it was revealed that the Shenxiao sect was presided over by a saint. The realization struck them with an overwhelming sense of dread, as the terrifying pressure emanating from the saint's ethereal figure was unmistakable. In that moment, any lingering doubts vanished. The recently manifested saint's apparition was indeed their sect leader. This revelation not only filled them with astonishment, but also ignited an unparalleled sense of pride within their hearts. A saint. Their leader is a saint. With this knowledge, could it be that the Shenxiao sect was the fabled holy ground? Were they all disciples of a sacred domain? As this thought permeated their minds, an extraordinary sense of disbelief enveloped them, as if they were caught in a dream. Zhang Shu appeared, casting his gaze upon the assembly. Yi Yun, Fu Hongyi, Fu Qi, and Feng Bo swiftly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Holy Sovereign." The title Holy Sovereign is a mark of respect for a saint. No need for formalities. Remember, this matter must remain confidential, Zhang Shu replied calmly. He was aware that there was a misunderstanding regarding his true prowess. However, such matters are difficult to clarify, and he could only urge them to maintain discretion. After all, he was not a genuine saint, and should trouble arise, it would become a burdensome endeavor to manage. "We shall heed the Holy Sovereign's decree." The crowd responded promptly, not daring to exhibit any hesitation. They understood that they were in the presence of a true saint, a bona fide, authentic saint. Chapter 39. 100,000 sect points. Radiant Sun Realm. Very well. Since all is well, let us disperse. A few shall remain to tidy up, while the others should attend to their cultivation or whatever else they must do. Zhang Shu casually waved his hand, speaking in a relaxed manner. Indeed, as the power of the ancient saint talisman dissipated, the formidable and unapproachable aura surrounding Zhang Shu gradually faded, allowing everyone present to exhale a sigh of relief. After all, facing the pressure of a saint is an undeniably daunting experience. Observing the departing crowd, Zhang Shu's expression softened. This recent encounter may not have been entirely detrimental for the young ones. Devoid of life-threatening danger, they would become acutely aware of their own limitations and, in turn, strive even harder in their cultivation. It is somewhat regrettable, however, that the ancient saint talisman was squandered in such a manner. Had I been a true saint, such complications would have been unnecessary. Zhang Shu shook his head, feeling a sense of loss within. In truth, he could have allowed those few individuals to leave unscathed. Yet, doing so would have severely undermined the prestige of the Shenxiao sect, leaving a deep-seated shadow in the hearts of the disciples, which would not bode well for their cultivation. Furthermore, who could tolerate being so openly disrespected? Alas, it is merely an ancient saint talisman. If it is lost, so be it. Pushing these thoughts aside, Zhang Shu's brow furrowed as he pondered another matter. At the moment he had invoked the power of the saint, he sensed an impending significant event approaching, indicating that this continent would soon be enveloped in turmoil. Upon entering the saint realm, one gains a vague awareness of certain matters beyond the veil of reality, akin to a sudden inspiration. Just moments ago, Zhang Shu had sensed, albeit indistinctly, that a monumental event would soon unfold, engulfing the entire continent, an unprecedented occurrence from which none could escape. Regrettably, the duration of the saint's power was fleeting, preventing Zhang Shu from gaining clearer insights. He could not discern whether the forthcoming events would bring fortune or calamity. Nevertheless, the Xinxiao sect must prepare itself for whatever may come. A flurry of thoughts passed through his mind. Though it seemed to last an eternity, it was but a fleeting moment. At that instant, a notification echoed within his mind. Ding! Host has completed the task of enhancing the prestige of our sect. Reward: 100,000 sect points. Zhang Shu was taken aback, followed by a joyful smile. Not too shabby. Having lost an ancient saint talisman, at least I have gained 100,000 sect points. A small consolation. System: expend 100,000 sect points to elevate my cultivation. With a single thought, the recently acquired sect points vanished in an instant, and Zhang Shu felt a surge of power swelling within him. The dazzling purple capital within him erupted with a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire space akin to a starry sky. The sun blazed with magnificence, resplendent and boundless. Radiant Sun Realm. At last, I have stepped into the Radiant Sun Realm, taking another stride closer to my goal of reaching the Saint Realm. With the elevation of his cultivation, Zhang Shu's spirits lifted considerably. The emergence of the saintly pressure plunged the entire Tianxing kingdom into a state of panic and turmoil. Fortunately, this oppressive force was fleeting, leaving only a minimal impact. Most of the formidable beings speculated whether it was a passing saint who had inadvertently released a momentary wave of pressure, thereby instigating the ensuing changes. However, regardless of the external conjectures, the fervor among the disciples of the Xinjiao sect remained undiminished. A saint. The Xinjiao sect was indeed graced by the presence of a saint. They had even had numerous close encounters with the saint and witnessed firsthand the terrifying power he wielded. All of this filled Yi Yun, Fu Hongyi, and their companions with exuberance, eager to proclaim their good fortune to the world. Yet, heeding Zhang Shu's warning, they refrained from recklessly disseminating this news. For who could withstand the wrath of a saint should he take offense? As time slipped by, the Xinjiao sect gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Each day, the system refreshed new tasks and items, including elixirs, divine weapons, and various martial arts manuals. Predictably, only a portion of these tasks could be successfully completed, with some inevitably resulting in failure. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu remained undeterred, for regardless of the outcomes, he stood to gain without loss. Over the past few days, many individuals had sought to join the sect. However, after careful selection, only a handful were admitted as registered disciples. The original registered disciples, Yi Yun, Feng Bo, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi, were all promoted to outer disciples. Unlike registered disciples, outer disciples were genuinely recognized by the sect. Henceforth, they could proudly identify themselves as disciples of Xinjiao and, to some extent, represent the sect's image. As for the 12 golden men, following their previous failures in guarding the sect, Zhang Shu had reprimanded them. Their responsibilities included not only safeguarding the sect's security, but also educating the disciples. Zhang Shu would periodically assess their progress, and should any disciple underperform, both the disciple and the 12 golden men as instructors would face punishment together. Now, the entire Xinjiao sect was gradually revitalizing. The atmosphere was no longer dreary, and laughter and cheer could be heard, replacing the previous desolation. Zhang Shu relished this newfound ambience. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Disciple Yi Yun requests an audience with the sect master. Come in, Zhang Shu replied, seated at the stone table, engrossed in his scroll. Yi Yun entered, her expression reflecting awe and admiration as she instinctively surveyed the courtyard. A life-ancient tree, its trunk resembling exquisite jade, emanated a faint divine light, casting a mysterious hue over the courtyard. A handsome young man sat quietly at the stone table, engrossed in his reading, while a languid turtle rested at his feet. In the distance lay a shimmering lake, radiating an abundance of vibrant energy, where the occasional glimpse of red flitted past, like a fleeting specter, resembling a celestial paradise. Yi Yun regained her composure and respectfully addressed her master. Master, the divine and demonic realm will open once every century, brimming with numerous opportunities. Talented individuals from all corners will venture there, and our disciples wish to embark on this journey for training. I have come to report this to you, Master, and seek your decision on the matter. The divine and demonic realm? Zhang Shu mused, setting down his scroll and gently repeating the words. After a brief pause, he nodded thoughtfully. The divine and demonic realm opens once every 100 years, stirring excitement throughout the entire Tianqing kingdom and even farther afield. I did not anticipate that it would coincide with this moment. It seems my previous intuition was indeed correct. A significant event is approaching. Zhang Shu's cryptic remarks left Yi Yun bewildered, and she dared not inquire further, choosing instead to await his judgment in silence. Zhang Shu picked up the scroll once more, his voice resonating. Very well, if you wish to go, then go. For such trivial matters in the future, consult the elders instead of seeking my opinion. Yes, master. With Zhang Shu's permission, Yi Yun exhaled in relief, her face illuminating with excitement. Wonderful. After such a long wait, I can finally venture out. No. Embark on this training. Chapter 40. The Realm of Gods and Demons. After Yi Yun departed, Zhang Shu gazed thoughtfully at the tranquil surface of the lake. The Realm of Gods and Demons. He recalled his father mentioning it once, lamenting that the realm had never opened. Had it been accessible during that time, entering it for training might have bestowed him with invaluable opportunities, and with his father's support, ascending to the Nirvana realm would have been almost assured. The realm of gods and demons conceals immense fortunes. Such opportunities would not be underestimated, even by sacred lands. However, for Zhang Shu, this opportunity had become rather inconsequential. After all, apart from relying on the system for enhancement, no matter how extraordinary or rare the treasures were, they held little significance for him. Visiting would be futile. Before long, Zhang Shu ceased to dwell on the matter. He encouraged his disciples to venture forth. Becoming a formidable warrior requires more than mere accumulation of resources. It necessitates ample experience. One must weather storms to behold rainbows. Otherwise, even the mightiest cultivation amounts to naught but futility. Moreover, with the current limited number of disciples in the sect, it would not suffice to solely depend on the sect to sustain a large group indefinitely, merely waiting for resources to dwindle. Such a strategy is not sustainable. That said, it appears that the daily tasks of the system have notably diminished in quality. Aside from the initial few instances, the resources and rewards from subsequent tasks have been rather ordinary. Zhang Shu frowned slightly. Except for the first few days, the later tasks did yield elixirs of decent quality. Yet they still paled in comparison to treasures like the 9-patterned pure spirit pill. Ding! Reporting to the host, the system's daily tasks refresh randomly. The rarer and more precious the task items, the lesser their likelihood of appearance. Under normal circumstances, the items appearing in daily tasks are generally not exceedingly rare. The first 3 refreshes of daily tasks correspond to a portion of novice rewards. As if responding to Zhang Shu's confusion, the system's voice suddenly elucidated the matter of daily tasks. So that's it, he mused, realizing that the recent decline in the quality of task items was indeed due to the initial 3 tasks being influenced by a novice reward probability buff. The system remained silent, an implicit acknowledgement. Nonetheless, Zhang Shu did not feel disheartened. Although the quality of daily task items had significantly decreased, the rewards remained quite substantial. He discovered a pattern. The task rewards were almost a superlative enhancement of the task items, typically equating to 10-fold or even 100-fold the value of a single task item or more. Thus, in the grand scheme, Zhang Shu found himself at no loss. What he truly desired were the task rewards. As for the task items, they were primarily handled by the disciples of the sect. It was only logical. Whether it be the sacred bloodline pill, the ancient saint talisman, or the supermind vein, all were extraordinarily rare treasures. To obtain even a single item is considered a stroke of good fortune, let alone claiming them all. Such is the nature of the universe, where gain accompanies loss. This is an ancient principle that governs all. The system, adhering to such rules, reflects the balance inherent in all things, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Otherwise, An unyielding pursuit of acquisition may well lead to inevitable troubles. Having resolved the final issue, Zhang Shu once again immersed himself in his books. He realized that although his cultivation could not be elevated at the moment, the continuous reading of texts could nevertheless refine his soul and elevate his realm. At the very least, it served to alleviate his boredom. Recently, the sect had been flourishing, steadily recruiting disciples. The ongoing influence of the previous incident involving the sage's pressure had, in turn, augmented the reputation of the Shengxiu sect. Additionally, the lingering aftermath of the Gu family's demise had significantly contributed to this growth. Zhang Shu gradually accrued hundreds of thousands of sect points, promptly utilizing them to enhance his cultivation. During the Yao Yang phase, for every 100,000 sect points expended, he could elevate his level. In just a few days, he ascended from the 1st to the 7th level of Yao Yang, consuming a total of 600,000 sect points. At this rate, it would not be long before he attained complete mastery of Yao Yang. Simultaneously, Zhang Shu looked forward to his disciples making a mark during the forthcoming expedition to the Divine Demon Cave, a rare and momentous occasion. Should they seize this opportunity to showcase the Shengxiu sect's prestige, the results would likely rival the cumulative impact of previous events, thus yielding another substantial influx of sect points. After receiving Zhang Shu's approval, Yan promptly relayed the news to the disciples of Shengxiu. Their joy was uncontainable. The Divine Demon Cave. Anyone from the Tianxing Kingdom with even a slight connection, or who had joined a sect, certainly understood the significance of those 4 words. How wonderful! It was truly unexpected that the Divine Demon Cave would open in their generation. Rumor had it that those who could conquer more than 6 trials within the cave, provided they did not falter along the way, would have a high probability of becoming Nirvana-level powerhouses. If they could surpass 7 trials, success was virtually guaranteed. A newly inducted disciple of Shengxiu, brimming with excitement, eagerly shared the details of the Divine Demon Cave with those around him. Heavens, this is incredible. Is it true that one can surely become a Nirvana expert? Wouldn't tea that placed them on par with the royal ancestors? Such joyous tidings elicited gasps of admiration and longing from the female disciples. Nirvana, that was the pinnacle of existence within the kingdom. Yet, it was prudent not to rejoice too soon. Traversing the Divine Demon Cave was no simple feat. Entry itself was fraught with restrictions, one of which stipulated that no one over the age of 20 could enter. The speaker, who had previously enlightened everyone, was a disciple named Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan stands among the top 3 in talent among this generation of named disciples, exhibiting remarkable prowess. Coupled with a substantial allocation of resources, he has now attained the 3rd level of the Yuan condensation realm, making him considerably formidable among his peers. Such cultivation would have been inconceivable in the past. However, the current state of the Shengxiu sect has undergone a drastic transformation. The atmosphere is thick with rich vitality, interspersed with various opportunities that facilitate rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. Additionally, the sect periodically distributes abundant resources. It is not merely Zhang Yuan's talent that shines. Even those with lesser abilities, or even a pig thrown into the mix, would witness a meteoric rise in strength. In fact, his 3rd level of the Yuan condensation realm is a result of deliberate suppression at the behest of the elders. Otherwise, his cultivation would be even more formidable. This is the present-day Shengxiu sect, where even a single named disciple could rival or even surpass the top prodigies of other sections. What? Those over 20 are not permitted to enter? A few older disciples' faces fell upon hearing this. After finally seizing this opportunity, such an unexpected complication emerged. Zhang Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Do not overthink it. Regardless of whether we can attend, with our current strength, it seems unlikely we would achieve notable results. Forget about passing the 6 trials. Merely making it past the 1st would be fortunate." Clearly, Zhang Yuan possesses a keen self-awareness. This time, it is highly probable that the named disciples, will merely be spectators. The true main force will be the senior disciples from the outer sect. Indeed, all present swiftly regained their composure. Yes, the difficulty of the demon cave has little bearing on them. To speak candidly, their primary role this time will likely be to cheer and witness the spectacle. As for challenging the trials, that seems futile. Why must they impose such burdens upon themselves? With this realization, a sense of ease washed over everyone, and they felt significantly lighter in spirit. In that moment, nearly all accepted that they could not compete with those extraordinary geniuses, contemplating instead a leisurely stroll through the event. Only the 12 golden figures, who served as part-time elders, wore expressions tinged with a peculiar amusement. Chapter 41. 56 Named Disciples and the Chaotic Divine Demon Technique within the entire sect. There are a total of 56 named disciples. Among them, 8 have reached the realm of condensing yuan and above, while the remaining 48 are at the body refinement stage. Except for a few, the majority meet the age requirements for the Divine Demon Cave. Although each individual is aware that they may not achieve remarkable results within the Divine Demon Cave, this does not diminish their longing for it in the slightest. Enough discussion. There is still some time before the Divine Demon Cave opens. All of you must continue your cultivation without slackening. 11 approached, casting a stern glance over the gathering. Yes, Elder. Everyone promptly replied. In the next moment, the body refinement disciples began to hoist massive peaks of spirit stones, enduring the strain. Simultaneously, terrifying forces of ice and fire erupted, accompanied by blinding bolts of lightning that continuously struck these disciples, aiding them in refining their bodies. Elder, is this training truly safe? Not far away, Fuchi watched the apocalyptic scene unfolding, his scalp tingling. Who trains body refinement disciples like this? Let alone the body refinement stage. Even those at the pinnacle of the condensing yuan stage would struggle to lift those spirit stone peaks. The weight is utterly daunting, and more critically, these stone peaks are embedded with specially crafted formations that harness overwhelming yuan qi to suppress the disciples' cultivation level, thereby elevating the difficulty exponentially. This method of training could easily be described as devilish. Moreover, the relentless assaults of ice, fire, and thunder add to the severity. Even those at the Yuan Dan stage would tremble at such attacks. However, these disciples bask in the radiance of the lightning as if it were nothing. In response, 11 calmly assured, "Rest easy, there will be no issues." These young ones have consumed countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines. They are already immensely strong and impervious to water and fire. This level of challenge is nothing for them. 11 couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable progress of these newly initiated named disciples. Each one has devoured innumerable pills and practiced various bizarre, yet formidable techniques, crafting a foundation that is astonishing. Any one of them, if cast out into the world, would cause the great powers of Tianxing to vie for them as exceptional talents. For instance, the fire pill has a singular effect. It grants a certain immunity to most fire energies, and when attacked by flames, there is a chance to absorb them, converting them into one's own cultivation. Similarly, the ice pill offers comparable benefits, providing immunity to ice energies. Additionally, there is the gale pill. Each one consumed grants a permanent enhancement to one's speed and movement. Although these pills are not of particularly high grade, and while they are somewhat precious, they generally fall within the realm of common elixirs. Yet, their sheer quantity is what makes them invaluable. For instance, a mere gale pill, classified as a 5th-grade elixir, despite its considerable refinement difficulty, is still within the reach of powers such as the royal family. Upon consumption, it can, to some extent, facilitate the transformation of one's physique, allowing for a better synergy with the power of wind and a notable enhancement in speed and agility. However, the ingredients for such a pill are notoriously elusive, and the complexities of its concoction render the endeavor rather thankless. Furthermore, its effects are not particularly pronounced, providing only marginal assistance to those of weaker stature. Once one surpasses the Purple Mansion realm, its efficacy diminishes significantly. It is crucial to recognize that this is a 5th-grade elixir, which, in theory, should be effective for those in the Radiant Sun realm. Yet, its results are disappointingly lackluster. Who would wish to undertake its creation? Even if produced, it would merely serve to marginally assist younger disciples in improving their speed, an endeavor that hardly seems worthwhile. However, the current circumstances have shifted dramatically. Zhang Shu's daily tasks have almost consistently yielded such items, often in the thousands, when divided among a group of disciples. This results in each consuming hundreds daily. Even if the elixir's effects are not overwhelmingly potent, if one pill enhances speed by merely a fraction, then 10,000 pills could potentially amplify each individual's agility tenfold. What does this imply? A disciple in the body refinement realm could likely outpace even some formidable practitioners in the Yuan Dan realm. Thus, despite the majority being merely of the ordinary body refinement realm, their true combat prowess might rival or even surpass that of Yuan Dan cultivators. After all, talent varies, and the absorption of an elixir's potency differs accordingly. Nearly half a month has elapsed since the last recruitment of disciples, and Zhang Shu has been incessantly refreshing his daily tasks. While there may not be an abundance of items, the variety of extraordinary elixirs is indeed plentiful. Among them are the Fire Pill, Ice Pill, Gale Pill, Diamond Pill, Rejuvenation Pill, and Mystic Thunder Pill. Each type of elixir has nearly maximized the physical attributes of all named disciples, substantially enhancing their offensive, defensive, speed, and recovery capabilities, leaving little room for shortcomings. Over the course of 13 days, 11 distinct elixirs were acquired. Each disciple received enhancements from these 11 types. The remaining 2 days yielded a lineage of techniques on one day and a precious artifact on the other. The lineage of techniques does not entail merely passing down techniques, but rather offers a treasure that enhances the disciple's comprehension, a mysterious scroll that, once utilized, permanently augments their mental acuity, which is closely linked to their innate understanding. Moreover, the rewards from these daily tasks have brought Zhang Shu immense joy and satisfaction. Among the rewards is a divine technique capable of strengthening and refining mental prowess, enabling one to transcend the confines of the soul. This technique, named Chaos Divine Demon Art, allows for the formation of a chaotic divine demon image in the mind. With each rotation of this image, the entirety of chaos undergoes transformation, continuously shattering and reconstituting Zhang Shu's soul, with every reconstruction yielding significant enhancements to his mental acuity. This is one of the primary reasons for Zhang Shu's overwhelming elation. The cultivation of vital energy can be aided by the system. For now, it seems that reliance on the system is the only avenue available. However, the power of the mind can indeed be cultivated independently. On the final day, the daily task involved items related to the Yuan soldiers. Regrettably, this particular daily task could not be accomplished, for it required the transformation of a substantial number of Yuan soldier embryos into complete entities, a feat that could not be achieved due to the absence of any crafting masters within the sect. Thus, this daily task ended in disappointment. This failure made Zhang Shu realize that the sect should cultivate or recruit its own specialized masters, such as weaponsmiths and alchemists. Otherwise, should similar tasks arise in the future, they would be left helplessly watching opportunities slip away. After enduring 13 days of rigorous refinement, these 56 registered disciples, though seemingly possessing modest cultivation levels, had, in truth, been honed to perfection. Like a hidden dragon poised in the depths, they awaited the opportune moment to soar into the skies and astonish the world. Chapter 42. Target Tianlan City. The guardian Xiao Ba in the realm of the Tianxing Kingdom lies Tianlan City, the second largest city after the imperial capital. The grand event of the Divine Demon Conference is about to commence, with limited slots available. All forces within the Tianxing Kingdom will gather in Tianlan City for preliminary selections, and only the chosen geniuses shall earn the right to enter the Divine Demon Cave. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows darted through the skies above the city, emanating powerful auras. Tianlan City was bustling with activity as formidable beings from all directions converged, creating a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. Your Highness, the 7th Princess. The Divine Demon Cave is set to open soon, and various forces are flocking to Tianlan City. Should we still proceed to the Gachao sect? A guard respectfully inquired, glancing at the young maiden before him. This young maiden was none other than the renowned 7th princess of the royal family, a prodigy of unparalleled talent within the Tianxing dynasty. She had been tasked with visiting the Gachao sect to uncover the truth. However, to her surprise, just a few days into her journey, she encountered the significant event of the Divine Demon Cave's opening, thus delaying her visit to the sect. The 7th princess, with skin as fair as snow and an exquisite visage radiating a hint of disdain, donned a flowing golden gown that swayed gracefully in the breeze, exuding elegance and nobility. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "The Divine Demon Cave opens but once every 100 years. Should we miss this opportunity, it shall never return." The visit to the Gachao sect is indeed important, yet there is no rush. We shall go there after the conclusion of the Divine Demon Cave. Moreover, the Gachao sect will likely make an appearance in Tianlan City now that the cave is opening. If we chance upon them, it would be an opportune moment for engagement. Upon hearing this, The guard's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, your insight is truly remarkable. I shall dispatch someone to keep watch. And the moment news of the God Shao sect arises, I will report it to you immediately." "Go ahead," she commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." As the divine demon cave prepares to open, the God Shao sect would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. However, the entrance to the divine demon cave is predominantly controlled by various forces, including the Tianqing kingdom, leaving little room for outsiders. Thus, to secure a place within, one must first proceed to Tianlan City and successfully pass the preliminary selection. Is it about to commence? In the courtyard, Zhang Shu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. The opening of the divine demon cave is a momentous occasion. Prior to its unveiling, various signs will manifest, intensifying as time progresses. Especially as the opening draws near, the peculiar fluctuations become increasingly impossible to conceal. Even the weakest of cultivators can now sense the anomalies. The divine demon cave presents a rare event. And though the God Shao sect is not lacking in cultivation resources, the significance of this occasion is not to be overlooked. Opportunities worth competing for must be pursued. Zhang Shu mused. Though the resources bestowed by the system may appear abundant, they are merely an illusion when compared to the vast accumulations of the great holy lands that have been built over hundreds or even thousands of years. In reality, such resources are far from sufficient. Zhang Shu had originally intended not to participate. Yet, upon reflection, the opportunity presented by the divine and demonic caverns cannot be overlooked. Missing it would surely evoke a tinge of regret. Thus, I shall venture forth. It would be fortuitous to encounter influential factions or members of the royal lineage, as they may possess valuable information regarding my father's mysterious disappearance. Zhang Shu harbors a singular intention to uncover the truth behind his father's fate. Despite the turmoil of that fateful battle, Zhang Shu's father did not perish. The glimmer of hope for his survival remains. Even if such hope is faint, Zhang Shu is determined to tempt fate once more. Moreover, Zhang Shu bears an unshakable apprehension towards the shadowy figure responsible for the downfall of the Shenqiu sect. Logically, with the numerous advantages he now possesses, the threats to his existence in this realm should be dwindling. Yet, this matter perpetually gnaws at his conscience, compelling him to prepare diligently. He must deepen his understanding of the events from that time, for should the puppet master resurface, he must be equipped to defend himself. In his past, Zhang Shu was too weak to benefit from knowledge. It only served to amplify his anxieties. However, the present is markedly different. Armed with a system, he now possesses the fortitude for retribution. Contemplating this, he retrieved a golden token from his belongings. It bore a striking resemblance to the Shenqiu golden token that Fu Qi had once brought, yet upon closer inspection, myriad details revealed its uniqueness. The aura emanating from this token was more ancient and profound. One side of the token was intricately engraved with an insurmountable peak, resembling a colossal sword that spanned the heavens and earth, exuding an oppressive force that compelled one to tremble and bow in submission. Conversely, the other side showcased a flamboyant character, Zhang. This token was a relic left by Zhang Shu's father, and he suspected it might conceal secrets, potentially linked to the collapse of the Shenqiu sect. What could this token signify, and what does the character Zhang represent? The Shenqiu golden token bears similarities to this one. Having been crafted by his father, could it be a mere imitation? If so, this token might symbolize a faction, perhaps one even more formidable than the Shenqiu sect. With a deep exhalation, Zhang Shu tucked the golden token away, refraining from further contemplation. There was too little information to draw conclusions. It seems that a journey to Tianlan City is imperative, not for any other reason but to gather intelligence. The forthcoming opening of the divine and demonic caverns will attract numerous factions, presenting a unique opportunity. Zhang Shu even mused that, if possible, he should seek an audience with the royal ancestors. As the mightiest among the celestial stars, they may possess vital insights. Alternatively, he could visit sacred grounds, whose powers are even more formidable and whose influence spans the globe, perhaps yielding even greater knowledge. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shu resolved without hesitation. Xiaoba, I shall be venturing out. You stay behind and guard our home diligently, understood? On this occasion of departure, all 12 golden figures will accompany them, and the majority of disciples will also take their leave. However, the vast expanse of the Divine Sky sect cannot remain unguarded. Given the scarcity of formidable beings within the sect, the presence of merely one Wind Master is evidently insufficient, necessitating the retention of Little Eight. Little Eight, whose strength has grown significantly, has inadvertently crossed into the second tier of the Nirvana realm, marking an astonishing advancement in power. With Little Eight's presence, coupled with the protective array of the Divine Sky Sect, no ordinary formidable adversary would dare to disturb the peace. Meow. Little Eight responded affirmatively, nodding to convey a promise to guard the sect diligently. Zhang Shu, reassured, gently patted Little Eight's head and set aside some rewards acquired from recent missions. These comprised exquisite elixirs capable of enhancing strength, along with a contingency tactic to ensure preparedness. With these resources, Little Eight's power would further amplify, instilling greater confidence in the security of the sect. Chapter 43. They are oblivious to the Master's might the following day at the Divine Sky Sect. On the vast expanse of the square, Zhang Shu stood atop a high platform, surveying the throngs below. The square was filled with eager figures, their faces alight with excitement. Today marked the departure for Tianlan City, as well as the journey to the Divine Demon Cave. The disciples were brimming with enthusiasm. Except for the few tasked with remaining behind, Xiaoba, Fengbo, and the 7 named disciples over the age of 20, all were present, including the 12 golden figures, the 3 outer disciples, and 49 named disciples. Everyone, today we shall journey to Tianlan City to participate in the inaugural selection ceremony of the Divine Demon Cave. You must exert your utmost effort and uphold the prestige of the Divine Sky Sect. Should anyone bring disgrace upon us during the ceremony, do not blame the sect for expelling you. Zhang Shu's authoritative voice resonated, invigorating the disciples, who collectively proclaimed, "Rest assured, Sect Master. We shall not disappoint your expectations nor the nurturing of the sect." Among them, Yi Yun, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi were particularly confident. This time, they would undoubtedly showcase the might of the Divine Sky Sect. "I have faith in you all. Perform well, and those who excel shall be richly rewarded." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu nodded slightly, satisfied with their spirit. After a few brief words, Zhang Shu turned his attention to the 12 golden figures, conveying through voice transmission. "Upon our arrival in Tianlan City, I may need to leave for a while. You must ensure the safety of the disciples, understood?" "Yes, Sect Master. With us here, unless a Nirvana-level expert intervenes, no one can harm them," the 11 assured him without hesitation. The Nirvana realm represented a formidable power. Such beings were typically of high status and would not personally strike against juniors unless driven to madness. With everything prepared, Zhang Shu glanced at the assembly. The 12 elders, serving as the 12 golden figures, stood at the forefront, while the 3 outer disciples and the 49 named disciples arranged themselves orderly in the distance. "Then, let us depart." Boom. A powerful surge of vital energy erupted into the sky as Zhang Shu waved his sleeve, summoning a vast cloud of energy that enveloped the crowd, lifting them into the air, transforming into a magnificent beam of light that surged toward the horizon. The speed was astonishing. With Zhang Shu at the 7th level of the Radiant Sun realm, combined with his boundless pure vital energy, the unleashed speed was terrifying beyond measure. As they traveled, the clouds 1,000 miles away were ruthlessly torn apart before they even approached. It was as if invisible hands were ripping in all directions, effortlessly dissipating any obstacles that lay before them. What a terrifying speed! How swift! My goodness! Is this the legendary wind and lightning? The revered leader truly embodies the essence of a sage. Such velocity surpasses us by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The remarkable aspect is our utter lack of pressure. Astounding, simply astounding. How I long to possess such cultivation. It is truly enviable. The disciples gazed in awe at the rapidly shifting scenery, their expressions filled with wonder, especially for Yi Yun, Fu Hongyi, and Fu Qi, who were aware of Zhang Shu's true prowess. Their astonishment was palpable. They observed the surrounding disciples' amazement and could not help but chuckle inwardly, as these individuals remained oblivious to the leader's formidable nature. A sage, an entity capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture. What does this speed signify? It is likely that the leader is merely indulging us, refraining from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, it is rumored that sages can tear through the void to travel, achieving speeds that are nothing short of extraordinary, traversing miles in an instant. Now, that would be fast. At present, We are only scratching the surface. Although this is indeed impressive, it is by no means the leader's limit. A group of unseasoned individuals, Fu Qi mused quietly. They have no inkling of the leader's capabilities. How he wishes to reveal this and witness their astonished faces. Alas, should he do so, the leader's wrath would bring misfortune upon them all. Yi Yun and Fu Hongyi evidently shared similar sentiments. In their eyes, the leader was a true divine being, capable of summoning winds and rains, and moving mountains and filling seas, truly omnipotent. Had it not been for Zhang Shu's strict orders, they would have divulged the truth to this group long ago. These named disciples, dwelling within such a powerful sect yet remaining oblivious, are indeed a source of regret. Roar! Roar! Zhang Shu pinpointed the location of Tianlan City and chose to advance in a straight line without a hint of caution, inevitably passing through treacherous mountain ranges inhabited by fierce beasts. Some powerful creatures, sensing the presence of Zhang Shu and his companions, immediately let out furious roars. A colossal golden python, its slit-like eyes glimmering with a chilling light, fixated on Zhang Shu and the others. In an instant, as they passed, the golden python unleashed a fierce surge of energy, its body swelling dramatically until it transformed into a massive mountain. It opened its mouth wide, aiming to swallow Zhang Shu and his companions whole. Its greedy gaze fixated on its prey as it emitted a deafening shriek, filled with exhilarating excitement. Ah, a snake. Such a gigantic snake. This is bad. It is charging towards us, intent on devouring us whole. Oh no. Ah, why has it turned dark? No. We have been swallowed by the gigantic python. Help. A group of disciples, caught off guard, were directly consumed by the python, instinctively crying out for salvation. While only Yi Yun and her companions remained composed, even casting disdainful glances at the panicked disciples. What are they shrieking about? Do they not see the leader is present? This python has quite the audacity, daring to provoke a sage. In that moment, Yi Yun and her companions felt no fear. Instead, they experienced a flicker of pity for the colossal python. As anticipated, the next instant, a more terrifying surge of vitality erupted from within the golden serpent's body. Demonic beast. Zhang Shu scoffed coldly, unleashing his own formidable wave of energy without mercy. Just as the golden python reveled in its recent feast of Zhang Shu and his companions, a flicker of dread flashed across its vertical pupils. In the blink of an eye, its massive serpentine form burst apart. A brilliant beam of golden light pierced through the python's body, encountering no resistance whatsoever. How dare a mere beast at the perfected purple mansion stage obstruct my path? Seeking death, are we? As the golden python met its demise, the remaining beasts fled in terror, and Zhang Shu chose not to pursue them further. He shook his head. Although these creatures possessed considerable strength, their intellect seemed lacking. Despite my overwhelming display of power, they still opted to charge forward. With a casual flick, he annihilated a perfected purple mansion beast that dared to block his way, remaining unfazed as he continued onward. Chapter 44. What makes you dream so unrestrainedly? With Zhang Shu leading the way, as long as they did not encounter a formidable opponent at the Nirvana realm, their journey was smooth and uninterrupted. Along the path, although they occasionally faced some ferocious beasts, these creatures were swiftly vanquished by Zhang Shu, who dispatched them effortlessly, leaving no room for further disturbances. Consequently, the atmosphere became notably quieter. The group of registered disciples was utterly astonished. Their initial feelings of anxiety and fear had transformed into calm and composure. Clearly, they had grown accustomed to such displays of power. Is this the prowess of a top-tier expert? It is truly remarkable. One could only wonder, what level of strength does our sect leader possess? Surely, it must be at least at the Purple Mansion realm, if not more. Boldly speculating, they mused that he might even be a seasoned Purple Mansion master, perhaps even at the pinnacle of that realm. Could it be that our sect leader's strength rivals that of the 7 great sects in the southern region? If so, wouldn't that mean the southern region would have 8 prominent sects? Some disciples were filled with exhilaration. Almost all present hailed from the southern region, fully aware of the formidable reputation of the 7 great sections. In their collective memory, these sects were akin to the heavens, supreme and unparalleled. The thought that their leader could match the foremost experts of these sects ignited their excitement. However, it was difficult to ascertain the exact strength of their leader. While undeniably powerful, the 7 great sects were not to be underestimated. having accumulated centuries of heritage and prowess. Nonetheless, even if their sect, Shinshao sect, did not quite measure up to the 7 great sects, it was certainly not far behind. After all, the sect leaders' strength was evident. They could not be lacking. Thus, by a rough estimation, could it be said that I too belonged to the echelon of the 7 great sects? Goodness! If my parents were to discover that I had joined a sect of such caliber, they would surely be overjoyed. Initially, they had thought Shinshao sect was merely a minor sect due to its low entry requirements. What a tremendous gain this is! We have truly struck gold this time. The registered disciples chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm palpable. At this moment, one disciple scoffed and proudly declared, "You only just realized this now? If we weren't at the level of the 7 great sects, would we have received such an abundance of elixirs upon joining? After consuming them, I feel my strength has significantly increased." Upon hearing this, the other disciples suddenly grasped the truth, casting admiring glances toward the speaker. Indeed, how had they not considered this before? One female disciple, filled with envy, remarked, "Do you know what level of power senior sister Yi and the others have attained? They seem immensely stronger than us. Perhaps this time, they will seize opportunities in the divine demon cave and soar to new heights." For these newly joined disciples, Yi Yun and her companions were their idols. Especially for the female disciples, they regarded Yi Yun and Fu Hongyi as paragons to emulate, aspiring to reach such heights themselves one day. Yet, as for this, I cannot say for certain. In such matters, Zhang Yuan should possess considerable insight. Given his esteemed lineage and inherent foundation in cultivation, he is undoubtedly privy to certain secrets. As the conversation unfolded, all eyes turned towards the reticent Zhang Yuan. An eager female disciple exclaimed, "Zhang Yuan, please, share your thoughts with us." The others echoed in agreement, "Yes, yes. You possess considerable knowledge. Enlighten us about the cultivation levels of our 3 senior brothers and sisters." Their curiosity was palpable. However, they had only recently embarked on their cultivation journeys, and were acutely aware of their own limitations, realizing they were far from being considered strong. In contrast, Zhang Yuan hailed from the Zhang family, perhaps even a distant relative of the sect leader from many years past. Though the Zhang family may not be exceedingly powerful, it is nonetheless a family of cultivators and certainly holds a wealth of secrets. Zhang Yuan, more reserved than the others, nodded in response to their inquiries. After a moment of contemplation and a discreet glance at Yi Yun and her companions, who seemed oblivious to the ongoing conversation, he lowered his voice and said, "To be honest, I am not entirely certain. However, senior sister Yi and her companions commenced their training long before us, and their strength is undoubtedly far superior. The strongest among us has only reached the condensation realm. They must have at least reached the Yuan Dan stage." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. The Yuan Dan stage? Is that true? Although they possessed limited understanding, they recognized that condensing the Yuan Dan is a significant milestone and a pivotal juncture in the path of cultivation. The disparity between the stages is immense. Zhang Yuan affirmed, "They have undoubtedly condensed their Yuan Dan. The prowess of our senior brothers and sisters is clearly beyond our reach. I have sparred with my senior sister. Even at the 9th level of the condensation realm, I find it hard to believe I could match them. I suspect they may even be considered formidable within the Yuan Dan stage." Once again, the crowd erupted in awe and envy. Yet, they could not help but feel that these seniors were exceedingly young. According to ancient texts on cultivation, those who condense their Yuan Dan before the age of 20 are nothing short of extraordinary geniuses. Yet some of them are even younger than the rest of the disciples. One disciple remarked with a tinge of jealousy, "It's truly enviable." Among them, the eldest was already 19. To condense the Yuan Dan within a year was, by all accounts, deemed impossible. The envy was palpable. Zhang Yuan, at merely 16, had already reached the 3rd level of the condensation realm, and perhaps still harbored a glimmer of hope for further advancement. The others, however, seemed unlikely to achieve such feats. The Yuan Dan stage, what a formidable existence! The group sighed in admiration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yun and her companions appeared indifferent, yet they had attentively absorbed every word spoken by the group. Upon hearing the final remark, Fu Qi could no longer contain herself and quietly relayed to her sister Fu Hongyi and senior sister Yi Yun, "These individuals lack discernment. It's one thing to boast clumsily, but to indulge in such fanciful dreams is beyond comprehension." Fu Hongyi could not help but express her disdain. What is even more astonishing is that they actually believe the sect master is at the Purple Mansion level. And they dare to compare the 7 great sects with our Divine Sky sect. Do they even deserve such a comparison? If they were to realize that those poor souls delivering goods a few days ago were actually the sect masters of the 7 great sects, what kind of expressions would they wear? I recall that among them, there were those who, out of pity, even offered tips. It is truly beyond words. These individuals are utterly exasperating. The elixirs they consumed upon joining us are likely treasures that would incite fierce competition among the 7 great sects. Yet they dare to envy others. Truly, they are blissfully unaware of their own fortune. Yiyan could no longer hold back. What sort of people are these? Moreover, pausing for a moment, Yiyan continued, we, as their senior brothers and sisters, have been labeled by them as at the Yuan Dan level. And having consumed so many precious elixirs, who among them possesses strength that does not equate to Yuan Dan? And they dare to envy others. Yuan Dan level? Fu Qi chuckled, transmitting his thoughts. If I recall correctly, Sister Yiyun, you just broke through to the first level of the Radiant Sun realm 2 days ago, right? With your 9-star celestial body, your strength must be even more formidable. A mere Yuan Dan level would be easily dispatched with a single strike. Yuan Dan level? Radiant Sun realm? There are countless levels of distinction in between. Listening to this group of named disciples conversing is simply rife with points of contention. I cannot resist voicing my thoughts. Not only Yiyun, but Fu Hongyi has also reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, and it is likely she will break through to the Radiant Sun realm before long. As for Fu Qi himself, although he has only just entered the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, his mental prowess is extraordinarily powerful when fully unleashed. Even those at the Radiant Sun realm would not dare to underestimate him, and the average pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm would hardly be his match. Chapter 45. Lihu Fu Qi found himself in a state of bemusement, truly caught between laughter and tears. He suddenly pondered that had he not joined the Xinxiao sect, had he not brought the Xunxiao golden token left by his grandfather to the sect, he might have been even worse off than they were now. No, it was not a mere possibility, it was a certainty. In fact, had he not become part of the Xinxiao sect and encountered the sect leader, not only would he lack the formidable strength he possessed today, but he might have been unable to save his sister. Doomed to live a life consumed by hatred and regret, ultimately succumbing to despair. Reflecting on the past, everything seemed to unfold like a dream. With this thought, Fu Qi glanced at Zhang Shu's figure ahead, his heart suddenly swelling with gratitude and an indescribable emotion. Although he had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, he was aware of the dynamics within the cultivation world, where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon. The powerful exert true oppression over the powerless. If one lacks strength, one is even inferior to mere insects. It is rare for the strong to treat the weak with kindness. Merely refraining from oppression or random slaughter is considered generous. Even within the same sect, among masters and disciples, or even between parent and child, there exists a natural sense of hierarchy favoring the strong. Of course, exceptions do exist. However, Fu Qi had never heard of a powerful figure, a saint, who was as unpretentious as Zhang Shu, willing to frequently intervene for the safety of his disciples, even personally escorting them to training grounds, a gesture that seemed trivial yet spoke volumes. Fu Hongyi noticed her brother's gaze and followed it, falling into silence herself. In truth, she too often felt fortunate. Encountering Zhang Shu and joining the Xinxiao sect were the most fortunate events of her life. As for Yiyun, words were unnecessary. Without the Xinxiao sect, her fate would likely have been even more tragic than Fu Hongyi's initial circumstances. On another front, the 12 golden figures were fervently communicating through thought. These little beings truly underestimated humans, daring to compare the sect leader with those of the Purple Mansion realm. What audacity! If the sect leader were to hear this, would it not spell trouble? Furthermore, could the 7 major sects even hope to measure up to our Xinxiao sect? Even in the slightest? They operated on entirely different planes, for goodness sake. 11 could not help but voice her frustrations. Currently, everyone was largely divided into 4 circles. One for the registered disciples, another for Yiyun and her companions, a third for the elders, and as for Zhang Shu, no one dared to intrude upon his space. Everyone was brimming with excitement. However, the registered disciples were too weak, their unstable temperaments making their emotions all too apparent. In contrast, The elders maintained a facade of composure, while engaging in discreet exchanges through thought. Indeed, these little ones remain utterly oblivious to the nature of the sect they have joined, and they are equally unaware of the profound implications this decision will have on their futures. In their present state, they seem indifferent. Yet they will undoubtedly express gratitude towards their current selves in the days to come, remarked one of the 12 golden figures with a smile. The voice of 11 resonated further. Joining the Shenxiao sect is the wisest choice of their lives, and they will surely be thankful in the future. Without further ado, these youngsters possess no clear understanding of their own capabilities. But isn't that what makes it intriguing? I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming performances of these little ones. This time, our Shenxiao sect shall suppress all rival forces. The divine demon cave is destined to be our sole stage. 11 beamed with delight. The other golden figures interjected with playful complaints. Could you refrain from laughing so loudly, making us appear as if we are the villains? 11's smile remained unyielding, responding with a hearty laugh. You are merely envious. After all, I am the true mentor of these little ones. How much have you truly guided them? Most of the labor still falls upon my shoulders, does it not? Relish in your pride. The other golden figures expressed their indignation, while 11 continued to laugh joyously. Oh, the youth indeed possesses vigor. Listening to the cheerful laughter emanating from behind, Zhang Shuqing couldn't help but marvel. Yet, he momentarily forgot that he himself was not so far removed from youth, equally vibrant. After a brief pause, Zhang Shu's calm voice suddenly resonated in every ear. Everyone took heed. Tianlan City was approaching. With this announcement, all spirits lifted and eyes widened in anticipation. As expected, with the conclusion of Zhang Shu's words, an immense city, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon, gradually materialized before them. The magnificent city, merely viewed from a distance, imparted a sense of weight akin to a mountain. It resembled a crouching, formidable beast, exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. Soon, Zhang Shu and his companions found a suitable place to descend. Above Tianlan City, a formidable array of restrictions loomed, permitting all individuals or factions entering the city only through designated entrances. Any unauthorized intrusion would be deemed an invasion, resulting in immediate extermination by the formidable array overhead. At that moment, Tianlan City was far from its usual tranquility. It was bustling with activity. Upon landing, the group was immediately enveloped by the vibrancy of the city. Among the throngs of people, powerful figures were ubiquitous, representing a myriad of backgrounds and walks of life, all merging into the crowd as they advanced towards the city's interior. Despite the considerable number of Zhang Shu's party, they still appeared somewhat inconspicuous amidst the bustling populace. With the divine demon cave on the verge of opening, Tianlan City, as one of the preliminary selection venues, had undeniably become the focal point of human traffic throughout the Tianqing kingdom. Before long, Zhang Shu, mimicking those who had come before him, subtly released a hint of his aura, prompting the gatekeepers to exhibit immediate respect and grant passage. Please enter, esteemed sir. Even the entrance fee has been waived. May I inquire if several esteemed individuals are here to participate in the preliminary selection of the divine and demon caverns? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Hu, intimately acquainted with Tianlan City. If you do not find me bothersome, I am at your service for any needs you may have. Upon entering, Zhang Shu halted abruptly, obstructed by another. The individual blocking his path bowed and smiled, displaying utmost respect and eagerness, and proceeded with an enthusiastic self-introduction. Nearby, several similar individuals appeared to be Li Hu's companions, yet upon witnessing Li Hu's advance, their faces contorted with despair, revealing their profound regret. Zhang Shu, observing the situation, quickly comprehended. A tour guide? He recognized such individuals, whose role is to guard certain locales, guiding esteemed guests and introducing various points of interest. Should a distinguished guest be pleased, a casual gratuity would suffice to keep these individuals well fed. This profession is not uncommon. Zhang Shu harbored no resentment towards Li Hu's obstruction. Rather, he found it fortuitous. Having such a person to lead the way would undoubtedly alleviate numerous inconveniences. He promptly nodded in acknowledgement to Li Hu, indicating his approval. Chapter 46. The Shenxiao sect does not seek trouble, yet is not afraid of it. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, Li Hu was instantly filled with elation, overwhelmed with joy, judging by both his attire and the demeanor of the guards at the entrance. It was evident that the individual before him, Zhang Shu, was a person of considerable stature. To be granted the opportunity to accompany such a prominent figure was indeed a stroke of fortune. If this distinguished individual were to take delight in his company, any casual reward would suffice to leave him abundantly satisfied. Alas, he had been outpaced by Li Hu. Meanwhile, not far off, others observed this scene with expressions of profound disappointment. All were colleagues in the same profession, and those stationed at the city gates typically possessed some degree of connections. Had Li Hu faltered and not been chosen by the eminent figure, then others would have had their chance. For encounters of such nature were rare amidst the constant ebb and flow of people. Jealousy simmered among the onlookers. However, with Li Hu having seized the opportunity, the rest refrained from advancing any further. This was an unwritten rule within their trade. Once another had claimed the opportunity, it rightfully belonged to them. To act recklessly in contesting such a chance would only invite the ire of one's peers, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate the industry thereafter. The members of the Shenxiao sect curiously surveyed their surroundings and the throngs of people. Their gazes occasionally drifted to the structures flanking them, filled with wonder. After all, Tianlan City was unparalleled, both in its vibrancy and other attributes, standing at the pinnacle of excellence. Zhang Shu glanced at Li Hu and casually inquired, "Pray tell, have there been any significant developments in Tianlan City of late?" "Your inquiry is well placed, my lord." Li Hu's spirits soared at the question, exuding confidence and poise. The most significant matter at hand was undoubtedly the imminent opening of the Demon and Deity Cave, a treasure trove of opportunities that countless factions were keenly observing. In recent days, various powerful entities had converged upon Tianlan City. Surely, your arrival here is also in pursuit of the Demon and Deity Cave, is it not? Zhang Shu nodded, encouraging Li Hu to elaborate. It was widely acknowledged that the Demon and Deity Cave harbored immense opportunities, with entrants needing to navigate a series of challenges to attain corresponding rewards. Given the limited slots available for entry, major factions collaborated to exert control, systematically eliminating the majority of those unworthy through preliminary selections. Numerous such selection sites existed, and within the Tianqing Kingdom alone, there were 3. Among them, Tianlan City was one. Li Hu elaborated extensively, captivating not only Zhang Shu but also a group of Shenxiao disciples who listened with keen interest. Zhang Shu surveyed the disciples and calmly advised, "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, for this upcoming challenge within the Demon and Deity Cave pertains to your own assessment. Being informed ahead of time is advantageous to avoid being caught off guard." Upon hearing this, the disciples reacted with intrigue. Yi Yun was the first to step forward. Addressing Li Hu, "Are you suggesting that the factions participating in the Demon and Deity Cave are not limited solely to the Tianqing Kingdom? Do you have knowledge of which major powers will be involved?" Fu Hongyi also said, "If possible, please provide us with a more detailed introduction." As she spoke, she discreetly slipped a piece of exquisite spiritual stone to Li Hu. Exquisite spiritual stone. Li Hu's body trembled, his expression brimming with excitement. He had never expected that this group, despite their youth, would be so generous. Such a piece of exquisite spiritual stone was equivalent to his hard work over half a month. "Of course, serving you esteemed individuals is my duty." At once, Li Hu's demeanor transformed, radiating unparalleled enthusiasm. The realm of gods and demons is a secret place located atop an ancient battlefield, brimming with countless opportunities and steeped in mystery. Legends say that even saints cannot forcibly intrude. One must adhere to the rules of the realm of gods and demons. Thus, the quotas for entering this realm have become highly contested among various factions. Only those possessing a quota may enter the realm, a law so stringent that even saints cannot contravene it. This ancient battlefield lies precisely at the intersection of major powers, harboring nations like our Tianqing Kingdom, as well as some transcendent forces. Yet these are not the most significant aspects. The most crucial are the 2 great holy lands. Upon mentioning the 2 great holy lands, Li Hu's expression grew solemn, his eyes reflecting deep reverence. "The 2 great holy lands." Fu Qi echoed, with everyone gazing at Li Hu with curiosity. Li Hu nodded. "The 2 great holy lands are the Tianqi Holy Land and the Hongqian Holy Land. It is well known that those from the Holy Lands hold themselves in high regard, and they possess the arrogance to back it up, for they have saints supporting them. A single saint, should they choose to act, could obliterate the entire Tianqing Kingdom without hesitation. Such beings are not to be trifled with. He continued, I mention this to caution you all. There are individuals from the two great holy lands present in Tianlan City, drawn here by the allure of the realm of gods and demons. For your safety, it is imperative that you avoid any conflict with the holy lands. Otherwise, not only will you face dire consequences, but your sects may also suffer catastrophic repercussions. Li Hu spoke with utmost seriousness. The authority of the Holy Lands is not to be underestimated. Even the Tianxing royal family must tread carefully in the presence of the two great Holy Lands, fearful of incurring their wrath. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, the expressions of many named disciples tightened. However, Yi Yun, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi remained largely unaffected, offering no opinion on Li Hu's counsel. Zhang Shu, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor. He simply stated, as long as the individuals from the Holy Lands do not provoke us, we shall not seek trouble with them. But if we are indeed wronged and we are in the right, what can the Holy Lands do? At this, Li Hu's face changed dramatically. Yet, given Zhang Shu's firm stance, he felt it inappropriate to continue his warning. Regardless of whether it is the sacred ground or the assembly of individuals before him, he felt a certain trepidation. Upon hearing Zhang Shu's remarks, he could only refrain from agreement, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. As for Yi Yun and the others, their spirits were instantly lifted, as if they had grasped an important revelation. While others may remain oblivious, they were acutely aware that their sect leader's strength was scarcely inferior to that of a sage. The implication of the current discourse was unmistakable. The sect leader was conveying to all present that it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yet if they were to be wronged, they need not shy away from retaliation. Should the sacred ground truly intervene, their leader would undoubtedly take charge. Contemplating this, the expressions of the group brightened with joy. While others may dread the sacred ground, the Divine Cloud sect harbored no such fears. The words of their leader instilled a sense of pride within them. The comfort of having a formidable ally was truly exhilarating. In unison, they declared, "Disciples obey." Zhang Shu nodded and chose not to elaborate further. Observing this, Li Hu also ceased his contemplation and continued to address the inquiries and concerns of the assembly. Chapter 47. The Divine Celestials. The atmosphere in Tianlan City was vibrant and bustling, with countless formidable individuals gathered together. As Li Hu guided the crowd to a resting area, he entertained their inquiries with patience. After listening for a while, one disciple, puzzled, inquired, "Is it not true that the two great sacred lands possess immense power? Why then do their disciples venture to Tianlan City to compete for spots alongside us? Does this not seem redundant?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. If these sacred lands are so powerful, why must they vie with us, ordinary folk, for positions? How shameless." The disciples' remarks prompted a wry smile from Li Hu, who realized that these young individuals, seemingly oblivious to their origins, harbored little reverence for the sacred lands. Most of them appeared genuinely uninformed about the outside world, embodying the notion that ignorance breeds fearlessness, which was quite understandable. However, there were a few individuals whose attitudes baffled him. Among them was a strikingly beautiful woman who radiated a menacing aura. She spoke of the sacred lands with scant regard, as if they were inconsequential, dismissing their disciples entirely. Hearing one disciple indignantly denounce the sacred lands for their perceived audacity in competing for slots against ordinary individuals made Li Hu chuckle ruefully. After a brief pause, he kindly cautioned, it would be wise to afford the sacred lands a modicum of respect. Most individuals from these lands are quite domineering, and should your words reach their ears, you may find your lives in peril. Continuing, he addressed their queries with clarity. The matter is quite straightforward. Not every disciple of the sacred lands is guaranteed a spot in the divine demon cavern. While these lands are vast and teeming with powerful beings, the number of disciples is equally considerable. Only a select few prodigies are granted direct access, while many ordinary disciples are left without such fortune. Internally, competition is fierce, and these ordinary disciples, feeling the pressure or unable to compete with their extraordinary peers, are reluctant to forfeit the opportunity presented by the divine demon cavern. Hence, they seek to claim spots in the external realm. After all, places like Tianlan City are open to all, and as long as one possesses strength, they can vie for a chance. Having concluded his explanation, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation, their understanding illuminated. So these individuals are unable to surpass others. Thus they come seeking to exploit the ordinary. Li Hu added, "Yet, do not underestimate the disciples of the sacred lands. Regardless of their status, they originate from esteemed lineages. The resources for cultivation and guidance they receive far surpass that of common factions. Even the ordinary disciples are typically more formidable than the carefully nurtured talents of most sections. Moreover, not all disciples from the sacred lands who venture into the outside world are marginalized. Some come with a mindset of seeking experience, eager to witness the prowess of external geniuses. For instance, in Tianlan City, there exists a remarkable prodigy, a genius hailing from the red dust sacred land. At the tender age of under 20, he has already ascended to the Yuan Dan realm and, when exerting his full strength, can unleash the might of the Purple Mansion threshold. To be capable of battling beyond one's rank, demonstrating such formidable strength, is indeed astonishing. It is rumored that many prominent figures assert that this unparalleled genius from the red dust sacred land, provided he does not meet an untimely demise, is almost certain to enter the Nirvana realm in the future, ascending to the upper echelons of the sacred land. As Li Hu spoke, his face radiated with awe and envy. Such youth, possessing the combat prowess of the Purple Mansion. At over 30 years of age, he has barely reached the Yuan Dan realm, standing on par with this young prodigy. Yet, the prodigy, a decade his junior, could likely defeat him with a mere strike. The disparity is staggering. Even among the elite forces of the Tianqing Kingdom, such as the 7 major sects of the Southern Domain, most leaders are merely at the Purple Mansion realm. These individuals represent the pinnacle of power in the Southern Domain. Yet, this sacred land's genius, having just begun his journey, has already reached the coveted destination that countless others yearn for. His future prospects are boundless. Yuan Dan realm, how impressive. Indeed. Such prowess at under 20 years of age is truly enviable. Upon hearing this, a group of registered disciples erupted in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Some called out, "No wonder he hails from the sacred land. His strength surpasses even that of senior sister Yi and her peers." Hearing these words, Yi Yun's expression darkened. Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi could hardly suppress their laughter, finding the situation amusing. After all, it was merely the Purple Mansion realm. What was so remarkable about that? Yi Yun let out a dismissive snort, muttering a few words. After a brief exchange, she lost interest in this disciple from the sacred land, deeming him unworthy of her attention, as he had only just attained the Purple Mansion realm. Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi also felt somewhat disenchanted. Was this the genius of the sacred land? After all this, was this all there was? Such meager strength could be easily overcome with a single hand. Meanwhile, the group of registered disciples remained captivated, surrounding Li Hu as he recounted tales of those prodigies, listening intently. The 12 golden elders also gathered to partake in the spectacle, seeking to gauge the confidence of the aspiring talents participating in the divine demon cave, their faces adorned with smiles. Li Hu, believing they were awestruck by his words, could not help but feel a swell of pride. However, in reality, the 12 golden elders were quietly affirming their own steadiness. A Yuan Dan realm before the age of 20? Which of the disciples within the sect did not possess the strength of the Yuan Dan realm? Some were even stronger. What? The sacred land enjoys a resource advantage? Even with such advantages, could they consume the 9-patterned clear spirit pills as freely as the Shinshao sect? Soon after, Li Hu led the group to a lavish estate, his face aglow with a smile as he addressed Zhang Shu. According to your instructions, the city of Tianlan is currently teeming with people, and this residence has become the most desirable accommodation. Furthermore, the preliminary selection ceremony for the divine and demonic realm will commence within 3 days, at which point someone will naturally come to inform you, my lord, to attend. Until then, you may rest assured in this abode. Zhang Shu glanced at the mansion and remarked, "The place is quite agreeable." Li Hu responded joyfully, "I am glad you find it to your liking." However, just as Zhang Shu and his companions were preparing to settle into the mansion under Li Hu's guidance, a group of individuals rushed in hastily from the distance. Li Hu's expression shifted slightly. Before he could discern the situation, he heard someone shout, "Li Hu, why do you linger? Hurry and pay your respects to His Holiness the Sun." Additionally, this Tianzi mansion is already occupied. His Holiness the Sun intends to reside here. So all irrelevant individuals should promptly vacate the premises. Disturbing His Holiness the Sun may cost you your heads. A stern steward, flanked by a throng of followers, strode purposefully toward the mansion. His Holiness the Sun? Upon witnessing this commotion, Li Hu instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, and his countenance darkened. Chapter 48. A terrifying scene. The fear of the Nirvana strong. This mansion, marked by the character Tian, is already occupied. Surely, there must be a sense of order in matters of precedence, right? Li Hu said, his expression grim. Manager Lu furrowed his brow and shouted, bold. Do you not see that the Holy Sun has arrived? This Tian mansion naturally belongs to the Holy Sun. You and your companions must relocate to another dwelling. Li Hu, do not court trouble. You cannot bear the consequences of this matter. Leave now at once. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and the disciples of the Xinshao sect halted to observe the scene. The Holy Sun? Their gazes then shifted to a young man in white not far away. Is this truly a person of the Holy Land? He appears to be nothing out of the ordinary. The named disciples were curious, while Zhang Shu and Fu Hongyi paid no heed to the concept of a Holy Sun and directly strode towards the mansion. Manager Lu, is this the quality of your subordinates? I never imagined that even this Holy Sun would be disregarded. Truly an eye-opener, the young man in white said flatly, causing Manager Lu's expression to change dramatically. In the next moment, Manager Lu turned to Li Hu, and his tone shifted from strictness to one laced with a menacing intent. Li Hu, considering your years of service, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Depart with your companions immediately. As for your friends, they must leave at once. I can pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Li Hu's complexion shifted through several shades as he realized that Manager Lu was genuinely enraged. Lu was his superior, and offending him would mean the end of his stay in Tianlan City. Yet, retreating now would signify the loss of a hard-won patronage. After a long wait, this opportunity had finally presented itself, and losing it would be a grievous blow. Caught in a dilemma, Li Hu found himself at a crossroads. Very well, Li Hu. You may withdraw. This matter does not concern you. Just then, a voice resonated from afar, causing Li Hu to breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, my lord. No longer able to maintain his facade, he stepped aside at once. Seeing Li Hu retreat, Manager Lu's expression softened slightly as he looked towards the speaker, Zhang Shu. I kindly ask you to vacate this place immediately. This Tian mansion belongs to the Holy Sun, who hails from the Red Dust Holy Land. The strong of the Holy Land are nearby, so I hope you will show some consideration. Although Manager Lu appeared courteous, an undercurrent of warning and threat was palpable in his words. Firstly, not every disciple from the Holy Land can be referred to as a Holy Sun. Only those with exceptional talents, recognized by the sages, are worthy of such a title. Moreover, the formidable beings of the Red Dust Sacred Land are not far from this place. Should a conflict arise, they will undoubtedly arrive without delay. Taken together, the weight of the threat intensifies. Zhang Shu slowly stood up, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon Steward Lu and the Red Dust Holy Sun with an air of detachment. His eyes, calm yet indifferent, revealed a subtle intensity. In that fleeting moment, both Steward Lu and the Red Dust Holy Sun felt an inexplicable pang of unease and oppression, their bodies trembling slightly under the weight of Zhang Shu's gaze. The next instant, Zhang Shu's tranquil voice resonated. Where do you come from, and where do you intend to go? Do not act with reckless abandon, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. His words carried a hint of elemental pressure. In the following moment, both Steward Lu and the Holy Sun turned pale, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies staggering backward. Do you dare to strike at the Holy Sun? Steward Lu exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury evident in his voice. The Red Dust Holy Sun's face turned ashen. He glared at Zhang Shu, yet remained silent, as if awaiting something. Steward Lu regarded Zhang Shu with a tinge of pity, while Li Hu appeared to recall something, his expression fraught with alarm. Suddenly, a voice, calm and unperturbed, echoed from the heavens. You wield considerable might, yet you dare to publicly humiliate my Red Dust Holy Sun. Do you consider our Red Dust Sacred Land to be easily trifled with? A flash of light materialized, revealing a mysterious figure cloaked in black, a stern elder with piercing eyes. The moment the elder appeared, his fierce gaze locked onto Zhang Shu, unleashing an aura of terror. Nirvana Realm, he declared. Elder Tian Shuang. This man has committed a heinous act in public, attempting to assassinate the Holy Sun. If he is not slain, will it not belittle our Red Dust Sacred Land? Upon the elder's arrival, the Holy Sun finally shouted, "Attempting to assassinate the Holy Sun? This is a direct affront to our red dust sacred land. He deserves nothing less than death. Let him be executed." The elder offered no time for Zhang Shu to explain. A vast light surrounding him suddenly dimmed. As boundless black snowflakes began to fall, everything touched by the snowflakes quietly transformed into ice sculptures upon contact. An overwhelming chill enveloped the entire realm. As the elder pronounced the word execution, a terrifying vortex of cold air had already enveloped Zhang Shu completely. "Die," he intoned coldly. "Remember, this is the fate that befalls those who dare to disrespect the sacred land." The elder, indifferent and self-assured, stood with hands clasped behind his back, as if Zhang Shu's demise were a foregone conclusion. However, as a second elapsed, the elder's calm eyes suddenly narrowed. An indescribable horror crept across his aged visage as he looked in shock toward the front of the residence. There, amidst the fearsome ice storm that even the Nirvana realm dared not underestimate, stood Zhang Shu, unperturbed. One hand rested behind his back, while the other reached out straight, seemingly to catch the falling snowflakes, exuding an air of utter tranquility. The terrifying ice storm failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. It was as if an invisible barrier enveloped his form, isolating him from the tempest, leaving even the edges of his garments undisturbed. Noticing the elder's gaze, Zhang Shu calmly lifted his head to meet it. The elder trembled incessantly, appearing as though he had entered a state of paralysis. His eyes fixated on the vacant space surrounding Zhang Shu, his mind blank. This is the domain of the laws. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The elder could hardly fathom it. The domain of the laws is something only a sage can comprehend and possess. How could this individual possibly manifest such a domain? Yet, apart from the domain of the laws, the elder could not conceive of any other force that could so effortlessly counter his assault. Before the elder could ponder further, Zhang Shu's voice echoed, startling him into a shudder. "I had long advised against your obstinacy, warning you not to invite disaster upon yourselves. Truly, what folly is this?" Chapter 49. Kicking against iron plates, why suffer? As Zhang Shu's sigh reverberated through the air, a chilling dread enveloped the gathered assembly. This was particularly true for the venerable elder of the sacred land, who, despite his nirvana-level cultivation, found himself quaking with fear. "My lord, a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." The elder stammered, his voice trembling as he sought mercy. Suddenly, he realized he might have kicked against an iron plate, cursing the red dust Saint Sun inwardly. Damn it! How could this fool provoke such a terrifying presence? Regardless of whether the individual before him possessed the strength he imagined, it was clear that ending his life would require little effort. This scoundrel, does he not bother to inquire about the identities of those he provokes? Now I am utterly doomed. Beast, do not waste time. Apologize to my lord at once, lest you wish for your own demise. And do not drag me down with you. The elder incessantly insisted on the misunderstanding, before forcefully slapping the red dust Saint Sun atop his head. The overwhelming force erupted, leaving the Saint Sun powerless to resist, and he collapsed to the ground. Anger and humiliation contorted his features. When had he ever been so subservient? Zhang Shu observed the scene with calm detachment, remarking softly, "The tyranny of the red dust sacred land is truly an eye-opener." The elder shuddered at his words, hastily offering a smile. "My lord, it is all a misunderstanding. Had I known you were present, I would never have dared to act against you. It is all the fault of this beast for failing to recognize greatness and offending you." Cold sweat streamed down his brow as he spoke. Meanwhile, Steward Liu was paralyzed with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Heavens, what have I witnessed? The esteemed Saint Sun of the sacred land had knelt before another, and this elder, a nirvana-level cultivator, showed such reverence to a stranger. How could this be? Liu's lips turned pale as the realization dawned upon him. He was finished. He trembled as he glanced at Zhang Shu, grimacing as he swallowed hard. Had he not just spoken harshly to this formidable figure, even issuing threats? Upon this realization, Liu coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Yet, this minor incident failed to capture anyone's attention. All gazes converged upon Zhang Shu. Liu stood in shock, staring blankly at the composed Zhang Shu, his heart roaring in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of terrifying being have I led here? This is a stroke of fortune, an incredible blessing. In that moment, Liu felt immense relief. He He was grateful to his past self for not immediately backing down upon encountering Steward Liu, but instead confronting him with fervor. Initially fearing dire consequences, it now appeared that he had stumbled upon an immense opportunity, akin to being struck by a pie from the heavens. Liu was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his seat. Meanwhile, behind Zhang Shu, a group of disciples stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. The people from the sacred land were apologizing to their sect master? Zhang Yuan stared blankly at this spectacle, his mind momentarily paralyzed. While the other disciples might be oblivious to the terror of the sacred land, Zhang Yuan was acutely aware of its significance. Coming from a prestigious lineage of cultivators, he possessed a certain status and was well versed in matters of cultivation. He understood all too well the implications of the term sacred land. Even the powerful royal family, which could dominate the Tianqing kingdom, had to bow before it. His own family was barely worth a mention in comparison to the sacred land. No, it wasn't just about his family. Even the 7 great sects of the southern region, regarded as behemoths by countless individuals, dared not breathe in the presence of the sacred land. A mere misstep could provoke its ire, leading to their complete annihilation from the continent with a mere wave of a hand. This was the sacred land, a titan of the cultivation world, capable of determining the fate of all beings with a mere thought. Yet now, such an entity appeared to be so apprehensive, showing profound respect to their sect master. And what of that terrifying ice storm from earlier? They had been shielded by Zhang Shu, preventing any influence from that dreadful tempest. Yet the countless ice sculptures surrounding them bore witness to the sheer magnitude of that power. Zhang Yuan had no doubt that without the sect master's protection, even a single touch of those black snowflakes would mean instant death for him. There was no doubt about it. Was the sect master truly at the Purple Mansion realm? And what about that elder from the sacred land? What was his true strength? The impressive young saint seemed vaguely familiar. Could he be the genius of the red dust sacred land that Liu had mentioned earlier? A flurry of questions erupted in Zhang Yuan's mind, overwhelming him. Although he understood that the sacred land was formidable, he lacked a real comprehension of true strength, only vaguely familiar with the names of various realms. And when faced with them in person, he found it hard to discern their true nature. Ultimately, it was a limitation of perspective. However, Yi Yun, Fu Hongyi, and Fu Qi were not encumbered by such limitations. They could distinctly sense the elder's formidable presence. The overwhelming pressure they felt was far more terrifying than that which had descended upon the Xinxiao sect just days prior. They were entirely on different levels. Nirvana realm. This elder was undoubtedly a superlative powerhouse of the Nirvana realm. No wonder this so-called red dust saint, who seemed to lack any real ability, dared to be so arrogant. He was backed by a strong foundation. Yet, it appeared that this foundation might not be as formidable as he thought. The people from the sacred land had always been haughty and arrogant, looking down upon others. Had they finally met their match? Yi Yun exhibited no trace of anxiety. Wearing a look of schadenfreude, having originated from the imperial city, she was no stranger to the disciples of the sacred land. Their overbearing demeanor was deeply ingrained in her memory. These individuals from the sacred land regard outsiders with utter disdain, treating them as if they were inconsequential. As Yi Yun reminisced about certain unpleasant experiences, a distinct sense of joy illuminated her eyes. Serves them right. Everyone silently echoed this sentiment in their hearts. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts at that moment. Zhang Shu gazed calmly at the elder, who had long abandoned his previous air of superiority, now exhibiting an extreme degree of respect. However, the question of how to handle these individuals loomed large. Zhang Shu speculated inwardly. This old man possesses at least the strength of the Nirvana realm, and may even be a formidable figure within it. While my own power is not insignificant, I remain uncertain in confronting someone of the Nirvana realm. To eliminate this elder would be a daunting task. Unless I were willing to expend a sacred realm experience card to attain true sage-like capabilities, dispatching him would be effortless. Yet, such a waste on a trivial character seems utterly unworthy, akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, an egregious loss. However, allowing them to go unchallenged is equally unacceptable. What would become of the prestige of my Xinxiao sect? Zhang Shu's mind was in turmoil. His ability to withstand attacks unscathed was undoubtedly due to the protective properties of the Xinxiao radiant robe, unless a being of the sacred realm intervenes. No one else could possibly breach his defenses. Regrettably, it only serves to defend, not to attack. Time cannot be squandered. A swift resolution is imperative, lest complications arise. Zhang Shu's thoughts surged. He could not act personally. Setting aside the fact that he was not this elder's match, his own aura was concealed, rendering the elder incapable of discerning his true strength. Should he take action, he would inevitably reveal his capabilities, eliminating any caution on the opponent's part, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. Soon, Zhang Shu arrived at a conclusion. Chapter 50: A chance to live upon encountering Zhang Shu. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone present held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The silence was palpable, like a needle dropping could be heard. The holy son of the red dust began to sense an undercurrent of dread. Something felt amiss. Initially, he believed he might have encountered a senior expert from another sacred land, one whose strength and status could surpass that of Elder Tianshuang. In such a case, it would be understandable for Elder Tianshuang to compel him to kneel and apologize. However, he did not anticipate that the situation would take a disconcerting turn that diverged from his expectations. This beast has offended a senior and tarnished the reputation of our red dust sacred land. Thus, I leave the matter of punishment to your discretion, esteemed elder. Elder Tianshuang, without hesitation, threw the holy son of the red dust under the bus, not even bothering to provide a justification. Cleverly, he sought to extricate himself from the situation, merely suggesting that the holy son be punished. Yet, it was insufficient. Zhang Shu simply uttered 2 words, his gaze fixed calmly upon Elder Tianshuang. At that moment, Elder Tianshuang's countenance fell, darkening considerably. He realized that he would not escape retribution and understood that Zhang Shu had seen through his intentions, serving as a forewarning. Gritting his teeth, Elder Tianshuang raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, severed his own arm. With a thunderous crash, his vital energy manifested as a blade. Blood gushing forth, his arm soared into the air, rendering him maimed. Following this, Elder Tianshuang struck his chest with a fist, causing his ribcage to cave in. His face turned a ghastly white as he instantly felt his vitality wane, gravely injured. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the others in a state of shock upon realization. Yi Yin could not suppress her frown. Elder Tianshuang had been exceedingly ruthless towards himself. It is worth noting that, below the sacred realm, severed limbs are nearly impossible to regenerate. The loss of an arm may appear to merely diminish combat prowess, but in truth, it nearly obliterates the path to sanctity, a tremendous cost indeed. Zhang Shu then spoke. Considering this is your first offense, and ignorance is no crime, I shall spare you this time, but do not let it happen again. After uttering these words, Zhang Shu felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated the elder's willingness to self-mutilate for the sake of survival. The outcome was far better than he had envisioned. After all, had the elder chosen to leave with the Holy Sun without so much as an apology, Zhang Shu would have found himself at an impasse, unwilling to waste an opportunity on such trivial matters. Thank you, esteemed elder, Elder Tianshuang said, his complexion pale, clutching his remaining right arm against his chest as he bowed in apology to Zhang Shu. Simultaneously, his gaze towards the holy son of the red dust was filled with icy resentment. Had it not been for this scoundrel, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. For Elder Tianshuang, although the loss of the opportunity to attain sanctity was painful, his grasp on such a prospect had always been tenuous, rendering the thought of it a mere fantasy. What truly anguished him was the severance of his own arm. The cost of this loss was known solely to him. The lips of the saint of the red dust turned pale. This was dire. At this moment, he finally comprehended the imminent danger. If even Elder Tianshuang had to pay such a heavy price, then what did that make him, the so-called saint? On one hand, his status appeared elevated. On the other, he was merely an unproven talent, not particularly significant. No matter how one viewed it, he could never compare to the value of an elder. Now, with Elder Tianshuang sacrificing so much for his own survival, what fate awaited him? The saint of the red dust looked towards Zhang Shu in terror, his heart filled with 1,000 regrets. How blind he had been. Why provoke Zhang Shu when everything was well? Alas, it was too late for regret. As he beheld Zhang Shu, the saint of the red dust panicked, prostrating himself and pleading for mercy. Senior, spare my life. Please, I failed to recognize the true divine presence before me. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Considering this is my first offense. Witnessing this, Fu Qi and the others could not help but snicker. This was the revered saint of the red dust. who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong, utterly lacking in spine. They turned their curious gazes towards the sect leader, wondering how he would choose to punish this saint of the red dust. Offending a saint was no trivial matter. Unless the saint from the red dust sect intervened on his behalf, his fate today would undoubtedly be tragic. Fu Hongyi pondered with curiosity, what will the sect leader do? Will he execute him outright? Fu Qi scoffed, if he is to be killed, so be it. This saint of the red dust is no virtuous being. Had it been anyone else making such a ruckus, they would have likely become a corpse by now. He discerned that despite the saint of the red dust seeming young, his eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. If they lacked the strength, regardless of their choices, they would all meet a dismal end today. However, their sect, Shenxiao, was no soft target. Even the sacred lands could not trample upon their dignity. Fu Qi could not suppress the curve of his lips, feeling an immense pride. The strength of their sect naturally reflected upon him as a disciple. Yet, Yi Yan conveyed a thought to the two, do not be so naive. What status and identity does the sect leader possess to personally deal with a mere Yuan Dan realm individual? You underestimate the saint far too much. Regardless of whether the saint of the red dust lives or dies, he will undoubtedly face a severe punishment. Indeed, it was true. For the sect leader to take direct action, the saint of the red dust was not worthy of such attention. Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi realized this. After all, had they not seen the sect leader refrain from direct engagement, even with the Nirvana realm elder? Great figures always considered their status. The admiration in their hearts was palpable, unaware that Zhang Shu was not unwilling to act, but rather lacked the capability to do so. Having initially prepared to pacify the situation, one could hardly anticipate that the old man would be so ruthless, exhibiting a level of cowardice that was extreme in his desperation to preserve his life. He resorted to drastic measures, showing no inclination to flee. Such behavior is, in fact, quite typical. After all, how many individuals possess the audacity to err in the presence of a sage and still dare to escape? Is escape even a possibility? If the Nirvana realm represents the first significant watershed in one's cultivation journey, then the transition from Nirvana to sage signifies the second, a veritable chasm. Even those who have attained perfect Nirvana would find themselves at a staggering disadvantage when confronting a sage. The disparity between the two is likely even greater than that between the first level of Nirvana and the first level of Radiant Sun. There exists no basis for comparison. Zhang Shu pondered momentarily, then fixed his gaze on the visibly anxious red dust Saint Sun and declared, do not accuse me of bullying the younger generation. In light of this, I shall grant you an opportunity for survival. If you can vanquish any three of them working in unison, I shall spare your life. Otherwise. Zhang Shu left the latter portion of his statement unspoken. Defeat meant death. Yet, the red dust Saint Sun's countenance brightened with joy. Following the direction of Zhang Shu's finger, he discovered that his targets were a group of individuals at the body refinement stage, with the highest among them barely at the condensation stage. He could effortlessly triumph over them, even if they were to unite against him. It was a simple and straightforward task. How could the red dust Saint Sun not be elated? Chapter 51. The Holy Son of the Red Dust feels empowered. The Holy Son of the Red Dust suddenly felt a surge of confidence. His complexion regained its color, and his hands ceased to tremble. In an instant, he believed he could triumph over 3 cultivators at the body refinement stage working in unison. It posed no challenge whatsoever. Not only 3, but even 30 or 300. He could handle them all. Moreover, the Holy Son sensed that the esteemed elder had intentionally granted him a reprieve. The elder had already imposed severe punishment on Elder Tianshuang, demonstrating his authority, and now, by finding an excuse to let him off the hook, he was extending a courtesy to the Holy Son, offering both parties a graceful exit. Such is the nature of relations between great powers and formidable figures, is it not? You grant me face, and I shall reciprocate. Thus, the Holy Son brimmed with confidence regarding this battle. It was but a minor affair. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, first bowing to Zhang Shuxing, then glancing at the 49 named disciples. Though his expression remained composed, a hint of arrogance glimmered in his eyes. Since the elder had spoken, let the 3 contenders be chosen by you. Regardless of who it may be, this Holy Son shall accept. His words exuded self-assurance. Yet, no one found his declaration inappropriate, even the 49 named disciples, who were somewhat perplexed by the master's decision. Facing a well-established holy son of the sacred land was akin to courting disaster, was it not? He was a formidable figure at the Yuan dance stage. They had no hope of victory, not in the slightest. For a moment, uncertainty clouded everyone's thoughts. It seemed they were at a disadvantage. Zhang Yuan cast a puzzled glance at the master, pondering whether the master was indeed intentionally providing the opponent with an opportunity to retreat, merely seeking a pretext for a friendly spar. After all, he was acutely aware that the three seniors from the outer sect were all at the Yuan dance stage, their terrifying combat prowess capable of overwhelming them. The holy son of the red dust, however lacking, could hardly be inferior to the seniors, could he? Nevertheless, since the master had spoken, they resolved to strive earnestly and decided to send forth their three strongest named disciples. Just then, the previously silent Elder 11 spoke up. Zhang Yuan, you and your companions step back. Let those three take the stage. To the astonishment of the crowd, Elder 11 pointed out three individuals, all of whom were the weakest among them. The chosen disciples were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they stood forth, for they dared not defy the elder's command. Please, enlighten us. Soon, the three named disciples approached the holy son of the red dust, and both parties exchanged courteous greetings. Three cultivators at the body refinement stage? The holy son stood proudly and declared to the trio, you three may strike first, otherwise, should I take the initiative, you shall never have the chance to act. Simultaneously, the holy son felt a quiet sigh of relief wash over him. Unable to suppress a smile of someone who had survived a calamity. He was assured now. He had witnessed firsthand that their opponents had replaced the three at the Yuan dance stage with those from the body refinement stage. If it were the former, he might perceive these individuals as possessing some extraordinary quality, feeling a sense of trepidation about potential dangers awaiting him. However, three individuals in the refinement stage? There was no need for concern. The disparity in cultivation levels was vast, a whole realm apart. Furthermore, he had the ability to transcend boundaries in combat. Clearly, this was a matter of respect for the sacred ground. Beside him, Elder Tianshuang also reached a firm conclusion in his heart. Though somewhat displeased, he dismissed the notion. Despite the fact that the holy son of red dust had placed him in a precarious position, the latter still held a significant status within the sacred grounds, comparable to his own, and perhaps even exceeding it in certain respects. It was preferable to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Nonetheless, the fact that he had been thoroughly compromised while the other remained unscathed left Elder Tianshuang feeling rather uncomfortable. Let us engage, commanded Zhang Shu, and instantly, both sides erupted with vitality. Although the holy son of red dust was proud, he was not foolish in battle. Even if he believed his adversaries posed no threat, he still entered a state of total commitment, refraining from attacking first to spare Zhang Shu's dignity. He wished to avoid provoking the other, which could lead to future retribution. In an instant, a formidable aura of the ninth layer of the Yuan Dan realm surged from the holy sun, its overwhelming pressure rushing towards the trio before him. The holy son was confident that merely the weight of his aura would render the three in the refinement stage powerless to resist. However, the next moment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. To his astonishment, while the three disciples exhibited signs of tension, they remained entirely unaffected by his oppressive aura, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had unleashed it. How could this be? The holy son of red dust was incredulous. He then speculated. Could it be that these three possessed some defensive treasures that rendered them immune to his pressure? Perhaps the true peril of this confrontation lay therein. Suddenly, he felt as though he had grasped an important insight. What was that fellow doing, and why did his face appear flushed? Was he experiencing some sudden urgency? The three disciples exchanged furtive glances, visibly anxious. They truly had no confidence in securing a victory, yet with the elder and the sect leader having issued commands, they had no choice but to press on. However, seeing the holy son's face turn crimson, as if he were straining against constipation, they were immediately perplexed. The Yuan Dan pressure was akin to a gentle spring breeze for them, leaving them utterly bewildered by the holy son's actions. They resolved to give it their all. Regardless of the outcome, they could not afford to retreat, nor bring shame upon their sect. Yes, let us attack together and bring him down. Exchanging determined glances, the three cautiously encircled the holy son. The pressure proved ineffective? Very well. It seemed that a straightforward victory was unattainable. They would have to exert effort. The holy son of red dust let out a snort upon seeing the trio closing in, and with a swift movement, he appeared before one of the disciples, delivering a palm strike directly to the opponent's chest. The blow was as swift as lightning. Even among the formidable beings of the Yuan Dan realm, not all may possess the reflexes to respond swiftly. The Holy Son of the Red Dust had already envisioned his next move in his mind. After defeating this disciple, he would swiftly eliminate the other two. He had previously shown restraint, but now he intended to demonstrate his true prowess. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his palm, as if it had been ensnared by an iron claw, leaving him utterly immobilized. Startled, he turned his head, only to be met with a blinding flash. What? Before he could react, the Holy Son of the Red Dust was suddenly struck hard, sent hurtling backward and crashing violently to the ground far away. Silence enveloped the arena. The events unfolded with such rapidity that many were left in stunned disbelief. When the spectators beheld this astonishing scene, they were momentarily dumbfounded, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. What? The Holy Son of the Red Dust was sent flying by a single punch? Li Hu rubbed his eyes, doubting the reliability of his vision. Nearby, the remaining named disciples wore expressions of shock and confusion. What had just transpired? How had the Holy Son been sent flying? In the arena, the three named disciples were equally bewildered, particularly the one who had delivered the punch that sent the Holy Son tumbling. He stared blankly at the unfolding scene, glanced at his own fist, and then at the prostrate form of the Holy Son not far away, furrowing his brow in perplexity. What on earth was happening? Was it a staged act? I hardly exerted any force. Could it be that the Holy Son deliberately threw the match to save face for the sect leader? This disciple pondered, arriving at what seemed the most plausible explanation. There was no other way to rationalize the scene before him. As for any other possibilities, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was merely an unremarkable body-refining cultivator. How could he have genuinely sent a prodigy of the Holy Land flying with a single punch? Chapter 52. Doubting life. How is this possible? The Holy Son of the Red Dust was utterly bewildered by a single punch. Even now, his mind remained in a state of disarray. Is this truly the body-tempering realm? Is the body-tempering realm this formidable? Could it possibly be a facade of the Purple Mansion realm? Alas, I was careless just now. I shall rise again. The Holy Son of the Red Dust swiftly regained his footing. This time, he maintained a state of utmost defense, casting a grave glance at the three individuals opposite him. Indeed, even when offered a reprieve, there were bound to be peculiarities and dangers lurking beneath the surface. The prowess of these three was not to be underestimated. It appears my earlier oversight was a grave mistake. No wonder. Upon hearing this, the previously skeptical named disciple of the Holy Land relaxed his furrowed brow. So that was it. He thought to himself, how could a prodigy of the Holy Land, one capable of wielding Purple Mansion strength at such a tender age, be so easily subdued? It seems the fault lay with me. This makes perfect sense. Everyone, be cautious. The disciples of the Holy Land possess immense strength. We are likely not their match. However, even in defeat, we must not retreat. We cannot afford to lose face for our sect. One named disciple spoke gravely to the others. The second nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall not retreat an inch. The disciple who had previously sent the Holy Son flying with a punch boasted with bravado, Fear not, though I may not match either of you. I have at least once sent the Holy Son flying. I do not bring shame to our sect. With a unified roar, the three named disciples charged toward the Holy Son of the Red Dust. This time, he dared not underestimate them. Within him, the essence core throbbed violently, unleashing torrents of pure and potent energy that surged forth like mighty dragons, bursting from his body. In the next moment, the Holy Son of the Red Dust bellowed, Behold the supreme technique of my Red Dust Holy Land, one of the three ultimate secret arts, the Celestial Dragon 9 Transformation's golden body. When perfected, this form is impervious to calamity and remains immortal through countless lifetimes. To be vanquished by this technique is a privilege indeed. As he spoke, the Holy Son delivered a powerful punch. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed into the sky, and a formidable wave of energy swept across the arena like a tempest. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of all spectators. Li Hu was astonished. Is this the prodigy of the Holy Land? Such power is indeed terrifying, far beyond his reach. Though they were both at the 9th level of the Essence Core realm, It would likely take but a single strike for the Holy Sun to eliminate him. What? He can even summon a giant dragon? What kind of technique is this? The three named disciples were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the emergence of the dragon, yet they pressed on, steeling themselves for the confrontation. They vowed to not retreat. Have courage. I assure you, I will show mercy and not kill you outright. However, severe injury is inevitable. The Holy Sun of the Red Dust brimmed with confidence. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The colossal energy dragon collided violently with the three designated disciples. What followed was utterly astonishing. The seemingly invincible energy dragon let out a mournful cry and, with a resounding explosion, disintegrated into countless shimmering particles that drifted away, leaving the three unscathed. What sorcery is this? Is the dragon merely an illusion? Why does it feel as if they were merely tickled? Even less formidable than the attacks they faced during their usual training? Nonsense. It was undeniably stronger than those strikes by a slight margin. The three disciples exchanged bewildered glances. They had braced themselves for severe injuries, only to discover that the Saint of the Red Dust had spent ages conjuring an illusion that, while impressive in appearance, was ultimately ineffectual, collapsing with a single blow. Boom. Bang. Bang. The three disciples surged through the remnants of the dragon, standing bewildered before the dazed Saint of the Red Dust. Their fists, akin to heavy sandbags, descended upon him, and with a resounding thud, the Saint emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes transforming into dark crescents. An extra fist, finding its target occupied, sought another avenue. With a squelching sound, something soft shattered. The Saint's anguished cries echoed, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. The other two disciples stared in shock at their companion, unable to comprehend that this usually mild-mannered individual had chosen to strike below the belt. A chilling sensation swept through the spectators, an inexplicable dread enveloping the scene. The three designated disciples unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Saint of the Red Dust, each punch landing with palpable force. The Saint, in a pitiful state, could scarcely believe that he, a prodigy of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm, capable of rivaling those of the Purple Mansion realm when fully exerted, was being thoroughly overpowered by three mere disciples of the Body Refinement realm. It was a one-sided domination. The Saint began to question his very existence. Were these truly just three practitioners of the Body Refinement realm? It felt as though he faced three from the Purple Mansion realm. Boom, boom, boom. The three disciples, initially tentative, grew more exhilarated with each strike. They felt an inexplicable surge of energy, tapping into a vibrant rhythm that was utterly irresistible. Truly, the Saint of the Holy Land was far more enjoyable to pummel. One disciple exclaimed in awe. The Saint of the Red Dust continued to wail. Monsters. A horde of monsters. You're not adhering to martial ethics, deliberately concealing your true strength. The Saint protested, indignant. What a pathetic holy land. What a feeble saint. After all that worry, they turned out to be so weak. They were merely on par with him, perhaps just a tad stronger individually, and yet they dared to boast? I shall crush you. At this juncture, even the dullest of the three disciples grasped the situation. It seemed they were not inferior to this Saint of the Holy Land after all. They had simply been far more formidable. In an instant, the entire battlefield erupted into chaos, with the Holy Sun of the Red Dust retreating in disarray, howling in agony. Elder Tianshuang wore a look of utter bewilderment. His mouth agape. How could this be possible? Three individuals at the Body Refinement stage displayed such terrifying prowess? No, they could not merely be at the Body Refinement stage. They must have concealed their true strength, deliberately hiding their capabilities. What appeared to be three cultivators at the Body Refinement stage were, in reality, prodigies at the Essence Dance stage or even the Purple Mansion stage. Devious, truly devious. Elder Tianshuang suddenly came to this realization, convinced he had unraveled the mystery. For this scene was utterly absurd. How could ordinary cultivators at the Body Refinement stage possess such formidable power? What a joke. The notion that these cultivators had consumed countless precious elixirs to attain such strength was unfathomable, utterly impossible. The very idea was beyond the realm of his imagination. Ridiculous. What fool would squander such an abundance of elixirs merely to nurture a few at the Body Refinement stage? It was an inconceivable scenario. Chapter 53. The Holy Sun of the Red Dust and the Sandbag, praised by all who use it shameless. Utterly shameless. How could they dare to deceive with 3 concealed Purple Mansion realm experts masquerading as mere body refinement realm practitioners? Elder Tianshuang, filled with indignation yet silenced by his own restraint, felt a strange sense of balance upon witnessing the pitiful state of the holy son of the red dust. It seemed, perhaps this was not so bad after all. There was nothing inherently wrong with it. This scoundrel had ensnared him, and if not for this incident, how could he, a dignified elder of the Holy Land and a powerful Nirvana realm expert, have fallen to such depths? Contemplating this, Elder Tianshuang's gaze shifted decisively. Strike. Beat him to a pulp. Ideally, he would perish, allowing not only for personal vengeance, but also ensuring that the Holy Son's demise would prompt the Holy Land to retaliate fiercely against these culprits, thus avenging 2 grievances simultaneously. At that moment, Elder Tianshuang fervently wished for the Holy Son of the Red Dust to meet his end here. Only then would he truly feel a sense of relief. Amidst the anguished, feeble cries of the Holy Son, the 3 named disciples reluctantly withdrew. They had no desire to continue inflicting punishment, lest they inadvertently cause a fatality. They were not foolish. Despite his current plight, the Holy Son was still backed by the Holy Land and had the immense support of a sage. Although the sect master had not called for a halt, they understood the need to cease before drawing trouble upon themselves. Ultimately, the 3 named disciples stepped back, their longing for the earlier sensation lingering. This was far more satisfying than striking a sandbag or a spirit stone mountain. It was soft and gentle on the hands, yet provided a rhythmic cadence to their strikes. Moreover, with each punch, they could distinctly feel a powerful surge of vitality rebounding, greatly benefiting their cultivation. In just a brief period, they sensed a significant enhancement in their own abilities, and it wouldn't be long before they could break through to the essence-gathering realm. The Holy Son of the Red Dust, overwhelmed with disbelief, thought, "How could this be? It's impossible. I am the Holy Son, the unparalleled genius of the Red Dust Holy Land. How could I be defeated by 3 mere body refinement realm practitioners? I cannot accept this." Lying on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes, he was consumed by resentment and regret. 1,000 regrets flooded his mind. Why did I come here? Why did I provoke that terrifying youth? How much better it would be if none of this had occurred. The Holy Son felt profound humiliation, particularly at being bested by 3 body refinement realm individuals, shattering his pride beyond repair, infinitely more painful than death itself. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The path one chooses must be traversed, even on one's knees. Enough. The victor has been determined. Let us cease. As the situation approached its conclusion, the 3 named disciples halted, and a flicker of regret appeared in Zhang Shu's eyes. This Holy Son truly could endure punishment. How was it that he had not been killed? However, given the current circumstances, the 3 disciples have ceased their actions. To issue further commands would undermine authority. Thus Zhang Shu has chosen to turn the page on this incident. The elders of the 12 Golden Men displayed expressions of lingering regret. It is indeed a pity. Fu Qi shook his head and scoffed, remarking that this Red Dust Holy Son has narrowly escaped with his life. Offending a saint merely resulted in a beating. What a fortunate stroke of luck for him. Yi Yun's demeanor remained unperturbed as she calmly stated, "He has benefited from this." Elder 11 expressed his discontent, lamenting that the 3 young ones were not ruthless enough. Having already struck, they should have resolved the matter by eliminating this scoundrel, who dared to order a lethal attack against them without even a word of explanation. His heart is deserving of punishment. Elder 11 felt a profound sense of loss. With this opportunity now missed, and the sect leader having intervened, they had no chance to act further. As for killing this Red Dust Holy Son, if the Red Dust Holy Land were to erupt in fury, let them be angry. Would the Xinshao sect fear a mere Holy Land? Do they truly believe their sect leader is a mere figurehead? Is it conceivable that the Red Dust Saint would wage war against the sect leader over a trivial disciple at the Yuandan realm? Such a thought is utterly preposterous. The saints maintain a delicate balance among themselves. Unless a monumental event occurs, they would never readily engage in conflict. Should one side sustain serious injuries, or even perish, the ramifications would be far too significant. Thus, at the level of saints, it is often a matter of mutual caution, each wary of the other, with most disputes revolving around pride. To suggest that a mere Red Dust Holy Son could instigate a serious altercation is laughable. Even the death of Elder Tianshuang, a powerful Nirvana realm warrior, would likely be a trivial matter to the red dust saint, scarcely warranting concern. Below the level of saints, all are but ants. This saying is not without merit, as long as the red dust saint remains unharmed. The deaths of others hold little significance for the red dust holy land. It does not threaten their foundation. Conversely, should a battle erupt between the red dust saint and the sect leader, and injury ensue, that would indeed be a grave matter. Elder 11 sighed repeatedly, reflecting that while these three young ones were sensible, they lacked the necessary ruthlessness. This may also relate to the sect leader's insistence on concealing his own identity. Should the sect leader refrain from disclosing that the Shunshao sect is protected by a saint, it is likely that this secret will remain buried for eternity. Very well. This matter ends here. You may leave. Zhang Shu's calm voice resounded, and the fallen red dust holy sun and the dismembered elder Tianshuang felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They expressed their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten. With these words, they wasted no time in fleeing, fearing that if they lingered, Zhang Shu might suddenly change his mind, leaving them truly bereft of tears. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu would not betray his word over such trivial matters. These two were inconsequential. If he were to go back on his word or intentionally act with malice, it would merely portray him as petty, diminishing his stature in the eyes of others. With this affair concluded, Zhang Shu strode towards the residence, his voice echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Do not linger here any longer. Attend to your own affairs. Just remember this. As disciples of the Shunshao sect, we must not exploit our power to oppress others, yet we shall not endure malicious humiliation from anyone. Should a similar incident occur again, regardless of whether the opponent is a member of a sacred order or even a sage, we must not allow the reputation of our sect to be tarnished. Is that understood? Upon hearing these words, all the disciples displayed fervent expressions, promptly bowing in response. Yes, we shall dutifully obey the command of our sect leader. With that, Zhang Shu had already vanished from sight. The group of disciples exchanged glances, their faces flushed with excitement, clearly affected by the profound impact of the recent events. One disciple, filled with pride, stood tall and declared, "This is the celestial path I envision for our sect." Chapter 54. The most joyful and most painful moments in life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of enhancing the prestige of our sect, earning a reward of 100,000 sect points. As Zhang Shu returned to his residence, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. A wave of delight washed over him. What a splendid reward of 100,000 sect points. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shu immediately allocated the freshly acquired points, which swiftly diminished to 0. Consequently, his cultivation level, which had reached the 7th stage of the Radiant Sun realm, began to surge. A powerful wave of vital energy filled Zhang Shu's purple mansion, and the Radiant Sun within became increasingly blinding. The space surrounding Zhang Shu subtly distorted, as if influenced by the formidable power emanating from him. 8th stage of the Radiant Sun realm. Suddenly, with a mere thought, an intangible pressure enveloped 100 feet around him, causing the ground beneath to sink uncontrollably. In that moment, the sky appeared blurred and distorted, as if the very fabric of space was enduring an unearthly, searing heat, constantly shifting and warping. Is this the 8th stage of the Radiant Sun realm? Upon stepping into the later stages of the Radiant Sun realm, each advancement significantly amplifies one's strength. The most crucial aspect is this so-called domain of supreme yang. With a single thought, an invisible realm envelopes the surroundings, where all enemies within this domain are subjected to the torment of searing heat. If their power is insufficient, they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shu tested his prowess, feeling quite satisfied. The domain of supreme yang. While it is termed a domain, it essentially functions as a flawed pressure range, endowed with a terrifying burning characteristic. The closer one approaches the perfection of Radiant Sun, the more potent this domain becomes. When the day arrives that the domain reaches its zenith, the great sun within the purple mansion will undergo a transformation, and the terrifying power of the Radiant Sun will evolve into a thread of nirvana flame. This single flame is immensely domineering, capable of incinerating all aspects of the self, body, vital energy, even the soul. It relentlessly destroys while simultaneously restoring. Throughout this process, the cultivator endures unimaginable suffering. If one can withstand the trials of nirvana and succeed, they will step into a brand new realm, experiencing an entirely different world. However, if one fails to transcend, they will be consumed by the nirvana flame, vanishing completely from this world. This marks the pivotal step in the transformation from the perfection of radiant sun to the nirvana realm, an ordeal that instills dread in countless cultivators, the nirvana tribulation. Upon reaching the nirvana realm, every step is a step through nirvana. One must experience 9 lives and 9 deaths to achieve the transcendent state, attaining supreme enlightenment. To become a saint, one must first endure nirvana. The journey is nearly complete. Only 2 more realms stand between him and the breakthrough into the nirvana realm. Zhang Shu's spirit sword, the nirvana realm. Only upon reaching this realm can one truly be deemed a formidable force. While the current environment may seem adequate beneath the nirvana threshold, it pales in comparison to the vast expanse of the continent. The kingdom of Tianxing is immense, boundless in its territory. According to Zhang Shu's estimation, the territory of the Celestial Star Kingdom alone is likely equivalent to half of the Earth in his previous life. It is vast beyond measure. Furthermore, entities akin to the Celestial Star Kingdom are not abundant like grains of sand on the continent, yet they are undeniably numerous. In the grand scheme of the entire continent, the Celestial Star Kingdom is but a trifling fragment. Zhang Shu is acutely aware that the journey ahead remains long and arduous. Setting aside other concerns, in his quest to uncover his father's whereabouts and to investigate the malevolent force responsible for the downfall of the Divine Sky Sect, he estimates that he must attain the strength of the Holy Realm to ensure his safety. Even the Nirvana realm feels precarious. He has only recently reached the 8th layer of the Radiant Sun realm. A mere month has passed. If granted a few more years, the Holy Realm would surely be within his grasp. Zhang Shu exhaled softly, momentarily setting aside the myriad of thoughts that plagued him. The path must be traversed step by step. Haste is futile. Indeed, urgency proves of little avail, even with the system at his disposal. The initial stages may appear deceptively simple, yet the further he progresses, the more sect points are required for advancement. During the Radiant Sun realm, each minor enhancement demands a staggering 10,000 sect points. Upon reaching the Nirvana realm, a single increment would require 100,000 sect points. The Holy Realm, an astronomical 1 million. The realms beyond are daunting to contemplate. Acquiring sect points is no trivial matter, fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yet, Zhang Shu understands that despite the treacherous nature of this path, he cannot afford to falter. He can only choose to move forward. The path of cultivation is akin to navigating upstream. Stagnation equates to regression. Should he waver now, satisfied with mediocrity, he would find himself utterly powerless in the face of future crises, reduced to a mere ant, easily obliterated amidst turmoil, left only to await the inevitable arrival of death. Zhang Shu refuses to accept such a fate as his future. The following day, Zhang Shu remained sequestered within his quarters, deeply engrossed in familiarizing himself with the domain of the Supreme Sun conventionally. Such a domain is only attainable upon reaching the later stages of the Radiant Sun realm. Theoretically, this holds true. However, in reality, the vast majority of individuals only form the Supreme Sun domain upon achieving complete mastery of the Radiant Sun realm, often teetering on the brink of breaking into the Nirvana realm. A practitioner of the Radiant Sun realm can only touch upon the foundations of domain formation when their mastery reaches an astonishing 99%. The demands on one's control of vital energy are exceedingly formidable. It can be posited that if a practitioner of the Radiant Sun realm can manifest the Supreme Sun domain, transcending into the Nirvana realm is merely a matter of time. In fact, practitioners exceeding 90% mastery seldom possess the Supreme Sun domain. It appears that such a domain is only manifested at the very moment of transcending into Nirvana. Consequently, Zhang Shu has rarely encountered information regarding this domain and does not fully comprehend it. He understands only that those capable of coalescing the Supreme Sun domain in advance are undoubtedly individuals of extraordinary talent, and this domain is rumored to possess many peculiar properties. Currently, Zhang Shu has yet to discern precisely what distinguishes his situation from others. Apart from the perception that possessing a domain offers a considerable advantage against adversaries, there seems to be no other notable difference. Perhaps, It is only after reaching a higher realm that these distinctions will become apparent. Notification: daily tasks have been refreshed. Task item: 9-leaf ghost king flower, 99. Task requirement: within 1 day, refine all 9-leaf ghost king flowers into elixirs. Task reward: 8-part floating pagoda cauldron. Upon reading the task description, Zhang Shu's expression immediately shifted. While he was unfamiliar with the 9-leaf ghost king flower, he understood that anything bestowed by the system was undoubtedly significant. However, what troubled Zhang Shu most was not the item itself, but rather the task requirement: refining elixirs. This endeavor was akin to the previous task of forging elemental soldiers, which he was utterly incapable of completing. There was no alchemist within the ranks of the Xinqiao sect, and thus it seemed he would have no choice but to abandon this daily task once more. With this thought, Zhang Shu's countenance darkened. The greatest joy in life lies in indulging without cost, while the utmost agony stems from the failure to do so. Alas, it appears he is destined for yet another failure, and a sense of frustration washed over him. Chapter 55. A new path. Alas, it is truly over. The alchemist. The Xinjiao sect lacks an alchemist. This time, the daily task happens to involve the concoction of elixirs, and it is far too late to cultivate an alchemist now. Not only is it too late, but even if one were to be trained, the materials required are evidently extraordinary, indicating that the quality of the elixirs to be produced will be quite high. A newly trained alchemist simply lacks the capacity to refine such high-grade elixirs. Thus, from any perspective, it seems that Zhang Shu is destined to fail. This daily task appears to be one that must be abandoned. In a moment of inspiration, Zhang Shu even wondered if his awakened yang domain could be employed for alchemy. However, it soon became evident that he was utterly ignorant of the craft, not even afforded the opportunity to attempt it. He feared that he might inadvertently ruin these precious materials. Alas, it is what it is. At worst, he would have to forego another daily task. After all, what is the significance of a mere day's reward? Zhang Shu spoke these words, yet his heart bled profusely. After all, nothing is more agonizing than failing to reap the benefits of a free opportunity. It is distressing, utterly distressing. Yet, lamentation serves no purpose. Alchemy may appear simple, merely burning the materials and kneading them into a spherical form, but in truth, it is a profound discipline. One must not only grasp the properties of the materials, but also wield the flame with utmost precision, not a moment too soon or too late, not a fraction too much or too little. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to total failure. This endeavor resembles the complex calculus of Zhang Shu's previous life. If one does not comprehend it, one simply does not comprehend it. All efforts are in vain, leading to exasperation. Moreover, the intricacies of alchemy are likely far more formidable than any mathematical problem. The more he pondered, the more distressing it became. Ultimately, Zhang Shu set aside all his affairs, choosing to escape the turmoil of his thoughts, and decided to take a stroll to alleviate his discontent. With a swift motion, he silently departed from the estate, unnoticed by the multitude of disciples. Even the 12 golden men were oblivious to his exit. Though formidable in strength, their prowess is predominantly sheer brute force, lacking in the finesse required for discerning the nuances of spiritual cultivation. Unless one were to be in close proximity, it would be challenging for the 12 golden men to detect any presence. In truth, it isn't just them. Even a Nirvana realm expert present would be unable to perceive Zhang Shu's aura, with his presence deliberately concealed, as long as he wished. No one below the Saint realm could detect him. Tianlan City. Truly, it stands as a colossal metropolis, second only to the Imperial City. And with the impending opening of the divine and demonic cave, it is indeed thriving. Zhang Shu found himself amidst a bustling street, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, filled with a sense of reflection. Since the demise of the Xinqiao sect, Zhang Shu's memories have been consumed solely by vengeance and cultivation, leaving little room for any recollections of leisure. There has been no relaxation, not even the luxury of a simple stroll to unwind. It is precisely this relentless pressure that has led the original owner to succumb to madness at a tender age, ultimately resulting in a tragic demise. As he walked along the street, listening to the cries of vendors on either side, and casually observing the opportunistic cultivators setting up stalls, Zhang Shu couldn't help but reflect that this place often bore a striking resemblance to his past life, where most individuals toiled for their livelihoods. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang Shu's attention was suddenly drawn to a series of pavilions lining the roadside: Wandan Pavilion, Yaoi Tower, and Huichun Pavilion, among others. Each establishment appeared to be dedicated to the art of alchemy. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. A moment of clarity illuminated his thoughts. Indeed, there was no need to confine himself solely to the disciples of the Xinxiao sect. He could seek the assistance of genuine alchemists. However, the only challenge that remained was that these alchemists were not affiliated with the Xinxiao sect. While this presented a complication, it was not insurmountable. Zhang Shu was astonished and exhilarated, a realization dawning upon him. This was the course of action. He would find alchemists to assist him, and perhaps even take the opportunity to recruit some talented masters for the sect, laying the groundwork for the future prosperity of the Xinxiao sect. With a newfound determination, Zhang Shu resolved that as long as he was present, the Xinxiao sect would inevitably flourish and achieve unparalleled greatness. He had never doubted this. It was an inevitable outcome. Thus, he must prepare himself, for the day would come when the disciples of the Xinxiao sect would number beyond imagination. Relying solely on the resources of the system would only suffice to cultivate a handful of elite disciples, which paled in comparison to the potential hundreds of thousands that the sect could accommodate. It was not only alchemists he sought to recruit. He needed to enlist blacksmiths, talisman masters, formation experts, and even beast tamers. Every possible resource must be gathered in advance. Even if they were not immediately useful, there would surely come a day when they would be indispensable. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shu prepared himself thoroughly. He would not allow the rewards of his next endeavor to slip away. He was determined to seize what was rightfully his. His happiness was derived from such simple aspirations. Soon, Zhang Shu casually selected a shop that exuded an air of grandeur: Huichun Pavilion. "Are you familiar with the nine-leaf ghost kingflower?" he inquired directly upon entering. He needed to ascertain the nature of this spiritual herb, its classification, and the level of alchemist required to refine it into a pill. For only with this knowledge could he adequately prepare for what lay ahead. Within Huichun Pavilion sat an elderly gentleman with a short white beard. Upon hearing Zhang Shu's inquiry, a flicker of surprise crossed his weathered face before he responded to the question posed. "Esteemed guest, from where did you hear of this miraculous herb?" "The nine-leaf ghost kingflower. I am somewhat acquainted with the ghost kingflower. It is an exceedingly rare 6th-grade spiritual herb, serving as the principal ingredient in the concoction of the heavenly soul pill. This elixir possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance one's soul, rendering it invaluable. As for the nine-leaf ghost kingflower, it is said that every millennium, an additional leaf emerges, exponentially amplifying its efficacy. However, the ghost kingflower is rather peculiar. It typically reaches a maximum of 3 leaves. There are whispers that the royal family once heard of a 7-leaf ghost kingflower, which attracted countless Nirvana realm experts seeking its extraordinary properties. The outcome of that remains unknown. Yet, considering the immense value of such a rare herb, especially for the crafting of the heavenly soul pill, it holds immeasurable significance for those in the Nirvana realm. The ancestors of the royal family were indeed Nirvana realm experts. Such a treasure would hardly be bestowed upon others lightly. "Esteemed guest, do you seek to procure the ghost kingflower? Or do you possess one to sell?" The old man replied with enthusiasm, a smile gracing his face, displaying not the slightest hint of impatience. Chapter 56. The Killing Intent and the Celestial Soul Pill. Zhang Shu possesses a certain understanding of this substance. Upon reaching the Nirvana realm and igniting the Nirvana fire, one awakens their spiritual power, enabling the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. With a surge of spiritual force, one can easily subdue cultivators below the Nirvana level. The distinction between possessing spiritual power and lacking it is akin to 2 disparate worlds. In the absence of awakened spiritual power, one stands no chance against the overwhelming spiritual suppression. While vital energy offers some resistance to spiritual force, its efficacy is notably feeble. Unless one is naturally endowed with formidable spiritual power, like Fu Qi, a common individual will find themselves nearly doomed when confronted by a Nirvana expert. This is why the Nirvana realm is regarded as a crucial watershed in the cultivation journey. Upon entering the Nirvana realm, although the cultivation of vital energy remains essential, the training of spiritual power becomes even more paramount. No matter how robust your vital energy may be, once my spiritual force is unleashed, I can penetrate your defenses and subdue you or directly shatter your spirit, rendering you a living corpse or causing your spiritual demise. This illustrates the terrifying nature of spiritual power, serving as a formidable weapon for those at the nirvana level. However, it is a well-known fact that the cultivation of spiritual power is excruciatingly slow, with few methods available on the continent. Unless one belongs to an ancient lineage, even the most revered sanctuaries seem to possess scant knowledge of spiritual cultivation techniques. Thus, individuals must rely on their own efforts to gradually hone their spirit. After all, not everyone is as fortunate as Zhang Shu, who possesses a system and has directly acquired a top-tier technique like the chaotic divine refinement, which not only facilitates the training of spiritual power, but also serves for defense and combat. Yet, Zhang Shu's current strength is insufficient to fully unleash the technique's potential. In summary, for those in the nirvana realm, spiritual power is of utmost importance. Should one's spiritual power be weak, no matter how formidable their vital energy cultivation, they remain but an empty shell. Even at the pinnacle of nirvana, they could easily fall to a spiritually potent weakling of the same realm. Thus, assessing the strength of a nirvana cultivator involves more than merely examining their vital energy. It necessitates an understanding of their spiritual power's cultivation level. If spiritual power is inadequate, even an increase in vital energy may not enhance one's overall cultivation. This is not solely due to the inherent weakness of spiritual power, but also because insufficient spiritual strength, combined with excessive vital energy, can lead to poor control over one's own energy, resulting in chaotic conflicts and potential demonic deviation. A lack of spiritual power hinders the ability to transcend to higher realms. For one in nirvana to reach the sacred realm, the strength of their spiritual power is among the most critical factors. It is widely acknowledged that nirvana cultivators cannot autonomously enhance their spiritual power. They can only painstakingly refine it bit by bit, which is both inefficient and exceedingly slow. However, there exists an exception: the Celestial Soul Pill. The Celestial Soul Pill has remarkable effects, capable of directly enhancing the spiritual power of those in the nirvana realm, with striking results. Regrettably, a practitioner at the nirvana stage can consume no more than 10 heavenly soul pills in a lifetime. Exceeding this limit will render them utterly ineffective, not only failing to enhance one's mental prowess, but also resulting in potential harm to the psyche. Subsequently, numerous alchemists invested tremendous effort into research and discovered that the primary ingredient within the heavenly soul pill is a rare herb known as the Ghost King flower. This flower is exceedingly scarce, primarily arising in places where formidable beings have fallen. Over 90% of Ghost King flowers are birthed from ancient battlefields, nourished and condensed by countless vengeful spirits. While it possesses remarkable efficacy in nurturing mental strength, it also harbors significant drawbacks, the most terrifying of which is the backlash of resentment. The backlash of resentment is an exceedingly dreadful phenomenon. Once afflicted by this curse, a powerful individual may find themselves in a state worse than death, as their mental energy seems to be gnawed away by endless vengeful souls, ultimately leading to a demise filled with unending agony. Each consumption of a heavenly soul pill accumulates a certain amount of resentment within the body. This resentment is difficult to eradicate, continuously building until it eventually erupts, causing the backlash. Thus, a typical practitioner at the nirvana stage would never consume more than 10 heavenly soul pills in their lifetime, often opting for even fewer, fearing that any misstep could lead to their immediate downfall. However, there exists a unique aspect to this matter: the age of the Ghost King flower. Every millennium, the Ghost King flower produces an additional leaf, at which point not only does the inherent mental energy become more pure and substantial, but the accompanying resentment gradually diminishes, ultimately depleting entirely. This immense mental power not only poses no adverse effects on the consumer, but also yields extraordinary benefits. It is said that the 7-leaf Ghost King flower obtained by the royal family had completely purified the resentment within it, harboring an exceedingly pure and vast mental energy. Rather than causing any detriment to the royal ancestor, this unique mental energy directly cleansed the residual resentment within the ancestor's being. In this reciprocal exchange, the royal ancestor experienced a significant enhancement in mental power and, free from the burdens of resentment, gained an additional opportunity to consume heavenly soul pills, resulting in a substantial advancement in cultivation and thereby augmenting the royal family's influence among various factions. Following this incident, Countless Nirvana practitioners began fervently searching for the 7-leaf ghost kingflower, and even the more elusive 8-leaf variety. As for the 9-leaf, it remains merely a rumor. After listening to the elder from the Revitalization Pavilion recount the tale with great fervor, Zhang Shu gained a clearer understanding of the value of the ghost kingflower. Realizing that the 9-leaf variant is undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable worth. If word of it were to spread, it would likely incite a frenzied scramble among numerous Nirvana practitioners. Observing Zhang Shu's demeanor, the elder squinted his eyes and, with a warm smile, inquired whether he had access to the ghost kingflower for sale. Zhang Shu, however, did not respond to the question. Instead, he asked about the presence of alchemists capable of refining heavenly soul pills in Tianlan City. Zhang Shu had already concluded that to fulfill his system's quest, he must refine all 9-leaf ghost kingflowers into heavenly soul pills, a task that would require at least a 6th-grade alchemist. The level of an alchemist of this caliber holds a status that is scarcely inferior to that of a Nirvana realm expert, and may even surpass it. Noticing Zhang Shu's lack of further inquiries, the elder wisely refrained from pressing the matter. When Zhang Shu inquired directly, the elder responded, Tianlan City possesses a formidable standing within the entire kingdom, and it certainly boasts 6th-rank alchemists. Moreover, with the recent uproar surrounding the Divine Demon Cave, the number of 6th-rank alchemists gathered in the city is likely no fewer than a handful. Among them, the most renowned are undoubtedly the 3 distinguished figures. The elder imparted the information regarding these alchemists, and after Zhang Shu expressed his gratitude and left behind a precious spirit stone as a token of appreciation, he turned to depart. Moments after Zhang Shu's exit, the elder's previously amiable expression gradually faded, replaced by a palpable sense of greed. Chapter 57. The greedy master of the Huichun Pavilion. Stepping out of the Huichun Pavilion, Zhang Shu pondered the information regarding the alchemists presented to him. All were of the 6th rank. A total of 6 individuals, each possessing the capability to concoct the Tianhun Dan, albeit with varying degrees of success, revealing a considerable disparity in their skills. While this was significant, Zhang Shu's attention was drawn to another crucial aspect, the possibility of enticing these individuals to join the Xinjiao sect. To fulfill his system task, the alchemists must be affiliated with the Xinjiao sect, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Had it been a different time, finding so many 6th-rank alchemists in Tianlan City would have been impossible. However, with the imminent opening of the demonic abyss, numerous factions and formidable beings had converged in Tianlan City. Among these alchemists were certainly some powerful figures, bringing their disciples to hone their skills, a perfectly reasonable endeavor. Thus, Zhang Shu resolved to seek them out one by one, hoping for a fortuitous outcome. He knew he must act promptly, as he had less than a day to complete his task. Unbeknownst to him, as he contemplated, he instinctively gravitated towards a secluded area. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a desolate place, far from the bustling crowds of Tianlan City. Although the city was lively, the commotion was concentrated in certain areas. The vastness of Tianlan City ensured that not every corner was teeming with noise. After all, some prominent figures preferred tranquil abodes. For instance, when Zhang Shu had previously stirred a considerable uproar with the elder from the sacred land, it had scarcely attracted attention. With so many powerful beings in Tianlan City, conflicts were frequent, and momentary displays of prowess were commonplace. The city was incapable of managing every individual, lacking both the capacity and the audacity to do so. Consequently, most of the time, the authorities turned a blind eye. While the various powerful entities occasionally clashed, they were mindful of Tianlan City's authority, ensuring that their disputes did not become excessively disgraceful. Each party tacitly offered a way out, maintaining a semblance of mutual respect. Suddenly, as Zhang Shu continued on his path, he sensed something amiss. The surroundings had inexplicably fallen into a profound silence. Not the ordinary stillness, but an eerie, deathly quiet devoid of any sound. The light around him gradually dimmed, as if he had been ensnared in a form of enchantment, isolated from the outside world. One must not flaunt their wealth, Zhang Shu mused. I believed I was sufficiently inconspicuous, yet it appears that even a few words have drawn unwanted attention. He quickly deduced the situation. Someone had employed a formation to temporarily sever him from his environment. Unless his strength reached the formation's threshold, he would be unable to breach it. Even if chaos erupted within the formation, it would not attract external notice. Upon raising his gaze, Zhang Shu beheld an elderly figure, hunched and advancing slowly, blocking the path ahead. Indeed, it is you, he remarked with a hint of amusement. Ah, young friend, you move swiftly. My old bones nearly failed to keep pace. The figure that approached was none other than the elderly man from the Huichun pavilion. However, the amiable smile that once adorned his face now exuded an aura of chilling malevolence, reminiscent of a corpse emerging from a tomb. Zhang Shu spoke with calmness. I have just departed from the Huichun pavilion, and yet you have pursued me immediately, shrouding this place with a formation. Surely, your intentions are not merely to exchange pleasantries? The old man chuckled. Ah, young friend, you possess a discerning eye. After a brief pause, he continued, in truth, I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to engage in a transaction. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the Yaoyang realm for over 2 centuries, and now I am nearing my limit. If I do not break through soon, I fear I shall be reduced to dust. Zhang Shu replied, life and death are fated. This matter has no bearing on me. Ah, young friend, your words are misguided, the elder said, feigning sincerity as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Shu. The final barrier I face is the shackles of my mental prowess. My vital energy and cultivation are sufficient, yet my mental strength has yet to meet the transformative criteria, and I can only hone it gradually. At this point, the old man shook his head and sighed, I no longer have time. I sense a trace of the Ghost King flower's essence upon you, and it is remarkably pure. I have come with the hope that you might show some compassion for this old man. Considering the difficulties I have faced in my cultivation, would you be so kind as to lend me the Ghost King flower? Once I break through to nirvana, I shall undoubtedly repay you handsomely. What say you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu couldn't help but scoff. If one wished to rob him, why not be forthright, instead of weaving grandiose justifications? This old man was clearly fixated on his Ghost King flower, having even employed a formation to isolate the surroundings, revealing his true intentions while still feigning innocence. The elder was taken aback, not anticipating that Zhang Shu would so openly expose his motives. Realizing the futility of pretense, the old man shook his head and declared, since you have laid bare the matter, I shall be direct. Hand over the Ghost King flower, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Truly, a fellow who had cultivated for hundreds of years possessed remarkable audacity. Zhang Shu reflected inwardly. The old man was evidently intent on killing for treasure, yet also apprehensive that the Ghost King flower might not be in Zhang Shu's possession. The old man's priorities were clear. Zhang Shu's fate was trivial compared to the importance of the Ghost King flower. With the acquisition of the Ghost King flower, he could expend all his resources to hire a 6th-grade alchemist to concoct the Heavenly Soul Pill. With this pill, he could shatter his current mental constraints and strive for the Nirvana realm. Below the Nirvana realm, one's lifespan typically did not exceed 400 years. However, achieving Nirvana would grant him the ability to extend his life with each cycle of death and rebirth. If he could break through, the elder would instantly gain at least a century more. Faced with the specter of death, he would resort to any means necessary, even the most heinous acts, to attain his desires. Is this what you seek? Zhang Shu, devoid of superfluous words, extended his palm, and from thin air materialized a ghostly flower radiating a crystalline glow. Pure and immaculate, it was anchored by 9 leaves that plunged deeply into the old man's eyes, rendering him both dazed and euphoric. The 9-leaf Ghost King flower. It was indeed the fabled 9-leaf Ghost King flower. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven has favored me. The old man trembled with excitement. At first glance, he recognized that not only could he concoct the celestial soul pill, but even by consuming it directly, he could harness the 9-leaf Ghost King flower to achieve a breakthrough. Youngster, you possess audacity. How dare you carry such a treasure on your person? What astonishes me further is your ability to actually locate such a precious artifact. Now, I present you with one final opportunity. Surrender it to me, and I assure you, you shall leave unscathed. The old man's avaricious gaze was fixated entirely on the 9-leaf Ghost King flower, his eyes shimmering as he did not hesitate to vocalize his threats towards Zhang Shu. Chapter 58. The demon servant Zhang Shu shook his head slightly. The robbery had come to his own doorstep. Unlike the usual Ghost King flower, which was as dark as the abyss, the 9-leaf Ghost King flower seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation. The faintest hint of its aura, derived from nearly 10,000 years of spiritual essence, left the master of the Rejuvenation Pavilion gasping for breath. Young man, I offer you a chance. You must seize it. Otherwise, you will soon find yourself without a burial place. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance." The elder stared intently at Zhang Shu, his eyes filled with malice, barely suppressing his greed. Had he not feared that Zhang Shu might destroy the treasured item in his final moments, he would have acted long ago. "Come and take it if you possess the ability," Zhang Shu retorted, disinterested in further discourse. He trusted not a single word from this old man. Anyone else in his position, even if they surrendered the 9-leaf ghost kingflower, would surely meet a fatal end. Given the elder's nature, how could he allow anyone privy to the secret of such a treasure to live? Once the information leaked, countless beings in the Nirvana realm would pursue him. Perhaps even saints would be tempted. Was he not driving himself to the brink of destruction? This is a predicament of your own making. Young man, you need not be so wary of me. If you hand over this item, once I break through to the Nirvana realm, you will have a powerful ally. Surely that is preferable to your current solitary existence? Furthermore, to demonstrate my sincerity, how about I reveal a great secret to you?" The elder coaxed earnestly. "Oh, what secret?" Zhang Shu inquired, appearing nonchalant. In the next moment, the elder vanished without a trace. "The secret is this: you are about to die." With a flash, the elder reappeared behind Zhang Shu, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. And his gnarled hands, with nails as black as coal, seemed capable of rending even the hardest iron with ease. His speed was astonishing, accompanied by a fierce whoosh as he lunged towards Zhang Shu's back. Just a petty trick. Zhang Shu shook his head once more. His delay had been intentional, aimed at gauging his own strength against the elder's attack. He feared that a direct strike from him might instantaneously obliterate the elder. Thus, he had allowed sufficient time for the elder to act, even suppressing his impatience and cooperating with the charade. To his disappointment, after much ado, the elder had resorted only to diversionary tactics and ambushes. Buzz. Without needing to turn around, Zhang Shu unleashed the domain of Absolute Yang, forming an invisible barrier of searing heat that erupted and collided violently with the elder's hand, producing a hissing sound of searing flesh. "Ah!" The elder's face contorted in agony, a pained shriek escaping his lips. Those hands, which could easily rend iron, were suddenly beset by a network of sinister flames, rapidly spreading and consuming the flesh, blood, and even bone of his arm, turning them to ash in an instant. "It hurts. It hurts so much. What force is this? You are not of the Radiant Sun realm." The elder's expression was one of sheer terror. The moment his arm made contact with that horrifying, searing power, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, it was too late for regrets. His arms had already been reduced to ashes. You did this intentionally. You lured me into your trap. Despicable. You wretched scoundrel." The elder, trembling with rage, unleashed a torrent of curses. Zhang Shu chuckled softly, remarking, "What a display of unreasonable stubbornness. Today, I bear witness to your folly. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am indeed of the Radiant Sun realm. Now that your curiosity has been satisfied, it is time to depart." With those words, the domain of supreme sunlight surged forth, expanding like an unseen beast, its maw gaping wide, ready to engulf the elder whole. "You wish to kill me? In your dreams," the elder bellowed in fury. Initially, Zhang Shu remained indifferent, but his expression soon shifted. Zhang Shu's demeanor changed as he focused intently on the elder. He observed the already hunched figure of the elder suddenly stoop even lower, his back arching further. The clarity in his eyes faded, replaced by an animalistic ferocity. Green saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, and he was shrouded in an ominous black aura, completely devoid of rationality, transformed into a creature driven solely by the instinct to kill. In that moment, although the elder had lost his sanity, his aura surged dramatically. From the peak of the Radiant Sun realm, he ascended step by step, faintly brushing against the threshold of nirvana. Though he could not compare to a true nirvana expert, he had subtly transcended the boundaries of the Radiant Sun realm. This unsettling transformation seemed intricately linked to the bizarre black energy enveloping him. What is this? This was Zhang Shu's first encounter with such a spectacle. The strange black aura elicited a profound sense of revulsion within him. "Meat. Fresh meat." The almost beast-like elder uttered garbled words, becoming increasingly agitated, his eyes now solely reflecting primal instinct. Suddenly, he lunged toward Zhang Shu, his speed magnified tenfold compared to before. In the void, only a blurred afterimage was visible. How astonishingly fast! This time, Zhang Shu's expression turned grave. The domain of supreme sunlight unfurled immediately, its searing aura enveloping the entire block, even warping the protective formation that surrounded them, threatening to collapse at any moment. It is crucial to note that this formation had been meticulously prepared by the Elder as a precaution. Even a Nirvana expert would find it challenging to breach. Yet now, Zhang Shu's mere release of energy had already altered the formation. Boom! Zhang Shu summoned the power of his domain, channeling it into his fist, unleashing a thunderous strike. This punch, aimed at the void beside him, was about to fall short when suddenly, a dark and menacing hand emerged from the emptiness, resembling the claw of a demon. The two forces collided fiercely, producing a resonant clash akin to the sound of metal striking metal. The overwhelming sound waves erupted, causing the earth to fracture instantaneously, while terrifying ripples spread in all directions. Hiss! The creature formed by the Elder was repelled, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. It transformed into fleeting afterimages, flickering incessantly in the void, while Zhang Shu, harnessing the power of his domain, engaged the creature in a direct confrontation, maintaining an unwavering stance. In fact, he appeared to be somewhat at ease. Boom, boom, boom. The Elder moved with astonishing speed, his limbs contorting in unnatural shapes as he scurried across the ground, giving the unsettling impression of a being devoid of bones, traversing the open space with alarming swiftness. Zhang Shu, however, stood his ground, immovable as a mountain, responding to every change with his steadfastness. With each passing second, the two figures collided numerous times, powerful shockwaves relentlessly tearing at everything in their vicinity. At a pivotal moment, Zhang Shu seized his opportunity. While withstanding the Elder's sudden assault, he clenched his right hand into a fist and unleashed a fierce strike, delivering a precise blow to the creature's heart. Chapter 59, Deceptive Intelligence, The Malevolence of Humanity. Boom! Zhang Shu's fist trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of force that cascaded onto the creature formed by the Elder. The terrifying energy erupted, propelling the Elder through the air. Bang! 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 The Elder's figure transformed into a mere afterimage, leaving a series of indistinct traces in the sky, ultimately crashing harshly against the barriers lining the street. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar. Hiss! The Elder struggled to rise, his eyes devoid of white, replaced by a deep black hue. Yet within that darkness swarmed countless white specks, writhing like tiny white worms. It was an utterly grotesque sight. He is still alive? Zhang Shu observed in astonishment, pondering whether this being was human or monster. Having endured such a blow without losing mobility, what manner of entity was this Elder? And what was the nature of that ominous black aura? Roar! The Elder bellowed, relentlessly charging toward Zhang Shu once more. However, due to his injuries, his speed noticeably diminished, allowing Zhang Shu to effortlessly evade the Elder's assault. Once again, he delivered a powerful punch, sending the Elder flying. The realm of sunlight erupted, scorching the Elder's very soul with waves of searing energy, eliciting heart-wrenching screams. It seems my offensive capabilities have subtly approached the threshold of the Nirvana realm. Yet, to truly vanquish this old fiend, I must employ more cunning strategies. Indeed, my unarmed strikes lack sufficient potency. Perhaps I should devise a means to acquire a more formidable weapon. Observing the increasingly sluggish movements of the monstrous Elder, Zhang Shu contemplated the necessity of obtaining a weapon. With a powerful artifact in hand, his striking prowess would ascend several tiers, potentially incapacitating the Elder with but a single blow. Boom! After countless collisions, the Elder's bones shattered completely. His vitality became chaotic, and the black aura around him grew ever more savage, seemingly beyond his control, beginning to erode his very essence. The excruciating agony forced the Elder to emit cries of despair, as reason slowly returned to him. He gazed at Zhang Shu in terror. This cannot be. How can you be so strong? I have unleashed my demonic transformation. There is no way someone at the Radiant Sun realm could be my match. You cannot defeat me. The Elder's face was a mask of disbelief, his astonished gaze akin to that of a creature witnessing a monster. You are far too weak. What a pity. I had hoped to encounter a worthy opponent, yet I find myself rather disappointed. Zhang Shu shook his head, preparing to send the Elder on his final journey. As for the Elder's mention of demonic transformation, it likely pertained to the peculiar black energy. However, Zhang Shu had little interest in delving into this matter. The world was rife with secrets, and he could not afford to unearth them all. No, you cannot kill me. If you do, Lord Tianmong will not let you go. The elder sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Zhang Shu, and immediately felt a surge of panic. However, Zhang Shu clearly paid no heed to the elder's threats, nor did he care for the so-called Lord Tianmong. As the realm of supreme sunlight erupted, a terrifying, searing force enveloped the elder like an invisible tornado. Buzz! The intangible flames rolled over, and the elder let out a blood-curdling scream as his flesh and blood swiftly turned to ashes. Even the peculiar black mist could no longer impede this transformation. Crack! As the elder perished, the array that shrouded the entire block shattered. A violent buzzing filled the air, followed by the return of the cacophony that had vanished. Zhang Shu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had escaped the constraints of the array and had returned to Tianlan City. Nearby, remnants of scattered ashes lingered, evidently left behind by the deceased elder. Overreaching, Zhang Shu remarked before vanishing in a flash. To him, the elder's demise was merely an interlude. His true concern lay in the completion of his daily tasks and the whereabouts of the sixth-tier alchemists. According to the elder's earlier claims, a total of 6 sixth-tier alchemists had gathered in Tianlan City. However, following the earlier scene, Zhang Shu began to doubt the information provided by the elder. Hence, he traversed several other shops, seeking out individuals knowledgeable about alchemist intelligence. Upon comparing the information he obtained with that given by the elder, Zhang Shu's expression darkened. After thorough verification, he discovered that none of the elder's information was accurate. Not only was the number of alchemists incorrect, but the names and addresses were also false. The elder had deliberately provided misleading addresses to set a trap, intending for Zhang Shu to traverse remote areas, making it convenient for him to strike. At the time, Zhang Shu had not overthought it, bolstered by his confidence in his own strength, and thus had failed to detect the anomaly. In retrospect, he realized how cunning the old man was. Indeed, among the alchemists mentioned, there were some who were 6th tier, but they were not located in Tianlan City. Rather, they were situated a considerable distance away. Many of the names were mere fabrications. Such malice. Was he attempting to probe my depths through these deceptions? Did he assume I was utterly ignorant? Believing he could discern my background and act with impunity against me, Zhang Shu found himself laughing in anger. Typically, the elder presumed that if Zhang Shu truly hailed from a powerful faction, he would possess some knowledge of these renowned alchemists. Even if he did not recognize their names, he would have heard of them. The elder had even intentionally misrepresented a few names, incorporating those of high-tier alchemists not belonging to the Tianxing kingdom, an obvious ruse that anyone with discernment would readily identify. Zhang Shu had primarily focused his thoughts on cultivation, neglecting such matters, which led to his failure to perceive the danger in the elder's words. However, the elder had indeed met his misfortune, unwittingly seeking his own demise by challenging someone formidable. The treachery of human hearts is indeed perilous. Zhang Shu sighed, collecting the information he had gathered anew. In recent days, as his cultivation advanced and various other factors came into play, his perspective had broadened. However, he still overlooked a fundamental truth. Whether it be powerful entities within the Nirvana realm or those comparable to Nirvana, they were all formidable beings, exceedingly rare. It was implausible to find numerous individuals of such caliber. Particularly when it came to alchemists, their numbers paled in comparison to those of cultivators. Although the Divine Demonic Cave was a significant opportunity, it primarily catered to cultivators and held far less allure for alchemists. Consequently, within the entirety of Tianlan City, there existed merely a single 6th-grade alchemist. The disparity was staggering. That damned old man, his demise was well-deserved. Zhang Shu was filled with indignation. He had initially believed that Tianlan City was home to a plethora of high-ranking alchemists, only to discover that there was but one. The gap was immense. A scarcity of individuals meant fewer opportunities for selection, thereby diminishing the likelihood of successfully completing daily tasks. Moreover, alchemists were often proud and entangled with various factions, potentially being elders of certain sections. In such circumstances, attempting to sway them would be a formidable challenge for Zhang Shu. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, he resolved to make an attempt. Success would be ideal. Should he fail, he would simply have to seek alternative methods. Chapter 60, The 6th-Rank Alchemist. Master Yuzhen in Tianlan City. There exists a singular figure, the only sixth-rank alchemist, Master Yuzhen. As the sole practitioner of her rank, her status is exceedingly elevated. Even those of the Nirvana realm dare not provoke her lightly. In this continent, alchemists represent a formidable force, their influence profound and far-reaching. Remarkably, Master Yuzhen is a woman, a rarity among sixth-rank alchemists, though not entirely unprecedented. What weighs heavily on Zhang Shu's mind, however, is the unsettling rumor that Master Yuzhen harbors an aversion to men. It is said that for reasons unknown, few men in Tianlan City dare to approach her residence, regardless of their status or intentions. They are invariably turned away at the threshold. Indeed, alchemists are known for their eccentric temperaments. Zhang Shu found himself in a quandary. If the rumors held any truth, his chances of gaining an audience were slim. Yet, the thought of not attempting to meet her left him feeling discontented. With only a day remaining, the opportunity was fleeting. Once it passed, it would be lost forever. Steeling himself, he resolved, very well, if failure is the worst outcome, I must at least try. He made his way to Yuding Tower, Master Yuzhen's abode. Nestled in the heart of Tianlan City, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil, devoid of the usual clamor, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a paradise untarnished by the outside world. However, before he could draw near, he was halted by a figure. Stop! The barrier before him was a woman, whose demeanor turned unfriendly upon their first encounter. Zhang Shu felt a foreboding chill creep over him. The presence of female guards suggested that Master Yuzhen's disdain for men might indeed be genuine. Excuse me, I am Zhang Shu, here to pay my respects to Master Yuzhen. He spoke with measured calmness. Yet, the woman regarded him with an air of haughty contempt, her eyes brimming with disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, she uttered a single word, leave. Master Yuzhen does not entertain visitors. Depart at once, or beware of your life. Zhang Shu's brow furrowed at her harshness. The rudeness of her tone was excessive. Realizing the futility of the situation, he turned on his heel, his spirit dampened. If he was unwelcome, he had no desire to linger, even if it meant foregoing his daily tasks. Pathetic, the guard scoffed as Zhang Shu walked away. The dismissive remark ignited a spark of indignation within him. He stopped, his expression darkening, an intense heat radiating from him as a flicker of murderous intent clouded his thoughts. Just then, however, suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted Zhang Shu's murderous intent. Zixin, has a guest arrived? Please invite them up. The voice of Master Yuzhen echoed from afar. I apologize. My guard here lacks proper decorum and has clashed with the guest. I ask for your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the female guard's expression shifted dramatically, as if her tail had been stepped on, and she shrieked. Yuzhen, how dare you? Particularly when she saw a maid in a purple dress descend the stairs, the female guard's countenance grew even more unfriendly. Observing this scene, Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback. Deep in thought, Zixin, undeterred by the shouting guard, smiled at Zhang Shu. My apologies for the delay, esteemed guest. My master requests your presence. Please follow me. Thank you. Miss, Zhang Shu replied, somewhat astonished. The demeanor of the maid and that of Master Yuzhen stood in stark contrast to the hostile female guard. Coupled with the rumors that Master Yuzhen held little regard for men, Zhang Shu pondered the underlying implications, finding the situation intriguing. He was unconcerned with the hidden complexities. He merely sensed that his daily mission may soon bear fruit. Master Yuzhen appeared to be quite different from the external narrative. Zixin smiled gracefully and bowed slightly. You are too kind. Please, this way. With that, she disregarded the female guard's screams and led Zhang Shu away. Zixin, you wretched girl. Do you dare defy the wishes of that esteemed individual? Are you tired of living? The female guard, now frantic, seemed to harbor a palpable fear of the maid, and Master Yuzhen's attitude restrained her from acting recklessly, leaving her only to shout in protest. Master Yuzhen's voice rang out. To wantonly insult a guest, Zixin, strike her. Zixin paused momentarily, then replied, yes. Anger and terror flickered across the female guard's face as she yelled, you insolent wretch. How dare you? With a swift motion, Zixin unleashed a formidable force, sending the female guard flying, blood gushing forth. Ah! The female guard clutched her face, screaming frantically, you dare strike me? You are finished. You will pay for defying the will of the saint. I will report this to the saint, and you are doomed. Zhang Shu, taken aback, interjected, the saint? He finally discerned that the female guard and the one inside were not of the same ilk. As a gatekeeper, She exhibited neither fear nor respect towards Master Yuzhan, hurling profanities at the visiting guest as if she were deliberately barring all guests from entry. Compared to the guard, she resembled a jailer. Even more astonishing was Master Yuzhan's seemingly indifferent response to her behavior, offering no explanation regarding the external rumors. The mention of the saint only deepened the mystery. Was this matter somehow connected to the saint? Zhang Shu found himself astonished. Silence. Upon hearing the mention of the saint, Zixin's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly turned to admonish the guard. She cast a worried glance towards Zhang Shu. It was too late. I shall not shy away from the truth. The directive to seal this place, prohibiting any men from entering or leaving, is the will of the sage. The female guard sneered maliciously, her gaze fixed on Zhang Shu, warning him to leave if he knew what was good for him. To approach would be to defy the sage's will, a certain death. Zhang Shu regarded her coldly. Was this woman threatening him? Once again, this madwoman exhibited a heart so cruel. How foolish his master had been to save her, let alone keep her close. A treacherous ingrate, repaying kindness with enmity. Zixian wished to intervene but found herself too late. Witnessing the female guard's departure, she could only sigh, a hint of desolation flickering in her eyes. How many times had it come to this? The once bustling Tingyu Tower, renowned for its master Yuzhan, was now confined, unable to even meet the customers who sought his medicinal remedies. She had seen countless souls kneel in desperation at the entrance, dying from their inability to procure pills. Such a fate was a grave blow to Master Yuzhan's reputation. Had there been other troubles, Master Yuzhan's connections and prowess would have sufficed to resolve them. Yet, alas, the sage. To be forthright with you, this indeed stems from the sage's decree. The red dust sage seeks to cultivate the path of the mundane, requiring 3,000 women as vessels for his heart refinement, and my master is one among them. This order to bar men from passage has also originated from the red dust sage. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to return. Zixian sighed once more, conveying the truth. She glared fiercely at the female guard, yet knew well that the latter was merely an informant sent by the sage. Though lacking in strength, her ability to be insidious was unmatched. It was clear to Zixian that this individual was a calamity, yet she felt powerless to act. The guard was utterly shameless, and neither reprimands nor threats would suffice. To kill was not an option. All she could do was watch helplessly as the guard sowed discord. A situation the red dust sage relished. The lack of formidable enforcers to safeguard this place, replaced instead by such a nuisance, was a deliberate ploy to torment Master Yuzhan, pushing him gradually towards the sage's stringent standards for heart refinement. Truly, it was a wicked scheme. Chapter 61. The Descent of the Sage, Heart Like Ashes. Despair. A sixth-grade alchemist indeed holds a position of considerable esteem. Even formidable beings of the Nirvana realm strive to curry favor, fearful of inciting their ire. Ordinarily, every sixth-grade alchemist would navigate life with ease, enjoying a prosperous existence. However, this privilege is contingent upon one critical condition: do not provoke the sage. Master Yuzhan did not actively seek to antagonize the sage. Yet the towering tree inevitably attracted the wind, and he found himself tragically ensnared by the gaze of the red dust sage. Once marked by the sage, escape became an impossibility. With but a single utterance, the sage could render all to shun Master Yuzhan, transforming the once bustling listening rain tower into a desolate shell, devoid of life and warmth. The sage, with a mere breath, could effortlessly shatter the pride of a sixth-grade alchemist. The red dust sage sought to induce collapse, madness, and a despairing capitulation in Master Yuzhan through such means, for such an approach proved far more effective than sheer force. After all, the path of red dust adheres to the principle of following the natural order. Yet, Master Yuzhan was no ordinary woman. As a sixth-grade alchemist, she possessed her own dignity. Regardless of the underhanded tactics employed by the sage, she displayed not a flicker of compromise. Thus, a stalemate gradually emerged. Most powerful figures in Tianlan City had heard whispers of this affair. Indeed, some righteous souls scorned the sage's actions, brazenly disregarding the sage's decree, vocally rebuking the sage in public. The outcome was predictably tragic. Not only did they meet their own demise, but their entire clans were also obliterated. From that moment forth, no one dared approach the listening rain tower. Not a man nor a woman would venture close, fearful of inviting trouble. The sage was an entity no one could afford to provoke. A single word from the sage could lead to the ruin of families across Tianlan City. Presently, Master Yuzhan's ability to withstand the sage's oppression was commendable. However, all understood that this endurance was but temporary. The sage's patience was finite. Given enough time, should the sage tire of the stalemate and take matters into their own hands, all resistance would be rendered a mere jest. Master Yuzhan was acutely aware of this reality. Nevertheless, alchemists are often healers, guided by the benevolence of a physician's heart. To witness countless innocents perish in despair, unable to procure the elixirs they sought, while the bones of the fallen accumulated at her doorstep, was a burden even Master Yuzhan found increasingly hard to bear. Especially harrowing was the sight of once dear friends, lost to the world due to the unavailability of medicinal pills, while she remained powerless to intervene. Such thoughts twisted her heart in agony, a pain that penetrated to the very marrow. Yet, she found herself trapped. She could not leave the listening rain tower, for the Red Dust Sage had proclaimed that should she depart, the inhabitants of Tianlan City and the surrounding areas would pay dearly for her decision. The price was simple: death. With a sigh, Zixin said, "You may leave. Originally, ignorance is no crime. You could have sought the elixir and departed. Even if the sage were to blame you, you would have grounds to evade the death penalty. However, now that you are aware of this matter, you cannot proceed any further." As she spoke her final words, Zixin's voice was laden with melancholy. Clearly, her heart was in great turmoil. She and Master Yuzhan, though bound by the superficial ties of master and servant, were, in truth, akin to mother and child, with Master Yuzhan having raised her as an orphan. Witnessing this scene was undeniably painful for her. Zhang Shu admired Master Yuzhan's righteousness. Upon hearing Zixin's explanation, he could not help but feel a sense of respect. It was often said that alchemists were arrogant and dismissive, yet Master Yuzhan was genuinely benevolent. If not for his desire to care for the world, at the very least, he was far superior to himself. This aspect earned Zhang Shu's admiration, further solidifying his belief that enticing Master Yuzhan away would undoubtedly benefit the Divine Sky Sect. Zixin shook her head and said, "I can assist you no further. It is destined to unfold this way. You should leave." Generally speaking, those who dared to approach Master Yuzhan for medicine were typically at their wits' end, seeking life-saving elixirs. Zixin felt a pang of regret, realizing she was a moment too late. Had she seized Zhang Shu's hand and departed immediately, denying the female guard an opportunity to speak, perhaps another life could have been saved. But now, words were futile. The might of the sage was not to be disregarded. Zhang Shu chuckled softly, refusing to turn away. He gazed at the distant pavilion that stood tall against the heavens and said, "I would kindly ask you to lead the way. Given that matters have reached this point, not meeting the master would indeed be a significant regret." Zixin was taken aback. The female guard screamed, "You seek death." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in terror as a dreadful, searing force enveloped her, instantaneously reducing her to ashes. "How noisy," Zhang Shu remarked coldly. In the face of this sight, both Zixin and Master Yuzhan, who was observing from afar, fell silent. It took Zixin a moment to regain her composure as she murmured, You killed her? This was dire. You must flee. This person cannot die. The Red Dust Sage must surely sense it by now. If you do not leave, it will be too late." Zixin cried in alarm. Yet, as her words escaped her lips, she was horrified to find that no sound emerged. The entire world fell into an eerie silence, as if a mute button had been pressed. Upon witnessing this, Zixin's heart trembled, and a dreadful understanding dawned upon her. She slowly raised her gaze to the sky, only to encounter a cold, indifferent figure, their icy, mocking eyes locking onto hers, causing her to stagger. "The Red Dust Sage," Zixin murmured in despair. How could it be so swift? Within the pavilion, Master Yuzhan also sensed something amiss. Although his expression remained calm, a flicker of despair danced in his eyes. The domain of rules. The Sage's domain of rules. Master Yuzhan is not only a 6th-grade alchemist, but also a formidable being at the Nirvana realm, possessing formidable achievements in both alchemy and cultivation. However, she now perceives her vital energy seemingly dissipating. Under the terrifying domain of rules, she feels as though she has been reduced to an ordinary person, unable to sense even the slightest trace of her cultivation. Despair. Boundless despair. The Saint of the Red Dust looks down mockingly upon the city of Tianlan beneath. At that moment, the entire city trembles. and countless powerful beings abruptly raise their heads to gaze at the sky. A saint has descended. Xin remains somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Even a saint could not arrive so swiftly. The female guard has just perished, and yet the saint appears immediately. The red dust holy land is not nearby. And even if the saint were to exert all their effort, it would take some time to arrive, unless they were here all along. The realization that they have been observing everything transpires fills Xin with a pallor of complete hopelessness as she witnesses the mocking smile at the corner of the red dust saintess mouth. Chapter 62. The Sage Zhongshu. Yuzhen, you have truly disappointed me. Yet it is precisely your temperament that piques my interest. I must admit, you have provided me with considerable amusement. The Sage of the Red Dust stands amidst the void, the realm of rules unfurling, causing the heavens and earth to pale. A terrifying aura envelopes the entire Tianlan city, as countless formidable beings are struck with astonishment, realizing that their vital energy is rapidly dissipating. In mere moments, they can no longer sense their cultivation, as if they have been utterly reduced to mere mortals. The loss of vital energy spares even those at the nirvana stage. At this moment, innumerable individuals are rendered speechless, gazing vacantly at the sky, where a fearsome figure looms like a demonic deity, spanning the cosmos. Wherever this entity descends, all resistance is obliterated. None can withstand such dreadful power. Upon witnessing this scene, Xin's face pales in despair, the Sage of the Red Dust. He has always been here. Within the pavilion, Master Yuzhen gradually appears to the outside world. Gazing upward with a calm expression, I never expected the esteemed Sage of the Red Dust to forsake his sacred domain, choosing instead to linger over my humble listening rain pavilion. It is indeed a surprising honor. As he utters the final words, Master Yuzhen cannot help but grit his teeth in indignation. Despicable, worthy of death, though none can threaten a sage. Master Yuzhen harbors a fervent desire to devour him and drink his blood. Yuzhen, few can rival the grandeur of my presence. Why must you remain so obstinate? With my backing, who would dare belittle you? With me as your ally, what is a mere sixth-grade alchemist? With a single word from me, I could procure even the legacy of a seventh-grade alchemist. What is it that you cannot attain? You are far too stubborn. The Sage of the Red Dust, maintaining a serene demeanor, gently shakes his head. Setting aside other matters, this sage possesses an appearance that is quite remarkable. He does not seem the decrepit figure one might envision, but rather is strikingly handsome, a veritable dragon among men, the dream lover of countless women. Alas, this is but a fade. The Sage of the Red Dust cultivates the path of the red dust, drawing from the affections of 3,000 women to deepen his understanding of this path. However, once he achieves mastery, he must personally slay these women, completing the final step to enter and exit the red dust. At that moment, he will advance further along the path of the sage. What a shameless wretch! Master Yuzhen scoffs coldly. Having reached such a juncture, escape from calamity is inevitable. Although Master Yuzhen harbors a modicum of fear towards this sage, the respect he once held is now unnecessary. They are, in essence, mortal enemies. The Sage of the Red Dust, upon hearing these words, does not display the expected fury. Instead, he turns his gaze to Zhongshu and Xin below, suddenly breaking into a smile. Since you, Yuzhen, are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. However, the purpose of my visit this time is for another matter. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure akin to the upheaval of the heavens descended upon them. Both Zhongshu and Xin felt the weight of this dread, with Zhongshu faring better, as the divine radiance robe activated automatically to shield him from the oppressive force. Xin, however, was not so fortunate. Her complexion turned pale at once. The Red Dust Sage coldly remarked, "These two conspired to slay my beloved disciple, and I have witnessed it all too clearly. Yuzhen, if you are unwilling to leave with me, I shall not compel you, but these two have crossed the line. A sage cannot be insulted. They must be punished." "Stop!" Master Yuzhen's eyes blazed with fury. Zhongshu was merely a stranger. Though she felt a pang of pity, he was not someone she knew well. Xin, on the other hand, was different. She was not merely a servant, but an orphan she had taken in, akin to her own daughter. Witnessing the Red Dust Sage's impending attack, Master Yuzhen summoned all her vitality, striving to break free from her constraints. Alas, the sage's power was beyond her capacity to withstand. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could only watch helplessly as a colossal hand, vast enough to eclipse the sky, descended slowly upon the entire Tianlan city, targeting none other than Zhang Shu and Zxian. "Remember, this is the price for defying me," the red dust sage declared, his demeanor transformed. His gaze was icy, and his murderous intent surged. Master Yuzhen bellowed, "Stop! If you harm Zxian, I shall never allow you to succeed, even in death." The red dust sage paid her no heed, his enormous hand inching ever closer. Yet, rather than obliterating them instantly, he appeared to deliberately slow his descent. Master Yuzhen wrestled with her inner turmoil, and after a moment of torment, she cried out, "Release Zxian and this guest, and I shall accompany you." A faint smile flickered across the red dust sage's face upon hearing this, as everything was firmly within his grasp. Despite Master Yuzhen's concession, he had no intention of relenting. Instead, he accelerated his movement and struck down with fervor. No, Master Yuzhen's heart nearly shattered. She had not anticipated that even after her agreement, the red dust sage would act with such ruthlessness. With a calm smile, he responded, "To be mine, one must obey. Yuzhen, your repeated defiance has incurred a cost and served as a reminder. These mere insects are easily extinguished." Zxian gazed in despair at the unfolding scene, trapped with no means of escape. As an ordinary being of the radiant sun realm, the disparity between her and a sage was insurmountable, and she could only watch as death inexorably approached. Boom! The enormous palm in the void radiated an unfathomable and terrifying holy light, its golden brilliance outshining even the sun in the sky, exuding an oppressive aura that completely engulfed both Zxian and Zhang Shu. However, just as Master Yuzhen's eyes dimmed with despair and Zxian closed her eyes to await her fate, suddenly, the world fell silent. The dreadful pressure that enveloped them all dissipated as swiftly as snow before a blazing sun. The red dust sage's expression shifted dramatically. In his eyes, the tranquil demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by a solemn expression tinged with fear as he gazed upon the expanse beneath Tianlan City. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It was no wonder that the denizens of the red dust sacred land were so detestable. For this so-called sage was not a virtuous being either. A faint, ethereal sigh resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, swiftly dispelling the terrifying aura that the red dust sage had instilled. At this moment, the inhabitants of Tianlan City were astounded to discover that their dissipated vitality and cultivation had miraculously returned. Countless individuals looked up in astonishment, questioning what had transpired. The red dust sage, filled with trepidation, sensed that his domain of laws had been thoroughly suppressed, a phenomenon he had not experienced since ascending to the realm of the sage, leaving him in a state of panic. This sensation was akin to a colossal golden hand, reminiscent of a second sun, now frozen in midair. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, extinguishing this second sun, rendering it dim and ultimately transforming it into ashes that swiftly fell and vanished. This spectacle left innumerable onlookers in a state of utter disbelief. The sage's attack had vanished? No, it was not obliterated. It had been neutralized. Realizing the implications of this moment, countless individuals, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure, their faces flushed with excitement. Another sage. The appearance of this scene could not be attributed to any other reason. It could only signify the emergence of yet another sage who had countered the red dust sage's assault. Only a sage could stand against a sage. The powerful were profoundly shaken, their spirits stirred. The elusive sages, who were rarely seen, had today manifested in Tianlan City, revealing themselves in a remarkable conjunction. Chapter 63. Bargaining with our sect. You are not qualified, yet has the overwhelming pressure vanished? What transpired? Has the saint of the mortal realm withdrawn? Master Yuzhen, sensing the rapid restoration of his cultivation, was momentarily taken aback, immediately pondering the possibility that the saint had indeed ceased his assault. Otherwise, who could cause the saint's ferocious attack to dissipate so abruptly? Yet, it dawned on Master Yuzhen that such a notion was implausible. Given the saint of the mortal realm's ruthless and merciless nature, he would never relent simply to torment Master Yuzhen further. Zixin, too, wore a perplexed expression, closing her eyes for a considerable time, yet she was still devoid of the anticipated agonizing pain. After a while, She opened her eyes in bewilderment. Am I not dead? Zixin gazed curiously at the sky, her thoughts mirroring those of Master Yuzhen. Initially, she believed the saint had chosen to withdraw, but soon dismissed that notion as improbable. At that moment, Zixin suddenly realized that the terrifying murderous intent that had pervaded the heavens and the earth had dissipated, and her suppressed vital energy was rapidly recovering, filling her with astonishment. Little girl, are you all right? A gentle voice suddenly reached her ears. Upon hearing this voice, Zixin felt as though the entire world had transformed into a warm embrace. This peculiar shift compelled her to turn her head, and at the end of her gaze stood the figure of Zhang Shu. However, at this moment, Zhang Shu exuded an indescribable aura of terror, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, a formidable holy might that seemed on the verge of breaking through the heavens and the earth enveloping him. The sheer intensity of this presence caused Zixin to tremble, and she began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Overwhelmed by a surge of thoughts, Zixin unexpectedly knelt, her head touching the ground as she implored, I beseech the Holy One to save my master. I bow before you, I beg of you. A saint. This seemingly unassuming guest was, in fact, a saint. Zixin finally comprehended why the pressure from the saint of the mortal realm had dissipated and why that dreadful attack had vanished. This guest was a saint. Though she found herself puzzled as to why a saint would come to visit, Zixin could not afford to ponder such matters. The mere fact that he was willing to intervene at this moment was the final glimmer of hope she could grasp. Should she let this opportunity slip away, Master Yuzhen would face dire consequences. The maid Zixin was indifferent to her own life or death, yet she could not bear to witness her master descend deeper into the abyss. Previously, there seemed to be no recourse, but Zhang Shu's appearance now illuminated a faint ray of hope. Zhang Shu smiled, paused for a moment, then suddenly directed his gaze towards Master Yuzhen, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. Master Yuzhen, I am Zhang Shu, the head of the Xinqiao sect. I wish to inquire if you would be willing to join my sect and become an elder of our alchemy hall. Master Yuzhen felt disoriented, still struggling to regain his senses. Upon hearing Zhang Shu's voice, he looked over in a daze, and after a few seconds, clarity began to dawn upon him. Witnessing the terrifying radiance of the saint enveloping Zhang Shu, his heart jolted. Upon witnessing the unscathed Zixuan by Zhang Shu's side, the astute Master Yuzhen immediately grasped the situation upon seeing her anxious yet delighted expression. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply towards Zhang Shu. I, Yuzhen, pledge my allegiance to the Xinqiao sect. From this day forth, I shall live as a member of the Xinqiao sect, and in death, I shall remain its spirit. Zhang Shu nodded gently. Very well. Henceforth, you shall serve as the elder of the Pill Hall within the Xinqiao sect. Master Yuzhen swiftly replied, Disciple accepts the command. Turning to Zixuan, Zhang Shu inquired, Do you wish to join the Xinqiao sect as an acknowledged disciple? Zixuan repeatedly bowed, her voice tinged with a quiver of emotion and boundless hope. I am willing. I am willing. Thank you, esteemed saint, for your gracious acceptance. The immense golden hand dissipated, restoring clarity to their surroundings. Above, the red dust sage's expression darkened ominously upon witnessing this turn of events. Yuzhen, do you dare to betray me? Master Yuzhen disregarded his ire and instead bowed to Zhang Shu. I beseech the sect leader to render justice for me. A torrent of indignation flooded Yuzhen's heart. Yet all that escaped her lips was this singular plea, laden with complexity and a wealth of suffering. Over the years, the relentless persecution from the red dust sage had rendered Master Yuzhen's existence a living torment. She even feared death, for the red dust sage had threatened her with the lives of countless innocents. Yuzhen, the red dust sage was utterly enraged. How dare this woman disregard him? How dare she suggest that others confront him? With a derisive laugh, he declared, Yuzhen, do you truly believe that by aligning with another faction you can secure your safety? This matter concerning you is paramount to my grand path. It is essential that I obtain it. Should you be willing to part with it, I am prepared to offer compensation. Furthermore, consider this a debt owed by me. Should you request it, I, the red dust holy land, will go to any lengths to assist you 3 times, even against a sage. The sage's words caused a flicker of change in Master Yuzhen's countenance. Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow. The subtext of his words was unmistakable. He was extending an olive branch while simultaneously issuing a veiled threat. If Zhang Shu were to reciprocate, the sage would extend his full support thrice, but should he decline, the sage would not hesitate to act against him, even if it meant confronting another sage. Typically, sages refrain from engaging one another lightly, for any injury incurred would be a significant loss. Coupled with the promised benefits and the offered pathway, most would instinctively know how to decide. Before Master Yuzhen and the attendant Zixuan could voice their pleas, Zhang Shu smiled, but his expression soon turned icy. Threatening our sect? Red dust, you are not worthy. With that, a resounding explosion echoed, igniting a cataclysmic battle between the sages. Zhang Shu possessed merely a single incense stick's worth of the Saint Experience card, thus it was imperative to resolve matters swiftly. Generally speaking, it is no easy feat for saints to determine a victor and to discern life from death, especially when the disparity in strength is minimal. Often entails prolonged skirmishes lasting 10 days and nights. Alas, the prowess of the Red Dust Saint ranked among the lowest of saints. In contrast, Zhang Shu had been elevated to the pinnacle of saints by the system, an authentic zenith. He stood merely a half step away from the realm of emperors. With a thunderous roar, a single strike was unleashed, and the universe was turned upside down. The Red Dust Saint, caught off guard, was obliterated in an instant, his form disintegrating into a meteor streaking across the sky, plummeting fiercely into the distance. In that single blow, the red dust met defeat. The city fell into silence. This time, devoid of the constraints of the rules, it was as if everyone had been silenced, unable to utter a single sound. The maid, Zxin, could not help but drop her jaw, akin to an egg. Zxin exclaimed in astonishment, the disparity is simply too vast. Master Yuzhen, filled with uncontainable excitement, trembled lightly, overwhelmed with exhilaration and enthusiasm. Chapter 64. The Saint's Plea for Mercy, the Fear of All Beings. The tremor of the heavens, the worldly saint was sent hurtling away by a single blow, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, a saint is ultimately a saint. Having ascended to this level, he comprehended the power of the rules, granting him a vitality that far surpassed that of an ordinary person, transcending the realm of normalcy. Life and rules are intricately intertwined. As long as the traces of his own rules are not completely erased, a saint shall never truly fall. Indeed, even with the faintest remnants of rule, he may gradually revive after countless years. Such is the terrifying nature of a saint. Boom. Zhang Shu was unaware of these intricacies. Yet he understood that a saint's demise is no simple matter. Even if this worldly saint ranked among the weakest, his vitality was beyond imagination. In an instant, the pinnacle of the saint's realm erupted with the force of rules. Cursed be it. A colossal rift in space appeared only to vanish instantaneously. The worldly saint, having been flung 1,000 miles away, sought to harness the power of space to escape. However, his expression changed abruptly. The rift that had barely begun to form was instantaneously obliterated by a surge of rule power. Under the dominion of the peak saint realm, the vast expanse of space remained steadfast and boundless. Even the worldly saint realized that he could inflict no damage upon this space, eliciting a mix of astonishment and fury within him. Though he sensed that Zhang Shu's strength might not be trivial, he had not fully grasped this before. Generally speaking, in his understanding, even if saints have disparities in power, defeating an opponent is feasible, yet killing one is utterly impossible. Since he faced no mortal peril, he had no intention of sparing Yuzhen. Yet now, he felt a profound chill enveloping him. Red dust, you cannot escape. As the void twisted, Zhang Shu's figure materialized seemingly out of thin air, an experience that was truly wondrous. Genuine teleportation. It was even more extraordinary than mere teleportation, for Zhang Shu felt as if he had not moved at all. Rather, it was the world itself that was in constant, rapid motion, while he merely stood still, his form swiftly altering its position. The speed was beyond comprehension. The worldly saint found it hard to believe, as if confronted with an unfathomable phenomenon. Impossible. As a fellow saint, how can your power be so formidable? Zhang Shu offered no reply. With a sudden forceful clap of his hands, his sleeves billowed, and a vast power of space permeated the air. Subsequently, his hands curved sharply, as if grasping at some unseen void, and he pulled with all his might. Rip! The worldly saint's countenance shifted drastically. With a deafening roar, he unleashed all his strength, desperately evading. In that fleeting moment of movement, a deep, abyss-like black rift quietly emerged beneath his feet, exuding a terrifying chaos of spatial power. Cold sweat cascaded down the saint's forehead as he gazed in horror at the chasm-like rift in space. Even with his utmost effort, he could not hope to tear apart even a fraction of it. Had he inadvertently fallen into this abyss just moments ago, even a sage would have been instantaneously obliterated. Alarmed, the sage of the mundane world felt a surge of dread. He yearned to plead for mercy, yet Zhang Shu offered him no such reprieve. With a resounding boom, Zhang Shu casually wielded the pinnacle power of spatial control inherent to a sage. Though somewhat unpracticed, the force he manifested filled him with immense satisfaction and astonishment. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Shu extended his hand, fingers curling tightly together. This grasp felt as though it seized the very heart of the sage of the mundane world. Unleashing a terrifying tempest of spatial chaos that erupted from the sage's vicinity, dark forces of annihilation rampaged forth. Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, the entire void began to collapse violently, as if a calamity had befallen the realm. The sage of the mundane world was left frantically evading the onslaught. The earth trembled. Zhang Shu reveled in testing the might of the sage realm, pointing a finger, and suddenly, the world fell into silence. All anomalies dissipated, granting the beleaguered sage a moment to catch his breath, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Yet he did not allow himself to relax. The sage sensed an overwhelming terror approaching with alarming speed. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, he perceived the entire world undergoing a horrific transformation. The sky soared ever higher, while the earth grew increasingly heavy. An ineffable metamorphosis transpired between heaven and earth, as if the very cosmos was ascending. The sky elevated a foot with each passing moment. The ground thickened a foot with each heartbeat. Then, a cataclysmic avalanche erupted. The sage of the mundane world felt a fleeting blur before finding himself at the base of a towering, boundless mountain, reduced to the status of a mere insect in this vast expanse. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, the mountain began to crumble. No. Startled, the sage fled frantically. Yet how could an insect escape the speed of an avalanche? In mere moments, he was engulfed by the terrifying torrent of earth. The immense boulders transformed into a suffocating whirlpool, akin to a colossal meat grinder, relentlessly tearing apart the sage's very essence, his flesh, his vitality, his soul. It even gnawed away at his rule imprint, the very essence of his existence. Should the rule imprint be utterly obliterated, even a sage would meet their demise. Do not kill me. I was wrong. I concede. Spare me. The sage of the mundane world was truly terrified. His rule imprint was being eroded. If these imprints vanished entirely, he would face a fate far worse than death, being cast down from his sage status, or worse, obliteration itself. Neither outcome was acceptable to him. The prospect of being deposed from sagehood was even more unbearable than death. It was a fate more grievous than execution itself, an existence worse than death. The cataclysmic roars reverberated through the air, altering the essence of vitality within a radius of countless miles. The inhabitants of Tianlan City could keenly feel this terrifying power. A mere hint of its release could level their city to the ground. Countless powerful beings trembled in fear, reverence. Was this the power of a sage? Yet, what astounded everyone even more was the harrowing cries and pleas for mercy from the sage of red dust. How long had it been? Logically, even if there were disparities among the sages, determining a victor would typically require at least several days and nights. Yet, it had only been a mere moment since the two departed, and the sage of red dust was already frantically begging for mercy. In an instant, all the formidable beings who heard that piercing plea found themselves swallowing hard. Terrifying. At the listening rain tower, as they listened to the sage of red dust's boundless terror in his cries for mercy, even Master Yu Zhan, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, appeared momentarily dazed. The maid, Xian, wore an expression as if she were in a dream. After all, he was a sage, the once arrogant sage of red dust, who had the power to decree the fate of countless beings, was now begging for his life. To spare him? This meant that this suddenly emerged mysterious sage possessed the capability to slay another sage. Furthermore, the time frame was so brief, it was a complete and utter domination. In that moment, both of them were filled with curiosity and reverence for the divine Sky Sect. Simultaneously, they felt a profound sense of gratitude for having the opportunity to join such an esteemed sect. Chapter 65. A vengeful act, a thunderous roar erupted as a colossal landslide vortex unleashed a deafening cacophony, the magnitude of which was terrifying. An ominous spectacle enveloped the surroundings, as if the heavens themselves were wrathful. The endless, towering mountains crumbled, and at the foot of the mountains, the red dust sage emitted a heart-wrenching wail, his form insignificant, akin to an ant. Within the sage's heart, tumultuous waves of shock and dread surged forth. He could perceive that everything before him resembled an illusion, yet it was palpably real. It seemed as though a distinct realm had been conjured, within which Zhang Shu reigned supreme, governing all that transpired. As if this world were entirely isolated, with time itself flowing at an altered pace. As a sage, the red dust sage possessed some understanding of space. But when it came to the intricacies of time, he found himself utterly bewildered. Although reason whispered to him that this rapid passage of time was merely an illusion induced by the overwhelming power of his adversary, the terrifying sensation felt all too tangible. He was but an ant beneath the expanse of heaven and earth, with life and death beyond his control. Such a formidable tactic instilled profound helplessness and despair within him. This despair mirrored the insurmountable chasm between him and those he had once suppressed. It was vast, incomparable. Regardless of his struggles, all resistance was futile in the face of absolute power. "Spare me," the red dust sage pleaded repeatedly, yet his cries were swiftly drowned amidst the rumbling landslide. Despite his formidable constitution as a sage, confronted with such overwhelming might, he could only watch helplessly as everything he cherished was gradually obliterated, his vitality and spirit disintegrating. The imprints of the laws he had painstakingly forged fading away. As he beheld the dissolution of the law imprints, painstakingly cultivated through countless efforts and opportunities, the light in his eyes began to dim. There is no greater sorrow than a deadened heart. He understood that even if he escaped this calamity, the extent of damage to his law imprints would render his path as a sage essentially halted. Even if he were to recover, the prospect of advancement would elude him eternally. His aspirations would all come to naught. He was even left uncertain if he could survive this ordeal. Adding to the growing fear within him, a torrent of complex emotions incessantly tormented and tore at his soul. With a bitter smile, the red dust sage murmured, "On the path of cultivation, a single misstep leads to irretrievable ruin. Had I foreseen this day, I would never have laid a hand on you, Jean." Regret washed over him, true regret. Who could have fathomed that a mere sixth-tier alchemist could entangle themselves with such a terrifying entity? Hearing the sage's mutterings, Zhang Shu's gaze remained tranquil, though he shook his head. This individual had not changed in the slightest. His regret stemmed merely from encountering an insurmountable opponent, revealing a heart that remained callous, utterly indifferent to the lives and fates of others. To allow him to live was to perpetuate a threat. It would be wiser to eliminate him outright, bringing matters to a swift conclusion. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, Zhang Shu harbored little regard for the actions of the red dust sage. In the realm of cultivation, such beings might not amount to much, merely a reflection of the law of the jungle. However, in Zhang Shu's eyes, the red dust sage represented a formidable menace. Initially contemplating annihilation, he paused and, with a sudden gesture, the space between the mountains and rivers warped dramatically, revealing a fleeting image of a city. Subsequently, Zhang Shu extended his hand, causing the void to ripple slightly, and 2 figures materialized 1,000 miles away from Tianlan City. "What is this place?" Master Yuzhen and her maid, Zxin, were taken aback as they found themselves in an utterly unfamiliar locale, panic rising within them. Yet, their anxiety began to dissipate upon spotting Zhang Shu. Their gaze was then drawn to the terrifying spectacle of collapsing mountains nearby, sending shivers down their spines. Suppressing the tremors in her heart, Master Yuzhen respectfully bowed and inquired, "Sect Master, may I ask what you require of us?" Her mind was filled with awe and reverence. The journey of 1,000 miles had been traversed in an instant, a testament to the prowess of a sage. "Please, Elder." Zhang Shu gestured towards the ensnared red dust sage and addressed Master Yuzhen. "This individual has repeatedly assaulted our esteemed elders. Now that you have ascended to the rank of elder within my Shenshao sect, you are no longer someone to be trifled with. We have captured him. How you wish to deal with this situation is entirely at your discretion." Presently, the sage's rule imprint had been nearly obliterated, and even should he survive, he would be utterly stripped of his sage-level powers, grievously injured, and his cultivation would continue to plummet. It was up to her to decide whether to allow him to endure endless suffering, to request my sect to execute him outright, or to take matters into her own hands. The choice lay within her thoughts. As for this individual, who dared to strike against an elder of my Xinqiao sect, he must face the consequences. Zhang Shu's tone was devoid of warmth. While the experience card remained active, he continued to extend favors. Despite the undeniable authority of the sage, Master Yu Zhen would never betray the sect after joining. Yet, there existed a profound difference between mere loyalty and wholehearted dedication to the sect, a distinction Zhang Shu was well aware of. Thus, seizing the opportunity for alliance was essential. As for the Red Dust Sage, stripped of his sage status and grievously wounded, it would not be long before his cultivation fell to a pitiful state, rendering him no longer a threat. Zhang Shu was indifferent to whether he lived or died. A disempowered foe was inconsequential compared to a soon-to-be elder of the sect and a sixth-grade alchemist poised to make significant contributions. Zhang Shu did not find the choice difficult. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Shu's words, Master Yu Zhen's eyes brightened, particularly when he mentioned that she could decide the fate of the Red Dust Sage. This stirred a wave of excitement within her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Though Master Yu Zhen was compassionate, it did not imply a lack of temper. Even a clay figurine still possesses a trace of vitality. How much more so does Master Yu Zhen, who is not merely a clay figurine, but a remarkable individual who has achieved significant accomplishments in both the realms of cultivation and alchemy. The actions of the saint of the mundane world are, for Master Yu Zhen, akin to a mortal enemy. Master, I wish to take matters into my own hands. A terrifying hatred radiated from Master Yu Zhen's eyes, instilling a hint of dread even in Zhang Shu. Indeed, a woman unleashed can be truly fearsome. Zhang Shu nodded affirmatively. Very well, from this moment forth, his life is yours. With that, he summoned the power of the laws, unleashing the might of the peak of the sacred realm, which obliterated over 99% of the saint of the mundane world's cultivation. He severed the man's limbs and rendered much of his mental capacity useless, ensuring that he posed no threat whatsoever. Even a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm could easily end his life now, before handing him over to Master Yu Zhen. The ensuing events were no longer Zhang Shu's concern. From the saint of the mundane world's piercing and heart-rending cries, one could easily surmise that his fate would be anything but pleasant. Chapter 66. The End of the Mortal Realm. Happiness arrives too suddenly. Master Yu Zhen has vanished, along with Zixin. Both have entered the isolated space of the imprisoned Saint of Mortality. Upon encountering the once exalted and imperious Saint of Mortality, now reduced to a pitiful state akin to a drenched feral dog, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Master Yu Zhen silently lamented. The power of the sect leader has truly reached a level of inscrutable profundity, capable of effortlessly suppressing even a saint. Such cultivation is beyond imagination. Without further contemplation, upon seeing the Saint of Mortality, the typically gentle gaze of Master Yu Zhen began to emanate a terrifying murderous intent. The usually amiable Master Yu Zhen finally revealed a facet of her ferocity. Beside her, the maid Zixin, perceiving the fury of her maternal figure, could not help but exhibit a cold demeanor. The Saint of Mortality, sensing something amiss, was bound by chains and appeared disheveled. At that moment, he struggled to lift his head, and, upon seeing the wrathful Master Yu Zhen, trembled in fear and hastily pleaded, Master Yu Zhen, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. Please, I beseech you, intercede with that esteemed one for me. Grant me a path to redemption. Master Yu Zhen scoffed. You expect me to plead for your mercy? Mortality, have you lost your senses, indulging in foolish dreams? Zixin, recalling the peril she had faced at his hands and the constant dread he had instilled, shot back with a glint of coldness in her eyes. Mortality, have you ever considered the consequences of your actions? Your tyranny and the countless innocents you have harmed in pursuit of your own path have led to this moment of reckoning, with the sect leader personally intervening to subdue you. Time passed unmeasured until Zhang Shu's experience card effect had concluded. After a brief interval, the once vanished Master Yu Zhen and Zixin slowly reappeared. Zhang Shu sensed a shift and turned to look. At that moment, Master Yu Zhen exhibited a profound transformation. Whereas before, she had been enveloped in an inescapable gloom and sorrow, as if shrouded in grey despair, devoid of hope and expectation. Now she embodied the true essence of a sixth-rank alchemist and a powerful Nirvana realm practitioner, exuding an air of nobility and authority. This authority was not the grandiose presence of a monarch, nor the domineering gaze of a saint, devoid of unfathomable pressure or terror. Instead, it was a profound heaviness that resonated deeply. To attain the sixth rank, one must master a vast expanse of alchemical knowledge, a convergence of intricate information and experience that seems to illuminate the laws of the universe, culminating in an ineffable sense of weightiness. This is the depth of knowledge and heritage. It is an embodiment of composure and confidence, having encountered countless spiritual herbs and saved innumerable lives. Blessed by the fortune of heaven and earth. Master Yuzhen, I sincerely thank you for your immense grace. Upon her appearance, Master Yuzhen did not hesitate. She deeply bowed before Zhang Shu. The maid, Zixin, followed suit. Zhang Shu smiled at the sight, extending his hand in a gesture of support, saying, Elder Yuzhen, there is no need for such formalities. My visit today is primarily to discuss an important matter and seek your assistance, and I hope you will not decline. Rising, Elder Yuzhen replied earnestly, Please, speak freely, for I would risk my life for the sect. It's not so dire, Zhang Shu chuckled. He then revealed the 9-leaf ghost king flower, surrounded by a pure, white aura, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Elder Yuzhen trembled, unable to believe her eyes. As an alchemist, her excitement at this moment rivaled the joy of avenging a great grievance. This is the Ghost King flower. 7, 8, 9. My heavens. 9 leaves. It is indeed the legendary 9-leaf Ghost King flower. The thought was beyond imagination. To witness such a divine herb in her lifetime was unfathomable. Sect Master. Thank you. With that, Master Yuzhen bowed again, her heart racing. For her, and indeed for any 6th-grade alchemist, witnessing such a legendary spiritual herb was immensely exhilarating. The obsession alchemists have for rare herbs surpasses common understanding, and Master Yuzhen was no exception. Though the Ghost King flower was rare, as a 6th-grade alchemist, she had encountered many and had personally concocted numerous heavenly soul pills, having consumed as many as 9 herself, nearly reaching the limit of what one could take. In her life, the highest grade Ghost King flower she knew of was the 7-leaf Ghost King flower obtained by the royal family, of which she had only heard tales. Never seen. This had often left her with a sense of regret. Yet now, she had laid eyes upon the 9-leaf Ghost King flower. Worth countless times more than the 7-leaf variety. It was truly the pinnacle among Ghost King flowers. Supporting the 9-leaf Ghost King flower, Zhang Shu inquired of Master Yuzhen. Elder Yuzhen, do you have the confidence to refine this 9-leaf Ghost King flower into a heavenly soul pill? Master Yuzhen's expression shifted, confirming in disbelief, Sect Master. Do you mean? Zhang Shu nodded without hesitation. I possess several 9-leaf Ghost King flowers. If you can refine them all into heavenly soul pills within a day, I can assure you that the sect will gift you half of the resulting pills. This is too precious. Elder Yuzhen nearly fainted from joy. So many fortunate events occurred in succession today. The long-standing grievance had been avenged. The fall of the worldly sage had lifted a burden she had carried for years. Moreover, she had witnessed the legendary 9-leaf Ghost King flower and could potentially refine it into heavenly soul pills. These were monumental honors for an alchemist. Even more astonishingly, she would receive half of the elixirs produced. The convergence of so many events felt akin to a colossal pie descending from the heavens, striking directly upon Master Yuzhen's forehead, leaving her somewhat dazed and disoriented. She experienced an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if she were ensnared in a dream, accompanied by a flicker of apprehension. Could this truly be a dream? Would she awaken to find herself still ensnared in her previous torment? At that moment, Master Yuzhen found herself beset by a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, her heart was predominantly filled with elation and excitement. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall endeavor to fulfill the tasks entrusted to me by the sect and will not allow you to be disappointed. Master Yuzhen vowed earnestly. Chapter 67. In a moment of exuberance, after numerous reassurances, Elder Yuzhen finally inquired, Master, may I ask how many 9-leaf Ghost King flowers you possess? Zhang Shu shook his head, replying, Not many left. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuzhen's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed a source of shame. Such a divine herb. To acquire even a single specimen was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. How could one expect to possess more? She chastised herself for her greed. Realizing this, Elder Yuzhen quickly added, "It is of no consequence. To possess even one of this rare divine herb is a remarkable achievement. The efficacy of the 9-leaf Ghost King flower is immensely potent. Even with just this one, I am confident I can refine more than 10 heavenly soul pills. Furthermore, their quality will undoubtedly surpass all other heavenly soul pills." As she spoke of alchemy, her voice brimmed with unwavering confidence, not merely in her own alchemical skills, but in the capabilities of the 9-leaf Ghost King flower. With such a divine herb in her possession, even a pill of the lowest quality would outperform those crafted from the 7-leaf Ghost King flower previously utilized by the royal family. After all, the mere direct consumption of the 9-leaf Ghost King flower yields remarkably significant effects. When used in alchemy, as long as the process is not excessively flawed, the results are bound to be commendable. More importantly, Elder Yuzhen was no ordinary individual. She was a top-tier 6th-grade alchemist, having refined countless heavenly soul pills. With the 9-leaf Ghost King flower in her hands, she would assuredly bring forth its full potential. Zhang Shu held great faith in this. Upon hearing the regret in Elder Yuzhen's voice, Zhang Shu remarked, "Indeed, the 9-leaf Ghost King flower is rather rare. Even I possess but a handful. Including the one in your possession, there are only 99 in total, not even 100. Zhang Shu couldn't help but lament. He reminisced about the numerous pills he had acquired in the past, often numbering in the thousands. Yet here lay only 99 9-leaf Ghost King flowers, a stark contrast. Oh, 99. That's nothing, just shy of 100. Elder Yuzhen hastily reassured herself that the lesser quantity was acceptable. However, as she spoke, she suddenly halted, her mind replaying Zhang Shu's words. Not even 100? 99. 99 9-leaf Ghost King flowers? Elder Yuzhen recited, and despite her wealth as an alchemist, she could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. She looked at Zhang Shu in confirmation, nervously asking, "Master, are you saying there are a total of 99 of these 9-leaf Ghost King flowers? You cannot be mistaken?" Suppressing her mounting excitement, she worried that she might have misheard. Fearing she would be left disappointed, she gazed intently at Zhang Shu. Once he nodded affirmatively, her face flushed with exhilaration, excitement, enthusiasm. Beside her, the maid Xian was already in a state of shock, her mouth agape, her mind swirling. 9-leaf Ghost King flowers? 99 of them? What a jest! This miraculous elixir, often described as a manifestation of the heavens' creation, is indeed a rare treasure. For an ordinary individual to acquire even a single specimen, let alone lay eyes upon one, is an extraordinary blessing, something to boast about for a lifetime. Yet now, she is informed that this precious divine herb exists in a total of 99 specimens. When did the 9-leaf Ghost King flower become as commonplace as cabbages by the roadside? Such an abundance is almost surreal, and for a moment, Xian suspects that Zhang Shu is merely jesting with them. However, this is a sage. How could he possibly joke about such matters? He is not like that scoundrel from the mortal realm. No, even that rascal, though irresponsible, still maintains a measure of dignity befitting a sage. Overwhelmed by confusion, Xian's thoughts swirl. Yet, this turmoil and disbelief swiftly dissipate as Zhang Shu conjures one 9-leaf Ghost King flower after another from thin air. Could it truly be that there are so many? Xian stares in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Elder Yuzhen trembles with excitement and urgently beckons to Xian, exclaiming, "Quickly, prepare yourself. I must commence alchemy at once. With this many 9-leaf Ghost King flowers, not only can I refine a substantial quantity of supreme heavenly soul pills, but my alchemical skills will also ascend to new heights." Upon hearing this, Xian is filled with delight and swiftly replies, "Understood, I shall prepare immediately." Outsiders perceive their relationship as merely that of master and servant, unaware that Elder Yuzhen has long since accepted Xian as a disciple, imparting her alchemical knowledge. However, due to concerns regarding the implications of being associated with the scoundrel sage, this fact has remained undisclosed. Nonetheless, their bond as master and disciple is irrefutable. As Xian busies herself with preparations, Elder Yuzhen expresses her gratitude to Zhang Shu once more. "I am profoundly grateful to the sect leader. With these 9-leaf Ghost King flowers, my alchemical techniques may very well reach a higher echelon, enabling me to make even greater contributions to the sect leader." "Oh, You aim to elevate your alchemical skills? Will you reach the 7th grade? Zhang Shu's eyes light up with interest at her words. Elder Yuzhan, however, shakes her head and sighs. Achieving 7th grade is no simple feat. For an alchemist to ascend to the 7th grade is akin to a cultivator striving to enter the saintly realm, an endeavor of immense difficulty. It is not easily attained. However, I may progress further along the path of the 6th grade, attaining a higher state of mastery. For a 6th grade alchemist to become 7th grade is a monumental challenge, perhaps even more arduous than a Nirvana realm expert entering the saintly domain. Furthermore, once successful, even those at the saintly level will regard 7th grade alchemists with utmost respect, daring not to offend them. After all, saints are still human and require various elixirs. At their level, only the pills crafted by 7th grade alchemists can serve any significant purpose, and thus they would not dare to offend them. Each 7th grade alchemist represents the pinnacle of existence on the continent, a true gem. If the Shenxiao sect were to possess a 7th grade alchemist, it would undoubtedly yield greater advantages than merely gaining another saintly expert. No matter, she concludes, to progress further is already a significant achievement. There will be opportunities in the future to continue advancing. Although Zhang Shu felt a twinge of regret upon hearing Master Yuzhan express that he could not break through to the 7th rank, he did not dwell on it excessively. There would be ample daily tasks ahead that would allow him to gradually accumulate experience, and sooner or later, he would meet the criteria for a breakthrough. Elder Yuzhan took Zhang Shu's words as mere consolation, yet her heart brimmed with gratitude. After all, not everyone is afforded the privilege of accessing such divine herbs. Now, with Zhang Shu presenting her this opportunity, even without the earlier life-saving grace, she would choose to join the Shenxiao sect to repay this kindness. As for the present, although Elder Yuzhan had not yet formally entered the sect, she already felt a profound sense of belonging to Shenxiao. At that moment, Zixing returned. Master, I have prepared everything necessary for the refining of the Tianhun Dan. We can commence at any time, Zixing announced. Elder Yuzhan promptly replied, there is no time to waste. Since the sect master has given the order, I shall immediately begin the process of refining the Tianhun Dan, capable of producing 99 stalks of the 9-leaf ghost king flower at once. Just thinking about it is truly exhilarating. I can hardly contain my excitement. Chapter 68. The refinement of the heavenly soul pill within the antiquated and elegant alchemy chamber of the listening rain tower. An old-fashioned, yet charming alchemical furnace stood silently. It was filled with surging flames that danced vigorously, exuding a fierce and searing power that, remarkably, did not affect the surroundings outside the furnace. Rows of pure white 9-leaf ghost king flowers were delicately arranged, emanating a hazy glow reminiscent of the finest jade. Their pristine spiritual energy lacked the usual ferocity associated with ghost king flowers. Instead, they possessed a remarkable ability to soothe the souls of others. The 9-leaf ghost king flower truly deserved its status as the pinnacle of its kind. Elder Yuzhan gazed at the room filled with 9-leaf ghost king flowers, his eyes reflecting an indescribable obsession and affection, a true alchemist's love for rare spiritual herbs, untainted by any impurities. It was this fervent passion that sustained an alchemist on their arduous journey in the art of refinement. Zxian assisted with simple tasks, primarily providing support. The critical steps of the alchemical process, however, were entirely the domain of Elder Yuzhan. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his hand, Elder Yuzhan unleashed his nirvana-level spiritual energy. Streams of radiant light silently wove through the air, as if sketching an extraordinary masterpiece, with a 9-leaf ghost king flower blooming at the center. Then, with a sudden intensity in his gaze, Elder Yuzhan executed a series of dazzling hand seals, leading to a breathtaking spectacle. All the medicinal materials, including the central 9-leaf ghost king flower, silently melted away, embodying an exquisite and subtle essence, and transformed into glistening, pure medicinal liquid that floated in the air. What a masterful alchemical technique! Zhang Shu's eye sparkled. As a former vice master of the Shenxiao sect, he had encountered many powerful alchemists, including several renowned figures. Yet, the combined techniques of these individuals paled in comparison to Master Yuzhan's prowess. This time, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Zxian, equally entranced by the scene, recognized the immense difficulty concealed within what appeared to be a simple act, a realization that surpassed even Zhang Shu, who was an outsider. Even if a seasoned sixth-grade alchemist were to attempt it, they would likely struggle to achieve this feat. And even if they could, it would not be accomplished with such ease. Setting aside all else, Elder Yuzhan's alchemical skills were likely only rivaled by the royal alchemist of the Heavenly Star Kingdom. With a grave expression, Elder Yuzhan executed a decisive change in his hand seals. The floating medicinal liquids began to rotate in a mesmerizing whirlwind, colliding at a breathtaking speed yet maintaining perfect order. During this collision, countless droplets of liquid were directed into the alchemical furnace. In the next moment, with a gentle command from Elder Yuzhan, flames erupted violently yet tenderly, delicately enveloping each droplet of medicinal liquid. Instantly, the temperature within the furnace revealed distinct zones of varying intensity, showcasing his formidable control over the flames. The power of control here far surpasses that of others within the same realm. It is not merely applicable to alchemy, but can also be wielded against foes. To put it simply, during combat, while other practitioners in the Nirvana realm can only unleash a fraction of their vitality, merely 50%, Master Yuzhan is capable of unleashing twofold, threefold, or even greater potency from his full vitality, making the superiority abundantly clear. Consequently, it is generally observed that alchemists are either disinclined towards battle or possess formidable combat capabilities, rivaling those of exceptional prodigies who excel in warfare. With a hum, Master Yuzhan continuously executed intricate hand seals, filling the air with a plethora of exquisite symbols, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that transformed the alchemy chamber into a dreamlike realm adorned with resplendent imagery. Zhang Shu couldn't help but gasp in awe. In truth, Master Yuzhan typically does not perform alchemy to this extent. Achieving such a feat required immense effort, appearing effortless yet nearing his limits. Clearly, while he may not voice it, Master Yuzhan is secretly exerting all his efforts to demonstrate his worth. Concentrate. With another incantation, the fiercely burning alchemical furnace began to take on a translucent hue, its flames churning like liquid, seemingly infused with devastating destructive power, yet under Master Yuzhan's command. It was as docile as an arm. With each utterance, countless liquid droplets quivered and, in an instant, transformed into perfectly rounded elixirs. At that moment, a delicate and pure mystical energy permeated the air, carrying a unique fragrance that lingered tantalizingly. Merely inhaling this aroma allowed the maid Zixin to sense a subtle enhancement in her mental acuity. Prior to reaching the Nirvana realm, one's mental prowess, though not manifest externally, was nonetheless present. As an alchemist, her mental strength, honed through relentless practice, was already superior to that of ordinary individuals. And with Zixin's own prowess reaching the Radiant Sun realm, she could distinctly perceive the augmentation of her mental energy, her soul instinctively yearning for the source of this divine fragrance. Gulp. Zixin silently swallowed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The celestial soul pill. Moreover, it was an unprecedented celestial soul pill, the finest of the finest. Success. Finally, as the furnace opened, a collection of pristine, rounded elixirs floated forth, arranged before the gathered spectators, a total of 21. This exceeded all expectations. Witnessing this, Elder Yuzhan's face lit up with delight as he promptly retrieved a jade vial, meticulously storing the elixirs to preserve their efficacy. The entire process transpired in a remarkably brief span, contrasting sharply with the protracted hours typically associated with alchemical concoction. While Zhang Shu felt elated, he could not help but harbor some confusion. Master Yuzhan, with a smile, explained, "Normally, if one were to refine pills under standard conditions, it would indeed require such time, or even longer. A more meticulous nurturing process would elevate the quality of the elixirs further. However, upon noticing that the sect leader had an urgent need for these pills, I employed certain unique techniques to significantly enhance the speed of the process. Although there may be slight compromises in efficacy, the overall impact will not be substantial. The only flaw lies in the fact that it can be somewhat taxing. However, to have the fortune of concocting such a divine elixir, expending a bit of effort is hardly a concern. Moreover, there is a detail that Elder Yuzhan has not mentioned. Throughout the alchemical process, a trace of the medicinal essence continuously permeates her being, resulting in a net gain rather than a loss of her spiritual energy. Naturally, this particular aspect was deliberately omitted by Elder Yuzhan, as she is human and possesses her own motives. Seizing this opportunity to demonstrate her worth and subtly evoke sympathy serves to highlight her contributions to the sect, thereby garnering the esteemed regard of the sect leader. Generally speaking, employing such a strategy does come at a considerable cost, and Elder Yuzhen's assertion holds merit. Thank you, Elder. You may take half of the elixirs produced to enhance your cultivation. The remaining portion can be stored in the sect's treasury, Zhang Shu stated, generously waving his hand to allocate a portion of the precious elixirs. For him, these were of little utility. The effects of the chaotic divine demon technique far surpassed that of these elixirs. As for the other disciples of the sect, they were still far from the nirvana realm, their insufficient cultivation rendering them incapable of harnessing the effects of the heavenly soul elixir. Even the inherently strong-willed Fu Qi could scarcely benefit from it at this juncture. Rather than hoarding them, it would be more prudent to utilize them in nurturing formidable talents. Thank you, sect leader. Elder Yuzhen replied with delight. Under normal circumstances, the immense value of such exquisite heavenly soul elixirs would necessitate some customary expressions of gratitude. However, given her nature and the fact that a sage had spoken, she readily accepted, promising to repay the favor in due time. There was no need for further elaboration or inquiries. Sages possess their own wisdom. Furthermore, the sect leader is no ordinary sage. He is significantly more powerful, capable of easily subduing beings of the same caliber as the Red Dust Sage. Proceed, Zhang Shu nodded, a smile gracing his face, expressing his admiration for Elder Yuzhen's straightforward demeanor. It was far preferable to the incessant thanks he received from others, which had begun to overwhelm him. To him, these things were merely commonplace. Such items were abundant, enough to induce a headache. If he were to be besieged by gratitude daily, he would find it quite unbearable. Elder Yuzhen's inclination to remember favors without unnecessary verbosity was precisely what he desired. Chapter 69. The arrival of the seventh princess and the assassination from the Blood Shadow Tower. The refinement of the Heavenly Soul Pill was still ongoing. Elder Yuzhen, having received permission from Zhang Shu, directly consumed the Heavenly Soul Pill on the spot, augmenting her mental strength while simultaneously accelerating the alchemical process. This dual endeavor significantly enhanced her efficiency, allowing her to practice alchemy and cultivation in tandem. Elder Yuzhen was genuinely exerting herself this time. Employing secret techniques to refine pills at such an excessive rate was a considerable strain on her, and even with the aid of the Heavenly Soul Pill, the toll could not be entirely mitigated. Before long, her complexion grew slightly pale, yet she persevered through sheer determination. Though typically mild-mannered and kind-hearted, Elder Yuzhen possessed an inner pride. She was intent on proving herself through this endeavor, demonstrating to Zhang Shu that rescuing her was indeed a worthwhile investment. She was not merely an ordinary 6th-grade alchemist. There was a possibility she could ascend to the ranks of a 7th-grade alchemist in the future. She was deserving of Zhang Shu's assistance, not just a decorative figure, but rather a capable contributor to the sect's advancement. Zhang Shu observed this with keen awareness. Though he remained silent, he felt increasingly validated in his decision. Exchanging a Saint Experience card for the inclusion of a top-tier 6th-grade alchemist was undoubtedly a profitable transaction. Although he had expended one card, he still possessed 2 more, along with an Emperor Realm Experience card. His reserves remained ample, providing him with the confidence to confront any peril. Moreover, he had allied with a premier 6th-grade alchemist and an equally exceptional talent. Indeed, there was Zixin. Based on Zhang Shu's observations, this young girl was remarkable. Her current unremarkable demeanor was merely overshadowed by him and Elder Yuzhen, yet when compared with her peers, Zixin was undoubtedly a rare gem. Furthermore, there was a third advantage. By vanquishing the Red Dust Saint, Zhang Shu had established a formidable reputation for the Xinjiao sect. He had amassed a staggering 1 million sect points, and after spending 200,000 to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun realm, he still retained over 800,000 points. He had become extraordinarily wealthy. However, to transcend to the Nirvana realm, he required a full 1 million sect points, which rendered him seemingly impoverished in that regard. The demand was immense, always outpacing his income. Yet, even with merely 1 million sect points, coupled with the sect's newfound prestige, Zhang Shu felt he had not incurred a loss. Furthermore, he had gained a top-tier alchemist and an extraordinary prodigy without cost. At this rate, within a single day, 99 nine-leaf Ghost King flowers would be entirely consumed, allowing for the refinement of nearly 2,000 heavenly soul pills. This would ensure the completion of daily tasks, marking a further triumph. Zhang Shu nodded in satisfaction, increasingly convinced of the profitability of his endeavors. As a human being, he felt an immense sense of joy. Meanwhile, in Tianlan City, near the Tianzi residence, due to Zhang Shu's personal preferences, the vicinity of the Xinjiao sect remains remarkably tranquil, with scarcely any visitors. Previously, the monumental upheavals surrounding the red dust holy sun drew little attention, which speaks volumes about the isolation of this place. However, at this very moment, two ethereal figures flicker in and out of visibility, concealed near the Tianzi residence. Their auras carefully veiled as they fixate intently on the periphery of the estate, though their target is not a member of the Xinjiao sect. Have you confirmed that the seventh princess will indeed arrive here? One figure, imbued with an ephemeral quality, inquired, their voice resonating with an eerie proximity, as if they were both near and far simultaneously. Rest assured, the other figure replied nonchalantly. After several explorations within the building, we can ascertain that the seventh princess will visit today. This secluded location is ideal for our operation, especially with the ongoing conflict of the Saint War in Tianlan City drawing everyone's attention. The seventh princess's demise at this moment would likely go unnoticed, providing us a safe escape and a means to redirect the wrath. The Blood Shadow Pavilion, a notorious assassin organization renowned across the continent, boasts branches that span the globe, recruiting assassins from all corners. Should one possess the means to pay the price, the Blood Shadow Pavilion dares to target even saints. Of course, success is another matter entirely. Yet, the infamy of the Blood Shadow Pavilion is well established. It is said that a former emperor of the Tianqing dynasty met his end at the hands of its assassins, breaking through layers of defenses to eliminate an emperor, which propelled the pavilion's notoriety to new heights. This time, an irresistible price has been offered to the Blood Shadow Pavilion, commissioning them to dispatch two formidable assassins to eliminate the royal seventh princess. If all goes according to plan, she is the most gifted cultivator within the royal family, rumored to possess talents surpassing even those of the ancient ancestors. Should she be slain, the Tianqing royal family would undoubtedly be plunged into chaos. There are many who desire the seventh princess's death. Inevitably, someone will be able to afford the cost. Attention, the target has appeared. When the moment to strike arrives, I shall engage the powerful guardians beside the seventh princess, while you execute the assassination. Ensure a single, fatal blow, and retreat swiftly once the task is accomplished. One indistinct figure swiftly instructed their companion. On this occasion, the Blood Shadow Pavilion has dispatched two assassins, one at the third level of Nirvana, and the other at the pinnacle of Radiant Sunday. The speaker is the assassin of the third Nirvana level. Both are elite among their peers, not only possessing formidable combat prowess, but also a proven track record of successfully assassinating others of the same realm, truly the cream of the crop. The Tianqing Kingdom's Blood Shadow branch has invested heavily in sending these two. According to intelligence, there exists a concealed Nirvana-level guardian among the seventh princess's escort. Yet they are only at the first level of Nirvana and pose little threat. The two assassins will strike with swiftness. These guardians will undoubtedly be unable to withstand their onslaught. With the client having offered a substantial price, the Blood Shadow Pavilion has sent them to ensure absolute certainty. As they conversed, the figure of the seventh princess gradually materialized near the Tianzi residence. Beside her, a guard bowed and reported, "Your Highness, the seventh princess." According to my inquiries, the members of the Xinjiao sect arrived in Tianlan City yesterday evening. They are currently residing in this Tianzi mansion, a total of 62 individuals. Since entering the mansion, they have not ventured outside. Given the guard's prowess, it was naturally impossible for him to detect the concealed presence of Zhang Shu slipping away. Upon hearing this, the seventh princess lightly nodded. It appears that the Xinjiao sect has not completely fallen from grace. The Tianzi mansion is not a dwelling for just anyone. Their foundation seems to remain, still quite substantial. My father's concerns seem to have been unwarranted. However, regardless of the circumstances, since they have arrived, a visit is in order. If indeed it is the people of the Xinjiao sect returning, given the amicable ties between the sect and the royal family in the past, we should extend our assistance if they require anything. As she spoke, the seventh princess was about to head towards the mansion. Be cautious. Suddenly, the hairs on the seventh princess's body stood on end as a murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 70. The Aggrieved 11th. Bullying the innocent, the heavens turned frigid. At the very moment the seventh princess took a step, an overwhelming and terrifying aura of death erupted instantaneously, rushing towards her without any concealment. The sheer intensity of the murderous intent caused the countenances of all present to pale in horror. "Beware, Your Highness! An assassin!" shouted a guard in a state of panic. But it was already too late to intervene. These guards, who were ostensibly tasked with the protection of the princess, more often than not served as errand runners, with very few moments where they truly fulfilled their protective duties. In a flash, a shadow loomed, and the boundless aura of death surged forth. A glimmer of cold light concealed within, approaching the seventh princess with a swiftness akin to lightning. "This is bad." A Nirvana realm expert. The seventh princess felt the hairs on her body stand on end, her instincts screaming in alarm. If struck by this blow, her demise was all but certain. At that critical moment, an elderly woman, usually silent among the guards, suddenly had her eyes alight with an extraordinary brilliance. A regal aura flashed in her gaze as a powerful Nirvana realm presence erupted, clashing with the silent attack. With a thud, the collision resulted in the elderly woman's expression shifting drastically as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her countenance grave. From the impact, she felt her arm nearly lose sensation. Nirvana third stage. Blood Shadow Tower. The old woman identified the assailant. The Blood Shadow Tower was renowned as the kingdom's foremost assassin organization, having once successfully eliminated a certain emperor of the Celestial Star. Although they had paid a heavy price for their deeds, losing all Nirvana realm experts involved in the assassination, this did not diminish the tower's formidable reputation. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of their true strength, as those within the Celestial Star were but branches of the Blood Shadow Tower. With a serious expression, the elderly woman shouted, "All of you, protect the princess with all your might. Should anything happen to her, you know the consequences." Without further ado, she charged towards the Nirvana assassin. She could not allow the expert to approach the seventh princess. Her own strength was inferior, and if they drew too close, she could not guarantee the princess's safety. Even now, a flicker of despair lingered in her eyes. Someone has summoned a Nirvana assassin from the Blood Shadow Tower. The cost of employing such an assassin would make even the royal family think twice. The price was exorbitant. Yet, someone had indeed paid such a price merely to assassinate the seventh princess. It seemed certain individuals were growing increasingly impatient. At this moment, killing the seventh princess would only incite the royal family's wrath, serving little purpose other than to vent frustration. Such a price for her assassination indicated that the final confrontation was drawing near. A flurry of concerns raced through the elderly woman's mind. But soon she had no time for further contemplation. So, they could no longer remain hidden? Very well. It would be much simpler to eliminate you first and then deal with the target. A vague silhouette flickered rapidly. Upon witnessing the old woman make her move, it abandoned its pursuit of Princess Chi and, with a flash, unleashed a chilling light that swiftly tore through the void, bearing an overwhelming coldness as it charged towards the old woman. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle, with the old woman clearly at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. This scene did not escape the notice of Princess Chi. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure, relying on the protection of her guards while remaining vigilant to the movements around her. She understood that since someone had made an attempt on her life, the situation would not simply resolve itself. To seek my death, such a grand scheme has been deployed. Indeed, my father has secretly dispatched powerful protectors for me. Though it seems insufficient, could it be that I am to perish here? Even in the face of adversity, Princess Chi's gaze remained steady. Panic would not resolve the predicament. Suddenly, she swung her sword with lightning speed, thrusting it backward. A crisp clang echoed as metal met metal, causing Princess Chi to shudder and be sent flying. Her palms torn and bloodied, feeling as though her very organs were about to shift, nearly fainting from the impact. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. It appeared that a guard had inexplicably transformed into an assassin, and upon realizing the ambush had failed, he swiftly prepared for a second strike. Seizing the opportunity, he concealed himself among the crowd, a perfected assassin from the Blood Shadow Tower. Thud! The guards attempted to intervene, but the assassin's speed was beyond capture. Another resounding crash followed, as the short blade clashed with the long sword, producing a sound akin to the earth trembling. Princess Chi was left grievously wounded, blood seeping from multiple wounds. Boom. Another strike came. The pendant at her neck erupted in light. Sensing her life was in peril, it activated its protective mechanism. The shadowy figure observed with a cold smile. A protective treasure? Let us see how many more hits you can withstand. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless barrage of strikes ensued, the assassin's speed unparalleled, each blow seeming to shatter even light itself. Princess Chi staggered back, the radiance of her protective aura dimming with each passing moment. Boom! Another deafening blast rang out as the protective treasure shattered, propelling her through the air and crashing her against a nearby estate. The Blood Shadow Tower assassin, with a merciless gaze, charged forward, poised to deliver the final blow. No. In the distance, the bloodied old woman noticed this unfolding tragedy and felt her heart tighten with fury. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly, and she was unable to safeguard herself, let alone rush to the princess's aid, helplessly watching as the assassin drew closer to Princess Chi. The old woman struggled desperately against her opponent, but it was futile. The gap between the first and third stages of nirvana was too vast. Moreover, the third stage of nirvana from the Blood Shadow Tower was capable of slaying equal-tiered adversaries. It was only natural that the old woman was no match. Boom. The assassin struck, his eyes gleaming with an inevitable triumph. The guards stood helplessly, witnessing the grim scene unfold before them. The old woman wore a sorrowful expression, while the seventh princess lay weakened on the ground, utterly incapable of movement, forced to watch the approach of death with wide eyes. Who dared to cause trouble on the sacred grounds of the Divine Cloud Sect? It was infuriating that, day after day, trouble seemed to seek them out as if they were easy prey. Suddenly, a voice filled with curses echoed through the air. As the figure of 11 appeared, flustered and enraged, the assassin's gaze turned icy, and without mercy, he lunged toward 11. With a disdainful snort, 11, despite her aura only reaching the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, did not flinch in the face of a fully realized Yang realm expert, choosing to meet the attack head-on. Boom. In the next moment, 11 stood undeterred, while the assassin felt as though his blade had struck a mountain of iron, the edge of his weapon shattering upon impact. What? The assassin's heart raced. A golden fist flew toward him with a thunderous roar. And in a state of shock and confusion, the Blood Shadow Tower assassin was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away by a single blow. From the initiation of the assassination attempt to this moment, scarcely 3 breaths had passed. 11's swift arrival was a consequence of the previous reprimand she received from Zhang Shushuan due to the inadequacy of the guards, prompting the 12 golden men to heighten their vigilance. Initially, they had considered the earlier incident a mere coincidence, but now trouble had returned. Damn it! Why was it that in other territories, peace reigned, while the Divine Cloud Sect was constantly targeted wherever they went? Were they being bullied for their compliance? 11 was seething with anger. Once or twice could be overlooked, but now it was happening again. Did they not understand that trouble did not come in threes? If she were to let her guard down even slightly this time, she would face another reprimand. This time, she was determined to personally crush these bastards with her fists, regardless of who came. Chapter 71. The path of martial arts can also lead to divinity. 12 martial arts masters. No wonder 11 was enraged. Who could remain calm when disturbances and provocations occurred at their doorstep time and again? Why was it that only the Shinshao sect faced such disdain? Every encounter, every confrontation seemed to target them. The more 11 pondered, the angrier he became. His overwhelming fury manifested as blinding golden light, and soon, 11 other figures emerged around him, completing the assembly of the 12 golden beings. Although their presence only radiated the aura of perfected Purple Mansion stage, the oppressive force they exuded rivaled even that of Nirvana realm experts. The true strength of the 12 golden beings lay not in their vital energy, but in their physical forms. Their bodies served as formidable weapons. Each punch and kick could withstand even the might of elemental soldiers. Unless a sage intervened, not even a Nirvana strongman could inflict the slightest harm upon them. They were akin to a cohort of warriors who had honed their corporeal forms to the pinnacle, perhaps even surpassing that. Boom. The 12 golden beings unleashed their might in unison, the terrifying golden light illuminating the heavens and earth. The surrounding elemental energy surged wildly, spontaneously coalescing into roaring dragons of energy that entwined around the 12, emanating a fearsome pressure. It was as if what stood there were not mere figures, but 12 towering mountains stretching infinitely into the sky. Damn it! Come and meet your demise. 11 was the first to strike. With a light step upon the ground, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before the blood shadow assassin who had been sent flying. His fist was raised high, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the hundreds of meters between them, delivering a heavy blow to the assassin's face. There was no time for reaction. The assassin felt a sudden blur before him, followed by excruciating pain as teeth scattered, and he was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Puff! Having just received a crushing blow, the perfected Yao Yang realm assassin found himself on the brink of consciousness. Yet 11 was not satisfied. He followed up with relentless punches, his speed creating phantoms as he rained down strikes upon the assassin, refusing to let him fall into the void. Finally, with a resounding slap, the assassin was propelled like a shooting star, crashing against a distant wall and sliding down slowly. His bones were utterly shattered, leaving him as if a painting adhered to the wall. Striking someone was like hanging a painting. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, including the guards and the 7th princess, gasped in shock. Another assassin from the Blood Shadow Tower abruptly turned back, abandoning the old woman without a second thought. The elderly woman seized the opportunity to retreat from the fray, feeling as though she had escaped a grave fate, her heart racing with fear as she distanced herself. In just a few breaths, she had sustained serious injuries. Had she delayed even a moment longer, her demise would have been certain. At this moment, the elderly woman gazed in astonishment towards the mansion, her eyes fixating on the 12 terrifying figures, exclaiming in disbelief, "Striking someone is like hanging a painting. This is a martial arts master?" In this world, it was not solely through cultivation that one could reach the highest realms. The path of martial arts, too, could lead to divinity. Unlike those who pursue immortality, the martial path, when cultivated to its utmost, can render the physical form terrifyingly powerful. It is rumored that certain martial masters can shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch, extinguish the heavens and the earth with a mere step, achieving a divine physicality that endures through countless tribulations, a truly fearsome existence. Those who reach the pinnacle of physical prowess can be deemed martial masters, each one comparable to a being of the Nirvana realm. Are these individuals emerging from the Divine Sky Sect? The power of the Divine Sky Sect is indeed formidable. The old woman, clearly struck by this revelation, was left speechless for an extended period. Meanwhile, the Nirvana realm assassin also took note of this scene, his brow furrowing deeply. He did not hail from royal lineage and was indifferent to the circulating legends, thus oblivious to the existence of martial masters. Yet, even in his ignorance, he could sense the formidable aura emanating from this group. Although their cultivation appeared modest, they exuded an air that suggested they were not to be trifled with. After a bout of venting, the 11th's aura barely stabilized, yet her gaze remained icy. Suddenly, she turned her attention to the Nirvana assassin. Unfamiliar with the concept of martial masters, she recalled that the 12 golden men had not initially possessed such strength. However, following Zhang Shu's daily mission failure, they had acquired numerous precious elemental weapon prototypes, many of which were exceedingly rare materials. Although no one could forge weapons, the 12 golden men could devour these materials to enhance their own power. After that augmentation, their strength had ascended to a new echelon. While their vital energy still appeared to be at the perfected state of the Purple Mansion, their physical might had become even more terrifying. Individually, they were not inferior to Nirvana realm experts, and should they unite again, even a Nirvana realm master might find themselves in peril. Sensing the murderous intent in the 11th's eyes, the Nirvana assassin narrowed his gaze, glancing at the old woman and the 7th princess not far away, and scoffed. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but next time, luck may not be on your side. My Blood Shadow Pavilion's assassination attempt has failed, but there will be 2 more opportunities. The next assassin sent will be even stronger than I." With that, the Nirvana assassin disregarded the fate of his fallen comrades and turned to flee, sensing imminent danger. With these powerful beings intervening, he realized he could not eliminate the 7th princess. Given that the mission had already failed, he saw no reason to remain and fight. Although he could not vanquish these formidable individuals, he was confident they would not be able to detain him. Thinking he could come and go as he pleased, What does he take the divine sky sect for? The 11th scoffed coldly, and the 12 golden men unleashed their overwhelming aura. In that instant, the very void grew oppressively heavy. The Blood Shadow Pavilion assassin, who had intended to escape swiftly, suddenly felt as if 12 colossal mountains had materialized upon him, causing his body to plummet violently. The old woman observed this with a shake of her head, exclaiming, "Fool! Although martial masters may not possess great vital energy, their sheer physical strength can shatter all techniques, dominating the very heavens and earth, akin to an impenetrable domain. Attempting to employ escape techniques in the presence of a martial master is tantamount to seeking death." The Nirvana assassin, unaware of these truths, felt an ominous sense of foreboding as he fell. Before he could continue his escape, an unexpected tremor coursed through his heart, as if his hands and feet had been suddenly seized by an unseen force. A chilling sensation, indescribable in its intensity, swiftly enveloped his entire being, prompting a shiver to run down his spine. Slowly turning his head, he met the gaze of eyes that danced between mirth and mockery. A burly, bald man approached with a benevolent smile, his hands clasped in prayer as he intoned, "Amitabha, dear traveler, in such haste, where might you be heading?" The nefarious assassin thought to himself, "It is over. My life is forfeit." Chapter 72. A reunion with an old friend. The assassin from the Blood Shadow Pavilion felt an overwhelming unease wash over him, his scalp prickling with dread. Particularly under the scrutinizing gaze of 12 pairs of gleeful eyes, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. An inexplicable sense of frustration churned within him. He had just made a bold declaration, confident that these individuals would not dare to detain him, only to be swiftly contradicted and directly suppressed. As he observed the figures encroaching upon him, a paralyzing fear gripped his body. The closer they drew, the more palpable the overwhelming pressure emanating from them became, akin to 12 towering mountains spanning the heavens. "Let us speak amicably," the assassin stammered, forcing a stiff smile. "I am merely a hired hand. The Blood Shadow Pavilion never interferes in the conflicts of any factions. You should seek out the mastermind behind this. It has nothing to do with us." An oppressive silence enveloped the space. As the chilling aura of imminent violence intensified around him, the assassin felt a profound sense of despair. This was it. After a prolonged moment, the stout bald man among them finally spoke, his tone deceptively gentle. "Amitabha, I propose we send this individual directly to the Western Paradise, allowing him to genuinely repent and alleviate the resentment he carries. Wouldn't that be a benevolent act?" The implication was clear. This fellow seemed utterly useless. Perhaps they should simply eliminate him. "No." 11 immediately interjected, refusing without a second thought. To kill him outright would be to grant him an undeserved escape. This time, they had to establish their authority. Otherwise, if such incidents continued, with their enemies brazenly approaching the gates of the Divine Sky Sect, how could they ever live in peace? With a fierce determination, 11 declared, "Let us publicly dismember him before the entire city, showcasing the might of the Divine Sky Sect. We must ensure that no petty scoundrels dare to provoke us in the future. These ruffians look down upon them. Why else would they choose to stir trouble specifically at their doorstep, including that so-called son of the red dust? They simply could not let him off so easily. Dismember him?" The assassin's face turned pale at the notion. Though he was a killer who had taken many lives, it did not mean he was unafraid of death. Ironically, such individuals often treasured their lives even more. "No, please." The assassin gasped in desperation, but before he could protest further, a powerful fist from 11 struck him squarely in the face. "Silence. You have no right to speak here," 11 barked. At that moment, a petite and seemingly innocent-looking woman from the crowd produced a pair of scissors and suggested, "Why not let me take him? I haven't had a new toy in ages. And he seems strong enough to make a delightful doll." The assassin's eyes widened in terror. Before he could muster a protest, another voice chimed in. "But he's not a woman. Turning him into a doll wouldn't be appealing. Why not refine him directly into a blood pill? I've been studying alchemy lately, and he could serve as excellent practice." The speaker's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to experiment. The assassin trembled uncontrollably. What kind of alchemy requires the refining of living beings? Still, let it be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Send it to the paradise of the West. No, let it be turned into a cloth doll. Refining elixirs. A group of golden elders engaged in an incessant argument, discussing fervently while the targeted assassin from Blood Shadow Tower was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who are these people? If given a chance for a redo, he would certainly refrain from acting here. What was he thinking, provoking this group of eccentric individuals? Although he is an assassin, he considers himself quite normal. Meanwhile, the princess's guards trembled in terror, their faces filled with dread as they listened to the bizarre assembly animatedly deliberating the fate of the assassin. The more they listened, the more cold sweat trickled down their backs. They felt utterly unwell. As for the old woman and the seventh princess, they remained silent. They dared not speak, for the demeanor of these strange individuals suggested they were quite displeased with the intruder, and to say the least. This predicament was somewhat related to the princess and her entourage. Would they not also face repercussions? The old woman, filled with concern, transmitted a thought to the seventh princess. Your Highness, these individuals hail from the Divine Mist Sect. It appears this sect does not embody benevolence. The seventh princess remained silent, casting a glance in their direction, listening to the intermittent screams from the assassin and the calm discussions of the 12 golden figures. She found herself in a contemplative silence. Clearly, even the fearless seventh princess felt a tinge of trepidation. This group exhibited signs of instability. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from within the estate as a throng of young disciples rushed forth, evidently alerted by the commotion outside, eager to see if they could be of assistance. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene that rendered them speechless. All but 3 remained mute. Yian glanced at the 12 golden figures from a distance and shook her head gently. The elders possessed formidable strength, yet at times displayed a certain naivety, resorting to psychological torment through mere words. Surprisingly, the outcome proved effective, as even a distinguished assassin of the Nirvana realm had fainted multiple times from fright. Paying no further heed to that, Yian turned her attention to the visibly shaken seventh princess and her companions, smiling as she spoke. You too appear startled. I am Yian, honored to meet your highness and this esteemed elder. You are Yian? The seventh princess, taken aback to find someone who recognized her, stared in astonishment before a joyful expression illuminated her face. After all, Yian was quite renowned in the imperial city, possessing exceptional talent and beauty. And coupled with her family background, she was the object of admiration for countless young suitors, thus sharing a close bond with the seventh princess as rare friends. Yian smiled warmly. I did not expect the princess to arrive in Tianlan City as well. It truly is you. How wonderful. The seventh princess's genuine smile dispelled her earlier anxiety and tension. Curiously, she inquired, how did you come to be here? Could it be you have joined the Divine Mist Sect? The seventh princess had surmised something. Yian smiled and remarked, it is certainly a matter of serendipity. I must say, becoming a member of the Shenxiao sect is the most fortunate event of my life. I hadn't anticipated that Her Highness the Princess would also arrive at the Shenxiao sect. Rest assured, there will be individuals here to attend to matters. Please, both of you step inside. Upon hearing Yian speak, the seventh princess surveyed her surroundings, nodded slightly, and did not decline. She then turned to Yian and, with a hint of resignation, said, I am here solely due to my father's decree. However, it seems that this time there may be unexpected gains. Additionally, we are no longer in the wretched confines of the imperial city, where I would be incessantly addressed as Your Highness the Princess. It is quite overwhelming, and I have never witnessed such deference from you before. Chapter 73. The Hidden Benefits of the Experience Card. Upon hearing the words of the seventh princess, Yian could not help but smile gently. In truth, despite the apparent disparity in their statuses, geniuses often do not place excessive importance on such differences. Through a series of fortuitous encounters, Yian and the seventh princess had cultivated a rather amicable relationship. Now, upon the seventh princess's visit and her intentions revealed, Yian nodded slightly. You mean to say that if the origins of the Shenxiao sect's inheritance are confirmed to be accurate, you wish for the sect master to meet with the royal ancestors? The implications of this relationship were unknown to Yian. However, without waiting for the seventh princess's response, she continued, I will relay this message to the sect master, but how he chooses to respond is beyond my purview. As the sect master is currently absent, we are unable to make determinations on significant matters. The seventh princess expressed a hint of regret at these words, but refrained from further comment. After all, she too was unaware of the true connection between the Shenxiao sect and the royal family. Her role was merely to convey the message. satisfied that her task was complete. She shifted her focus to engaging in cheerful conversation with Yiyun. Observing this exchange, Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi chose not to intrude. With the preliminary selection ceremony imminent, they felt confident in their ability to pass the trials, yet they understood the necessity of diligence on the path of cultivation. Thus, the group soon returned to their training, leaving behind thoughts of the assassin incident. The matter was in the capable hands of the 12 elders, and there was no cause for their concern. As for the attempted assassination of the 7th princess, swift reports were sent to the Tianqing royal family, and for the time being, the princess and her companions took refuge in the estate. Given the unpredictable movements of the Blood Shadow assassins and their threats of further attacks, remaining at the Shenxiao sect was deemed the safest course of action. Meanwhile, Elder Yu Zhen continued his alchemical pursuits, while Zhang Shu enjoyed a more leisurely pace. Unaware of the happenings within the Shenxiao sect, he had previously provided the 12 gold men with communication devices, and with proximity not being too great, he could be urgently contacted if necessary. The absence of any news could either indicate that no significant events had transpired or that everything was under control, requiring no intervention from Zhang Shu. At present, Zhang Shu was preoccupied with another matter. With a subtle hum, he quietly activated his sun domain, sensing some indistinct changes within. He refrained from disturbing Elder Yu Zhen and instead sought solitude in a secluded area. Zhang Shu discovered that since utilizing the Saint Realm experience card, although the time limit had passed, and his power had swiftly reverted from the peak of the Saint Realm to his original state, it seemed as though his mind had acquired something beyond comprehension. It was as if a certain switch had been activated, imparting a profound sensation akin to retaining aspects of the peak Saint Realm experience. Most notably, his understanding of various laws within his mind no longer felt so nebulous. Moreover, he sensed a subtle loosening of the bottleneck in his cultivation, akin to the exhilarating feeling of self-cultivation. A bold idea flickered in Zhang Shu's mind, causing his heart to race with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he endeavored to draw a trace of primordial energy from the heavens and earth, channeling it into his cultivation for refinement. In mere moments, he distinctly felt a slight enhancement in his cultivation level. Previously, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun stage through the consumption of Sect points, leaving him only a step away from the Nirvana realm. To further advance, he had relied solely on Sect points. Otherwise, self-cultivation would prove excruciatingly slow, with the purity of the primordial energy he could obtain being utterly incomparable to that enhanced by the system. The time spent would be an immense drain without commensurate rewards. If he were to cultivate on his own, how long would it take? Yet now, Zhang Shu was astonished to discover that the primordial energy he cultivated was strikingly similar to that which already resided within him. The purity had reached an entirely new level. What did this signify? Zhang Shu could finally engage in self-cultivation. Why had such a transformation occurred? Could it be due to the Saint Realm experience card? This card had temporarily elevated him to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, yet it had preserved numerous insights, including his understanding of the Saint Realm and various cultivation stages. In a certain sense, his body had once experienced the enhancement of the Saint Realm, and now, as he continued to cultivate, he was essentially retracing his cultivation journey before reaching the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, significantly reducing the difficulty of his progress. Zhang Shu was elated. Compared to his past self, he was now akin to a sage reincarnated. The path ahead was illuminated, and the journey was clear. His speed had multiplied exponentially, and more importantly, there was no longer a need to take detours. Currently, apart from being unable to wield the powers of rules and lacking the full prowess of a sage, he was, in terms of insights, nearly indistinguishable from one. Alternatively, one could perceive Zhang Shu at this moment as a sage gravely injured, yet still retaining his realm. His strength was diminished, yet his realm remained intact. Could this be the hidden benefit of the Saint Realm experience card? Zhang Shu pondered. Each use not only allowed him to briefly attain the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, but also enabled him to retain a portion of the insights associated with that peak, rendering his path to cultivation significantly smoother. Such an opportunity awaited him once more. After 3 uses, he would face no further constraints before reaching the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. At long last, he could cultivate independently, coupled with the assistance from Sect points. His cultivation would surely accelerate even further. Zhang Shu, filled with a sense of delight, reflected on his future which he had initially approached with a degree of trepidation. Despite his rapid progress, largely due to the ease of acquiring sect points in the early stages and the modest requirements for enhancing his cultivation, he pondered what lay ahead. What if the sect points became scarce? He could find himself perpetually stagnated at a certain realm, unable to advance further, a thought that was quite distressing. However, the ability to cultivate independently now brought him a semblance of comfort, albeit seemingly temporary, as he pursued dual paths of growth. Suddenly, a change flickered across Zhang Shu's countenance. In an instant, he vanished from his location and shortly thereafter arrived in the alchemy chamber. Elder Yuzhan appeared weary, yet his face radiated a profound joy. Upon seeing Zhang Shu, he immediately exclaimed, "Sect Master, I have fulfilled my promise. The 99 nine-leaf Ghost King flowers have been completely refined, resulting in a total of 2,112 Heavenly Soul pills. Apart from those consumed, the remainder is all here." Chapter 74. A profound sense of belonging. Eager to commence work at this moment, the floor of the alchemy chamber was nearly covered with jade vials. Each exquisite Heavenly Soul pill emitted a gentle glow, exuding an aura capable of healing the very essence of the soul. Elder Yuzhan appeared somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. After the extensive refinement of such a significant quantity of Heavenly Soul pills, coupled with the consumption of secret techniques, his aura not only remained undiminished, but had actually intensified compared to before. Zhang Shu cast a casual glance at the exquisite Heavenly Soul pills strewn across the ground. Paying little heed to them, their utility to him was minimal. His enhancement of spiritual energy was attributed to the chaotic divine grinding technique, rendering even the finest Heavenly Soul pills inferior in comparison. As for his vital energy cultivation, Zhang Shu sensed that although he could cultivate independently, he required an energy supply potentially dozens or even hundreds of times greater than others of the same realm. The purity of the vital energy within him was exceptionally high, with virtually no impurities present. Such refined energy necessitated repeated tempering to extract even a trace from the vast reservoir of energy available. Even with the ability to cultivate autonomously, the efficiency remained rather sluggish. However, this was a comforting improvement compared to his previous reliance on the system. Even if one day the system's utility were to vanish and he could not amass sufficient sect points, he would still be no worse off than others. Slowly progressing through cultivation. While his vital energy advancement was cumbersome, the enhancement of his spiritual energy was markedly swift. Zhang Shu believed that his vital energy cultivation was unlikely to see immediate progress, yet he estimated that his spiritual energy was nearing the threshold of the nirvana realm. More than these reflections, he found himself increasingly intrigued by Elder Yuzhan's current state. Elder Yuzhan, you were already a pinnacle existence among 6th grade alchemists. Have you not yet reached the 7th grade despite your recent advancements? Your current condition appears significantly stronger than before. Master, I comprehend your inquiry. Elder Yuzhan shook his head and responded, my alchemical skills had already attained a high level within the 6th grade. Now, with the assistance of such a multitude of divine-grade spiritual herbs and the effects of the exquisite Heavenly Soul pills, my alchemical prowess has likely reached the zenith of the 6th grade. Even the royal alchemist may not surpass my capabilities. In summary, my alchemical art stands on the brink of a breakthrough, and the 7th grade is not far off. One might even say I have one foot firmly planted within it. However, even so, transcending to the 7th grade realm remains a formidable challenge. At this point, Elder Yuzhan sighed softly. Zhang Shu regarded him with curiosity. After a brief pause, Elder Yuzhan spoke slowly, his tone tinged with wistfulness. To become a 7th grade alchemist is no simple feat. It requires not only the elevation of alchemical skills to the 7th grade, but also a second evolution of spiritual energy. As I embarked on the path to nirvana, my mental fortitude underwent a profound transformation. Typically, a second metamorphosis of one's spiritual essence occurs only upon entering the sacred realm, which is a prerequisite for attaining the esteemed rank of a 7th grade alchemist. This refers to a natural evolution. Alternatively, one may utilize an abundance of precious artifacts to induce a second transformation of mental prowess prior to reaching the sacred realm, thereby fulfilling the requirements to ascend to the 7th grade alchemist level. Elder Yuzhan elucidated this matter with great care. In truth, her acceptance of half the Heavenly Soul pills bestowed by Zhang Shu was largely motivated by this very rationale. She yearned to experiment with such a plethora of superior heavenly soul pills, hoping to achieve a second metamorphosis of her mental strength before entering the sacred realm, thus establishing a foundation for her ascent to the 7th grade. Should she attain the rank of a 7th grade alchemist, her significance would be unparalleled, akin to gaining an additional sage. Conversely, even a 6th grade alchemist with nirvana-level cultivation would pale in comparison to a true sage. I understand, Zhang Shu replied with a gentle nod and continued. Since the elder is determined to strive for the 7th grade, I shall not be stingy. I will retain 30% of these superior heavenly soul pills, while the remaining 70% may be entirely devoted to the elder's breakthrough. Although Zhang Shu held little regard for these pills, he felt compelled to reserve some for other disciples. As for Elder Yuzhan, if she could not successfully break through with over 1,000 superior heavenly soul pills, it would signify that their efficacy had reached its limit. If one attempt failed, no amount of pills would prove useful thereafter. Elder Yuzhan expressed her immense gratitude, promptly saying, "Thank you, sect leader. I will not disappoint your expectations." Just then, a voice resonated in Zhang Shu's mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task, earning the reward of the 8-part floating pagoda cauldron." Zhang Shu glanced at the shattered alchemical furnace nearby and the pale-faced Elder Yuzhan. With a casual wave of his hand, a cauldron emanating an ancient and profound aura materialized, gently floating towards Elder Yuzhan. He remarked, "Now that the elder has become a member of our Divine Sky sect and is attempting to break through to the 7th grade, should she succeed, it would be a boon for our sect. I cannot remain indifferent, especially seeing that your alchemical furnace is damaged. I bestow upon you this 8-part floating pagoda cauldron." Though its impressive stature was evident, Zhang Shu was not an alchemist and found it of little use to himself. It was far more prudent to gift it to someone capable, ensuring it served a purpose. Upon beholding the 8-part floating pagoda cauldron, Elder Yuzhan was utterly astounded, left speechless for quite some time before she could contain her elation. Is this, the legendary 8-part floating pagoda cauldron, one of the 10 most revered alchemical furnaces? This gift is far too precious. Sect leader, where did you acquire such a treasure? Had it been in use previously, the quality and quantity of the heavenly soul pills produced would have increased by at least 50%. Moreover, this 8-part floating pagoda cauldron can not only be used for alchemy, but also serves as a formidable weapon. This is truly magnificent. Truly magnificent. With this, I am confident that I can elevate my mastery to the 7th tier, enhancing it by at least 20%. One of the top 10 alchemical furnaces? Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed further thoughts, smiling as he remarked, "If the elder is pleased, then it is settled. From this moment forth, I bestow upon you this 8-part floating tower cauldron, hoping that one day, when you achieve the 7th tier, you can concoct elixirs that will astonish even the sages." Certainly. Elder Yuzhan gently caressed the alchemical furnace, captivated by its allure. For an alchemist, divine-grade spiritual herbs and the top 10 alchemical furnaces are treasures for which they would risk their very lives. In that instant, Elder Yuzhan felt an overwhelming sense of belonging to the Xinqiao sect, accompanied by a deep-seated urgency and eagerness. She yearned to return to the sect swiftly, seeking ways to contribute more to repay the great kindness of the sect leader. Given the leader's demeanor, it seemed there were no alchemists stronger than herself within the sect. Therefore, she resolved to make a significant impression this time. As an elder of the Alchemy Hall, she would begin by cultivating the hall to become the foremost alchemical force in the entire Tianxing region. Some old acquaintances, who now appeared to be idle, could also be gathered after this, inviting them to join the sect and bolster the strength of the Alchemy Hall. The matter of medicinal pills is of paramount importance. The disciples cannot progress in their cultivation without them, and this must be prioritized above all else. Although the sect leader possesses extraordinary strength, it is evident that alchemy is not his forte. Hence, my expertise is indispensable. A flurry of thoughts surged in Elder Yuzhan's mind as she now fully embraced her role as a member of the Xinqiao sect, beginning to worry about its future. According to the leader's perspective, the sect's alchemical capabilities were undoubtedly a weak point, necessitating her diligent attention. With her potential as a 7th-tier alchemist and a host of alchemist friends, she was confident that it wouldn't be long before she presented the leader with an impressive surprise. With this in mind, Elder Yuzhan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, longing to soar back to the sect immediately and commence the preparations. Chapter 75. The Schemes of the Mortal Realm. The once-in-a-millennium cavern unveiled the overwhelming pressure from the Saint of Tianlan City erupted, heralding the onset of a monumental battle among the saints, and the news of the Red Dust Saint's defeat spread like a tsunami throughout the entire Tianqing kingdom, echoing even to distant lands. In an instant, all who received this tidings were struck by profound astonishment, their hearts gripped by terror. Particularly, the members of the Red Dust Sacred Land fell into a heavy silence upon hearing the news. For not long before, shortly after the commencement of the saintly conflict, the life lamp left behind by the Red Dust Saint had extinguished. The sudden extinguishment of that lamp, which shone like the sun, carried ominous implications that were all too clear to those present, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. The Red Dust Saint might have perished. The use of the word might suggested that the members of the Red Dust Sacred Land still clung to a flicker of hope. Perhaps it was merely an unforeseen accident. Or maybe the life lamp had malfunctioned. However, reason dictated that the Red Dust Saint was likely in dire straits at this very moment. The fall of a saint would represent an unparalleled blow to the Sacred Land. In an instant, all the elders of the Sacred Land were left in a state of bewilderment. They had no knowledge of the entity the Red Dust Saint had faced, only that the battle among the saints had erupted unexpectedly. The inhabitants of Tianlan City were equally oblivious to the specifics of the situation. They could only perceive the emergence of two terrifying pressures and the faint cries of the Red Dust Saint. In the entirety of Tianlan City, only the disciples of the Shenxiao sect possessed a vague inkling of the truth. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the matter, the 12 elders of the Golden Men swiftly issued a gag order. Discussion of this issue was strictly forbidden. Even those such as Yi Yun, Fu Hongyi, and Fu Qi, who might have had some knowledge, were absolutely prohibited from spreading any information. Otherwise, they would risk inciting a grave disaster. Consequently, the inhabitants of Tianlan City were left with the knowledge that a battle among saints had occurred. But due to the immense distance from the battlefield and the inscrutable nature of the saints' power, the event bore little impact on Tianlan City. Ultimately, it merely stirred some ripples. Everyone returned to their usual activities, adopting an attitude of indifference. Even though the battle among saints transpired nearby, its limited repercussions, combined with the imminent opening of the divine demonic cavern, led to a general lack of concern. Most regarded it merely as a topic for idle conversation. For the majority, they were but mortals, while saints were akin to celestial beings, far removed from their existence. Indeed, the principal reason for this detachment was that no one was aware of the Red Dust Saint's demise. Even the faint cries of surrender had been interpreted as a mere defeat, with the belief that the Red Dust Saint remained unharmed. Aside from some astonishment, there were no further thoughts on the matter. Life continued as usual. As for the Red Dust Sacred Land, they meticulously sealed off any information, pretending that nothing was amiss, fearful to let the outside world discover that the Red Dust Saint had fallen. Otherwise, the Sacred Land would face the most terrifying calamity it had encountered in millennia. Within the Sacred Land, a group of elders exchanged glances, the atmosphere heavily oppressive. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. An elderly man, appearing exceedingly frail, with eyes clouded and devoid of luster, slowly gazed upon the assembly and spoke. The news of the sage's fall has been utterly sealed. This matter must not be divulged, for if it were, our sacred ground would face catastrophic ruin. The Heavenly Pool's Sacred Land stands as our sworn enemy. Should they learn of our loss, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. If given the chance, the Heavenly Pool's Sacred Land will not overlook such a prize. The speaker, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Land, held the highest cultivation and status aside from the sage. Thus, when he spoke, he immediately garnered the approval of all present, none daring to refute him at that moment. One elder, visibly anxious, inquired, "Grand Elder, with the sage absent, what shall we do?" He carefully avoided mentioning the word fall and merely stated that the sage was no longer present. The Grand Elder cast a look of appreciation at him and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "The outside world is unaware of our sage's demise. They merely believe him to be gravely injured. Although there may be some upheaval, on the whole, it is manageable, at least for the next few decades, with the various means left behind by the sage. Our sacred land is not in immediate danger of annihilation. However, to achieve lasting stability, we must produce another sage. As long as a new sage emerges, even if the news were to spread, our sacred land would remain intact, and none would dare to covet us." Upon hearing these words, the assembly nodded in agreement. Yet soon after, another voice, tinged with worry, echoed, "But Grand Elder, while your words bear truth, the path to producing another sage is fraught with difficulty. Though we have attained the Nirvana realm, and you have reached its consummation, taking that next step is exceedingly arduous." The expressions of the others mirrored his concern. Attaining the status of a sage is no trivial feat. The Grand Elder nodded gently and replied, "I am well aware of this, yet it is not without hope. The imminent opening of the Divine Demon Cave contains myriad mysteries. Outsiders are only privy to the basics, aware of the opportunities for attaining nirvana. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that within the Divine Demon Cave lies the potential for achieving sainthood." "What?" The rest of the assembly gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with excitement. This revelation was indeed beyond their prior knowledge. Although they had speculated that the Divine Demon Cave housed numerous challenges, merely overcoming the sixth gate promised the chance to achieve nirvana. It did not imply that the cave consisted solely of 6 gates. Their earlier conjectures were now solidified by the Grand Elder's assertions. One elder remarked, "Yet, even so, to attain the chance for sainthood, one must surpass the 7th gate. Our sacred land's prodigies may find it manageable to pass the 6th gate, but advancing further poses a significant challenge." Little did they know, the Grand Elder shook his head and said, "You do not understand. The Divine Demon Cave has an extraordinary origin. It opens once every 100 years, allowing young individuals under the age of 20 to enter and challenge its trials for rewards, but that is merely a trifling incentive. The true spectacle occurs once every 1,000 years, when the Divine Demon Cave undergoes significant transformations. At that time, the opportunity to attain sanctification will be within reach. And this occasion, coincidentally marks the millennial event. When that moment arrives, we old fellows shall also have a chance to enter." The crowd was immediately astonished, with some exclaiming in disbelief, "What, we can also enter?" If these individuals, powerful beings in their own right, were to enter, would it not result in chaos, rendering the younger generation irrelevant? The Grand Elder nodded. "Yes, entry is possible. However, one must have their cultivation suppressed, and there exists the peril of demise. Generally, no strong practitioner would dare to take such risks. Under normal circumstances, I would not allow you to enter, but this time, our red dust holy land is facing a tremendous calamity, and we must take this gamble. This time, regardless of the cost, we must seize the opportunity for sanctification. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted." As he spoke the final words, the murkiness in the Grand Elder's eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming intensity. "Indeed, Grand Elder," the others responded, filled with fervor. The prospect of them, powerful beings in the Nirvana realm, competing against mere youths barely past their teenage years was undoubtedly within their grasp. If they were to lose, it would be better for them not to live at all. Chapter 76. Undercurrents. Zhang Shu secluded himself, while the elders of the Red Dust Holy Land were filled with exhilaration. It turned out that the Divine Demon Cave held hidden mysteries, opening once every 100 years, with a significant change occurring every millennium. At such times, those who mastered special techniques, including the Nirvana realm elders from the Red Dust Holy Land, would be able to enter, although their cultivation would be suppressed. This would not hinder their endeavors. Given the prowess of those present, even if their abilities were restrained, their insights and experiences remained intact. They were confident that they could smoothly pass through the first 6 trials, and even the enigmatic 7th trial did not seem insurmountable. Seeing the excitement, the Grand Elder spoke once more. "I too shall enter at that time, seeking an opportunity. Should I attain the chance to become a sage, I could extend the Holy Land's lifespan by several millennia. The lifespan of a sage is measured in thousands and tens of thousands of years. Upon reaching the sage realm and comprehending the power of the rules, one's vitality would surge dramatically, while the notion of living for millennia might be exaggerated. The relentless passage of time would still require one to lie dormant in a coffin, relying on formations to sleep for countless years. The nuances of this relationship are distinctly different. Nevertheless, should they succeed, the Red Dust Holy Land would remain as formidable as ever, an entity no one would dare to provoke. The elders, filled with curiosity, had never heard of such a millennium change. nor were they aware that the divine demon cave could be opened by other means. Although they were intrigued by the Grand Elder's methods, they understood that he would not reveal them prematurely, compelling them to suppress their curiosity. Thus, this matter was tentatively settled. However, perfection was paramount. They would stealthily enter, not necessarily competing in the same trials as the younger generation. The divine demon cave harbored both divine and demonic entities. The Grand Elder continued with cryptic remarks. This opportunity is of utmost importance to our holy land. From this moment forward, we shall spare no effort in nurturing our sequential seeds, enabling them to elevate their strength in the shortest time possible. Only then can we secure superior results within the divine demon cave. We cannot afford to lose. Both sides must exert their utmost effort to ensure absolute success. The elders nodded in agreement, collectively assuring, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, we will give our all and will not exhibit the slightest negligence." Even without the Grand Elder's insistence, they had already resolved to act thus. Although they possessed the special methods mentioned by the Grand Elder, they too were cautious about the uncertainties of the future and could not claim certainty in attaining the opportunity to become sages. The importance of the younger generation's development could not be overlooked either. What if they succeeded? Perhaps, if both sides achieved success, the Red Dust Holy Land could soon boast 2 new sages. This thought was too audacious for anyone present to even contemplate. Once 2 saints emerged, the realm of mortals would not only avoid decline, nor would it shatter due to the fall of the mortal saint. Rather, it would ascend to greater heights, becoming even more formidable, perhaps even overshadowing the heavenly pool sanctuary, completely suppressing and absorbing it. An elder mused in silence, boldly asserting, "Perhaps the saint's fall is not a misfortune. If the saint were still alive, how could he recklessly mobilize the resources of the entire sanctuary with our assistance? Were the saint to persist, he would undoubtedly stifle our paths, covertly obstructing others' hopes of achieving sanctity. Now, however, we find ourselves liberated. Without the saint's oppression, the towering obstacle ahead has vanished, granting us newfound hope for advancement." It was not merely he who thought this way. Nearly all the elders shared this sentiment. Even the elder, who had remained steadfastly loyal to the saint, now exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, revealing an unprecedented sharpness and thrill. It was evident that while sorrow accompanied the fall of the mortal saint, it was tinged with concern for their own positions, yet predominantly infused with a sense of relief and exhilaration. The presence of the mortal saint had exerted immense pressure upon them. With the looming presence of a mountain above their heads, even the elders lived in trepidation, fearful of any misstep that might invite calamity. However, now that the mountain had dissipated, their breaths had become significantly lighter and more joyous. The elder finally advised, "This time, we must consolidate all our strength and endeavor to cultivate another saint, who may be myself or any one of you present, perhaps even more. Only with a saint to safeguard us can our sanctuary attain greater stability. Otherwise, any advantages gained would be mere illusions, ephemeral structures that could vanish at any moment. I urge you all to remember this. This time, everyone present will benefit from the sanctuary's abundant treasures and resources." The elder's words serve as both a reminder and a warning. Do not become complacent. Everyone nodded gravely in understanding. The elder gently inclined his head. To maximize our chances of producing a saint, our Red Dust Sanctuary must strive with all its might to seize the opportunity presented by the divine and demonic realms. We cannot afford to overlook even the slightest possibility. Thus, this time, our sanctuary will fully cooperate with disciples from various sanctuaries to secure external opportunities. Naturally, we shall avoid Tianlan City. The assembly rose in unison, bowing and declaring, "Rest assured, Elder, we shall not disappoint you." The fall of the mortal saint was known to almost no one save for a few, including Zhang Shu. Therefore, as long as the members of the Red Dust Sanctuary did not foolishly disclose this information, the outside world would remain oblivious to the fact that the Red Dust Sanctuary had lost its greatest pillar of support. Even though the Heavenly Pool Sanctuary might revel in this misfortune, their delight would be limited. After all, a severely injured saint remains a saint, still worthy of respect. However, once the sacred land of the Heavenly Pool learns of the fall of the Sage of the Red Dust, tranquility will no longer prevail. It is likely that a war of saints will be immediately instigated, with the Sage of the Heavenly Pool personally descending upon the sacred land of the Red Dust to obliterate and annex it. The immense foundation accumulated over countless years by a sacred land would incite envy in anyone, and naturally, Zhang Shu felt the pangs of jealousy. Yet he found himself powerless. Although he had vanquished the Sage of the Red Dust, he had no means to contend with the sacred land itself. The duration of his experience card was far too fleeting, leaving him little time to act. Additionally, any further attempt against the sacred land would necessitate the expenditure of another experience card, yielding little more than mere resources in return, a venture hardly worth the cost. Thus, Zhang Shu could do nothing but watch helplessly, unaware of who might ultimately benefit from the sacred land's fortune. Nevertheless, he remained relatively unconcerned. At the Tianzi Manor, the disciples exclaimed, "Master, you have returned?" The 12 golden men, sensing Zhang Shu's presence, were instantly filled with excitement and felt compelled to inquire about the recent battle of saints, suspecting a connection to their esteemed leader. Yet upon observing Zhang Shu's countenance, they dared not voice their curiosity. Zhang Shu nodded and introduced Master Yuzhan. "This is Master Yuzhan from the Listening Rain Tower, a top-tier 6th grade alchemist, who stands but a step away from attaining 7th grade. He has now joined our Divine Sky sect as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves. I shall now enter seclusion for a period of time. Unless matters of great importance arise, please refrain from disturbing me." With that, without granting anyone the opportunity for further discourse, Zhang Shu vanished from sight. He was eager to engage in cultivation, ever since acquiring the system, despite his arduous efforts. His progress had stagnated. Now that he had finally obtained an opportunity, he felt an urgent desire to validate his capabilities. Observing Zhang Shu's hasty departure, the others exchanged glances, their intentions to inquire dissipating into silence. Chapter 77. The Alchemist joins the joyful Xinxiao sect. As Zhang departed, the members of the Xinxiao sect, though resigned, could only accept the reality of his absence. The 12 golden men turned their gaze towards the somewhat awkward Xin and Elder Yuzhan. Ultimately, it was the 11th who stepped forward with a smile, greeting Elder Yuzhan. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Yu. From now on, we shall be one big family, and I hope for your guidance in the future." Elder Yuzhan quickly replied, "Not at all. As a newcomer, I am the one who will require your assistance." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group engaged in light conversation, gradually becoming more acquainted. Before long, the 11th, now at ease, eagerly took Elder Yuzhan by the arm, eyes brimming with excitement. "This is wonderful. Our Xinxiao sect possesses many strengths, and with the sect master's prowess, we face no issues in strength. However, we have lacked significantly in certain specialized professions. The sect master seldom attends to these matters, which has caused us considerable concern. With your addition, Elder Yu, our lives will undoubtedly improve." As he spoke, admiration shone in the 11th's eyes for Elder Yuzhan, a top-tier 6th grade alchemist. No, more accurately, a near 7th grade alchemist. With such a remarkable presence among us, we are destined for great fortune. The petite golden elder glanced at the 11th, smirking. "To put it plainly, you are simply greedy." The 12 golden men had little need for medicinal pills. Their cultivation levels were not particularly high, and consuming vast quantities of pills served merely as a taste, of little practical use. However, compared to the others, the 11th was noticeably more gluttonous. "You all flatter me. Claiming I am a near 7th grade alchemist is somewhat exaggerated," replied Master Yuzhan with a gentle smile, allowing the 11th to cling to her arm. "Although with the sect master's assistance, my alchemical skills have indeed improved considerably, I cannot guarantee achieving a second transformation of spiritual power. I can only leave it to fate. It will certainly succeed," the 11th declared with unwavering conviction. Master Yuzhan smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. In truth, her modesty was merely a formality, with an abundance of exquisite heavenly soul pills at her disposal. Combined with the aid of the 8-part pagoda cauldron, she was confident that her success rate exceeded 80%. Once she completed the second transformation of spiritual power, claiming the title of near 7th grade would be quite justified. After some time, Master Yuzhan did not conceal the truth from the others, recounting the fall of the Red Dust Saint and the events leading up to it in detail. The 12 golden men listened intently, their expressions shifting occasionally. The 11th exclaimed in anger, "He deserved to die. That Red Dust Saint was utterly reprehensible. Such a person should not exist. The sect master was far too merciful. Instead of killing him outright, he should have imprisoned him and tortured him for centuries." The petite golden woman, Shao Qi, added, "Indeed, the red dust saint was vile. In pursuit of his own red dust Tao, he disregarded the lives of countless beings. Even if he possessed great power, a heart so devoid of compassion is a calamity for all. His death is certainly a good thing." The tall, robust bald man chimed in, "Ba, well said." Master Yuzhen smiled and said, "There is no need for such distress, my friends. The mortal realm has already paid the price for its actions. This matter is now in the past. Rather than tormenting it for a millennium and allowing ourselves to remain ensnared in the shadows of bygone days, it would be wiser to bring a decisive conclusion to it. Indeed, she could choose to inflict suffering upon the saint of the mortal realm. However, in doing so, she would find herself perpetually trapped in the clutches of hatred. What purpose would that serve? It is an unnecessary endeavor. She does not wish to wager her future in a futile endeavor to bring about the demise of the saint of the mortal realm. It is simply not worth it." At this point, Elder Yuzhen shifted her tone and remarked, "I have been speaking of myself, yet upon observing you all, I have noticed that although several of you possess modest cultivation, there exists an overwhelming force that envelopes you, resonating with the very essence of the world. This sensation reminds me of the legendary martial arts masters." "Martial arts masters?" 11 inquired, intrigued. Elder Yuzhen nodded gently and elucidated the origin of the term martial arts master with greater detail than the elder from the royal family had previously provided. Martial arts masters are a group of formidable beings who do not cultivate vital energy, but instead have developed their physical strength, blood vitality, and mental prowess to their utmost limits. Mastering this path can be said to rival, if not surpass, the strength derived from cultivating vital energy. In certain respects, when solely considering combat prowess, they may even hold a distinct advantage. Observing the group before her, Yuzhen noted that despite their seemingly modest cultivation, each individual possessed a gaze that glimmered with latent divine light, concealing a robust and vibrant mental energy ready to erupt at any moment. The royal elder may have recognized the physical might of martial arts masters, yet she failed to grasp that their blood vitality is the foundation and that their mental strength is equally formidable. When these elements work in tandem, their combat capability among peers is nothing short of terrifying. In a one-on-one confrontation, a martial arts master would invariably prevail. This has been an immutable law since time immemorial, never once broken. Master Yuzhen sensed that despite her superior cultivation compared to anyone present, she could not guarantee victory in a direct confrontation with any one of them. It is crucial to acknowledge that she is not only a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm, but also a top-tier alchemist, having achieved an extraordinary level of control over vital energy, rendering her combat prowess formidable as well. Yet, even with these advantages, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. One can only imagine the true terror embodied by a martial arts master. "Ah, so that is what a martial arts master is," the 12 golden men reflected, each lost in contemplation. In truth, they were uncertain of their own nature. Essentially, they were merely puppets crafted from unique materials. Despite having undergone a prior evolution that rendered them more human-like, so much so that even a saint might struggle to discern their true nature, they were aware that they remained fundamentally different from humanity. Their physical strength was entirely contingent upon the quality of their materials. As long as the materials were sufficiently robust, their combat potential could theoretically be limitless. Presently, unless a saint intervened, it was exceedingly difficult for even a Nirvana realm practitioner to not only defeat them, but to kill them as well. They possessed vital energy, blood vitality, and mental prowess of their own. In a certain sense, it would not be incorrect to refer to them as a group of martial arts masters. In fact, in some respects, they exhibit even greater prowess than the masters themselves. After a lengthy discussion, a tall and slender man, the leader of the group, suddenly interjected, "Ah, there is one more matter to address. Elder Yuzhen, remember everything that transpired today, including the strength of the sect leader and all details regarding his actions. It must remain strictly confidential. Not even the disciples of the sect should be informed." Elder Yuzhen was taken aback, puzzled, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Is that so? Rest assured, I comprehend." The leader continued, "It is not a matter of mistrust towards Elder Yuzhen, but rather, it concerns the immense implications involving a sage. Furthermore, the sect leader's disposition is one of tranquility, shunning unnecessary troubles. Had it not been for a fortuitous coincidence, the sect leader would likely not have intervened in the mortal affairs of the sage, to avert attracting further complications that might displease the sect leader. We must impose this burden upon you, Elder Yuzhan. The leader expressed a hint of regret. The sect leader dislikes complications? Indeed, at such a lofty position, there would be little reason to act unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. As for the fame and fortune perceived by the mundane world, to him, they are likely no more significant than fleeting shadows. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuzhan suddenly understood and assured, I see now. Without the sect leader's permission, I will certainly keep this matter to myself, ensuring not a single word escapes my lips. I shall also advise Zixin accordingly. You may all rest easy. Chapter 78. Where has the sect leader gone? In the following 2 days, Zhang Shu remained in a state of seclusion, persistently endeavoring to cultivate. As for the daily tasks, the two that refreshed during this period were rather mundane. One involved a rare spiritual herb that paled in comparison to the 9-leaf ghost king flower, while the other pertained to a scarce mineral that needed to be refined into a yuan weapon. The rewards for these daily tasks were equally unremarkable, lacking any exceptional qualities. Considering that Master Yuzhan had just recently joined the sect, Zhang Shu refrained from disturbing the tranquility and simply collected the spiritual herb and mineral, thereby allowing the 2 daily tasks to naturally fail. Initially, he had managed to complete the daily tasks with relative ease. Yet he was acutely aware that such instances would become increasingly rare and failures would multiply in the future. After all, this was a realm of cultivators. It was implausible for him, Zhang Shu, to maintain a leisurely pace every day. Some formidable beings entered seclusion for centuries. Was it reasonable to expect them to awaken daily? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Furthermore, given that most task rewards were rather ordinary and did not compare to the items involved, Zhang Shu did not dwell on the matter excessively. After 2 days of relentless training, Zhang Shu sensed a notable enhancement in his cultivation, feeling that he was inching closer to the nirvana realm. On this particular day, an astonishing wave of primordial energy reverberated throughout Tianlan City, causing all powerful beings to look up in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. It seemed as though a realization struck them, and their countenances were filled with unparalleled excitement. Among the young prodigies, their eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Within the Tianzi residence, the members of the Xinxiao sect also sensed something amiss and quickly turned their gazes skyward. Above, a colossal light screen materialized. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of ancient bells resonated, infused with an indescribable sense of antiquity and depth. Within the bell's toll, everyone sensed an unfathomable will, vast and boundless, as if transported to an ancient battlefield. Once the bell tolled, countless powerful deities and demons surged upward, igniting a cataclysmic battle. Various extraordinary phenomena enveloped the hearts of all present, leaving them in awe. After a while, some began to emerge from the trance, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Zhang Shu had also been immersed in the illusion of the bell's sound, and as he awakened, he marveled, what is this force? Such terrifying influence. Even with the protective power of the Xunxiao radiant robe, I found myself ensnared in this illusion without the slightest resistance. In that fleeting moment, the Xunxiao radiant robe seemed to lose all efficacy. While marveling, Zhang Shu could not help but grow vigilant. It appeared that even with the protection of the Xunxiao radiant robe, there existed powers capable of threatening him. Had the bell sound not been an illusion but an attack, he could have faced instant demise, without even a chance to use an experience card. The Canyun continent was vast, teeming with mysterious forces that emerged incessantly. Regardless of the time, one must maintain a sense of reverence for the unknown, lest they become dazed by sheer power. Zhang Shu quietly reflected upon himself. Ever since Zhang Shu began utilizing the Sanctum experience card and felt the boundless, terrifying power it bestowed, he has become somewhat arrogant. He believed himself invincible. Who among the continent could possibly rival him? Yet now, under the influence of the chime's power, Zhang Shu suddenly came to a realization. He was still quite weak. The experience card was ultimately just an external tool. His true strength was merely that of a perfected radiant sun, far from being a top-tier powerhouse. He could not afford to be arrogant. Zhang Shu's awakening resonated with others, who were even more astounded. This mysterious chime, the source of which was unknown, seemed to transcend time and space, emanating from a distant ancient battlefield, profoundly affecting the minds of all present. Some individuals had their eyes tinged with crimson, their hearts restless, yearning to rush into battle and clash with their foes. The preliminary selection of the divine demon cavern was about to commence. This thought simultaneously flickered in everyone's minds. The preliminary selection ceremony was not merely organized by various forces. It was overseen by the power of the divine demon cavern itself. Under its influence, numerous preliminary selection sites were established, with Tianlan City being one among them. In other words, it was not the existence of Tianlan City that created the preliminary selection site, but rather the establishment of the site that led to the existence of Tianlan City. Boom! A colossal light screen ascended into the heavens, seemingly slicing through the very fabric of the world. The dazzling radiance enveloped an immense, terrifying pressure, radiating for millions of miles. All beings beneath this light, regardless of their cultivation level, felt an overwhelming sense of their own insignificance. Under such power, even a saint felt like an ant. The sensation was akin to a mere mortal standing at the base of a towering peak, gazing upward, or finding oneself alone in the depths of the ocean. Engulfed by vastness and solitude, the individual's power appeared infinitesimally small amidst this aura. The ancient chime resonated once more. In that moment, all beheld an immense, ancient cavern flickering into view, seemingly harboring a complete world within, with boundless waves of vital energy radiating outward. Instantly, all the talented individuals eager to participate in the divine demon cavern felt their spirits stir. Has it begun? Zhang Shu was astonished to discover that he too was enveloped by a force. This power was formidable and irresistible, yet not tyrannical. It simply enveloped him, a subtle energy oscillating as if inquiring whether he wished to engage in the competition of the divine demon cavern. At that moment, Zhang Shu was filled with curiosity. What exactly was this divine demon cavern? Surely, even saints could not create such a phenomenon. What of the emperors? Zhang Shu was oblivious to the true strength of the emperors. He merely felt that simulating the current scene with the experience card had been no small feat, and maintaining such an effect without relying on his own power for countless years seemed akin to climbing the heavens. Not only Zhang Shu, but everyone from the Xinshao sect was enveloped by this force. Except for the 12 golden men, Elder Yuzhen, and a few others. The rest experienced sensations similar to Zhang Shu's. Let us proceed. I agree. In the realm of divine and demonic mysteries, I have arrived. With an overwhelming surge of excitement, the disciples swiftly acquiesced to the call of that formidable power. In a flash of brilliance, they vanished, participating in the grand selection ceremony of the divine and demonic realm. The 12 golden figures and various esteemed elders wore expressions of eager anticipation, hoping their disciples would shine brilliantly and seize victory in this celestial contest. Elder Yuzhen was equally captivated by the scene. However, he lamented that Zixin exceeded the age limit. Although she had attained the Radiant Sun realm, she was unable to partake. Where has the sect leader gone? Elder Yuzhen suddenly noticed Zhang Shu's absence, feeling a twinge of confusion. Yet, he soon dismissed the thought. The sect leader, possessing immense strength, likely regarded such trivial matters with indifference and had simply departed. Moreover, the preliminary selection ceremony held little allure for someone of his caliber. With this contemplation, Elder Yuzhen silently acquiesced to his thoughts and ceased further reflection. Like the others, he gazed up at the colossal luminous screen, where countless shadowy figures were faintly discernible, rushing towards the heavens as if being swept towards the sun. The closer they drew to that ethereal realm, the more diminutive their silhouettes became, ultimately transforming into mere specks, vanishing from sight. The magnificent vision of the illusory realm loomed like a timeless scroll, quietly suspended between heaven and earth, seemingly unchanged since the dawn of time. Meanwhile, all the disciples drawn into this divine spectacle were invigorated, witnessing their journey through layers of mysterious and fantastical voids, culminating in their immersion into the vast celestial canvas above. Shortly thereafter, a subtle ripple enveloped them, as if they had entered an entirely different world. Among those myriad figures was Zhang Shu. Chapter 79, Astonishingly. The sect master has entered. Where am I? Is this the realm of gods and demons? What an extraordinary place. Has the preliminary selection ceremony already commenced? Truly, the realm of gods and demons possesses the remarkable ability to transport all individuals to this location in the blink of an eye. It is simply astounding. What are we to do now? Humph, you lot, do not rejoice too soon. The mortality rate in the realm of gods and demons is notably high. Even those who survive the preliminary selection may not emerge unscathed. One moment of negligence could lead to utter demise. Ah, this brother speaks rightly. A gathering of individuals has materialized in this unfamiliar setting. Some wear expressions of curiosity, others exhibit vigilance, and a few appear utterly bewildered, seemingly searching for companions, only to realize they are absent from this place. Someone swiftly discerned the peculiarity. It seems we have been transported to different locations. According to the elders, we should now find ourselves within a certain realm of the gods and demons. It remains uncertain what we are required to do next. At this juncture, a young man adorned in resplendent attire stepped forward, emanating the aura of the Yuan Dan realm, and proclaimed, "All members of the Heavenly Dragon Gang, follow me." And to our scattered friends, the preliminary selection is fraught with peril. We, lacking the backing of formidable powers, must unite. Indeed, as these words echoed, bolstered by the young man's Yuan Dan cultivation, he swiftly garnered much support from the crowd, forming a small collective. Disciples of the 100 Flower Valley, assemble. The Mad Blade Sect is here. All members of the Shao family, come forth. Nearby, others emulated this behavior, forming alliances while remaining wary of those outside their groups. In this uncertain trial, cultivating mutual caution among participants seemed prudent. In the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals had aligned themselves with various factions, leaving only a handful standing alone. Some wore indifferent expressions, while others appeared anxious, casting envious glances at the burgeoning powers, revealing their disarray. Among these isolated individuals was Zhang Shu. Clad in a flowing robe, possessing striking features, he stood with his hands casually clasped behind his back, exuding a calm demeanor that commanded respect as he gazed into the distance. Compared to the anxiety surrounding him, Zhang Shu appeared remarkably composed. The truth is, among those present, the strongest could barely be counted as reaching the Yuan Dan realm, and their cultivation seemed a haphazard amalgamation, evidently the result of a certain faction's substantial resource investment in cultivating talent. In terms of combat capability, they were only marginally superior to those at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. To Zhang Shu, these individuals were simply too weak. Though it might be an exaggeration to say he could extinguish them with a mere breath, the reality was not far from that. The others cast apprehensive glances at Zhang Shu, uncertain of the reason. Although the individual before them appeared to be of similar age, an inexplicable sense of constraint washed over them, akin to the reverence one feels in the presence of a respected elder, an emotion far more profound than mere respect. Some independent individuals attempted to approach Zhang Shu, hoping to form a small collective, yet halted a mere 10 meters away, drenched in sweat, their throats feeling as if filled with lead, too intimidated to advance further. The realm of gods and demons had ultimately arrived. Zhang Shu sighed softly. After much contemplation, he chose to engage. However, had this been 3 years prior, he might have felt a surge of excitement. Now, though, it was more akin to a sense of fulfillment, akin to realizing a long-held dream. As for excitement, it simply eluded him. It felt reminiscent of playing games with children, competing for opportunities. In Zhang Shu's eyes, it bore no difference from children vying for toys. Compared to the preliminary selection ceremony, the ultimate trial in the realm of gods and demons intrigued him far more. In the external world, the moment all the young individuals who met the criteria vanished, an immense canopy unfolded across the void, displaying vivid images revealing youthful faces, slightly naive in appearance. At the center of the myriad of celestial screens, a golden list ascended into the heavens. 3 large characters emerged prominently. The talented list. Look, that's our Sect's disciple. At merely 20 years of age, he has already stepped into the purple mansion realm. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, suddenly exclaimed, his excitement causing him to dance with joy, gesturing towards the sky and enthusiastically introducing the scene to those around him. In the image, a young lad was swiftly exploring a new world with a group of companions. Suddenly, they encountered a demon beast of the Yuan Dan realm. Without hesitation, the young lad drew his sword and struck, injuring the beast severely, causing it to flee in terror, while the lad's expression remained unfazed as he continued the pursuit. Witnessing this, the elders and stronger figures experienced a twinge of envy. A purple mansion realm individual under 20, For the majority of factions, such a prodigy was a rarity encountered once in a century. Just as the previous Holy Land of Red Dust, where the Holy Sun had merely reached the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. Albeit being younger than the boy in the scene, his talent still surpassed that of the youth. Ha ha ha, look, that's my son. Disciple, this time you must bring honor to your master. My daughter, my grandson, impressive, isn't he? A multitude of powerful figures erupted in laughter, reveling in the spotlight of their younger kin, filled with exhilaration and joy. This initial selection ceremony, much like those of the past, involved not only seeking opportunities to enhance one's strength, but also aimed at collecting nameplates. Upon entry, each individual would receive a nameplate, inscribed with their unique score, which varied based on their respective strengths. Once one defeats another, they can seize prestigious points. If points are lost, one will be expelled from the assessment. In the brief span of less than a stick of incense, casualties have already arisen from the contest for prestige, leaving certain powerful individuals with ashen faces, filled with profound sorrow, as they mourn the loss of their young disciples. Nonetheless, the majority of the formidable figures remain exhilarated and thrilled. The opening of the Divine Demon Cavern is a rare and momentous occasion. Furthermore, the celestial screen projects this spectacle across the expanse of the heavens and the earth, allowing countless witnesses to behold such a dazzling scene. However, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. While others are praising their juniors, boasting about their disciples, children, and even grandchildren, the situation at the Divine Sky Sect takes a different turn. Elder 11 gapes in disbelief, staring at a certain image in the void. Master? Young 7 turns, frowning at 11. What is the fuss? Is a minor issue truly worth such alarm? But then, the realization strikes. Master? The attention of the others is drawn, and they follow his gaze. In the next moment, a bald, burly man clasps his hands, murmuring softly. Xian stands in astonishment, her eyes wide. What has she just witnessed? How could the master be present at the preliminary selection ceremony of the Divine Demon Cavern? Isn't entry forbidden for those over the age of 20? The master is not yet 20? A being capable of slaying saints? This must be a jest. It is utterly impossible. Elder Yuzhen also appears dazed and confused, staring at the same image in the sky, stammering, "A master? Am I seeing things? Did I just witness the master entering the Divine Demon Cavern?" The others are equally bewildered. The master has gone to participate in the preliminary selection ceremony? Setting aside how he managed to enter, is this even appropriate? A formidable figure who can slay saints competing for opportunities with the young? Is there any room left for others? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 80. The crimson numbers etched into the souls of the masses, the members of the Xinjiao sect, were rendered speechless, while fervor reigned elsewhere. They exchanged bewildered glances among themselves. What on earth was the sect leader thinking? Setting aside how the leader managed to disregard the rules of the Divine Demon Cave and enter its depths, one must ponder whether the opportunities within were even of significance to someone of such stature. The chance to achieve nirvana? To attain sainthood? To gain fame across the realm? Did these prospects truly captivate the leader? For someone who had already reached the pinnacle of existence, such as the leader, notions of rebirth or ascension were mere illusions. After all, the leader was already a saint, a formidable being capable of vanquishing another saint. Would such an entity truly care for the opportunities the Divine Demon Cave might offer? As for fame, a top-tier saint could easily instill awe across the world merely by revealing a fraction of their power. There was no need for such a roundabout method to gain renown. Wasn't that superfluous? The leader's enigmatic actions were beyond the comprehension of those present. After much contemplation, they could not devise a fitting explanation, resigning themselves to the notion that the mind of a saint was inscrutable. Perhaps the leader was simply seized by a sudden whim to explore? Surely it could not be to compete with a cadre of fledgling talents for opportunities? Yet, did the leader's entry truly pose no concern? Would it not provoke unforeseen repercussions? Elder Yuzhen, with a hint of hesitation, murmured her thoughts aloud. Historically, there had never been a precedent of a saint entering the Divine Demon Cave. While some saints had attempted to force their way in, they ultimately faced backlash from the cave, suffering grave injuries. That the leader succeeded was not entirely unexpected in her view, given the leader's well-documented prowess, capable of feats beyond the reach of others. As for the supposition that the leader's youth, under 20, granted access, that notion was swiftly extinguished by all present. It was inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. Nearby, An elderly royal matron observed the stunned expressions of the Xinjiao members, perplexed by their reactions. She paid little mind to their discourse regarding the leader's entrance into the cave, attributing it merely to the leader's relative youth. It was not uncommon for exceptionally gifted individuals to ascend to leadership positions prematurely in various sects, and she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. In contrast, her concerns lay elsewhere. The seventh princess had also entered the divine demon cave. The princess met the age criteria and possessed commendable cultivation. She could be deemed the most talented royal in history. According to the royal ancestors, as long as the seventh princess remained diligent and did not suffer an untimely demise, her future achievements would undoubtedly rival those of the ancestors. It was important to note that the royal ancestor had already attained the consummate state of nirvana, standing but a step away from sainthood. The implications of such an assessment were profound. The seventh princess was of paramount importance to the royal lineage. If it were not for the concern that dispatching too many formidable individuals might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, coupled with the recent unrest within the royal family making it difficult to mobilize strong warriors, how could the royal family possibly send only her, a mere first-stage nirvana cultivator, to protect the seventh princess? Your Highness, you must not come to harm. The elderly woman's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Although, generally speaking, the preliminary selection ceremony does not claim many lives, it does not guarantee that none will fall. Within the realm of the divine demon cave, anything could transpire, leaving her no choice but to feel apprehensive. Outside, everyone was on edge, their gazes fixated on the luminous screen, their eyes lingering on the point totals of certain disciples. Some displayed expressions of sheer delight, while others' faces fell. Ha ha, my disciple has amassed a staggering 380 points. Truly, he is the foremost genius of the heavenly sword sect. What? My grandson has already entered the Yuan Dan realm, yet his points barely scrape 100. Oh dear. Who is that woman over there? Her score exceeds 1,000. Surely, she must be ranked among the top 10 in the entire preliminary selection. Top 10? She's likely secured a place in the top 3. Which sect does this genius belong to? I have never heard of her. As the divine demon cave opened, it was indeed teeming with prodigies. In a mere moment, 3 geniuses of the Purple Mansion realm appeared. What? Our sect seed genius has only a paltry 20 points? Surely, there is some mistake. Heavens, there is even someone with merely a single point. Is he not a slacker? The higher the point total, the greater the strength and talent. Reaching over 100 points is sufficient to be called a genius among geniuses, while attaining 300 points marks one as an unparalleled prodigy. That woman with over 1,000 points is truly terrifying. Within the divine demon cave, Zhang Shu was unaware of the whereabouts of the people from the Xinjiao sect, nor did he know where the others had been transmitted to or whether they had been assigned together. However, as most people thought, although the preliminary selection ceremony in the divine demon cave harbored dangers, it was generally acceptable, as long as one exercised caution and refrained from recklessly challenging insurmountable tasks. Combined with a touch of luck, one could safely navigate through it. In essence, while the preliminary selection may be termed a screening process, it also serves as a consolation prize for those geniuses who have not had the opportunity to partake in the true trials of the divine demon cave. Not to mention, the vitality of the heavens and earth here is exceedingly rich, almost triple that of the outside world. Simply cultivating here for 10 or 8 days would be a commendable reward. The members of the Xinjiao sect were not weak, especially with Yi Yun and the others present, providing ample means of self-preservation. Hence, Zhang Shu harbored no worries for the safety of the Xinjiao sect members. As for seizing points, as a participant, Zhang Shu naturally received some form of mysterious notification. He glanced at his wrist, where a faint white halo encircled him like a bracelet. A string of numbers was inscribed upon it. Is that 100,000? Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback. The points associated with the nameplate had a direct correlation to one's own strength, while others possessed nameplate points in the double digits, or even single digits. His was an impressively uniform 6-digit number. Moreover, the sheer uniformity led Zhang Shu to suspect that this figure did not merely signify that he was worth 100,000, but rather that his personal initial limit was simply this high. Was 100,000 low or high? Zhang Shu found himself perplexed. However, he soon dismissed these thoughts, treating the entire affair as a mere journey, for the results held little significance for him. After a fleeting glance, he redirected his attention elsewhere. As he raised his arm, A series of crimson numbers emanating from his wrist caught the eyes of numerous formidable individuals, rendering them momentarily speechless, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Was that the nameplate points of the sect leader? 100,000 points? What a jest! The chasm between those talented disciples and the sect leader was unfathomable. Such a disparity was certainly understandable. This scene was, of course, observed by the members of the Shenxiao sect, who were intently gazing at the luminous screen. It was truly terrifying. Elder Yuzhen felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye upon witnessing this. 100,000. What was the highest nameplate value recorded in the history of the divine demonic cave? Did it even surpass 1/10 of the sect leaders? A cascade of questions flooded Elder Yuzhen's mind. The members of the Shenxiao sect were similarly rendered speechless. In fact, upon seeing the perfectly aligned 100,000 points, they couldn't help but shake their heads. How could it possibly be so neat? Was it not possible that the sect leader's strength had far surpassed the upper limit of the nameplate points within the divine demonic cave, rendering it incapable of being displayed? Moreover, many outsiders fortuitously witnessed this spectacle. Those with keen eyesight could hardly believe their own eyes when they beheld the string of crimson numbers on Zhang Shu's bracelet. They instinctively rubbed their eyes, looked up, and rubbed their eyes again in disbelief. 100,000? Yet, Zhang Shu's motion of raising his arm was fleeting. The crowd had no time to scrutinize the details before he had retracted everything. Many remained dazed and astonished. Did they misread the situation? 100,000 nameplate points? Observers began to question their own vision, scrutinizing the celestial screen where Zhang Shu had stood. Unfortunately, the screen swiftly transitioned, causing Zhang Shu's figure to vanish in an instant, leaving many filled with disappointment and regret. Within the celestial screen, the imagery continuously rotated, actively gathering and presenting key highlights. Although the criteria for determining such highlights were not entirely clear to the audience, they generally had an inkling. Within the divine demonic cave, Zhang Shu was unaware that a mere gesture had provoked a minor upheaval in the outside world. The crowd that had initially gathered had now fragmented into various factions, each wary of one another, hesitant to act, yet all eyeing each other with keen interest. Out of apprehension towards one another, the various factions ultimately resolved to proceed independently, refraining from interference. Those who had not aligned themselves with any group, upon witnessing this, instinctively turned their gazes towards the direction of Zhang Shu. However, the next moment, they were taken aback. They beheld that the place where Zhang Shu had previously stood had inexplicably become devoid of presence. Chapter 81. The Expedition of Deities and Demons. Trials and Taboos. Touch 1 and die gone. Disappeared? How unfortunate. Some individuals, who had yet to align themselves with any faction, were fervently contemplating the prospect of securing a connection with Zhang Shu. After all, a mere glance at him revealed his extraordinary prowess. However, upon witnessing his abrupt departure without uttering a word, disappointment washed over them. Consequently, the more astute among them swiftly redirected their intentions and chose to join other groups. In the realm of the divine and demonic cave, embarking on a journey alongside others proved far superior to traversing alone. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu strolled across a desolate expanse. The interior of the divine and demonic cave resembled a miniature world, replete with mountains, rivers, and numerous spiritual beasts. Given the degree of evolution present here, Zhang Shu would not have been surprised to encounter human inhabitants. Gently caressing the white bracelet on his right wrist, he felt a unique sensation upon contact. It was akin to drawing a thread of mental energy into a peculiar small space, where information regarding the leaderboard points and corresponding rankings resided. Quite astonishing. Yet Zhang Shu remained unfazed. This device paled in comparison to his system. I rank first. A swift glance revealed that indeed, the top position bore his name, albeit blank. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Shu focused his thoughts and altered the name to Shenxiao. In an instant, within the miniature world of the divine and demonic cave, all participating prodigies suddenly felt a gentle tremor at their wrists. The next moment, they discovered a shift in the ranking information. First place, Shenxiao, 100,000 points. Witnessing this spectacle, many felt a slight flutter in their eyelids. Even though they had encountered this numerous times before, each instance left them in awe. What manner of creature is this? Having only recently entered the divine and demonic cave, how could he amass such a staggering number of points? The ranking points represented the accumulated leaderboard scores. These scores could also be expended, allowing participants to exchange them for various treasures within the divine and demonic cave. The higher the points, the more prestigious the rewards available for redemption. Should one accumulate a sufficiently high score, even the legendary opportunity to attain sanctification could be exchanged for. However, such opportunities were astronomically high, rendering success nearly impossible. They were, in essence, mere spectacles. Nevertheless, this exchange mechanism offered all participating prodigies in the divine and demonic cave trials a semblance of opportunity. Is the formidable individual in first place truly named Xin Xiao? On a hillside, a youth with a stoic demeanor gazed at the information displayed on his wrist, his expression marked by an unprecedented gravity. Who exactly is Xin Xiao? His points are several times higher than mine. The second place. Second place, Tian 1. Points, 3,100. He believed his score to be commendable, even surpassing many of his peers from previous trials in the divine and demonic cave. Yet, the emergence of Xin Xiao severely undermined his confidence. What does it matter if my score is high? Perhaps it was merely luck that granted me certain opportunities. I will soon catch up to you. The aloof youth's gaze was icy, and this time he charged directly towards the first place, only to be taken by surprise by an unexpected contender. Xin Xiao? Is Xin Xiao the first place? Fu Qi glanced at the information of the top scorer, recalling the other disciples of Xin Xiao's sect participating in the competition. However, his brows furrowed in confusion. How could someone achieve a score of 100,000? Who is this Xin Xiao? Is it senior sister Yi and her companions? This is utterly absurd. After pondering, Fu Qi could not fathom the identity of this Xin Xiao. Logically, even if Yi Yun were somewhat stronger than him, the gap should not be so vast. How peculiar. Fu Qi, ranked 7th, with a score of 1,030. Xin Xiao? Is it Fu Qi or Hongyi? Unlike the solitary pursuits of others, at this moment, Yi Yun was surrounded like a celestial being, with a throng of talented individuals gazing at her with adoration. Predominantly female admirers, clearly indicating that Yi Yun had chosen a different path. Yi Yun, ranked 3rd, with a score of 2,300. Is someone causing a stir under the name of my Xin Xiao sect? The first thought that flashed through Fu Hongyi's mind was this notion. 100,000 points. This is not something an ordinary person could achieve. At least, she certainly could not. She did not believe the other disciples could either. There must be some hidden secrets involved. Fu Hongyi, ranked 6th, with a score of 1,100. Simultaneously, several scattered disciples of Xin Xiao's sect looked towards the rankings, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Who could it be? In a remote area, a woman wearing a silver mask suddenly glanced at her wrist, her beautiful eyes reflecting a deep surprise. 100,000 points? She never imagined anyone could reach such heights. Zhang Shu was unaware of the upheaval caused by the ranking changes. According to the indications of the demon and divine cave, as long as one ranks within the top 100, they can advance. My current score should be sufficient, right? This is too easy. There is no challenge at all. Zhang Shu thought it would be better to find a place to hide and take a long nap, awakening only when the final advancement begins. At that moment, Zhang Shu suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze towards the distance. He saw, several dozen miles away, a surge of intense and violent elemental energy erupting into the sky, exuding a chaotic and brutal killing intent. Many talented individuals nearby were instantly struck with fear. This is bad. The demons are out. The demons are out. Quick! Flee! If we delay, we will lose our lives. Do not hesitate, run. All the talented individuals began to flee, and some even passed by Zhang Shu, offering a kind-hearted warning. Zhang Shu remained stationary, his gaze fixed upon the terrifying energy storm surging in the distance. Faintly, he seemed to hear cries for help emanating from within the tumultuous waves of energy. Amidst those fluctuations, he sensed a familiar aura of revulsion, dark energy. Once again, dark energy. The emergence of divine demons? Zhang Shu murmured to himself, fully aware of its implications. Within the realm of divine demons, although the preliminary selection ceremony posed minimal danger, it did not imply the absence of peril. There existed certain horrifying, treacherous zones and taboos that must never be violated. Throughout history, those who dared were met with demise. The emergence of divine demons ranked foremost among these dangers. The trials within the realm of divine demons typically unfolded in various minor worlds, and to navigate safely, Every participant was admonished by their elders to adhere to several unwavering principles. First, one must never stray beyond 1,000 miles from the site of arrival. Second, upon encountering the emergence of divine demons, regardless of what one hears or sees, one must resolutely refrain from approaching. Chapter 82. Lu Yao and the indigenous people. With these two taboos in mind, countless prodigies, upon witnessing the terrifying vitality storm, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and fled frantically in the opposite direction, disregarding the cries for help that echoed around them. Who could ascertain whether these were merely the simulated cries of some perilous creatures? Regardless, one's life took precedence. Among the myriad dangers of the divine and demon realm-esque trial, this was one of the gravest threats. Zhang Shu, observing the dreadful vitality storm in the distance, felt an unsettling instinct within him. The strange dark aura incited a sense of inexplicable agitation and aversion, compelling him to obliterate it. Yet, upon reflecting on the rumors, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to retreat. It was best to avoid unnecessary entanglements, for stirring trouble could lead to considerable headaches. Just as Zhang Shu contemplated turning away, he heard faint, desperate pleas. "Help me, help me. Sir, please, I beg you." The voice, seemingly that of a young girl, was tender and innocent. A child? Instantly, Zhang Shu hesitated. He glanced towards the encroaching vitality storm, and the indistinct cries mingled with disconcerting roars. His feet faltered. He could not bring himself to leave. In a flash, Zhang Shu advanced instead of retreating. He surged toward the vitality storm, for compassion lingered in the hearts of men. He believed that while the divine and demon realm was indeed extraordinary, nothing there posed a death threat to him. Since someone was in distress, he resolved to investigate. "Hold on, I'm coming to save you," Zhang Shu shouted, his figure darting like lightning, leaving behind blurred afterimages that gradually dissipated in the air as he sped toward the source of the cries. A few prodigies who had not yet fled far noticed this scene, their expressions shifting. "Is he out of his mind?" one murmured. The cries for help grew clearer. And human hearts, after all, possess a certain softness. Most present were youthful souls, their blood still fervent and untainted by the harshness of the world. Seeing someone take the lead, several others hesitated momentarily before turning back, gathering their courage to investigate. "Let us check it out." Some prodigies, after a brief pause, suddenly turned and rushed back with determination. This unexpected turn of events surprised Zhang Shu, yet their speed was too slow. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. In mere moments, Zhang Shu reached the edge of the vitality storm. With a thought, he unleashed the domain of the utmost yang, rapidly extending toward the depths of the storm. Before long, as he sensed the situation within the vitality storm, Zhang Shu's expression changed subtly. "Humans, indigenous people, help." Within the tempest of vitality, a young girl fled with all her might, her tender face etched with deep terror. She dared not glance back, listening to the cacophony of howls surrounding her, her eyes brimming with helplessness and dread. Suddenly, she caught a fleeting glimpse of figures ahead. Hope flickered in the gaze of the girl named Lu Yao as she cried out for help, yet despair soon washed over her. For, in that instant, she observed the people around her, upon hearing her pleas, transforming in countenance and hastily retreating without a second thought. It was as if they could not perceive her presence. Lu Yao came to the harrowing realization that she was on the verge of being overtaken. Behind her loomed a vast, dense shadow, seemingly alive, closing in with astonishing speed. Faintly, from that oppressive darkness, laughter, howls, and even cries echoed. Absurd, eerie. Lu Yao was oblivious to the nature of these entities. She only recalled the village elders referring to them as demons. "Help! Save me!" Lu Yao fled desperately, her pace faltering, while a chilling rustle, dense and terrifying, crept up behind her. "Ha, do not flee. Surrender and become my sustenance." The scent of human flesh and blood is an unforgettable delicacy. A raspy, grating voice emerged from the shadows, causing Lu Yao to widen her eyes in horror. The voice drew nearer, accompanied by a suffocating chill that weighed down her legs. As if they were succumbing to frostbite, despair washed over her visage. No, Lu Yao was engulfed in fear. Yet it was too late. In the moment her speed diminished. A wave of darkness swiftly consumed her, completely enveloping her being. "Do not escape. Those people will not come to your aid. They do not dare provoke the deities and demons. Embrace your fate," as my meal, it felt as though a cold hand gently rested upon her shoulder from behind. Ah! Just as Lu Yao trembled, that hand recoiled as if scalded. A piercing scream erupted, laden with immeasurable agony, and the vast darkness around her began to dissipate rapidly. In the next moment, Lu Yao felt herself enveloped by a surge of warmth. All the chill vanished in the blink of an eye. Am I not dead? Lu Yao's eyes widened as she gazed ahead, where an unfamiliar figure had appeared unbeknownst to her, draped in flowing garments, surrounded by auspicious clouds. What on earth is this? Zhang Shu stood protectively before Lu Yao, frowning at the writhing shadows, which, under the assault of the realm of utmost brightness, seemed to succumb to the searing sun like frost in the face of a fierce blaze, rolling and melting rapidly, emitting hissing sounds. Simultaneously, anguished wails erupted from within the shadows. Vast shadows dissipated, revealing a gaunt, black figure that resembled a human yet was grotesquely distorted, lacking eyebrows and a nose, possessing only a pair of crimson eyes and a mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth. At that moment, this shadowy apparition twisted incessantly, emitting a hysterical and anguished wail. My lord, that is a demon. Zhang Shu was taken aback, and beside him came a feeble voice. Indeed, it was Lu Yao. Zhang Shu turned to Lu Yao. Is this creature truly a demon? And were you the one calling for help just now? Lu Yao sincerely bowed to Zhang Shu, overflowing with gratitude. I am Lu Yao, and I thank you, my lord, for saving my life. If you would not find it inconvenient, I invite you to visit our village. The village chief and the others will surely repay your kindness. A village? Are you the indigenous people of the Divine Demon Cave? Zhang Shu was now filled with curiosity. Lu Yao replied earnestly, Indeed, my lord. Our village is called Demon Suppression Village, and for generations we have been tasked with subduing demons. However, we lost contact with the outside world long ago. The village chief and the others have been striving to restore that connection, but alas, they have been unsuccessful. Would you care to visit our village? Upon uttering these words, Lu Yao's eyes gleamed with gratitude and hope. Chapter 83. Clues forgotten in the depths of memory. Zhang Shu inquired with curiosity, Where is your village? Furthermore, how did you discern that I hail from the outside world? Lu Yao pressed her lips together and replied, The inhabitants of our village are well acquainted with one another, and your face appears rather unfamiliar. Hence, I surmise that you are an outsider. Moreover, according to the village chief and others, there have been recent reports of visitors arriving, prompting us to seek ways to communicate with those from beyond. As she spoke, Lu Yao's tone grew somber. However, no sooner had we left the village than we were targeted by demons. Many of my elder brothers and sisters perished, and had it not been for your timely intervention, I surely would have met the same fate. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled those lost souls. Zhang Shu remained silent for a moment before asking, Were you able to make contact in the end? Wiping her eyes, Lu Yao replied with a hint of grievance, No, aside from you, everyone else fled upon seeing us, denying us any chance to speak. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of the demons, it seems those from the outside world are equally fearful of them. At this, Lu Yao felt a wave of indignation and sorrow wash over her. Time and again, they had narrowly escaped the demons' clutches, but whenever outsiders sensed their approach, they would hastily retreat, shouting warnings of the demons' presence, fleeing ever faster. She lacked the strength to pursue them. Lu Yao pondered that had those individuals offered them even a modicum of opportunity, perhaps many lives could have been spared. Zhang Shu fell into contemplation, sensing an underlying disquiet about the situation, yet unable to articulate it. It was not merely Lu Yao's plight that troubled him, but rather the implications of the divine demon realm. An overwhelming influx of chaotic information swirled in his mind, leaving him at a loss. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Zhang Shu sighed softly, unsure of how to offer solace. Yet, Lu Yao soon ceased her tears, mustering a brave facade as she earnestly gazed at him. The village chief instructed us that should we encounter outsiders, we must inform you. The village is on the brink of collapse. If the demons suppressed by the village were to escape, everyone would perish. Not just here, but those in the outside world would face dire consequences as well. This is a calamity from which none can escape. Additionally, the village chief mentioned that if an opportunity presented itself, you should be invited to visit the village, as he has much to discuss with you. Lu Yao endeavored to relay the elder's words, albeit only in broad strokes. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu comprehended her message. His thoughts raced. According to Lu Yao, Within this small world of the divine demon realm, a terrifying entity seemed to be on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. Once that moment arrives, both the divine demon realm and the outside world would face devastation. Isn't the divine demon realm a place for young prodigies to hone their skills? Zhang Shu murmured to himself, his mind in a tumult. He sensed something amiss, as though numerous secrets lay hidden within the divine demon realm. The calamity spoken of by Lu Yao was, to be honest, met with skepticism by Zhang Shu, yet he dared not entirely dismiss it. Suddenly, he recalled a distant memory from a time when the Xintian sect had not yet fallen. On one occasion, his father mentioned the demon and divine cave with a visage laden with confusion and disbelief, as if he had encountered something peculiar. He repeatedly uttered the word demon, occasionally furrowing his brow. During that period, his father often bore a countenance of sorrow and an inexplicable apprehension. Eventually, he summoned Zhang Shu and imparted these words, "Son, should there come a day when I am no longer here, and you find yourself in trouble or facing dilemmas, seek out the royal family at once, find Huang Fuzhan, and let him protect you as you depart from Tianqing. Do you understand?" At that moment, it seemed his father had made a significant decision, possibly related to the demons, and had prepared himself for a journey from which he would not return. Upon reflection, this was precisely when the news of the impending opening of the demon and divine cave began to circulate. Zhang Shu felt a sense of bewilderment, unaware of the events unfolding, merely responding in a daze. However, less than a month after this conversation, a night descended upon the Xintian sect, bringing with it a multitude of terrifying presences, igniting a cataclysmic battle that led to the sect's obliteration overnight. Countless strong individuals perished, elders were killed or wounded, and among them was Zhang Shu's father, whose fate remained unknown. Now, contemplating the past, Zhang Shu sensed an unsettling disquiet. It appeared his father possessed knowledge of matters related to the demons and the demon and divine cave. It seemed he had intended to undertake something significant, yet shortly thereafter, the Xintian sect was annihilated by a formidable force. To assert that there was no connection between these events was something Zhang Shu could not accept. Moreover, his father had instructed him to seek Huang Fuzhan in the event of his absence. Recalling the past, Zhang Shu recognized that Huang Fuzhan was the name of the royal family's ancient ancestor, a formidable being who had reached the pinnacle of nirvana. Upon further reflection, it became apparent that the Xintian sect had enjoyed a commendable relationship with the royal family. Zhang Shu had even encountered the royal ancestor on several occasions and received praise for his achievements at such a young age, being commended for entering the condensation realm, suggesting a future of soaring potential. Yet, since that fateful battle, following the sect's demise, the royal family had shown no concern whatsoever. This realization chilled Zhang Shu's heart, leading him to believe that the royal family and the Xintian sect were merely engaging in a charade. The harshness of reality became evident. Consequently, Zhang Shu harbored little fondness for the royal family. In times of trouble, he never considered seeking their assistance, instead instinctively repelling the notion of approaching them. However, upon careful reflection, he pondered his father's wisdom and discernment. How could he have urged his son to seek out Huang Fuzhan without absolute certainty? Zhang Shu realized there were many things he remained unaware of. He was unaware of the relationship between his father and the royal general, Huang Fuzhan. Nor did he comprehend that his father, in that fateful battle, was deeply concerned about implicating innocence and made every effort to sever ties with the royal family. Yet, the royal ancestor, undeterred by the peril of the royal family's potential downfall and his own demise, traveled across great distances to ensure the safety of Zhang Shu's father, thereby saving Zhang Shu himself. This bond was one of true life-and-death friendship. However, for reasons unknown, Zhang Shu did not seek out the royal family later on, nor did the royal family send anyone to find him. Of course, it is possible that the royal family had come, but the former Zhang Shu had deliberately evaded their presence. This segment of memory remained somewhat hazy for him, although he had inherited the original owner's memories. The multitude of trivial matters made it difficult for him to recall everything at once. It is akin to how one cannot continuously reflect upon every single experience, even if it occurred just yesterday. Only the emotions tied to certain events resonate most directly and are easily remembered. Zhang Shu was no different. His recollections were not exceedingly clear. He merely retained the original owner's aversion towards the royal family. Upon further reflection, Zhang Shu realized that the original owner's rage over the extermination of his family had clouded his judgment, and the desire for vengeance had completely blinded him, causing him to overlook numerous valuable clues. At this moment, regardless of the reasons, Zhang Shu finally grasped a thread of information regarding his father's disappearance. Chapter 84. The name of that monstrous entity seems to be demon. In a fleeting moment, thoughts surged like a tidal wave. Soon, Zhang Shu regained his composure. This was not the time for such musings. He turned his gaze toward the shadow that dissipated like smoke. Is this the demon? Just moments ago, while unleashing the domain of Supreme Yang, he had vaguely sensed that the vitality's effect on it was seemingly limited. This shadow appeared to be more of a creature formed from the aggregation of mental energy, with only spiritual power capable of delivering a decisive blow. However, the domain of Supreme Yang did bestow an unexpected boon upon Zhang Shu. With the strength of this domain, he could inflict genuine harm upon the demon. Suddenly, Zhang Shu felt a tremor in his wrist, followed by the astonishing realization that his points had surged by a remarkable 1,500. Zhang Shu's eyes flickered. Those witnessing this scene from the outside erupted in an uproar. Countless faces turned crimson, and the clamor reached a fever pitch. What is this entity that grants such an astonishing number of points upon its demise? My goodness, a full 1,500 points. This is far more efficient than the painstaking accumulation of points by eliminating others. Many were overwhelmed with excitement. For the first time, they were witnessing something extraordinary. What was that black creature? It seemed to possess formidable strength, likely at the level of the Purple Mansion, yet it had been effortlessly vanquished. Others quietly gasped, noting another aspect. However, the majority of attention remained fixated on Zhang Shu's escalating points. The ease with which these points were acquired was astounding. So this is the true method of earning points within the Demon and God Cave. No wonder the talented individuals who entered in the past accumulated points so slowly, with limited treasures to exchange. Initially, they had thought the Demon and God Cave was deliberately designed to ensnare them, but it turned out they had simply misunderstood. Perhaps the true purpose of the trials within the Demon and God Cave was not to pit the talents against one another for elimination, but rather to hunt these shadowy creatures. We were all mistaken. This is the genuine trial. Numerous formidable individuals present instantly grasped much from this scene, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Clearly, many had previously entered the Demon and God Cave, unaware of this method for amassing points. Otherwise, their accrued points would have been significantly higher, allowing for greater treasures to be exchanged. More critically, with reduced competition among the human talents, they could unite against these creatures, enabling even the weaker talents to seize opportunities for growth, rather than being prematurely eliminated by the stronger ones and regrettably missing their chances. In that moment, everyone's expressions were a tapestry of complexity. They realized they had come to this understanding rather late, yet fortunately, more individuals would grasp the true rules of the Demon and God Cave after this event, mitigating considerable losses. However, only a small fraction of them remained magnanimous. The vast majority of the powerful, reflecting on their past experiences and the opportunities they had squandered, were left lamenting, beating their chests in regret. What a pity! Such a pity! To one's astonishment, the divinities and demons, feared by all, embarked on a journey, revealing a peculiar opportunity. In the past, we had only considered retreat, never contemplating the possibility of contesting fate. Alas, such is the nature of destiny. A powerful figure lamented, realizing that regret now bears no fruit. Concurrently, a sense of doubt cloaked some minds. The collective instinct deemed the excursion of the divinities and demons perilous, an inescapable abyss, to be avoided at all costs. When did this notion take root? Many sought to ponder this, but found themselves at a loss, with rumors circulating that the journey would usher in calamities, advising all to ignore any cries for help. When did such rumors originate? Previously dismissed. The sight of a shadow and an enigmatic little girl now stirred contemplation among the strong. There was something amiss. These rumors seemed intentionally designed to alienate outsiders from the indigenous populace, as if shrouding some truth or obfuscating a greater scheme. Some formidable beings, sensing a disturbance, bore countenances that betrayed their unease. A growing realization dawned upon many. They appeared to be ensnared in a larger plot. Yet, they remained oblivious to the identity of their deceiver and the nature of the deception. Patience, for the truth unfolds as we proceed. The celestial figure had now crossed into the realm of divinities and demons, vanquishing the ominous creatures, and was bound to continue the exploration. An imposing elder spoke slowly, his tone laced with a chilling undertone, not directed at those present, but rather stemming from a sense of betrayal. Observers, including some of the transcendent beings, typically accustomed to dominance, found their expressions clouded with discontent, unable to articulate the source of their discomfort, yet compelled to endure and witness further developments. Regrettably, the luminous screen displayed only images, devoid of sound, rendering their discussions inaudible. Nevertheless, the mere visuals provoked profound reflections among the astute. Once trivial doubts converged, an elusive truth seemed poised to emerge. Elder Yuzhan's expression grew grave, his brows furrowing incessantly. The realm of divinities and demons, the dark creatures, the perilous journey. It was no wonder the sect leader chose to delve into this domain. It evidently pertained to significant matters, for the leader would not exhibit such concern without cause. Someone had deliberately concealed certain elements, obscuring the true trials of the realm of divinities and demons, an agenda most sinister. The realm harbored profound issues. The realization struck the rest of the sect with clarity. Zexine, too, grasped the implication, her expression one of horror. Teacher, do you mean to say that the realm of divinities and demons is a ruse? At this revelation, an inexplicable chill swept through the hearts of the assembly. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, a sense of unease enveloped the crowd as they beheld the ominous black creature and recalled certain events. The sight of the sect leader's grave expression on the luminous screen further cemented their realization that the situation was far from trivial. After all, why would the sect leader forcefully penetrate the realm of gods and demons? It was well known that a sage had once attempted to enter, only to be severely injured by the very realm itself. Even though the sect leader possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary sage, the question remained, what necessity could compel such a reckless endeavor? The gravity of the matter, which even the sect leader regarded with utmost seriousness, raised a profound inquiry. What secrets lay concealed within the realm of gods and demons? The answer remained elusive. For now, they could only observe, with the sect leader present. It was unlikely that any significant danger would arise. Elder Yuzhan's gaze was more serious than anyone else's, fixated intently on the spot where the black creature had vanished. The image of that creature, coupled with an inexplicable sense of revulsion and dread, evoked memories of an ancient and terrifying legend, one that had nearly brought the entire continent to its knees. Within that legend, there existed a figure reminiscent of the black creature they had just witnessed. Elder Yuzhan appeared lost in thought, desperately pondering, and murmured, "That creature. It seems to be known as a demon?" Chapter 85. The Realm of Nirvana, let us go. Take me to the village you mentioned, Zhang Shu said after a moment of contemplation, addressing the young girl, Lu Yao. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon lit up with excitement. Of course. Please follow me. The village chief and the others will be delighted to meet you. At that moment, another group of individuals arrived. Zhang Shu looked up to see the same young people who had been rushing towards them earlier. Did we arrive too late? One of the youths asked, surprised to find that the matter had already concluded. Suddenly, everyone felt a slight tremor in their wrists and noticed a change in the ranking information. The previously leading score of Shun Xiao had inexplicably surged by a staggering 1,500 points. Wait, Shun Xiao's score has increased, and by a considerable margin, exclaimed one of the onlookers. Good heavens, how did his score rise so rapidly? The disparity is astonishing. The group of young individuals stood there, dazed and astonished. Zhang Shu observed their reactions, seemingly pondering something, before deliberately saying, "Would you like to know why Shun Xiao's score has escalated so quickly? Perhaps I possess some insights." A youthful voice filled with skepticism responded, "You know?" Zhang Shu replied straightforwardly, "You arrived just in time. Did you see that black creature earlier? It is called a demon. By slaying it, one can acquire substantial points. I suspect this is the true essence of the trial within the demon and goddess cave. The objective is not for us to turn against one another, but to hunt these monsters. Only by vanquishing enough of them can we amass points to exchange for treasures. Otherwise, what can we achieve with the meager points gained through mutual elimination? The treasures in the exchange vault demand an exorbitant number of points. Even if all the points were pooled together, it would scarcely suffice. Are those treasures merely for display? Consider this carefully," Zhang Shu concluded, leaving the young individuals exchanging glances. Many began to find merit in Zhang Shu's reasoning. Eventually, one individual, still somewhat doubtful, stepped forward and inquired, "How can we ascertain the truth of your words? Why would you willingly share such information with us?" Zhang Shu replied calmly, "I have no reason to deceive you over such a trivial matter. If you doubt me, you may test it for yourselves. If you truly grow stronger, it will enhance our human race's might. That is a positive outcome, one that I would welcome." At that moment, outside the realm, the members of Shenxiao sect observed this scene with disdain. They could now hear the sounds clearly. It seemed that as long as no mention of demons arose, there would be no auditory interference. These young ones possess quite the audacity to question the sect leader. Upon hearing their words, Zixin could not help but shake her head gently. Nevertheless, the leader's words were indeed commendable. Truly a sage, such a heart and mind are incomparably superior to the trivialities of the mortal realm. This is the stature that a sage ought to possess. Ignorance is no sin. Elder Yu Zhen remarked with a smile. That is all I shall say for now. As for the specifics, you may explore them yourselves. After Zhang Shu concluded his words, he paid no further attention to the group, gesturing for Liao Yao to lead the way. Among the youthful assembly, there were certainly some astute minds. Indeed, at the moment they witnessed the mysterious black creature dissipate in the presence of Liao Yao, a bold conjecture began to surface in the minds of several. Upon hearing Zhang Shu speak, someone hastily exclaimed, "We still do not know your esteemed name. If the news you bear is true, we shall surely repay you." "Shenxiao," Zhang Shu replied before vanishing with Liao Yao. "Shenxiao?" The group of young individuals was momentarily stunned. Some, in disbelief, turned abruptly to the direction of Zhang Shu's disappearance. Is he truly Shenxiao? With Zhang Shu's words, it is believed that news regarding the demons will soon spread widely. According to Zhang Shu's perception, the individual strength of such creatures is formidable. The one previously encountered likely possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary talents to confront alone. Thus they would inevitably band together for points. Consequently, the information would naturally proliferate. Since Zhang Shu had sensed the anomaly and that some were deliberately concealing information, he resolved to publicly disclose these hidden truths. Regarding earlier statements, the continent is vast. While humanity holds a predominant position, it is not without adversaries. Entities such as the demon race pose significant threats to humanity, and there exist even more terrifying and inscrutable dangers in certain mysterious locales. For instance, that ominous black mist. The demons. Zhang Shu suspected that demons existed not solely within the realms of gods and demons, but also in reality. He must investigate thoroughly what these entities truly are. If they were ordinary monsters, Zhang Shu would not be overly concerned. However, the strange black mist, coupled with an unsettling aura that resonated deeply within him, along with clues left by his father and the cataclysmic disasters spoken of by Liao Yao, compelled Zhang Shu to take heed. Until clarity is achieved, his heart would remain restless. With a swift motion, Zhang Shu expanded his solar domain, enveloping Liao Yao within its power, and rapidly advanced towards the direction she indicated. Moving with great speed. According to Liao Yao, her village lay several thousand kilometers away from this location. While that may seem far, within the realm of cultivators, it is not insurmountable. At Zhang Shu's pace, it would merely take a couple of hours. During this time, he also allocated some of his mental focus to check the sect points. In recent days, as a lingering effect of the sage battle persisted, the sect points had been soaring, now surpassing 1 million. Anticipating potential troubles ahead, Zhang Shu unhesitatingly consumed 1 million sect points, elevating his cultivation from the consummate phase of the radiant sun to the first stage of nirvana. Boom. In an instant, Zhang Shu felt an overwhelming and terrifying force surging throughout his entire being, a power potent enough to rend the heavens and the earth. The moment he transcended into the nirvana realm, his strength experienced an exponential enhancement, multiplying several times over. Consequently, his speed surged dramatically, increasing manifold. Simultaneously, the supreme yang domain he had mastered in the radiant yang realm underwent an inexplicable transformation, subtly evolving towards a higher echelon of power, transmuting into an even more formidable nirvana domain. This new domain was not merely a typical nirvana realm, but rather a far more powerful and fearsome manifestation. A mysterious space faintly materialized at the center of his brow, where an intangible mental force emanated, stirring the void around him. Upon entering nirvana, his spiritual energy was amplified, and his sea of consciousness became fully manifest. Within this sea of consciousness, an ancient divine mill, seemingly endless, began to rotate slowly. Chapter 86. The demon-suppressing village. With a thunderous roar, a colossal black claw surged into the sky, transforming into an immense shroud of darkness that lunged toward Zhang Shu and his companion, who were traversing the air above. The terrifying fluctuations of energy caused the very void to tremble. Lu Yao's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed with dread, "My lord, be cautious. That is a demon lurking near the village, tasked with ambushing anyone entering or exiting. Our commotion has drawn its attention." The gigantic black claw, reminiscent of a specter's grip, emanated an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Its sheer size appeared like a ravenous tide, threatening to engulf them whole. A demon of the radiant sun realm. Zhang Shu instantly gauged the level of threat posed by the creature. His expression remained unflinching, and he showed no intention of reducing his speed as he charged directly toward the ominous claw. With a resounding crash, Zhang Shu emerged unscathed, colliding with the fearsome claw, which shattered into countless fragments. In the distance, a faint, anguished cry echoed from the depths below. Come forth." Zhang Shu's domain unfolded, sending invisible waves penetrating swiftly into the ground below. Realizing the peril, the demon attempted to flee, but how could it escape the grasp of the Nirvana domain? With a thunderous impact, the demon scarcely managed to retreat before being enveloped by pure white flames of Nirvana, igniting rapidly and emitting a piercing scream as its essence swiftly dissipated. Such feeble power dares to obstruct my path? Without a hint of regret, Zhang Shu turned his gaze forward. In the distance, a village emerged, shrouded in a heavy veil of black mist. Undoubtedly the demon-suppressing village spoken of by Lu Yao. "We have arrived," Zhang Shu announced upon recognizing the village. Seeing the ominous claw had not reappeared, Lu Yao exhaled in relief. "My lord, just ahead lies our village. The village chief and the others are constantly resisting the encroachment of demons. They likely lack the time to welcome you. We shall enter directly." With a surge of speed, Zhang Shu propelled himself and Lu Yao through the suffocating black mist, entering the heart of the demon-suppressing village. Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Shu noted the quaint houses rising around them, imbued with an air of antiquity. The ground appeared to be crafted from a unique white jade stone, effectively insulating against the encroaching darkness. Mysterious glimmers of light danced upon the rooftops, further enhancing the village's enigmatic charm. Though not expansive, the village radiated powerful fluctuations of vital energy from its center, intermittently pulsating as if in combat with some unseen force. Pillars of energy rose like columns, parting the endless black mist and creating a sanctuary within which the demon-suppressing village resided. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "This is the demon-suppressing village. Who dares to intrude?" The sound of rushing air signaled that the presence of outsiders had been detected, prompting vigilant figures to hasten toward the source of the disturbance. A venerable elder with a long beard approached, his eyes shimmering with a keen brilliance. He traversed the expanse of the sky, each step propelling him several hundred meters ahead, until, within mere breaths, he stood before Zhang Shu and his companion. From a distance, El Yao called out exuberantly, "Grandfather Village Chief, I have returned with guests. Outsiders. It has been 300 years, a full 3 centuries. At long last, the village of demon suppression has welcomed visitors from the outside world." Upon seeing Zhang Shu and observing El Yao's excitement, the village chief's expression shifted, as if he grasped a profound understanding, his demeanor suddenly charged with exhilaration. "You are the village chief?" Zhang Shu inquired directly, captivated by the elder's animated gaze. "What is the true nature of the village of demon suppression? What are the dark energies and demons from the outside? And what do you mean by calamity?" The village chief coughed a few times, overwhelmed by an inexplicable fervor. "This matter is rather intricate, not something that can be elucidated in mere moments. I have already informed the others in the village. They will be here shortly to convey everything that has transpired, thus fulfilling our mission." Zhang Shu nodded lightly, refraining from pressing further. During his journey, he had noted that the farther he distanced himself from the place of arrival, the denser the encroaching dark energy became. By the time he neared the village of demon suppression, the atmosphere had turned ominously murky, obscuring all light and instilling a profound sense of oppression. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the more his heart raced inexplicably, as if a terrifying presence were fixated upon him. Yet, this sensation was fleeting and indistinct, almost like a mere figment of his imagination. Such changes unsettled Zhang Shu, prompting thoughts of the calamity Yao had mentioned. Suddenly, he posed a question: is there something exceedingly dreadful sealed within this region? Throughout my approach, I have been gripped by an inexplicable terror, as if being watched by a malevolent entity. Is this what you refer to as demons? The village chief was not taken aback by Zhang Shu's inquiry. This was to be elaborated upon later, but since you have asked, I shall share. Indeed, this place, or rather, the entirety of the divine and demon realm, is sealed with a monstrous horror. Is it truly so? Zhang Shu sought confirmation. The village chief nodded, stating, indeed. Yet it is not a living creature, but rather a corpse, a demon's carcass. A corpse? Not a living entity. Zhang Shu expressed skepticism. Could a lifeless body evoke such an ominous threat, even to one at the nirvana stage? It was not merely an ordinary demon's remains. The village chief seemed to discern Zhang Shu's thoughts, shaking his head as he spoke. Long ago, the Sangyan continent was far more prosperous than it is today. However, it subsequently endured a dreadful cataclysm that nearly obliterated it. A terrifying creature, known as the demon, emerged, leading to the fall of countless formidable beings and the demise of innumerable lives, transforming the continent into a desolate wasteland. It can be said that the present Sangyan continent has been constructed from the ruins of its former glory. Once, formidable warriors engaged in fierce battles against the demons. And although they emerged victorious, they found it impossible to eradicate the threat entirely. Thus, they resorted to sealing the demons away, gradually eroding their existence with the passage of time until their complete annihilation. Within the divine demon cave, a powerful emperor demon lies sealed. Zhang Shu's expression was one of astonishment. He then took a gentle breath and inquired, "This place once sealed an emperor demon?" Although he was not well versed in matters concerning demons, the name alone allowed him to infer a great deal. An emperor demon, as its name suggests, it possesses power comparable to that of the legendary emperors. Chapter 87. The Eternal Deception. In an instant, Zhang Shu felt that many matters had found their explanations. The emperor demon. Within the divine and demonic realm lies the seal of an emperor demon. This must be the source of the calamity that Liu Yao spoke of, a deceased emperor demon. Zhang Shu remarked, "I observe that your village possesses a peculiar structure, seemingly forming a colossal seal, as if leveraging the power of the seal to resist something. It appears that beneath this village lies the suppressed corpse of that emperor demon." The elder affirmed this. Indeed, even though that emperor demon has gradually waned over the long years, it remains a being comparable to an emperor in legend. Its mere corpse continues to pose significant troubles for us. We, who have dwelled in this divine and demonic realm for generations, are tasked with guarding the emperor demon's remains and eliminating the new demons born from its essence. However, as time has progressed, unforeseen changes have arisen. Zhang Shu nodded, continuing to listen. Were it any other place, he would hardly concern himself with the so-called calamity. Yet, this directly pertains to the divine and demonic realm, to the kingdom of Tianqing, and to the clues regarding his father's disappearance. For whatever reason, Zhang Shu was determined to investigate thoroughly. If the consequences were not too dire, it might be bearable. However, if it truly heralded the emergence of a catastrophe, he would do everything in his power to intervene. After all, the divine Xia sect still resided within the borders of the kingdom of Tianqing. The kingdom of Tianqing, in turn, lay within the sphere of influence of the divine and demonic realm. Should any issues arise in the divine and demonic realm, the divine Xia sect would not remain unscathed. As the sect leader, he had to eliminate any potential threats to the sect's safety at their inception. Furthermore, as long as the divine Xia sect endured, there remained a possibility of reuniting with his father one day. Moreover, not to mention, numerous disciples of the divine Xia sect were present within the divine and demonic realm. Yi Yun, Fu Hongyi, Fu Qi, and dozens of registered disciples. Zhang Shu could not afford to disregard their safety. Should any troubles arise in the divine and demonic realm, these disciples, being relatively weak, might find themselves incapable of fleeing and could be annihilated entirely. As the sect leader, Zhang Shu had a duty to ensure the safety of his disciples. The village chief succinctly recounted the existence of these demons. With a voice tinged with the weight of years, he spoke slowly, imbued with a hint of weariness. The origins of these demons are not entirely clear to me, but I do know they are terrifying creatures left over from ancient times, possessing intellect rivaling that of humankind and possessing exceedingly strange abilities. Their forms appear to be entirely composed of spiritual energy. The stronger they are, the purer their spiritual essence becomes, rendering them increasingly immune to material attacks. It is said that at the level of the Emperor Demon, they are entirely impervious to physical assaults. Only pure spiritual energy can inflict harm upon them, which has led us to find ourselves at a disadvantage in our battles against these demons. These demons are truly terrifying. At this point, the village chief seemed to recall something, his face reflecting a flicker of dread. Evidently, the existence of the demon has left a profound shadow over this elder. After a pause, the village chief continued, recounting the tale of an ancient powerhouse of the human race who once vanquished and sealed a demonic emperor, subsequently constructing the divine demon cave. Our ancestors, under the command of this formidable figure, took it upon themselves to guard the remains of the demon, vowing that as long as the demon within the divine demon cave was not utterly eradicated, neither they nor their descendants would ever depart from this realm. At this juncture, the chief smiled wryly, fully comprehending the noble intentions and aspirations of his forebears, as well as their dedication to the greater good of humanity. Yet, this oath has wrought suffering upon their descendants, for the constraints of the vow bind them, rendering escape from the divine demon cave impossible. In the early days, conditions were somewhat manageable. Although the demon emperor was formidable, he was on the verge of demise, while the ancestors, being saints, found it relatively easy to suppress the demon's remains using the methods bequeathed by the powerful human race. However, as time wore on, even saints must eventually face mortality. After the fall of the saint, a lack of capable successors ensued, and no new saints emerged among their descendants. As a result, the power of the demon emperor began to seep gradually throughout the divine demon cave, even altering the rules established by the ancient human powerhouse. Initially, it barred any human over the age of 20 from entering the divine demon cave, thus preventing them from assisting in the suppression of the demon's remains and cutting off vital support. Later, leveraging the strength of numerous spawned demons, it took drastic measures to seal off the village, hindering communication with the outside world. Though there were some glimmers of hope when a few young humans discovered their plight, they were soon detected by the demons. These demons were cunning and shrewd, understanding that recklessly slaying these youths would only alert the entire human race to their presence, to their own detriment. Therefore, they covertly contaminated the imprisoned humans with demonic energy, transforming them into demon servants that infiltrated human society. Subsequently, these demon servants spread various rumors, fervently dissuading outsiders from approaching and concealing the truth of the situation. Ultimately, they utilized the power left by the demon emperor's remains to establish 7 formidable barriers, which in reality were mere traps. Should anyone manage to traverse these 7 challenges, they would immediately succumb to corruption and become a true demon. Even those who failed to fully overcome the trials would still suffer some degree of influence. This information was gleaned from the accounts of a few fortunate individuals who had ventured here in the past, but alas, it has been a full 300 years since the last encounter with anyone from the outside world. 3 centuries have passed, and the state of the outside realm remains a mystery. The village chief shook his head, sighing in reflection. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu felt a stir of thoughts. The 7 barriers are traps? He suddenly recalled the master of the Rejuvenation Pavilion, who had once pursued him for the 9-leaf Ghost King flower and ultimately revealed a terrifying form, emanating an eerie black aura, surely the essence of demonic energy. Demon servants. Was the master of the Rejuvenation Pavilion connected to the demons within the divine demon cave? The village chief chuckled wryly, remarking that there are no such 7 great trials. The mighty beings of humanity established the divine and demonic realms not to test the youth, but solely to suppress the corpses of demons. If one were to speak of a true trial, this very realm, the initial selection ceremony you refer to, is the authentic test. To hunt demons and acquire rewards signifies a form of acknowledgement from the mighty beings of humanity towards those who contribute. Alas, all plans have been thwarted by the demons. It is likely that neither the mighty beings of humanity nor the ancestors anticipated that since the fall of the ancestors, none of their descendants have managed to manifest as a saint. The absence of a saint is the principal reason for all of this. As for the so-called trials for the youth, it is merely a manipulation by the demons, aimed at weakening the strength of humanity, a scheme that has consumed countless ages. Chapter 88. The Demonic Chaos Unveiled. The Holy Dragon Staff emerges. Zhang Shui's astonishment grew as he listened, for he had not anticipated that the Divine Demon Cave possessed an alternate dimension. The remains of the Imperial Demon, the newly birthed malevolence. Zhang raised his gaze, and aside from the minuscule realm of Demon Suppression Village, the sky beyond lay shrouded in a somber darkness, reminiscent of an abyssal sea devoid of any glimmer of light, surrounded on all sides by suffocating, terrifying waters. The existence of Demon Suppression Village appeared as a solitary island amidst this vast darkness. This must be what those demons yearned for, to gradually erode the powers of the Guardians. Following the fall of the first sage, they seized the opportunity, exploiting the weakened defenses to manipulate the rules of the Divine Demon Cave through various means, effectively severing the connection between the Guardians and the outside world. Surely, another conflict had transpired in the interim. Yet, regardless, the ultimate outcome revealed that the demons had unequivocally gained the upper hand, successfully weakening the Guardian's strength over generations, obstructing external assistance, and even burying the truths of history, allowing the inhabitants of Demon Suppression Village to be entirely forgotten in the mists of time. How cunning they are! Zhang felt a twinge of apprehension. If these monsters were merely powerful, it would be one thing. However, their intelligence was evidently far more daunting. The village chief sighed repeatedly. The strength of the village chiefs had diminished with each passing generation, from the ancestors down to the present. The ancestors, being sages, had left behind a legacy, while subsequent chiefs possessed the cultivation of nirvana's limits. With the treasures bestowed by the great beings of humanity, they could barely muster the strength to meet the threshold of a sage, managing to maintain a semblance of stability. Yet, as time marched on, for reasons unknown, the talents of the clansmen waned, and by the time of the current chief, despite expending boundless effort and engaging in relentless cultivation, he had barely reached the late stage of nirvana. Even with the aid of the relics left by the great beings, he could not suppress the existence of the demons. In conclusion, the village chief wore a bitter smile. Only those who achieved the 7th level of nirvana could be regarded as being in the late stage of nirvana. Such cultivation, if placed in the outside world, particularly within the kingdom of Tianqing, would be deemed exceedingly formidable. Aside from the nearly reclusive ancestral figures of the royal family, one could almost traverse the entirety of the kingdom of Tianqing with such power. However, in the face of the increasingly rampant demons, he found himself gradually overwhelmed. The 7th level of nirvana may appear only slightly distant from the 9th. Yet, the further one progresses on the path of cultivation, the greater the divide becomes. To illustrate simply, during Zhang Shui's Zifu realm, he could break through one level using a mere 10,000 Sect points. However, now at the nirvana stage, a breakthrough to a minor tier requires a staggering 1 million Sect points. The disparity between ascending from the 1st to the 2nd level of nirvana is comparable to the leap from an ordinary person to the peak of the radiant sun. This stark contrast underscores the chasm that exists. Even with the aid of supreme treasures, the village chief could only barely manifest the prowess of the 9th level of nirvana. Although it has become remarkably formidable, the strength it possesses pales in comparison to the extraordinary prowess exhibited by the previous leaders of the Demon Suppression Village, who stood at the threshold of sanctity. Beneath the sanctified, all are but mere ants. Even the mere threshold of sanctity surpasses the combined might of dozens, if not hundreds, of those in the 9th nirvana. In other words, the current state of the Demon Suppression Village has been diminished by several hundredfold compared to its nascent days. Meanwhile, the power of the demons continues to accumulate. Despite sharing a similar level of strength, demons possess lifespans that far exceed those of humans, rendering their might even more terrifying through the cyclical nature of existence. Were it not for certain apprehensions, the Demon Suppression Village would have likely been obliterated long ago. Yet, even amid a fleeting semblance of tranquility, countless years have passed, and the demons have amassed an immense reservoir of power, with the seals frequently erupting in turmoil and fissures multiplying. It is only a matter of time before catastrophe fully unfolds. The very purpose of the demon suppression village is to contain the demons. Now, as containment falters, the only recourse is to alert the outside world. This is the last glimmer of hope. At this critical juncture, Zhang Shu and the village chief's expressions shifted simultaneously, as an earth-shattering roar resounded. Boom! This is dire. The demons are assaulting the seals again. They must not be allowed to escape. While the demons outside are formidable, they are manageable. However, if those sealed within were to emerge, it would spell doom. The village chief bellowed urgently, his words serving as both a warning and an explanation for Zhang Shu's benefit. Before his voice faded, streaks of light surged from all directions, racing towards the source of the explosion. The entire demon suppression village began to tremble violently, the surrounding darkness fluctuating like the tumultuous sea, producing a cacophony that carried a dreadful weight, as if poised to descend like a deluge and engulf the village. Crack! Crack! The alabaster ground shimmered with a rapid brilliance. While certain areas, long untouched by time, began to darken, fissures spreading swiftly, the sound of cracking incessant, and tendrils of shadowy mist rising from the earth. Boom! 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 Houses that appeared frail and delicate at first transformed into colossal crystalline mountains, radiating an indomitable light, firmly suppressing all upheavals. At that moment, the entire demon suppression village seemed to sway as if the heavens and earth were in turmoil, yet the true peril lay ahead. Ha! Jiang Tianming, you old curmudgeon. How long do you intend to confine us? You shall not withstand for much longer. Why not simply release us from the seals? We assure you, we shall not harm the inhabitants of the demon suppression village. Why continue this futile struggle, witnessing your village suffer countless casualties? Jiang Tianming, how can you bear this? Boom! The ground quaked violently, as if something dreadful were about to emerge from beneath, the demon suppression village becoming a vast seal pressing downwards. However, certain areas of the seal remained weak, swiftly torn asunder by a horde of monstrous beings. Jiang Tianming, release us, and let us coexist in peace. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. A chilling voice reverberated, echoing in the ears of all present. Some of the weaker inhabitants of the demon suppression village could not help but shudder at the sound, feeling an overwhelming chill seep into their very souls. Before them, the ground at the center of the village had split open, revealing a ghastly gash from which countless tendrils of black mist emerged, as if infused with life, thrashing wildly against the earth. Nearby houses dimmed rapidly, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The pristine white ground nearby shattered under this dreadful force, cracking like a spider's web, with fissures spreading in all directions, while ominous black vapor surged forth, exuding an aura of foreboding and malice. Humph! Deceptive words that mislead the masses. Just then, the space around them warped slightly, and an elderly man with a long beard materialized above the chasm, leaning on a dragon-headed staff, his eyes resembling blazing suns. Thud! The staff struck the void gently, and an invisible wave radiated outward. A formidable force descended, suppressing the rampant tendrils, each capable of instilling fear in even the most seasoned practitioners of rebirth, causing them to momentarily stiffen, then shatter into fragments. The sacred dragon staff. Within the fissure, numerous shadowy figures with crimson eyes involuntarily contracted. The sacred dragon staff, a treasured relic left behind after a great human warrior vanquished the demon emperor, could only be wielded by the chief of the demon suppression village. When used to its utmost by one at the pinnacle of rebirth, it could even shatter the barriers of the sacred realm, unleashing power comparable to that of a newly ascended sacred being. Truly terrifying. However, despite its might, the sacred dragon staff has significant limitations. It can only be wielded by those of specific bloodlines. To others, it would merely be an ordinary staff of decent material. In the hands of the village chief, however, it transforms into a revered treasure that instills fear in countless powerful beings. Such a treasure has never been rumored to be forged in the current world. Zhang Shu had never heard of any artifact capable of breaking the constraints of the sacred realm. For creating such a thing requires a monumental price. Even for those at the imperial level, and not just anyone at that tier can produce it. At the 9th level of rebirth, Zhang Shu felt the chief's aura, radiant as the sun, and could not help but marvel. What a magnificent treasure! Moreover, He sensed that the chief had not fully unleashed the power of the sacred dragon staff. Otherwise, the force unleashed in desperation would indeed be cataclysmic. The continued existence of the demon suppression village is, in part, due to the chief's overwhelming presence. Chapter 89. The seal weakens, defeat becomes apparent. The village chief seeks death, however. The village chief of Jinma village would never resort to desperate measures unless absolutely necessary. Currently, Jiang Tianming, the village chief, possesses a cultivation level of the 7th stage of nirvana. With the holy dragon staff, he can consistently unleash the power of the 9th stage of nirvana. Yet, should he choose to sacrifice everything, even at the cost of his own life, he could unleash a far more terrifying attack. However, such an act would not only lead to his demise, but also inflict permanent damage upon the holy dragon staff, a treasured artifact. The fall of Jiang Tianming would be a considerable blow to Jinma village. If the holy dragon staff were to suffer irreversible harm, it would exacerbate the already precarious situation of the village. In fact, the latter consequence would bear even greater significance. Without the village chief's protection and the suppression of formidable force, the annihilation of Jinma village could be imminent. Thus, unless it is the final step, even with a glimmer of hope remaining, the village chief would refrain from unleashing his ultimate attack, choosing instead to preserve the integrity of the holy dragon staff above all. The holy dragon staff is the very foundation upon which Jinma village stands. Aside from Jiang Tianming's 7th stage of nirvana, Jinma village boasts 5 additional practitioners of nirvana, including 2 in the mid-stage and 3 merely at the initial stage, totaling 6 formidable warriors. Such strength, while perhaps not rivaling the Tianqing royal family, is still formidable in its own right. Boom! The holy dragon staff swung forth, emanating resplendent golden light, resembling roaring golden dragons that soared and howled, their thunderous cries echoing across the heavens. The myriad shadowy monsters below displayed a hint of trepidation, hesitant to confront its edge. In terms of power, the village chief wielding the holy dragon staff is not significantly inferior to the royal ancestors. The terrifying waves of explosive energy swept across the realm, while the other 5 practitioners of nirvana lent their support, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. In this moment, Jinma village gained a considerable advantage. Yet, within Jiang Tianming's aged eyes, there was no trace of elation, only a profound weight of concern. As time progressed, he felt his vital energy being swiftly depleted. Despite inflicting heavy damage upon many of the demonic entities, the actual number of formidable foes they had slain was negligible. Within the fissures of the seal beneath Jinma village, the demonic forces were not excessively powerful. The strongest among them barely reached the 6th stage of nirvana, at the pinnacle of the mid-stage. This level of strength was inherently inferior to Jiang Tianming, especially since he now wielded the holy dragon staff, allowing him to exert complete dominance. However, the demonic creatures were firmly entrenched at the fissure's exit. Although they were suppressed and unable to advance, whenever they suffered significant injuries, they would swiftly retreat to the depths, drawing upon the demonic energy emitted by the corpses of the imperial demons to rapidly recover. This brief interlude would see a multitude of new demons surge forth to take their place. In the realm of the demonic, although the number of top-tier warriors is scant, the sheer quantity of those at the nirvana stage vastly surpasses that of the demon suppression village. Merely from this singular rift, the gathered demonic entities boasting nirvana prowess number in the hundreds. Such a terrifying figure, excluding the saint level, would cause even the holy grounds to tremble. Fortunately, the overall strength of these demons is not particularly formidable. Most, even upon reaching the nirvana stage, are merely at the initial phase. Coupled with the constraints of the rift's range, the number of demons emerging simultaneously is manageable for the time being. However, despite this, the situation remains grim. As long as the demons are not vanquished in a single blow, they can swiftly retreat to recuperate, while a steady influx of reinforcements continues. With such a vast quantity at the nirvana stage, not to mention the multitude of those beneath it, the numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, the corporeal forms of these demons exhibit immunity to most energy attacks, and with their sheer numbers, even a wielder of the sacred dragon staff like Jiang Tianming finds it exceedingly difficult to deliver a fatal strike. If they cannot be obliterated, these demons can recover their injuries by drawing on the corpse of the imperial demon, regaining their strength in mere moments. Consequently, The onslaught remains relentless. Additionally, most demons reside deep within the rift, meaning that the attacks from the strong of the demon suppression village must pierce through layers of demonic energy, significantly diminishing their power by at least 10 to 20%, making instant annihilation all the more challenging. This is troublesome. It appears that the number of Nirvana demons has increased since our last encounter. Jiang Tianming wielded the sacred dragon staff, striking one demon grievously, just a hair's breadth from annihilation. Yet, that wounded demon retreated immediately, and before Jiang Tianming could deliver another blow, fresh demons charged forth, undeterred by the threat of death. Each time, it was merely a fraction too late. Yet, that slight margin loomed before the people of the demon suppression village like an insurmountable chasm, utterly unbridgeable. Jiang Tianming felt a sense of urgency. This cannot continue. If we prolong this battle, our energy expenditure will exceed our replenishment, and eventually, we shall falter. We must devise a strategy, otherwise, the seal will surely be breached. A Nirvana warrior communicated telepathically, "Village chief, this cannot go on. Perhaps we should seek aid from the demon-subduing village? That would be unwise." Jiang Tianming replied, frowning as he transmitted his thoughts. "Their situation is far worse than ours. Should their warriors depart, the consequences could be dire, leaving us with no chance for recovery." Upon saying this, Jiang Tianming felt a surge of determination. Clenching his teeth, "If all else fails, I may need to intentionally open a breach, allowing them to surge forth. I shall harness the power of the sacred dragon staff to slay dozens of Nirvana demons in one fell swoop, delivering a devastating blow. However, should I take such a course, I fear it may cost me my life. Yuntian, if I fall, your strength at the 6th level of Nirvana will be paramount. The future of the demon suppression village shall rest upon your shoulders." Under normal circumstances, Jiang Tianming would not resort to such desperate measures unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the situation grows increasingly precarious. Although it may seem manageable at present, once the moment arrives, it may already be too late. Village chief, the elder known as Yuntian, upon hearing these words, displayed a fleeting glimpse of sorrow in his eyes. However, he refrained from offering any counsel and simply nodded, saying, "Let us endure for a moment longer. If it truly becomes untenable, we shall proceed with your plan." Village chief, the entire exchange transpired rather swiftly, compounded by the fact that all communication was conducted through telepathy. Thus, Zhang Shu remained unaware of the precise content of their discussions. Nevertheless, he could discern that the situation was askew. He did not rush forward to offer assistance, not out of reluctance, but rather due to his recent arrival and relatively modest strength. To intervene recklessly might disrupt the coordination of the formidable forces of Jinma village, inadvertently exacerbating the turmoil. The circumstances appeared rather dire. Observing the battle from a distance, Zhang Shu soon furrowed his brow, murmuring with a hint of concern. Chapter 90. The Holy Light Exorcism Talisman. The Holy Light Tower. Although Zhang Shu did not participate in the battle, his gaze remained fixed on the conflict unfolding before him. At first glance, it appeared that the townsfolk of demon-subduing village held the upper hand. However, Zhang Shu was acutely aware that the opposing demons had sustained minimal losses, with only a handful of lesser demons perishing beneath the threshold of Nirvana. In this realm of combat, only those who had reached Nirvana were of any significance. The rest were mere fodder. Moreover, the sheer number of ordinary demons was staggering. The sealed demon corpses below contained an almost terrifying amount of demonic energy. Even after countless years, these corpses continued to siphon power, dispersing demonic energy to spawn new demons. Over time, the count of ordinary demons had swelled to nearly hundreds of thousands. Due to her inadequate strength, Eliao had not entered the fray, and now, she anxiously turned to Zhang Shu, her voice tinged with worry. "Sir, the village chief and the others will win, right? They will certainly triumph." Despite the grim reality, Zhang Shu reassured her, "Do not fret. The strength of demon-subduing village is formidable. Your village chief can unleash power comparable to the 9th level of Nirvana, especially with the advantage of home ground and the limitations imposed by the sealed entrance. The odds of victory are quite favorable. Perhaps soon, the fissure in the seal will heal on its own, making victory even more attainable." That is good. With Zhang Shu's words, the young girl exhaled deeply, a relieved smile breaking across her face, as she trusted that Zhang Shu would not deceive her. Boom. The thunderous roar of violent qi resonated through the air, yet Zhang Shu remained steadfast, refraining from intervention. Given the current circumstances, unless he employed the Holy Realm experience card, his strength would be of little assistance. Thus, he waited for the daily tasks to refresh. It should be soon. I hope it proves useful, Zhang Shu murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the distant battle raged on, and just as Zhang Shu's anxiety peaked, a sudden notification interrupted his thoughts. Ding! The daily tasks have refreshed. Task item: Holy Light Exorcism Talisman 10,000. Task reward: Holy Light Tower 10. Holy Light Exorcism Talisman. When activated with mental energy, it can unleash a force equivalent to a full-strength strike from the Nirvana realm, with additional damage against mental attacks. Holy Light Tower. When supplied with sufficient energy, it can dissipate all demonic energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. The daily tasks have refreshed. Upon seeing the efficacy of the Holy Light Exorcism Talisman, Zhang Shu felt a surge of excitement. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow for his weary head. Yet, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Was it mere coincidence that this task item could address the current predicament? However, there was no time for contemplation. As the fierce battle continued to unfold in the distance, Zhang Shu extended his hand, and in an instant, radiant light flickered in the void. Talisman after talisman, woven from ethereal power, materialized before him, each adorned with intricate golden patterns that flowed as if alive. Stay here, do not approach. Zhang Shu grasped the holy light demon-breaking talisman and swiftly instructed Lu Yao beside him. Without delay, he launched himself toward the rift. Lu Yao, filled with concern yet hesitant to inquire further, could only loudly caution the guests to be vigilant. Young friend, danger. Retreat at once. Do not approach. It is far too perilous. As the powerful beings of Nirvana sensed Zhang Shu's rapid approach, they immediately raised their voices in alarm. Jiang Tianming also urgently interjected. Do not come closer. The demonic energy here is overwhelmingly dense. Anyone below the Nirvana realm who ventures too near will suffer harm from the malevolent aura. If you wish to assist, please join the clansmen outside in suppressing and sealing the area. His eyes were filled with worry. Zhang Shu must not encounter misfortune. After years of arduous effort to establish contact with the outside world, he had steeled himself for sacrifice. In that moment, he would annihilate the multitude of demons, using his final strength to ensure Zhang Shu's escape and convey all that transpired here to the outside, alerting the powerful human warriors that the divine demon cave had undergone a transformation and that aid was urgently needed. If Zhang Shu were to perish, it would spell disaster. Boom. Unfazed, Zhang Shu observed the surging tides of dark, demonic energy rushing toward him. With a focused thought, he unleashed the vast Nirvana domain, igniting strands of pure white Nirvana flames that swiftly evaporated the encroaching malevolent energy. A significant portion of space was cleared. A domain? The Nirvana realm? Such formidable power. In that instant of Zhang Shu's eruption of aura, the onlookers realized his cultivation level, first stage of Nirvana. However, the displayed strength was far beyond mere first stage. Nirvana realm? How could this be? Such a young cultivator of Nirvana. Jiang Tianming was momentarily taken aback. He had not previously sensed Zhang Shu's cultivation level. Although he could not detect Zhang Shu's aura, he assumed the latter bore some artifact that concealed his essence and, out of politeness, refrained from probing further. Coupled with the overwhelming vitality emanating from Zhang Shu and the restrictions of the divine demon cave, it was evident that his age could not be too advanced. Yet his power was astonishingly formidable. Another one? Yet merely a first stage of Nirvana could hardly stir the waters. From within the rift, a multitude of demons opened their crimson eyes, gazing with indifference at the swiftly approaching Zhang Shu. A peak sixth stage Nirvana demon promptly commanded, "Continue the assault on the rift. Jiang Laogui and the others cannot withstand much longer. We have amassed strength for too long. We shall launch our final attack only when we are absolutely certain of victory. This time, we will seize control of Demon Suppression Village. Brothers, follow me out. Young friend, come quickly." An elder from Demon Suppression Village exclaimed with excitement. A domain. The Nirvana domain. Even upon reaching the Nirvana realm, not everyone possesses the ability to cultivate a domain. Only a rare few fortunate souls can wield such a weapon, which, to some extent, grants them a semblance of the power inherent in the rules of the domain. Rule domains are the exclusive domain of the Holy Ones. As for the ordinary person's nirvana domain, it is merely a rudimentary manifestation of power radiation. It may have some effect against the weak, but against the strong, its efficacy is rather mediocre, nearly negligible. In essence, it is akin to the pressure of one's aura. The greater the distance, the less effective it becomes. However, Zhang Shu's domain is distinct. As long as one is within its coverage, any point can unleash a powerful strike at any moment. Furthermore, as long as he is not significantly disrupted, Zhang Shu can manifest his presence freely within the confines of the domain. Within this realm, all the elemental energies of heaven and earth can be drawn upon by Zhang Shu at will. It can be asserted that he possesses a vast energy reservoir comparable to thousands of miles, far exceeding that of others. Even at the initial stage of nirvana, the power he can unleash is sufficient to cause trepidation in those at the mid-stage of nirvana, especially when augmented by mental attacks, posing a threat even to those in the late stage of nirvana. More importantly, in contrast to ordinary practitioners of nirvana, Zhang Shu, with his domain, is far more adept at engaging in group battles. This is the advantage of having cultivated the supreme Yang domain in advance. Once he steps into the nirvana realm, he will be able to grasp the nascent form of the rule domain. Thunderous roars accompany the deluge of domain power, as the demonic energy within 1,000 miles rapidly evaporates like snow under the blazing sun. Chapter 91. Young friend, you go ahead. We shall take responsibility for the rear. Hurry. The elder of Demon Suppression Village called out urgently. Had it been before, they would not have allowed Zhang Shu to march to his death. But the situation had changed. With a domain in play, their strength was not to be underestimated. Among the multitude present, only the old village chief stood a chance. The others were clearly inferior. A domain? Below, the myriad of demons shifted their expressions, evidently realizing something significant. However, it wasn't long before one demon sneered and remarked, "What does a domain matter? In a one-on-one confrontation, we may indeed be outmatched. But now we hold the advantage of our territory. As long as we are not slain in a single blow, we can swiftly recover. A domain may be formidable. Yet this lad has barely achieved the first stage of nirvana. If the old ghost Jiang couldn't kill us, what could he possibly do?" Upon hearing this, the other demons scoffed in agreement. "Humph. At the very least, we can buy time to reseal you." Jiang Tianming snorted coldly, brandishing the sacred dragon staff, unleashing a cascade of divine light that instantly decimated the demons that had just emerged. The leading demon, with crimson eyes darkened, murmured, "Is that so? Old ghost Jiang, I fear you shall be disappointed this time." With a rush, Zhang Shu arrived, unrestrainedly unleashing his nirvana domain, enveloping the entire demon suppression village. The clash of the domain's power against the encroaching darkness resembled two boundless seas colliding, producing a deep, resonating roar. "Kill him!" An onslaught of demons erupted in frenzied attack as Zhang Shu approached. How dare a mere first-stage nirvana practitioner exhibit such arrogance before them? He was clearly courting death. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted, the ceiling fissures crackling ominously. The expressions of the old village chief and his companions shifted dramatically as they observed the seemingly indestructible fissure not only failing to heal, but expanding incrementally. "Ha ha, Jiang Tianming. The ancient demons have awakened. This time, you shall not stop us." A hoarse laughter echoed, filled with elation and derision, proclaiming a resolute declaration. "Today, Demon Suppression Village shall meet its end." The awakening of ancient demons? The old village chief and his companions suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Boom! Before they could react, a formidable surge of demonic energy erupted from the fissure, and powerful auras began to materialize. The majority being at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of nirvana, with some even in the later stages. Alarmingly, among them were two demonic entities that had achieved the 9th stage of nirvana. They were not at all inferior to the village chief wielding the sacred dragon staff. "Jiang Tianming, today marks your demise." Among the newly emerged demons, two figures enveloped in black mist appeared, resembling malevolent spirits rising from hell. The moment they emerged, the previously dissipated demonic energy surged forth once more. Without uttering a word, the two 9th-stage ancient demons charged directly at Jiang Tianming, while the other ancient demons grinned wickedly, advancing towards the group. "This is bad. Several elders of Demon Suppression Village turned pale. Just then a gentle beam of light gracefully traversed the void, transforming into a dazzling talisman that ignited in an instant, forming an expansive canopy that shielded all present. Thunderous roars ensued as torrents of ominous black energy crashed violently against the heavenly barrier, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to tremble violently. At the epicenter of the collision, strands of pitch-black spatial rifts writhed like uncontrollable tendrils. The earth on either side crumbled, structures vanishing at an alarming rate. A multitude of ordinary demonic creatures caught in the onslaught were instantaneously reduced to ash, their cries extinguished before they could even escape their lips. What? It was actually blocked? The two ancient demons of the ninth layer were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing their full-force assault thwarted by an enigmatic luminescent barrier. They lifted their gazes to behold a serene youth, calmly wielding an array of peculiar golden-etched talismans, which he effortlessly cast toward them. Beware! A palpable sense of peril surged through the ancient demons, prompting them to unleash their demonic energy in a desperate defense. In an instant, 3 scattered holy light talismans in the void erupted with blinding brilliance, their radiance morphing into a deluge of divine flames that cascaded down like a cataclysmic inferno. The mere brush of this fiery tempest was sufficient to obliterate countless demonic entities, their forms disintegrating upon contact. Even the Nirvana stage demons faced near-certain demise when enveloped by that terrifying sea of flames. What? The 2 Nirvana-level ancient demons felt a tremor of alarm. A treasure rivaling their own ninth-layer attacks? Indeed, it was a testament to the formidable legacy left by their ancient adversary, the Father God, despite the passage of years. The depth of their power remained formidable. Clearly, they regarded Zhang Shu as one of the defenders of the Demon Suppression Village. Yet, even if these forces could yield some effect, what of it? One ancient demon's eyes darkened. Just moments ago, 2 Nirvana stage demons had been caught unaware and were reduced to cinders by the inferno. A flicker of regret crossed the ancient demon's gaze. To them, the annihilation of the Demon Suppression Village seemed like a trivial endeavor, yet the true complications lay ahead. How to evade the scrutiny of human powerhouses, how to establish a foothold in the external world without attracting attention, and how to cultivate their forces. These were the genuine considerations at hand. As each Nirvana stage demon was a cornerstone of their strength, accumulated over countless years, the loss of even one was a source of profound anguish. After all, birthing a Nirvana demon was a far more arduous task than that of a human attaining the Nirvana stage. The inferno was waning. Eliminate that wretch. An ancient demon roared, its crimson eyes fixated on Zhang Shu. It was this accursed human who had slain 2 of their Nirvana stage kin with a mere flick of his hand. Notably, even Jiang Tianming had only managed to slay a single Nirvana demon before this. Young friend, if you cannot withstand this onslaught, flee. We elders shall hold the rear for you. If possible, assist in escorting Lu Yao and the younger generation to safety, preserving a thread of bloodline for the Demon Suppression Village. In that moment, as the village chief, Jiang Tianming was engulfed in despair. The remaining elders bore expressions of fearless resignation. You will hold the rear? This too seemed acceptable. Zhang Shu contemplated for a moment and surprisingly acquiesced, conjuring an impressive array of talismans that appeared in his hands like magic. Without a glance at the astonished faces around him, he hurled them behind him while retreating frantically, his figure flickering as he distributed the holy light demon-breaking talismans to each individual. Each person received hundreds, not only the 6 at the Nirvana stage, but everyone present was included. Even Lu Yao, who was merely spectating, found herself with a face full of talismans. Just one command, throw. Aim and throw. Don't just stand there. The monsters are charging in. Hurry, throw. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The village chief, initially engulfed in despair and uttering his last words, suddenly felt a tight grip in his hand as he was thrust a handful of holy light demon-breaking talismans. Having witnessed the power of these talismans, he found himself momentarily disoriented. With his instructions complete, Zhang Shu observed the densely packed monsters before him, along with a throng of ancient demons, all in a frenzy to charge forward. They were utterly mad. If this continued, there would be no time for the talismans to detonate, and everyone would surely be engulfed by the demonic tide. Seeing that the villagers were still in a daze, Zhang Shu's frustration boiled over. How could they be so oblivious at such a critical moment? Time was of the essence. On the brink of unleashing a tirade at their naivety, Zhang Shu, in a moment of exasperation, decided to take the lead and surged toward the approaching tide of monsters. Forget it. A bunch of unreliable fools. You hold the rear? Fine. You do that. I'm charging ahead. Chapter 92. What kind of monster is this? I truly fell for your deception. Zhang Shu observed a horde of monstrous creatures charging towards him with ferocious roars. At this moment, escape was no longer an option. If he fled now, the group of seemingly immobilized individuals nearby would surely lead to the downfall of the demon suppression village in no time. Boom. Zhang Shu soared into the air, unleashing the Nirvana domain with frenzied intensity. In an instant, strands of pure, immaculate Nirvana flames, radiating terrifying heat, surged forth from the heavens and earth. Initially, it was merely a flicker, but soon these flames expanded, twisting and growing, ultimately transforming into countless roaring fire dragons. Kill. They must not be allowed to utilize that treasure. We must annihilate them. A primal ancient demon bellowed in fury, braving the onslaught of the dreadful fire dragons, intent on slaughtering everyone in the demon suppression village. The other monsters, without needing further encouragement, felt a chill of fear upon witnessing Zhang Shu brandishing handfuls of those fearsome golden talismans. Previously, he had merely unleashed a few casual strikes, inflicting heavy casualties among them. If he unleashed his full power, they would surely face annihilation. No, we cannot allow them to cast their spells. Quickly, while they remain unresponsive, let us strike. Earth Demon, you engage this human with a domain. I shall seize the opportunity to slay the people of the demon suppression village. Finally, one of the Nirvana 9th layer ancient demons could no longer contain itself, roaring madly to a companion. Life and death were at stake. The Earth Demon, undeterred, replied, Heaven Demon, you proceed. This one is mine. Rest assured, as long as you deal with the others, a mere first layer Nirvana, even with a domain, is no match for me. Zhang Shu furrowed his brow. He still had some talismans, but activating them required a certain amount of mental energy and time. The distance was too short. Without someone to restrain the monsters, he would have no opportunity to unleash his talismans. It must be noted that even when cast, these talismans were not guaranteed to hit all monsters. Attempt to advance. Zhang Shu realized the Earth Demon was rushing towards him, understanding the intent of this group of monsters. In that brief moment, the old village chief and the others had regained their wits, but to make the talismans effective, a certain distance must be maintained. Rumbling. The holy light dispelling talismans erupted from behind, but their immense power, combined with the proximity, engulfed both the monsters and the villagers. Fortunately, the holy light dispelling talismans primarily targeted pure mental energy, inflicting less harm on humans than on monsters. Die. Zhang Shu turned to find a blood-red spear hurtling towards him like lightning. Yet, he disregarded it entirely, compressing the power of his domain, consolidating all his strength to suppress the approaching Heaven Demon. Seeking death. The Earth Demon, witnessing Zhang Shu's indifference towards its attack in favor of thwarting the Heaven Demon, was instantly consumed by rage. It felt utterly disrespected. The body of the celestial demon was momentarily impeded, causing him to stagger slightly, his expression shifting as he attempted to break through once more. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, terrifying symbols of holy light erupted before him, blasting him backward with tremendous force. Despite his cultivation at the 9th stage of Nirvana and his demonic form, he could not withstand such relentless onslaughts. With a heart full of unwillingness, he could only retreat continuously. Simultaneously, as the celestial demon was hindered, the attack from the Earth Demon struck behind Zhang Shu. Observing this from a distance, the villagers of Demon Suppression Village were instantly overwhelmed with rage. A group of elders, witnessing Zhang Shu recklessly trying to obstruct the celestial demon to buy them time, had their eyes redden with emotion. A colossal roar resounded, as the overwhelming demonic and elemental energies erupted, engulfing Zhang Shu and the Earth Demon in a tumultuous wave. The expressions of the villagers shifted dramatically, with their leader, Jiang Tianming, wearing a complex countenance. The other elders, upon seeing this, were instantly filled with tears of fury, vowing revenge. Young friend, you shall pay for this. Earth Demon, I will slay you for the sake of my young friend. Annihilate them all. With each furious shout, holy symbols were cast forth like confetti, detonating with a cataclysmic sound that shook the very heavens and earth. The endless darkness enveloping Demon Suppression Village seemed to tremble, revealing glimmers of light that danced in harmony with the exploding symbols of holy light. On the other side, the Earth Demon stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could you withstand my full-force strike unscathed?" Zhang Shu shook his head slightly, still dazed from the heavy blows he had endured. Hearing the Earth Demon's words, he smiled. "Is this the full force of the 9th stage of Nirvana? Indeed formidable. I can't afford to be careless in the future." He marveled internally at the power. Even with the godly radiance robe mitigating the impact, he still felt a ringing in his ears. I refused to believe it. The Earth Demon, now frenzied, roared and launched another assault. This time, his spear flailed wildly, akin to a raging crimson serpent, striking Zhang Shu from various impossible angles with blinding speed, producing deafening explosions. Zhang Shu chuckled coldly. "Just now, I was caught off guard and didn't defend myself properly, allowing you to land a sneak attack. But now that I am on guard, your attempts are merely tickling me." The Earth Demon felt a pang of despair as he realized that even his most fervent attacks could not breach Zhang Shu's defenses. The latter stood still, allowing the assault to occur without budging, and yet, the Earth Demon could not penetrate his defenses. A saint. The Earth Demon's heart quaked. It must be a saint. Otherwise, even those who have reached the limits of nirvana, surpassing its fullness, would never dare to endure my attacks so easily. Even if they could withstand it, they would not emerge unscathed. The Earth Demon was engulfed in fear and despair. Zhang Shuming remained outwardly composed, yet inwardly he was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. It was not that he lacked the desire to act. Rather, he found himself utterly immobilized. His own strength was merely at the first stage of nirvana, rendering him incapable of keeping pace with the speed of the Earth Demon's onslaught. The opponent's strikes were not only swift, but also executed from unpredictable angles, leaving Zhang Shuming with no opportunity to react. The disparity in their capabilities was insurmountable. Both combatants paused, their gazes locked in a tense standoff, each harboring deep-seated wariness towards the other. Within their minds, a tempest of thoughts raged. Earth Demon, what manner of creature is this? Zhang Shuming, what kind of monster is this? As the mist dissipated, revealing Zhang Shuming unscathed, standing defiantly against the Earth Demon, the onlookers from the nearby Demon Suppression Village stared in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? The beleaguered Heaven Demon seized a rare moment to catch its breath. Witnessing the scene, despair washed over it, prompting an anguished roar. Earth Demon, what are you doing? Hurry and slay him to assist me. Chapter 93. Father, your child comes to slay the enemies. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Earth Demon, a being of the 9th Nirvana, one of the most powerful ancient demons, standing resolutely against a mere first-level human in the Nirvana realm, the celestial demon was driven to madness. Fool! Imbecile! What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and kill him. Can't you see I am on the brink of collapse here? The celestial demon bellowed in rage, retreating under the relentless onslaught of radiant holy light. In the distance, the Earth Demon nearly erupted in a tirade, almost retorting, "If you're so capable, why don't you take my place? Let us switch roles. What first-level Nirvana being could possibly withstand my attacks unscathed? This is clearly a concealed sage." Dread gripped the Earth Demon. Had another sage emerged from the Demon Suppression Village? If that were the case, a wave of terror washed over it. Should the sage harness the treasures left behind by the powerful human, they could unleash a force that would plunge all demons into despair, obliterating any hope of resurgence. In that moment, the Earth Demon felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. The spirit of the entire demonic entity began to wane, especially with the distant echoes of the celestial demon's insults gnawing at its composure. Idiot! If you could kill me, wouldn't you have done so already? I have struggled against this opponent for so long, and you can't discern a hint of anomaly? The Earth Demon began to harbor grievances against the celestial demon. It was clear that the human before it possessed inscrutable power, possibly that of a sage, and it dared not reveal any semblance of fear. Although the Earth Demon pondered why this opponent had yet to strike, it was not inclined to question further. Survival was paramount, and it preferred to prolong this encounter indefinitely. Noticing the Earth Demon's hesitation, the celestial demon, though angered, was not foolish. It quickly deduced that something was amiss. Yet, the fury persisted. Why, At this precise moment, was there an unforeseen complication? Damn it! The celestial demon cursed. Not far away, Zhang Shu maintained his stance against the earth demon. While he did not grasp the entire situation, he could sense the earth demon's turmoil and chose to remain silent, observing it with an inscrutable gaze that unnerved the latter. The earth demon trembled as its gaze met Zhang Shu's enigmatic smile. Fear coursed through its being. It felt as if it had deciphered the implication behind those eyes. Do not move. You must not reveal any abnormalities. Let this continue. I will spare your life. However, should you dare to make the slightest move, you shall undoubtedly perish. The earth demon understood. In an instant, the previously arrogant being transformed into an embodiment of meekness. The two stood in silent opposition. At that moment, the surrounding demons instinctively distanced themselves from Zhang Shu, granting them an unoccupied battlefield, undisturbed by any interruptions. Witnessing this turn of events, Zhang Shu felt astonished, fortunate, and delighted. Was there such an unexpected boon? On the other hand, the earth demon sighed in relief, thankful that these fools had not provoked their adversary. Otherwise, the demise of these fools is a trifling matter. One must not implicate oneself. Zhang Shu cast a glance at the distant battlefield, still ablaze with fervor, and mused, I have done all that I could. I have momentarily staved off the tide of darkness and have managed to detain a Nirvana-level ancient demon. The remainder, I leave to you. Without resorting to the Holy Realm experience card, this is nearly the zenith of what Zhang Shu can achieve. Indeed, upon realizing that there was nothing more for him to do, he commenced to cultivate his mental strength right where he stood, within the vast expanse of his consciousness. The chaotic divine mill began to turn slowly, his mental energy being incessantly ground and reforged, growing ever more formidable. The earth demon's heart jolted as it gazed at Zhang Shu. In that fleeting moment, it perceived an overwhelming threat. Instantly, the flicker of hope that lingered in its heart dissipated completely. Alas, alas, I am but a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect myself. As for the sky demon, may it seek its own fortune, with the existence of a saint among the human race. This assault is destined to end in failure. Kill. The village chief of Demon Suppression Village, Jiang Tianming, roared with exhilaration and fury. Zhang Shu is still alive. Not only alive, but he has also managed to hold back a Nirvana-level ancient demon. In an instant, the pressure on Demon Suppression Village was significantly alleviated. The sorrow over Zhang Shu's potential demise vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of morale. A robust elder, with a striking physique, transformed the holy light demon-breaking talisman into a colossal gauntlet. Empowered by this force, he morphed into a giant towering 100 feet high, his fists akin to small mountains, relentlessly pummeling the demon creatures. It was a joy like no other. This elder was already at the Nirvana realm, and with the holy light demon-breaking talisman in hand, his might was nothing short of divine. Beside him, a middle-aged man watched in envy, his eyes turning red as he shouted, Father, please take a moment to rest. It is too dangerous. Give me more talismans, and I shall aid you in vanquishing the foes. Get lost. The elder bellowed without hesitation. Were it any other time, he would have perceived his son's words as mere filial concern. However, at this moment, that little brat is clearly attempting to steal my thunder. The elder roared, You are but at the radiant sun realm. What do you know of mental strength? You are wasting the talismans. Have you not seen how the young friend has given most of the talismans to us old folks, concerned that you would squander them? The middle-aged man was instantly indignant. The young friend bestowed upon me hundreds, yet you have seized them all. Get lost. The elder struck the ground with his fists, not even glancing back as he shouted. The middle-aged man, though helpless, felt a surge of excitement. Being scolded was of little consequence. A resounding victory. For the first time, they were repelling the demon's assault with such ease, and astonishingly, no clansman had fallen, while the tide of darkness, far more terrifying than before, was retreating under their onslaught. This was all thanks to the holy light demon-breaking talisman, all due to the efforts of that esteemed guest. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly recalled the long-standing ancestral teachings of Demon Suppression Village. The ancestral decree states that whoever can aid our sacred demon village in eradicating the demonic affliction shall earn the unwavering allegiance of all the formidable warriors of our village. Should this esteemed young friend succeed in completely resolving the demonic plight, he shall be regarded as the greatest benefactor of our demon town. Chapter 94. From this moment forth, the village of demon suppression shall no longer suffer from demonic afflictions. With a thunderous roar, the entire village of demon suppression trembled violently, as waves of terrifying primordial energy surged and danced chaotically. The village resembled a honeycomb riddled with leaks, its surroundings pierced and scarred by the encroaching darkness. An elderly man, wielding a holy light demon-breaking talisman, transformed into a radiant giant of glass, his iron fists smashing through the void. A multitude of demonic creatures were crushed into nothingness by his overwhelming strength, rendering even those immune to physical attacks utterly defenseless. A kindly old woman, utilizing the properties of the holy light demon-breaking talisman, crafted exquisite lotus flowers that appeared delicate and graceful. Yet, when they bloomed, the battlefield dimmed, and all life caught in their wake withered and perished in an instant. A robust man hoisted a bizarre black tube, and in an explosive moment, flames erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire as a terrifying storm of holy light engulfed the area. Others wielded long spears, striking with precision, each thrust resulting in a series of demonic bodies bursting apart. Some moved like phantoms, their forms ephemeral, silently reaping lives with every passage. An elder, brandishing the holy dragon staff, radiated boundless light, and numerous holy light demon-breaking talismans seemed to resonate with the staff in a remarkable harmony. The once dormant staff, rejuvenated like a parched land receiving rain, surged with newfound power. Village chief Jiang Tianming was overwhelmed with joy. In this moment, he harnessed the holy dragon staff, unleashing a force that rivaled the pinnacle of rebirth. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Come forth, you wretched creatures, let me send you back today. Boom, boom, boom. The holy dragon staff swung continuously, resembling a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens. With each flourish of its scales and claws, swathes of demonic entities were annihilated. The elder laughed heartily, single-handedly driving back the ancient demons, including the sky demon. Even a group of ordinary villagers, their strength beneath the level of rebirth, could still strike back against the rebirth demons using the power of the holy light demon-breaking talismans. In an instant, the village of demon suppression had gained the upper hand, the tide of battle overwhelmingly in their favor. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if they had faltered at this stage, he would have had no words to offer. The earth demon, observing the retreating tide of demonic forces under the might of the holy light demon-breaking talismans, felt a deep-seated unwillingness, yet he dared not intervene, fearing the dire consequences of his actions. Kill, exterminate these wretched beings, break the seal, and obliterate them completely. Ha ha, what a delight. The sky demon shall not escape. Take another blow from my staff. A group of elders laughed heartily as village chief Jiang Tianming struck down an ancient demon of the 8th rebirth stage, filled with vigor. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of the village of demon suppression numbered merely in the hundreds, yet they continually vanquished and repelled foes that outnumbered them 100-fold. Such a remarkable feat stirred the hearts of all present, who cast grateful gazes towards Zhang Shu, suspended in the void. They understood that everything they had achieved today was largely due to this guest's efforts. Had it not been for the abundance of holy light dispelling talismans, they would not only have failed to secure such a resounding victory, but merely surviving the onslaught of the demonic tide would have been a monumental stroke of luck. Those who had endured the torment of the monsters, having lost loved ones to their hands, wept bitterly, repeatedly bowing to Zhang Shu, their gratitude ineffable. Not only had Zhang Shu avenged them, but this time he had also saved their lives. Without his intervention, while the strongest might have survived the demon's assault on the demon-suppressing village, the vast majority of the ordinary clansfolk, lacking strength, would undoubtedly have perished. Ding! You have garnered the villagers' gratitude from the demon-suppressing village. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 10,000 Sect points. Ding! You have garnered the villagers' gratitude from the demon-suppressing village. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 10,000 Sect points. Ding! A series of system notifications echoed frantically in Zhang Shu's ears. He had not anticipated such an occurrence, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded as he watched his Sect points soar, swiftly surpassing the 10,000 mark, then escalating to hundreds of thousands, ultimately reaching a staggering million. The points continued to increase, albeit at a gradually diminishing rate. To think that earning the villagers' gratitude would yield sect point rewards? Why hadn't the system informed him earlier? After the initial joy, he was struck by a wave of regret. If he had known sooner, he would have performed even more admirably, achieving far greater results. A lamentable loss. In this instance, he had recklessly expended half of his holy light dispelling talismans. Observing the demons suffering tremendous casualties, even the ancient ones falling in succession, while the remaining Nirvana realm monsters were likewise devastated, it seemed that following this encounter, the menace beneath the ceiling fissures of the demon-suppressing village would be utterly vanquished. It would take thousands of years for them to regain their vitality. Henceforth, it would not be the monsters harassing the villagers, but rather the villagers deciding whether to spare them. The tide of the situation had completely reversed, and all the credit lay with Zhang Shu, with victory within grasp. As the celestial demon lay in a weakened state, the village chief and others, invigorated by their newfound strength, unleashed their might, rendering the celestial demon powerless. Stripped of the ancient demon's protection, it was obliterated by the chief wielding the holy dragon staff, which shattered its demonic form into pieces. In its final moments, the celestial demon, filled with resentment, cast a desperate glance towards the earth demon. However, the earth demon could scarcely concern itself with the celestial demon's bitterness. Its expression one of sheer terror as it beheld the approaching village chief, Jiang Tianming. What do you intend to do? Please, do not come any closer. The earth demon managed to utter, its voice trembling with trepidation. After acquiring a substantial amount of sacred light dispelling talismans, the sacred dragon staff seemed to regain its power, returning to the pinnacle of its former glory. Coupled with the village chief's indomitable spirit in this battle, he astonishingly ascended directly during the conflict, reaching the 8th level of Nirvana. With the enhanced sacred dragon staff, he now possessed formidable combat strength at the pinnacle of Nirvana. This power was more than sufficient to utterly vanquish the demon of earth. With both the earth demon and the heavenly demon fallen, it was now time for you to descend and accompany him. Village chief Jiang Tianming approached, first solemnly bowing to Zhang Shu, then fixing his icy gaze upon the earth demon, his killing intent boiling over. At present, nearly all the Nirvana monsters were slain under the seal of Demon Town Village, and the greatest peril had been almost entirely eradicated. Once the earth demon was dispatched, the village would enjoy at least several millennia free from demonic affliction. Sensing the chief's unabashed and potent killing intent, the earth demon was filled with terror and unexpectedly knelt before Zhang Shu, exclaiming, "My lord, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Grant me my life, I beseech you." The earth demon, as if seizing a final lifeline, fervently bowed his head. Initially intent on delivering a fatal blow, the village chief found himself compelled to suppress his raging murderous desire, holding back the bitterness of countless years of lost loved ones, and temporarily refrained from acting, turning his gaze towards Zhang Shu, clearly entrusting the decision to him. Had it been anyone else, even a saint, Jiang Tianming would have shown no mercy. Yet, Zhang Shu was different. He was the benefactor of Jiang Tianming and the entire Demon Town village. Should he speak? Even if Jiang Tianming were unwilling, he would comply with Zhang Shu's directive. Feeling the chief's intense hostility directed at the earth demon, Zhang Shu promptly waved his hand without hesitation, saying, "No need to look at me. This creature has wrought too much havoc and is not worth pitying. To kill him is imperative." The earth demon, instantly petrified with dread, stammered in frantic supplication, "No, no. My lord, please spare my life." Die? Jiang Tianming showed no hesitation. With Zhang Shu's word, he felt no further restraint. Regardless of how the earth demon resisted, he decisively struck, overpowering and slaughtering him. With the earth demon's agonizing cries fading into silence, peace returned to Demon Town Village, free from any demonic threat. Chapter 95. Loyalty with the nod of Zhang Shu. The village chief Jiang Tianming cast aside all hesitations. His eyes glimmered with a chilling murderous intent as the sacred dragon staff transformed into a radiant beam of light, thrusting forth like a lance. The earth demon struggled desperately to defend itself, yet was pierced through the heart after several strikes. Although at the level of the earth demon, and shielded by its demonic physique, merely having its heart pierced would not result in death, it still suffered grave injuries. The village chief's sacred dragon staff erupted in splendid brilliance, unleashing a series of devastating blows that warped the very air around them. The earth demon's body disintegrated amidst its anguished cries, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Ha! Upon completing this act, Jiang Tianming suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. As he laughed, memories of his deceased kin, his parents, brothers, and sisters, flooded his mind, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Do you see? I have avenged you. From this day forth, the demon affliction shall no longer plague demon-subduing village. Can you see? At this moment, Jiang Tianming appeared almost delirious, while the other elders danced with excitement. It was resolved. The torment that had afflicted demon-subduing village for an inconceivable duration was finally at an end. The villagers were elated and exhilarated. Some even raised their voices to the heavens, as if to release all the pent-up anger and sorrow within them. For many years, their loved ones had perished one by one at the hands of demons. The demon affliction that haunted their village had been like an omnipresent curse, binding them tightly. In this moment, as the heavenly demon and earth demon met their demise, and as the multitude of nirvana demonic beasts were vanquished, all villagers of demon-subduing village could distinctly feel the powerful oath that had shackled them beginning to loosen, their bondage swiftly diminishing. Though it had not entirely vanished, it was no longer far off. They had fulfilled their duty. The eradication of the demon affliction meant they had the chance to leave the realm of gods and demons, to live the lives of ordinary people, free from nightly disturbances by monstrous entities. Father, Mother, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Eliao was equally overwhelmed with emotion. The young girl, caught between tears and laughter, cast a profoundly grateful gaze towards Zhang Shu. At this moment, all eyes turned solemnly towards Zhang Shu, their excitement and gratitude palpable. Including the village chief Jiang Tianming, everyone bowed deeply before Zhang Shu. Thank you, benefactor, for helping us rid demon-subduing village of its demons. In this moment, Jiang Tianming spoke with utmost seriousness. Our village has a sacred tradition. Whoever aids us in eliminating the demon affliction shall earn the loyalty of every one of us in demon-subduing village. Now that the demons have been vanquished, we hope to follow our benefactor in the days to come. We humbly ask for your grace. Upon concluding his words, the elder unexpectedly knelt before Zhang Shu, prompting the other villagers, including the elder of the Nirvana realm, to follow suit in an overwhelming display of reverence. Many among them found themselves at a loss for words to convey their gratitude, resorting to this act as a testament to their feelings. Zhang Shu was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an occurrence. However, he did not decline their homage, who would turn away a legion of devoted warriors. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. At this nascent stage of the Xinxiao sect's development, the more powerful allies, the better. The village chief of Zhenma village, wielding the sacred dragon staff, possessed strength that could rival the limits of nirvana, nearly akin to that of a royal ancestor. In the sacred lands, such power typically commanded a position of great influence, and in the absence of a sage, was virtually invincible. With the addition of the remaining 5 from the nirvana realm, the strength of the Xinxiao sect was destined to surge. Thus, Zhang Shu smiled and said, "Please, everyone rise. There is no need for such formalities. I fully understand your intentions. It is an honor for me that you hold me in such esteem. However, there is no need for loyalty oaths. If you do not mind, I am in the process of establishing a sect called the Xinxiao sect. Would you consider joining us?" The Xinxiao sect? The village chief, Jiang Tianming, nodded solemnly, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall be a member of the Xinxiao sect." The other elders also inclined their heads and solemnly pledged, "We pay our respects to the sect master." In unison, they exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Zhang Shu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "In that case, given Zhang's prowess, he shall assume the position of Grand Elder. As for the position of Supreme Elder, in my view, it should be reserved for someone of saintly caliber. With his nirvana-level cultivation, the role of Grand Elder is more than adequate. As for the majority of the others, even if they were to be welcomed into the Xinxiao sect, not all would become disciples. A discerning selection based on talent would be conducted. Those unsuitable for cultivation would be provided with a space nearby to live freely. With the choice to stay or leave entirely at their discretion, Zhang Shu would not impose any obligations upon them. This cannot be. The village chief, Jiang Tianming, was taken aback, hesitant to accept such an honor. As an outsider, the prospect of becoming the Grand Elder upon his arrival filled him with apprehension. Nevertheless, it was settled. The other Nirvana experts would take on the roles of teaching elders. With a few brief words, Zhang Shu had established their positions. The others exchanged wry smiles. Yet they felt a warmth and excitement within. Even as beings of the Nirvana realm, it was uncommon for newcomers to assume such significant roles immediately. Even invitations from the sacred lands typically began with positions as attendants, undergoing a probationary period to evaluate loyalty and other factors before being promoted to formal elders. After all, according to ancestral teachings, they were initially meant to serve Zhang Shu. Now, becoming elders and disciples of the sect was already a remarkable outcome. In that moment, the depth of their gratitude towards Zhang Shu swelled even further. The hierarchy of the sect, aside from the sect master and supreme elder, was taking shape. Below are the positions of the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and other esteemed roles, as well as the teaching elders and deacons. At this moment, the people of Demon Suppression Village remain oblivious to the profound benefits they have gained. When they eventually ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, they will look back on this moment with deep emotion, feeling immense gratitude for their decision to join the Divine Sky Sect. Having resolved the demonic afflictions plaguing Demon Suppression Village, only a few final tasks remain, which can be entrusted to the village itself. Zhang Shu glanced at the system space. He had already consumed half of the 10,000 Holy Light demon-breaking talismans. Fortunately, there remained a substantial portion. The expenditure of half the Holy Light demon-breaking talismans had secured loyalty comparable to that of royal forces, which bodes well for the development of the sect. Thus, the system acknowledged Zhang Shu's actions as effective. However, the remaining half poses a dilemma. It cannot be squandered frivolously, otherwise, failing to achieve the anticipated results would mean losing out on the rewards of daily tasks. Chapter 96. The sect master truly puts in great effort after some contemplation. Zhang Shu summoned the village chief, wishing to inquire if there existed any avenues to judiciously dispose of these holy light exorcism talismans. Of course, he understood that he could not be overt about it. Elder, do you happen to know where there are still unresolved demonic afflictions? The village chief, taken aback by Zhang Shu's query, momentarily hesitated, his expression turning somewhat intricate. After a brief silence, he spoke softly, Sect Master. The resolution of the demonic afflictions in the demon-suppressing village has already exacted a tremendous toll on our sect. Such potent talismans have consumed vast resources, and I fear it has left our sect in a precarious state. You see, in the aftermath of Zhang Shu's assistance in alleviating the demonic troubles of the demon-suppressing village, the village chief felt a sense of relief, yet could not help but sigh. While the issues in the demon-suppressing village had indeed been resolved, this divine realm was not solely home to that village. There existed another fissure in the demon-subduing village that required suppression, although it had not erupted as dramatically as the troubles in the demon-suppressing village. The threat there was still formidable. The two villages maintained a vigilant watch over one another, their relationship deeply intertwined. The village chiefs were as close as brothers, bound by the ties of life and death. If it were possible, the village chief would undoubtedly wish for the liberation of the demon-subduing village as well. However, he was acutely aware of his current role as the Grand Elder of the Divine Sky Sect, which necessitated that he prioritize the sect's interests. These powerful talismans not only possessed the capacity to unleash forces rivaling that of Nirvana, but also had the potential to heal the psychological scars inflicted upon them over years of battling demons. The village chief had long been burdened by hidden injuries, with his lifespan waning. Yet now, not only had his wounds begun to heal, but he had also seized the opportunity to advance further. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to reach the pinnacle of Nirvana within his lifetime, and perhaps even aspire to attain the exalted realm of sanctity. Should he succeed in entering the sacred realm, he would be able to wield the power of the Holy Dragon Staff without reservation, thus propelling his combat prowess far beyond that of the majority of ordinary saints. This kindness rendered by the sect master was immeasurable. Therefore, even though his heart felt a tug of concern for the demon-subduing village, he could not dare to voice it, lest it impose a great loss upon the sect and paint the demon-suppressing village as insatiable, leaving a poor impression in the sect master's mind. Moreover, the sect master had already sacrificed so much for them. They had contributed nothing to the sect. How could they possibly have the audacity to make such a request? Little did he expect that the sect master would inquire on his own accord. At that moment, the village chief felt a warmth in his eyes, and his vision blurred slightly. He silently lamented, realizing that for the sect master, the demonic troubles within the divine realm held little personal consequence. Even if calamity were to erupt in the future, the sect master's strength, along with the divine sky sect, could easily relocate beyond the reach of disaster. Was it not rather an effort made on behalf of us, the indigenous people? This was a concern for the lingering demonic afflictions affecting us. Upon observing the varying expressions of the village chief, who occasionally sighed, Zhang Shu felt compelled to clarify a potential misunderstanding. Esteemed elder, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I require your assistance to eradicate further demonic threats, which would ultimately be beneficial for me as well. Beneficial? What could possibly be advantageous? The village chief shook his head inwardly, recognizing the profound care behind the words. The leader seemed to be attempting to alleviate our discomfort, perhaps aware of my predicament, and was seizing the opportunity to propose a suitable rationale for addressing the demonic afflictions plaguing Fumo village. In that moment, the chief sighed repeatedly, feeling a twinge of shame. Although he possessed considerable strength, Jima village had only recently joined the sect and had yet to establish any merit. How could they deserve such kindness from the leader? Oh, esteemed leader, such a great favor you bestow upon me. I fear that even if I were to sacrifice myself, I could scarcely repay it. At this juncture, the village chief was strongly inclined to refuse, fully aware of the tremendous cost involved in resolving the demonic issues of Fumo village. The value of the talismans was evident, yet the leader continually expended them on their behalf, leaving him feeling undeserving. From the chief's perspective, even a sacred land, particularly one with a master talisman maker capable of inscribing high-level talismans, would find it exceedingly taxing to produce such a multitude of holy light demonic-breaking talismans. Surely, half of the sacred land's resources would be depleted in the process. After two such endeavors, the sacred land's reserves would likely be exhausted. Moreover, was Shenshao Sect truly a sacred land? While the leader had previously thwarted the earth demon, showcasing surprising strength, it was unlikely that he was not significantly weaker than a saint without utilizing the holy dragon staff. Even so, the disparity between him and a saint was vast. The more he pondered, the more intense his feelings of guilt became. Yet, the thought of abandoning this opportunity weighed heavily on him. Fumo village was destined for ruin if the current circumstances persisted. The situation there had been far more dire than their own. Leader, I am indeed aware of a location plagued by demonic entities. As he uttered these words, the village chief sighed once more. Very well. For the safety of my dear friends and the brethren of Fumo village, I shall strive to repay the sect and the leader in whatever capacity I can. Should you issue a command, I shall not hesitate, even if it costs me my life. With this resolve, the chief's apprehensions began to dissipate. Having led Jinma village through countless tribulations, he possessed the fortitude to make this decision. Where? Zhang Shu's eyes brightened. The village chief replied promptly. Within the entire realm of the divine and demonic caverns, there exists a restriction set by the great powers of humanity to refine the body of the Emperor Demon. However, since the Emperor Demon's demise, its remains have given rise to a multitude of new demons, primarily converging in 3 rifts. One rift is located in Jinma village, while the other 2 are in Fumo village and Jiangma village. Yet, Jiangma village has been obliterated for over a century. Now, only Jinma village and Fumo village remain. If Fumo village had not absorbed a significant number of the monsters from Jiangma village over the years, Jinma village would likely have followed in its footsteps. Indeed, Fumo village had rendered substantial assistance to Jinma village throughout the years. This was precisely the reason why the village chief, undeterred by embarrassment, implored the sect leader to take action. Zhang Shu promptly replied, if that is the case, please lead the way. The fissure here has been nearly resolved. We shall proceed directly to Demon Suppression Village to eradicate the demonic affliction there once and for all. This way, Elder, you can rest assured. However, just as Zhang Shu was about to set off, the village chief shook his head and explained, the situation in Demon Suppression Village is unlike ours. Their settlement lies in a perilous location, entirely encircled by the demonic tide. We are currently at the peak of its eruption. To advance recklessly, even a Nirvana realm practitioner would suffer severe injuries traversing the demonic tide, and a moment's carelessness could lead to calamity. Even with the holy dragon staff in my possession, I cannot guarantee a successful passage through the tide's blockade. We must wait for half a day until the tide calms. The demonic tide is indeed fearsome. It is the lingering resentment left behind by the fallen emperor demon, and even a sage would be affected upon entering. Since the village chief has expressed such concerns, Zhang Shu chose not to take unnecessary risks. Who could predict the terrifying power that the emperor demon's resentment might unleash? One misstep could lead to disaster. Zhang Shu then said, "In that case, we shall utilize this half-day to address another matter for which I seek the village chief's assistance." Chapter 97. Luo Yu, Sparring O? I am unaware of what the master refers to. Please speak freely, for I am prepared to face any peril. The village chief declared solemnly, his expression earnest. After much anticipation, the village chief felt an overwhelming sense of joy at this opportunity to showcase his abilities. Such a chance was beyond his wildest dreams. Otherwise, he would be tormented by guilt for reaping benefits without contributing. Zhang Shu replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to find someone to spar with." He felt somewhat unclear about his own strength. At the first level of nirvana, he had not utilized the sect's resources to enhance his power, preferring instead to familiarize himself with the realm and master its applications. Additionally, he wished to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. "Not a problem, I shall partake," the village chief responded immediately. However, Zhang Shu shook his head. "I am not your match. Your prowess far exceeds mine. My current cultivation is merely at the first level of nirvana. My previous ability to hold my ground against the earth demon was only due to external forces intimidating him into inaction." The village chief nodded in understanding and continued, "Then I shall summon a few other old fellows to accompany the master in this spar." With that, he vanished in an instant. Within moments, several figures appeared in rapid succession. "Greetings, master," they all exclaimed in unison. Among the powerful figures of the demon suppression village, there were 6 Nirvana realm practitioners, including the village chief, 1 at the 8th level, 1 at the 7th level, 1 at the 5th level, and the remaining 3 at the 3rd level. Originally, there had been another at the 6th level, but, like the village chief, he had achieved a breakthrough during combat, advancing to the late stage of nirvana. The village chief pointed to a robust middle-aged man in the crowd, saying, "Luo Yu, you shall spar with the master." The sturdy man stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Zhang Shu. "Master, I am Luo Yu, at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of nirvana." "You're the one." Zhang Shu smiled and nodded. The pinnacle of the 3rd level of nirvana was 2 minor realms above his own, making it the perfect opportunity to test his techniques. The village chief, leaning on his holy dragon staff, stepped forward, saying, "I shall act as the referee." With the eradication of the demonic threat in the village, some of the sealing array's power had been released. With the aid of the array and the holy dragon staff, the village chief was more than capable of intervening at a critical moment to halt the battle, making him a suitable referee. Upon concluding, Zhang Shu and Luo Yu faced each other, their auras erupting with intensity. 2 formidable forces of nirvana converged, creating a surging shockwave that violently clashed in the void. A tremendous sound reverberated, drawing the attention of countless villagers from Demon Suppression Village. Eliao exclaimed excitedly, "It's a guest." "No. The master is sparring with Uncle Luo Yu." Someone else eagerly added, "Sparring at the Nirvana realm is a rare sight. Let's go, let us witness this." A multitude of villagers swiftly gathered, halting at a distance to observe the spectacle. Now that the demonic affliction has been eradicated, the villagers have adopted a more relaxed demeanor. Upon witnessing such a spectacle of combat, they eagerly gathered around. The village chief and the other 4 in the Nirvana realm were managing the residual energies, while most villagers, possessing some degree of cultivation, were not in danger of injury. Some began to place bets, calling out, "Who do you think will win, Elder Luo or the Sect Master?" Without hesitation, Eliao declared, "I bet on the Sect Master." "I bet on Elder Luo." "I too bet on Elder Luo." In an instant, the atmosphere in the demon-subduing village ignited with fervor. At this moment, Zhang Shu did not immediately deploy his domain nor suppress with mental energy. Instead, he engaged in direct confrontation with Luo Yu, relying solely on his own cultivation. The two clashed with formidable momentum, producing a series of resounding booms, their strengths seemingly equal. This scene left all present in awe. The village chief exclaimed, "In the Nirvana realm, Each minor difference in level can result in vast disparities in strength. Yet, the sect master is able to withstand Luo Yu's force with just the first level of nirvana. His foundation is truly terrifying, a remarkable prodigy indeed. Others nodded in agreement. Be careful, sect master. As Luo Yu realized he could not gain the upper hand over Zhang Shu through sheer momentum, he suddenly summoned a long spear, unleashing a tremendous surge of vitality that brought forth a chilling aura capable of freezing the void. The spear shot forth like a dragon, hurtling towards Zhang Shu with incredible speed. Zhang Shu instantly felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he were on the verge of being pierced by 100 holes. Amidst the thrill of danger, Zhang Shu's mental energy surged rapidly. This transformation filled him with immense joy. Nevertheless, he continued to battle Luo Yu using his vitality. Upon seeing his opponent draw the long spear, Zhang Shu's vitality coalesced into a battle blade, engulfed in fierce flames. Among all weapons, the blade was Zhang Shu's favorite. Its sweeping arcs were both brutal and authoritative. Come on. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Shu met the incoming spear head-on, his blade clashing with it, causing the void to explode with a resounding boom. Both combatants staggered back momentarily before launching into another fierce engagement. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows hundreds, if not thousands, of times. So rapid were their movements that the spectators struggled to catch even a glimpse of their afterimages. Only the village chief and a few others could discern the unfolding spectacle clearly. With each collision, it was as if thunder erupted in the void, unleashing boundless vitality that spread like fierce lightning, wreaking havoc across the heavens and earth, creating a breathtaking scene. The sect master possesses incredible strength, Luo Yu admired. However, from this point onward, I shall not hold back. Having not encountered such an evenly matched opponent in a long while, Luo Yu felt invigorated and burst into hearty laughter. In the next moment, under Zhang Shu's astonished gaze, an overwhelming surge of blood and energy erupted from Luo Yu, soaring into the sky. Is this a martial arts master? A dual-path cultivator? Zhang Shu came to a profound realization. Previously, amidst the chaos of slaughter, he had only perceived the fierce aura of the warriors from the demon suppression village, never once contemplating the might of a martial arts master. At this moment, instead of feeling alarmed, he was filled with elation. The greater the strength of these individuals, the more formidable the Xinjiao sect would become. Ha ha ha. This is fortuitous indeed. Observing Luo Yu's blood surging forth, his power subtly breaking through the shackles of the third pinnacle, Zhang Shu hesitated no longer and immediately unleashed his nirvana domain. Boom, boom, boom. A deep, resonant roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Zhang Shu was fully committed. Kill! Luo Yu bellowed, his spear swiftly transforming into a crimson hue, wisps of blood mist billowing from its shaft, swiftly morphing into delicate crimson ice crystals that cascaded down. He became a streak of blood-red light, hurtling towards Zhang Shu's heart. A martial arts master, when driven to madness, possesses a terrifying combat prowess. Witnessing this, the village chief tightened his grip on the holy dragon's staff, poised to intervene and halt the battle. Boom, boom, boom. The nirvana domain continued to expand, the spear crashing through its barriers. As the distance to Zhang Shu diminished, Luo Yu's speed slowed, as if mired in a quagmire. Letting out a muffled groan, he felt an inexplicable loss of control over his own body, as if he had been rendered immobile. Struggling to lift his gaze, he saw Zhang Shu wearing a smile, gripping the spear's tip, while a battle blade rested against his neck. The crimson hue faded from Luo Yu's eyes, and he let out a bitter laugh. I concede. Chapter 98. Divine will I concede. Luo Yu declared with remarkable decisiveness. Is this the power of the domain? Truly, it is worthy of being called the prototype of the realm of rules. Indeed, it is terrifying. Even though I possess merely the cultivation of the first level of nirvana, I am still far inferior to you. This time, I have lost. As soon as these words were spoken, the pressure surrounding him dissipated instantly, and Luo Yu regained his ability to move. Upon hearing Luo Yu's concession, the village chief chuckled, saying, Luo Yu's defeat is not unjust. The domain power of the sect master is indeed extraordinary. Under the influence of the domain, the very fabric of heaven and earth lies within one's grasp. If one cannot transcend the limitations of heaven and earth, even strength surpassing that of the sect master would inevitably lead to defeat. Curiosity stirred within him, according to legend. The scope of a domain is generally correlated with one's strength. Typically, the coverage of a domain for someone at the first level of nirvana should not exceed 300 miles. Yet, the sect master's domain seems to extend far beyond that. He had just felt it. At the moment Zhang Shu unleashed his domain, it enveloped nearly 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles against 300 miles is not merely a difference of threefold, but rather tenfold. Observing Luo Yu's retreat, the village chief turned his gaze toward another elder at the 5th level of nirvana. However, the latter simply waved his hand, decisively conceding, "I am no match for the sect master. His domain is far too powerful. Even I lack the confidence to break free from its constraints. To be unable to escape the limitations of the domain is tantamount to certain defeat." The spectators gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that even this elder at the 5th level of nirvana would concede so readily. It is worth noting that Zhang Shu is merely at the 1st level of nirvana, given the disparity in levels. A 5th level nirvana practitioner should theoretically dominate a 1st level one without any contest. It is even conceivable that, at full strength, a 1st level nirvana could be defeated in a single strike. Yet, the situation had reversed. What? An elder has conceded? The 5th level elder has openly acknowledged inferiority to the sect master? Luo Yu, a peak 3rd level nirvana practitioner on the verge of ascending to the 4th level, is considered to rank among the middle tier of the elders. Yet now, he has so easily fallen. The sect master is far too formidable. The sect master is merely at the 1st level of nirvana. Unbelievable, utterly astounding. Even a 5th level practitioner admits to being inferior. Could it be that we must summon an elder from the late stage of nirvana to contend with the sect master? That seems implausible, does it not? Indeed, the late stage of nirvana differs significantly from the ordinary stages. Reaching this stage entails a qualitative transformation. Though the difference between the 6th and 7th levels may appear to be but one tier, the resulting gap is overwhelmingly vast. In the late stage of nirvana, one would inevitably gain insight into the divine will. Once this divine will reaches fruition, it transforms into a complete set of rules. At that moment, one would be poised to enter the sacred realm. The people of Jinma village engaged in fervent discussion, possessing the legacy of the saints. They are evidently well acquainted with certain secrets. Their understanding of the nirvana realm is also far clearer than that of many external forces. Although not everyone can comprehend the nascent form of the realm as Zhang Shu does, the divine intent, in a certain sense, is not significantly inferior to the realm. It subtly grazes the power of the rule level. It can be asserted that in the mid-stage of nirvana, Zhang Shu still possesses an advantage. However, when facing the late stage of nirvana, even if Zhang Shu wields the realm, his opponent also harnesses the power of divine intent, thus diminishing his advantage considerably. Would this be a fair assessment? Some speculated. The others readily concurred, clearly not believing that Zhang Shu could triumph over someone in the late stage of nirvana. Zhang Shu's strength is predicated upon the nirvana realm. Once that realm is breached, he would merely be a slightly exceptional first stage of nirvana in the face of the late stage, revealing an immense disparity. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the realm is without merit. Should Zhang Shu also reach the late stage of nirvana, the synergy of the realm and divine intent would cause his strength to surge exponentially, far surpassing his current capabilities. Allow me to take the lead. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged, stepping before Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu turned to face the individual, an amiable elder whose presence exuded a natural simplicity, contrasting starkly with the imposing demeanor of the village chief, Jiang Tianming. Yin Tian, the village chief called out. The elder, Yin Tian, turned back, smiling as he reassured. Rest assured, I am fully aware and will not harm the sect leader. After speaking, he directed his gaze towards Zhang Shu and inquired, might the sect leader dare to engage in a battle with this old man? Zhang Shu displayed no hint of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly replied, why would I hesitate? In a mere glance, Zhang Shu recognized this elder, an esteemed figure within the demon town, second only to Chief Jiang Tianming, who had just ascended to the 7th stage of nirvana, a top-tier master who had comprehended divine intent. Confronting such a formidable opponent, Zhang Shu felt uncertain about his chances of victory. With a thought, He summoned the power of the celestial radiance robe, its strength coalescing to shield his vital points. Unless faced with a life-threatening danger, it would refrain from providing protection. With this invincible safeguard in place, the essence of their sparring seemed somewhat diminished. To the onlookers, Zhang Shu appeared unchanged, and they discerned no anomalies. Come. Zhang Shu exhibited no hesitation. The Nirvana realm unfurled, enveloping 1,000 miles. Without uttering a word, he drew upon the vital energies of heaven and earth for his own use, and in an instant, the air resonated with a cacophony of howls. The immense commotion left all spectators astounded. Buzz, the old village chief's eyes flickered as he gently tapped his sacred dragon staff, releasing a hazy golden light that mirrored Zhang Shu's realm, albeit solely to shield the inhabitants of Demon Town without further expansion. Observing this scene, Zhang Shu pondered briefly but could not afford to delve deeper. Opposite him, Yun Tian remained unfazed by Zhang Shu's immediate deployment of the realm. He stood quietly with hands at his sides, yet his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming as solid as a mountain in an instant. Regardless of how Zhang Shu's Nirvana realm surged against him, the elder remained utterly unmoved. A profound and indescribable weight emanated from the elder, surging into the heavens, instantly overpowering and shattering the domain of Zhang Shu, creating a vacuum within 100 feet of the elder's presence. Divine intent. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Someone exclaimed in awe, Elder Yuntian has comprehended the divine intent of the mountain. The overwhelming aura from Elder Yuntian at this moment resembled a majestic peak piercing the clouds, capable of crushing me with a mere flick of his finger. Previously, in the demon suppression village, only the village chief, Jiang Tianming, had grasped the divine intent, leading the crowd to curiously gaze upon Elder Yuntian. Such an oppressive force of suppression. If my domain were a ceaseless river, then Elder Yuntian would be the colossal rock at the riverbed, unmoved by the relentless currents of time. At this moment, Zhang Shu acutely felt the magnitude of the divine intent, and his expression grew gravely serious. Divine intent. This is a power that is in no way inferior to that of the domain. Master, please, you may strike first. After manifesting the divine intent, Elder Yuntian remained tranquil, allowing Zhang Shu to initiate the attack. This was the confidence that came with the late stage of Nirvana. Under the influence of the divine intent, the efficacy of the domain power diminished rapidly, while his cultivation level far exceeded that of Zhang Shu. Thus, the outcome of this battle seemed utterly inevitable, and he was in no rush to strike, concerned that a swift conclusion would leave his master at a disadvantage. Chapter 99. The innate divine weapon. In light of this, I shall no longer hold back. Observing the situation, Zhang Shu exhibited no arrogance. Instead, he summoned the power of the 1,000-mile domain. A deep, resonant roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as torrents of vast primordial energy surged forth like ocean waves, enveloping Zhang Shu in their embrace. At this moment, Elder Yuntian's expression gradually grew solemn. In his perception, Zhang Shu remained at the first level of Nirvana, yet the threat he posed was undeniably escalating. The pressure he exerted was not at all inferior to that of a mid-Nirvana expert. The 1,000-mile domain is truly astonishing. The master's innate talent is even more formidable than that of other prodigies who have grasped their own domains. Yun Tian mused, feeling a swell of admiration. The more powerful Zhang Shu became, the more elated he felt. This signified that the choice made by the demon suppression village was indeed correct. However, relying solely on this was insufficient to pose a threat to me. With a confident smile, Yun Tian refrained from immediate action, awaiting the moment when Zhang Shu's amassed energy reached its zenith. As the fluctuations of his aura subtly approached the pinnacle of mid-Nirvana, Elder Yun Tian's figure vanished in an instant. Zhang Shu's pupils constricted as he beheld a figure materialize before him out of thin air. Chop! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shu gathered boundless primordial energy, unleashing a force that even a mid-Nirvana being could not help but regard with awe. He cleaved through the very fabric of the cosmos with his blade, striking fiercely at the void ahead, directly aimed at Elder Yun Tian. Elder Yun Tian neither dodged nor evaded, his presence as solid as a mountain. With a single fist, he barreled toward the descending blade. Accompanied by a low growl, "Open the heavens." Boom! A thunderous clash ensued as fist met blade radiance, the impact momentarily pausing their movements. Elder Yuntian took a slight step back, while Zhang Shu was sent hurtling backward, the blade of energy he had conjured fracturing and dissipating into the ether. In that single exchange, the disparity was unmistakable. Such overwhelming force. Zhang Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was divine intent. It effortlessly pierced through the domain's power, which had previously easily constrained Luo Yu, yet under the opponent's assault, it proved as fragile as paper, torn asunder with ease. The adversary did not even employ evasive maneuvers, but rather directly shattered Zhang Shu's most potent strike head-on. Noticing the astonished gaze of Zhang Shu, Elder Yuntian offered a faint smile. This blow, though seemingly effortless, had indeed compelled Yuntian to expend all his strength, unleashing his self-created ultimate technique to effortlessly obliterate Zhang Shu's most formidable attack. Suppressing his surging vitality, Elder Yuntian intentionally revealed his prowess, gazing at Zhang Shu with a grin and inquiring, "Master, do you wish to continue?" Once more, Zhang Shu's eyes blazed with fervor. This was his first genuine encounter with the power of divine intent. Powerful, mysterious, incomprehensible, beyond estimation. Although he had previously slain a sage, the experience had been fleeting, akin to a dream where he wielded omnipotence, yet remained oblivious to the underlying truths. A sense of authenticity has finally emerged. In contrast to the ethereal power of the experience card, Zhang Shu prefers the grounded sensation of the present moment. Following this collision, he sensed a slight enhancement in his mental prowess. As his spirit energy increased, he felt a more refined and intricate control over himself, reaching a level of mastery. With a swift motion, his vitality coalesced into a long blade, and Zhang Shu's figure blurred, transforming into a streak of lightning, racing towards Elder Yuntian. This time, Elder Yuntian did not retaliate. Instead, he stood resolute, allowing Zhang Shu's strike to land upon him. In an instant, Zhang Shu was taken aback, for he sensed that his blade had not struck a person, but had cleaved against a mountain. Elder Yuntian suffered no injury. Rather, Zhang Shu felt a tingling sensation in his hands, as the long blade of vitality trembled violently. He looked at Yuntian in astonishment. Is this the power of divine intent? Such formidable defense. Yuntian laughed heartily, his aura growing increasingly profound, reminiscent of towering mountains and boundless earth, emanating an unfathomable aura. He proclaimed, "This is the divine intent of the mountain, or perhaps the divine intent of the earth. In offense, it is like the southern pillar of heaven, overwhelming and unstoppable. In defense, it is indestructible. To comprehend divine intent is to ascend to an entirely different realm, just as Zhang Shu stands now. If he were to face a nirvana of the first level without a domain, it would be a complete and utter annihilation, devoid of any suspense." Boom. Zhang Shu continued to unleash a flurry of strikes, each blade illuminating the sky, creating a tempest of light. Even those merely observing felt a chill coursing through their bodies, a sensation of prickling and numbness, their expressions filled with awe. Yet, Elder Yuntian remained unfazed and scathed, effortlessly commanding Zhang Shu to retreat with a mere gesture. At that moment, it appeared as though he held the upper hand. Zhang Shu was astounded. Divine intent was indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to him, while Yuntian appeared calm, he was, in fact, even more tense and under greater pressure than Zhang Shu. The divine intent of the mountain he comprehended was unparalleled in both offense and defense. However, it had its limitations in speed. While he managed short bursts of advancement, Zhang Shu's incessant flickering and the power of his domain allowed him to evade without issue. Even Yuntian found himself at a loss. His formidable divine intent ensured he was not affected by the domain, yet he could not restrict Zhang Shu's domain. Ultimately, it seemed he held the advantage, but in reality, he was merely on the defensive. Moreover, wielding divine intent was not without its costs. If this continued, while he might still emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly do so in a rather disheveled manner. There even loomed the possibility of being drained. After all, under the coverage of the domain, the vitality of heaven and earth could be manipulated at will. At this moment, Yuntian felt as though he were battling against the vastness of the world, and to compare consumption with the heavens and earth was utterly preposterous. No, this cannot continue. If it does, could I truly face the risk of defeat? Yuntian felt a surge of urgency within. He could not possibly tolerate being bested by someone at the first level of nirvana, even if that individual were the sect leader. The atmosphere trembled ominously. And in that moment, Yun Tian's hands radiated a brilliant light as a translucent gauntlet, as delicate as a cicada's wing, enveloped his fists. The village chief was momentarily taken aback. The other elders, who had initially watched with amusement, suddenly altered their expressions, scolding, "This old fool lacks martial ethics." Employing his life-bound divine weapon against someone at the first level of nirvana in a spar. Zhang Shu also sensed the anomaly and turned his gaze towards Yun Tian, questioning, "What is this?" In that instant, Zhang Shu's instincts screamed in alarm, "Danger!" Yun Tian, at that moment, was exceedingly perilous. Hearing his companion's reprimands, Yun Tian's face flushed slightly. However, he quickly gritted his teeth, thinking, let them scold. After all, he had already cast aside his dignity. To bully the weak was shameful enough. And if he were to lose, it would be utterly humiliating. No matter what, he could not afford to lose. Chapter 100. Eruption of Spiritual Power. Zhang Shu's gaze fixated on the ethereal gloves in Yun Tian's hands, his eyelids twitching slightly. In this moment, Yun Tian emanated an aura of extreme danger. A personal divine weapon? Having just entered the nirvana realm, Zhang Shu was still somewhat unfamiliar with certain concepts. This is a technique unique to martial arts masters. Each master forges their own personal divine weapon, and mine is these blood jade gloves. Yun Tian proclaimed with a hearty laugh. As Zhang Shu observed closely, he could faintly discern strands of glistening crimson threads woven into the gloves. A terrifying malevolence erupted from the gloves, transforming into a colossal beam of light that soared into the heavens. Be cautious. From here on, I shall give my all. Yun Tian's smile gradually faded, and he entered a state of utmost seriousness. Zhang Shu's mind became intensely focused, the power surrounding him slowly fluctuating. As his spiritual strength intensified, the most apparent change was an expansion of his domain, albeit modestly, extending only a few dozen miles. Nevertheless, this enhancement was significantly noteworthy. With a resounding roar, as Zhang Shu raised his hand, the essence of the world converged frantically, causing the entire expanse to dim, as if light itself were being drained. A massive battle blade materialized, hurtling toward Yun Tian. The grandeur of the momentum was boundless. The expressions of the villagers shifted, an elder exclaimed. The sect leader's strength seems to have increased substantially since before. To advance in battle, such talent is something I have only heard of, but never witnessed. Come at me. Yun Tian bellowed, a suppressed aura suddenly erupting from within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano releasing its fury, sending ripples through the vast emptiness. Yun Tian's eyes glowed crimson as his blood-red palms swelled, transforming into a canopy that obscured the sky, infused with an overwhelming scent of blood, resembling two mountains forged from seas of crimson, striking fiercely toward the battle blade. With a thunderous boom, both combatants were sent reeling backward. Yun Tian, unscathed and tempestuous, while Zhang Shu's entire domain trembled, nearly collapsing under the force of a single strike. In a flash, denying Zhang Shu a moment to breathe, Yun Tian appeared before him as if teleported, his blood-red hands becoming the most fearsome weapons imaginable, unleashing a relentless barrage of vicious attacks. In an instant, Zhang Shu felt as if Yun Tian had vanished, replaced by a roaring sea of blood. Such formidable power. Zhang Shu fortified his defenses, compressing the celestial domain as it shrank from 1,000 miles to merely 10, reducing the summoned forces of nature, yet significantly enhancing his protective capabilities. The onlookers were shaken, their spirits stirred. The emergence of this scene often signifies that the domain's owner has entered a desperate final struggle. The village chief, wielding the sacred dragon staff, keeps his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, emanating a chilling aura, poised to intervene and conclude the conflict at any moment. The battle between the two has reached a fever pitch, and even the village chief feels an immense pressure. He contemplates whether to intervene prematurely. At this juncture, he is uncertain of his ability to perfectly terminate the battle. With a thunderous crash, the long blade cleaves heavily into the blood-red peak, unleashing a fierce aftershock that shatters the ominous dark energy in the sky, relentlessly continuing its assault with frenzied intensity. The crimson giant mountain stands imperious, refusing to evade or retreat, suppressing all with its overwhelming might. Yet, it is evident that a slight inadequacy remains. The practitioner at the 7th level of nirvana, combined with a martial arts master, proves to be an insurmountable challenge when relying solely on the power of the domain. Zhang Shu has roughly gauged his own strength. Under the domain's influence, he should be invincible against those below the late stage of nirvana and could hold his ground momentarily against those who have comprehended divine intent at the same level, though ultimately he would still fall short. Furthermore, Yun Tian is no ordinary practitioner at the late stage of nirvana. He is a martial arts master. Although the martial arts master's cultivation has yet to undergo a complete transformation to rival the 7th level of nirvana, the disparity is but a thin line, not far apart. The simultaneous manifestation of both abilities in one individual means that even against an adversary of the same nirvana level, Yun Tian could easily claim victory. However, due to the nature of their sparring, many lethal techniques cannot be employed directly, resulting in a prolonged conflict. Master, it's over. Yun Tian's eyes blazed crimson as he delivered a punch that shattered Zhang Shu's domain. In an instant, the domain's power surrounding Zhang Shu dissipated completely, and his aura diminished drastically. Just when everyone believed the battle had concluded, and even Yun Tian intended to withdraw, Zhang Shu's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. An intangible, viscous force erupted forth, and as Yun Tian's fist breached the domain, it unexpectedly collided with an invisible wall, producing a resounding boom. Yun Tian was taken aback. The old village chief and his companions also froze, seemingly realizing something, their expressions shifting to one of astonished disbelief. All the spectators were momentarily confounded, questioning what had transpired. Lu Yao stared wide-eyed at the battle, sensing a sudden twist. Yun Tian's expression shifted with disbelief. What is this power, formless and intangible? Mental energy? He was truly shaken. Indeed, at the nirvana stage, mental energy becomes immensely potent, capable of genuine external manifestation, instilling fear and pressure upon the weaker. However, for practitioners at the nirvana stage, mental energy remains fragile, primarily serving as an auxiliary function for oneself. Unless one specializes in the path of mental energy, few would engage in combat utilizing it, and even then, the effectiveness would be limited. Practitioners who specialize in mental energy are far rarer than martial arts masters. Moreover, generally speaking, if one specializes in spiritual strength, the individual's energy is inherently limited, resulting in significant deficiencies in vital essence. But now, a formidable master in spiritual strength? The sect leader astonishingly cultivates both vital essence and spiritual strength. At this moment, many observers from the Nirvana realm in the Demon Suppression Village also realized something. Their astonishment palpable as they exclaimed, "A prodigy of extraordinary talent." This is entirely different from the dual cultivation of a martial arts master. While it is undoubtedly challenging, it can be made easier with time and careful refinement, thus yielding a reasonable probability of success. Especially for certain Nirvana realm experts, who have reached a bottleneck in their strength and possess lengthy lifespans, it is entirely normal for them to seek alternative means to enhance their power. However, spiritual strength is a different matter entirely. There are no established methods for its cultivation. One can only rely on some rare and precious treasures to make slight improvements. Yet how could such invaluable and scarce artifacts be utilized for training? Unless one possesses an extraordinary innate talent for spiritual strength, they may develop unique techniques solely for their own use. Nonetheless, even in such cases, the cultivation of spiritual strength remains exceptionally arduous. Yun Tian gazed at Zhang Shu and said solemnly, "The sect leader cultivates both vital essence and spiritual strength? You have concealed this far too well, revealing it only now." Zhang Shu smiled enigmatically, replying, "Shall we continue?" Chapter 101. The Ancestral Battle Blade. Upon hearing Zhang Shu's words, Elder Yun Tian retracted his gauntlets and slowly shook his head. He gazed intently at Zhang Shu and replied earnestly, "The moment I reveal my innate divine weapon, the outcome of this sparring session is already determined. Continuing would serve no purpose. I possess a significant advantage with my divine weapon, and my cultivation level surpasses that of the sect master by a considerable margin. Even if I were to win against the sect master, it would lack honor. Moreover, most of my strength consists of targeted lethal techniques, and once unleashed, they are challenging for me to control. Thus, we can only reach this level in our spar, Prolonging it would make it difficult for me to fully unleash my capabilities. The innate divine weapon greatly enhances the prowess of martial arts masters. Elder Yuntian has ascended to the 7th level of nirvana, and for martial arts masters, advancing to the 7th level is merely a matter of time. With both forces combined, he could contend even against those at the 8th level of nirvana. The many practitioners of nirvana in Jinma village are predominantly skilled in both vitality and martial arts, making their combat strength far superior to that of others at the same level. Take the village chief, for instance. He stands at the 8th level of nirvana, and with the strength of a martial arts master that rivals his own vitality, he can even engage those at the 9th level of nirvana. When wielding the sacred dragon staff, his power could rival that of the limits of nirvana. The pinnacle of nirvana, upon reaching perfection, also bears another title, half-saint. This term denotes a unique state existing between a saint and the nirvana realm. Once again, I express my gratitude, Elder Yuntian. Observing the situation, Zhang Shu could only regretfully acquiesce. Nonetheless, he had gained considerable insights from this spar. Had it continued, even with the assistance of his mental fortitude, the likelihood of him matching Elder Yuntian would have been slim. In a life-and-death confrontation, relying solely on his own strength, Zhang Shu would most likely face demise. Of course, this was merely Zhang Shu's conjecture. The true outcome could only be revealed through an actual contest. However, he clearly could not engage Elder Yuntian in a fatal duel. Should it reach such an extreme, where life and death hang in the balance, even if the old village chief could unleash power akin to that of a half-saint, it might be too late to intervene, resulting in the fall of one party. Given the sect master's innate talent for cultivation, it is merely a matter of time before he surpasses us all, Elder Yuntian mused with a smile. In truth, there was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. If the spar were to continue and he were to win, it would be well and good. But if he were to lose, it would be a complete loss of face, especially with a group of juniors observing. A different time for sparring would have been inconsequential, but at present, Elder Yuntian was evidently unwilling to proceed further. Since Elder Yuntian was reluctant, Zhang Shu felt it inappropriate to press the matter. At this juncture, their sparring could be considered concluded. As for a contest with the old village chief, Zhang Shu had no inclination to seek out unnecessary hardship. Not to mention, even if the old village chief refrained from employing the sacred dragon staff, he would still be no match. Elder Yuntian, having just entered the 7th level of nirvana, had not yet deeply comprehended the essence of divine intent. However, the old village chief was different. He had honed his divine intent to an extraordinarily formidable level, capable of suppressing Zhang Shu's still immature domain in an instant. Once stripped of his domain, facing the 8th level of nirvana with the power of the 1st level would be akin to child's play. At that moment, Yuntian suddenly spoke up. In fact, during my recent spar with the sect leader, it became evident that our primary disadvantage lies in our weaponry. The weapons forged from condensed qi ultimately proved too fragile. If we could procure a formidable divine weapon, our combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. I have observed that the sect leader appears to be proficient in sword techniques, and I happen to know of a divine battle blade. Upon hearing this, some individuals visibly shifted in expression, as if they anticipated what Yuntian was about to propose, showing signs of hesitation. The old village chief slowly interjected, Yuntian, are you suggesting to bestow our ancestors' battle blade upon the sect leader? Yuntian replied composedly, the sect leader has rendered us immense favors. A mere battle blade is inconsequential. For many years, it has remained unclaimed, merely gathering dust. What a waste. If the sect leader possesses the requisite strength, what harm is there in gifting it? As his words settled, the old village chief fell into a brief silence, then gradually nodded. Very well. If the sect leader can reclaim that battle blade and restore its former glory, I am certain our ancestor would be pleased to witness it. A few individuals exchanged thoughts, while Zhang Shu listened with curiosity. What battle blade? One left by the ancestors of Jinma village? However, Zhang Shu indeed found himself lacking a suitable weapon. Contemplating further, he hesitated. Perhaps we should reconsider. After all, it is an heirloom of Jinma village, and its sentimental value cannot be overlooked. Yet this time, the old village chief shook his head. There is nothing improper about it. You have aided Jinma village in vanquishing the demonic scourge. A mere blade is a trivial matter. As for sentimental significance, Perhaps allowing this blade to once again radiate its brilliance is the true meaning. The sentiments of the old village chief and others toward their ancestors were indeed complex. On one hand, they felt pride in their lineage of sages. On the other, they harbored anger and resentment over the oath their ancestors made, which bound Jinma village to the realm of gods and demons, subjecting them to endless torment. After a moment, Yun Tian sighed. This matter ought to reach a resolution. However, that said, whether the sect leader can ultimately reclaim the blade remains uncertain. Let us express our stance. Does anyone oppose this? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was the first to voice his agreement. I concur. The sect leader has greatly benefited us. What is a mere blade? We of Jinma village are not so pedantic. The other Nirvana realm members nodded in unison. We agree as well. Very well. The old village chief spoke slowly. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with this decision. He then turned to Zhang Shu and said, they have consented to this matter. If the sect leader is resolute, let us guide him on this journey. The blade is not currently within Jinma village, but is stored in another location. With the conversation having reached this point, Zhang Shu felt it would be disingenuous to decline further. Thus, he nodded in response. All right, let us go and take a look. At that moment, the majority of the villagers, including the village chief, remained on standby, simultaneously addressing the potential hazards surrounding the village. Although the most significant threat had been vanquished, there still roamed numerous malevolent creatures in the vicinity of Jinma village, some of which were notably formidable. With each tremor of the rift, these entities would seize the opportunity to launch an assault on Jinma village. Previously, the presence of the rift had deterred the stronger beings from straying far. However, with the demonic menace now eradicated, it was time to settle the score. The old village chief's gaze was piercing. For years, these wayward fiends have opportunistically hunted those who ventured beyond the village. They have maintained a cautious concealment, previously restrained by the presence of the celestial demons, which prevented them from departing for extended periods or conducting a thorough search. But now, the old village chief snorted coldly. It is high time to eradicate these scoundrels once and for all. Of course, these matters were trivial, and he would lead a few Nirvana realm warriors to handle it. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu was being guided by several individuals towards a different direction, away from Jinma village. Chapter 102. Elder Qin, due to the village chief's responsibility to oversee the demon suppression village and to eliminate the surrounding monstrosities. This expedition was led by Elder Yuntian along with another formidable figure of the third stage of Nirvana, with Zhang Shu as well. Their ensemble comprised 3 powerful beings of the Nirvana realm, a truly lavish lineup by any external standard. The trio moved with remarkable speed, swiftly tearing through the darkness as they advanced. As they journeyed, the nearby monsters, sensing the formidable presence of the 3, hurriedly retreated in fear. Any delay could result in their immediate annihilation. Their destination lay a bit deeper than the demon suppression village. The surrounding darkness thickened, composed of pure, demonic energy. Even though the monsters within the village had perished, the remnants of demonic energy continued to emanate from the suppressed corpses of the imperial demons, an unceasing flow. Walking through the shadows, the 3 appeared to be meandering through a realm of phantoms. The further they proceeded, the dimmer the light became. While the vicinity of the demon suppression village occasionally basked in daylight, resembling a twilight scene, what lay ahead was pure night, dark, distorted, and tinged with madness. The ground was overrun by a tangled mass of roots, grotesque and menacing, reminiscent of demonic tendrils. Whispers and rustling sounds incessantly filled the air, sometimes so close it felt as if they emanated from within their own bodies, as if countless insects had infiltrated their veins, crawling and gnawing at their flesh. Boom! Elder Yuntian unleashed a surge of vitality, and a wave of nirvana energy ascended. In the next moment, a cacophony of agonizing screams erupted from his body as a multitude of insect corpses were expelled through his pores. The other elder followed suit, unfazed by the sight of the insect remains. Only Zhang Shu's complexion shifted slightly, his scalp prickling with unease. What are these creatures? Zhang Shu inquired. With a smile, Elder Yuntian replied, they are insects that feed on flesh, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The moment we stepped into this dark forest, they silently infiltrated our bodies. In the short term, it is manageable, but if left untreated for an extended period, they will regard our bodies as their nest, and the consequences are dire. The other Nirvana elder nodded solemnly. seemingly recalling a troubling memory. In a hoarse voice, he said, "My grandson once fell victim to these insects. We discovered it too late, and by the time we sought treatment, it was already futile. In the end, I was the one who had to end his suffering." To be invaded by these insects was akin to a fate worse than death, a relentless agony that echoed day and night. They would fully merge with their host, yet maintain the host's basic vitality. The sheer terror of such suffering merely conjured enough dread to make many shudder. Elder Yuntian sighed. Fortunately, these insects pose limited threat to those of the Nirvana realm. Under the purifying flames of Nirvana, they can be easily eradicated. So there is no need for the sect master to be overly concerned. Just exercise caution. Zhang Shu gently nodded, casting a glance at the sorrowful elder beside him. Yet he refrained from uttering further words. The anguish of losing a loved one is a pain that no amount of consolation from others can alleviate. Who can truly empathize? The trio continued their journey. Not far beyond the magic suppression village, after traversing several hundred miles, they entered a forest teeming with the bizarre and the uncanny. This forest was fraught with peril, inhabited by terrifying flesh-devouring insects, lethal vines, ancient trees that resembled vengeful spirits, and grotesque giant rats with blood-red eyes. Once, this forest had been a land of abundance and vitality, but it had succumbed to the corruption of malevolent energy, resulting in dreadful mutations. Elder Yuntian offered a brief, somber explanation, and Zhang Shu could discern a hint of melancholy in his words. It appeared that this forest held cherished memories for Elder Yuntian, now irreparably marred by the encroaching dark forces. A faint, pure white flame enveloped the trio, for beneath the purifying fire of Nirvana, any approaching malevolence would be instantaneously incinerated. While this forest posed a terrifying threat to others, for those in the Nirvana realm, its dangers were relatively manageable. Beneath their feet lay an endless tangle of strange vines, while above them loomed enormous spectral trees that obscured any trace of sunlight, with only layers of twisted branches and the occasional venomous snake falling from above. Walking through this eerie forest felt akin to traversing the gullet of some monstrous creature. As they walked, Yuntian explained, despite its terrifying and sinister appearance, resembling a veritable hell, these entities are trivial compared to the true essence of evil. The genuine horrors are few and far between. And this forest also gives rise to some valuable spiritual herbs and treasures, often serving as a training ground for young adventurers. With caution and prudence, even those in the Yuandan realm can survive here with ease. Zhang Shu nodded in agreement, having realized that while this ghastly place appeared daunting, it posed little threat to those in the Nirvana realm. However, one must not grow complacent. Zhang Shu had sensed a fleeting, violent aura akin to that of a Nirvana master, a sensation that vanished as quickly as it had come, likely a creature that had perceived their presence and retreated in fear. Before long, the trio reached the heart of the forest. Curiously, the closer they drew to the center, the more the surrounding malevolent energy seemed to dissipate. What is this? Zhang Shu pondered. Yuntian took a deep breath, choosing not to answer the question immediately, but instead said, "Follow me, Sect Master, and you shall soon understand why." As they proceeded, the dark energy transitioned from dense to sparse, eventually vanishing entirely. At last, the oppressive aura was nowhere to be found. Before them appeared a quaint wooden cabin surrounded by a simple fenced courtyard. Within the enclosure, an elderly man, frail and weathered, his face marked by age and the specter of death, noticed their arrival with a hint of surprise. Zhang Shu was equally astonished. Could there truly be life thriving in this desolate place? Yun Tian and the other individuals swiftly approached, respectfully bowing before the elderly man with clouded eyes. Old Master Qin. The elder, trembling slightly, ambled closer. Upon recognizing his visitors, he broke into a faint smile. "Ah, it's you, little Tian. It is rare for you youngsters to visit this old fossil of mine. Oh, and there's another young lad here, displaying remarkable mental prowess." The elder nodded slightly, his gaze filled with admiration. However, Zhang Shu felt a jolt in his heart. He had merely conducted a cursory probe. Yet this elder had discerned it. It was noteworthy that even the village chief had failed to notice his mental exploration previously. Observing the reverence with which Yun Tian and his companion regarded this elder, it was clear that his status was far from ordinary. Chapter 103. The Blade, named Eternal Moment. Zhang Shu was taken aback by the ease with which Elder Qin could capture the traces of his mental energy. Coupled with the profound respect displayed by Yun Tian and the other young man, Zhang Shu could not help but speculate about the identity of the elder. To his surprise, Elder Qin seemed to discern Zhang Shu's thoughts and chuckled, "My young friend, there is no need for such concern. I am merely sensitive to mental energy. Not some reclusive master as you might imagine. These two youngsters show me respect simply because I have lived a long life," he added with a smile, "though one might question if I can truly be called alive." Elder Qin's laughter was warm, causing the wrinkles on his face to crinkle together. At that moment, Zhang Shu's expression shifted as he suddenly noticed something peculiar about Elder Qin's condition. Upon closer inspection, the elder appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking the solidity of a corporeal being. The sect master. Upon hearing this, Yun Tian quickly elaborated, "Elder Qin is not a living person but a residual spiritual entity, having remained here to guard us." Zhang Shu was taken aback. A spiritual entity? It certainly seemed so. No wonder, as a spiritual entity, he was indeed remarkably sensitive to fluctuations in mental energy. His astonishment deepened. How could one remain alive in such a state? The strength of his mental energy must be extraordinary. Elder Qin, still chuckling, remarked, "It is merely a struggle for survival, sustained by the power of that blade, allowing me to linger on. In truth, I have grown weary over the years. Yet I cannot bring myself to leave these youngsters behind. At the very least, I wish to see someone capable of wielding this blade." Yun Tian and the other young man exchanged complex glances. Noticing Zhang Shu's confusion, Yun Tian clarified, "Elder Qin hails from the demon suppression village. When the village was annihilated, he was its leader, possessing far greater seniority than anyone from the other two villages. Had it not been for the desperate efforts of Demon Suppression Village to fend off the surging tide of demons, the Demon Sealing Village might not exist today. Demon Suppression Village lacked treasures like the Holy Dragon Staff, but it possessed this battle blade left by our ancestors. Although Elder Qin fell, he managed to preserve his mental energy in a unique state through the blade's power. This state is, in fact, quite tormenting for him. Despite his outwardly unaffected demeanor, he endures daily torment from the blade's energy. Yet, Elder Qin cannot rest easy. Aside from him, no one else can wield this blade. Moreover, a new fissure is set to emerge in the depths of the dark forest and to guard against unforeseen incidents. Elder Qin chose to remain here alone to suppress the area. Should an emergency arise, he can still unleash the strength for one final battle. As Yun Tian spoke, his expression grew increasingly complex. He gazed at Elder Qin, who appeared far older and frilier than himself, his eyes filled with guilt and reverence. When Elder Qin was still the village leader, Yun Tian had been but a child. The three villages were interconnected, and to everyone, Elder Qin was a hero, fighting tirelessly, protecting his kin with every ounce of his being, and even in death, continuing to suppress the demonic affliction. To those still living, Elder Qin was a mountain. Even though Elder Qin has refrained from taking action in recent years, the mere sight of this mountain instills a profound sense of tranquility within them. The presence of the older generation provides an immense sense of security, akin to a child's dependence on their parents. In the eyes of Zhang Shu and his companions, figures like Elder Yun Tian have become part of the elder generation. However, to Yun Tian himself, he remains but a child in the presence of Elder Qin. Whenever he feels lost, anxious, or fearful, he seeks solace in this wooden cabin. The mere presence of Elder Qin, even in silence, can swiftly calm his tumultuous emotions, rejuvenating his spirit to fight with renewed hope and fervor. To them, Elder Qin embodies their faith. In truth, the sentiments towards Elder Qin are complex, shared by many, including Yun Tian and village chief Jiang Tianming. On one hand, they are acutely aware that Elder Qin is incessantly tormented by the blade's aura, enduring a fate worse than death, and they long to see him liberated from his suffering. Yet, on the other hand, they feel like children on the brink of losing their parents, filled with trepidation, wishing for Elder Qin's continued presence and hoping he may endure forever. They recognize this longing as selfish. For Elder Qin, his closest friends and family have long since departed, and he suffers day and night, utterly exhausted. To him, there is little left in this world worth clinging to, except for this group of juniors. It is this final breath that compels him to resist death. Sustaining himself until now, he yearns to witness the emergence of someone capable of wielding that blade, believing that only then can he depart in peace. Sensing the fervor in Yun Tian and his companion, Elder Qin chuckled warmly, glancing at them and saying, "You little ones have grown up, now capable of standing on your own. In truth, my existence matters less and less." Elder Qin Yuntian felt a pang in his heart at this moment. Elder Qin exuded a sense of finality, as if he were bequeathing his last wishes. Elder Qin waved his hand, for the first time revealing his fatigue in front of these young ones, and with a smile, he spoke, "I am old and weary. Even if no one inherits this blade, in a few years, I will dissolve completely into this world, which would only deepen my regrets. Yet this time, I have truly seen hope. This young friend may indeed have the potential to gain the blade's acknowledgement." As he spoke these words, the murkiness in Elder Qin's gaze began to clear, the trembling of his body gradually ceased, and his spirit seemed to reach an apex, transforming his seemingly frail form into one of formidable strength. A moment of clarity, for words flickered in the minds of all present. Elder Qin turned his attention away from Yun Tian and directed it towards Zhang Shu, his eyes sparkling. "Do you wish for that blade, young friend?" Zhang Shu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my purpose in coming here is for it." "Excellent." At this moment, Elder Qin's aura erupted entirely, a vast wave of mental energy sweeping forth, overwhelming like the ocean, leaving Zhang Shu breathless. His expression changed dramatically, for this mental force surpassed his own by an immeasurable degree. Elder Qin extended his hand, and from within the wooden cabin behind him, a terrifying glimmer of cold light ascended abruptly. In the next instant, Elder Qin grasped an entirely snow-white battle blade, its hilt adorned with intricate ice-blue patterns that shimmered. An unparalleled aura of sharpness emanated, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Centered around Elder Qin, the entire realm swiftly turned a brilliant white, rapidly expanding in all directions, as if the whole world were on the verge of being frozen by the chilling air. The dark forest erupted in chaos, countless snakes, insects, and beasts fleeing in terror, as if something dreadfully fearsome had descended. Elder Qin, gripping the blade, regarded Zhang Shu with a calm demeanor, enunciating each word. "The name of this blade is Eternal Moment. To earn its acknowledgement is a simple task, with but one condition. Defeat me." As he spoke, an aura more terrifying than that of the village chief of Demon Town erupted from Elder Qin, soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 104. The semi-saint level of spiritual power. At the moment Old Qin's aura was revealed, Zhang Shu nearly cursed in disbelief. This old man had no sense of martial ethics. It was agreed that he was not some reclusive master, yet his presence eclipsed that of the old village chief wielding the sacred dragon staff. My goodness, a semi-saint. This old fellow was indeed a semi-saint. The specifics of his cultivation were unknown, as he was a spiritual entity, but he possessed the strength of a semi-saint, at the very least. Moreover, if a mere spiritual entity could wield such formidable power, how strong would he be in his prime? How could one at the first level of nirvana hope to defeat such a powerhouse? Was this old geezer perhaps a spy sent by the system, deliberately here to deplete my experience cards? Zhang Shu's mind raced with expletives, feeling somewhat intimidated. How on earth could one fight against a semi-saint? Zhang Shu's gaze was fixated on the snow-white long knife in Old Qin's hand. Merely casting a glance caused a slight pain in his brow, and a chilling dread surged within him. He felt that the blade could claim his life at any moment. How could one possibly fight? It was utterly beyond his means. Suddenly, sensing Zhang Shu's rigidity, Old Qin revealed a sly smile. "There is one more thing I forgot to mention. Though my strength in life was rather modest, it seems I did indeed approach the level of a semi-saint." Observing Zhang Shu's stiff expression, Old Qin laughed heartily. "Fear not, for I shall not pit you against my former self at full strength. With your first level of nirvana, I shall only demonstrate the power of that same level." So that was it. Zhang Shu breathed a sigh of relief, then secretly muttered to himself, realizing that this seemingly amiable elder enjoyed toying with others. However, do not rejoice too soon. Old Qin suddenly continued, "Before you, both Xiao Tian and the other village chiefs have attempted to battle me, even allowing them to use their treasured artifacts, yet none prevailed against me. While I may restrain my cultivation, I will not suppress my realm or comprehension." Upon hearing this, Yun Tian and another elder of Nirvana present seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, their faces paling slightly, a bittersweet smile flickering in their eyes. Clearly, they had all been bested by Old Qin. They were utterly outmatched. Although Old Qin would suppress his cultivation, His mastery of spiritual intent and other techniques remained intact. Even now, devoid of vitality, his terrifying spiritual intent surpassed that of the old village chief, instilling despair in everyone. Not to mention, the ancestral blade remained. That knife was once the ancestral's fateful weapon, and when the ancestor fell, he had poured all his strength into reforging it, rendering its overall power perhaps greater than the sacred dragon's staff. No one knew what level that blade had attained after sacrificing the life of a top-tier saint. The combination of Old Qin and the battle blade was enough to plunge everyone into despair, utterly sapping their courage to challenge him. Now I understand. Zhang Shu's countenance was grave, exuding an air of utmost seriousness, indicating that this time he must exert every effort. Elder Qin wielded his battle knife, yet he refrained from making any immediate moves, instead opting to elaborate on the situation. Ultimately, he remarked with a smile, having sensed your spiritual power. Although I earnestly wish for your victory, I cannot show any leniency. After all, this knife possesses its own spirit, and if you fail to meet its standards, it shall not acknowledge you. So, are you prepared? As these words echoed, a series of crackling sounds resonated through the void. The chilling aura of eternity seemed to freeze time itself, threatening to encase any weaker cultivators in an icy tomb. Observing this, Yun Tian and his companion hastily retreated a considerable distance, withdrawing for over 100 miles before the frigid influence lessened significantly. They sighed in relief, casting worried glances towards Elder Qin and Zhang Shu. Another elder of the Nirvana realm spoke. Yun Tian, who do you think will emerge victorious? After a brief pause, Yun Tian replied slowly, in truth, I hope for the master to prevail. While I sincerely wish for Elder Qin's continued existence, I am aware that he has endured much weariness and hardship over the years. I desire for him to find solace. The master's strength was formidable, possessing not only domain power but also an unfathomable spiritual force, rendering him capable of effortlessly dispatching ordinary adversaries of the same realm. However, as he spoke, Yun Tian shook his head, continuing, even so, rational analysis leads me to believe that the master may not be Elder Qin's match. Elder Qin's divine intent has reached an astonishing level. I suspect that after that battle, just before his demise, he truly transcended to the semi-saint level. The terror of such divine intent is incomparable to the feeble bursts of power some may achieve through external means. With a sigh, it was evident that despite knowing Zhang Shu's capabilities and having engaged him directly, Yun Tian harbored doubts about Zhang Shu's chances of victory. Elder Qin's divine intent was simply too formidable. The other Nirvana elder fell silent as well, clearly understanding the horror of Elder Qin's divine intent from his own encounters. Elder Qin, gripping his battle knife, emanated a fierce aura, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized behind him, with countless wailing spirits howling in anguish. His gaze remained as tranquil as the ocean, resembling a seasoned warrior on the battlefield. Only by facing Elder Qin could one truly grasp the overwhelming sense of oppression he exuded. Zhang Shu dared not underestimate the situation. In an instant, the Nirvana domain unfolded, spanning 1,000 miles and clashing violently with the boundless cold, each force vying for supremacy. The sky appeared cleaved in two, the deep, frigid blue colliding with the hidden, blazing white, resulting in a stalemate, neither side yielding an inch. Zhang Shu's expression grew increasingly solemn. It was that battle knife. This immense cold was also a form of domain. It was no less formidable than his own domain. One of his major advantages had been utterly nullified. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Shu remained composed. Although he was somewhat taken aback, he had anticipated that the domain would not exert a substantial influence. A subtle yet profound luminescence flickered at his brow, as vast waves of mental energy undulated like a tranquil sea, seemingly poised to unleash a cataclysmic tidal wave of the soul at any moment. In the next instant, boundless mental power coalesced into a singular force, launching a direct assault on Elder Qin. The invisible ripples traversed the void, tearing the heavens and earth asunder, a dazzling radiance aimed straight for Elder Qin. What formidable mental energy! Elder Qin gasped in astonishment. Earlier, he had only sensed it vaguely, but now he was directly confronting this tempest of mental force. Even with his composure, the gravity of the situation caused his expression to shift. Despite being at the pinnacle of nirvana, he could scarcely cultivate such an immense mental power. How had this young man achieved such prowess? There was no time for contemplation. Elder Qin hastily summoned his own mental energy to counter the onslaught. Tendrils of mental force rapidly formed a protective barrier. However, as soon as their energies collided, a resounding crack echoed. The barrier constructed by Elder Qin shattered instantaneously, his countenance darkening. Currently, he possessed only the strength of the first stage of nirvana, and in that moment, his mental prowess was evidently inferior to Zhang Shu's. Yet, in the following moment, an overwhelming chill enveloped Elder Qin. In an instant, Zhang Shu shuddered, feeling an intense cold. The surging mental energy seemed as if it had been frozen solid. The powerful mental assault, upon nearing Elder Qin, was abruptly immobilized, suspended in the void. What a farce! Zhang Shu was left speechless. How could ethereal mental energy be so easily frozen? Elder Qin gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. That was close. Just a hair's breadth away. Had he been even slightly negligent, he might have succumbed to this mental onslaught. He had underestimated this young man. The intensity of such mental energy could undoubtedly rival that of an early semi-saint. A true anomaly. Indeed, how could one possess the strength of the first stage of nirvana while wielding mental power akin to that of an early semi-saint? It was utterly terrifying. In that moment, Elder Qin's heart was a tumult of astonishment and elation. He marveled at how Zhang Shu's mental prowess was nearly on par with his own, although inferior in quality. The quantity had already reached the level of a semi-saint. With just 2 more transformations, he could genuinely compete with a semi-saint. The joy lay in the fact that the greater Zhang Shu's strength, the higher the probability of gaining the eternal recognition in an instant. He could already feel the tremors of the battle blade in his hand. An unparalleled genius. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Elder Qin praised profusely. Chapter 105. The intimidating presence of Elder Qin. Elder Qin felt a surge of joy within, yet the blade in his hand showed no mercy. After fending off Zhang Shu's mental assault, he swiftly countered, slicing through the void with a single stroke. The chilling power of frost surged skyward. The blade's gleam dissipating into a hauntingly beautiful arc of ice. In the next moment, this arc traversed the frost-laden realm, resembling an unfathomable chasm that began to voraciously absorb the very essence of the world around it. Though the fissure did not visibly expand, it grew increasingly profound and terrifying. Zhang Shu's hair stood on end as a sense of life-threatening danger enveloped him. With a fierce resolve, he summoned all his mental strength. A void-like space manifesting subtly at his brow. Brilliant beams of soul light erupted continuously, his mental energy swirling like resplendent stars, coalescing into a vast cosmos that collided thunderously with the blade's radiance. A cacophonous roar erupted, shaking the entire heavens as if they were on the verge of shattering. The ensuing shockwave obliterated all spectral trees within a 10,000-foot radius, a deluge of dark liquid cascading down, revealing the faint outlines of human and animal bones. This was no mere forest, it was a merciless purgatory. Elder Qin's expression remained impassive, his form akin to a phantom. The long blade in his grasp traced a trail of dazzling light, vanishing through hundreds of feet of space in an instant. The blade, like a silk ribbon, descended directly upon Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu wove a canopy of mental energy to shield himself, unwilling to confront the attack head-on. Seizing the fleeting moment of defense, he hastily evaded. Do not flee. Elder Qin's blade radiated an overwhelming aura of dread. Zhang Shu could only retreat repeatedly, utterly suppressed and devoid of the power to resist. Indeed, escape was futile. With a thunderous crash, Elder Qin executed a stroke so swift it was nearly imperceptible. He then pivoted the blade and stood poised, the weapon lightly tapping the empty air, producing a crisp sound akin to metal striking metal. Zhang Shu was sent hurtling backward by a single blow, blood cascading from his mouth as he retreated, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. In that moment, blood trickled from his lips, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of horror. So powerful. Meanwhile, the residual force of their clash continued to ripple through the heavens. In the distance, Yun Tian and his companion paled slightly, retreating until they were 500 miles away, only then feeling a semblance of relief. Yun Tian gazed at the epicenter of the battle, astonishment etched across his face. Was this the power unleashed by a first-level Nirvana? Why did it seem as if 2 formidable late-stage Nirvana warriors were engaged in combat? The disparity between individuals was truly staggering. Elder Qin was one thing. But how could the sect leader, having practiced for such a brief period, unleash such terrifying might? He must have held back significantly during our previous encounter, leaving Yun Tian in a state of shock. Had Zhang Shu's mental prowess erupted earlier, he might not have been able to withstand it. Not to mention the sheer terror of his mental shock, which was enough to send shivers down the spines of those at the 7th stage of nirvana. Truly, a monster. Another elder from the nirvana realm appeared pallid, his eyes filled with dread, having narrowly escaped the terrifying mental shock. Given his cultivation at the 3rd stage of nirvana, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now that they were finally safe, the elder could only smile wryly, pondering how the sect leader cultivated. Achieving nirvana at such a young age was one thing, but the sheer absurdity of his combat prowess was another. Yun Tian also felt a sense of lingering fear. That mental shock was indeed horrifying. However, reflecting on it, a smile crept onto his face. Despite this, the sect leader's immense strength and unmatched talent made it highly likely he would achieve sainthood in the future, which would be a tremendous boon for all of them. Wouldn't he? Another elder nodded slightly, but still expressed some trepidation, suggesting that a distance of 500 miles was not particularly secure. They should retreat beyond the sect leader and Elder Qin's domain, where the chances of being affected would be lower. Yun Tian shot him a glance, bemused by his excessive fear. A distance of 500 miles seemed exaggerated, as 100 miles away would have been quite safe had they not been so careless earlier. Let us move on. Yet, upon seeing the elder's complexion, Yun Tian refrained from further comment and quickly set off, continuing to retreat. After a brief pause, Zhang Shu once again took the initiative to attack Elder Qin. However, Elder Qin's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. The powerful frost aura completely nullified his domain power. The terrifying and boundless ice intent, combined with the ferocious and sharp sword technique, was simply impeccable. This was still due to the limitations of his cultivation. Had Elder Qin been at his peak, possessing a complete nirvana vitality and immense mental power, alongside such a fearsome divine intent, his strength would have been staggering. The power at that time would likely be hundreds of times greater than now. It became evident to Zhang Shu just how vast the gap was between him and these top-tier nirvana practitioners. He had previously believed that his strength was sufficient to be the foremost below the saint realm, if not the strongest, ensuring his safety among the nirvana ranks. Yet now, he realized how naive he had been. In this world, the strong are inexhaustible, and with the protection of the divine light robe. Should he step into the saint realm in the future, that robe would lose its efficacy entirely. Zhang Shu reminded himself to never become arrogant. Confidence and arrogance are separated by a mere thread. Having witnessed the prowess of the top nirvana practitioners, Zhang Shu quickly adjusted his mindset. Although he had been on the receiving end of blows throughout this battle, it was not without its gains. His mental power was rapidly growing, and he felt he was on the brink of reaching a certain limit. Within the depths of the sea of consciousness, an ancient divine mill spun endlessly, its sensation hinting at an imminent liberation from the confines of the mind, poised to manifest in the external world. Zhang Shu suddenly realized he was on the brink of a second transformation of mental power. Once this metamorphosis occurred, the chaotic divine mill technique seemed destined to undergo remarkable changes as well. However, a faint restraint held Zhang Shu firmly on the threshold, preventing his progression. I require a greater impetus. Old Qin, bring it on. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shu resolutely summoned his mental energy once more. The force of his domain surged with fervor, consolidating all of his strength as his long blade reemerged, hurtling towards Old Qin with lethal intent. Old Qin, witnessing this turn of events, felt a flicker of surprise. He had assumed Zhang Shu would concede, yet the young man dared to strike again. Indeed, such tenacity. Since you have the audacity to continue your assault, I shall oblige you. Chapter 106. The Domain Blade. The second transformation of mental power, / Zhang Shu concentrated all his strength, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The overwhelming force caused the void to tremble, and the earth cracked open, creating numerous fissures. The once eerie dark forest was rendered a desolate wasteland, riddled with scars. A crisp sound rang out as Elder Qin maintained his composure. Wherever his battle blade swept, the space was instantaneously frozen. Zhang Shu exerted all his might to apply domain pressure, yet whenever he approached within 100 feet of Elder Qin, he would be completely immobilized. Even more terrifying was the fact that these frozen forces rapidly dissipated, transforming into the chilling power of frost, which Elder Qin then wielded to unleash a more formidable assault. A colossal ice dragon roared towards Zhang Shu. Useless. These trivial tactics cannot even disturb me. Elder Qin's expression was frigid as he spoke. Zhang Shu remained silent, his mental power erupting in waves, one after another. Even Elder Qin couldn't help but marvel at the depth of Zhang Shu's mental energy. In terms of sheer quantity, even during his peak, he would have been comparable to Zhang Shu. Elder Qin slashed through a surge of mental energy and remarked nonchalantly, "Relying solely on quantity is futile. Your mental power is too scattered, lacking resilience, and its potency is too feeble. This level of mental impact cannot defeat me." With each stroke of his blade, the void shattered repeatedly, the sounds echoing forth. How long can your mental power endure? If this consumption continues, the first to falter will be you. If this is all you are capable of, I regret to inform you, you are destined to lose. While his words were merciless, Elder Qin's heart brimmed with satisfaction. Truly astonishing. In the first stage of nirvana, he unleashed a force potent enough to threaten the later stages of nirvana, mastering the domain with such formidable mental power. More importantly, Zhang Shu was evidently quite young. This was the mark of a genuine prodigy. A once-in-a-thousand-years, no, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Even the term genius fails to encapsulate his brilliance. Elder Qin noted that the blade in his hand, the moment of eternity, was trembling incessantly, clearly showing his approval of Zhang Shu. Even though Zhang Shu was currently at an absolute disadvantage, retreating step by step, it did not diminish his radiance. One must recognize who Elder Qin was, the former village chief of Demon Subduing Village, a formidable figure who ultimately broke through to the semi-saint realm. If any previous village chief reached the semi-saint level, they could briefly unleash power rivaling that of a saint using the might of their treasures. Just how powerful was he? His divine intent was nearly unparalleled, and his combat experience was exceptionally rich. It would be no easy feat for even a peer of equal standing to last against him for long. Elder Qin was already immensely pleased. He felt a sense of fulfillment, as if he could die without regrets. This individual did not seem to belong to the villagers of Demon Subduing Village. But that mattered little. That lad Yuntian brought him here, which indicated that the village had acknowledged him. Elder Qin had an inkling of the truth. This person had likely resolved the demonic plight plaguing Demon Subduing Village. Even if not entirely resolved, it undoubtedly played a decisive role. Otherwise, those few individuals would not have allowed one another to seek the ephemeral recognition of eternity. Thus, this person's connection with the Demon Suppression Village and its inhabitants has become inseparable. The stronger his innate talent and prowess, the more delighted Elder Qin becomes. However, amidst his excitement, Elder Qin believes that Zhang Shu still possesses untapped potential, and thus he restrains himself from revealing that Zhang Shu has already passed the assessment and obtained the fleeting eternal recognition. He feels it necessary to continue honing Zhang Shu's abilities, making him even stronger and more perfect. Is this the extent of his capabilities? Elder Qin's expression may appear frigid, yet internally, he is on the verge of laughter. He senses that Zhang Shu is growing increasingly formidable. Elder Qin muses to himself, this young man's combat talent is exceedingly frightening. In such a short time, his combat abilities have multiplied several times compared to when he first began. It seems that this young man previously possessed talent but lacked experience in combat against strong opponents, rendering his combat skills rather rudimentary. Elder Qin's conjecture is accurate. Zhang Shu, through systematic enlightenment, has not only enhanced his vitality, but has also gained a wealth of combat and cultivation experience. Utilizing the Saint Realm Experience card affords him a vantage point from which to reflect upon his past training through the lens of a peak saint, yielding remarkable results. However, experience is ultimately just experience. It has yet to be fully put into practice. Thus, in a certain sense, Zhang Shu can only be regarded as a prodigious talent rather than a true powerhouse. He must familiarize himself with this knowledge and transform it wholly into his own. Until now, Zhang Shu has not had this opportunity. The foes he encountered were either too weak, easily dispatched with a mere flick of his hand, or too strong, where he could rely on the Saint Experience card to obliterate them without engaging in a genuine, exhilarating battle. Zhang Shu is aware that this represents a hidden peril. While he may temporarily evade combat, it does not imply that he can continue to do so indefinitely. Should this persist, any eventual exposure of his shortcomings could lead to dire consequences. Presently, Elder Qin offers Zhang Shu this opportunity, allowing him to engage in a thrilling battle and maximize the exploration of his potential. After this encounter, Zhang Shu will truly grasp the essence of his cultivation. It turns out that the domain can be manipulated in this manner. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes Zhang Shu, prompting him to burst into laughter, followed by an astonishing act that leaves everyone in shock. He waves his hand and compresses the entire domain into a battle blade. The domain, akin to a miniature world, transforms into a sword forged from the essence of this realm, instantly amplifying Zhang Shu's power. The blade of light cleaves through the air, rendering the endless chill utterly powerless. As the frost-laden expanse is split in two, the momentum of the blade remains unrelenting, aimed directly at Elder Qin. Ha! What a magnificent transformation of the domain into a sword. Elder Qin laughs heartily, even as he waves his hand to compress the swirling coldness. The long blade in his grasp reflecting a chilling radiance that elevates its power several tiers in an instant. The domain has become a blade, signifying not merely words, but embodying an unparalleled mastery. Elder Qin did not anticipate that Zhang Shu could achieve such a feat. He had presumed it would take decades for the other party to gradually grasp it. It seems I have underestimated these prodigies. With a hearty laugh, Elder Qin swung his long blade through the void, colliding with the domain blade in Zhang Shu's hand. In an instant, the entire world fell silent, followed by an oppressive aura erupting from the point of collision, sending waves of devastation radiating wildly in all directions. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Elder Qin appeared exceedingly pleased, while Zhang Shu felt a surge of excitement, sensing a substantial enhancement in his strength with the transformation of his blade into a domain. In a flash, the two clashed dozens, even hundreds of times. Although Zhang Shu still found himself at a disadvantage, he no longer faced the same fate as before, being effortlessly sent flying by Elder Qin's strikes or having his body ruptured and bloodied with a single blow. Moreover, as the battle intensified, Zhang Shu suddenly felt a certain constraint within his consciousness quietly shatter. With a resounding impact, the clash concluded, and both Zhang Shu and Elder Qin retreated. In that moment, however, Zhang Shu chose not to continue his assault, but instead paused to reflect, earnestly attuning himself to the surroundings. Time itself seemed to slow within the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Chapter 107. The True Trump Card of Elder Qin. Eternal heavenly burial. In that moment, the world fell into an unexpected stillness. Zhang Shu sensed that even the winds swirling through the void had slowed to an extraordinary pace, allowing every trace to become vividly apparent. He gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in this profound sensation. Soon, the spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness began to fluctuate, transforming from a previously scattered state into a solid form, as if the ephemeral had materialized into the tangible. An unprecedented sense of power enveloped his heart. Is this the second metamorphosis of spiritual energy? At this moment, Zhang Shu felt an unusual tranquility, rendering the terrifying aura emanating from Elder Qin utterly incapable of imposing any pressure upon him. Simultaneously, Elder Qin sensed the anomaly and turned his gaze toward Zhang Shu. This familiar sensation is. Elder Qin's body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief and ecstatic joy as he murmured, "This is the second metamorphosis of spiritual energy. He has actually achieved this step. What a miracle, truly a miracle." Typically, the second metamorphosis of spiritual energy would require one to enter the sacred realm for it to occur naturally. Alternatively, during the semi-sacred period, one might achieve this transformation with sufficient talent and fortuitous circumstances. However, Elder Qin had scarcely heard of anyone accomplishing the second metamorphosis of spiritual energy at the nirvana stage. This was a first since the dawn of time. Perhaps there had been others, but Elder Qin was unaware. Yet now, he was overwhelmed with excitement. What a miracle! For Elder Qin, the outcome of this battle held no significance. He was already a man destined to perish. No, he had already fallen. Victory or defeat mattered not to him. However, to witness this scene before his inevitable dissolution filled him with a profound sense of solace. The younger generation is indeed formidable. In Elder Qin's perception, Zhang Shu at this moment appeared to be at the center of the universe. Though outwardly unchanged, under the scrutiny of spiritual energy, he radiated an unparalleled brilliance, as if his very presence was drawing the entire world toward him. After a brief pause, Zhang Shu slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to harbor an endless depth of power, as if a void of time and space was unfolding. "Elder Qin, let us begin anew," he proclaimed, followed by a hearty laugh. Remaining stationary, he unleashed a torrent of boundless spiritual energy, which surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the dark forest, the heavens, and the earth, and the countless terrified creatures fleeing in chaos, all converging upon Elder Qin. "Ha ha ha, splendid. The second metamorphosis of spiritual energy. I am eager to see how far you can go." Elder Qin laughed heartily as well, his long blade roaring through the void, charging toward Zhang Shu. In an instant, an overwhelming chill enveloped the world, and a terrifying divine intent erupted, subtly transforming into an endless expanse of icy plains stretching for miles. Upon the icy expanse, a profound silence prevailed, interrupted solely by the majestic peaks of snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as countless mountains collapsed, unleashing a terrifying blizzard that swept across the land, cascading down from the frozen plains. In an instant, it traversed the vast abyss, colliding violently with an equally roaring tempest of spiritual energy. The earth trembled. These two forces, akin to natural disasters, clashed, unleashing an even more dreadful force of destruction. Darkness enveloped the sky, the sun and moon obscured, while the boundless malevolent energy that shrouded the forest was swept away as if it were mere dust. The malevolent energy within thousands of miles vanished in an instant. This was the true power of Elder Qin. In the distance, Yun Tian and another elder of Nirvana looked on in trepidation. Even Yun Tian, at the 7th level of Nirvana, could not help but swallow hard, his scalp tingling with dread. The terrifying expanse of ice and the soaring tempest of spiritual energy were beyond his capacity to withstand. He harbored no doubt that should he fall victim to either force's onslaught, he would be either frozen into an ice sculpture or have his very essence torn asunder, meeting an untimely demise. Terrifying. The youth of today were truly formidable, capable of forcing Elder Qin to such extremes. This was something the village chief could not have achieved in years past. Yun Tian could only marvel. Once, Jiang Tianming had dared to challenge Elder Qin. But despite holding out for a considerable time, the elder had remained at ease, not even unleashing his domain, leading to Jiang Tianming's swift defeat. The current struggle, however, was on an entirely different level. Gulp. Beside him, the elder of Nirvana could only manage a bitter smile. There was no comparison. Pitting oneself against such monstrous prodigies was a futile endeavor. Boom, boom, boom. The cataclysmic forces collided, shattering the ghostly trees within a vast radius, dark liquid splattering everywhere, while the exposed bones of the branches were obliterated into dust, scattering in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shu and Elder Qin exchanged blows, their confrontation intense, yet neither gaining the upper hand. In this moment, Zhang Shu truly comprehended the might of Elder Qin, realizing that the elder had been concealing his strength all along. Had the fearsome expanse of ice been revealed earlier, he would have likely faced immediate defeat, with no means of resistance. It was only now that Elder Qin unveiled his true trump cards and methods. After being forced back by a powerful strike, Zhang Shu looked at Elder Qin and called out, "Elder Qin, at this rate, even if we were to battle for days and nights, we would not determine a victor. Why not unleash our strongest techniques and settle this with a single decisive blow?" "Very well." Elder Qin laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To be able to engage in battle with such an extraordinary talent was exhilarating for him. In truth, his innate gifts paled in comparison to Zhang Shu's. He had merely survived long enough and fought while suppressing his true realm. If he were to confront these prodigies on equal footing, he might not stand a chance. Yet now, having this opportunity, Elder Qin felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. "Since you have spoken, let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Young one, be cautious. Should I unleash this technique, there shall be no possibility of retreat, and a moment's carelessness could lead to your utter annihilation." In that instant, Elder Qin suddenly suppressed all emotions, speaking with grave seriousness. However, Zhang Shu exhibited no fear, confidently asserting, "Elder Qin, feel free to make your move. I too shall pour forth all my strength in this attack, and I trust it will not disappoint you." Ha ha ha, splendid. Elder Qin's gaze transformed abruptly, becoming fiercely intense. Suddenly, the heavens and earth resonated with an overwhelming howl, akin to countless ice dragons simultaneously roaring across the universe. The terrifying force seemed poised to engulf all realms. As a colossal ice storm darkened the skies, resembling the emergence of a colossal azure sun. Yet, rather than warmth, this great sun emanated an excruciating chill. Concurrently, Elder Qin's voice reverberated, resounding throughout the cosmos. This move is called Eternal Celestial Burial. Chapter 108. A farewell with no return. The entire realm was shrouded in an all-encompassing, frigid storm of ice. The air was suffocatingly cold, and in that moment, all of creation seemed to succumb to an overwhelming freeze. The void creaked ominously, as if it might shatter under the weight of this terrifying icy force at any moment. Zhang Shu's expression grew grave, for he understood that Elder Qin was genuinely exerting his utmost effort this time. Witnessing Elder Qin's full-scale assault, Zhang Shu did not hesitate. This technique was born from the second transformation of my spiritual power. As his words echoed, the sky suddenly darkened. At that moment, even the sky, engulfed by the storm of cold, appeared to dim slightly. Elder Qin's countenance shifted, and he quickly lifted his gaze towards the void behind Zhang Shu, where an expanse of dim and boundless emptiness had inexplicably materialized. Deep, ancient, and profoundly mysterious. Moments later, a deep rumbling resonated from that void, as if it had traversed through endless time and space, unleashing an indescribable aura of weathered epochs. The icy essence of the world began to retreat in the face of this overwhelming presence, as if it had encountered something profoundly terrifying. What is this? What kind of power is this? Elder Qin felt a surge of astonishment. This time, he was genuinely taken aback. The rumbling continued, gradually revealing an enormous, endless grinding stone, ancient and mottled, resembling a colossal celestial body slowly rotating. All who gazed upon this ancient divine mill trembled in fear, acutely aware of their own insignificance. Even Elder Qin was no exception. The once magnificent icy sun, illuminating the heavens and the earth, now trembled gently, hinting at a surrender, as if it might collapse under the presence of the divine mill, perceiving such a form as a profound disrespect. This was a manifestation of the awe inspired by the natural might of the universe. Elder Qin was once again struck with disbelief. He had lost count of how many times he had been astonished today, yet this latest revelation eclipsed all prior ones combined. Gulp. Elder Qin struggled to swallow. Feeling momentarily dazed, he turned his head with difficulty to face Zhang Shu, slowly articulating, "Can you tell me what is this?" Zhang Shu, embodying an ancient void like a deity, looked at Elder Qin and smiled. "Did you not already surmise, Elder Qin? It is a manifestation." Elder Qin inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the shock within him, murmuring, "I never imagined, truly never imagined that after the second transformation of spiritual power, one could condense a manifestation. Each person's manifestation is unique, and the disparity in strength can vary greatly. I never anticipated that your manifestation would." He glanced at the divine mill, his eyes filled with trepidation. It was unfathomably terrifying. After much contemplation, he could only describe it as such. The manifestation of tangible entities signifies a crucial milestone in the metamorphosis of spiritual power. Once such entities are brought forth, the spiritual force no longer remains as scattered as grains of sand. Instead, it converges into a singularity, capable of truly descending upon the external realm and unleashing formidable combat prowess. The greater the might of the manifestation, the stronger the innate talent it embodies. The vast icy expanse cultivated by Elder Qin is a product of this convergence of tangible entities and divine intent, its power evident to all. After a moment, the astonishment in Elder Qin's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of reflection and exhilaration. This time, I have no regrets. To witness so many miracles before I depart this life, and to encounter a young friend such as you, is indeed my honor. Therefore, let me experience the power of your manifestation." With that declaration, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from Elder Qin's frail form. Yes, battle intent. In this instant, he no longer regarded Zhang Shu from the vantage of a senior imparting wisdom, but placed him on an equal footing, even looking up to him. At this moment, he was challenging Zhang Shu. "Well, Elder Qin," Zhang Shu hesitated briefly but soon resolved to accept, knowing that afterward, Elder Qin would inevitably fade away. Although this was their first meeting, Zhang Shu held a profound respect for the elder. Thus, he resolved to fulfill the final wish of this venerable being. In the primordial chaos, where the universe lay in disarray and all things lost their essence, a singular entity emerged from the void, subduing all and restoring order to chaos. Its form resembled a disk, ancient and mottled, untouched by the passage of time and space. Its name, the chaotic divine mill. Zhang Shu murmured, as if engaged in soliloquy or elucidating something profound. His tone took on a solemnity as the void behind him trembled violently, erupting with a cataclysmic roar that swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth, a deep rumble resonating as divine and demonic forces surged forth. With this invocation, he bid farewell to Elder Qin. Ha ha ha, splendid. I appreciate your escort, young friend. I leave this life without regrets. Elder Qin laughed heartily as a tempest of ice and snow swirled around him, the vast icy expanse trembling violently. In that moment, the entire world transformed into a boundless expanse of white, and under the dreadful aura that emanated, everything was encased in frost, rendering all eternal. In the extreme cold, even time seemed to halt its flow. Yet, at that moment, a fissure suddenly appeared within the endless ice field. In the next instant, the cracks swiftly widened, a low rumble echoing as vast sections of the ice field collapsed into the void, revealing an immense, unfathomable space beyond, where a seemingly endless, mottled divine mill slowly rotated. With each turn, the ice field was shattered in large swathes. Elder Qin observed this scene with tranquility, with every portion of the ice field that vanished. A part of his being also became ethereal. Facing the approach of death, he remained remarkably composed. As the last fragment of the ice field disappeared, Elder Qin waved towards the encroaching darkness, his gaze distant, as if bidding farewell to this world. My young friend, may our paths cross no more. As the final echoes of laughter faded into silence, the figure of Elder Qin vanished completely, leaving behind only a long blade that emanated an endless chill, quietly hovering in the void, gently trembling and emitting a low, resonant hum, as if mourning something. Silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Shu stood still in the emptiness, the statue of the divine mill behind him having long since dissipated. He gazed into the void before him, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of loss. After a moment, he gently bowed towards the emptiness, a farewell without a return. In that instant, not only Zhang Shu was silent, Yin Tian and another elder of Nirvana shared the same stillness. And the outside world. All eyes were fixed on the terrifying sight of the vast, icy expanse disappearing, rendered speechless. Many could not help but shed tears, uncertain of the reason. Although they could not hear the words of Zhang Shu and the others, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over them. The sect leader. The members of the Divine Sky Sect, including Elder Yuzhan, also found themselves lost in thought, sighing deeply. Chapter 109. The world trembles. The heavenly pool enters darkness at this moment. The world outside shook. The celestial dome incessantly displayed the encounters of Zhang Shu and his companions. Among them, the visuals adjusted according to their significance, with the scene featuring Zhang Shu capturing the most attention. Countless individuals were awestruck by the prowess he exhibited. Simultaneously, the mere existence of the demonic was met with horror, although it seemed that all sound related to the demons had vanished. Most present were powerful figures capable of discerning meaning through lip reading. In an instant, many strong individuals changed expressions. Some appeared troubled, while others seemed to ponder deeply, as if a revelation had dawned upon them. At that moment, it was as though everyone was recalling something. Yet, there remained those who were filled with confusion. That individual, the one who referred to himself as Shen Xiao, what manner of being was he? How had he entered the divine and demonic cave? Moreover, his strength was terrifying to such an extent. Was there not an age restriction for entry into the divine and demonic cave? Could it be that he attained such cultivation before the age of 20? How could this be possible? Even the most prestigious sanctuaries could not possibly nurture such a formidable genius. Countless discussions erupted, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Meanwhile, within the Shinshao sect, Elder Yuzhan and others remained unfazed. They understood that the sect leader's power was far from being fully revealed. A distinguished top-tier sage merely exhibited a fraction of his capabilities. However, Their greater concern lay in another matter: the sect leader's entrance into the divine and demonic cave, proceeding directly into its depths as if heading straight for the demons. This surely concealed secrets that warranted the solemnity of a sage. Coupled with prior interpretations of certain phrases, a sense of heaviness weighed upon their hearts. As thoughts swirled in the minds of all, at the heavenly pool's sacred land, within a magnificent hall, an elderly man sat, surrounded by the intertwining forces of order, the heavenly pool's sage. Yet, in this moment, the heavenly pool's sage wore a frown, his body trembling as if enduring immense suffering, with veins bulging beneath his skin and dark energy swirling ominously. Suddenly, the heavenly pool sage let out a harrowing scream, his entire being engulfed in agony. In the vast hall, an eerie laughter echoed out of nowhere. "Heavenly pool, cease your struggle. Your sacred land has already fallen, and you cannot save yourself. Why fight in vain? Join us instead, for our master shall soon break free, and when that time comes, the entire world shall belong to us. Heavenly pool, do not be obstinate." The heavenly pool sage's pallid face bore a stark contrast. One eye radiated a crimson malevolence while the other shone with a deep clarity. He scoffed coldly, "Heavenly demon, if you wish to seize my body, you may find yourself falling short." The term heavenly demon did not refer to the ancient demons suppressed in the town of demon suppressing, but rather a title for a powerful breed of demons, akin to royalty among humans. Demons were categorized into various ranks, with the most elite referred to as heavenly demons. These heavenly demons were significantly more formidable than ordinary demons, their bloodlines originating from a more noble source. Suddenly, the countenance of the celestial pool sage shifted dramatically, as if he had transformed into a different being entirely. His expression grew sinister and malevolent, and he laughed maniacally, saying, "Celestial pool, you greatly overestimate yourself. If you had indeed taken that final step and attained the sage realm, then perhaps you would possess the right to utter such words, and I would truly be no match for you. Yet you, along with that fellow from the red dust holy land, are merely at the pinnacle of the half-sage realm. With such audacity, you dare to call yourself a sage and establish a holy land. Presently, you are gravely injured, your power reduced to a mere fraction, barely managing to reach the late half-sage stage. You cannot sustain yourself for long. Surrender, celestial pool. Submit now, and we shall merge into a singular entity, transforming into the revered celestial demon. Together we shall annihilate those human beings and prepare ample sustenance for my master's return, which would indeed be a grand accomplishment. At that time, my master may bestow upon you a reward, and stepping into the true sage realm may not be beyond your grasp." As the celestial demon's words echoed, the expression of the celestial pool sage changed, revealing a semblance of agony. The celestial demon was correct. He was not a true sage. Not only he, but the red dust sage, slain by Zhang, was also not a genuine sage, merely having entered the peak of the half-sage realm. For the vast majority, the distinction between the pinnacle of the half-sage and a true sage is negligible. Both can effortlessly annihilate those in the nirvana realm, tear apart the void, and even wield a modicum of the power of the rule domain. Yet, falsehood remains falsehood. Had he been a true sage, the Celestial Star Dynasty and similar realms would not dare to offer even the slightest resistance at his command. Had he been a true sage, the royal ancestors would not have contemplated struggle, yet he is not. He stands at the pinnacle of the half-sage realm, while the royal ancestors are also formidable beings of the half-sage tier. Although there exists a significant disparity between the two, they ultimately belong to the same tier of existence. As long as they are of the same tier, there is no fundamental difference, which would prevent utter dread and ensure that some would not wholly refrain from defying his orders. Though he stands at the pinnacle of the half-sage realm, merely a step away from the sage realm, he is still susceptible to injury from the late half-sages like the royal ancestors, who, with the aid of powerful artifacts, could inflict harm even when outmatched. This is the primary reason the Celestial Star royal family has not been obliterated by the Holy Lands despite the latter's persistent designs over the years. The voice of the celestial demon continued to seduce. "Abandon your resistance and pledge loyalty to my celestial demon clan. My master is the one who has inherited the legacy of the Emperor Demon. Are you aware of the Emperor Demon? That presence rivals your human emperors. With my master by your side, attaining the sage realm is no longer a mere fantasy. What have you endured all these years for? if not to avoid being under my dominion and losing the opportunity for further advancement? The chance to become a sage is right before you. What are you still hesitating for? The celestial pool sage's other eye struggled immensely, faint tendrils of dark energy entwining around it. After a long moment, he spoke with great difficulty. Is what you say truly the case? A smirk flickered in the mind of the celestial demon. Of course, it is false. Becoming a sage is not so easily attained. However, just as success seemed imminent, the demon of heaven swiftly laughed and declared, indeed, it is true. Yet, the opportunity to attain sanctity is no trivial matter. To become a saint, you must amass sufficient merit to exchange for it. The last flicker of struggle vanished from the eyes of the heavenly pool saint, and his aura grew increasingly malevolent and tyrannical. Slowly, he rose to his feet and spoke with a measured tone. I understand now. I shall prepare ample blood offerings to secure the chance to transcend into the realm of saints. As his words echoed, a frenzied glint surged in the eyes of the heavenly pool saint, accompanied by insatiable greed. The dark energy enveloping him surged dramatically, rising and swirling like infernal flames from the depths of a shadowy abyss. In the next moment, the inhabitants of the heavenly pool's sacred land swiftly looked up, simultaneously hearing the commanding voice of the heavenly pool saint. Relay the message. All those above the radiant sun realm in the heavenly pool's sacred land. Assemble. Chapter 110 Departure. Demon Sealing Village. With a resounding clang, Zhang Shu grasped the battle blade, and in that fleeting moment, the eternal instant emitted a crisp blade cry. A formidable surge of power coursed through his arm, and with a mere thought, a chilling frost emanated from him, enveloping the world around. This frigid aura was akin to a force of dominion. With its presence, Zhang Shu felt his strength could ascend to new heights. While exhilaration coursed through him, he remained vigilant. Such divine weaponry could be acquired by others as well. Thus, although his domain provided an advantage, it did not guarantee absolute security. Buzz, gripping the hilt, Zhang Shu swung the blade with fervor, transforming the cosmos into a blinding expanse of white. An endless wave of cold surged forth, morphing into a roaring, serpentine dragon that spiraled through the dark forest above. Massive ghostly trees were instantly encased in ice, and the vital essence of life within a 1,000-mile radius withered away, extinguished. Powerful, invincible. This was Zhang Shu's sentiment at that moment. The might of the eternal instant empowered him to contend even with those at the advanced stages of nirvana without invoking his domain. Should he harness both his domain and mental prowess, he believed he could face even the 9th level of nirvana, and under the eruption of his mental force, the odds of victory would be significantly in his favor. The second metamorphosis of his mental strength propelled Zhang Shu's capabilities to unprecedented heights. As long as his vital energy cultivation kept pace, the might of his mental prowess would become increasingly formidable, and his ascent in strength would be rapid. This venture bore considerable fruit. The journey was far from in vain. Overjoyed, Zhang Shu noticed the two elders from Yuntian approaching, their expressions lighting up upon seeing the blade in his hand. Yuntian smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, Sect Master, on acquiring a divine weapon. Just a stroke of luck." Zhang Shu replied modestly, then added, "Now that I have secured the weapon, the time has come to return to Demon Sealing Village and rendezvous with the village chief to address the demonic affliction there. This matter should not be delayed." At the mention of the demonic affliction, Yuntian and the other elders' expressions grew solemn, their smiles fading. "What you say is indeed true, Sect Master. We must depart immediately. The situation in Demon Sealing Village is even more dire than ours, and any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences." In swift succession, the trio departed the locale. As they passed by the wooden cabin, Zhang Shu paused, and the eternal instant unleashed an overwhelming chill, instantly freezing and sealing the entire structure. The other two elders offered no protest, their eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. "Let this be." Allowing Elder Qin to rest, Yuntian sighed, comprehending Zhang Shu's actions. With Zhang Shu's intervention, the ceiling fissures in the cabin's courtyard were also bound. Elder Qin had not been incapable of such measures. His advanced age and desire for tranquility, coupled with certain unique reasons, had led him to personally oversee this place. Now, all had come to an end. Before long, the trio returned to Demon Sealing Village, where village chief Jiang Tianming awaited their arrival. When the village chief beheld the pristine white long knife in Zhang Shu's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he smiled as he spoke. "Congratulations, Sect Master." Zhang Shu nodded and inquired, "How has the situation with the nearby demonic afflictions been resolved? Do you require my assistance?" "It has been addressed," the village chief replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. "However, although the majority of the formidable demons have been eradicated, a significant number of weaker ones have managed to escape. This area is not within the rift, and given the sheer volume of demons, it is challenging for us to eliminate them all in a short span." Yun Tian's expression shifted. "Will those outsiders be safe? Since the alteration of the rules, only those under 20 years of age could enter the divine demonic caverns. At such a tender age, regardless of their prowess, their strength would be limited. Encountering demons could lead to dire consequences." Zhang Shu furrowed his brow, equally concerned for the safety of the disciples. Yet, embarking on a search for them at this moment would consume considerable time, and the situation in Fumo village remained uncertain. With the recent outbreak of demonic troubles in Junma village, apprehension for Fumo village's condition lingered. Furthermore, with Junma village now part of the Xinxiao sect, they were considered one of its own. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, Fumo village would soon also be incorporated into the sect, complicating Zhang Shu's decision-making. The village chief, Jiang Tianming, seemed to discern Zhang Shu's hesitation and suddenly proposed, "How about this? We old fellows will accompany you to Fumo village, while the remaining villagers can relocate. On one hand, with the demonic threat eliminated, everyone should depart. On the other hand, it also allows us to search for the remaining disciples. Should we encounter any danger, we can provide assistance." The strength of numbers would undoubtedly enhance their efficiency in the search far beyond what Zhang Shu could achieve alone. Among the villagers, there were dozens at the Yaoyang level, and given Jinma village's extensive dealings with demons, their experience in combating them was substantial. Most formidable demons had been vanquished, and with caution, they should face minimal issues. "That seems agreeable," Zhang Shu concurred, recognizing this as the optimal approach. Thus, both objectives could be accomplished without delay. He turned to the others and said, "I appreciate your cooperation." "Not at all." Everyone quickly waved their hands, unwilling to accept his gratitude. Observing this, Zhang Shu refrained from further comments and turned to the village chief, stating, "Time is of the essence. Let us depart." The village chief nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone set off. Ultimately, at Zhang Shu's insistence, not all of the Nirvana realm practitioners were taken. Instead, 3 of the peak Nirvana 3rd stage were left behind. While each Nirvana practitioner represented a significant fighting force, after careful consideration, ensuring the safety of the group took precedence. Although leaving Jinma village reduced the likelihood of encountering Nirvana demons, one could never fully guarantee that unforeseen incidents wouldn't arise. The 3 initial peak Nirvana practitioners were all martial arts masters, capable of matching the Nirvana 4th stage in one-on-one combat, and even in collaboration. They could contend with those at the Nirvana 5th stage. Such strength was sufficient to secure the migration of the larger group. Upon witnessing the situation, the village chief hesitated and said, "Master, perhaps we should allow them to remain. The periphery is, in fact, not all that perilous. Ordinary demons of the Purple Mansion realm are quite rare." According to the village chief's perspective, it would be an overreaction to retain those of the Nirvana realm. In truth, even those of the Radiant Sun realm need not be numerous. A mere 3 to 5 individuals would suffice to maintain order. This time, the 2 teams were heading in entirely opposite directions. Most of the dangers would be mitigated by the village chief and his party venturing deeper into the unknown. The threats at the periphery were indeed minimal, if not virtually non-existent. The greatest risk might stem from the inadvertent injuries caused by the young outsiders. Yet, there was no need for concern on that front. Sending forth even a single individual from the Radiant Sun realm would suffice to overpower the combined efforts of the top 10 geniuses. Thus, it was decided. Zhang Shu waved his hand and declared straightforwardly. The village chief, resigned, could only nod, sigh, "Very well, master, you truly cherish them too much." Nevertheless, seeing Zhang Shu's unwavering commitment to the safety of the villagers filled the village chief with immense joy and gratitude. With 3 individuals of the Nirvana realm stationed, the safety of the others was no longer in question. The focus now shifted to their side of the equation. "Fumo's Wang, may it remain unscathed," the village chief murmured. Chapter 111. A group of madmen residing in the depths of hell. Zhang Shu comprehended the village chief's intentions. Had it not been for the existence of the holy light exorcism talismans, he would not have allowed such formidable powers to depart so freely. However, given the certainty of their efficacy, the presence of several nirvana-level beings was rendered somewhat redundant. If 5,000 holy light exorcism talismans could not resolve the predicament, then the addition of a few more nirvana-level warriors would be futile. Thus, rather than squander their potential in Demon Suppression Village, it would be more prudent to assign them to safeguard others. As he watched the majority of the inhabitants of Demon Suppression Village depart, only Zhang Shu, Chief Jiang Tianming, Elder Yun Tian, and a Nirvana 5th level elder remained. Observing the scene, they no longer hesitated and proceeded in the opposite direction. Demon Confinement Village was situated deeper within the encircling miasma, where the demonic energy intensified and the dangers multiplied. Once, Demon Confinement Village had occupied a position at the very heart of this malevolent area, but it had now been utterly annihilated. The last remaining member of Demon Confinement Village, Elder Qin, had recently departed from this world, marking the complete eradication of the village. Of the once formidable 3 guardian forces, one had been rendered obsolete, leaving only Demon Suppression Village and Demon Confinement Village. On their journey, the village chief began to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Demon Confinement Village. The overall strength of Demon Confinement Village surpasses ours. The village chief has been a Nirvana 8th level expert for a considerable time, significantly more powerful than I was. However, I have since achieved a breakthrough, so the gap in our peak combat capabilities should not be vast. Additionally, Demon Confinement Village boasts over a dozen Nirvana-level warriors and a population exceeding 10,000. With a greater number of strong individuals than we possess. Zhang Shu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Given that Demon Confinement Village lay deeper within the miasma, it was only logical that they would require a more formidable force for suppression. Thus, their overall strength was expected to be superior to that of Demon Suppression Village. Or else they would have succumbed to the afflictions of the demonic plague long ago. The group soon arrived at the location of the previously dark forest. And upon witnessing the devastation that resembled the aftermath of a meteor shower, a chilling silence fell over them. Even the village chief, usually composed, was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, the chief inhaled sharply. I anticipated that gaining the recognition of Shana Eternity would be no simple task, especially with Elder Qin's trials. But I never expected the commotion to be this significant. The chief was astounded, while the Nirvana 5th level elder felt a genuine chill run down his spine. Who could have caused such chaos? It was obvious. Was it not Zhang Shu who held Shana Eternity in his grasp? In that moment, the Nirvana 5th level elder felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he had not engaged in a spar with Zhang Shu. With such a terrifying display, he would undoubtedly have faced utter humiliation, brutally defeated in front of the entire village. A truly disgraceful fate. They exchanged no words, but their hearts were undeniably shaken. The village chief silently assessed the situation, and the more he observed, the more he was astonished. He couldn't help but ponder the lingering aura of such terror. The power unleashed by both sides in battle was undoubtedly beyond the late stage of Nirvana, at least at the 8th level, perhaps even rivaling the 9th. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at Zhang Shu, astonished that someone at the 1st level of Nirvana could unleash strength comparable to that of the 9th level. How could the sect leader achieve such a feat? It was simply unfathomable, quite absurd. At that moment, the village chief was taken aback, and the others were equally perplexed. However, they did not linger on the matter for long, swiftly traversing a desolate, shadowy forest. As they passed by the wooden hut left by Elder Qin, the village chief and his companions couldn't resist casting several glances before continuing onward, departing from Demon Suppression Village. The deeper they ventured, the denser the demonic energy became. Eventually, the surrounding environment began to exhibit various anomalies, with terrifying monsters emerging in abundance. Although most posed no threat to those present, their grotesque appearances were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even the experienced village chief, well-versed in the ways of the world, frequently frowned at the sights before him. The scenes were beyond description. Gradually, amidst the unchanging darkness, a hint of crimson began to emerge. The once dominant ghost trees became sparse, their trunks increasingly twisted and fierce, resembling the anguished souls of the deceased. howling in agony before their demise. Without the cover of branches, the group instinctively looked up. In the sky, it was not the azure brilliance of the outer world, but instead a blood-red expanse, imbued with a sense of twisted absurdity, painting a bleak and desolate panorama. The land, as far as the eye could see, was barren, with scattered ghost trees contorted as if each were a drowning soul desperately grasping for a final glimmer of hope. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. For a moment, it felt as though they had traversed the dark forest into another realm. Zhang Shu, witnessing this horrifying scene of hell for the first time, was momentarily stunned. Was this still the realm of humans? This was clearly the depths of hell. As if struck by a realization, Zhang Shu murmured, "Demon Suppression Village has existed under such conditions, suppressing the demonic plague for thousands of years? Logically, anyone who remained here for an extended period would have long gone mad, wouldn't they?" He gazed into the distance, an inexplicable fear enveloping his heart. This world was eerily quiet, terrifyingly silent, devoid of sound. It felt as if stepping into this place meant being utterly forgotten by the outside world, forgotten in a blood-soaked realm. Those who entered here, if they lingered too long, might begin to question their very existence, whether they were human or ghost, alive or dead. They might wonder if they had already perished and found themselves in hell. After merely a few seconds in this place, Zhang Shu felt a sense of discomfort. It was hard to imagine that remaining here for an extended period would not lead to a complete mental breakdown. Among the three great villages, although Jinma village has nearly faced annihilation, it must be acknowledged that, despite enduring years of desolation, its condition has been markedly better than that of the other two villages. The village chief, Jiang Tianming, spoke slowly, his gaze lingering on the crimson landscape, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Elder Yuntian remarked, "Indeed, what you say, sect leader, holds merit. No one can remain sane after prolonged exposure to such an environment. In truth, the majority of the inhabitants of Fumo village have succumbed to madness. Their mental states are, to varying degrees, compromised. Yet, they still cling to their mission, ever aware of their duties. Even in their insanity, they expend every effort to suppress the demonic afflictions. Were it not for the relentless vigilance of these madmen over millennia, where would we be today? They have suffered far more than we have." Yuntian sighed deeply, noting that Jinma village merely endures a wretched existence, while Fumo village truly dwells in a hellish reality. As for Jiangma village, it has long since met its demise. Thus, while it may be somewhat ironic, it is indeed Jinma village that is the most fortunate. In this moment, Zhang Shu also wore a complex expression, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. "Let us proceed, since we have arrived. Let us pay a visit to Fumo village." Chapter 112. The Valley of Buried Demons. Ambushed under the guidance of the village chief, Zhang Shu and his companions advanced through the desolate expanse. Before them lay an expanse of crimson, causing Zhang Shu's brow to furrow incessantly. "This cursed place is truly unfit for human habitation," sighed Yuntian, his words imbued with an indescribable sentiment. For years, the inhabitants of Fumo village have endured this harsh environment. Had they been in their stead, they would have either succumbed to madness or chosen self-destruction. Surviving here is a daunting challenge, let alone the added burden of combating demonic afflictions. The village chief's voice echoed in the distance. "I have traversed this place no fewer than 10 times, yet each visit chills my heart. It is hard to fathom what kind of fortitude is required to endure such an existence for an extended period." The others shook their heads in disbelief, unable to imagine such resilience. Throughout the journey, Zhang Shu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the unchanging scenery that stretched for thousands of miles, oppressive, monotonous, and eerily silent, as if this realm were eternally bound to a singular, unyielding melody. "We are nearly there." Suddenly, the village chief, Jiang Tianming, spoke, gently tapping the air with his holy dragon staff. A thick mist before them dissipated, revealing a pitch-black abyss, surrounded by relentless, swirling gales of darkness. These winds exuded an aura of extreme peril, yet with the passage of time, their intensity waned. "That is the tide of demons. Let us wait a moment longer until it weakens further before we proceed," the village chief declared. Zhang Shu gazed into the abyss and remarked, "Fumo village resides within this chasm? This place is known as the Valley of Buried Demons, where Fumo village has dwelled for generations beneath its depths." The village chief affirmed with a nod. However, he clarified that it was not merely an abyss, but rather an expansive valley, an immeasurable expanse. The tempestuous black winds gradually subsided, leaving only traces behind, which posed no threat to the group if they remained cautious. The village chief seized the moment. Now is our chance. We must descend. In a while, the tide of demons will rage anew, and even a semi-saint could be torn to shreds if caught within. Do not hesitate. With that, the village chief, wielding the holy dragon staff, transformed into a radiant beam of light and plunged into the abyss. The others followed suit. Leading the way, the village chief unleashed his Nirvana 8th layer prowess, augmented by the strength of a martial arts master of the 8th layer and the holy dragon staff, manifesting an aura rivaling that of a nascent semi-saint. The residual black winds, which would threaten any ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator, dissipated instantaneously in his wake. Surrounded by a colossal, thousand-jong holy dragon, the village chief stirred a tumult of vitality across thousands of miles, his presence overshadowing even the full-force eruption of Elder Qin from the past. In an instant, the entire abyss fell into a sudden calm, exuding a faint aura of tranquility. Yun Tian followed closely, unleashing his Nirvana 7th layer prowess as he descended further. Another formidable warrior, Zhao Dao, of the Nirvana 5th layer, ranked third among them. As for Zhang Shu, he found himself positioned at the rear, an eternal moment crystallizing within his grasp. A formidable chill silently emanated around him, tasked with ensuring their safe passage. The four plummeted swiftly downward. The colossal spirit dragon roared continuously, surging towards the depths below, its radiance illuminating the nearby stone walls, revealing countless densely packed crimson entities, some resembling rock, while others seemed to writhe slightly, akin to flesh and blood. As they continued their descent, glancing back revealed that the vast entrance to the abyss had shrunk to near invisibility. At that instant, the brilliance in the sky vanished entirely, leaving only the glow of the spirit dragon to light the surroundings. Above them lay infinity, while below was a bottomless void. The group hovered between heaven and earth, acutely aware of their relentless fall, as if plunging deeper into the very bowels of hell, a descent without end. However, this interminable descent was ultimately but an illusion. According to the village chief's assessment, at their current velocity, they would soon reach the bottom. Yet, just then, suddenly, a massive shadow of pure darkness surged from the side, striking with lightning speed, rupturing the void itself. The enormous silhouette, akin to a moving mountain, crashed towards them, causing Zhao Dao, the weakest among them, to pale in fear. This assault was aimed directly at him. "Be cautious," the village chief shouted, intending to lend aid, but it was too late. He was wholly focused on forging ahead, vigilant against the threats that lay ahead. The Burial Demon Valley was no mere dark forest. Some dangers required even his utmost effort to confront, leaving little room for concern in other directions. At that moment, the massive shadow advanced silently, cunningly evading Jiang Tianming's detection, and as Jiang Tianming moved further away, it struck instantaneously. Damn it! Yun Tian, closest to the threat, immediately summoned a pair of gossamer thin gauntlets, roaring fiercely as he unleashed a full-powered punch towards the shadow. Zhao Dao did not hesitate either. Two ebony curved blades materialized in his hands, shimmering with a menacing edge. In this critical moment, he exerted every ounce of strength. Yet instead of attacking the shadow, he wielded the blades defensively, forming an impenetrable barrier. He devoted all his energy to defense, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the shadow, unwilling to confront it head-on. Boom. Upon the moment, the colossal energy-infused fist of Yun Tian collided with the shadow. It shattered instantly, the physical body meeting the oncoming monstrosity with a resounding crash. Yun Tian felt his vitality surge violently, instinctively taking a step back. What immense power! This strike boasted strength rivaling that of the 8th stage of Nirvana. "Be careful," Yun Tian shouted, realizing he could no longer impede the assault and could only helplessly alert the others. Zhao Dao's pupils constricted. The 8th stage of Nirvana. Yet, having been weakened by Yun Tian, Zhao Dao felt confident he could withstand it. With a thunderous impact, his two black, curved blades met the shadow's lightning strike, causing his palms to split open, the blades humming as they nearly slipped from his grasp. However, Zhao Dao let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had managed to block it. As the ominous shadow continued its advance, an overwhelming chill surged forth, freezing the colossal silhouette in the void, rendering it immobile. In that moment, Zhao Dao and the others finally relaxed. Zhang Shu had arrived. Wielding a pristine white blade, he emanated an aura of frigid energy. With the enhancement of his domain, two formidable realms erupted simultaneously, unleashing power akin to the 8th stage of nirvana, striking fiercely towards the immobilized shadow. A tremendous roar echoed as the ice shattered, the shadow within it splintering into countless fragments. Yet, after executing this feat, Zhang Shu did not experience a sense of security, but rather an inexplicable dread. Beware. Be cautious. The warning came from the village chief, Jiang Tianming, who hastily returned, his expression fraught with urgency. The holy dragon staff radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the true form of the shadow for all to see. In the next moment, even Zhang Shu couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath, his scalp prickling with trepidation. Chapter 113. Jiang Tianming. Midstage, semi-holy. My goodness. Yin Tian's eyes nearly bulged out. Zhao Dao, upon recognizing the shadow that had just attacked him, shivered involuntarily, a chilling dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Even Zhang Shu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The shadow that had assailed them was not a monster, but an enormous black tentacle. In that moment, as boundless light erupted forth, the group followed the severed tentacle and finally beheld the monstrous entity in its entirety. Gulp. It was unclear who initiated it, but the sound of swallowed breaths echoed around them. There, behind the broken tentacle, loomed a grotesque behemoth. Its form covered in barbed protrusions and a multitude of eyes, both large and small, flickering restlessly. At the very center, a colossal eye dominated almost a third of the creature's vast body, staring unblinkingly at the onlookers. Under the gaze of that immense eye, even Zhang Shu felt a chill run down his spine. What in the world is this creature? Zhang Shu's heart raced. Danger. Extreme danger. As he surveyed the scene, he realized that this gigantic monster occupied their entire field of vision, sprawled against the abyssal walls, reaching from heaven to earth. Upon closer inspection, countless black tentacles thrashed aimlessly in the void surrounding the creature, yet not a single sound escaped their chaotic movements. A shiver coursed through him. Even as they discerned the creature's form, the village chief, Jiang Tianming, turned pale. His voice sharpened considerably. What are you still doing? Hurry, run. This monster could unleash a force that even the 8th level of nirvana feared with just one tentacle. A mere glance revealed that the entire expanse of the void was filled with the creature's appendages, and they had no idea how they had descended into this nightmare. There were at least hundreds of thousands of those tentacles, each capable of rivaling the 8th level of nirvana. Collectively, they were enough to terrify even a semi-holy being. Flee. Quickly escape. Yun Tian's complexion turned ashen. While fleeing, he cursed furiously. Damn it, old Jiang. How could you not warn us about such a terrifying creature lurking in the burial demon valley? If it weren't for our luck, we would have become its prey. The village chief was nearly driven mad with rage, shouting, at a time like this, you still have the mind to speak? It's coming after us. Go ahead. I'll hold it off for a moment. As his words fell, the holy dragon staff erupted with power, unleashing a terrifying holy dragon that roared and charged towards the myriad of pursuing tentacles. With a resounding roar, countless tentacles shattered, spilling a torrent of verdant blood. This blood splattered against the walls, instantly corroding deep, bottomless pits. Roar. The towering sacred dragon roared across the heavens and the earth, its terrifying holy light radiating unabashedly. In this moment, the colossal creature unveiled its true form, a monstrous entity resembling an octopus, yet infinitely more dreadful than an ordinary cephalopod. As countless tentacles shattered, the beast was thoroughly incensed. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated, shaking the very ground and mountains, seemingly the creature's battle cry. In the next instant, the gargantuan creature stirred, its myriad tentacles thrashing wildly, weaving an immense black net across the sky, ensnaring the sacred dragon in a flash, leaving the village chief no time to react. Almost immediately, the dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream as it became ensnared by countless tendrils. A massive maw, lined with vicious fangs, descended upon the dragon, ready to rend and devour, its center resembling an unfathomable black hole. A mere glance into its depths threatened to engulf one's very soul in fear. At this moment, the colossal sacred dragon appeared as diminutive as a mere snake before the monster, struggling and wailing in vain, unable to escape its bonds. If this continued, it would not be long before the beast consumed it entirely. This is bad. Old Jiang, village chief. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shu and his companions turned pale, with Yun Tian's eyes turning blood red, filled with rage. The village chief was no match for the creature, and the situation was dire. Seeing Yun Tian about to charge forward, Zhang Shu swiftly intercepted him, racing toward the monster while calling back, "You all leave first. I will save him." After a brief hesitation, Yun Tian gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhao Dao, "Go." Without a moment's delay, Zhao Dao began a frantic retreat, not out of indifference to the village chief's fate, but because their combined strength was inadequate against the creature, risking becoming a burden that could endanger everyone. As Zhang Shu charged, the monster paid him no heed, showing no intention of releasing the village chief. Instead, its tentacles shot toward Zhang Shu, eager to consume this intruder. "You wish to devour me? Pray you don't shatter your teeth." In that moment, Zhang Shu cast aside any thoughts of martial virtue, enveloping himself in a celestial robe of light, a formidable defensive power surging outward. The myriad black tentacles that approached were immobilized in the void, unable to inflict any harm upon him. Immunity to all attacks below the holy realm. Though the creature was terrifyingly powerful, it had yet to reach the level of the holy realm. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Shu plunged into the black net, focusing his thoughts as a multitude of radiant talismans erupted forth. Some detonated instantly, each capable of rivaling the might of a Nirvana-level attack. As hundreds detonated simultaneously, even the monstrous entity momentarily stiffened. Without hesitation, Zhang Shu hurled the remaining holy light-dispelling talismans toward the ailing sacred dragon. Originally, the sacred dragon, transformed by the village chief, had become feeble, its majestic form shrinking from 1,000 feet to less than 100. Yet, as countless sacred lights and magical symbols surged forth, a flicker of human-like surprise and excitement flashed in the dragon's dim eyes. Subsequently, the once dim dragon regained its vigor, letting out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Its body rapidly expanded back to its original 1,000-foot stature and continued to swell. Even the village chief, who had been barely clinging to life within the dragon, felt a surge of exhilaration as pure sacred light flooded into him, culminating in a thunderous rebirth. Before long, another colossal sound echoed, signifying the completion of his transformation. In tandem, the sacred dragon staff in the village chief's grasp radiated an overwhelming brilliance. With a single strike, it shattered the void, causing the dragon to swell to an astonishing 10,000 feet. In that fleeting moment, the village chief exuded a formidable presence that was almost terrifying. Though the eruption of power merely represented a slight elevation in rank, the village chief's strength multiplied manifold, leveraging the residual energy of all the talismans. The unleashed force exceeded expectations. With one strike, countless tendrils of the monstrous entity were obliterated. Even the myriad eyes adorning its colossal form burst asunder, eliciting a cacophony of anguished roars from the creature as it writhed in agony. "Run!" The village chief grasped the rushing Zhang Shu, and in an instant, they broke free from the monster's confinement, transforming into a flash of light that swiftly vanished. Boom, boom, boom. As the creature struggled to regain its composure, it suddenly realized its prey had vanished, erupting into a frenzy of despairing howls, countless tentacles thrashing wildly in the void, and its enormous central eye glowed a furious crimson. Meanwhile, the village chief fled with Zhang Shu, their hearts racing with trepidation. After a while, they reunited with Yun Tian and Zhao Dao, who had departed earlier, and finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Phew, we escaped just in time. I had never heard of such a monster before. It is utterly terrifying and likely possesses the strength of a late-stage half-saint." Chapter 114. Escape from Death, a monster of the late half-saint level. Even though Jiang Tianming had ascended to the pinnacle of nirvana and could rival a mid-level half-saint with the aid of the sacred dragon staff, he was still filled with trepidation when confronted by that terrifying creature, which was several dozen times stronger than he. If it truly wished to annihilate him, it would not be a daunting challenge. However, it was merely a hunt, and the monster would undoubtedly hesitate to expend excessive resources. Jiang Tianming also had his final trump card, yet to be revealed. Nevertheless, Even with this knowledge, he could only be assured of surviving the encounter. Encountering the creature was nearly an impossibility. This time, he owed a great debt to the sect leader for intervening and saving his life. Once he was safe, Jiang Tianming immediately expressed his gratitude to Zhang Shu. Without the sect leader's timely assistance, he would have had no choice but to unleash all his hidden strengths, which, even if they managed to wound the monster, would have cost him his life. Zhang Shu, also shaken by the encounter, replied with a smile, "Elder, there is no need for such formalities. We are both members of the Xinxiao sect. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Had you hesitated even slightly, the others would surely have met a grim fate. Though I possessed the Xinxiao radiant robe and faced no mortal danger, once entangled by the monster, escape would have been nearly impossible without utilizing a Sacred Realm experience card. This is simply what I ought to do," Jiang Tianming thought, filled with gratitude. Not only had he emerged unscathed, but he had also fortuitously enhanced his strength to the pinnacle of nirvana, his combat prowess now comparable to that of a mid-level half-saint, which was a significant boon for him. However, the next step toward advancement lay before him, the threshold of becoming a true half-saint, which he must genuinely surpass. The sacred dragon staff and external aids would be of little assistance in this endeavor. His rapid progress had been attributed to the sacred light demon-breaking talismans and the profound accumulation of years of experience. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle of nirvana, he felt as though he had reached his limits. For millennia, the three great villages had failed to produce another true half-saint. Even Elder Qin had only broken through at the last moment, not having the chance to display his brilliance before his complete demise, leaving behind only a spiritual form, tormented day and night by the blade's aura. However, Jiang Tianming soon voiced his concerns. "Yet, in saving me, I have exhausted all the sacred light demon-breaking talismans. Although my strength has increased, I fear that I alone cannot resolve the demonic affliction plaguing Fumo village." While formidable, the demonic threat was equally terrifying. Without the sacred light demon-breaking talismans, Jiang Tianming felt an unsettling anxiety creep in. Yet, Zhang Shu had expended the talismans for his sake. He could not afford to harbor any resentment. In response, Zhang Shu smiled gently, "Worry not. Where there is a will, there is a way. Let us proceed to Fumo village. Although the sacred light demon-breaking talismans are gone, there are certainly other means to address the demonic affliction." Just then, with the complete depletion of the sacred light demon-breaking talismans, the system task was also accomplished. "Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task. You have received a reward, Sacred Light Tower X10. Jiang Tianming chose not to elaborate further. He believed that Zhang Shu was merely offering him solace. However, he secretly vowed to exert every effort to eradicate the demonic affliction this time. Originally, the Holy Light demon-breaking talisman provided them with considerable assurance. But now not only was the complete resolution of the demonic threat in jeopardy, but even their safety had come into question. Without the Holy Light demon-breaking talisman, the safety of the sect leader became a significant concern, no matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Jiang Tianming was determined to ensure the leader's safety. Resolving the demonic troubles of Fumo village was his initiative, and under no circumstances could the sect leader be involved. This was Jiang Tianming's final line. Meanwhile, Yun Tian and the others did not ponder too deeply, since the sect leader asserted he had a solution. They unconditionally placed their trust in him. At that moment, they were excited about another matter. "Old Jiang, do you now possess the strength of a mid-stage half-saint?" Yun Tian exclaimed, astonished and delighted as he looked at Jiang Tianming. Leaning on the holy dragon staff, Jiang Tianming chuckled, "No need for such familiarity. You should call me Grand Elder." Yun Tian's expression stiffened. "Damn it, I'm discussing serious matters, and you bring this up?" Jiang Tianming disregarded his changing demeanor and continued. "I've fortuitously stepped into the realm of nirvana completion. This so-called mid-stage half-saint is merely an external augmentation, hardly worth mentioning." Yun Tian's expression fluctuated, and he helplessly retorted, "If you could just wipe that grin off your face, I might believe your fanciful tales. You're smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. The holy dragon staff has long since merged with your innate divine weapon, intertwined with your bloodline. How can it be merely external aid?" Nevertheless, after a moment of frustration, Yun Tian could not suppress his excitement. "A mid-stage half-saint. I never even dared to dream of such a thing before. Had you possessed this strength earlier, old Jiang, we would not have had to worry about the threats posed by the demonic affliction in Jinma village. At this, the group fell into a brief silence. Over the years, countless lives had been lost in Jinma village due to the demonic threat. All right, the sect leader is present. Let us not dwell on these matters. Jiang Tianming waved his hand, signaling the two to refrain from pursuing the topic further. As they spoke, their gazes turned towards Jiangshu. Thanks to Jiangshu, Jinma village had undergone tremendous changes. With Jiang Tianming possessing mid-stage half-saint combat power and the resolution of the demonic affliction in Jinma village, they were now in an unusual position, arriving at Fumo village not to seek aid, but to offer assistance. Jiangshu's kindness towards them was immeasurable, and they felt at a loss for how to repay him. All they could do was strive with all their might to express their gratitude, even if it meant risking their lives. Meanwhile, Jiangshu remained oblivious to all of this. At that moment, he was engrossed in studying the newly acquired task reward, the Holy Light Tower. According to protocol, this artifact should possess a value significantly greater than the Holy Light demon-breaking talisman. However, Jiangshu still needed to investigate how best to utilize it. Holy Light Tower, under sufficient energy conditions, it can eliminate all demonic energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. The system provided only this brief description, leaving Jiangshu uncertain about its precise effects. Within the Valley of the Demon Burial, one finds oneself in a desolate expanse, devoid of villages or inns. It is inconceivable for Jiangshu to conduct any experiments here. What if it turns out to be a fleeting endeavor? Would that not result in a considerable loss? With the terrifying monsters no longer in pursuit, the subsequent journey becomes relatively tranquil. Upon landing, the group encountered no significant dangers. We have arrived. If we proceed in this direction, crossing the yellow springs and weak waters, we shall behold the village of demon subjugation, the village chief softly proclaimed. Yun Tian and Zhao Dao became invigorated. They had visited the village of demon subjugation previously, albeit a long time ago. Back then, they were quite young, having accompanied their elders, and as time has passed, those memories have faded considerably. Chapter 115. Quickly end my life and lend them a hand hell and the weak water. Jiangshu murmured, repeating the words slowly. Is this truly the realm of the dead? At that moment, before Jiang Tianming could speak, Yun Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, Master, the so-called yellow springs and weak water are merely names. They are not as bizarre and terrifying as the legends suggest. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Jiangshu gently nodded, ready to sigh in relief, only to notice a subtle change in Zhao Dao's expression, causing him to pause in surprise. Could there be some hidden truth? Observing Zhao Dao's reaction, Jiang Tianming chuckled. Indeed, the yellow springs and weak water are simply ordinary names. Perhaps there are some peculiarities, but for us, they are not a cause for concern. Zhao Dao once accompanied the elders here in his youth, and back then, he was utterly fearless. When passing by the yellow springs, he insisted on jumping in to swim, only to find himself in the embrace of a headless ghost fish, which left him with a psychological scar. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Zhao Dao, who could only manage an awkward smile. Zhao Dao mumbled, It was an accident back then. I was young and naive. Who could have known? I'm not afraid anymore. Yet, even as he spoke, his body trembled slightly. Jiang Tianming shook his head, choosing not to expose him further. Once the four of them landed, they swiftly moved forward, distancing themselves from the place they had arrived, uncertain if that terrifying creature might suddenly pursue them. Soon, Jiangshu beheld the fabled yellow springs. An endless expanse of yellow lakes stretched out before him, imbued with an indescribable vastness and grandeur. The lake lay nestled within the earth, yet curiously, directly above the yellow springs, there existed a massive lake, mirroring it like a reflection. In the center of the lakes lay an open expanse of sky. The two lakes, one above and one below, were connected by countless earthen yellow whirlwinds that spiraled upwards, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Master, this is the yellow springs, Jiang Tianming explained. Noticing Jiangshu's astonished curiosity, he continued, It is said that the yellow springs conceal an inverted world, harboring secrets that transcend the boundaries of life and death, along with numerous legendary entities. Various tales abound, each more fantastical than the last. However, in truth, the Yellow Springs is merely a peculiar lake, home to some unique life forms, such as the headless ghost fish. At the mention of the ghost fish, Zhao Dao's face paled. Zhang Shu nodded, observing dark shadows flitting through the lake, which vanished swiftly upon sensing the group's aura, not daring to approach. Without lingering, they soon traversed the yellow springs and arrived at the weak water. Gazing at the vast river ahead, Zhang Shu chuckled. The legendary weak water is said to be incredibly fearsome. Not even a feather could cross it. I wonder if this weak water possesses such extraordinary qualities? As he spoke, a surge of vital energy erupted, sending some pebbles skimming across the river's surface. In the next moment, with a resounding splash, the fragmented stones, having barely skimmed the surface of the river, plummeted directly into the depths. Observing this, Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow. With his level of vitality cultivation, even if he were to infuse it into ordinary stones, they would effortlessly soar thousands of zhang in an instant. Yet now, they fell into the water merely a few meters away. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming promptly explained, "This weak water bears some resemblance to the legends, yet it is not devoid of passages. The deeper one ventures, the greater the pressure becomes. At the center, even a misstep could lead to a plunge into the depths, even for those in the nirvana realm." As he spoke, Jiang Tianming lifted a stone and tossed it gently. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as the stone soared thousands upon thousands of zhang before it finally succumbed to gravity and fell into the river. The more vitality one expended, the farther from the center one could venture, allowing for a longer duration of resistance. In the past, the elder generation often brought the youth here for training, yielding remarkable results. Even if one were to accidentally fall into the water, the presence of the elders would ensure safety from peril. Weak water, contrary to the tales, did not possess corrosive properties. Noticing Zhang Shu's interest, Jiang Tianming elaborated further. "Oh, I see." Zhang Shu cast another stone, this time infusing it with significantly more vitality. The stone shot forth and vanished in the blink of an eye. Along their journey, Jiang Tianming and the others often provided explanations for Zhang Shu, not merely presenting the scenery, but detailing the unique characteristics of various locales. Such knowledge could prove invaluable in the event of unforeseen circumstances, whether in pursuit or evasion of adversaries. Having traversed the yellow springs and weak water, Fumo village loomed near. Soon, the group spotted an ethereal cluster of structures, sensing the presence of the living. Fumo village. It appeared that no calamity had befallen it, much to their relief. Upon arrival, they immediately surveyed their surroundings, finding no signs of demonic incursions, and collectively exhaled in relief. Just then, Zhang Shu noticed an individual squatting at the village entrance, seemingly engaged in some task. Approaching to greet the person, he was taken aback when the individual abruptly turned to face him, wearing an exceedingly serious expression. Raising a finger to his lips, he cast a stern gaze at Zhang Shu. "Hush! Do not make a sound." Zhang Shu halted, instinctively slowing his movements. Wary of the situation, the group felt a wave of tension wash over them, cautiously edging closer, only to freeze in place moments later. The individual was intently watching the ground before him, where two ants were locked in combat, one appearing to gain the upper hand. "Ha! Remarkable, truly remarkable. They've won. They've won." Suddenly, the person leaped up, brimming with unrestrained excitement, and grabbed Zhang Shu, who instinctively prepared to retaliate. The individual exclaimed joyously, "They've won. They've won. Oh, hurry, hurry. Kill me to cheer them on." While speaking, she animatedly waved Zhang Shu's arm. Upon closer inspection, this individual bore a delicate countenance. It was only upon closer examination that one could discern she was indeed a woman. However, she exuded an exuberant and carefree demeanor, completely devoid of the reserved elegance typically associated with women in society. Instead, she appeared somewhat eccentric. "Are you trying to liven things up?" Zhang Shu pondered, momentarily bewildered by her words. Suddenly, he recalled something Yun Tian had mentioned. The villagers of Fumo village seemed to possess an unusual disposition. This woman before him seemed to fit that description. Such a spirited display was clearly beyond what an ordinary person would exhibit. Zhang Shu inquired, "Miss, we are here to seek the village chief of Fumo village. Could you guide us to him?" The woman paused, tilting her head in contemplation for a couple of seconds before replying, "The village chief? He has passed away. What do you seek him for?" Chapter 116, Hope and Despair. Darkness and crimson. The village chief is dead. This exclamation did not come from Zhang Shu, but rather from the astonished Jiang Tianming. He hurriedly approached the woman, his face etched with urgency, and asked, "How can this be?" The last time I saw your village chief, he was perfectly fine and scathed, and with many years ahead of him. How could he suddenly perish? What happened to him? Jiang Tianming was not alone in his shock. Zhang Shu, Yin Tian, and Zhao Dao were equally taken aback. The death of the village chief of Fumo village was indeed a grave matter. None of them had anticipated receiving such disheartening news upon their arrival. However, the very next moment, the woman before them burst into peals of laughter, clapping her hands with glee. Ha! I was just teasing you. You should have seen your faces. It was too amusing. Just like when my father learned of my mother's demise. Initially, Zhang Shu and the others were taken aback and infuriated. Yet, upon hearing her subsequent words, their anger dissipated, replaced by a complex mix of emotions directed at the laughing woman. As her laughter subsided, she seemed to drift into a reverie. After a brief moment, a sweet smile graced her lips as she recounted, "My mother was torn to pieces by a monster and devoured bite by bite. My father was heartbroken and later met the same fate. But it's all right. I have slain the monster that consumed them. I fashioned a doll from its skin and filled it with its blood and flesh, dressing it in my father and mother-esque clothes, so they could be together forever, accompanying me. They were always too busy to pay attention to me when I was young and unsteady on my feet. Now they can never leave me again. Hee. The joy radiating from the girl was sweet, yet a fleeting glimmer of tears shone within the depths of her eyes, unnoticed by anyone, including herself. Listening to her, Zhang Shu and the others felt a pang of discomfort, gradually coming to a haunting realization. This girl had likely lost her sanity. What sort of rational individual would create a doll from a monster? Who would bring back the remains of their deceased parents to keep them company, dressing them in the monster's skin? Prior to their arrival, Zhang Shu had heard whispers that the inhabitants of Fumo village had gone mad. But witnessing the girl before him left him sighing deeply, his heart heavy with indescribable emotions. As for Jiang Tianming and the others, their eyes were filled with guilt. Logically, the three major villages were meant to share the burdens of danger together, yet Fumo village had quietly borne a disproportionate share of despair. After the fall of demon-slaying village, the impact on the Jinma village was minimal, revealing the staggering weight Fumo village had shouldered alone. The girl, still smiling brightly, looked at them and asked, "Would you like to see my doll? It has been quite some time since we had visitors in our village. Why not come to my home for a while? I believe my father and mother would be delighted to meet you." Zhang Shu and his companions hastily declined, waving their hands repeatedly, insisting that it would not do. No, I meant to say, we should refrain from disturbing uncle and aunt. Could you take us to meet the village chief? Zhang Shu spoke swiftly. Not going. The young woman appeared somewhat regretful for not being able to invite her friends to her home, yet she did not refuse again. Come on. There's nothing entertaining at that old codger's house. It's dreadfully boring. I truly do not comprehend why you wish to seek him out, she mumbled, and before departing, she waved her hand at the ground, as if bidding farewell. Little black, little white, you two play nice. While I'm away, keep an eye on the house, and I shall return shortly to keep you company. As she finished speaking, she stepped on two ants on the ground, even grinding her foot against them, muttering, "Better to hide you two away. What if I don't return and someone discovers you? They would surely snatch you away. Last time, that rascal Guzzi from the village tried to take you, but thankfully I hid you well." With that, the young woman couldn't help but chuckle, pleased with her own cleverness. Zhang Shu and his companions silently observed the scene, choosing not to speak. What could one say to a madwoman? This young lady clearly exhibited signs of instability. Should they engage her further, who knew what might transpire? While they were not particularly fearful of her, they were in Fu Mo village, and it would be rather inappropriate to provoke the locals upon their arrival. Soon, they followed the young woman through the village. In comparison to Zhan Mo village, Fu Mo village appeared considerably larger. As they traversed the village, they encountered numerous figures bustling about, who took notice of the unfamiliar faces but surprisingly displayed no reaction whatsoever. It was as though they were a troupe of marionettes, moving in a dazed manner, casting blank stares upon the newcomers. Jiang Tianming suddenly whispered, "Quick, everyone release a hint of your aura." Following his lead, Jiang Tianming emitted a subtle aura, and the others followed suit. Upon witnessing this, some villagers resumed their aimless wandering, averting their gazes from Zhang Shu and his companions. Seeing the confusion on Zhang Shu's face, Jiang Tianming transmitted an explanation. Many inhabitants of Fu Mo village are mentally unwell. Some have been steeped in slaughter and demonic energy for so long that they have succumbed to madness. However, most of those who can roam outside still differentiate between demons and their own kind. By releasing our aura, they can ascertain that we are not demons and will refrain from attacking us. Otherwise, a conflict would be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu and his companions were enlightened. So that was the reason. Yet they were also struck with shock. What had the people of Fu Mo village endured? Although Zhen Mo village too suffered from demonic affliction, most of its inhabitants remained relatively sane. There were indeed madmen, but nothing to the extent that seemed to plague this entire village, where it appeared as though everyone had lost their wits. Whether it is the numb villagers who may launch an attack over the slightest disagreement, or the woman nearby who transforms the monstrous bodies of her parents into rag dolls, a profound sense of suffocation pervades the atmosphere. Zhang Shu is left in a state of shock. In contrast, Jiang Tianming and his companions feel a poignant sorrow and pain. These individuals are their compatriots. The residents of Fumo village bear the weight of despair alone, reserving the faintest glimmer of hope and beauty for Jinma village. The former leaders of Jinma village had contemplated relocating to the Valley of Mourning Demons, only to be met with resolute refusal from Fumo village. The then leader of Jinma village, a man of decisive action, chose to relocate without prior notice, concealing his intentions from Fumo village. Upon discovery, a potential war loomed, and they were forcefully repelled. The leader of Fumo village issued a stark ultimatum. Jinma village must either retreat or face a fierce battle to the death between the two villages. Thus, from that moment on, Jinma village undertook the responsibility of suppressing external demonic threats, while Fumo village bore the burden of everything else. Jinma village harbored the solitary hope amidst darkness, while Fumo village valiantly confronted the madness of a crimson world, steadfastly resisting despair even as all others succumbed to insanity. Upon learning all of this, even Zhang Shu could not help but feel a profound sense of astonishment. Chapter 117. The village chief of demon-slaying village before long. Under the guidance of the woman, the group arrived at an unremarkable house. Constructed entirely of stone and earth, its exterior appeared rather rough, yet upon entering, one would discover a hidden world within, each room distinctly defined, with tables and chairs arranged in meticulous order. As they stepped into the courtyard, Jiang Tianming called out loudly, "Ji Changfeng, I've come to see you." Silence enveloped the space. Jiang Tianming furrowed his brow, eager to shout again, when the woman who had led them raised her hand, saying, "Do not shout. He must be asleep. We cannot wake him now. Let us wait here for a moment." Asleep? Jiang Tianming was taken aback. Was it possible for a Nirvana realm expert to sleep? Did they require rest? Even if utterly exhausted, a brief period of meditation would restore their energy. And it was conceivable to go months without sleep. Yun Tian and the others began to sense something amiss. Zhang Shu surveyed the tranquil surroundings and, whether it was merely an illusion or not, felt an inexplicable sense of lifelessness, a sensation that transcended mere silence, devoid of any signs of life or human presence. It seemed as if this place had not seen a living soul in a long time, far from a dwelling inhabited by people. "Hey, what is that?" Suddenly, Zhang Shu pointed to a corner of the courtyard. The others turned their gaze and were startled. "That appears to be a coffin. Why are there so many coffins in this courtyard? It seems they have been here for quite some time. I recall that demon-slaying village does not have such customs," Jiang Tianming remarked, sensing that everything in the village felt distinctly different from the norm. However, he could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss. It wasn't only the village chief's home. Upon reflection, he recalled that at every household they passed, there seemed to be black objects displayed, resembling coffins. And a faint white mist lingered at the doorsteps, as if honoring the dead. Just as the group was lost in their thoughts, the door to the house was abruptly opened. They quickly turned to look. A young man, slightly pale and seemingly deprived of sunlight for years, emerged. He scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Jiang Tianming for a moment before saying, "Please wait a moment. My grandfather has encountered a minor issue in his cultivation. Allow me to attend to you first." Without waiting for a response, the young man turned and re-entered the house, closing the door behind him. Jiang Tianming. Yin Tian. Zhao Dao Zhang Shu. What is happening? Were we not meant to be received? Not only did he not invite us in to sit, but he also had the audacity to shut the door behind him? Such a manner of hospitality is utterly unheard of. Strange. Unusual. Zhao Dao let out a bitter laugh and quietly conveyed, "There is not a single normal person in this village. Master, now do you comprehend the extent of their madness? They are nothing short of a collection of eccentric beings." Zhang Shu lightly cleared his throat, and Jiang Tianming shot a glare at Zhao Dao, admonishing him to refrain from speaking recklessly. Zhao Dao merely pouted, reasoning that since they had not been invited inside, they would not intrude and thus opted to wait in the courtyard. Beside them, the guiding woman displayed a hint of disinterest and remarked, "I told you, their home is utterly dull. I fail to comprehend why you all chose to come here." Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Dao chimed in, "Indeed, how could they leave their guests languishing in the courtyard, only to vanish without a word? We seem to have done nothing to offend them. Have we perhaps unwittingly transgressed some unspoken taboo? This is truly tedious." The woman ignored Zhao Dao and suddenly brightened, suggesting, "What if we feign death in their courtyard and surprise the old man when he emerges? That is entirely unnecessary." Zhao Dao shuddered, feeling the intensity of the woman's gaze upon him, as if she were scrutinizing him for some ulterior motive. Why was she fixated on him? Did she perceive him as the weakest link? Had she grown so bored that she contemplated ending his life for amusement? The thought flitted through Zhao Dao's mind, startling him. Why would such an idea even cross his mind? Had he lost his sanity? After a brief wait, the tightly shut door creaked open once more. This time, the youthful figure was absent, replaced by an elder clad in a long black robe. The old man, with his hair a distinguished gray but meticulously groomed, exuded an air of authority that compelled one to avert their gaze. His piercing eyes, sharp as swords, scanned the group before settling on Jiang Tianming. His first words were, "Has there been another incident in Demon Suppression Village?" After a moment's pause, without awaiting Jiang Tianming's response, he furrowed his brow and continued, "No, that cannot be. Even if there were trouble, it would not warrant the village chief's personal visit. Could it be that Demon Suppression Village has fallen, and you have fled here?" Upon seeing the village chief of Demon Suppression still alive and seemingly well, Jiang Tianming felt a flicker of joy, swiftly followed by a wave of exasperation. Demon Suppression Village has not perished. On the contrary, we have eradicated the demonic affliction entirely. We came here regarding Ji Changfeng. Before he could finish, the elder raised his hand, interrupting him. His keen eyes glimmered with a violet lightning. "What did you say? The demonic affliction in Demon Suppression Village has been resolved?" There was a trace of surprise in his tone, yet he did not appear overly excited. The revelation seemed to astonish the village chief of demon subjugation, albeit only mildly, as if it were merely a curiosity rather than a cause for celebration. Jiang Tianming, feeling perplexed, retorted, "What is your attitude? Do you not believe my words?" The elder shook his head, replying, "I believe you. It's just rather sudden. If the demonic affliction in Demon Suppression Village has indeed been resolved, then you should be able to leave the divine demon cave, should you not? If that is the case, then you ought to depart at once." With that, the elder turned to retreat into the house, leaving Jiang Tianming utterly bewildered. He was somewhat driven to madness by the other's peculiar demeanor and hastily exclaimed, "No, Ji Changfeng, what do you mean by this? We have already resolved the demonic affliction in the Demon Suppression Village. We have come to discuss matters with you in order to assist in liberating the demon-subduing village as well." The old man in black paused his steps, not turning his head, and replied, "There is intention, but Xiao Mingzi." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianming's expression darkened once more. "Who are you calling Xiao Mingzi?" Although this individual shared the title of village chief with him, he was nearly of the same era as Elder Qin, thus the address was somewhat permissible. However, there were others present. Could he not spare him a modicum of face? He, a dignified figure at the peak of nirvana, comparable to a mid-stage half-saint, surely deserved some respect. The old man in black paid him no heed, his expression remaining indifferent as he stated, "If by demonic affliction you refer to those within the ceiling rift, then the troubles of the demon-subduing village have long been resolved. Your purpose here has been fulfilled. You may return." Chapter 118. The seven-step altar. Upon hearing the words of the elder clad in black, not only Jiang Tianming, Yin Tian, and Zhao Dao were taken aback, but even Zhang Shu was left momentarily speechless. The demonic affliction has been resolved? When did this occur, and how could it be possible? Has the affliction truly vanished from demon-subduing village? Instinctively, Zhang Shu felt the elder was lying. However, Jiang Tianming wore a solemn expression, recognizing that the black-clad elder would not utter falsehoods. If he claimed the issue had been resolved, it undoubtedly had been. Yet, if it were truly resolved, why did they remain in this place? Jiang Tianming's expression grew grave as he inquired. The demonic affliction has been resolved? When did it happen, Elder Ji? What else are you concealing from me? The black-clad elder cast a casual glance in his direction and replied, "It was resolved long ago. You should leave. Knowing too much about certain matters is detrimental to you. Take this opportunity to distance yourselves from this place." Jiang Tianming regarded him in silence. The black-clad elder remained equally reticent. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Tianming slowly articulated, "Elder Ji, I have sensed for some time that there are matters you and demon-subduing village have been withholding from us. What are these matters? Would it not be better to share the burden together?" Beside them, Zhang Shu and the others quietly observed the exchange, refraining from interjecting. At that moment, Zhang Shu felt as though he were an invisible observer, keenly watching everything unfold without any desire to participate in the dialogue. The black-clad elder remained composed, only stating, "You cannot bear the weight of this." Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Tianming let out a cold snort, his aura erupting instantaneously. A terrifying wave of energy transformed into a colossal beam of light, soaring into the heavens, unmistakably revealing his perfected nirvana aura. With a gentle stamp of his holy dragon staff, his energy surged once more. Early half-saint, mid-half-saint. In an instant, the oppressive force of the mid-half-saint swept across the heavens and the earth, bearing down upon the black-clad elder before him. Jiang Tianming felt no need for further discourse. Did this old man still believe he was the same as before? He was now incomparably stronger than he ever had been. He realized that at this juncture, further words were futile. It was more prudent to first display his aura. Indeed, upon sensing the formidable energy emanating from Jiang Tianming, the black-clad elder could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Shock and disbelief flickered in his eyes. You have reached mid-half-saint. How on earth did you accomplish this?" Facing this overwhelming pressure, the elder's complexion turned pale, his body swaying unsteadily. In that moment, profound fluctuations surged within his pupils. The previously stagnant aura underwent a transformation, as waves of emotion surged forth: surprise, astonishment, bewilderment, and disbelief. Could he speak now? Jiang Tianming retracted his oppressive aura and let out a huff. This time, Ji Changfeng was no longer reserved. His speech quickened as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, truly splendid. Had I known you possessed mid-half-saint strength, I would have sent someone to demon-subduing village to find you long ago. With your presence, the certainty of our success has significantly increased." Ji Changfeng, in a rambling manner, spoke endlessly, to which Jiang Tianming, growing impatient, retorted, "Old Ji, speak plainly. What exactly do you mean by the demon plague being resolved?" The repeated reference to Old Ji was a subtle act of revenge for Ji Changfeng, previously calling him Little Mingzi. All right. Ji Changfeng, unfazed, wore a smile. The demon plague in Fumo village had actually been eradicated several years prior. We were elated for quite some time, but our joy was short-lived as an even greater calamity soon emerged. As he spoke, the smile on Ji Changfeng's face gradually faded. Jiang Tianming remained silent, allowing Ji Changfeng to reminisce. Slowly, Ji Changfeng continued, "I cannot forget that day when the demon plague from the rift was utterly vanquished. Even the ancient demon at the early half-saint level was annihilated. In that moment, the entire village erupted with exhilaration. With the disappearance of the rift's demons, we were overcome with joy, as if a mountain that had weighed upon us for millennia had finally lifted. However, such bliss was fleeting. Just as we were celebrating and discussing relocating Fumo village from the Demon Grave Valley to the outside world, disaster struck. In that moment, we all let our guard down, believing we had triumphed in the war against the demons, when suddenly, an ancient demon descended upon our village." Zhang Shu exclaimed in surprise, "Only one? Just a single ancient demon? For a village that had supposedly triumphed over the demon plague, this should not pose a significant threat, unless that ancient demon was extraordinarily powerful. But, under the circumstances where the rift's demons had been resolved, what terrifying presence could there be? Indeed, it was but one." Ji Changfeng's expression turned grave, his tone laced with nostalgia. It was an ancient demon of mid-half-saint strength. Mid-half-saint. Jiang Tianming's expression shifted. He was acutely aware of the formidable power that a mid-half-saint possessed. A mid-half-saint would utterly dominate an early half-saint, and against someone in the nirvana realm. it would be an instant defeat. How could Fumo village withstand such a foe? Ji Changfeng continued. At that time, I was the strongest in the village, possessing the strength of the 9th level of Nirvana. Yet, even with the power of a treasured artifact, I could only rival an early half-saint. The battle against the previous early half-saint ancient demon had already cost us dearly, let alone facing a mid-half-saint. I was entirely outmatched. Even I was no match for that suddenly appearing ancient demon. It claimed I had slain its kin and sought revenge. Ji Changfeng shook his head. I do not know from where it emerged, but since it aimed to annihilate us all, we could not simply surrender. In that battle, I exerted all my strength, unleashing the full power of the purple thunder sword. At the cost of 11 lives from the Nirvana realm, I finally managed to slay it. Yet, this was not the end. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The death of a mid-half-saint ancient demon was not the conclusion. Jiang Tianming could not help but exclaim, could it be that, aside from Fumo village, there exist other unsealed fissures that have not been subdued? Is there a problem arising from the direction of Jiangmo village? No, that area was resolved previously, wasn't it? Not that area. Please, allow me to continue, Ji Changfeng interjected, waving his hand. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of trepidation, confusion, and even fear glimmered in his eyes. At that time, I vanquished the ancient demon of mid-sacred realm, believing that the matter had reached its conclusion. However, I felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. Seizing the moment when the Zile sword unleashed its formidable power, I resolved to trace the path of the ancient demon's emergence, until I stumbled upon a door. It was a door I find difficult to describe. Before I could further investigate, it suddenly swung open, and a hand reached out towards me. With a single strike. Despite possessing strength comparable to that of mid-holy level, I was grievously wounded. In the end, I desperately shattered the Zile sword, which granted me the chance to escape. As he recounted the tale, Ji Changfeng closed his eyes, a pallor and expression of anguish momentarily crossing his face. Chapter 119. The strengthening effect of the Holy Light Tower. You shattered the purple thunder sword? Jiang Tianming's expression shifted dramatically as he scrutinized the elderly man in black before him. No wonder he had felt something was amiss during their previous encounters. Upon reflection, the Holy Dragon Staff had always reacted in his presence, but now that sensation had vanished. At this point, Jiang Tianming's demeanor grew grave. The Holy Dragon Staff and the Purple Thunder Sword, these two extraordinary treasures had been forged by the mightiest of the human race, capable of unleashing boundless power. They were the very foundation upon which the demon-subduing village and the devil-suppressing village depended. As long as these treasures existed, true despair would never descend. Logically, such artifacts would be nearly impossible to destroy, even by a sage. Yet now, the Purple Thunder Sword lay in ruin. It was evident that the crisis they had faced was indeed terrifying, so much so that Ji Changfeng had been compelled to relinquish the Purple Thunder Sword, which had accompanied him throughout his life and the village for thousands of years, to unleash all its power in the face of danger. Ji Changfeng paused before continuing. During that incident, I utterly shattered the Purple Thunder Sword. In my desperation, I managed to strike down its wielder with a single blow, inflicting a wound that would not heal easily. This time is our final opportunity. Had you not come and learned of this, I could have shielded you from the ensuing consequences. But now that you are aware, you cannot remain uninvolved. As his words resonated, Jiang Tianming's expression shifted once more. Suddenly, he felt the ancestral oath, once nearly faded, resurge with clarity, as if transformed into heavy, invisible chains binding him inexorably to the realm of gods and demons. As long as the door Ji Changfeng spoke of remained unresolved, Jiang Tianming and his companions would be unable to escape this domain. This oath was, in essence, a curse. Ji Changfeng stated solemnly, to eradicate all demonic afflictions and shatter the shackles of fate to leave this place, we have but one path to tread. That is to confront that door. I sensed its master during my desperate struggle. The ancient demon who intervened possesses formidable strength, akin to that of a mid-stage half-saint. Presently, weakened by my earlier strike with the Purple Thunder Sword, this is our opportunity. Initially, I intended for the demon-suppressing village to undertake this endeavor alone, but since you, Tianming, have arrived, we shall face it together. Ji Changfeng refrained from pleasantries, speaking plainly. He required Jiang Tianming's assistance. There was no need for formalities between the demon-suppressing village and the demon-subduing village. Had Jiang Tianming retained his former cultivation, Ji Changfeng would have withheld this information from him. But the Jiang Tianming who once barely reached the 9th level of nirvana had now evolved into an immensely powerful mid-stage half-saint. This was a decisive force, more formidable than the Ji Changfeng of old. And if Jiang Tianming were to unleash the full potential of the Holy Dragon Staff, he could very well manifest power approaching that of a late-stage half-saint, or even beyond. With this newfound strength, Ji Changfeng's confidence grew substantially. At the late stage of semi-saint, Jiang Tianming's expression turned solemn, which was not entirely unexpected. In that moment, he recalled the terrifying monster from not long ago, whose power was undoubtedly at least at the late stage of semi-saint. Such strength was overwhelmingly fearsome. However, if Jiang Tianming were to unleash the full force of the Holy Dragon Staff without reservation, it would not be an insurmountable task to momentarily hold his ground. The real challenge, however, lay in the fact that even if he were to confront a wounded semi-saint, slaying them would be no simple feat. While he felt confident in entangling the foe, he doubted his ability to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, even a true semi-saint would hesitate to claim they could defeat a rival of equal standing. Jiang Tianming began contemplating subsequent issues. Having promised assistance, his nature would not allow him to decline. He promptly assessed the power dynamics between the two sides, which indeed posed a dilemma. Ji Changfeng sighed softly, expressing that had the purple thunder sword remained, he might have been able to join forces with Jiang Tianming against their adversary. Yet, as things stood, he was far from being a match for a late-stage semi-saint. To forcefully engage would not only prove futile, but could also render him a burden. Previously, Ji Changfeng had merely harbored the intention to take a desperate gamble, but he possessed no certainty regarding the odds of success. It was a mere unwillingness to surrender. With the outcome of injuring a semi-saint remaining an uncertainty, the dialogue between the two did not shy away from the presence of others. Leading Yun Tian and Zhao Dao to ponder deeply. Overcoming a semi-saint would not be an easy task. However, at that moment, Zhang Shu, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. Jiang Tianming exclaimed in surprise, "Sect Master?" Ji Changfeng glanced at the two, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Without elaboration, Jiang Tianming looked at Zhang Shu with great anticipation, nervously inquiring, "Sect Master, you previously mentioned having a method to resolve the demonic affliction. Do you believe it might still be effective?" After expending a considerable number of holy light demon-breaking talismans, Jiang Tianming assumed that Zhang Shu's resources had been depleted. Yet, seeing Zhang Shu step forward ignited a flicker of hope. There was no guarantee of victory, but it was worth a try. Zhang Shu smiled, extending his palm as a rich radiance surged above. Suddenly, a delicate 9-story pagoda materialized, its body pure white like jade, adorned with golden patterns. The others watched in astonishment as they felt the immense power emanating from the small tower. This artifact, known as the Holy Light Tower, contained a force that could counteract demonic energy to a certain extent. By incorporating it within oneself, one could significantly enhance their own strength. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhang Shu sent the Holy Light Tower floating toward Jiang Tianming. The latter, visibly moved, did not resist, allowing the small tower to merge with his body. In the next instant, Jiang Tianming's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance. Boom! In the following moment, a faint aura of early semi-saint power radiated outward. Jiang Tianming's expression shifted dramatically as he gently waved the Holy Dragon Staff in his hand. A colossal surge of golden light, soaring tens of thousands of feet into the sky, erupted forth, its might exponentially surpassing even his previous full-force strike. In an instant, it felt as though the very heavens had been cleaved asunder. What is this? Ji Changfeng felt a surge of excitement and astonishment. In his perception, Jiang Tianming at this moment was undoubtedly no weaker than the late-stage ancient demon he had faced on that fateful day. Late-stage semi-saint. Jiang Tianming, disregarding everything else, looked at Zhang Shu with a mix of shock and elation. "Master, my strength has ascended once more." "No, that is not quite right. I can sense that the power within the Holy Light Tower is rapidly depleting. This explosive force is not without its limitations." Zhang Shu nodded gently. "The Holy Light Tower harbors immense power that can complement your own cultivation, allowing you to momentarily transcend the threshold of a semi-saint. However, such a realm is not one you have cultivated yourself. It remains somewhat illusory. and this is one of its drawbacks. Moreover, although the Holy Light Tower possesses boundless strength, once its power is entirely consumed, you will be instantly reverted to your original state, potentially even succumbing to a state of weakness. This is the second drawback. This artifact should only be employed as a final trump card. It must not be used lightly. Chapter 120. The Return of the 10 Sacred Towers. The Holy Light Demon Extermination Array. Zhang Shu meticulously elaborated on the drawbacks of this powerful item. In simple terms, while it possesses immense strength, it is largely a one-time use. Once its energy is depleted, a lengthy period of accumulation is required. Thus, it can only serve as a trump card and cannot be relied upon as a conventional means of combat. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, everyone was still filled with uncontainable joy. This treasure was nothing short of a peer to the purple thunder sword. Ji Changfeng trembled with excitement, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed enviously at the holy light tower that materialized in Jiang Tianming's hands. What a remarkable item! Despite its limitations and its near one-time consumption nature, battles between formidable opponents often do not last long. Sometimes, the signs of life and death struggles can emerge in mere breaths. The Holy Light Tower was sufficient to support them through several fierce confrontations. Jiang Tianming's face radiated excitement. With this Holy Light Tower, my strength has ascended to the early stage of semi-saint. With the power of the Holy Dragon Staff, even if I am not as strong as those in the late stage of semi-saint, the difference is negligible. This time, our chances of success have greatly increased. Ji Changfeng listened with deep envy. It had not been long since their last encounter. Was 10 years long for those in the Nirvana realm? Not at all. In such a brief span, the last time he saw Jiang Tianming, he was merely an ordinary 7th-stage Nirvana practitioner, barely able to unleash power comparable to that of a 9th-stage Nirvana practitioner, even weaker than some elders of the demon-subduing village. Yet, in just 10 short years, he now stood on par with those in the late stage of semi-saint. How could the gap between individuals be so vast? At that moment, Ji Changfeng seemed to suddenly grasp something. He turned abruptly to Zhang Shu, realizing the crux of the matter. Ah, Tianming. You just referred to this young friend as the Sect Master. What does that mean? Ji Changfeng had pinpointed the key issue. He was aware of Jiang Tianming's talent, which was merely average. Without extraordinary opportunities, rapid advancement in such a brief period would be nearly impossible. Thus, the answer undoubtedly lay with this young man. Jiang Tianming was not surprised by Ji Changfeng's inquiry. He smiled faintly and recounted the entire sequence of events. Ji Changfeng's understanding blossomed. So that was it. No wonder your strength has surged so quickly. It all stemmed from the Sect Master's assistance. Ji Changfeng murmured, immediately changing his address for Zhang Shu from young friend to Sect Master. Jiang Tianming's expression twitched slightly. The change was remarkably swift. However, Ji Changfeng was utterly serious as he regarded Zhang Shu. The Sect Master has aided the demon-subduing village in overcoming its demonic affliction and has risked danger to assist the demon-exorcising village. This kindness is monumental, and regardless of the outcome this time, as long as the demon-exorcising village stands, we are willing to serve the Sect Master faithfully. At that moment, Ji Changfeng spoke without the slightest hint of jest, his words imbued with earnest sincerity. He indeed held such thoughts. Regardless, the mere fact that the other party resolved the demonic affliction plaguing Demon Suppression Village and aided Jiang Tianming in attaining near half-saint late-stage power, coupled with their perilous journey to assist Demon Subduing Village, warranted a fulfillment of the ancestral teachings from Demon Subduing Village. With this in mind, Ji Changfeng deeply bowed to Zhang Shu. The purpose of Zhang Shu's visit was precisely this. Upon witnessing the gesture, his eyes lit up, and he promptly replied with a smile, Elder Ji, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. From this moment forth, both Demon Suppression Village and Demon Subduing Village shall be integral parts of the Xinqiao sect. It is only natural that we assist one another as members of the same sect. Thank you, Sect Master. Ji Changfeng expressed his gratitude with another bow as he rose. As Ji Changfeng spoke, Zhang Shu suddenly felt a subtle force in the air connecting him with the people of Demon Subduing Village. This sensation had been experienced once before in Demon Suppression Village. It must be the legendary power of the ancestral teachings. As long as no one from Demon Subduing Village surpassed their ancient ancestors, they would be eternally bound by this ancestral force, unable to betray the Xinqiao sect henceforth. Observing this, Zhang Shu no longer hesitated. With a swift motion of his sleeve, 9 identical luminous towers materialized in the void. In response to the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Shu laughed heartily. Since we are all family, Elder Ji shall have one of these holy light towers. As he spoke, one of the towers floated rapidly towards Ji Changfeng. In the next moment, Ji Changfeng felt a tremor throughout his being as a powerful divine energy enveloped him. Subsequently, all the injuries he had sustained over the years began to heal rapidly, and his once diminished aura swelled with vigor. Boom. Nirvana achieved. Initial stage of half-saint. Peak of the initial stage of half-saint. Ultimately, he even broke through once more, reaching the mid-stage of half-saint. The spectators were utterly astonished. Jiang Tianming's expression was one of excitement, while Ji Changfeng, sensing the transformation of his power, revealed a flicker of emotion on his aged face. Though he had lost the purple thunder sword, through that battle, he had managed to elevate his strength to the initial stage of half-saint. Alas, had the purple thunder sword not been lost, his power would have ascended even higher. Ji Changfeng murmured to himself, yet he did not dwell on it too much. With the strength of the Holy Light Tower, he was formidable enough to contend with the mid-stage of half-saint, and due to his sword cultivation, his combat prowess was terrifying, surpassing that of an ordinary mid-stage half-saint. Moreover, he possessed other means. Otherwise, how could he dare to scheme against the ancient demons of the half-saint late stage? Feeling the enhancement of his power, Ji Changfeng took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Zhang Shu. If previously he had entertained other considerations, merely contemplating the collaboration for the benefit of demon-subduing village and reluctantly agreeing to serve Zhang Shu, he was now wholly convinced. This time, Ji Changfeng harbored no traces of dissent. Zhang Shu was equally delighted. This journey to the Divine Demon Cave had proven to be immensely rewarding. After a brief exploration, it is evident that bringing Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng along would suffice to overpower the vast majority of forces. Excluding the existence of the Holy Master, their combined strength could nearly rival that of a sacred land. No, in fact, they are even more formidable than a sacred land. Upon this realization, Zhang Shu casually waved his hand, bestowing 2 of the sacred light towers upon Yun Tian and Zhao Dao, who were beside him. Their expressions were filled with immense excitement, as they had not anticipated receiving such a gift. With the enhancement of the sacred light towers, their auras surged to a level comparable to the 9th stage of nirvana. Although Zhao Dao fell slightly short, the vast power of the sacred light tower was sufficient to bridge that gap. Nonetheless, even so, the 9th stage of nirvana represented the limit for both of them. Zhang Shu waved his hand once more, directing the remaining 6 sacred light towers toward Ji Changfeng, stating calmly, as the great battle approaches, the distribution of these 6 sacred light towers for maximum effect is entrusted entirely to Elder Ji. The 10 sacred light towers, when united, could form the sacred light demon extermination array, providing an additional enhancement. The greater the strength of the holder, the more potent the array would become. I trust that Elder Ji will make the most judicious choices regarding personnel. Indeed, I shall not disappoint the expectations of the sect master. Ji Changfeng replied solemnly as he accepted the towers. Chapter 121. A show of strength. With all preparations complete, Ji Changfeng swiftly departed, readying himself for the impending battle. Zhang Shu felt reassured in entrusting the remaining decisions regarding the Holy Light Tower to Ji Changfeng, confident in his ability to handle the situation adeptly. As time passed gradually, the dawn of the second day arrived unbeknownst to them. In front of Fumo village, a formidable group stood silently, enveloped in an unprecedentedly oppressive atmosphere that cloaked the entire village. At the forefront were 10 figures: the village chief of Jinma, Jiang Tianming; the village chief of Fumo, Ji Changfeng, along with Yun Tian, Zhao Dao, and 6 unfamiliar yet cold silhouettes. Each of these 6 figures exuded an utterly terrifying aura, all having attained complete nirvana. Moreover, they emanated a faint, elusive wave of holy light energy, which caused their presence to momentarily surge to the level of early semi-saints with each pulse. Thus, the assembly comprised a late semi-saint, a peak mid-semi-saint, complemented by 6 early semi-saints. This formidable power was sufficient to send tremors throughout the entire divine demon cavern. Zhang Shu observed that at some point, Ji Changfeng had acquired a jet-black longsword, its surface adorned with faint crimson patterns that coiled ominously. A mere glance at the sword was enough to shatter one's soul with terror. A jolt ran through Zhang Shu. While the sword may not rival the Holy Dragon Staff or the Eternal Moment in power, it harmonized perfectly with Ji Changfeng, their auras intertwining to create an extraordinarily fearsome presence. With this weapon, Ji Changfeng's strength could not be judged by appearances alone. In addition, there were numerous figures of Nirvana, no less than 20. This was despite Fumo village having already lost 11 Nirvana warriors, underscoring the village's former might. The number of Nirvana practitioners could rival that of the Heavenly Pool and the Red Dust, two great sacred lands combined. Master, we are ready. Ji Changfeng, clad in black attire with white hair cascading down, emanated an indescribable sharpness. Behind him, a host of Nirvana experts bore somber expressions. Remarkably, the woman named Bai Zhan, who had appeared somewhat deranged the previous day, also stood among them, clearly another powerful figure of Nirvana. Fumo village was indeed a stronghold of formidable warriors, many of whom possessed eccentricities, cold, bloodthirsty, and combative. Throughout, Zhang Shu and his companions were not disturbed, perhaps due to Ji Changfeng warding off certain individuals. Elder Ji, lead the way, Zhang Shu commanded. In an instant, the powerful figures unleashed their auras, transforming into fleeting shadows as they sped through the void, rushing towards the distance. The 10 strong individuals possessing the Holy Light Tower took the lead, with Zhao Dao and Yun Tian slightly lower in strength. However, having braved dangers alongside Zhang Shu to arrive at this place, they were afforded some consideration. With the amplification of the Holy Light demon-slaying array, once unleashed, their power lies between the perfection of Nirvana and the realm of semi-saints, thus not a vast disparity. Soon, the group soared through the void, and all beings in their path retreated in haste. This time, the entire demon-slaying village was mobilized, from semi-saints to those of lesser ranks like Yaoyang and Zifu. Anyone who could potentially influence the battle's outcome had come along. In truth, Zhang Shu had initially intended to prevent these individuals from accompanying him, but ultimately, he could not resist the fervor of these zealots. They asserted that while their strength might be somewhat lacking, they would not directly engage in the battle. Instead, they would guard the periphery. Should circumstances permit, they would refrain from intervening. Yet if the moment of crisis arrived, they would not remain passive. Regardless of the outcome, they yearned to witness this battle with their own eyes. Even if it meant death, they would accept it without hesitation. As the decisive moment approached, those who had borne curses for thousands of years had long since cast aside concerns for life and death. Were it not for the last lingering attachment binding them, perhaps death would be a release for them. At last, they arrived at the very spot where Ji Changfeng had severed the purple thunder sword. Before them loomed a portal, entirely composed of a blood-red hue, from which boundless malevolence swirled, akin to blood incessantly dripping into the void. The ground surrounding the blood gate bore deep, intersecting sword marks, grotesque and fierce, a testament to the fierce battle between Ji Changfeng and the demonic entities within. Yet, despite the scene's brutality, the blood gate remained unscathed, not a single mark left behind. I have returned, Ji Changfeng exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the blood gate, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The last time he had fled in disgrace, even the purple thunder sword had been shattered, and he had departed in despair. Now, he was back, no longer in despair, no longer lost. This time he arrived with the might of 8 semi-saints. Boom. As if sensing the intense surge of life force from numerous powerful beings, the blood gate trembled, and in the next moment, it slowly opened a narrow crevice, revealing an unfathomable darkness within. Suddenly, a pale arm extended forth. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, countless pairs of eyes widened in alarm, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from that arm. A late semi-saint. Boom. Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng unleashed their energies simultaneously. Not only Jiang Tianming, but even Ji Changfeng, at that moment, radiated an aura comparable to that of a late semi-saint. Both men wore grave expressions. There was a distinction even among late semi-saints, and they felt that the owner of that arm was seemingly more powerful than they. However, just as the two were poised to act, Zhang Shu suddenly intervened. Are you attempting to assert dominance upon our arrival? Zhang Shu chuckled inwardly, stopping the two. While Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng together could indeed withstand this strike, it would shatter the momentum, which was unacceptable. Master, Retreat quickly. The two shouted in unison, but it was already too late. Zhang Shu remained utterly motionless, observing as the arm approached him with alarming speed. A faint smile graced his lips as he extended a single finger from his right hand, which gently descended upon the pallid palm. In the next instant, a resounding explosion erupted. Centered at the point of impact, a formidable force of distortion rapidly radiated outward, enveloping both Zhang Shu and the arm entirely. Within a radius of 100 feet, everything was reduced to nothingness. At that moment, even Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng wore expressions of grave concern, though soon their eyes widened in astonishment, rendered almost incredulous by the spectacle before them. All present were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. The sect master, Jiang Tianming murmured. Ji Changfeng's eyelids twitched, his heart filled with dread. What kind of power is this? There stood Zhang Shu, his body unyielding, maintaining the posture of his outstretched finger. Not even the hem of his garment stirred, while the arm quivered violently. Subjected to the overwhelming force, and fissures appeared, gushing forth a multitude of crimson wounds. Chapter 122. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. After Zhang Shu withdrew his hand, he stood with an air of tranquility, his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from further assault. Without turning back, he issued a calm command, his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. Half-Saint Pinnacle. Our leader is a being of Half-Saint Pinnacle. Good heavens. Half-Saint Pinnacle, what do we have to fear now? Why is it Half-Saint Pinnacle? I fail to comprehend. Fool, did you not witness the arm that emerged from the Bloodgate? Even Lord Jiang and the others wore grave expressions. Lord Jiang is comparable to the later stages of a half-saint, and if he regards this opponent with such seriousness, they must at least be at the same level. Yet, now our leader and the adversary exchanged blows, and with a mere finger, he shattered the opponent's arm. Does that not signify something? Indeed, now I understand. A half-saint pinnacle can easily crush those at the later stages of half-saint. If he wishes, he could effortlessly annihilate 10 demon suppression villages. With such a formidable entity as our backing, why should we fear the Bloodgate? Charge! Let us storm in and eradicate these monstrous beings. With our leader present, we have nothing to fear. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with fervor. With Zhang Shu's command, everyone's battle spirit ignited, and they roared as they charged towards the Bloodgate. Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng exchanged a glance, each recognizing the astonishment deep within the other's eyes. Jiang Tianming managed a wry smile. Our leader has concealed his strength so profoundly. No wonder he was able to defeat Old Qin with just the prowess of the first stage of nirvana. It becomes clear now. A half-saint pinnacle hidden in his cultivation, even if merely relying on his realm, could easily overpower 10 Old Qins. Kill. Our leader has commanded it. Everyone follow me into battle. Jiang Tianming bellowed, wielding the holy dragon staff with vigor, roaring as he charged towards the Bloodgate. Ji Changfeng unsheathed his long sword, striking like a thunderbolt, and shouted, "Everyone kill." The two formidable half-saints unleashed their might in unison, causing the Bloodgate to explode with a thunderous roar. The previously striking pale hand had already suffered a grievous blow from Zhang Shu, and now, confronted by the combined assault of two equally powerful adversaries, it was utterly obliterated. The Bloodgate trembled violently before collapsing with a resounding crash. Ji Changfeng was ecstatic, his vengeance finally realized. It was this very Bloodgate that had thwarted him last time. He had not expected to exact revenge so swiftly. Zhang Shu remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the array of powerful warriors as they surged past him, charging forward with immense momentum. He refrained from intervening, simply gazing ahead. His presence alone sufficed to deter any formidable ancient demons from making reckless moves. Even without taking action, his mere existence instilled a fierce spirit among the warriors of the demon suppression village. Their combat strength had more than doubled. Previously, the village had struggled against the demons, always on the defensive, fighting with great effort and profound frustration. In truth, some of the powerful warriors possessed the strength to disregard all else and plunge into battle. Yet, they could not. One cannot act with such recklessness, for they are the mightiest, standing alone without any backing, surrounded only by countless villagers of the demon suppression village. Should they encounter any misfortune, it would not only spell their doom, but also endanger countless compatriots. These formidable beings must endure, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter, hesitating to charge forth or explore distant realms, fearful of mishaps and the possibility of never returning. The anguish within their hearts is palpable. Yet, in this moment, all concerns seem to dissipate. The leader possesses unparalleled strength in the eyes of all. The absence of a saint renders the peak of a half-saint virtually indistinguishable from that of a saint. With a saint presiding over them, what is there to fear? At this moment, Ji Changfeng suddenly recalled the ancient times chronicled in history, when their ancestors thrived under the guidance of a saint. As a million monstrous fiends quaked in fear, daring not to act arrogantly, the villagers stood tall and proud. What was the demon plague? Merely a transgressor beneath their oppression, hardly worthy of mention. Yet now, with the fall of the saint, the situation had swiftly deteriorated. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the blood gate shattered completely. In an instant, Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng, leading a cadre of Nirvana realm powerhouses, surged forward. The profound darkness within the blood gate vanished, revealing its true form, a venerable dojo. Deep within the dojo lay a pitch-black passage, the destination of which remained unknown. Guarding the entrance were grotesque figures exuding terrifying auras, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on the intruders. Among them, one ancient demon of late half-saint status was slowly regenerating a new right arm. A late half-saint ancient demon, a mid-half-saint ancient demon, and two early half-saint demons. What formidable power indeed! Ji Changfeng's gaze was like lightning, swiftly discerning the strength of his adversaries, while the other Nirvana realm ancient demons were hardly worthy of his notice. You possess great audacity to dare intrude upon the imperial palace, the late half-saint ancient demon growled, its voice resonating with a thunderous boom. Ji Changfeng, however, merely scoffed. What nonsense about an imperial palace! Everything here shall be annihilated today, and the grievances of thousands of years shall finally reach a conclusion. My comrades, there is no need to engage in lengthy discourse with these wretches. They seem to be stalling for time. Let us strike swiftly and decisively. As he spoke, Ji Changfeng vanished, unleashing a fearsome sword light imbued with countless thunders. Hurtling towards the late, half-saint ancient demon, Jiang Tianming let out a hearty laugh, his holy dragon staff soaring forth, aimed squarely at the same half-saint ancient demon. Clearly, the two intended to join forces and eliminate their opponent directly. Once this late half-saint ancient demon fell, the outcome of the battle would be beyond doubt. As for the remaining ancient demons, they posed no challenge. Roar! You shall regret this. The young master of the empire will not let you go. The towering ancient demon roared, his eyes filled with profound trepidation. This apprehension did not solely stem from the two individuals before him. Rather, it was predominantly influenced by the enigmatic figure he had encountered earlier. Despite exerting all his strength in a single blow, he had been unable to budge his adversary in the slightest. How could a peak semi-saint emerge among the human race? The ancient demon had no time for further contemplation. With a thunderous boom, the air erupted as thunder and the holy dragon roared in unison. The ancient demon bellowed fiercely, attempting to block the onslaught. Yet he was utterly outmatched. A mere brush with the force sent him hurtling backward, completely at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, kill them. Some of the usually stoic, powerful figures from the demon-slaying village erupted into laughter, and alongside Zhao Dao and Yun Tian, a total of 8 figures surged forth. Enveloped in endless holy light, their aura soaring dramatically. As the 3 semi-saints on the opposite side paled in unison, a tremendous clash ensued. Slay them! The remaining mid-semi-saint ancient demon roared, fearlessly charging forward. What could a group of mere early semi-saints accomplish together? He was a mid-semi-saint. If he seized the opportunity, a single strike could severely wound an early semi-saint, annihilate them, and rush to assist the great troll. This ancient demon felt a surge of urgency. The great troll was on the verge of collapse. Yet, as he collided with the 8 powerful human warriors, his eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant of shock, he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing violently into a nearby wall with a resounding thud. Chapter 123. The Altar and the Imperial Progeny. The mid-stage ancient demon, a being of semi-saint status, was utterly astounded. He gazed in disbelief at his own form, which was ensnared by terrifying holy light, coursing like thunder with relentless ferocity. To his shock, his ancient demon body exhibited no resistance whatsoever and was pierced through by that formidable divine power. How could this be? The ancient demon exclaimed in horror, realizing he was at least a minor realm above those before him. At the semi-saint level, a mere minor realm often translated to a disparity of dozens or even hundreds of times. Yet, here he was, severely wounded by a single blow. This divine power possesses a strong counter to my essence. The ancient demon quickly discerned the source of his predicament. Among the 8 adversaries, 6 had barely crossed into the initial semi-saint stage, and 2 were still fluctuating in their energy, not truly having stepped over the semi-saint threshold. However, amidst them stood a towering edifice of radiant light, soaring into the heavens, vast and unfathomable. Even though the arena may not have been so expansive at that moment, it seemed as if the very fabric of space twisted and overlapped, forcibly stretching the void to unimaginable heights. As the light from the tower cascaded down, the aura of the 8 intensified dramatically. Zhao Dao and Yun Tian had fully reached the threshold of the initial semi-saint stage. United, the 8 semi-saints, bolstered by the effects of the Holy Light Demon Extermination Array, rendered even the mid-stage ancient demon powerless. Under the illumination of the tower, the demon's corporeal form rapidly dissipated. The other 2 mid-stage ancient demons, upon mere contact, were instantaneously incinerated into ashes. They could not even stir the slightest ripple. Instant annihilation. With the fall of 2 semi-saint ancient demons, large swathes of Nirvana ancient demons clashed violently with the remaining powerful entities in a brutal melee. Hee. A laugh echoed across the battlefield as Baijan appeared, bouncing with exuberance, followed by an enormous, grotesque doll that emanated an endless aura of demonic energy. The doll's bizarre appearance featured attire split evenly between male and female, with eyes resembling colossal buttons, radiating a chilling and icy sheen. At that moment, with a mere wave of its hand, the colossal figure swept through, obliterating a Nirvana-level ancient demon instantly, shattered into countless fragments. This scene sent a shockwave through all the powerful beings who noticed. The ancient demons were particularly terrified, their hearts racing. A semi-saint. There is yet another semi-saint here. One ancient demon screamed in panic as the massive doll suddenly turned its gaze upon him, causing him to tremble violently and flee frantically into the distance. However, before he could escape far, a monumental coffin plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, the fleeing ancient demon was crushed into oblivion, leaving countless spectators stunned as they looked up to see a blind old man carrying a black coffin, stepping through the void, advancing toward the congregation of ancient demon powerhouses. Yet another early-stage semi-saint. The hearts of the ancient demons froze in terror. The blind elder remained silent, casually waving his hand, causing an innumerable array of tightly packed coffins to materialize in the void. These coffins were far more refined than the ones carelessly discarded moments earlier, releasing tendrils of ominous black mist that coalesced into a swirling tempest of darkness, roaring through the heavens and the earth. A wave of extreme terror emanated from within the coffins. In the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, these coffins sprang open, revealing figures ensnared in the clutches of death. One onlooker, upon witnessing this, cried out in disbelief. It's the deceased elders of the Nirvana realm. Their corpses have been turned into puppets. The crowd was struck with astonishment, utterly unaware of this horrific revelation. Just then, a keen observer recognized some familiar faces among the fallen, including the living grandson of Ji Changfeng, standing pale and shrouded in black mist, yet exuding an aura of the Nirvana realm. In an instant, they charged towards the ancient demon army. The ground trembled and the mountains shook as the ancient demons were drenched in blood. Zhang Shu stepped into the blood gate, refraining from immediate action. Yet he keenly noted this unfolding scene. Were there 2 early-stage half-saints concealed among them? Zhang Shu's gaze lingered momentarily on the coffins and the bizarre, colossal dolls. To his surprise, the woman who had guided them initially possessed such formidable power. Yet, in an instant, he discerned certain clues. These individuals were enveloped in dense black mist for reasons unknown, which explained the absence of the Holy Light Tower's endowment. Otherwise, like the blind elder, they would likely not only fail to augment their strength, but would also suffer severe backlash from the tower's power. Was this Ji Changfeng's trump card? 2 early-stage half-saints. Alongside himself, 3 half-saints in total. Zhang Shu grasped the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for their presence, the circumstances in Demon Suppression Village would have been dire. Confronted with a late-stage half-saint, a mid-stage half-saint, and 2 early-stage half-saints, even with some hidden strategies left, the village would face unspeakable devastation. Yet, the current situation was under control, firmly in their favor. Zhang Shu turned his gaze towards the distance, where Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng collaborated, their forms radiating an immense golden light tower, continuously suppressing the late-stage half-saint ancient demon, forcing it to retreat. Moreover, Jiang Tianming need not excessively deplete the power of the Holy Dragon Staff. As for the mid-stage half-saint demon, it could scarcely endure, already gravely injured. Once the 8 early-stage half-saints were freed to join forces, the 10 half-saints would form a genuine holy light exorcism array, sealing the fate of even the late-stage half-saint. The situation was all but settled. The ancient demons here could no longer stir the waters. Yet, why did I still feel no sense of relief? The battle at hand seemed insufficient to sway the ultimate outcome. Zhang Shu averted his gaze from this conflict and directed it towards the dark passage behind the multitude of ancient demons, where it seemed that unseen eyes were coldly observing all that transpired. Simultaneously, Zhang Shu observed that whenever an ancient demon or a human perished, the residual aura would quietly seep into the ground, vanishing without a trace. It appeared as though it were being absorbed by some unseen force. How peculiar, Zhang Shu murmured, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted forward, disregarding the others, and swiftly made his way towards the passage. On the other side, a late-stage half-saint ancient demon, who was struggling and retreating under immense pressure, noticed Zhang Shu's figure in an instant and became exceedingly anxious, roaring, "Act now, obstruct him. We cannot allow him to reach the altar and disturb Lord Dizzy." The altar? Lord Dizzy? Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback, then cast a curious glance at the ancient demon. This fellow actually revealed such information outright. Had he not spoken, I might have remained oblivious. These ancient demons, though some possess intelligence, mostly seem somewhat simple-minded and foolish. Meanwhile, in another realm, a figure overheard this declaration, their expression darkening immediately, filled with exasperation. Fool. Chapter 124. The Celestial Realm's Demonic Presence. Fool. Good for nothing. In a secluded expanse, a figure erupted in vehement curses. How utterly foolish. This band of incompetents. They have brazenly revealed the path to our adversaries. This ancient demon bore a grave expression, its aura significantly surpassing that of the semi-saint late-stage demon guarding outside, seemingly having ascended to the peak of the semi-saint realm. Such prowess, if unleashed in the outside world, could carve out a sanctum of its own. At the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the celestial sovereign and the heavenly pool sovereign. Cursed be this fool. Master, the individual outside has already become aware of the altar's existence. Should I intervene and thwart them? The ancient demon respectfully turned towards another direction and cautiously inquired. Within the expansive hall, light radiated in abundance, devoid of the sinister atmosphere present elsewhere. Upon a grand and opulent altar, a figure of extraordinary elegance sat in tranquil meditation. Upon hearing the inquiry, he opened his eyes, reminiscent of the celestial bodies in their eternal dance, causing the entire space to tremble in reverence. The prince spoke in a placid tone. "There is no need for concern. Let him come forth if he dares. It is fortuitous, for I am in need of a portion of semi-saint peak blood offering." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to a certain corner, where several bound figures were struggling incessantly, their eyes filled with terror. 23 beings of the Nirvana realm, among whom were several descendants of the semi-saint peak bloodline, the Red Demon. "This time, you have performed commendably." The prince offered a faint commendation, and a look of pride blossomed upon the face of an elderly figure. To receive a word of praise from the prince was an unparalleled honor for him. This elder, known as the Red Demon, was none other than the Grand Elder of the Crimson Dust Sacred Land. He was reputed to possess the ability to evade other constraints and directly enter the 7 great trials. Initially, the elders of the Crimson Dust Sacred Land were indeed elated. They discovered that they had, as the Grand Elder had foretold, entered a mysterious realm. Yet, what awaited them was not the promised trials or the opportunity to attain sanctity, but rather, demons. Incredibly powerful demons. Among them, some cast furious glares at the Grand Elder. including a late-stage semi-saint elder who had reluctantly acquiesced to the Grand Elder's advice to confront the Sacred Land's crisis. Yet now, who could have foreseen that they would meet a fate of being reduced to blood offerings? Instantly, despair and resentment filled their hearts. The late-stage semi-saint elder glared venomously at the red demon. "Old fool, I must have been blind to have believed your deceitful words. You have allied with the celestial demon. How can you repay the Sacred Land's great kindness?" The red demon merely scoffed in response. "Old man, at this stage, there is no need for pretense. The Sacred Land has indeed shown me some minor favors, but that old fossil from crimson dust has relentlessly suppressed me over the years, attempting to turn me into blood elixirs. For that, I have endured countless years, refraining from recklessly advancing beyond the semi-saint." As he spoke, the red demon's expression twisted with rage. "Do you know? My innate talent is undoubtedly not inferior to that old fossil of red dust. Were it not for him, I would have at least reached the late stage of half-saint by now. However, I dare not. I must break through according to the techniques he bestowed upon me. Once I ascend, my cultivation will be directly controlled by him, transformed into blood elixirs to aid that old rogue of red dust in his own breakthroughs. I refuse to accept this fate. You conspire with red dust, utterly ignorant of our suffering." The red demon exclaimed hoarsely. At that moment, an elder from the Sacred Land pleaded, "Great elder, we have no ties with the saint, no, with that old rogue of red dust. I implore you, spare our lives. I vow to follow you from now on." The other elders, facing the specter of death, also begged for mercy. Yet the red demon merely scoffed. "Though your connection to red dust is tenuous, I would prefer not to see you perish. But alas, the Imperial Sun requires your strength to take that final step. To become the blood nourishment for the Imperial Sun and to accompany him into the highest realm is a privilege you should cherish." "No." The numerous elders of red dust despaired. The Imperial Sun observed this scene with keen interest, savoring the despair of the crowd. When he had thoroughly enjoyed their hopelessness, a terrifying wave of dark energy surged forth, and many powerful figures, including the late-stage elder of the red dust Sacred Land, were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Consumed in one gulp by the Imperial Sun, thunderous roars erupted. The Imperial Sun's eyes gleamed, illuminated by countless radiant laws, emanating an aura far more terrifying than that of the red dust saint, hinting at a potential breakthrough. However, he soon frowned. The vitality of human cultivators was indeed a great supplement for us, yet it still fell short. As his words faded, the red demon suddenly changed color, fear evident in his gaze as he looked up, locking eyes with the Imperial Sun's mocking expression. "No, no, Imperial Sun," the red demon stammered, seemingly grasping the Imperial Sun's intentions. The Imperial Sun sighed. "Red demon, you once vowed to die for me, and now the time has come for you to fulfill that promise. For all these years, I have invested considerable effort to assist you in breaking through to half-saint." With that, the red demon's body instantly stiffened, then exploded. A surge of formidable human vitality was immediately devoured by the Imperial Sun, and in an instant, a boisterous, arrogant laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the very altar and causing the world to tremble. "Today, I, the Imperial Sun, have finally achieved my desires. The Sacred Realm, so it is. Ha ha ha. This is the true Sacred Realm. What is half-saint but mere ants?" The Imperial Sun laughed excitedly, while the ancient demons below rejoiced in congratulations. They showed no concern for the demise of the red demon and the elders of the red dust Sacred Land. In this moment, the Imperial Sun was overwhelmed with exhilaration, muttering incessantly, "How many years have I been trapped in this accursed divine demon cave? Finally, I have reached this step. Having stepped into the Sacred Realm, all that remains is to inherit the power bequeathed by my divine Father, and I shall ascend to become a formidable force within this sanctified domain. Given enough time, I may well reach the heights once attained by my Father. From this moment forth, no one shall be able to impose limitations upon me. The human race, if they dare to seal this imperial prince, they shall inevitably pay the price. Once I break free from this confinement, I vow to unleash a bloodbath upon countless mortals, heralding my triumphant return." The imperial prince, brimming with ambition, immediately sets about absorbing the power left by my divine father, the Emperor Demon. In due course, I shall break the seal and gather the strength of millions. It is even conceivable that I could ascend to the pinnacle of the sacred realm. At that time, in an era where the imperial domain is nearly invisible across the continent, few will be able to contend with me. Chapter 125, Despair Boom. Zhang Shu's footsteps halted, as a terrifying pressure surged from both sides. Accompanied by the words of the late-stage half-saint ancient demon, two early-stage half-saints emerged with resolute expressions. They seemed to comprehend Zhang Shu's formidable might, aware that this human had likely reached the pinnacle of half-saint strength, boundlessly powerful. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the altar in the imperial air, they recklessly charged forward. Boom! Unfazed in countenance, Zhang Shu furrowed his brow inwardly. Although he found it somewhat challenging to contend with early-stage half-saints, with two of them now approaching, retreat was no longer an option. It was truly unavoidable. He had initially planned to wait, but it appeared he would ultimately have to expend his resources. Casting a glance at the system panel, he noted, Sect points, 8, 123, 540. Following the events in Demon Suppression Village and Demon Sealing Village, Zhang Shu's Sect points had experienced a significant surge. However, he had restrained himself from utilizing them immediately. But it was evident now that saving them was futile. He also realized that the mightier the being, the greater the Sect points they provided upon being affected. Alas, out with the old, in with the new. Sighing softly, Zhang Shu's aura surged dramatically. 8 million Sect points vanished, and his strength instantaneously escalated from the first to the 9th stage of nirvana. His power increased geometrically. In a mere instant, Zhang Shu's might reached an overwhelming level. The enhancement of his essence was secondary, for with the rise in vitality, his mental strength underwent successive transformations and fortifications. What was already comparable to the early-stage half-saints now surged once more. Mid-stage half-saint, late-stage half-saint, pinnacle of half-saint. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, his mental strength seemed to shatter some restraint, the colossal projection of the divine mill within his consciousness growing increasingly vivid and condensed. Each rotation unleashed a dreadful surge of power, as if his consciousness were giving birth to a tangible chaos. In that moment, a faint divine radiance enveloped Zhang Shu. Though his cultivation remained at the 9th stage of nirvana, he emanated an aura that even late-stage half-saints could genuinely perceive as a threat of death. Boom! Zhang Shu's eyes shone with brilliance. With a gentle flick of his finger, a powerful wave of mental force erupted in the void, sweeping forth like a tsunami, directly engulfing the two approaching early-stage half-saints. Crack! The two early-stage ancient demons felt an instantaneous shattering within their minds. Before they could contemplate further, darkness enveloped them, and they lost all consciousness. With a thud, the two dark figures plummeted to the ground, utterly devoid of life. The terrifying mental force dissipated, evidently capturing the attention of the others present. All those engaged in combat were swept away by a terrifying wave of mental force. In an instant, both the human race and the ancient demons halted their actions, their gazes momentarily vacant, as if stripped of their intellect. After several breaths, some gradually regained their senses. Ji Changfeng, utterly astonished, turned to behold Zhang Shu's figure, momentarily dazed. Was that truly a manifestation of mental energy? Merely a slight ripple, not aimed specifically at me. Yet it rendered me motionless. In the heat of battle, such a prolonged suspension could easily lead to one's demise at the hands of the enemy. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Is this the might of the pinnacle of the sacred realm? Jiang Tianming, his sacred dragon roaring, gradually awakened, still tinged with trepidation. The power of the sect leader's mental force was unfathomable. What level of mental energy is this? The peak of half-saints. Can one truly induce such a state in us solely through mental prowess? The human warriors present quickly regained their composure. However, the ancient demons remained rigid, their lives flickering like flames extinguished by the wind, rapidly dissipating in large swaths. Even the ancient demon at the late half-saint stage was no exception. Fixating on Zhang Shu with a final, unwilling roar, "You cannot win. The prince will avenge us. I shall depart first. Wait for you." With that, his towering form collapsed with a thunderous crash. This ancient demon, who had fought fiercely with Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng without falling, was utterly obliterated by a single pulse of Zhang Shu's mental energy. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Shu, filled with fervor and reverence. Jiang Tianming and the others sought to approach, sect leader, Just as they were about to speak, Zhang Shu's expression suddenly shifted. In the next instant, the faces of the others also transformed dramatically, as a boundless, maniacal laughter echoed, a terrifying wave sweeping across the heavens and the earth, rendering even Zhang Shu's mental force somewhat dim in comparison. A dreadful power traversed millions of miles, and in an instant, the sky darkened. What is happening? Countless individuals were struck with horror, bewildered and shocked by the unfolding scene. Suddenly, massive, ominous clouds materialized in the sky, exuding a disquieting crimson hue, entirely formed from demonic energy. Each of these clouds contained a malevolence that sent shivers down the spines of even the late half-saints like Jiang Tianming. And there were thousands upon thousands of such clouds. Ha! The raucous laughter grew ever fainter, echoing in everyone's ears. As the laughter faded, a deep rumbling emerged from the earth, which trembled violently, as the demonic energy surged uncontrollably, gradually coalescing into an awe-inspiring spectacle of blood-red lotuses. The sky bore demonic clouds, and the earth erupted with blood lotuses. Simultaneously, within the void, countless towering figures subtly materialized, resembling formidable demonic deities. Their enormous, blood-red eyes, as indifferent as the sun and moon, coldly gazed upon the earth. Even the semi-saints, under their scrutiny, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of despair arise within their hearts. This is... Jiang Tianming swallowed hard. Ji Changfeng, with a dazed expression, was instantly engulfed by despair, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "The sacred realm. A celestial demon has breached the sacred realm. How could this be? How is this possible? It is over, utterly over." The remaining individuals gradually regained their senses, their earlier excitement from victory evaporating, replaced by an abyss of hopelessness and confusion. Behind Bai Zhun stood a colossal doll, expressionless as it stared into the void. The fleeting glimmer of light in its eyes swiftly dimmed, and a deep, resonant laughter emanated from its throat, carrying an air of madness and despair. Not far away, a blind old man also lifted his head. Though he could perceive nothing, he became utterly rigid, like a statue frozen in place, as if he had transformed entirely into a corpse. Yun Tian, Zhao Dao, and others wore blank expressions, their faces a canvas of shock and reluctance. The demon has emerged from the sacred realm? The true sacred realm? Zhao Dao murmured, a blend of weeping and laughter in his tone. How could this happen? Chapter 126. The Celestial Pool Sage Strikes. Huang Fuzhan emerges in this moment. Not only was the interior of the divine demon cave heaven affected, but the external world felt the profound impact as well. Countless formidable beings gazed at the celestial dome, their expressions shifting with increasing trepidation as a multitude of ancient demons surged forth. Many had already sensed that something was amiss, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene, merely spectators to the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled violently. A deafening roar echoed through the air. What transpired? In an instant, innumerable powerful figures raised their heads to witness an ominous gathering of black clouds in the sky, a chilling wave of demonic energy emanating from the darkened heavens, rendering many pale with fear. Following this, a profusion of blood-red lotuses materialized from thin air. Even more chilling was the sight of a colossal light screen above, rapidly tainted a deep crimson, as if a pristine sheet of paper had been submerged in blood that had festered for millennia, swiftly decaying and collapsing. The screen shattered. The throngs watched in stunned silence, an inexplicable chill gripping their hearts. Just then, a surge of demonic energy erupted from afar, accompanied by the maniacal laughter of a gathering of wicked souls. As the crowd turned to behold the source, their expressions shifted dramatically. An ancient figure strode through the void, enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy. The Celestial Pool Sage? Some recognized the figure, and upon witnessing the immense demonic aura surrounding him, they immediately sensed the impending doom. Alas, upon his arrival, the Celestial Pool Sage uttered no superfluous words, simply raising a hand and declaring, "Annihilate them all. The return of the Imperial Sun demands ample sustenance. Leave no survivor. Those who accomplish this will be richly rewarded." No sooner had he spoken, than countless powerhouses surged forth. Demon servants. The realization struck one of the warriors, leading to an exclamation of horror. Impossible. The entire strength of the celestial pool has transformed into demon servants. Even the sage has fallen prey to the encroaching demonic energy. This is dire. In an instant, a figure cloaked in demonic energy appeared before a bewildered Yao Yang realm expert, grinning maniacally as he slashed with a blade, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Let them all perish. Let them all die. What bliss, truly exquisite." Amidst the raucous laughter, powerful beings were swiftly slain. Observing this, some retaliated in fury, while others fled in panic. Yet at that moment, a formidable shroud of demonic mist enveloped the sky, ensnaring all who attempted to escape, rendering them helpless against the onslaught of the demon servants. In an instant, fear gripped the hearts of all, and they dared not charge recklessly. Insufficient strength would only hasten their demise. Celestial Pool Sage, you would assist the tyrants in their cruelty? A desperate warrior shouted as their retreat was obstructed. Above in the void, the Celestial Pool Sage's countenance remained impassive, not even casting a glance at the speaker. With a mere wave of his hand, a colossal palm descended from the heavens, hurtling towards those attempting to flee. Should this hand strike, it would undoubtedly bring forth untold casualties. The Celestial Pool Sage stood at the pinnacle of semi-saint power, only a step away from the true sanctum. At this moment, the members of the Shenxiao sect gazed at the colossal palm descending upon them, their expressions laden with gravity and despair. Suddenly, Elder Yuzhen gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing the others away. A surge of formidable vitality and spiritual energy erupted simultaneously, launching a thunderous assault towards the heavens. The powerful wave of energy unmistakably reached the level of a half-saint. In the void above, the heavenly pool saint exhibited a flicker of surprise, swiftly transformed into indifference. A mere initial stage half-saint dares to resist? Prepare to meet your demise. With those words, the gigantic palm shattered Elder Yuzhen's attack. Yet it also afforded a glimmer of hope to the remaining members of the Shenxiao sect. Some disciples who had retreated from the divine demon cave could only watch in horror as Elder Yuzhen was struck by the enormous palm, countless blood mists exploding, their eyes instantly turning crimson. Elder, he has not perished yet. Although the heavenly pool saint had merely wielded a casual strike, it was not something everyone could withstand. Despite being gravely injured and bloodied, Elder Yuzhen still clung to a thread of life, refusing to fall immediately. Ultimately, he was but an ant. The heavenly pool saint shook his head and unleashed another palm strike. Form the formation. The 12 golden men roared, soaring into the sky in an instant. Under the dazzling golden light, they surpassed Elder Yuzhen and collided directly with the immense palm. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the expressions of the 12 golden men changed dramatically as their chests caved in, sending them hurtling backward. Their vitality waned. With that single blow, even the powerful 12 golden men lost their combat effectiveness. Teacher, seizing the opportunity, Zixin hurriedly caught Elder Yuzhen, her eyes reddening as she beheld his waning state. Witnessing the 12 golden men retreat, Zixin's vital energy surged violently, and she seemed intent on sacrificing herself to charge forward. However, her aim was not to attack the colossal palm, but rather to utilize the sudden explosive force to propel Elder Yuzhen and the others out of the palm's range. Though this was merely a desperate struggle for survival, at this juncture, it was the utmost she could achieve. The remaining disciples, seeing this, also roared in fury and rushed forward. Death awaited on either side. They might as well gamble. At the very least, they must not tarnish the dignity of the Shenxiao sect. Despite having retreated early from this excursion into the divine demon cave, they had reaped considerable rewards. Having joined forces to slay several divine demons in exchange for numerous accolades, significantly enhancing their strength. Yet, compared to the pinnacle of half-saints, they remained worlds apart. Overestimating themselves. Accompanied by a cold snort from the heavenly pool saint, the third palm descended. After failing to eliminate this group of ants twice, it was evident that the heavenly pool saint was truly incensed. This time, he unleashed his full power, the strength of a pinnacle half-saint. Without a shred of mercy or restraint, take the teacher and the others away. Zixin stood resolutely, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Even in death, she would not submit. However, just as everyone was preparing for a final desperate struggle, the sky suddenly churned with roiling clouds, and the void itself split open, revealing a colossal hand that emerged to intercept the saint of the heavenly pool. The impact of their collision sent ripples through the fabric of reality. It is you, Huang Fujian. The saint of the heavenly pool, taken aback upon seeing his attack thwarted, quickly settled into a mocking smile. Since you are so eager to seek your demise, allow me to accommodate you. From the void, an elderly figure clad in simple robes descended step by step, surrounded by a resplendent golden aura that shimmered with overwhelming radiance. His presence was no less formidable than that of the saint of the heavenly pool, unmistakably a being at the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, the ancestral elder of the royal family, Huang Fujian. Upon witnessing this, the seventh princess among the crowd was instantly filled with elation. The ancestral elder has arrived. They need not face death. Huang Fujian's calm voice resonated, as he stated, Heavenly Pool, you, as a member of the human race, have shamefully allied yourself with the celestial demons. I am embarrassed to be associated with you. In a flash, he appeared directly before the disciples of the Divine Sky Sect. Positioning himself in front of the saint of the heavenly pool, Huang Fujian glanced downward, yet failed to find the presence he had hoped to see, leaving him somewhat disheartened. That child is not here? Chapter 127. Tremor. Upon discovering that Zhang Shu was absent, Huang Fujian felt a flicker of disappointment. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and fixed his gaze gravely upon the saint of Tianqi. Huang Fujian, you should not have come. The saint of Tianqi remarked with an enigmatic smile, causing Huang Fujian to furrow his brow. In the next moment, the countenance of this ancestral royal figure, the steadfast pillar of the Tianqing kingdom, shifted as his eyes abruptly turned to the shadowy figure that had materialized behind the saint of Tianqi. This apparition gradually enlarged, expanding as if it sought to envelop the entire realm in its darkness. Tianmo. Huang Fujian's expression turned exceedingly solemn. It was the peak of the half-saint realm. Ha ha ha. Huang Fujian, prepare to meet your demise. The saint of Tianqi cackled madly, charging directly at Huang Fujian, while the crimson-eyed specter behind him let out a sinister laugh, transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at Huang Fujian. Humph. Though Huang Fujian felt a weighty burden in his heart, his face betrayed none of it as he suddenly manifested a jet-black heavy sword, wielding it with the might of a thunderous strike as he lunged toward the saint of Tianqi, determined to confront two foes at once. Yet, Huang Fujian was not a true saint. The peak of the half-saint realm was a stage where individuals had reached their utmost limits, and the disparities among them were minimal. Pitting himself against two adversaries, Huang Fujian found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Although the outcome was not immediately apparent, it was only a matter of time before he would face utter defeat. Both the saint of Tianqi and the peak half-saint Tianma were acutely aware of this fact and were in no hurry, content to prolong the confrontation. The saint of Tianqi laughed heartily. Huang Fujian, since you've come, you shall not escape. Have you not noticed the changes in this world? The Emperor's son has entered the true realm of sanctity. Once he breaks free from his seal, not only you, but the entire Tianqing kingdom will descend into the realm of demons. Tianqing will be utterly erased from the continent. The Tianma joined in, enticingly whispering, Huang Fujian, why persist in your struggles? Why not ally with us? You will undoubtedly reap the rewards. As they spoke, both advanced mercilessly towards Huang Fujian. Alone, he strained to hold his ground, valiantly steering the battlefield away from the Xinjiao sect, sighing inwardly, I have done all I could, Brother Zhang. This time, I may not be able to protect the Xinjiao sect. Meanwhile, within the realm of the divine demons. What is this? This is bad help. Flee. What is this creature? How infuriating. What are these black clouds? Do not approach. Senior sister, what is wrong? Do you not recognize me? No, junior brother. Why must you kill me? At this moment, chaos erupted throughout the divine demon's realm. Those caught off guard by the encroaching demonic clouds were immediately consumed by a crimson rage, attacking their companions without hesitation, resulting in countless casualties. Those who remained were predominantly exceptionally gifted individuals. In the realm of the Xinjiao sect, Yi Yun, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi found themselves gathered, alongside several other figures, including the previously second-ranked Tianwen and numerous other prodigies, all adorned with expressions of grave concern. Yi Yun stared vacantly at the sky, which had become engulfed in a dense darkness, ominous and decayed. Massive clouds hung low, creating the impression that the very firmament was rotting and collapsing, a sight both terrifying and surreal. The blood-red lotus flowers on the ground exuded an eerie, seductive aura. Merely a glance at them seemed capable of driving one to madness. compelling individuals to rush towards these blossoms, eager to seize and consume them. Most were driven to insanity. What on earth was transpiring? Why had my decision to withdraw from the cave trial yielded no effect? How could this be? Were we destined to remain here for eternity? The talented individuals were in a state of panic, clearly unprepared for such an occurrence. Even Yi Yun and her companions felt a twinge of disarray. At that moment, someone spoke. It is worth mentioning that, aside from those who have withdrawn, nearly all of the top 20 are present here, yet it seems one individual is missing. Xin Xiao appears to be absent. Upon this revelation, others began to notice as well. Tianwen, who had longed to encounter the unparalleled genius who held the first rank, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, we are all here, and Xin Xiao cannot possibly be unaware of this. Could it be that he has hidden away or looks down upon joining us?" Xin Xiao, Yi Yun and her companions were equally perplexed. Truth be told, they still had not grasped who Xin Xiao truly was. Initially, they suspected it to be some rogue using the name of the Xin Xiao sect to deceive others, but soon realized that their assumptions were misguided. Now, they remained utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At this moment, Xin Xiao's points had surpassed all others by a considerable margin, although the rest possessed substantial scores, evident enough to instill a sense of hopelessness in ordinary individuals. They merely reached 6 or 7 figures, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Yet Xin Xiao's score stretched into 6 or 7 rows, an incomprehensible amount. How had he achieved this? The sight left all in awe. Was this within the realm of human capability? What had he done? In truth, Yi Yun and her companions harbored a vague suspicion, yet deemed it too outrageous and quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a figure of the sect master's caliber stoop to such a trifling place? As for the constraints, they had not even considered such matters. In their eyes, the sect master was omnipotent. After all, even the esteemed saint of the mortal realm had fallen at his hands. Despite the peculiarities of the demon and divine cave, it should still be unable to obstruct the sect master. A myriad of thoughts flickered through their minds, as everyone turned their attention to another matter. A strange and eerie laughter echoed through the air. Though it was somewhat indistinct, the moment each person heard it, an innate shiver of fear coursed through them, rendering them incapable of coherent thought. What unforeseen calamity had befallen the divine demon realm? A celestial demon had stepped into the sacred realm. At that moment, Jiang Tianming and his companions were engulfed in utter despair. The true sacred realm, despite having reached the late stage of half-saint, in the presence of a genuine sacred being, they were no more significant than mere insects. While they could resist against a peak half-saint, facing the sacred realm was an entirely different matter. The mere breath of their opponent could extinguish their lives without exaggeration. The disparity was insurmountable. Suddenly, the entire dojo trembled violently with a thunderous roar. A ferocious aura, as vast as the ocean, surged forth from the depths of the unfathomable abyss, engulfing them in an instant. Even those at the late stage of half-saint felt insignificantly small, akin to ants beneath a tsunami, stripped of all will to resist, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread and unease. Pale-faced, everyone stood frozen. Thud, 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 emerging alongside an endless tide of crimson. A figure exuding an aura of immeasurable oppression slowly made its way from the end of the passage. With each step, the very fabric of space contorted and quaked. Each footfall seemed to land directly upon the hearts of those present, suffocating them with its weight. In this moment, all that remained in their hearts were 2 words: Sacred Realm. Chapter 128. The terrifying corpse boom. A suffocating and oppressive aura erupted violently, causing everyone to hold their breath, their hearts seemingly frozen in time, eyes fixated on the figure emerging from the far end of the passage. Each step it took transcended space, surrounded by a blood-red haze, as if a malevolent spirit had crawled forth from the depths of hell. The Holy Light Demon Banishment Array, forged by Jiang Tianming and his companions, shattered upon contact with the crimson aura, crumbling like fragile glass. Cough. Everyone staggered, instantaneously weakened. The destruction of their array inflicted a backlash upon them, leaving each face etched with horror and despair. They had united their strength, forming a formidable shield that, even against a peak semi-saint, might have held momentarily. Yet, in a mere instant of collision, without any direct attack from their foe, they found themselves utterly devastated. They were on an entirely different plane of existence. A profound sense of hopelessness dulled their eyes, extinguishing any flicker of faith. Ji Changfeng's smile twisted grotesquely as he struggled to rise, but it was a futile endeavor. Was destiny conspiring against the demon-subduing village? The celestial demon of the Holy Realm. How ironic. Unless the ancestors were to resurrect, who could withstand such a force? Even with his purple thunder sword, against such an opponent. He was not but a larger ant, utterly insignificant. Jiang Tianming closed his eyes in anguish, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Alas, we have failed. Such a pity. Dragging the sect master down with us. My apologies, if there is a next life, I shall serve the sect master as a beast of burden. This time, I'm truly sorry. Jiang Tianming was unafraid of death. He had prepared himself mentally upon arriving at the demon-subduing village. Yet, feeling he had compromised Zhang Shu weighed heavily on his conscience. Dear parents, Jinjin has come to accompany you. Bai Zhen, clutching the immense hand of a doll, her gaze dulled, yet at that moment, a flicker of light sparkled in the doll's eyes as it subtly shifted, shielding Bai Zhen behind it. Bai Zhen was momentarily taken aback, and then tears streamed down her face. Alas, the blind old man, burdened by a coffin, though unable to see, sighed softly, slowly releasing the coffin from his back. Illusory shadows of coffins rapidly overlapped behind him, seemingly intent on forming a portal to a special space, a final desperate effort to carve a path to safety for the others. However, just as the myriad of overlapping phantoms began to coalesce, the terrifying figure emerging from the passage cast a glance their way, revealing a hint of mockery in its smile. In the next heartbeat, those countless phantoms erupted into chaos, and the old man's body exploded with a thunderous crash. Good spirit. Ji Changfeng's eyes brimmed with rage as he cried out in anguish. The blind old man had fallen. The speed was too swift, so rapid that the others could not react, too fast for Zhang Shu to intervene. What a delightful surprise. Awakening to find a troop of little delicacies arriving at my doorstep. The figure gradually emerged, revealing a strikingly handsome man draped in a flowing white robe. Tall and imposing, he radiated an astonishing charm. Your Majesty, we pay our respects to your Majesty. At that moment, some ancient demons who had narrowly escaped death in the distance were filled with elation and quickly bowed from afar. It is you who has slain my subordinates? The noble figure paid no heed to the many ancient demons prostrating themselves, instead casually directing his gaze towards Zhang Shu, his eyes filled with disdain, as if regarding mere ants daring to inflict harm upon a being of such exalted status. Today, I shall capture you and bestow upon you 3 millennia of purgatorial punishment, after which you shall find release. As he spoke, the figure extended a slender finger towards Zhang Shu in a nonchalant manner. Boom. The energies of the entire realm swiftly converged, unleashing a terrifying and profound beam of light that surged towards Zhang Shu. Kill. Just at that moment, Ji Changfeng erupted, his aura brimming with a terrifying sword intent, as a purple longsword materialized in his grasp, adorned with countless lightning patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns revealed numerous fissures, indicating that this sword was a haphazardly assembled weapon, barely retaining a single strike's worth of power. The purple thunder sword. In an instant, Ji Changfeng unleashed a strike rivaling the pinnacle of a half-saint. However, he did not attempt to rescue Zhang Shu, for he understood he lacked the capability. Any attempt to save him would only squander this fleeting opportunity. Thus, he devoted all his strength to launching this long-prepared lethal move at the noble figure. Oh, the noble figure regarded Ji Changfeng with keen interest, observing the thunderous sword strike, but merely shook his head with a hint of derision. Slow, far too slow. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, making contact with the long sword, causing the purple thunder sword to tremble and shatter explosively. Ji Changfeng's eyes filled with despair as he witnessed the finger poised to pierce his brow. Suddenly, the noble figure's expression shifted, a wave of invisible, terrifying power surged forth, colliding directly with his own force in a thunderous explosion. Humph, a holy realm's mental force? Alas, you are not a true holy realm being. Do you wish to save someone? Prepare to die. The noble figure shattered Zhang Shu's mental assault with a single strike, and then, with a swift palm directed towards the frantically retreating Ji Changfeng, the entire realm seemed to fall under the shadow of that hand. Ji Changfeng felt as though he was irrevocably ensnared, with no escape possible, regardless of how far he fled. Before the palm could descend, the void before him shimmered slightly, and a figure materialized, followed by the emergence of a colossal, ancient grinding stone that slowly rotated towards the noble figure, exuding an overwhelming force. Boom! The dreadful power of compression spread forth, causing the enormous energy palm to shatter in an instant. Yet the ancient grinding stone continued unabated in its advance towards the noble figure. This time, the noble figure's countenance shifted dramatically. A manifestation? Such a powerful manifestation. Merely this alone could rival a newly ascended saint. Terrifying, yet regrettably, you are merely a being with formidable mental strength, and I am no ordinary saint. As the words faded, the world was engulfed in chaos. The very fabric of reality shattered, with endless fissures cascading like peeling paint from a wall. Following this, an ancient corpse, seemingly embedded within the wall itself, slowly emerged, unleashing an unfathomable wave of terror. The corpse of the Emperor Demon. In an instant, Zhang Shu's complexion turned pale. The chaotic deity's grinding force revolved violently, attempting to resist this horrifying power, while the divine radiance robe continuously replenished his mental strength. This artifact not only swiftly restored vitality, but also rejuvenated one's spirit. It could be considered a true treasure. Incomparable to the likes of the purple thunder sword or the holy dragon staff, its worth magnified countless times. Under the augmentation of the divine radiance robe, Zhang Shu's mental prowess surged immensely. Despite the relentless drain, he barely managed to withstand the Emperor's might, his spirit suddenly coiling and shattering the very space behind him, casting all present thousands of miles away in an instant. To his surprise, you seem quite invested in these insignificant beings. Not a sage, yet possessing a mental strength rivaling that of the sacred realm. One must admit, you are an unparalleled genius never before seen by this emperor. The prospect of eliminating a talent such as yours excites me far beyond the thought of slaughtering 1,000 or 10,000 mediocre souls. Ha! As the emperor's laughter echoed, the enormous corpse of the Emperor Demon slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 129. The Second Sacred Realm Experience Card Master. A group of individuals was teleported away, and even from thousands of miles afar, they could still sense the clash of two formidable energies in the distance. Such power unequivocally reached the true realm of the sacred. In that instant, Jiang Tianming and the others were filled with both astonishment and urgency. They never anticipated that they had ultimately underestimated the Master's strength. That terrifying mental force could undoubtedly rival that of a genuine sacred being, yet in the final moment, it seemed the Master was not a match for the prince. What should we do? What can we possibly do? We must find a way to rescue the Master. Jiang Tianming was in a state of frantic distress. Ji Changfeng, equally anxious, found himself devoid of any viable solutions, sighing bitterly. That is a confrontation of sacred levels. We, as mere half-sacreds, would likely be obliterated by even the slightest residual force. At that point, not only would we be of no assistance, but we might inadvertently distract the Master, thus endangering him further. In this moment, every heart was filled with a profound sense of urgency and immense gratitude. They could never have imagined that, even at the last moment, the Master would not forget them. Risking the peril of engaging in battle with a sacred being just to ensure their safe transportation. One must recognize that at such elevated levels, even a fleeting lapse could lead to defeat or even demise. If it were any other sacred being, unless the relationship was exceptionally close, they would never divert their attention to assist others, let alone concern themselves with a mere swarm of ants when their own lives were at stake. Must we simply stand by and watch helplessly? Jiang Tianming exclaimed in frustration. Ji Changfeng sighed, resigned, and remarked, although it is a harsh truth, the facts reveal that we indeed have no choice but to watch and await the outcome of the clash between the Master and the Prince. What else can we do, given our weakness? At these words, silence enveloped the group. Weakness? In truth, possessing half-sacred strength places one among the formidable on the continent. Who would dare to claim a half-sacred as weak? Yet, in the face of a genuine sacred battle, half-sacreds are rendered powerless. Alas, Jiang Tianming ultimately sighed deeply, shaking his head in acceptance of fate. For now, all they could do was hope the Master would remain unharmed. He is a sacred being, even in defeat. Should he focus on escaping, it would be difficult for the prince to slay him. Ji Changfeng offered a word of comfort. Yet he too felt a sense of frustration within. He wished to assist, but reason told him it would be futile. Even the privilege of witnessing this moment was granted by the master. Had the master not teleported them away, the mere aftermath of the recent collision would have been sufficient to annihilate them all. Only a sacred can confront another sacred. Ji Changfeng clenched his fists in unwillingness. If he were to survive this ordeal, he vowed to ascend to the sacred realm. He could no longer endure the feeling of helplessness, watching events unfold without the ability to intervene. That sensation was simply too stifling. Embrace death. The emperor let out a maniacal laugh, as the colossal corpse of the emperor demon behind him gradually transformed, taking on an appearance strikingly similar to his own, as if it had become his second corporeal form. In that moment, the emperor's aura surged rapidly, pressing relentlessly towards Zhang Shu. How formidable! At this juncture, I find myself somewhat lacking when compared to the true sanctum. Zhang Shu sensed the looming threat of death, sighed with a faint smile, and no longer feigned strength. A card, shimmering with golden starlight, materialized in his hand. He gently crushed it, the sound resonating through the air. What a pity! I had hoped to conserve some energy. Yet after all this effort, I still find myself caught in this predicament. Zhang Shu muttered words that the emperor could not comprehend. Empowered by the might of the emperor demon's corpse, the emperor paid little heed to Zhang Shu at that moment, but soon his expression shifted slightly. What? The emperor gazed intently ahead. Yet, the heavens were engulfed in blinding golden light, rendering his vision utterly unclear. His eyes twisted into a ghastly snarl. Let us see what you are capable of. Heavenly demon shatter. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall break through it. The emperor decisively resolved. Did you think I would grant you the luxury of time? Such foolish delusion. Whether or not the opponent could truly pose a threat to him. The golden light was indeed peculiar. With his sanctum strength, he found himself unable to pierce through even the slightest veil of mystery. Let us shatter it first. Boom. In an instant, countless onlookers in the divine demon cavern were left in awe, gazing upwards as the sky darkened ominously, seemingly divided into innumerable layers, swiftly rotting and collapsing, layer upon layer crashing down like a cataclysm. Following this, a colossal pillar of demonic energy coalesced into a finger of the demon god, carrying an aura of annihilation, and it struck fiercely towards the blinding golden light. With one blow, a vast expanse of space shattered in an eye blink. Perish! The emperor's gaze turned steely. This strike was a culmination of his own cultivation, augmented by the power of his father's corpse. Even a sanctum being would be gravely wounded, if not utterly obliterated. Upon direct impact, boom, 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 the finger of the demon god pierced the heavens, as lightning cascaded down. The earth trembled with waves of terror, and wherever it passed, large swathes of space shattered like mirrored glass, becoming riddled with cracks, reminiscent of a broken mirror sea, exuding an aura of dread and despair. It is merely a corpse. Did he truly believe himself to be of the imperial realm? At that moment, amidst the resplendent golden light, a calm voice emerged slowly, and the enormous demonic finger descending from the sky suddenly ignited in flames, enveloped in an unending torrent of terrifying thunder and fire, radiating an inconceivable ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the colossal demonic finger visibly melted away, ultimately vanishing from this realm. What? How is this possible? Instantly, the emperor's expression grew grave. He refrained from launching another attack, instead watching intently with a mix of wariness and uncertainty at the slowly dissipating golden light. In that moment, a youthful figure gradually emerged, adorned in a flowing celestial robe. Zhang Shu appeared remarkably tranquil. Instead of directing his gaze towards the divine prince, he scanned the expanse of the sky, as if perceiving the very edges of the world, witnessing the relentless circulation of formidable laws that constructed this magnificent realm of deities and demons. Thus, he mused, the means of the imperial realm are indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, truly extraordinary. Zhang Shu sighed, once more enveloped by an overwhelming sense of invincibility that rendered his entire state of mind profoundly serene. Furthermore, he discerned an intriguing phenomenon. Each Sacred Realm experience card seemed to correspond to distinct dominions of power, varying in mastery and inclination. Previously, it had been the realm of space, and this time, it was that of thunder and flame. Chapter 130. The Might of the Holy Realm. Zhang Shu hesitated momentarily, followed by a sense of regret. Alas, This extraordinary power could only be sustained for the brief span of an incense stick. It was far too fleeting. One day, I shall ascend to this level through my own strength. Zhang Shu firmly etched this sensation into his memory, the intoxicating feeling of having the world at his command. If he were to confront his former self now, a single strike would likely obliterate him countless times over. First, let us address the immediate predicament. Thunderflame. Standing against the vast sky with his hands clasped behind him, Zhang Shu intoned the words. Instantly, the heavens transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, an expanse of red lightning illuminating the sky for thousands of miles. Countless bolts of thunder permeated the clouds, rapidly vaporizing all demonic energy and shattering numerous blood lotuses. Endless crimson lightning engulfed the firmament, obscuring the ocean of clouds. The prince gazed up at the unusual phenomenon above, his heart quaking with trepidation. This overwhelming aura instilled a profound sense of oppression. How could such a powerful being arise among humanity? No, that cannot be. This individual is from the outside world. Has the anomaly of the divine demon cavern been discovered by outsiders? No, absolutely not. This person must be eliminated. I refuse to be sealed once more. The prince's expression shifted erratically, his instincts screaming warnings. The vast expanse of crimson lightning in the sky posed an immense threat. Suddenly, he found himself devoid of the will to continue fighting. He sought to flee. Boom. However, as he wished to escape, Zhang Shu would not grant him such an opportunity. With a thunderous crash, a colossal pillar of crimson lightning and fire descended with immense force. The intertwining powers of thunder and flame surged skyward, causing all demonic energy in their wake to dissipate swiftly, the terrifying momentum instilling fear even in the heart of the prince. Hold your ground. The prince dared not confront it head-on. He could only manipulate the body of the imperial demon, swinging its arm to shield against the massive pillar of lightning and fire. Boom. The force of the lightning erupted upon the imperial demon's body, causing it to stagger slightly, its arm charred to a crisp. Yet, before the prince could breathe a sigh of relief, countless rays of light converged in the heavens, one after another, each rivaling the previous pillar of thunder and fire. Descending with the ferocity of a tempest, dense and overwhelming. Countless powers of thunder roamed freely, extending to infinity. At the very center, the prince stood at the forefront of the onslaught. No, hold it back for me. Stop it. The prince's eyes widened in despair as he truly felt the weight of impending annihilation, desperately positioning himself behind the imperial corpse. He had completely lost the earlier arrogance and disdain, now only terror etched upon his face. No, this is bad. I cannot withstand it. Suddenly, the prince witnessed a fissure split open in the imperial corpse, a terrifying bolt of lightning hurtling toward him through the gaping chasm. The latter was utterly unprepared to evade, and in the blink of an eye, was consumed by thunder and flames. A moment later, the figure of the emperor's son re-emerged, appearing in a state of utter disarray. His body marred with charred marks, his eyes wide with terror, muttering desperately to himself, "Flee. I must flee immediately. I cannot remain here. I will die. I am certain of it." In the next instant, the emperor's son made a hasty retreat. The colossal corpse of the emperor trembled slightly and then erupted with a resounding explosion, akin to a massive mushroom cloud detonating within a realm of gods and demons. Even Zhang Shu could not help but change his expression, retreating rapidly. Even in his current condition, he did not wish to withstand the self-detonation of the emperor's corpse. Then, witnessing a momentary safety, the emperor's son, disregarding the loss of the emperor's corpse in his desperation, swiftly seized a resplendent crystal core and swallowed it whole, transforming into a streak of black light as he fled wildly. Such decisiveness? Zhang Shu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual would resort to self-detonation of the emperor's corpse merely to save his own life, even before reaching the final step. Though the emperor's corpse was not truly of the imperial realm, it was still a rare treasure in comparison to the sacred realm. Now, it had been abandoned without a second thought. There was a certain audacity to this act, yet did he truly believe he could escape? Such naivety. In an instant, Zhang Shu's figure vanished, and fissures rapidly spread across the void, flickering away. His aura surged like a tempest as he pursued the fleeing emperor's son. In the distance, atop a hill, numerous talented individuals of the human race gathered. Suddenly sensing something amiss, they abruptly lifted their heads towards the heavens. Heavens, what is that? Someone exclaimed in alarm. A vast, terrifying black cloud surged toward them with alarming speed. The dreadful aura it contained caused even those several hundred miles away to weaken at the knees, merely from a hint of its essence. Within the dark cloud, a fearsome figure flickered in and out of visibility, surrounded by manifestations of gods and demons. Recalling the earlier phenomenon, it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary emergence of a being in the sacred realm, albeit far bloodier and more sinister. Upon this realization, some individuals gradually returned to their senses. A being of the sacred realm was being born, and it was a demon. With this thought, and upon sighting the figure in the sky, terror gripped everyone. A demon of the sacred realm. This is dire. We must flee quickly. Someone shouted in panic. Where can we escape? It is already upon us. The figure moved with such speed that one moment it was distant, and the next it was upon them, almost directly overhead. Yi Yun gazed at the heavens, her heart racing. Hide. If we cannot run, let us burrow underground, quickly. Calling out, her companions, Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi, swiftly complied. They dug a large pit beneath their feet and hastily buried themselves, leaving only a small opening to the surface to observe their surroundings. The others, witnessing this, were momentarily stunned. With frantic urgency, they hurriedly excavated the pit, their speed astonishing. Completing the task in the blink of an eye, all were trembling in fear, hiding beneath the earth, their terrified gazes fixed upon the dreadful phenomena that plagued the heavens above. The mortal beings, akin to mere ants, were fleeing for their lives. In the midst of this chaos, the imperial prince suddenly sensed an aura beneath him. However, he was being pursued and could not attend to Yi Yun and the others. Nevertheless, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him caused the ground below to collapse violently, deep abysses forming in an instant. The earth below resembled the aftermath of a colossal swarm of sharks, with dark fissures slicing through everything like knives. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Yi Yun and her companions, gasped in astonishment. Despair flooded their hearts. It was over. There was no escape. Hiding underground was futile. Just as the chasms were about to engulf them, a sudden burst of light descended, enveloping the group. A massive barrier materialized at that moment, just as countless fissures crashed against it with a deafening roar. The ground shook violently, yet they soon realized they were unharmed. Peering outward, they observed the terrifying cracks, which, despite being hundreds of feet away, seemed to collide with an invisible shield, shattering into oblivion. Were they saved? Yi Yun and her companions gasped for breath. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle voice resonated in their ears. You little ones, stay hidden here and do not venture out. Allow me to vanquish that celestial demon of the sacred realm before escorting you to safety. Chapter 131. The Fall of the Imperial Prince and the Soul Core of the Sacred Realm. As the words fell, Yi Yun and her companions were momentarily taken aback, sensing an uncanny familiarity in the voice. Yet, they could not immediately recall where they had heard it before. The others, however, were visibly shaken. Everyone promptly bowed in reverence to the void, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving our lives. In that instant, including Tianwen, all present were filled with profound appreciation for the elder who had suddenly appeared and rescued them. Do you not find this voice familiar? Yi Yun quietly inquired, transmitting her thoughts to Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi. Fu Qi paused, hesitatingly responding, It is indeed familiar, but why does this voice resemble the sovereign? It is the sovereign, Fu Hongyi immediately affirmed. Yi Yun and her companion trembled. Indeed, was this not the voice of their sovereign? Had the sovereign arrived in the divine demonic cavern? The group exchanged astonished glances, both awed and bewildered. Moreover, it seemed the sovereign was engaged in combat with a formidable sacred realm demon. Though they were unaware of the true nature of the demons, they understood the terror that the sacred realm embodied. At that moment, a sudden tremor shook the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a deafening roar and cries of despair. Following this, a voice, filled with desperation, reverberated through the cosmos. Who are you? Are you truly intent on exterminating me? Release me at once, or I shall retaliate with all my might, and you will surely suffer grievous wounds. The imperial prince was genuinely afraid. The enigmatic figure before him possessed the capability to vanquish him. The disparity in their strengths was beyond comprehension. From the very beginning, He had grossly misjudged the opponent's power. "Who are you?" The imperial prince bellowed in rage, retreating under relentless pursuit and assault, utterly humiliated. How could he endure this torment, being unaware of who was assaulting him? After a brief silence following his outburst, a light chuckle echoed through the heavens. "I am Shen Xiao." Upon hearing this declaration, the imperial prince was struck with shock, while the others felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Tianwen stood frozen, dazedly murmuring, "Shen Xiao. Is it the Shen Xiao I am thinking of?" Others, in disbelief, questioned, "Is it the Shen Xiao ranked first in points?" A gulp sounded from an unknown source, followed by a chorus of similar sounds. Everyone felt an overwhelming dryness in their throats, engulfed in astonishment and confusion. Shen Xiao. The Shen Xiao with the highest score was actually overpowering a sacred realm demon and compelling the demon to plead for mercy? This formidable figure, with nothing better to do than to contest rankings with them? Tianwen first experienced shock, then a complex swirl of emotions, culminating in utter despair. What a calamity! Were it not for Shen Xiao, he would have undoubtedly claimed the title of first in the divine demonic cavern. As it stood, Shen Xiao's mere presence could easily eclipse the collective scores of all others. How could one compete? A mere Zifu realm cultivator contending with a sage? It was indeed the sovereign. At this moment, Yi Yun, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi were all certain that this was the sect leader. Not only had he entered the divine demonic cave and claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, but he had also inadvertently saved their lives. And now he was engaged in a fierce battle with a celestial demon of the sacred realm. The three exchanged glances, having speculated endlessly about the identity of Shen Xiao, considering every possibility, yet they had never imagined that this individual was their sect leader. Or rather, they had suspected it, but dared not entertain the thought. After all, the sect leader was a saint. How could he possibly have the leisure to wander into the divine demonic cave? Suddenly, Fu Hongyi turned to Yi Yun, hesitating for a moment before nervously transmitting a thought. "Sister Yi Yun, you once said that if we found Shen Xiao, we should capture him and give him a good beating." "I never said that." Yi Yun's expression changed as she immediately denied it. She had not said it. Even if she had, no one else had heard it, and in any case, she refused to acknowledge it. If it were anyone else, that would be one thing. But Shen Xiao was actually the sect leader. How could she dare to admit such words? She feared that if it reached the sect leader's ears, she would inevitably face repercussions. Fu Hongyi couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to see the fearless Yi Yun in such a predicament. Roar! The sky was drenched in crimson, and all demonic energy along the way was instantly evaporated. Two colossal crimson fire dragons, accompanied by boundless thunder, roared toward the fleeing imperial sun, erupting with a deafening blast. Puff! The imperial sun staggered from the explosion, his body drenched in blood, utterly disheveled. A sense of urgency and despair grew within him. From the initial bravado and threats, to later curses and pleas for mercy, he now faced the depths of hopelessness. "No, I cannot die. I have only just stepped into the sacred realm, and I have yet to take revenge on those despicable humans. I have not yet completed the inheritance of my divine father's power, nor have I reached that exalted plane. How could I die here? How can I die here? I must escape. I will surely escape. As long as I can flee from the divine demonic cave, there are so many humans outside. If I can just find someone to possess and hide away, Shen Xiao will never be able to kill me, unless he intends to annihilate countless humans. I must escape. Once I do, I will have won." At that moment, the imperial sun had completely shed his earlier bravado, his mind solely focused on fleeing. Run. To escape is to triumph. No. Just then, the imperial sun's expression shifted as he beheld an endless expanse of raging thunderous fire that had appeared before him. Vast and boundless, the terrifying waves of energy emanating from it sent chills even through his sacred realm cultivation. He was surrounded by a sea of flames, with thunderous dragons roaring and roaming in every direction. It's over. He was trapped. How could he have escaped so far? The celestial demon of the sacred realm was indeed extraordinary. The heavens and earth suddenly split apart, and Zhang Shu emerged from within, his gaze calm as he regarded the utterly despondent emperor. In ordinary sacred realms, one could hardly endure against his current state for long. However, this celestial demon had inherited an overwhelming amount of power from the remnants of imperial corpses, rendering him somewhat formidable. Yet, this is where it ends. I refuse to accept this. The emperor roared. Suddenly, the sky turned crimson, and the entire divine and demonic realm transformed into an enormous furnace, where immense suns slowly ascended. A terrifying heat pervaded the cosmos, and the forces of flame and thunder roared with annihilation. Ah! The emperor cried out in agony. Even the sacred body forged from laws could not withstand the searing onslaught of those dread suns. He melted rapidly, his life force dissipating swiftly, transforming into ashes amidst his heart-wrenching screams. Once the demonic form had vanished, Zhang Shu remained composed, choosing not to withdraw immediately. Moments later, a ripple in the void heralded the appearance of a translucent specter, contorted and howling in rage, yet it too began to dissipate. Ultimately, a colossal pathway of laws shattered. With a thunderous boom, the body, soul, and laws were completely obliterated, marking the end of this sacred realm's celestial demon's existence. After the emperor's demise, just as Zhang Shu was about to depart, he suddenly reached out, summoning a radiant crystal core shimmering in the void toward himself. Is this a sacred realm soul core? Zhang Shu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 132. In laughter. Millions of demonic servants turned to ashes. Zhang Shu gazed at the resplendent crystal core in his hand, somewhat taken aback. The Holy Realm Soul Core. It is said that only the most elite beings of the Holy Realm, upon their demise, can leave behind such a soul core. This core possesses the extraordinary ability to assist a peak semi-holy in taking the final step into the true Holy Realm, rendering it exceedingly precious. However, this item holds no significance for Zhang Shu. He has no need for it. As for the others from the Xinjiao sect, they are even less in need, as their strength is quite feeble. Zhang Shu is confident that, given their future foundations and talents, they will never require this soul core, which can only be utilized by those at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. Even someone like Jiang Tianming, who may attain semi-holy peak strength through the Holy Dragon Staff, would still be unable to use it. One must meet the requisite cultivation standards to benefit from such a treasure. It is tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. Zhang Shu shook his head. Nevertheless, it is indeed a treasure. If word of it were to spread, countless powerful beings would undoubtedly covet it. For it is a passport into the Holy Realm. Even true saints would be stirred to desire it. Should it be offered to some at the peak of semi-holy, the immense favor of entering the Holy Realm would compel them to pay any price in exchange. More importantly, such an opportunity is nearly impossible to come by. For the Holy Realm Soul Core is far rarer than a true holy being. Moreover, the Soul Core in Zhang Shu's possession appears to be even more potent than the average Holy Realm Soul Core, likely related to the Imperial Demon-esque corpse. For now, it is of no immediate use. He shall store it away. Zhang Shu then turned his attention to the Divine Demon Cave, which was currently undergoing a cataclysmic battle surpassing the ordinary Holy Realm, leaving it riddled with wounds, countless laws shattered, and the heavens collapsing. The integrity of the cave has been compromised, and if this continues, it will not be long before it naturally collapses and vanishes entirely from this world. Henceforth, there may never again be a Divine Demon Cave. Boom. The distant sky continued to cave in, fragments of heaven cascading down. This place is on the brink of collapse. The Divine Demon Cave will soon become a relic of history. Jiang Tianming raised his gaze to witness this scene, a complexity of emotions swirling within his eyes. Although this place had imprisoned them for countless years, it is, after all, where they had grown up. The imminent destruction evokes an undeniable sense of sorrow. Suddenly, a radiant light gathered ahead, and a youthful figure materialized before the crowd. Jiang Tianming, Ji Changfeng, and the others rejoiced. Hastily bowing, we pay our respects to the sect master. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. Time is of the essence. There is no need for excessive formalities. I shall send you all out now, as this place is about to be obliterated. With that, he gestured, and the heavens split apart. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming and the others wasted no time, stepping forward eagerly, filled with exhilaration at the prospect of finally leaving this place. After sending this group away, Zhang Shu sought out Yi Yun and the others, as well as the residents of Zhenma village who had departed earlier, ensuring their safe passage. After all had been sent away, he looked back at the ever-diminishing Divine Demon Cave, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his countenance. Time to exchange rewards. As Zhang Shuxin's thoughts stirred, he exchanged all the points he had acquired for rewards. nearly emptying the treasure trove of the divine demon cave. In truth, given his current prowess, he could have easily shattered the rules to seize the treasures directly. However, it was far preferable to circumvent any unnecessary troubles. Once he completed this task, Zhang Shu's figure slowly faded away. After a brief moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire miniature world of the divine demon cave rapidly disintegrated. Countless remnants of malevolent creatures were obliterated as they succumbed to extreme reluctance and despair. From this day forth, the divine demon cave would cease to exist. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Jiang Tianming and his companions appeared, their expressions were momentarily frozen in astonishment. Overwhelmed by the scene before them, the air was thick with a potent aura of demonic energy. Was there a demonic plague in the outside realm as well? As they stood in stunned silence, a thunderous laugh echoed from the heavens. Ha ha ha, Huang Fuzhan, today marks your demise. A figure was violently hurled backward, drenched in blood and in a state of utter disarray. None other than the ancestral elder of the Tianqing royal family, Huang Fuzhan. At this moment, Huang Fuzhan's right arm was severed at the shoulder, his chest thoroughly pierced, and his body was marred with numerous wounds. The fluctuations of his inherent powers had nearly been extinguished, rendering him on the brink of death. The royal ancestor said nothing, merely fixing his gaze upon the heavenly pool saint. The saint, though somewhat disheveled, appeared to be in a far better state than Huang Fuzhan. With a formidable ethereal figure looming behind him, an imposing manifestation of the peak of the saint realm, the heavenly demon, whose laughter was chilling and sinister. Huang Fuzhan, prepare for your journey, the heavenly pool saint proclaimed. The Tianqing kingdom shall gladly accept your demise. With that, the two conjured vast forces, charging toward Huang Fuzhan. At this moment, Huang Fuzhan's body swayed perilously, his injuries grievous, his mental faculties torn asunder, and his physical form severely battered. The potency of his laws had been greatly diminished. Even without opposition, his time was short. The very act of flight had become a strenuous endeavor, leaving him utterly incapable of resisting the combined assault of two peak semi-saints. Upon witnessing the approaching figures, Huang Fuzhan made no attempt at resistance. He lacked the strength to do so. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the distant Tianqing landscape, towards the direction of the Shenxiao sect, and slowly closed his eyes. This is fate. Today, I am destined to fall here. In truth, he need not have come. With his strength, had he chosen to flee, even the united forces of two peak semi-saints would have been unable to detain him. Yet, a lingering sense of obligation resided within him. He had promised that person to care for their child, and now, he was fulfilling that vow, a way to repay the kindness that had once been bestowed upon Tianqing. In the past, Tianqing had faced several existential crises, all of which had been thwarted by that individual. Now that this person had vanished, the royal ancestor found himself powerless. Nonetheless, he resolved to expend every ounce of his strength to protect the Shenxiao sect and safeguard that child. It may seem foolish, yet such was Huang Fuzhan's nature. He believed in repaying both enmity and gratitude alike. With a resounding boom, the scene unfolded. As Huang Fuzhan awaited his fate with closed eyes, an unexpected stillness enveloped the universe, rendering the very fabric of existence immobile. The approaching heavenly lake saint and the pinnacle of the half-saints found themselves suddenly paralyzed, their expressions filled with sheer terror. Huang Fuzhan, bewildered, opened his eyes, questioning what transpired. In the next moment, the heavenly lake saint, amidst his horrified gaze, realized with dread that his body began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into ashes that cascaded downwards. From his wounds, flashes of countless lightning and flames could be discerned. Both the heavenly lake saint and the heavenly demon cried out in agony, swiftly reduced to mere ashes. These two pinnacle half-saints had perished in an instant. This scene left countless onlookers in a state of astonishment. Soon after, they observed the demonic energy in the atmosphere rapidly igniting and vanishing, as countless thunderbolts surged forth, leading to the instantaneous obliteration of innumerable demonic servants. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The expressions of numerous powerful beings turned blank, their shock rendering them speechless. In mere moments, tens of thousands, even millions of demonic servants had turned to dust. What extraordinary power is this? Chapter 133. The Supreme Elder. In an instant, countless individuals were left in a state of astonishment. Even the powerful beings who were desperately fleeing gradually ceased their movements, gazing with wide-eyed disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Am I dreaming? Are they all dead? All those demonic servants and the revered saint of the heavenly pool have vanished? My heavens! The strong ones stood dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes vigorously, convinced they were in a dream. What is happening? Is this the true sacred realm? Huang Fujian looked up in shock, disregarding everything else as he swiftly scanned the surroundings. Countless demonic servants had instantly disintegrated, and the saint of the heavenly pool had not even had time to utter more words before vanishing, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. In the void, remnants of terrifying thunder and flames lingered ominously. Are we saved? Countless people stared blankly at this scene, tears of joy streaming down their faces. How wonderful! They had survived. The demonic aura had dissipated. They could finally leave this place. The members of the Divine Sky Sect stood in a daze, staring at the sky. Xian wore a blank expression, bewildered. Had they truly survived? She then turned her gaze towards Elder Yuzhan, who was now in a weakened state, barely conscious. The 12 golden men were also gravely injured, though powerful enough to rival those in the Nirvana realm. They were still far too weak to withstand the peak of the half-saint, the saint of the heavenly pool, even for a single strike. At this moment, the entire world was in a slight uproar. Suddenly, Huang Fujian's vision darkened, and his body swayed violently before he plummeted straight down. With the great foe gone, he felt his thoughts becoming increasingly ethereal. Ancestor! The 7th princess rushed over, and those of the Divine Sky Sect who could still move followed closely behind, their eyes filled with concern and gratitude. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the royal ancestor, who had intervened against the saint of the heavenly pool, they would all have perished. This injury. Xian leaned in for a closer look, and her expression instantly changed. The royal ancestor's wounds were far more terrifying than Elder Yuzhan's. Any other person would have perished long ago. The mere fact that he had endured until now was a testament to an extraordinary willpower. At that moment, Elder Yuzhan slowly regained consciousness and approached to examine the situation. His complexion was pale as he spoke. There is no hope. His injuries are far too severe. His spiritual essence is shattered, and the power of the laws has nearly been obliterated. Even if he survives, he will be rendered a mere shell of his former self. The royal ancestor had lived far too long. Once reduced to an ordinary person, even without any injuries, his mortal lifespan would diminish in an instant. Ancestor. The 7th princess swayed, her expression bleak. She held no doubt in Elder Yuzhan's words, for anyone could see that Huang Fujian's condition was utterly dire. His essence was rapidly fading, and he was on the brink of collapse. Once the protection of their ancestor was lost, the entire Tianqing dynasty would lose its greatest shield, plunging it into imminent peril. The impending downfall of the royal family would inevitably affect countless citizens, leading to untold suffering and casualties. I am sorry. I am powerless to help. Elder Yu truly sighed, recognizing that this injury was beyond her ability to heal. At that moment, Huang Fujian stirred slightly. Even at the brink of death, he exhibited little fear, only a trace of regret and unwillingness. Shao Qi, should I perish, the Tianqing dynasty may find itself in turmoil. Inform the royal family to prepare for the worst. If they are willing to let go, they might lead their kin away from the Tianqing dynasty and establish a modest family elsewhere, thus ensuring their survival. Otherwise, they risk annihilation. After imparting these words, Huang Fujian's breath grew even weaker. Suddenly, a colossal rift tore through the heavens before him, and in an instant, a radiant light surged forth, darting directly towards the royal ancestor. The others, witnessing this, were struck with panic, fearing a covert assault from a powerful adversary, yet they were too late to intervene. The royal ancestor, powerless, could only watch as events unfolded. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Instead, the light contained a brilliant crystal core, which embedded itself within the royal ancestor's being. In that moment, Huang Fujian felt his waning strength rapidly rejuvenate. In the blink of an eye, he regained his former peak, and his injuries began to mend. Vaguely, he sensed the restoration of his fragmented mental energy, physical form, and even his power of laws, all swiftly amplifying. The royal ancestor suddenly perceived that he had grasped a pivotal opportunity, his heart a tumult of shock and exhilaration, mingled with disbelief. In the next instant, A figure flickered into existence from the void. The disciples of the Shenxiao sect, upon seeing this, erupted in joyous exclamations, bowing in reverence. Sect Master. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Shu. The crystal core he had cast forth was the sacred soul core acquired from the slaying of the imperial scion. Zhang Shu, now vastly more formidable than before, felt an uncanny familiarity upon encountering Huang Fuzhan's aura, his memories drifting back to that night steeped in bloodshed. After several shifts in expression, he ultimately resolved to act. This act could be regarded as a repayment for the life-saving grace of your. Zhang Shu ultimately spoke but a single sentence. Huang Fuzhan, sensing the transformation within himself, turned to Zhang Shu, astonished to see the once diminutive boy had now ascended to the 9th level of nirvana, leaving him profoundly shaken. In this moment, Huang Fuzhan's heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment. Yet, there was no time for further discourse. His current state was exceptionally unique. He had vaguely touched upon a coveted realm and needed to enter seclusion immediately. Should he miss this opportunity, not only could the backlash from his injuries lead to his demise, but he would also bear lifelong regret. You have grown. Huang Fuzhan offered no further words, merely casting a benevolent glance at Zhang Shu. He had hoped to converse longer, but the timing was not auspicious. Seeing him safe, the elder felt a sense of relief. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out again. I have many inquiries that I wish to pose. Zhang Shu nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. Huang Fuzhan rose to his feet, a formidable force of the law subtly emanating from him, as if he were on the cusp of transcending to a higher realm. He felt an urgent need to return to the royal palace and enter seclusion to strive for the true sanctity. Before departing, he paused and inquired, "Might I be permitted to join the Shenxiao sect?" Zhang Shu was taken aback, silent for a moment before responding, "As you wish." He added, "Should you join, I shall grant you a position as a supreme elder." Excellent. With that proclamation, Huang Fuzhan and the 7th princess vanished without a trace, departing as swiftly as the wind. There was no excess dialogue, nor any formalities exchanged. The conversation between them was laden with an awkward tension, leaving bystanders bewildered. However, when it came to the sect master, the members of the Shenxiao sect dared not inquire further and remained respectfully at a distance, silently marveling. The royal ancestor has recovered? Truly, the sect master is remarkable. Such a grievous injury, and yet he can restore himself in an instant? A supreme elder, a royal ancestor? At that moment, gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Oblivious to the immense sacrifice Zhang Shu made to save Huang Fuzhan, a soul core of the sanctified realm, capable of inciting a cataclysmic conflict, rivaling, if not surpassing, the upheaval of the demon and divine cave. As Huang Fuzhan departed, Zhang Shu quietly exhaled, feeling an inexplicable relief. Strangely enough, each time he faced a member of the royal family, particularly Huang Fuzhan, a peculiar discomfort would arise within him. He had once thought this sentiment stemmed from hatred or murderous intent, yet upon reflection, it was something else entirely, more akin to a lingering resentment towards a familial elder. An unexplainable grievance, a silent protest, an accusation. This emotion was born only from a relationship that had reached a certain depth. Throughout their interaction, Zhang Shu and Huang Fuzhan exchanged scarcely a handful of words. The peril threatening the Shenxiao sect was met with Huang Fuzhan's arrival. A fierce battle ensued, nearly leading to ruin, yet it remained unspoken. Zhang Shu sacrificed the soul core of the sanctified realm without uttering a single word of explanation. In contrast, with anyone else, even those close to him, Zhang Shu would have felt compelled to coax them into expressing gratitude. Yet, when confronting Huang Fuzhan, he felt no such need, as though it were entirely unnecessary. This peculiar dynamic, seemingly distant, nevertheless exuded an understanding of trust and closeness that was difficult for outsiders to grasp. Having resolved the demonic threat of the cave, and after bidding farewell to Huang Fuzhan, Zhang Shu released a gentle breath. He believed that it would not be long before the Tianqing dynasty would witness the emergence of a true sage, far beyond the former red dust sage or the heavenly pool sage. With the soul core fortified by imperial power, once Huang Fuzhan ascended to the sanctified realm, his prowess would likely be terrifyingly formidable. It remained uncertain what heights he would achieve. Before long, Zhang Shu ceased to dwell on such thoughts. With Huang Fuzhan's departure and the battle's conclusion, the immense, indescribable power within Zhang Shu swiftly dissipated, leaving him with a profound sense of fatigue. The members of the Shenxiao sect had all gathered, including Yi Yun and others, alongside the formidable warriors from the Demon Suppression Village and the Demon Conquering Village. Everyone exchanged curious glances, as it was their first encounter. Observing the crowd, Zhang Shu waved his hand. "Please introduce yourselves to one another. I shall retreat for a time. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance." Chapter 134. Congratulations to the Duke of the State in the royal capital of the Tianqing dynasty. Within the ancestral hall, a figure glanced at the numerous fate tablets displayed inside. After a brief pause, he stealthily slipped away. The figure hastened towards the outside, swiftly leaving the palace. After winding through several turns and ensuring he was not being followed, he silently arrived at the Duke of the State's residence. Entering quietly through the back door, the Duke had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing the newcomer, he inquired with palpable tension, "What news? What is the situation?" The visitor, an elderly man with long hair and a short beard, smiled gently in response. "I report to you, my Lord Duke, that I have confirmed it. Huang Fuzhan's fate tablet is dim and filled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. His time is nearly up. I feared that the moment it breaks would attract too much attention, so I left early. It is likely that Huang Fuzhan has already completely perished." Upon hearing this news, the Duke was instantly elated, exclaiming repeatedly, "Excellent! Truly splendid! Once Huang Fuzhan is dead, the Tianqing royal family will lose this guardian deity, and the rest will be inconsequential. At last, I have awaited this day." Haraha! The Duke laughed heartily. According to Tianqing's customs, a duke should not refer to himself as this king. Yet the Duke chose to do so, and the royal family made no comment on the matter. This silence indicated that the Duke, or rather, the forces he represented, held considerable influence. The elderly man chuckled. "Congratulations, Duke of the State." "No, it should be Your Majesty. With Huang Fuzhan's fall, the royal family has lost this formidable support. As for the current ruler, although he is in the Nirvana realm, he is still insufficiently prepared and poses no threat. When Your Majesty reclaims what is rightfully yours and ascends to that position, please do not forget the old man." The elder's use of the term reclaim suggested that the throne rightfully belonged to the Duke, which delighted him further, prompting another round of laughter. "Rest assured," the Duke said, his laughter booming, "once I occupy that position and thoroughly cleanse the remnants of the Huangfu family, there will undoubtedly be many vacancies. I shall not forget your contributions. The position of Duke will be yours." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the elderly man exclaimed with great joy. He was merely a practitioner of the Radiant Sun realm, assigned to guard the ancestral hall, yet he had caught the Duke's attention and was subsequently bought off. Under normal circumstances, he would never have wielded significant power, let alone the title of Duke. These dukes and nobles publicly claimed to be of the Radiant Sun realm, yet in truth, who among them did not harbor hidden strengths? Just as the Duke was rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun realm, was that truly the case? In fact, the Duke had long surpassed the Nirvana realm. Moreover, among the other dukes and nobles, over 90% were strong practitioners of the Nirvana realm, with some even being formidable figures within it. In terms of overall strength, the Tianqing dynasty is likely more formidable than the combined forces of the Tianqi and Hongqian sanctuaries. However, the persistent internal strife within Tianqing has resulted in a lack of unity among its factions, rendering it less formidable than the cohesive front presented by the sanctuaries. Additionally, the imperial ancestors had long concealed their true power, fearing that the two sanctuaries would perceive a threat and unite against Tianqing, which would exacerbate the situation. Conversely, the current state of affairs, where they remain concealed, allows the two sanctuaries to act covertly while remaining within manageable limits. "Now that the matter is settled, you may take your leave," commanded the Duke of the State, waving his hand, prompting the elder to withdraw hastily. Yet the Duke did not depart nor make any other movements. Instead, he lingered, awaiting further developments. Gradually, several figures arrived stealthily, reporting information identical to that provided by the earlier elder with the short beard. At this revelation, the Duke could no longer contain the elation swelling within him. "Excellent! Oh, Huang Fuzhan, you have finally met your end," he exclaimed. "For years I have bided my time, amassing strength and holding back, all in anticipation of this day. Indeed, the holy envoy did not deceive me. They have truly slain Huang Fuzhan. Fortune smiles upon me." His laughter erupted uncontrollably, resonating throughout the Duke's residence. causing countless servants and maids to scatter in panic, filled with trepidation. With Huang Fuzhan's demise, the duke surmised that, according to the promises of the Holy Envoy, many powerful allies of the royal family would also suffer significant losses. Although the specific events remained unclear to him, he had gleaned some understanding of the tremendous disturbance emanating from the divine demon cave, prompting him to speculate about the mysteries it might have birthed. The primary objective, however, remained clear: to seize the royal family. The duke sighed, having awaited this day for far too long. He had even forsaken the divine demon cave, dedicating all his efforts to strategizing against the royal family. Now, with Huang Fuzhan's fall, the greatest obstacle had vanished, and he felt assured of his impending success. After centuries of waiting, his desires were finally within reach. At that moment, the duke gazed skyward, feeling a profound solitude akin to snow and a sense of invincibility. Suddenly, he turned and commanded, "Summon the people. Issue the secret signal, gathering all those fellows at the duke's residence. This is our final opportunity and our greatest hope. Inform them that should we fail this time, my demise is certain, and they shall not fare well either. If any treachery occurs at this critical juncture, let it be known that I shall abandon the assault on the Tianqing royal family and will not hesitate to turn against them with all my might. Submit to me, and once our goal is achieved, they will be richly rewarded. However, should anyone dare to stab me in the back or refrain from aiding our cause, hoping to profit from our mutual destruction, they shall know the consequences." As the words fell, the guards swiftly departed into the darkness, evidently following the Duke of Ding's command to relay orders. Huang Fuyuan, the Emperor of Tianqing, you probably cannot fathom the multitude of surprises I have prepared to contend with you this time. Had Huang Fuzhan still been present, success might have been truly elusive. However, now, what was once a formidable challenge has seemingly simplified considerably. Await your fate. Cherish these final moments. Soon, the Tianqing royal family will cease to exist. The Duke of Ding murmured softly, then took a deep breath. Though his heart raced with excitement, he knew that the closer one approached the climax, the more one must remain composed. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, before striking at the royal family, it would be prudent to clear away some obstacles. For instance, the Yi family. The Duke of Ding curled the corners of his mouth, his gaze suddenly taking on a languid demeanor. Chapter 135. Yi Yun's Unease. Journey to the Yi family at the Shenxiao Sect. A group of individuals exchanged glances, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Some instinctively turned their gaze towards Elder Yuzhen, recalling how the sect leader had once prompted them to introduce themselves upon her initial arrival. How infuriating! The sect leader shifts the blame again. Someone muttered silently. Fortunately, the proceedings unfolded smoothly, devoid of major setbacks, and both parties displayed utmost cordiality. Elder Yuzhen expressed her astonishment. "I never anticipated that such events would transpire within the realms of the divine demonic cave. The horrors of the demonic forces were merely hinted at in an ancient tome I encountered. Who would have thought I would witness it firsthand this time?" Furthermore, Elders Jiang and Ji were exceptional individuals, leading tens of thousands to persist for centuries in such arduous conditions. Truly admirable. Jiang Tianming chuckled. "Not at all. Had it not been for the arrival of the sect leader, we would have likely turned to dust long ago. Truly, it is our fortune to have encountered the sect leader." At this, Elder Yuzhen's demeanor grew solemn, echoing his sentiments. "Indeed, had we not crossed paths with the sect leader, my situation would not have been much better than that of Jiang Tianming and the others. In some respects, it might have been even more dire. It is precisely because of the sect leader that we have been granted a new future." Clearing her throat, Elder Yuzhen suddenly turned pale, her body swaying violently. Zxian, filled with concern, rushed to support her, urging, "Teacher, please rest. Your injuries are severe. Continuing like this may jeopardize your foundation." Elder Yuzhen, her face ashen, offered an apologetic smile to the group. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Ji Changfeng hastily interjected, "Your injuries are critical." The others nodded in agreement. Elder Yuzhen had exerted tremendous effort. Had she not reacted in time to withstand a peak semi-saint strike, the hard-won Shenxiao sect would have been decimated in an instant. These disciples were the very foundation of the sect. As conversations resumed, Yi Yun felt a sudden wave of unease, her mind wandering. "Yi Yun, what troubles you?" 11 noticed her troubled expression and inquired with concern. Yi Yun, bewildered by her own racing heart, sensed an impending crisis. Elder 11. I can't quite explain it, but I feel a sense of dread. It seems something has occurred within my family, and I must return. Upon hearing her words, the others paused their discussions. You may return, but it is too dangerous to go alone. Elders 11 and the others hesitated, aware of the precarious situation of Yi Yun's family. They contemplated accompanying her, yet they were all severely injured, their combat prowess diminished. Even if they went, their contributions would likely be minimal. Just then, Jiang Tianming stepped forward, smiling warmly. If you all deem it appropriate, allow me, an old man, to escort this young lady back to her family. As long as no peak semi-saints intervene, it should pose no challenge. Instantly, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with hope. 11 promptly declared, Elder, your willingness to assist is most appreciated. With this assurance, the assembly felt a wave of relief. The Grand Elder possessed strength rivaling that of a late-stage semi-saint. Such prowess would undoubtedly ensure the safety of Yi Yun, even within the vast expanse of the Tianqing Kingdom. Currently, unless the sect leader or a royal ancestor intervened, who could possibly contend with Jiang Tianming? Count me among them, remarked Ji Changfeng with a casual tone. With their presence, the arrival of any ordinary strongman would be futile. However, 11 shook his head, stating, Elder Ji, it would be best for you to remain. Not due to any lack of trust in your capabilities, but as the sect leader is currently in seclusion, our sect requires formidable guardians to maintain its stability. Ji Changfeng hesitated, recognizing the validity of this reasoning, and eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, there will be other opportunities to explore. For now, it is crucial to oversee the sect and perhaps take a preliminary look at its location. They were indeed filled with curiosity about the Xinjiao sect. Although they were now considered part of it, had they not even visited the sect itself? We wish to accompany you. Suddenly, Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi chimed in, with Fu Hongyi asserting, Sister Yi is returning to her family. We also wish to contribute our strength. 11 glanced at Jiang Tianming, who laughed heartily. No worries. Let them join us. A mere handful of people is within my capability to protect. Ji Changfeng added, aside from Tianming. Let Bai Zhun and Sheng Yuan accompany us as well. Their presence would enhance our safety. Jiang Tianming voiced no objections. 11 and the others had longed to suggest this, but hesitated to do so. With Ji Changfeng's initiative, they breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This arrangement is splendid. Once the plans were sufficiently laid, Jiang Tianming proclaimed, in that case, it is better to act promptly. Let us proceed to the young lady's family without delay. 11 and the others nodded in agreement. Then let us return to the sect. A voice hesitantly spoke up. What about the sect leader? 11 shook his head. The sect leader likely had urgent matters and has already returned. Rest assured, the sect leader is highly capable and uninjured. No one can threaten him. There is no need for us to worry about the sect leader. Unless multiple saints were to act in concert, why should we be concerned? Furthermore, where would one find multiple saints within the Tianqing Kingdom? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an immediate sense of reassurance. Soon, they divided into two groups, one returning to the sect while 11 and his companions were tasked with finding a location nearby to accommodate the villagers from Fumo Village and Jinma Village. Jinma Village posed little issue, yet the villagers of Fumo Village, with their peculiar dispositions, would likely face challenges in integrating into the outside world, a matter that was quite troublesome. On another note, Jiang Tianming, accompanied by Yi Yun and others, ascended into the sky. With a gentle toss of the holy dragon staff, a colossal dragon erupted forth, roaring fiercely as it swiftly streaked towards the heavens. Its immense body twisted and turned, countless dragon scales shimmering brilliantly, its eyes radiating authority. With a thunderous roar, it surged towards the direction of the Yi family. The Yi family is situated within the imperial city of Tianqing. At this moment, the atmosphere of Tianqing Imperial City felt eerily tranquil, a tension palpable in the stillness, as if a storm were imminent. Typically bustling with activity, the royal city now appeared desolate, with very few figures in sight. Everyone was acutely aware that something significant was about to unfold. Within the Yi residence, the family head, numerous elders, and an ancient figure long absent from the world gathered together, the ambience laden with gravity. After a prolonged silence, one voice cautiously broke through. The atmosphere in the imperial city is unsettling. The forces of Duke Dinghua have encircled and besieged the royal family. The royal family has made no response, seemingly acquiescing to Duke Dingwa's actions. Esteemed colleagues, the heavens are about to change. Chapter 136. The Anxious Yi Family. Internal saboteurs, a storm is brewing. The forces of the Duke of Dingwa have completely surrounded the imperial palace, yet the royal family remains unresponsive. How can this be? Under ordinary circumstances, the royal family would erupt in furious retaliation, swiftly obliterating the Duke of Dingwa's forces. Even if total annihilation were not feasible, they would undoubtedly deliver a severe reprimand, rather than remaining inert, as if tacitly endorsing the Duke's actions. The current predicament can only indicate one possibility. The head of the Yi family sighed deeply, his tone laced with concern. It seems the royal family is in dire straits. Rumors circulate that the royal ancestor has perished. The truth of this matter remains uncertain, yet the royal family's lack of action suggests that a grave issue is indeed at hand. Should the royal family encounter misfortune, the Yi family is unlikely to escape unscathed. For years, the Yi family has endured relentless oppression from the Duke of Dingwa. Had it not been for the royal family's clandestine support, they would have been devoured long ago. How could they possibly exist in such stability now? However, should the royal family falter, the Yi family will inevitably face calamity. Have we received any news from the individuals we dispatched to secretly investigate the palace? The head of the Yi family suddenly inquired. An elder shook his head, his expression grim. All attempts at communication have failed. We have lost contact with everyone. Only one individual managed to relay information, but we quickly lost touch with them. The entire palace, inside and out, has been sealed off. No one can enter. Not even a fly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Clearly, the situation is evolving towards the most disastrous outcome. They remain unaware of the exact circumstances, nor do they comprehend that the royal family's closure of the palace stems from a blend of weakened power and the need to conceal the ancestors' secret advancement to the sacred realm. This information must not leak. Should it attract the covetous gaze of opportunists, it could incite the intervention of unfamiliar sacred realm entities. After all, a being in the midst of a breakthrough represents an unparalleled treasure. With but a slight disturbance, it is conceivable to create a puppet or servant of the sacred realm. Such temptation is immense for those within the sacred realm, as it signifies a potential doubling of combat strength. Furthermore, should Huang Fujian succeed in his breakthrough, he may surpass the capabilities of ordinary sacred realm beings. It can be asserted that the royal family is at its most powerful juncture. As Huang Fujian approaches his ascent to the sacred realm, yet simultaneously, they are at their most vulnerable. A minor misstep could lead to their utter destruction. Thus, the current sovereign, Huang Fuyuan, decisively enacted a lockdown of the royal family, sealing all information concerning the ancestor, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting the palace until the ancestor's breakthrough is fully realized. To produce another being of the sacred realm, all else must be disregarded. At this juncture, it is imperative to discern priorities. Moreover, without the monumental presence of the ancestor, the royal family's strength may dwindle to a mere fraction of its former self, struggling to maintain its existence. Coupled with the Duke of Dingwa's long-planned maneuvers, the royal family finds itself caught off guard by a sudden eruption of circumstances. They are truly at their wits' end. However, the actions of the royal family remain shrouded in mystery to the outside world, and even among the royal members, with only a select few privy to the truth. The rest are left in a state of anxiety, aware only that the ancestral figure appears to have fallen. At this moment, the imperial city is besieged by an impending storm. The members of the Yi family are in a state of lamentation. Trouble looms. Indeed, it is a dire predicament. The sudden mishap involving the royal ancestor and the unexpected aggression from the Duke of Dingwa seem to be a curious coincidence. Yet they also bear the hallmarks of a long-conceived plot. What path lies ahead for the Yi family? The head of the Yi family is engulfed in anguish. Having finally allied with the royal family, that support has now vanished, leaving the Yi family at odds with the Duke of Dingwa, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. With annihilation a constant threat, an elder hesitantly suggested, "Patriarch, perhaps we should seize this moment to swiftly relocate our family. Taking our kin away from the imperial city and even the Tianxing kingdom, we could find another place to settle our clan." The head of the Yi family furrowed his brow. Others sighed and outright dismissed this notion. It's impractical. Setting aside the fact that the Duke of Dingwa would not simply allow our departure, once we leave the Tianxing kingdom, we would be venturing into unfamiliar territory. Establishing our roots would inevitably lead to conflicts with other forces, resulting in significant losses, and a misstep could incite the local powers to retaliate, leaving us in peril once more. Some voiced their disdain, blaming Yi Yun for provoking the Duke of Dinghua. In my opinion, we should capture her and hand her over to the Duke, thereby aligning ourselves with the Duke's estate. The royal family is on the verge of collapse. It is futile to continue hoping for their support. Silence. The head of the Yi family declared. Yi Yun is the hope of our family. If she falls into the hands of the Duke, it would be akin to leaping into an abyss from which there is no return. I cannot condone this course of action. One individual sneered. Then what do you propose we do? With no hope from the royal family and the Duke watching us closely, shall we simply endure until our family is extinguished? Indecision will lead to our downfall. Everyone, please be silent. The head of the Yi family spoke slowly, causing all to fall silent. He surveyed the room and sighed. Yi Yun cannot be surrendered. The strength of the Yi family has always been rooted in our resolve. We cannot resort to sacrificing our kin in the hopes of appeasing our adversaries. This matter is not to be raised again. A scoff was heard, and the head of the Yi family's expression grew stern. He stated coolly, I care not for any promises the Duke may have made to certain individuals. Do not create turmoil at such a critical juncture, or I shall take it upon myself to cleanse our ranks. As these words resonated, a chill swept through the air. The one who had previously suggested handing over Yi Yun fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if an ominous force had locked onto him, ready to strike him down at any moment, leaving him too frightened to entertain any further treacherous thoughts. Others observed this scene with a cold smile. Fools! Who is Yi Yun? She is the niece of the current patriarch, the granddaughter of the Yi family's ancestor. Not only is she exceptionally gifted, but she is also deeply cherished. At such a moment, the suggestion to surrender Yi Yun seems reckless, for who would dare provoke the clan leader? Truly, one must be blinded by greed. At this juncture, the head of the Yi family spoke calmly. I advise you all not to entertain thoughts of evasion, nor to seek humiliation through submission. Otherwise, even if you gain some advantage, you may find yourselves with a life to gain, but no life to enjoy it. As he spoke, he cast another glance at the individual from earlier. That person shrank back, silent, yet their eyes darted about, harboring a glimmer of malice, as if silently awaiting something. The members of the Yi family continued their discussions. Before long, the entire Yi family estate shuddered violently. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically, save for one individual in the corner, who revealed a ruthless smile. Chapter 137. The Great Calamity of the Yi Family. What is this? An ominous presence approaches, bombarding the family's protective formation. After a mere second of stunned disbelief, everyone, including the head of the Yi family and numerous elders, swiftly reacted, darting into the outside world, their gazes drawn skyward. Above, a colossal warship advanced slowly, resembling a mountain suspended over the heads of the living, exuding an astonishing weight and oppressive aura, casting vast shadows over the land. The underside of the ship bore countless intricate formations, spreading outward in all directions. Boom! Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed forth, akin to the roar of an ancient beast. In the next moment, the immense vessel unleashed a towering beam of light, 100 feet in width, imbued with terrifying destructive power, hurtling down toward the Yi family. The beam targeted the main hall of the Yi family, aiming directly at the head of the family and his companions. This is bad. It is the alchemical airship of the Duke of Dinghua. They have mobilized such a devastating weapon against my Yi family. The Duke intends to annihilate us entirely. The elders were struck with horror upon witnessing this. The head of the Yi family, unable to utter more words, his gaze icy, issued a low command. The immense family formation surged upward, rapidly contracting, as mysterious and powerful lines erupted with resplendent light, swiftly shrinking from a vast expanse of tens of thousands of feet to a mere 100 feet. In that moment, the formation shone brilliantly like the blazing sun. The beam of light collided with the formation with a thunderous crash. Boom! Crack! Everyone's expression shifted dramatically as they beheld the family's grand formation. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage Nirvana cultivator, now riddled with cracks after a single blow, its radiance flickering uncertainly. The head of the Yi family's countenance paled, He never anticipated that the family's most formidable defense would falter so easily. Yield, ye family. The upper echelons shall commit suicide on the spot and hand over Yi Yun. Comply, and you shall be spared. Otherwise, today will witness a bloodbath, leaving no survivors. A voice, resonant like the tolling of a bell, echoed from the warship, swiftly reaching the ears of all below. The faces of those who heard the proclamation turned ashen. They fixated on the chilling phrase, a bloodbath of the Yi family. The elder who had previously suggested surrendering Yi Yun now flashed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Seizing the moment to shout, "Head of the family, what are you hesitating for? Quickly give the order to bring Yi Yun back. Do you truly wish to watch as every member of the Yi family perishes, our centuries-old legacy obliterated? Silence. Duke of Dinghua, do you not fear that the other families will feel disheartened and unite to storm your estate?" The head of the Yi family's expression was one of utmost despair. He had never expected the Duke to strike first against the Yi family. The speed of this assault was astonishing. He had no time to react or formulate a response. You have 10 breaths to contemplate your decision. Should you continue to resist, there will be no mercy. The cold voice continued to reverberate, showing no regard for the threats of the Yi family's elders. The patriarch of the Yi family seethed with fury. What a splendid duke of the state. Today, even if the Yi family faces annihilation, I shall ensure that you all pay dearly. With a commanding voice, he called upon the elders, form ranks, and prepare for battle. Yet, a chill suddenly gripped his heart as he surveyed the assembly. Fewer than half of the elders stood in solidarity. His icy gaze fell upon the others, including the elder who had suggested sending Yi Yun to negotiate peace. Coldly, he demanded, "Did you not hear the command? Are you betraying the Yi family?" At that moment, the aforementioned elder stepped forward, bowing towards the warships above before turning to face the family head. "Alas, my lord, your words are misguided. It is not we who betray the Yi family. It is you who would plunge it into an abyss of no return. You possess courage. Go forth to your demise alone. What need is there to drag us into this fate? Ask those gathered here, how many are willing to perish alongside you?" As these words echoed, the patriarch glanced downward, and indeed, the majority of those present bowed their heads in silence, subtly distancing themselves from him. Only a scant few remained willing to stand by his side. In that moment, the patriarch fell silent, and the elders who had pledged their loyalty also lapsed into quietude. One elder sighed, his heart heavy with regret. The Yi family was no longer the fearless entity it once was. Through the years of development, although the Yi family had grown significantly, with several members reaching the Nirvana realm, the increase in numbers had bred division. They had forgotten the very foundation upon which the Yi family had thrived. Long ago, the founder of the Yi family was but an ordinary merchant. In a world dominated by cultivators, how arduous was it for mortals to carve out a place for themselves? The founder possessed nothing but an indomitable spirit and an unwavering resolve to unite. It was these qualities that propelled the Yi family from its humble beginnings to its current standing, recognized even in the imperial city as a first-rate clan. At this juncture, fewer than a third of the Yi family remained, and among the strong, scarcely half were present. The Yi family's ability to stand firm against external pressures, with no one daring to oppress them, was not solely due to the support of the royal family, though that played a part. More crucial was the unyielding unity and determination of the Yi family, ready to fight and die rather than yield. Who would dare to act recklessly against such a family? Even the Duke's household had to weigh the cost of obliterating the Yi family, fearing significant repercussions. Yet now, a somber silence enveloped the gathering. The elder who had spoken previously, seeing the patriarch's silence, raised his voice in a thunderous declaration. "Hear me. The family head has lost his senses, seeking to lead the Yi family to ruin for the sake of one Yi Yun, driven by selfish desires, plunging the entire clan into irredeemable despair. Now, who among us does not wish to evade death? Join me in the endeavor to reconstruct the illustrious Yi family. I am prepared to lead everyone in allegiance to the Duke's residence. The Yi family shall only grow in strength. We are willing to act. Let us vanquish these self-serving beings and restore the Yi family." Upon hearing these words, countless formidable members of the Yi family erupted in a fervent roar, completely opposing the family head. Only a few remained unmoved. Witnessing this, one could only sigh in despair. What a foolish assembly. This matter transcends Yi Yun. It pertains to the very backbone of the Yi family. If the backbone is shattered, can the family endure? The countenance of the Yi family head turned entirely frigid. Yi Gui, you are the one truly leading the Yi family into ruin. Instead of seeking personal strength, you persistently pursue external appeasement. Once is too many. If the Yi family truly falls into the hands of Yi Gui, there will come a day when not even the bones remain. Chapter 138. The ancestor of the Yi family. Well done. Yet, Yi Gui evidently would not heed such profound wisdom. He harbored his own ambitions, having long coveted everything belonging to the Yi family. With the assistance of the Duke of the State, he now had the opportunity to seize the entire Yi family. How could he continue to endure? As for the words of the family head, to him, they were nothing more than alarmist rhetoric. The notion that the Yi family would perish under his hand, absurd. In Yi Gui's view, it was such antiquated thinking that would lead to the true decline and demise of the Yi family. He believed he was saving the Yi family. Yi Gui incessantly sought various grandiloquent justifications within himself to mask his own desires and envy. Regardless of the circumstances, the family head must perish. As for Yi Yun, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yi Gui's eyes, yet upon contemplating the Duke of the State, it was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving only trepidation in its wake. Regrettably, Yi Yun could not be touched. She could only be captured and handed over to the Duke. Yi Gui felt a twinge of reluctance. But he understood that Yi Yun was specifically sought after by the Duke, and unless he wished for his own demise, he dared not defy a single command from the Duke. Grinding his teeth, Yi Gui thought, very well. As long as I become the head of the Yi family and gain control over the entire clan, with the Duke's backing, what beauty could I not attain? Should the Duke ascend to the throne, perhaps I might even secure a position as a Duke myself. With this thought, Yi Gui licked his lips, revealing a look of eager anticipation. Humph, the fellow speaks sweetly, but in essence, he is loath to relinquish the power of the family head, aiming to retain it for himself. Am I to be deceived? Such a dream. Yi Gui believed he had unraveled the family head scheme. Without hesitation, he issued a command, and all present surged toward the family head with lethal intent. As for Yi Gui himself, he positioned himself at the rear. How could one destined to become the family head take unnecessary risks? On the other side, anger surged. The family head's eyes glowed crimson as he witnessed Yi Gui manipulating the family's strongest warriors to attack, while he cowered behind to watch the spectacle. Rage boiled within him. If the Yi family were to be entrusted to such a petty individual, it would not be long before its extinction. Suddenly, a surge of pure white flames erupted from the family head, Nirvana flames. Nirvana realm. In an instant, a tempestuous aura swept through the area, and the faces of all the Yi family warriors charging forward shifted dramatically. They were utterly oblivious to when the family head had ascended to the Nirvana realm. Yi Gui was likewise taken aback, realizing that the family head had forsaken the others and was now advancing directly toward him, murderous intent boiling over. Terrified, he bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Come and protect me at once. If I perish, do you believe the Duke will spare you?" At his words, those who had hesitated gritted their teeth and flew toward him. Deluded fools. The family head, who had once been mindful of familial bonds, would not have resorted to lethal measures had these individuals not blinded themselves with ignorance. But now that they had chosen their own demise, he would not be held responsible. Begone! The head of the Yi family bellowed in fury, brandishing his sword. The air was filled with anguished cries as bodies fell one after another. All those who dared to obstruct met their demise. Witnessing this, the remaining onlookers were struck with terror, hesitating to advance further. No. Yi Gui, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, yet with his mere Yang realm cultivation, he stood no chance against the relentless pursuit of the Yi family patriarch. With a cold expression, the patriarch scoffed, "With such feeble strength and a character as timid as a mouse, it is no wonder that Duke Dingwa chose you. A worthless wretch like you is far easier to control." As he spoke, he struck without hesitation, and Yi Gui watched in horror as the sword pierced through his chest. "No, you cannot kill me. If you do, Duke Dingwa will not spare you." Yi Gui trembled, his face a mask of despair as he threatened. The Yi family patriarch chuckled derisively. "Let him come then." With that, he swiftly ended Yi Gui's life, blood soaking his form. He turned to the other Yi family warriors who had stood with Yi Gui. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Kill." Without mercy, he advanced against the traitorous members of the Yi family, executing the leaders and incapacitating the followers. Bellowing, from this day forth. All of these individuals are to be expelled from the Yi family, regardless of the fate that befalls the Yi family. These traitors shall never set foot within our gates again. Kill. The remaining elders of the family surged forth, and in an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle, the ground awash with blood. Above, a colossal warship, resembling a small mountain, remained motionless in the sky, with its powerful occupants observing the scene with amused indifference, offering no interference, nor attempting to rescue Yigue. Merely a useless pawn, his demise inconsequential. Soon, the slaughter concluded, with the patriarch's side emerging victorious. Countless members of the Yi family fled, and none pursued them. From henceforth, any who turned to flight were no longer counted among the Yi family. After concluding these grim tasks, the patriarch, bloodied and sword in hand, raised his weapon towards the heavens. With a mighty roar, he challenged, "Duke Dinghua, come and face me." As his words echoed, a resounding laughter erupted from the heavens, and the figure of Duke Dinghua materialized, proudly standing atop the warship, gazing down at the Yi family below. How amusing, truly amusing. The Duke laughed heartily. I have chanced upon a splendid spectacle. Yi family, I grant you one final opportunity. I am about to conquer Tianqing and become the new sovereign of this realm. The world shall know of your surrender. It is no shame. The Yi family patriarch replied with a cold sneer, You are but a dreamer. Duke Dinghua fell silent for a moment, then shook his head in disappointment. What a pity, for from this day forth, the kingdom shall be rid of one Yi family. Old ghost of the Yi family, cease your hiding. With merely this newly ascended nirvana realm, you are no match for me. As these words lingered in the air, a dazzling brilliance erupted from behind the Yi estate. Across the heavens, countless pure white flames appeared, coalescing into a humanoid form. An elder in a white robe gradually emerged, his snow-white hair meticulously arranged, exuding an air of authority. Upon his arrival, the ancestor of the Yi family surveyed the chaotic scene and suddenly erupted into laughter. Well done, having lost all dignity. You are unworthy to be a member of the Yi family. Ancestor. The heads of the Yi family bowed in reverence. The ancestor of the Yi family, the ultimate trump card, a venerable master of the nirvana realm. High above in the heavens, upon witnessing the appearance of the Yi family ancestor, the Duke of Stabilization slightly raised his brow, his smile gradually fading, and he solemnly remarked, I truly did not anticipate this. You old ghost of the Yi family have reached such heights, well concealed indeed. No wonder, when the Yi family once forged such a formidable reputation, you, the ancestor, should not possess merely the rudimentary strength of a novice in the nirvana realm. Nirvana's ninth layer. Truly an eye-opener for me. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, all gazing in disbelief at the Yi family ancestor. This elder is, in fact, a superlative powerhouse of the ninth layer of nirvana. The Yi family is so formidable. Chapter 139. The Roar of the Sacred Dragon. The beasts tremble the moment the ancestral figure of the Yi family manifested. An overwhelming shock enveloped the onlookers. Another formidable being of the nirvana realm had emerged, a seasoned powerhouse at the ninth level of nirvana. The crowd was left in utter astonishment, gazing upon the Yi family patriarch who hovered in the void, their eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, only the imperial lineage boasted individuals of such caliber, yet now, an obscure family like the Yi clan had produced such a formidable existence. Instantaneously, many spectators began to curse inwardly. How deeply concealed the truth is. Indeed, none among these great powers were straightforward. They were adept at hiding their true strengths. A family that, on the surface, appeared devoid of any nirvana-level prowess had suddenly unveiled a nascent nirvana warrior, alongside an even more formidable presence at the ninth level of nirvana. What of the Duke's estate? And what of the other dukes and nobles? How profound must be the foundations of those families that possess even greater renown than the Yi family? A multitude of speculations coursed through their minds. It was simply the astonishing depth of the Yi family's hidden strengths that rendered them speechless. Even some of the Yi family's own stronghold members stood frozen in awe before erupting into ecstatic joy. The ancestral figure possesses such formidable might. Some could scarcely believe it, questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. As members of the Yi family, they had long perceived themselves as merely a minor clan, needing to tread carefully even in the presence of those in the Purple Mansion realm, let alone the Radiant Yang realm. Now they were being told that their family could even contend with beings of the Nirvana realm, a ninth-level Nirvana warrior. If unleashed, would it not be akin to defeating a mere child when facing a typical first-level Nirvana practitioner? Many within the clan were ablaze with fervor. Had they known of such strength earlier, would they have needed to endure humiliation while outside? Yet, it was not too late to realize this truth. Those clan members who had persevered through adversity now found themselves filled with unbridled joy. What a monumental occasion. The ancestral figure has revealed himself. In the heavens above, a colossal warship spanned the sky, obscuring the sun. Below, the Yi family patriarch stood proudly in the void, an overwhelming aura of terror cascading outward. The Duke's expression shifted several times before gradually regaining composure. The Yi family patriarch furrowed his brow slightly, while the Duke suddenly chuckled, truly formidable. Fortunately, I did not hastily strike against the Yi family, otherwise I would have suffered an unexpected defeat. He had only recently entered the Nirvana realm. Unlike others who concealed their strength, he was genuinely at the second level of Nirvana. However, he continued, "Gentlemen, please, do not hold back." Originally, he had intended to resolve these troubles himself, but he had not anticipated such unforeseen developments. The Duke shook his head and suddenly addressed the void. In the next moment, the expressions of all present shifted. Even the Yi family patriarch, a ninth-level Nirvana warrior, wore an expression of grave concern. Above in the skies, a massive rift in space suddenly tore open, and two figures began to emerge. A spatial scroll? What a grand display! The patriarch of the Yi family murmured softly, his expression growing increasingly grave. The mere appearance of the visitors, accompanied by the use of a spatial scroll, suggested that their background was formidable. One could not underestimate the connections of the Duke of Dinghua. Soon, two figures fully descended, clad in azure armor, their faces obscured. The moment they appeared, two overwhelming auras of Nirvana's ninth realm erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Alas, it seemed the royal family had indeed miscalculated. The Yi family patriarch sighed deeply, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He had believed that his presence alone would suffice to resolve all issues. The royal family had felt secure in their total lockdown, aware of certain hidden strengths, thus appearing quite at ease. However, it appeared that the Duke of Dinghua was particularly confident. "Old ghost of the Yi family, do you think two Nirvana Ninth Realm warriors will suffice?" The Duke of Dinghua laughed heartily. Before the Yi patriarch could respond, a strange expression suddenly crossed his face. "If that's insufficient, how about adding two more?" With that, a resounding boom echoed. Two more potent auras erupted, heralding the arrival of another pair of Nirvana Ninth Realm warriors. Clad in identical azure armor, the four stood together, their auras merging almost seamlessly, amplifying their collective power immensely. What? The head of the Yi family felt his heart race violently. Four Nirvana Ninth Realm warriors. His expression turned blank, disbelief etched across his face. How was this possible? Where had the Duke of Dinghua found so many formidable fighters? Even if he had allied with the Sacred Land, such a number of strong individuals could not simply be summoned at will. Throughout the entire Tianqing dynasty, no force, aside from the royal family, could muster such a lineup. Even Sacred Lands, while perhaps abundant in experts, would not readily deploy so many to support a single duke. Something was amiss. The situation felt wrong. The head of the Yi family mumbled incessantly, pondering where the flaw lay. In truth, he felt somewhat reassured by the presence of the patriarch, whose strength was unfathomable. Ordinary forces posed no threat to the Yi family. Yet now, perhaps they truly had to fight with their lives on the line. Drawing a deep breath, the Yi patriarch wore an equally solemn expression. Facing four adversaries, who seemed to possess some form of combined attack, even he, with his formidable prowess, felt the weight of the moment. Previously, the royal family had conveyed messages assuring them of safety. Yet now, there was no sign of movement from the royal palace, which remained in a state of lockdown. What was the royal family's underlying confidence? The Yi patriarch felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. However, with no retreat possible, they had no choice but to engage in battle. The Duke of Dinghua laughed heartily, gesturing towards the Yi patriarch. "I implore the four of you to act and eliminate this man." The Yi family's proximity to the Tianqing royal family poses a significant obstacle to unification. This individual must be exterminated without mercy. Upon hearing this command, the four figures clad in azure armor nodded slightly, and, in the next instant, surged forth, charging directly at the Yi patriarch. A terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the realm, leaving countless onlookers gasping for breath. Just as despair enveloped the Yi family, contemplating a last-ditch struggle, a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the heavens. In an instant, the dragon's roar, which had seemed distant, resonated within the hearts of all present. With a resounding crash, the four figures clad in azure armor, advancing menacingly towards the Yi family, staggered violently, spewing forth blood that stained their armor crimson. In their previously cold and indifferent gazes, a flicker of horror surged forth. How could a mere roar, transcending vast distances, inflict such injury upon them? This was inconceivable. A warrior in azure armor was gripped by terror. What formidable power could possibly achieve such a feat? Above in the skies, within the vast warship, the Duke of the State was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically. The immense dragon's roar, though not intentionally directed at him, still evoked a primal fear and astonishment deep within his soul. Even the entire alchemical airship trembled violently, emitting sounds of unbearable strain, as though a colossal beast were buckling under the weight of that terrifying dragon's might, issuing a mournful cry, poised to plummet at any moment. Chapter 140. Grandpa. Xiaoyan has returned late. The elder of the Yi family was astonished and looked up. Who is it? He too had heard the resounding roar of the holy dragon. It was terrifying beyond measure. Even he felt his internal energy tremble violently, as if gripped by an innate fear. It was akin to an ordinary beast suddenly encountering a roaring giant dragon, an overwhelming sense of suppression rendering him incapable of any resistance. In that moment, the elder's heart was filled with inexplicable dread. Suddenly, a blinding golden light illuminated the sky. A colossal figure swept across the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was a dragon that dominated the entire field of vision. In the blink of an eye, it had appeared before them, its head towering above the crowd while its tail pierced the firmament, reaching into the horizon, endless and boundless. Countless dragon scales shimmered with golden holy light, radiating brilliance. Those dragon eyes, like the sun and moon, gazed down with an icy indifference, as if surveying a horde of ants below. The enormous alchemical airship, which seemed as grand as a small mountain, appeared trivial in comparison to the magnificent holy dragon, which quivered in its presence, as if it might plummet from the sky like a shooting star at any moment. Boom! The holy dragon descended, its majesty shaking the heavens. Countless individuals were unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Even though this force was not directly aimed at them, it instilled a deep-seated fear, especially upon witnessing such a shocking spectacle for the first time. It was as if a deity had manifested, prompting many to kneel in reverence. Even the members of the Yi family were no exception. In fact, at that moment, the head of the Yi family trembled slightly. He had never felt fear before the Duke of the State. Though he respected and feared the four sudden arrivals clad in azure armor, he had never known true terror. Yet now, upon beholding the seemingly infinite holy dragon, he was filled with dread. It was as if a mere mortal stood before an endless universe. How could a mortal ever compare to the vastness of the world? It was utterly insignificant. The massive holy dragon loomed like a deity, high above, indifferent to his fear. There was no need for overwhelming power to subdue. Its mere presence was enough to compel all to submit. It did not require the sinister display of power like the Duke of the State. Such displays were wholly unnecessary. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed. It seemed there were several figures standing atop the holy dragon. Among them was Yi Yun, who had been tense throughout her journey. Upon seeing the chaotic scene of the Yi family below, with bodies and blood strewn about, her eyes instantly turned red. "Grandpa!" Yi Yun cried out upon spotting the elder of the Yi family. Jiang Tianming glanced down, gently exhaled while holding the holy dragon's staff, and smiled. "Fortunately, it appears I have not arrived too late. There are still lives remaining. Thank goodness." In a state of profound shock, the venerable ancestor of the Yi family suddenly heard a somewhat familiar cry, momentarily taken aback. He quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and in the next instant, his entire being trembled violently as his eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiao Yuni? You? How could you?" The ancestor was astounded. How could Yi Yuni be here, standing atop the head of that terrifying holy dragon? Yi Yuni, disregarding everything else, her eyes brimming with determination, leaped directly from the holy dragon, racing toward her grandfather. Xiao Yuni, no. The ancestor gasped in alarm. In his memory, Yi Yuni was merely a frail girl, barely comparable to a cultivator at the condensing origin realm. Now, witnessing her leap from the vast heavens, he was utterly petrified, his face paling in fear, a sensation he had never experienced even in the face of life-threatening danger. He hurried to catch Yi Yuni. Yet, before he could act, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from Yi Yuni's form. Countless stars coalesced, with 9 of them shining most brightly, emanating an inexorable and terrifying pressure. Accompanying this was an icy chill that seemed to originate from the depths of ancient hell. At that moment, it felt as though what descended from the celestial sphere was not a mere individual, but an expanse of frigid abyss, a fearsome ruler of the underworld. The 9-star celestial underworld body. What? The Yi ancestor was instantly taken aback. He was astonished by the might Yi Yuni unleashed and the cultivation she revealed. This is the Radiant Sun Realm? The 7th level of the Radiant Sun Realm? In an instant, the ancestor was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Was he still dreaming? It had only been a few days since he last saw his granddaughter, barely a month, and her cultivation had surged from below the condensing origin realm to rival the 7th level of the Radiant Sun? What on earth was going on? In that moment, the joy came so unexpectedly that the ancestor could hardly process it. Before entering the Divine Demon Cave, Yi Yuni had already reached the Radiant Sun Realm. After acquiring abundant opportunities within the cave, she had leapt from the 1st to the 7th level of the Radiant Sun Realm, not only due to the vast resources available, but also because of her formidable physique, the 9-star celestial underworld body. If all went well, Yi Yuni's future achievements could nearly guarantee her ascension to the sacred realm. Such a terrifying talent, in the early stages of cultivation, faced almost no constraints, sharing similarities with Fu Hongyi's 10,000 spirits bloodline in certain aspects. Swish, swish. Following this, 2 figures descended from the void, a man and a woman. It was none other than Fu Qi and Fu Hongyi. One possessed an innate and terrifying mental prowess, while the other bore the 10,000 spirits bloodline, both being exceptional talents not far behind Yi Yuni. At this moment, they too had attained the Radiant Sun Realm. As for their actual combat strength, it was even more formidable. Grandfather, Yi Yuni cried, her eyes glistening with emotion as she rushed toward the Yi ancestor, soaring through the air and crashing into her grandfather's embrace. Since the demise of her parents, she found herself cherished solely by her grandfather within the entire family, naturally fostering a deep bond with him. Even her uncle, Yi Yuan, the current head of the Yi family, shared a relationship with her that paled in comparison to that of the old man. Grandfather, I have returned late. Yi Yan spoke softly. The elder of the Yi family was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Joy at seeing his granddaughter mingled with an indescribable shock. He gazed at the magnificent sacred dragon in the sky and then at his precious granddaughter in his arms, momentarily at a loss for words. His heart brimmed with countless thoughts, yet he struggled to articulate them, unsure of how to pose his inquiries. Xiao Yin, the elder of the Yi family, hesitated to speak. Before he could finish, Yin interrupted him. At this moment, she radiated a chilling aura, turning to her grandfather and asserting, "Grandfather, let us reminisce later. First, I must resolve the troubles that lie before us." The elder was taken aback. Yi Yin did not linger on him, but instead turned to the heavens, bowing deeply. Her voice, imbued with fury, intent to kill, and a profound sense of grievance, edged with a hint of trepidation, resonated powerfully as she declared, "I implore the elder to intervene and uphold justice for my Yi family." Chapter 141. The Fall of Duke Dinghua, the half-saint of the demon tribe. Esteemed elder, I implore you to uphold justice for the Yi family. Yi Yun's voice resonated, and those who had just arrived needed little time to discern the gravity of the situation. Anger swiftly surged upon their faces, for they had heard of Yi Yun's plight and harbored no fondness for Duke Dinghua, though they were at a distance. The prowess of Jiang Tianming and others allowed them to perceive and grasp the essence of the unfolding events. Now, hearing Yi Yun's plea, there was no hesitation. Jiang Tianming offered a faint smile and declared, "Rest assured, as members of the Divine Sky Sect, we shall not permit outsiders to bully us." In the void above, Jiang Tianming's white hair billowed, and his gaze grew increasingly fierce. Anyone who dares to oppress the divine sky must be prepared to bear the consequences. Let it be known that even a mere Duke Dinghua, let alone a holy land, will face our wrath today, and we shall demand satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Duke Dinghua and his companions shifted drastically as they sensed an overwhelming aura of menace locking onto them. Panic surged within them. Duke Dinghua stammered, "Please, hold on. If you kill us, regardless of the power of the Divine Sky Sect behind you, it will surely invite catastrophic consequences. Let us discuss this calmly. I am willing to spare the Yi family and offer an apology." Jiang Tianming scoffed, "Too late. If apologies were sufficient, would there be any bloodshed in this world? What a farce. If merely uttering words of regret could resolve all issues, there would be no room for regret and resentment in our lives. Those who offend the divine sky shall be punished, no matter how far they may be." With a fierce shout, Jiang Tianming raised his sacred dragon staff and brought it down with tremendous force. In an instant, the heavens erupted in blinding golden light. Duke Dinghua's spirit trembled as he cried out in desperation, "Holy Envoy, save me, please." "Today, no one can save you," Jiang Tianming replied coldly as his strike descended. At that moment, a profound shade of azure black suddenly enveloped the sky, swiftly consuming much of the firmament like ink. Darkness descended upon the world, and countless onlookers gasped in shock, witnessing the sky transform into an eerie curtain of azure black. Upon this curtain, countless radiant patterns swirled, forming the silhouette of an enormous butterfly, resplendent and boundless. Boom! The sacred dragon staff struck down, but before it could fully descend, a cascade of brilliance rained from the heavens, akin to starlight. The power of the staff diminished layer by layer, crashing against the vast celestial curtain, which trembled violently, yet remained unbroken. Jiang Tianming expressed mild surprise, then sneered. "Demonic energy? I never imagined that Duke Dinghua, as a member of the human race, would collude with the demon tribe. Internal strife among humans is one matter, but conspiring with demons is truly deserving of death." In that moment, Jiang Tianming's fury intensified. In this realm, not only does the human race exist, but the demon clan also constitutes an immensely formidable force. Much like the forces of darkness, the demon clan has engaged in countless battles with humanity over the years, vying for supremacy in this world, their power not to be underestimated, second only to that of humans. For many years, the demon clan has posed a significant threat. Ever ready to strike back, their menace only surpassed by that of the demons themselves. Now, the Duke of the State has entangled himself with the demon clan. Boom! The holy dragon staff swung once more, carving a dazzling arc through the void, as the roar of dragons echoed across the heavens. Following a tremendous crash, a piercing scream erupted, and the massive butterfly illusion shattered instantly. "How dare you?" An enraged voice resonated from the heavens. Jiang Tianming sneered. "A mere mid-holy saint dares to obstruct me? Come back when you have taken that step." The strength of the demon clan is formidable, having reached the pinnacle of mid-holy saint, not far from late holy saint. Yet, alas, they have failed to take the final step, and the gap between them and Jiang Tianming, who could unleash the full might of a late holy saint, remains significant. In just 2 strikes, he broke through the opponent's defenses. "Duke of the State, your misdeeds are numerous. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice to rid the world of your scourge. Prepare to meet your end." Jiang Tianming's hair stood on end, his aura surging, as the holy dragon staff transformed into a spear, piercing the void and hurtling towards the terrified Duke of the State. In the distance, the enormous, resplendent butterfly reappeared. Yet it dared not intervene, only able to roar in fury. "The human mid-holy saint must not die. If you slay him, your demise is inevitable." "Threaten me? Preposterous." Jiang Tianming scoffed, disregarding the warning. The next moment, under the furious gaze of the butterfly illusion, he struck the Duke of the State, shattering him to pieces. The latter's face was one of sheer terror, yet with the cultivation of the second nirvana facing a late holy saint, he had no chance of escape. With a single blow, the Duke of the State met his end, filled with boundless resentment and regret. He could not fathom that just a moment ago, he had been dreaming of extinguishing the royal family and becoming the new sovereign of the Tianqing, only to be reduced to fragments in the next heartbeat. Such a drastic turn of fate filled him with rage as he let out a final roar. "You have slain me. Your doom is certain. I shall await you in the afterlife." Jiang Tianming paid no heed to these words. After vanquishing the Duke of the State, His cold eyes turned towards the distant butterfly illusion, filled with murderous intent. Having endured the scourge of demons, Jiang Tianming harbored a profound hostility towards any potential threats to humanity. This enmity extended not only to the demons, but also to the demon clan. Today, I shall send you on your way. Jiang Tianming then aimed the holy dragon staff at the colossal butterfly illusion. The butterfly illusion trembled, hastily exclaiming, "You cannot kill me. There exists a pact between the mighty of humanity and the demon clan. Those above the mid-holy saint level cannot engage in reckless slaughter. Should you violate this agreement, not only the demon clan, but even your own kind will not spare you." The butterfly's spirit dwindled. It sensed that Jiang Tianming was genuinely intent on its destruction. This was no jest. This situation left him feeling somewhat constrained and bewildered. Under normal circumstances, the human race and the half-saint of the demon race would not engage in conflict lightly. Even if a battle were to ensue, it would not result in a fight to the death, as both parties were well aware of the restrictions imposed from above. Yet now, this inexplicable half-saint of the human race had arisen, harboring genuine murderous intent towards him and daring to strike. How could he not be filled with dread? The ancient pact among the powerful of the human race? Jiang Tianming paused, furrowing his brow. He had only just emerged from the realm of gods and demons. And as for his ancestral lineage, countless years had already passed since they ventured into the outside world, leaving him unaware of the changes that had transpired. Concerning the words spoken by the butterfly demon, Jiang Tianming could not ascertain their truthfulness. How can you prove the veracity of your claims? Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the butterfly's ethereal form. Should the other party fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to strike them down on the spot, showing not an ounce of mercy. Chapter 142. Framing how to prove it? Upon hearing Jiang Tianming's words, the butterfly demon clan was momentarily taken aback. Prove it? How could one possibly prove such a thing? Would one confront the formidable beings of both the human and demon races? Such an endeavor was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Tianming discerned the hesitation in his opponent, and the murderous intent he had just managed to suppress began to resurge. Coldly, he remarked, "Thus, you are incapable of substantiating your claims. Everything you assert is mere fabrication, is it not? The agreements between the human and demon races are nothing more than your whimsical concoctions, are they?" The butterfly demon clan hastily retorted, "No. Please, listen to me. This matter is indeed not a figment of my imagination. It is grounded in reality. You could easily inquire with any half-saint to uncover the truth." The urgency in the butterfly demon's voice was palpable, fearing that Jiang Tianming might, in a fit of rage, end its existence right then and there. Regrettably, it was beginning to lament its presence here. What was a mere duke of the nation worth? If it were to be dragged down along with him, the consequences would be dire. The butterfly demon clan was consumed by regret, having encountered someone as impervious as Jiang Tianming, who had reached the late half-saint stage yet remained oblivious to such matters. Was there truly no powerful human to inform him? Unbeknownst to it, Jiang Tianming had been ensconced within the divine demon cave, and even his attainment of half-saint status was only achieved after meeting Zhang Shu. How could he be aware of the secrets that were known only to half-saints? Even Zhang Shu was unaware of such matters. As Jiang Tianming's imposing aura began to swell once more, the butterfly demon clan, filled with trepidation, quickly suggested, "In that case, this location is not far from the Heavenly Pool Holy Land. You may seek out the Heavenly Pool Saint for answers. He will surely possess the knowledge you seek. As a powerful being of your race, his testimony would validate my words, would it not?" The mention of the Heavenly Pool Saint ignited a surge of fury within Jiang Tianming. He thundered, "Are you referring to that peak half-saint who allied with the celestial demon? He is already dead. Indeed, you and the celestial demon are in cahoots. The Heavenly Pool is also one of yours. Attempting to deceive me is a fool's errand. Die, demon clan." The butterfly demon trembled, struck with an inexplicable horror. The Heavenly Pool was dead? That was impossible. The butterfly demon had no time to ponder the celestial demon. While it had heard some tales about the celestial demon, those were ancient legends. There was no trace of demons in the contemporary world. Even as a half-saint, it was oblivious to many secrets. Moreover, had the divine demon cave not emerged, Zhang Shu and his companions would never have encountered the celestial demon. With no time for further contemplation, The butterfly demon spoke rapidly. The heavenly pool is not one of us. The heavenly pool. Red dust, that's right. You humans possess two great holy lands. If you distrust the heavenly pool, the red dust holy land is also yours. You can inquire there. The mention of the red dust holy land caused Jiang Tianming to hesitate momentarily. At that moment, Yi Yun below suddenly cried out in fury, "Elder, do not listen to its nonsense. The master of the red dust sacred land has already been personally slain by our sect leader for his heinous acts against the elders of the Shenxiao sect." Upon hearing this, the butterfly demon clan was nearly rendered breathless. What does this mean? The red dust saint is dead? One death is manageable. But with two major sacred lands facing calamity in succession, the butterfly demon clan found it utterly unbelievable. In that instant, it seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and, filled with rage, roared, "Are you humans seeking war with my demon clan? This is deliberate." At that moment, the butterfly demon clan was certain. It was all intentional. Cursed be this conspiracy. Everything was a scheme by the human race. A calculated ploy to lure it here with the intent to slay it. Terror gripped the butterfly demon clan completely. It was not foolish. A prestigious sacred land, guarded by a pinnacle half-saint, could not continuously face disasters unless a true saint intervened. Such notions were utterly absurd, a farce. How laughable that it had initially believed the opposing party's deceitful words. Now, it understood, they were deliberately concocting reasons to execute it, to eliminate a half-saint of the demon clan. Very well, if you seek war, then my demon clan shall accompany you to the end. The butterfly demon clan was thoroughly enraged. It fumed, yet Jiang Tianming was even more incensed. This demon clan was toying with him. A fine demon clan. Regardless of the circumstances, since you have meddled in human strife and openly supported the Duke of Dinghua against my Shenxiao sect, you must provide me with an explanation, or you shall undoubtedly perish today. Jiang Tianming struck the void with his holy dragon staff, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Without further ado, he swung the staff towards the butterfly demon clan. Boundless holy light roared, shattering the clouds, and surged towards the colossal butterfly apparition in the heavens. The killing intent surged. Flee! The butterfly demon clan was struck with terror. Although it was furious, it dared not continue the battle. Its scheme against the human race had failed, and it had not anticipated that the other side would disregard the rules and directly assault it. If only it had known, it should not have come in person. At this moment, it felt 1,000 regrets. It should not have come. Beast, meet your end. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and in the next moment, overwhelming energy swept forth. The butterfly demon clan rapidly shrank its body, and soon the vast apparition that spanned the heavens was reduced to less than 10 feet. Though it had diminished considerably, its aura had become even more formidable. Flee, flee, flee. The butterfly demon clan fled in a frenzy, but ultimately, its strength was lacking. Soon, it was engulfed by a torrent of energy, letting out a wretched scream. Just as despair enveloped it, suddenly, as if sensing something, its eyes brightened. It perceived another powerful demonic presence. Divine Azure Dragon, save me. The butterfly demon clan transmitted a wave of immense spiritual power. Behind, Jiang Tianming's expression shifted subtly. Yet he remained undeterred, delivering a decisive blow towards the butterfly demon clan. The creature let out another anguished cry, desperately pleading for help. In the very next moment, a colossal phantom materialized in the distant sky. Human race, spare it, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. The apparition bellowed. A wave of astonishment washed over Jiang Tianming. This aura, was that of a peak half-saint? He hesitated, realizing that a peak half-saint demon had indeed appeared. To slay the butterfly demon now would likely seal his own fate, a risk not worth taking. If a genuine agreement were to be unearthed, it could escalate matters significantly, potentially involving the Shintai sect as well. Previously, Jiang Tianming had been resolute in his intent to eliminate the demon, believing that ignorance would shield him from consequences. Even if complications arose, he doubted they would implicate the Shintai sect. However, with the emergence of a peak half-saint demon, it was no longer prudent to proceed with his attack. Allowing the demon to escape would leave a significant threat for humanity, a regrettable circumstance indeed. Jiang Tianming, though filled with regret, chose to withdraw. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the horrifying scene before him. The butterfly demon suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching scream. No. Chapter 143. The scheme of the Azure Dragon God. In the end, Jiang Tianming remained apprehensive. Just as he was about to slay the butterfly demon clan, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the distance, spiraling through the mists like a dragon, its enormous eyes glowing like lanterns, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. A peak semi-holy demon, the Azure Dragon God, the sovereign of Azure God Lake. Zhang Shu likely had no inkling that Azure God Lake was a domain of the demon clan, although it was not a sacred land. It was certainly formidable enough to rival one. What misfortune for this demon clan. It seemed they would escape death this time. Jiang Tianming sighed inwardly, maintaining a facade of indifference, yet he sheathed the holy dragon staff. The golden light lingered in the air for a few moments, granting the butterfly demon clan a fleeting chance to flee. However, in the next instant, the butterfly demon clan exclaimed, "Thank you, Azure Dragon God, for saving our lives." Feeling the binding power diminish significantly, they were overwhelmed with joy at their narrow escape. Little did they know, just as they thought they had evaded death, the massive dragon figure in the distance suddenly radiated a chilling indifference from its eyes. The butterfly demon clan felt an icy dread wash over them, as if their very blood were freezing. No, the Azure Dragon God. The butterfly demon clan sensed something amiss. The joy on their face faded too late, replaced by terror in their eyes. They saw the murderous intent directed at them from the Azure Dragon God. It sought to end their life. Why? Before they could comprehend the situation, a horrifying mental shockwave suddenly tore through their consciousness, unleashing a violent surge of vital energy. In the next moment, the butterfly demon clan's eyes lost their luster, their body erupting with countless wounds. The butterfly demon clan had fallen. Simultaneously, the Azure Dragon God's immense form twisted, its eyes brimming with brutal malice. A chilling, dreadful voice, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the butterfly demon clan, echoed ominously across the heavens. "Human, how dare you? You have slain a semi-holy of my clan. Today, I shall avenge my kin and obliterate the celestial star." With a roar, the very heavens trembled. Jiang Tianming was stupefied by the scene before him. Had he just killed the butterfly demon clan? He was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that the Azure Dragon God would be so ruthless, annihilating a formidable semi-holy mid-tier demon with aspirations to reach the late semi-holy stage. Was it worth it to frame him? That was a powerful force indeed. The Azure Dragon God's gaze was cold, seemingly aware of Jiang Tianming's thoughts, yet it remained unperturbed. The butterfly demon clan was not under its command. They hailed from elsewhere, merely tasked with monitoring it. Their demise was inconsequential. Their survival would only serve as an impediment, restricting its freedom. Now, with the opportunity to eliminate them, it could not be more pleased. "Human, provide me with an explanation. Or today, I shall raise the celestial star and annihilate the sacred lands." The voice of the Azure Dragon resonated, stretching across hundreds, thousands, and soon tens of thousands of miles, continuously diffusing into the distance. It enveloped the kingdom of Tianxing, extending further afield, as the immense mental force stirred the void. Ordinary powerful beings, distant from the source, could not perceive the essence it contained, yet some truly formidable entities were capable of sensing it. Before long, this mental force spread towards the sanctuaries of red dust and heavenly pool. Silence prevailed. There was not a hint of response. Logically, upon the appearance of the Azure Dragon, the two individuals from red dust and heavenly pool should have hastened to confront it, unwilling to allow their territory to be encroached upon. But now there was utter stillness. Time slipped by, and gradually, the Azure Dragon began to laugh, a silent mirth that eventually erupted into a deafening roar of laughter. The sound was thunderous. Below, countless individuals heard this laughter. Regardless of their strength, they all felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Their bodies trembled. The demon race, an exceedingly fearsome demon race. Those two individuals were actually absent. The Azure Dragon's laughter echoed like thunder, an unrelenting cackle, the esteemed master of the sanctuaries, absent from its own domain. More importantly, all traces of the heavenly pool and red dust had been obliterated. Countless powerful beings from the red dust sanctuary had vanished, rendering the entire sanctuary eerily empty. As for the heavenly pool sanctuary, it was scarcely populated, with merely a handful of creatures remaining. The two great sanctuaries had become nearly defunct. It deliberately sensed the surroundings. Indeed, the heavenly pool and red dust had truly vanished. What did this signify? It signified that all it had heard moments ago, as well as the previous messages received, were authentic. The two pinnacle half-saints of the human race, from the heavenly pool and red dust, had truly fallen. Truly, it was a divine favor bestowed upon me. Today marks the moment when I, the Azure Dragon, shall display my might. If I can seize the kingdom of Tianqing and then the two great sanctuaries, then I, the Azure Dragon, would occupy nearly 1/3 of the entire Xianzhou territory. Ha! The laughter of the Azure Dragon was audacious. With such vast territory and abundant resources, the likelihood of breaking through to the sacred realm would significantly increase. How splendid! This was truly a celestial gift, and it almost felt as though it were dreaming. Under normal circumstances, the demon and human races could not engage in war at will. Compounded by the alliance of those two old foes from red dust and heavenly pool targeting me, even if my strength surpassed that of either, I could not easily initiate an offensive or expand my territory. Yet now, with the annihilation of the two great sanctuaries, the heavy blow to Tianqing, and the royal elder nearly at death's door, no one could impede me any longer. Without obstacles, the death of that fool butterfly provided me with a perfect pretext to attack the human race. Even if the human race and our formidable demon entities became aware of this event, they could do nothing against me, for it was the human race that struck first, slaying my half-saint. The timing and circumstances favor me. The Azure Dragon's heart surged with excitement. Joy. It was an overwhelming joy. First, eliminate this human, then obliterate the celestial star royal family. As for the two great sacred lands, having fallen to such a state, there is no need for me to lift a finger. Soon I shall completely unify this vast expanse. The Azure Dragon God can hardly contain its impatience, its enormous eyes fixed intently upon Jiang Tianming. Human, provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, today marks the end of your kind. At this moment, the Azure Dragon God stared at Jiang Tianming, while the corpse of the butterfly hovered in the void before it, tainted by the aura of the sacred dragon staff. The Azure Dragon God had only employed its mental power, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. Even if an investigation were to follow, no one would uncover anything. Perfect. Jiang Tianming, hearing the resounding laughter of the Azure Dragon God and witnessing the scene before him, could no longer doubt its intentions. He cursed silently in his heart for the shamelessness of it all, yet found himself utterly powerless. Explanation? What could he possibly offer in return? At this moment, Jiang Tianming found himself ensnared just as the butterfly demon clan had been, entirely trapped in a position of passivity. Chapter 144. Zhang Shu takes action. Cold beads of sweat broke out on Jiang Tianming's forehead. The colossal form of the Azure Dragon God was no less imposing than that of the sacred dragon. More importantly, the Azure Dragon God was a tangible being of the demon race, in stark contrast to the sacred dragon, which was merely a manifestation crafted from gathered vitality. The demon race must be eradicated. Jiang Tianming felt no need to offer explanations. At this juncture, further elucidation would serve no purpose. His adversary merely sought a pretext. Whether he explained himself or not was of little consequence. The sole objective of the Azure Dragon God was to eliminate him, and once he was vanquished, the subsequent justifications would rest solely in the hands of the Azure Dragon God. The true narrative is often penned by the victors. As expected, upon the Azure Dragon God's pronouncement, there was no pause for Jiang Tianming to respond. The gaping maw of the beast opened wide, unleashing a terrifying force of devouring power. Its influence swept across thousands of miles, shattering countless clouds that rolled violently, flowing backward into the depths of the dragon's mouth. The yawning abyss resembled an unfathomable black hole. Roar! The sacred dragon, transformed from the sacred dragon staff, let out a fierce roar, struggling against the dreadful force that sought to ensnare it. Yet, the disparity between the mid-stage and peak-stage semi-saints filled Jiang Tianming with a flicker of despair. Crack! Crack! The sacred dragon's scales shattered rapidly, blood cascading forth, dissipating into countless strands of vitality before they even touched the ground. A tempest raged across the heavens, casting the sun and moon into darkness. In that moment, the brilliance of the world dimmed, as if even light itself could not escape the terrifying force of consumption. Witnessing this spectacle, the multitude below felt their hearts tremble anew, already shaken by previous revelations. Yi Yun and her companions gazed upward, their eyes brimming with anxiety and concern. How could it be that the Grand Elder was not a match for this suddenly appeared demon? Fu Qi scrutinized the heavens, and after a moment, realization struck him, igniting a fierce hatred in his eyes. It is the Azure Dragon God. I have seen its statue. Those who caused my parents' demise were indeed subordinates of the Azure God Lake, and that revered figure of the Azure God Lake. Is it? It is. Indeed. Fu Hongyi also recognized the Azure Dragon God, although they had never encountered it in person. The visage of the Azure Dragon God and its myriad terrifying methods were immortalized in their minds, forever unforgettable. Their parents had perished due to the Gu family, but the true culprit behind it all was the Azure God Lake. Beside them, the elder of the Yi family gazed at the sky. The horrifying scene etched deeply into his memory. Even he, faced with such an overwhelming force, could not help but feel a profound sense of helplessness. This was a semi-saint, a top-tier semi-saint. It could likely rival the two formidable figures of the Red Dust and the sacred land of Tianqi. This was indeed a grave predicament. The elder's expression darkened with concern. The demon race. The formidable beings of the demon race took action, and upon hearing the previous words, the elder of the Yi family, seasoned and astute, could not help but deduce certain truths. The Azure Spirit Lake. Its true objective, it seems, lies within the territory of the Celestial Star. Over the years, the Celestial Star dynasty, along with the two major human sanctuaries, had managed to suppress Azure Spirit Lake, preventing it from rising in rebellion. However, now that the two sanctuaries are virtually defunct and the Celestial Star dynasty faces dire issues, with the royal ancestors suspected of having perished, all resistance has suddenly vanished. Azure Spirit Lake, being the most powerful faction, is now in a position to dominate singularly, making it difficult for them to suppress their ambitions. In the heavens above, a fierce battle erupted. Jiang Tianming faced relentless defeat, entirely devoid of the strength to resist. Just as he gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash the hidden power of the Holy Dragon Staff in a desperate gamble, a momentary pause overtook him. His expression frozen in astonishment, swiftly replaced by incredulity and exultation. He perceived a slight disturbance in the void. A faint voice, audible only to Jiang Tianming, resonated with an icy undertone. Elder, feign your injuries. I require a justification to act. Jiang Tianming was elated. It was the voice of the sect leader. The leader had also arrived. Moreover, it appeared they had been present for some time. He had assumed the leader had long returned to the sect, only to discover they had come to the imperial city. Instantly, Jiang Tianming's panic dissipated. With the leader here, the mere Azure Dragon God was insignificant. Do I need a reason to act? Jiang Tianming murmured, finding it a simple matter. He promptly abandoned his initial intention to wield the Holy Dragon Staff, instead advancing boldly towards the Azure Dragon God. The Azure Dragon God, taken aback by this shift, could not help but sneer, seeking death. In a shadowy expanse of void, countless layers of space overlapped, with terrifying spatial turbulence swirling, yet entirely avoiding the figures standing within the void. Zhang Shu stood within the dim inner space, observing the battle outside. The spatial dimensions occupied by both the Azure Dragon God and Jiang Tianming were disparate, rendering them completely oblivious to Zhang Shu's presence. This realm could only be traversed by those of true sanctity. Though Zhang Shu was not a being of sanctity, his mental prowess was immensely formidable, rivaling the strength at the threshold of sanctity. While it may fall short compared to true sanctity, it was an overwhelming advantage against those below that echelon. What a fortuitous discovery, Zhang Shu mused, having been present for quite some time. It seems there exists a grave accord among the human and demon races, prohibiting half-saints from acting freely. Yet, this imposing dragon appears to have no regard for such rules. With a gentle shake of his head, Zhang Shu fixated on the ongoing conflict. Regardless of the truth, these demon entities unlawfully intervening in human affairs and their unwarranted attempts to slay a half-saint of humanity should suffice as justification. How troublesome. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu resolved to adhere to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications. If trouble was to arise, so be it. He had come this time with the intention of waiting for the royal ancestor to emerge from seclusion, hoping to inquire about matters concerning his father. Little did he know that he would stumble upon such a grand spectacle. Originally, he had planned to intervene, but upon the arrival of Jiang Tianming and his companions, He decided to bide his time. Moments later, he sensed that the time was ripe. If he did not act soon, the Grand Elder would sustain irreparable harm. In an instant, Zhang Shu's figure vanished from sight, and a terrifying aura of sanctity descended upon the surroundings. The Azure Dragon God roared with laughter, preparing to devour the severely injured Jiang Tianming, when suddenly his pupils constricted and his heart nearly ceased to beat. He felt an invisible wave brush past him. In that fleeting moment, the Azure Dragon's scales quivered. All of his power was abruptly frozen. Even the very laws governing his existence came to a standstill, leaving him with the sensation that his once mighty strength had evaporated. With a sudden jolt, his enormous dragon eyes darted skyward, where he beheld a figure clad in celestial robes, having appeared out of nowhere, gazing down at him with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 145. The Frightening Might of the Demon Saint. What? The Azure Dragon deity suddenly raised its head, its colossal dragon visage gazing into the void. There stood a young man clad in celestial robes, his expression a curious blend of amusement and indifference, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable depth of apathy. A formidable human? A saint? In that instant, the Azure Dragon trembled violently, but under the oppressive weight of an unseen mental force, even the slightest movement became exceedingly arduous. Impossible. Where did this saint emerge from? The saints in the Xianzhou domain are few and far between. I know each one of them. Yet this individual is a stranger to me. No, that is not correct. He is not a true saint. His cultivation has not yet transcended to that realm. He merely possesses mental prowess at the saint level. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon perceived an anomaly. It recognized that the pressure exerted by the figure before it was indeed immense, yet it lacked the overwhelming suppression of the laws. While his mental force was terrifying, his vital energy cultivation was insufficient, revealing a gap when compared to a genuine saint. There is still a chance. I yet have an opportunity to escape. The Azure Dragon found itself bereft of time to contemplate surrender, as it sensed the chilling intent to kill. Above in the heavens, Zhang Shu's eyes flickered as he felt a tremendous energy gathering frantically, seemingly attempting to break through his mental blockade. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed. The world quaked violently as the Azure Dragon, without uttering a word, chose to self-destruct, unleashing a somewhat ethereal spiritual entity that, upon the explosion, swiftly fled the confines of the mental suppression. Beside him, Jiang Tianming stood in stunned silence. Such decisiveness. Not even a moment's hesitation before opting for self-destruction? It is true that at the level of the Azure Dragon, even in self-destruction, death is not an inevitability. Once the dust settles, it can continue its cultivation, eventually restoring its physical form. However, the intensity of such a physical body makes recovery no trivial task, particularly for the demon race, with their vast physiques. They possess greater combat strength and recovery capabilities than the average saint, yet sustaining severe injury renders recovery all the more challenging. Zhang Shu, taken aback, suddenly chuckled and shook his head. This creature, had it not fled, might have been able to struggle using its physical form. Yet, it chose to self-destruct without reservation. After all, Zhang Shu had merely revealed the mental prowess of a saint without manifesting any physical representation. In terms of strength, there remained a disparity compared to a true saint. The Azure Dragon, being a peak saint of the demon race, surpassed even the Red Dust saints in power. If it had unleashed its full potential, escape would not have been out of the question. However, it opted for the most prudent course of action, abandoning its corporeal form and discarding all prior stratagems. One must acknowledge that to have survived to this point, possessing such strength and status, the Azure Dragon's discernment is indeed unparalleled. Yet, does it truly believe that having harmed one of the celestial order, it can escape unscathed? Zhang Shu's fingers subtly swelled as he suddenly grasped at the void. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon deity, who had managed to flee thousands of miles away, experienced a sudden shift in expression, overwhelmed with terror. No, spare me. The Azure Dragon deity realized that, for reasons unbeknownst to it, no matter how it accelerated, it could not advance even the slightest bit. Instead, it found itself being drawn back at an alarming rate. How could this be? The Azure Dragon deity could hardly believe its predicament. It was engulfed in shock and disbelief. Although the human possessed formidable mental strength, how could it so effortlessly overturn the fabric of reality? Such a feat could only be accomplished by a true being of the sacred realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming watched in rapt fascination, silently marveling. Indeed, the sect master is unparalleled. The sacred realm, without a doubt, far surpassed that of a mere semi-saint. The azure dragon deity, which had previously overwhelmed him effortlessly, now felt like a mere toy in the hands of the sect master, struggling weakly, akin to an ant. This, of course, also stemmed from the azure dragon deity's misjudgment of Zhang Shu's strength. Had it not self-destructed its physical form, given its might, Zhang Shu would have found it challenging to subdue it so easily. The crux of the matter was that the azure dragon deity, in its arrogance, had left behind its spiritual essence, believing this tactic would enhance its speed of escape. However, it had unwittingly fallen into Zhang Shu's area of expertise. After all, Zhang Shu's mental prowess was on par with that of the sacred realm threshold. In terms of mental cultivation, even many ordinary sacred realm practitioners would pale in comparison to Zhang Shu. Had it been any other sacred being, perhaps the azure dragon deity might have truly escaped. Yet, it was unfortunate for it to encounter such an anomaly as Zhang Shu. Seeing no hope of escape, the azure dragon deity suddenly opened its mouth and expelled a blue dragon orb. A flicker of pain crossed its face as it shattered the orb, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. Seizing the opportunity, the azure dragon deity bellowed, "Ancestor, save me." This scene felt strangely familiar to Zhang Shu. He paused, then chuckled, "This Anestadal?" The Duke of the State had perished, only for a butterfly demon to appear. The butterfly demon had met its demise, and now the azure dragon deity emerged. Now, witnessing the impending downfall of the azure dragon deity, yet another powerful entity was surfacing? Was this the true nature of the demon clan? Defeat the lesser, and the greater emerges. Defeat the greater, and an even elder one follows. However, given the demon clan's profound emphasis on bloodline inheritance, such occurrences were not entirely inconceivable. Suddenly, a deafening thunder resonated through the heavens and the earth. The fabric of space trembled violently as a colossal spatial rift began to take shape, as if a formidable being was about to tear through the very essence of space from an unfathomably distant realm. At the same time, a chilling voice echoed, "Who dares harm my holy offspring?" The overwhelming pressure, an immense tide of demonic energy, signified the imminent arrival of an extraordinarily powerful demon clan saint. Upon witnessing this, before the azure dragon deity could express any joy, it was swiftly captured by Zhang Shu, leaving it in a state of sheer astonishment. Zhang Shu, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Your method of seeking help has significant flaws. If danger were to arise, the delay would surely lead to your demise before the strong arrive. In the blink of an eye, the battle of the mighty would conclude, and by the time they arrive, you would have already perished." The azure dragon deity, unable to articulate a response, could only gaze at Zhang Shu with a look of sheer terror. What kind of technique was this? In an instant, he had been swept across thousands of miles of void, captured effortlessly. Was this merely the application of mental prowess? Zhang Shu smiled, yet a sense of gravity weighed upon his heart. The approaching presence was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shu suddenly executed a movement that left the azure dragon deity in astonishment. He raised his hand abruptly, and an immense, formless palm materialized in the void, crashing down upon the nascent spatial passage with great force. The arrival was so delayed that the person could very well be dead by now. If they were to arrive too late, it would be of no consequence. Thus, it was perhaps best that they did not come at all. Zhang Shu withdrew his hand, letting out a gentle sigh and shaking his head. The azure dragon deity, however, was left dumbfounded. As he witnessed the colossal spatial passage collapsing under the weight of that strike, his final glimmer of hope extinguished. He could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Shameless. Within the spatial passage, the individual clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events, momentarily stunned. Soon after, a voice, laced with boundless fury, echoed, "Well, well. For a dignified Saint Realm entity to disregard honor and strike at a junior is one thing. But are you too cowardly to engage in a direct confrontation?" Chapter 146, Huang Fuzhan. The demon saint across the way was evidently unprepared for such a turn of events. Who would have thought that someone would actively sever the void passage? This was indeed a first encounter. The one who struck at its disciple must have attained the level of sanctity, a notion that hardly requires contemplation. for its disciple had already reached the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, being a formidable presence among the semi-saints. Even faced with multiple opponents of equal standing, it could easily escape. At the very least, there were protective treasures left behind by itself. Logically, confrontations at the level of sanctity, in order to uphold the dignity of such a realm, typically do not resort to such measures. Destroying the passage in advance would imply fear of the opponent, an unwillingness to allow them to descend. At such a lofty level, life and death battles are rare, and due to various constraints, most of the time, it is merely a matter of preserving face. In the absence of a life-threatening crisis, who would engage in actions that tarnish their own reputation? Yet, it seemed that the opponent was intimidated, and it felt a sense of superiority. But for some inexplicable reason, this demon saint was seething with rage, furiously incensed. How dare one obstruct my descent instead of facing me directly? The furious voice of the demon saint reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Zhang Shu chose to ignore it, fully aware of his own capabilities. Slaying a being of sanctity was a daunting task. Should the opponent prove too powerful, he might waste another precious experience card of sanctity, and he currently had but one remaining. This item had no known sources of acquisition, only obtainable from the initial novice gift pack. Clearly, he could not hope for a second novice pack. He had to use it sparingly. However, despite his reluctance, he could not allow his spirit to falter, especially with the elders and disciples watching. Thus, in the face of the demon saint's enraged tirade, Zhang Shu suddenly sighed deeply, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. 10,000 years of cultivation is no easy feat. Why must it come to this? This statement was lost on most, but a few understood. For instance, Jiang Tianming and the demon saint, along with a select few others. Jiang Tianming gazed in admiration, recognizing the wisdom of the sect leader. The implication of the statement was clear. Considering your thousands of years of arduous cultivation, I am reluctant to take your life. The destruction of the spatial passage is for your own good. Do not fail to appreciate this, lest you compel me to act. Were anyone else to utter such words, Jiang Tianming would deem it mere boasting. Killing a being of sanctity is no simple matter. Yet, such words came from the sect leader. Once, within the realm of divine and demonic, the sect leader had slain a demon of sanctity. Moreover, this demon was endowed with the power of an imperial demon's corpse, its strength likely surpassing that of this demon saint. If the sect leader could vanquish such a being, how could he possibly fear a mere demon saint? The sect leader is truly benevolent, Jiang Tianming sighed, filled with reflection. Were he in the sect leader's position, given his disposition, today's demon saint would likely not return. However, the demon saint across the way clearly had a different perspective. You wretched thing, are you perhaps afraid of me? Dare to challenge my descent. Let us engage in a fair battle. The demon saint roared furiously, his voice reverberating with palpable rage and indignation. You have become deluded. Zhang Shu chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement, remaining silent. His demeanor resembled that of a mischievous child, embodying the essence of an elder who chooses not to engage with youthful folly. The onlookers were momentarily awestruck by his enigmatic composure, with Jiang Tianming gazing at him in admiration. Yet within Zhang Shu's mind, a different thought lingered. Indeed, I am cowardly, but can I confess this to you? No. Thus, farewell to you. Ah, how infuriating. The demon saint's furious roar erupted, and suddenly the spatial channel quaked violently, a tremendous force surging forth, forcibly stabilizing the passage. Zhang Shu's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. However, he soon discerned that this stabilizing technique was merely a temporary measure, lacking permanence. Once this burst of energy dissipated, the passage would inevitably collapse, and the demon saint would be unable to utilize this descent. Even if he could gradually arrive later, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time, during which Zhang Shu's strength would grow, rendering him less apprehensive of his foe than he was today. Receive 3 punches from this saint. A thunderous roar echoed as the demon saint's voice boomed like a bell, utilizing a special method to stabilize the space, momentarily unleashing immense power. In the next instant, it was as if a second sun rose in the heavens. Golden light illuminated the world. An overwhelming momentum swept through the realm, causing countless powerful beings to pale, spitting blood in terror. Even those of semi-saint status trembled, while Jiang Tianming, suspended in the air, wavered dangerously, nearly plummeting. Boom! The blinding golden light surged forth. And in the next moment, a colossal fist, large enough to obscure the entire sky, abruptly appeared before all, as if to melt the very heavens and earth. Akin to a resplendent sun, utterly unstoppable. The force of this strike sent chills down Zhang Shu's spine. Danger. Extreme peril. This demon saint was certainly not a mere novice in the sacred realm, but a formidable entity within it. Compared to the newly ascended emperor, he was exponentially more powerful. Akin to the emperor after harnessing the corpse of the demon, should this punch land directly, Zhang Shu would not only perish but would be grievously wounded on the spot. 3 punches. This was merely the first. Just as Zhang Shu's expression was about to fracture, consumed by frantic strategizing, a hearty laughter resonated from the depths of the imperial palace. An equally unmatched fist shadow suddenly transformed into a towering pillar, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the vast star kingdom felt the terror of this punch across a myriad of miles. Why must the great demon saint trouble the younger generation? I shall take your punch. As the words fell, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Huang Fujian's aura surged like a rainbow, shattering the demon's sun with a single strike. The elder's vigor remained undiminished as his fist descended from the heavens, crashing directly into the spatial passage. The entire channel erupted in an instant, the void collapsing for thousands of miles. Deep within the passage, a muffled groan emerged, revealing that the demon clan's sacred realm had suffered a minor setback under a single strike. Huang Fujian soared into the air, enveloped in an endless radiance of sacred light, and laughed heartily. It is merely a playful scuffle among the younger generation. Why should the demon sage be so incensed? If you truly wish to spar, then come to Tianxing, and I shall gladly accompany you to the end. This punch was met with a profound silence from the demon sage. The entire world fell into stillness. Countless gazes were raised, mouths agape in silent astonishment. Was that the ancestral figure of the royal lineage? The elder of the Yi family, observing Huang Fujian suspended in the void, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes and swiftly averted his gaze. His heart filled with dread. The sacred realm. It was not to be gazed upon directly. The royal ancestor had transcended into the sacred realm. Moreover, he had repelled a formidable demon sage with a mere punch, spanning the chasm of space. In that moment, it was not only the elder of the Yi family who felt this. The other powerful figures from various clans, as well as the noble lords and princes. Across the entire Tianxing kingdom, and even far beyond, sensed the terrifying might of that punch and heard the echo of the royal ancestor's laughter. Instantly, all fell into silence, unspoken, awestruck, and filled with trepidation. In the vastness of the cosmos, only the royal ancestor stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing and boundless presence. Akin to an unfathomable ocean, countless powers of law swirled around him, and even a half-saint gazing upon him would instinctively feel an excruciating sting in their eyes. It was not to be gazed upon. All-powerful beings felt a wave of helplessness wash over them, akin to ants beneath the blazing sun. As a singular thought surfaced in their minds, the Tianxing royal family, the Huangfu clan has indeed produced an extraordinary existence. Chapter 147. The Demon Sage Acknowledges Defeat. The supreme power of the Xianzhou domain in this moment, the brilliance of Huang Fujian illuminated the surroundings, casting a terrifying glow that enveloped all, causing them to tremble in fear. Zhang Shu gazed upon this scene, astonished beyond measure. Such a potent aura. In his perception, Huang Fujian's presence now surpassed that of the imperial sun on that fateful day, having injured a demon clan sage with a mere punch across the spatial passage. This feat was beyond the capability of one newly ascended to the sage realm. In the void, Huang Fujian stood with his hands clasped behind him. Though clad in simple attire, he exuded an undeniable majesty. Merely by standing there, the once tumultuous Tianxing was instantly calmed, silencing any rebellious thoughts among the onlookers. Those who had plotted in the shadows were drenched in cold sweat, hearts racing in fear. The schemes devised by the Duke of the State and others over several decades crumbled into nothingness with Huang Fujian's emergence. The surviving dukes and lords turned pale, realizing the magnitude of the sage's presence. Not just any sage, but an extraordinary one. It was over. The royal family had produced a sage. That old fox had truly ascended to this level. All claims of injury and near death were mere fabrications, smoke and mirrors to obscure his breakthrough. How despicable! truly despicable. Father, what shall we do? What can we do? We must recall all our clandestine operatives at once. No further actions can be taken. I shall immediately present lavish gifts to the royal family as an apology. Alas, may there still be a glimmer of hope. Father, have our years of planning come to naught? Indeed, it has failed. A catastrophic defeat. The emergence of a sage renders any scheme a mere jest. In certain quarters, some harbored deep resentment. Yet what could be done at this juncture? Besides humbly submitting, what other option remained? To continue resisting? The Duke of the State had perished, and the demon clan that supported their endeavors had been vanquished. What could they achieve? Did they not witness that even the demon sage who sought to intervene was repelled? In the eyes of the sage, they were no different from ants. With but a finger, they could be crushed without effort. Alas, without power, all endeavors culminated in futility. In this moment, the aspirations of rebellion were extinguished. No more thoughts of insurrection. After this day, the Tianqing dynasty would surely flourish. With a sage in command, no stratagem could withstand such might. Will you continue to act, great sage of the demon clan? In the void above, Huang Fujian stood resolutely, his gaze indifferent as he observed the collapsing spatial passage. On the other side, the demon sage remained silent for a while, before finally uttering, Huang Fujian, I have heard of you. I never imagined you to be so deeply concealed. I fear you have already transcended to the sacred realm, have you not? For if you had merely just ascended, it would be inconceivable that you could attain such a formidable level. At this moment, the demon saint was enveloped in genuine astonishment and disbelief. Its strength was among the most formidable in the sacred realm, yet this ancestral figure of the royal family, whom it had previously regarded with disdain, was capable of repelling it with a single strike. While there were elements of carelessness on its part, the matter was still not to be underestimated. The demon saint comprehended that the opponent's power was undoubtedly on par with its own. Upon hearing the demon saint's words, the royal ancestor remained non-committal. Indeed, he had just experienced a breakthrough. He even felt that he had yet to fully assimilate the power of that soul core. Should he completely digest it, his strength might ascend to even greater heights. Contemplating this, even Huang Fujian could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Shu. Where did this little fellow procure such a soul core, and from what echelon of the sacred realm did it originate? To possess such terrifying effects? If I were to fully assimilate it, I would surely be among the top tier within the sacred realm, would I not? Huang Fujian marveled internally. The potency of this soul core was indeed extraordinary. Its power was almost beyond comprehension. Not only did it elevate him to his current state in a remarkably short span, but it also harbored immense energy for future use. What he did not know was that this soul core, although left behind by a newly ascended celestial demon, was inherently no less remarkable than those bequeathed by ordinary human sacred realm beings, and it also contained a wealth of essence from the imperial demon. The imperial demon was a being of imperial caliber in life. How could the fundamental powers of the imperial realm fail to be extraordinary? At that moment, the demon realm's sacred realm counterpart seemed to have realized something significant. With Huang Fujian present, it was evident that it would gain no advantage this time. After a prolonged silence, the demon saint suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Very well. This time, I concede. Huang Fujian, I must admit, you have hidden your capabilities too deeply. Among all the human powerhouses in the Xianzhou region, you could very well rank first. It is no disgrace for me to be defeated by such might. First in the Xianzhou region. Although the Xianzhou region was comparatively weaker than other vast territories, being the foremost, there still designated one as an extraordinary powerhouse, not to be taken lightly, even as a great saint of the demon race. It held no confidence in overcoming the opponent. Furthermore, should Huang Fujian be granted sufficient time to refine the remaining energy of the soul core, his power would become even more formidable. However, while I concede this time, rest assured, I shall duly report your actions against our demon race's powerhouses to my kin. I hope you never stray from the gaze of humanity, for if you do, what of the sacred realm? The sacred realm can also harbor immortal entities. With that, the demon saint let out a cold snort and resolutely closed the spatial passageway, foregoing the previously agreed 3 exchanges. Having recognized the might of Huang Fujian, what significance do 3 strikes hold? Even 300 would amount to naught. Remaining here would only invite further humiliation. As for my disciple, if fate decrees his demise, so be it. One can only lament the cruelty of destiny. It is indeed a pity, for he was a promising talent of the sacred realm. As he departed, the heart of the demon clan's sacred realm echoed with regret. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. The population of the demon clan is not significantly inferior to that of the human clan, and their ranks of formidable warriors are even more numerous. Although they may be overshadowed at the pinnacle, their overall strength remains formidable, with an abundance of sacred realm experts, surpassing that of the humans. A mere one or two promising figures are inconsequential. Thus it was. The great demon sage arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon vanishing from sight. The conflict initiated by the Duke of Dinghua has drawn to a definitive close. Master, save me. Please, save me. The Azure Dragon God, witnessing the departure of the demon sage, was engulfed in despair. Zhang Shu turned to the bound Azure Dragon God and remarked with a smile, "It appears your demon clan's sacred realm has forsaken you. In that case, you are of no further use to me." Chapter 148. The establishment of the divine celestial sanctuary. A formidable force of destruction erupted from Zhang Shu's palm. In an instant, a shrill scream escaped the Azure Dragon deity as its spiritual essence was obliterated by more than half. "No, spare me. You cannot kill me. If you do, calamity shall befall you." The Azure Dragon deity continued to howl, yet Zhang Shu remained unmoved. Calamity? What calamity could possibly rival the realm of the demon race? If the demon race had forsaken this creature, then surely any hidden secrets would not provoke such indifference from their saint. Utter nonsense. No, I speak the truth. I truly do. The Azure Dragon deity roared vehemently. The entire Xianzhou domain is divided into 3 parts, and the territory where the celestial stars reside is merely the most barren and weakest section. The reason the other 2 great powers have refrained from invading this place over the years is solely due to my existence. My survival symbolizes the demon race. They dare not act recklessly against the weak. However, should I fall, everything would change. Seeing Zhang Shu pause, the Azure Dragon deity was overjoyed and quickly continued. "If I perish, the human powerhouses will no longer hold back, and you shall all suffer the consequences." Indeed, the old human was formidable, but to claim he was superior to the other 2 great powers was not certain. His strength was undeniable. Yet those 2 factions had legacies spanning countless years, with more than one saint among them. They possessed terrifying resources, and with the aid of powerful treasures, their might even surpass that of the old man. Should they choose to act, you would find yourselves utterly defenseless. Spare me, spare me. As long as I remain alive, I represent the demon race's claim over this territory, signifying that all remains within the bounds of the rules. They will not strike easily. Otherwise, my death would bring about your utter annihilation. The Azure Dragon deity spoke fervently, desperation palpable in its words. At that moment, Huang Fuzhan suddenly approached. Upon seeing the situation, he spoke up, "Spare his life. What he says bears merit. If we were to kill him, trouble would surely follow. I have only just broken through, my foundation remains unstable, and I have yet to refine my life as sacred artifact. My combat strength has not reached its peak, and facing such issues now would be quite challenging. If I wait a few more years to fully assimilate the power of that artifact, I shall not fear the 2 great powers any longer." Observing that even Huang Fuzhan had interceded, Zhang Shu snorted lightly and chose not to strike again. "Very well, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. However, sparing your life does not equate to your release." With that, without allowing the Azure Dragon deity to voice any further protests, Zhang Shu flipped his palm, unleashing a formidable sealing force. Countless layers of spiritual energies surged forth, enveloping the Azure Dragon deity's spiritual essence, rendering it incapable of uttering another sound. Upon witnessing the scene, Huang Fuzhan could not help but exclaim, "Your mental fortitude rivals that of several formidable beings who have just entered the sacred soul realm. Should you one day step into the sacred realm, you will undoubtedly surpass all expectations." At this, Zhang Shu sheathed the Azure Dragon divine weapon and echoed, "Sacred Soul Realm?" Huang Fuzhan nodded slightly. Upon reaching the sacred realm, one will encounter various levels, primarily divided into 3 tiers: the Sacred Soul Realm, the Great Sage Realm, and the Sage King Realm. Each tier further divides into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. He continued, "Though you have yet to attain the true sacred realm, your mental strength and combat prowess are already comparable to those who have just entered the Sacred Soul Realm." Zhang Shu nodded, a subtle frown creasing his brow. Is it solely the sacred soul realm? The elder chuckled. What more do you desire? You have yet to achieve the complete nirvana realm. When you eventually enter the sacred realm, you may surpass even me by a significant margin. I have benefited greatly from the treasure you provided, which has significantly tempered my mental strength, allowing me to remain only at the great sage realm for now. Should you enter the sacred realm, you might directly reach the pinnacle of the great sage realm, or perhaps, with an exceedingly slim chance, even ascend to the sage king realm. To enter the sacred realm and rival a sage king. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a concept? Across the entire Xianzhou domain, there exists not a single sage king. With the Emperor's realm in seclusion, the Sage King realm stands as the most formidable force in this world, capable of ruling a domain with their terrifying presence. Do not be deceived by my current strength. Against a Sage King, I would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike. As the elder spoke of the terrifying Sage King realm, Zhang Shu inwardly scoffed, finding the claim of being unable to endure a single blow somewhat exaggerated. While others remained unaware of the origin of that soul core, Zhang Shu was well informed. Once the elder fully refined its power, even if he did not reach the Sage King realm, he would be but a hair's breadth away. It was merely a question of time, decades, perhaps a century, to ascend to the Sage King realm within a century, even for one in the sacred realm, would be an extraordinarily daunting feat. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Supreme Elder. At this moment, Jiang Tianming and others hastily approached, their expressions a mix of excitement and reverence as they regarded Huang Fuzhan. In Jiang Tianming's perception, the elder's aura was infinitely more terrifying than that of the sect master. This aura stemmed not solely from his cultivation, but also bore an imperceptible hint of imperial might, a truly fearsome presence. Huang Fuzhan nodded slightly, his demeanor warm and welcoming. No need for formalities. Suddenly, he turned to Zhang Shu, articulating a remarkable idea. Little Shu, what do you think about establishing a sacred land? With the various forces nearly eradicated, and with the fall of Hongqin and Tianxi, the little dragon has now come into your possession. The once mighty four great forces have dwindled to nearly just Tianxing. If we do not unite, it will be challenging to withstand external pressures. What do you say we place the Shunshao sect at the helm of this sacred land? Zhang Shu stood momentarily taken aback. He held no opposition to the establishment of the sacred land. However, Zhang Shu was somewhat taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Under the leadership of the Xinjiao sect? What of the imperial family? Huang Fuzhan replied with a smile. As the grand elder of the Xinjiao sect, I am naturally affiliated with them. And so are all of our members. If you agree, henceforth there will be no Tianxing dynasty, only the Xinjiao sect and the Huangfu family. Ordinary clansmen will reside within the sacred land, while elite youth shall join the sacred land of Xinjiao and become core members. What say you? Zhang Shu contemplated this proposal. He felt a stir of intrigue, but refrained from giving an immediate answer. The creation of a sacred land is no trifling matter. It entails a myriad of intricate details and considerations. Zhang Shu was not adept at such affairs and would need to delegate these responsibilities to professionals. Truth be told, he was indeed drawn to the notion of establishing the sacred land. Without a united front, facing the formidable forces of the two colossal entities in the Xianzhou region would place immense pressure on the Xinjiao sect. Huang Fuzhan, however, remained unfazed. Very well. When you have made your decision, simply inform Yuan. I have already apprised him of this matter. Yuan, as he referred to him, was none other than Huang Fu Yuan, the reigning emperor of the Tianxing dynasty and the son of Huang Fuzhan. Agreed, Zhang Shu replied affirmatively. Chapter 149. My father is still alive. After uttering these words, Zhang Shu suddenly fell silent. Huang Fuzhan also refrained from speaking, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive, enveloped in an uneasy stillness. After a moment, Zhang Shu slowly began to speak again. There is one more thing. Huang Fuzhan seemed to anticipate Zhang Shu's inquiry, nodding in encouragement. Go ahead. I wish to know whether my father is alive or dead. Do you have any information regarding his whereabouts? Zhang Shu's voice trembled slightly, a sense of inexplicable anxiety gripping him. He feared that his father might no longer be among the living. Rest assured, he should still be alive. At least, after that battle, he did not perish. Huang Fuzhan's reassuring words dispelled Zhang Shu's fears, allowing him to exhale deeply. Not dead. That is a relief. Huang Fuzhan continued. On that day, the Xinjiao sect was suddenly thrust into chaos. I was caught off guard. By the time I arrived, I could only barely fend off those attackers, providing your father with a chance to escape. Beyond that, I am not entirely certain of what transpired." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu's expression stiffened. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Huang Fujian's. So, it seemed that the royal family had indeed been involved in that battle. On the contrary, it was the intervention of the royal ancestors that had saved his father's life. In that moment, Zhang Shu felt as if some deeply buried sentiments regarding the royal family were rapidly dissipating. Those were the remnants of resentment left by the original owner of this body. "Thank you," was all Zhang Shu could manage to say after a prolonged silence. Huang Fujian laughed heartily. "You must have harbored considerable resentment towards me over the years." Little one. Zhang Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment, his discomfort rendering him speechless. Huang Fujian, unfazed, continued with a sigh, "I, too, am not well acquainted with the events of that time. All I know is that your father's identity is extraordinarily significant. The individuals from the Xinxiao sect are equally remarkable. For instance, who could have imagined that the previous Grand Elder, who appeared to be merely a young-level elder, was, in fact, a hidden late-stage semi-saint?" A jolt of realization struck Zhang Shu. The image of a kind face, reminiscent of a beloved grandfather who had treated him with great kindness, suddenly surfaced in his mind. That elderly man was a semi-saint? Moreover, the enemies who attacked the Xinxiao sect that day were no ordinary foes. There were at least 100 Nirvana-level warriors among them, the majority being formidable figures within that realm. Furthermore, there were no fewer than 10 semi-saints involved in that battle. Even now, recalling those events sends shivers down Huang Fujian's spine. He sighed heavily. In that battle, semi-saint peaks made their appearance. Not just one, but several. Otherwise, how could I, with my strength, have sustained such grievous injuries, nearly losing my life? Little Shu, your father harbors a great secret. Though I am unaware of the nature of this secret, I can sense its immense implications. Even now, I have no confidence in my ability to contend with it." Huang Fujian shook his head gently and advised, "Your current strength is still somewhat lacking. This is not the time for such inquiries. Indeed, your father left behind certain items with me and instructed that if one day you should reveal extraordinary talent and attain at least the realm of the great sage, I could bestow these items upon you. Otherwise, he has asked me to inform you that he has passed away, urging you to abandon any lingering hopes. It is perfectly acceptable to live a life of an ordinary person, enjoying wealth and prosperity." These are his very words. He has even arranged a safety net for you. Should any misfortune arise, you would be sent far from the Tianqing to a distant land where you could live out your later years in peace and happiness. However, even I did not anticipate the terrifying nature of your talent. In just a few short years, you have grown to this level. Surely, you must have encountered some extraordinary opportunities. After all, that remarkable soul core of the sacred realm is not something just anyone could possess. Seeing Zhang Shu's hesitation, Huang Fujian waved his hand dismissively. "You need not divulge anything to me. Externally, I will claim that the sacred realm soul core was a fortuitous encounter of my own. I will ensure that all who witnessed it remain silent. They shall not leak any information. Zhang Shu, the principle of concealing one's wealth is surely understood by you. While having opportunities is indeed a blessing, if such news reaches the wrong ears, it could spell disaster. At that point, even powerful sacred kings might be compelled to act, and perhaps even more than one. Do you grasp my meaning?" Zhang Shu nodded softly, refraining from further comment. He understood the concerns of both his father and Huang Fujian. Given this, he decided to wait a while longer. Knowing his father's safety was assured brought him satisfaction. As for other matters, danger? The great sage realm? To Zhang Shu, these were of little consequence. It is worth noting that he had only traversed this journey for a few years, with genuine cultivation spanning merely a handful of months. Meeting certain conditions posed no challenge whatsoever. Huang Fujian displayed a look of relief. "It is wonderful that you comprehend this. Rest assured, when you eventually step into the great sage realm, and if you still wish to know, I will divulge everything to you. Do not be too eager to pry into matters. The consequences could be dire. In whatever you pursue, be it searching for your father, seeking vengeance, or any other endeavor, patience is paramount. One must remain composed." As he concluded, Huang Fujian's tone bore a hint of caution. "I understand. Do not worry. I shall not be hasty," Zhang Shu replied, exhaling slowly as he offered his assurance. Huang Fujian nodded gently, and then smiled. There is no need for urgency. A little more patience. I have now entered the Great Sage realm, and my progress is astoundingly rapid. A few years, at most several decades of diligent waiting. And once I ascend to the Sacred King realm, I shall accompany you in your quest to find your father. This will surely increase our chances of success. Rest assured, with your father's cunning and strength, he survived the battle of the divine clouds, and it is even less likely to eliminate him thereafter. There is no need to rush during this brief interval. Moreover, it would be most advantageous if you could also attain the realm of a Saint King. The presence of 2 Saint Kings would constitute a formidable force. When the time comes to stride forth, the very ground would tremble beneath our feet, shaking an entire domain. Upon uttering these words, Huang Fujian could not suppress a smile. 2 Saint Kings. What a terrifying prospect. It is essential to recognize that the vast expanse of the Xianzhou domain stretches beyond measure, encompassing countless miles. A typical strong individual could never hope to traverse the entirety of Xianzhou. Such an immense territory has yet to witness even a single Saint King. If there were one, the Xianzhou domain would have long been unified. This underscores the significance of a Saint King's might. Thus, let us bide our time. A few years of patience is a small price to pay. If one cannot attain the Great Sage realm, what of the Saint King? If even a Saint King proves unattainable, then we shall wait longer. I can endure until I ascend to the Emperor realm. In this moment, Zhang Shu finally comprehended why the original host, despite desperate attempts to seek information from the royal family, could never uncover any clues regarding his father. Given the original host's limited strength and talent, the revelation of the truth would likely yield not resolve, but rather an overwhelming despair. Chapter 150. Return. The conversation between the two was utterly impenetrable to the perceptions of those around them. Consequently, Jiang Tianming and his companions did not catch any of the dialogue, and even the figures of the two were somewhat indistinct, the scene appearing remarkably blurred. With the very space around them distorted, Jiang Tianming held no intent to pry into their secrets. Rather, an inexplicable excitement surged within him at that moment. The power of the elder was indeed formidable. With a single punch, he had repelled a powerful Holy Realm beast, and alongside the sect leader. Our Divine Sky Sect is destined to ascend as a true pinnacle force on the continent. Jiang Tianming could not fathom Huang Fujian's strength, only knowing it to be terrifying beyond measure. As for the sect leader, although his aura seemed less imposing, Jiang Tianming did not believe the sect leader was genuinely weaker than the elder. In his mind, the sect leader was always elusive, his presence ethereal and inscrutable, appearing devoid of any pressure in daily life. Yet when truly enraged, even the heavens would tremble in response. Holy Realm beings could fall at a moment's notice. This is the essence of a true powerhouse. Below, Yi Yun and her companions were already breathing with palpable excitement. The Divine Sky Sect had gained another Holy Realm powerhouse. What an honor! However, the Yi family's ancestor was even more exhilarated than all of them combined. The Yi family had latched onto a formidable ally. What? You inquire how they managed this, considering the Yi family seemingly had little connection with the Divine Sky Sect? Incorrect. Did you not see Yi Yin? She is the most outstanding talent in the history of the Yi family, not only a member of the Divine Sky Sect, but also favored by the sect leader, and closely associated with the 7th princess of the royal family. Who was the 7th princess? Once hailed as a prodigy rivaling the royal ancestors. Now, as long as Yi Yun remains mindful of the Yi family, it is as if they have simultaneously aligned with the mighty forces of both the royal family and the Divine Sky Sect. From this day forth, who would dare to look down upon the Yi family? Just as today, will the Duke of the Nation dare to brazenly humiliate the Yi family again? Any force wishing to challenge the Yi family must think twice. They must consider whether they can withstand the wrath of both the Divine Sky Sect and the royal family. In this manner, the status of the Yi family will naturally rise with the tide. No wonder the royal family exudes such confidence. Now it becomes clear. The Yi family's ancestor has truly grasped the situation. Were he in their shoes, with such a powerful ancestor, he too would feel emboldened. How enviable! Within the palace, Huang Fuyuan was equally filled with excitement as he gazed upon the figure in the heavens. At that moment, he could not help but feel the urge to shout to the world. Do you see? That is my ancestor of the Tianqing royal family, a being capable of repelling Holy Realm entities. As for the future of the Tianqing royal family, should it cease to exist, that is of little consequence. Do you see? That is my supreme elder of the divine sky sacred land. That is the master of the divine sky sacred land. Two holy realm powerhouses, with such strength, who would dare to provoke us? Moreover, Huangfu Yuan is no ordinary individual. He possesses a certain understanding of the sacred realm and has a rough estimation of the ancestral power. The great sage realm. He had indeed heard of the sacred realm of the demon clan before. The foremost powerhouse of the Xianzhou domain. What does this signify? It indicates that the foundation accumulated by the ancestral figure over the years is remarkably profound, and having just broken through to the sacred realm, he has directly emerged as a top-tier powerhouse within it. As for how the ancestral figure achieved this breakthrough, Huangfu Yuan is, in truth, unaware. Apart from the seventh princess, almost no one knows the truth of the matter. Even the seventh princess was subjected to a stringent gag order by Huangfu Zhan, accompanied by numerous precautionary measures, reflecting the seriousness with which this matter is regarded. In the void above, Huangfu Zhan glanced downwards and remarked with a smile, "These individuals appear quite exhilarated. It is indeed a splendid opportunity to lay a solid foundation for the future establishment of the divine Xia sacred land. And I believe some actions will unfold with greater ease." Zhang Shu shook his head, replying, "I am not adept at such matters." Huangfu Zhan chuckled, "You need only focus on being your sacred lord. The rest will be managed by others. Over the years, the royal family may lack in some areas, but we are particularly abundant in talent across various fields." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu ceased to speak further. The establishment of the sacred land is merely a trivial matter. For him, strength is the essence. It is best left to Huangfu Zhan to handle. The supreme elder of the divine Xia sect overseeing everything is more than sufficient. After some discussion, Huangfu Zhan expressed that his cultivation was not yet sufficiently stable. As it happens, during this phase of rapid advancement, he intends to enter seclusion for further cultivation. He has heard that the divine Xia sect possesses an immensely vast spirit crystal mine. Rich in vitality to the point of explosion, it is an ideal opportunity to leverage some resources. The extent of this mine is astonishing, with its subterranean portion nearly sprawling across 1/3 of the Tianqing kingdom. However, most of the area is sealed by a certain force, preventing any leakage of vitality. As time progresses, the mine continues to expand at an astonishing rate, regenerating, even sustaining several individuals in the sacred realm for simultaneous cultivation poses no challenge. To this, Zhang Shu had no objections. Huangfu Zhan's willingness to assist in overseeing the sect is indeed a positive development. He could not be more pleased. With all matters at hand resolved, there is no longer a need for concern regarding the Tianqing kingdom and the divine Xia sect. However, attention must be directed towards the Tianqi sacred land, the Red Dust sacred land, and the Qingshan lake, as individuals must be dispatched to manage these areas, which will soon fall under the jurisdiction of the divine Xia sacred land. Before long, Zhang Shu departed, leaving the ensuing mess to the royal family. After all, it was their issue to resolve. Huangfu Zhan also vanished. This esteemed ancestor of the royal family evidently planning to take up residence at the divine Xia sect for the long haul. Although the speed with which he traverses between the divine Xia sect and the royal family is but a mere blink of the eye, it still caused Huangfu Yuan considerable distress. Has he really defected? The royal family still exists. It has not yet collapsed. With a sigh, Huangfu Yuan resigned himself to the situation. Everyone has fled. Were it not for his responsibility to preside over the significant affairs of Tianqing and maintain stability, he too would have sought escape. Rumor has it that the mineral veins belonging to the Shenshao sect are utterly extraordinary, surpassing even the realms of paradise. Not only is the abundance of vital energy astonishing, but it also possesses unique effects. Furthermore, a plethora of spiritual herbs and treasures abound, far beyond count. The number of such bountiful locations is simply staggering. It is said that a vast lake was even constructed using liquid vitality. Extravagant, wasteful. Huangfu Yuan incessantly berated in his mind, his eyes reddening with frustration, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. Damn it, he too wished to go. The monarch has departed, leaving the position devoid of flavor. Even Shao Qi has gone to the Shenshao sect, leaving him with no one to converse with. With a deep sigh, Huangfu Yuan reluctantly resigned himself to handle the myriad trivial matters arising from the establishment of the Shenshao sacred land. Truly, the plight of the most overworked laborer seems to aptly describe his situation. After Zhang Shu completed the affairs of the imperial city, he promptly returned to the sect, to his humble courtyard. Meow. Xiaoba languidly sprawled beneath the ancient tree of life, basking in the sunlight. Upon seeing Zhang Shu's return, it momentarily opened its eyes before lazily closing them again. Observing this, Zhang Shu rushed over and scooped up Xiaoba, laughing heartily. Xiaoba, I'm back. Did you miss me? Chapter 151. The Unfathomable Transformation of Shunzhao Miao. Xiaoba disdainfully nudged with its paw. Zhang Shu chuckled as he lifted Xiaoba, placing it gently on a nearby stone table. Xiaoba promptly sprawled out, motionless, basking in the sun. I have discovered a lead on my father, he remarked. Meow. However, my current strength is insufficient. I must wait a bit longer before seeking him out. Meow. It won't be long, I assure you. Zhang Shu languidly reclined in a chaise, squinting at the shimmering lake in the distance, where glimmers danced upon the surface, and faintly, crimson shadows flickered by, likely red carps. Xiaoba gazed curiously in that direction. Can red carps survive in the vitality liquid? Zhang Shu smiled. These are no ordinary red carps. They are rewards acquired through daily tasks. Daily tasks do not consistently yield a plethora of items. Sometimes, they merely present simple trinkets that are easily accomplished. Given Zhang Shu's formidable prowess now, completing such tasks has become considerably simpler. Items of little use to him are casually discarded in some corner of the sect. For instance, these red carps. Xiaoba, why are you still at the 4th stage of the Nirvana realm? Your progress is rather sluggish. We must find a way to enhance your abilities. Zhang Shu suddenly turned his attention to Xiaoba, noting that its aura remained largely unchanged since he departed, seemingly slightly stronger, yet still stagnant. Xiaoba lazily meowed in response, conveying a simple sentiment. It's only been a few days. I am already in the Nirvana realm, and I feel I will soon ascend. This pace is quite rapid. It pondered, being merely a turtle, why exert such effort in cultivation? Ah, well, let it be, Zhang Shu sighed, shaking his head. He chose not to press further, resolving to discuss it again should an opportunity arise for Xiaoba. Otherwise, it was of little consequence. Moreover, he sensed something peculiar about Xiaoba's condition, as if it were undergoing a transformation, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Let us observe it slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since their return to the sect. During this time, the entire sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. Above the Xinjiao sect, an intricate network of rainbow bridges had appeared, adorned with countless celestial palaces that stood majestically, exuding grandeur. At the pinnacle, a resplendent hall radiated like the sun, illuminating the entire sect and casting its gaze upon the world below. At this moment, Zhang Shu and the Grand Elder stood atop the hall, surveying the scene beneath them. After 2 years apart, Huang Fuzhan's presence had grown increasingly profound, seemingly more powerful than during their encounter in the imperial city. Generally, for individuals at their level, 2 years would pass in the blink of an eye. However, Zhang Shu felt the duration to be particularly protracted, as he was still quite young and had only recently arrived in this world. The Holy Land of Shunzhao had undoubtedly entered a new era of prosperity. Zhang Shu turned his head to glance at the elderly man beside him, who spoke with a cheerful demeanor, exuding warmth and approachability, devoid of any pretense or authority. Over the past 2 years, the territories of the former Red Dust and Heavenly Pool, along with the expanse of Qingshan Lake, have been fully incorporated into the dominion of the Divine Sky Sacred Land. Presently, the domain occupied by the Divine Sky Sect is more than 5 times that of the former Tianqing Kingdom, primarily due to the vastness of Qingshan Lake. In these 2 years, the number of formidable beings within the Divine Sky Sacred Land has swiftly escalated, with the Nirvana realm now exceeding 100, and the half-saints reaching double digits. Regrettably, the combat prowess at the saint level remains confined to just the 2 of us, which pales in comparison to the other 2 major factions, a full 100 Nirvana realm warriors. This was something we could scarcely have imagined in the past. Furthermore, there are 10 half-saints among us. Notably, Jiang Tianming, bolstered by a myriad of resources, has attained combat strength rivaling that of the peak half-saints, while Ji Changfeng is not far behind. Additionally, there is an ancient royal relic whose power is astonishing. Over the years, the royal family has concealed numerous trump cards. Altogether, in the near future, the Divine Sky Sect is poised to gain 3 peak half-saints. Zhang Shu smiled, acknowledging, this is already quite commendable. The development thus far has exceeded the original expectations of the former owner. Compared to the erstwhile Divine Sky Sect, the current Divine Sky Sacred Land has grown exponentially stronger. Yet, it is essential to recognize that the majority of this progress is credited to the royal family, specifically the current Huangfu lineage. The Divine Sky Sect itself has contributed relatively little, as it is still in its nascent stages with limited personnel to deploy. Do not celebrate prematurely, he cautioned. The other two factions are far more formidable than our Divine Sky Sacred Land. Recently, I discreetly ventured away to assess the other two major forces and discovered numerous powerful individuals, narrowly avoiding detection. One thing is certain, they must have hidden great saints, and their number of saints significantly surpasses ours. As for the Nirvana realm, the Yuan Yang Sword Sect alone boasts over 300, and this is merely a rough estimate from my observations. Undoubtedly, there are many more concealed. A conservative estimate suggests that the combined forces of the two factions could approach 1,000 in the Nirvana realm, 10 times our count. Huang Fuzhan continued. In the Xianzhou domain, there are currently 3 major factions. One is the Divine Sky Sacred Land, established less than 2 years ago. Although its growth has been rapid, its foundation remains too fragile. In terms of saint-level combatants, aside from Huang Fuzhan, we have scarcely any formidable figures to present. While Huang Fuzhan may indeed be the strongest in the Xianzhou domain, it is impractical to rely solely on him for every matter. Furthermore, the other two factions have endured for countless years, likely possessing hidden capabilities. In truth, when compared, the Divine Sky Sacred Land is the weakest, and the disparity is glaring. The other two factions are the Yuan Yang Sword Sect and the Heavenly Emperor Tower. For the time being, we need not concern ourselves with the Tiandi Tower. This faction possesses an air of mystery and refrains from unnecessarily intervening in the conflicts of major powers. Their focus lies in conducting fair transactions, and their profound background extends across numerous great domains. Whenever a new domain lord emerges, they will naturally retreat into the shadows, presenting little obstruction to us at present. The true force we must remain vigilant against is the Yuan Yang Sword Sect. This faction occupies more than half of the territory within the Xianzhou domain. Compared to the Tiandi Tower, the Yuan Yang Sword Sect represents our most formidable obstacle to unifying the Xianzhou domain. And for the Shunshao Sacred Land to establish its presence, it must first overcome the Yuan Yang Sword Sect. Huang Fuzhan continued, stating that, in relation to the entirety of the Xianzhou domain, the area truly occupied by our Shunshao Sacred Land is merely around 1/5. This is partly due to the recent establishment of the Shunshao Sacred Land, which renders rapid expansion impractical, and partly due to a severe shortage of personnel. Xiaoshu, the Shunshao Sacred Land is yours. The royal family is currently assisting in its management, but it is imperative that you cultivate your own power, nurturing a force that genuinely belongs to the Shunshao Sacred Land, rather than continuously relying on the royal family's strength. If we remain alive today, that is well and good. But should the day come when we fall, after countless years have passed, will the Shunshao Sacred Land belong to the Huangfu family or to the Shunshao sect? You may consider this inconsequential. Yet the Shunshao sect is a legacy left by your father, a culmination of countless individuals' efforts. You may not care personally, but it is essential to take into account the sentiments of those who do. Seemingly aware of Zhang Shu's intended response, Huang Fuzhan earnestly persuaded him. Afterward, he added, and now, there exists a prime opportunity. Chapter 152, where I exist. There is the divine realm. The sacred land of Shunshao is currently in a phase of expansion. Although we will hold our existing territory for the time being and refrain from reckless growth, certain preparations must be made in advance. Thus, while consolidating our own position, we will also dispatch formidable individuals to covertly establish alliances with various factions within the Xianzhou domain, seeking to win them over. In the future, these factions will become invaluable allies to the sacred land of Shunshao. Presently, some powers have begun to show signs of allegiance to us. If we take the initiative to provide them with support, success is highly probable. However, this task must fall solely to you, Xiaoshu. Neither I, nor the Huangfu family, nor anyone else from the sacred land of Shunshao is suited for this undertaking. We are not the Holy Lord. Only you can accomplish this mission. Huang Fuzhan's expression was grave. The sacred land of Shunshao sought expansion, yet the time was not ripe. In the current landscape of the Xianzhou domain, Xinqiao occupies approximately 20% of the territory, while the Heavenly Emperor Tower remains elusive, controlling little more than 10% at most. In stark contrast, the Yuanyang Sword Sect stands as a true local power, a sovereign of the Xinzhou domain. At present, the Yuanyang Sword Sect thrives abundantly, commanding nearly 60% of the area, effectively holding sway over more than half of the Xinzhou domain. Over the years, they have systematically eliminated obstacles and barring unforeseen circumstances. Within a century, the Yuanyang Sword Sect is poised to unify the Xinzhou domain, emerging as its new hegemonic force. For the sacred land of Xunxiao to establish itself, it cannot passively witness this unfolding scenario. Thus, resistance is imperative. Fortunately, the complexities of the Xinzhou domain, coupled with the relatively recent establishment of the sacred land of Xinxiao, alongside the influence of the Qinglong deity and the demon clan, has led the Yuanyang Sword Sect to temporarily regard this region as a secondary target. Unless it reaches a critical juncture, they are unlikely to act hastily, granting us a respite. Zhang Shu clearly comprehended the essence of Huang Fuzhan's words. Cultivating a sacred land is not merely a matter of conflict. While individual strength holds certain advantages, personal capacity is limited, making it impossible to attend to every detail. A robust and formidable faction is essential, and this is precisely the vulnerability of the sacred land of Xinxiao. Moreover, Huang Fuzhan's insight is valid. Zhang Shu requires individuals he can truly trust. Ultimately, the Huangfu family remains the Huangfu family. The sacred land of Xinxiao needs a force that is entirely its own. Upon hearing Huang Fuzhan's proposal, and having already contemplated the matter, Zhang Shu readily agreed. Very well, I shall personally undertake this task. Indeed, that is splendid. Huang Fuzhan exhaled in relief, fearing that Zhang Shu might decline, which would have posed a significant dilemma. After all, the younger generation, often gifted and talented, frequently resists constraints and shies away from responsibilities. Throughout the years, he has encountered many such prodigies, yet Zhang Shu appears to be an exception, unwaveringly committed to the responsibilities of the sect. Zhang Shu smiled and remarked, "Perfect timing, for I also intend to further expand the influence of the sacred land. While it is currently inadvisable to continue the expansion of the Xunxiao sacred land, an alternative approach can be employed, such as establishing a new force that appears unrelated to the Xunxiao sacred land on the surface, yet is secretly under its control." Huang Fuzhan listened quietly, and after a moment, furrowed his brow, seemingly grasping the implication. "Are you planning to depart from the Xinxiao sect? This place is the fruit of your countless efforts. And in terms of foundation, it is undoubtedly on par with the other two great powers. After such a significant investment, you intend to abandon it now? While I can temporarily defend the sacred land for you, this is not a long-term solution." "You abandon?" "No." Zhang Shu interrupted him directly, casting his gaze over the vast expanse of the Xunxiao sacred land. He looked upon the sect that had received countless system rewards over the years, which had amassed an unfathomable foundation. He beheld the rainbow formation above, which, although seemingly ornamental, possessed the power to annihilate ordinary holy realms. Gazing at everything he had personally created, Zhang Shu smiled gently. "Your words are misguided, speaking of abandonment and persistence." At this moment, he turned slightly, revealing a domineering confidence that astonished Huang Fuzhan. Zhang Shu opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the heavens and earth, proclaiming, "Where I stand, there lies the Xinxiao." Only 3 days later, Huang Fuzhan suddenly noticed a presence swiftly departing from the Xunxiao sacred land. Has he left? He pondered, recalling Zhang Shu's earlier words, rendered momentarily speechless. It seemed he had underestimated this young man, whom he had always regarded as a grandson. Unbeknownst to him, that child had, in fact, fully matured. Go, he thought. As long as I remain, the Xunxiao sacred land shall forever endure." Zhang Shu departed with great resolve, taking no one with him, leaving alone. Over the past 2 years, the Xunxiao sacred land had developed rapidly. Yi Yun, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi, once mere outer disciples, had all grown to become formidable in their own right, each entering the Nirvana realm with extraordinary combat prowess. They were exceptional talents. Together with the stalwarts of the older generation, Jiang Tianming and Ji Changfeng, and with Huang Fuzhan, a powerful figure of the Holy Realm overseeing them, the Xunxiao sacred land had truly established its presence, freeing him from excessive worry. He left with a sense of peace. Zhang Shu glanced at the system panel. Sect points: 25, 341, 200. Over 25 million sect points. All of this was a result of the benefits accrued since the establishment of the Shunxiao Sacred Land. The acquisition of sect points had become increasingly challenging. It had taken 2 full years, coupled with the founding of the Shunxiao Sacred Land, to amass such a sum. Zhang Shu sighed softly. He had previously expended over 20 million sect points to elevate his own strength to the pinnacle of nirvana. Subsequently, he ascended to the initial stage of a semi-saint. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Shu, while he believed that consuming 10 million sect points would elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of a semi-saint, the outcome remained at the initial stage. It appeared that the system categorized each realm into 9 tiers. According to the system's assessment, my current strength should be classified as the second tier of a semi-saint. Yet I still count it as being at the initial stage. Zhang Shu seemed to grasp the implication. Consequently, he refrained from further expenditures of sect points. It was simply not worthwhile. Given the increasing difficulty in acquiring sect points, it was prudent to conserve them for more critical uses. These sect points were best reserved for surmounting significant thresholds. Host: Zhang Shu. Cultivation: Semi-Saint, second tier, upgradable. Technique: Chaotic Divine Grinding Technique. Items: Divine Radiance Robe. Saint Realm Experience Card 1. Emperor Realm Experience Card 1. Weapon: Eternal Moment. Chapter 153. The conclusion of the Novice Protection Period. Ding. The host is associated with the sect. The Xinxiao Sect, which has met the growth criteria. The Novice Protection Period has concluded. Daily tasks have been cancelled. The system's tasks have transitioned to a random trigger mode. System functions are being modified. System update in progress. System update complete. At the moment Zhang Shu departed from the sacred land of Shunxiao, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. The Novice Protection Period had ended, and daily tasks had been replaced. Zhang Shu promptly examined the updated system. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the daily task feature had indeed vanished. Yet a new icon had emerged. What could this be? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Shu clicked on it. Instantly, a round object materialized in the void before him. It resembled a jar, a clay pot. It appeared quite antiquated, exuding an aura of mysterious profundity that captivated his gaze. Ding! The host may receive 1 random pocket jar daily. Rewards will be acquired upon opening. Attention! The contents of the random pocket jar may include any item, ranging from the flesh and bones of the undead to elixirs that could elevate one to sainthood in a day, as well as demons and malevolent spirits filled with madness and malice, appearing randomly upon opening. The rarer the item, the lower the probability of obtaining it. Warning: opening the random jar may entail certain risks. The host is advised to decide with caution. Note: the random jar refreshes daily, and only one may be obtained for free each day. After perusing this information, Zhang Shu hesitated momentarily before reaching to open the jar. He recalled the system's warnings. Opening a jar could indeed carry risks. Evidently, with the conclusion of the Novice Protection Period, even the difficulty of obtaining system rewards had escalated. Nonetheless, what he relished most was the thrill of challenging high difficulties. "Let us do this," Zhang Shu exclaimed with excitement, unwaveringly raising his hand and decisively slapping a golden button that had appeared before him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mysterious jar before him began to shake violently, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Faintly, he could discern the echoes of ghostly roars, reminiscent of vengeful spirits. As time passed, cracks multiplied across the surface of the clay pot until, with a resounding bang, it exploded. Zhang Shu's vitality surged, and he braced himself for whatever dangers lay ahead. In the next moment, a radiant light emerged before him. Ding! 1 random pocket jar has been opened. Reward Ningyuan pill 100 acquired. As the announcement concluded, bottles of pristine, rounded pills appeared before Zhang Shu. Ningyuan pills? His expression stiffened, and he fell silent for a moment, silently stowing away the pills. As expected of a random jar, it could produce anything, even cultivation pills for the Ningyuan realm. Zhang Shu shook his head. What use did he have for such items? Consuming them would merely provide a fleeting taste. As for the effects of they pale in comparison to the significant enhancements he achieves through casual meditation. Oh, can one really exchange for special jars? Is it possible to specify a particular type of treasure, or even a specific item? What? The starting price is 1,000,000 Sect points, and it can easily soar into the tens of millions. Farewell, farewell. Zhang Shu discovered another type of special jar, and a shared glance revealed it was something he could not afford. He slipped away. Indeed, now that the novice protection period had ended, the richness of rewards had significantly diminished. However, this was not a major concern. The opening of jars accumulated luck. Consistently obtaining low-level items would eventually lead to the discovery of exceptional equipment once a certain threshold was reached. The items Zhang Shu previously acquired, as per the system's introduction, were at best of a relatively rare stage, far from being top tier. With this system upgrade, although the lower limit of rewards had deepened, the upper limit had also been significantly raised. Not a loss at all. At worst, it merely required a bit more time to accumulate. Conveniently, time was the one thing Zhang Shu had in abundance. Zhang Shu continued on his path, swiftly leaving the confines of the Tianqing kingdom. Immediately ahead lay the two great sacred grounds of Hongqin and Tianqi, both now occupied by the Shunjiao sacred land, which had dispatched new semi-holy powers to oversee their domains. Further ahead was the Qingshan Lake. The once pristine Qingshan Lake now stood at the border between the Shunjiao sacred land and the outside world. Throughout the Xianzhou region, the Shunjiao sacred land occupied the east. The Tiandi Tower's headquarters primarily resided in the south, while the vast central and western northern regions had completely fallen under the dominion of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. Unlike the burgeoning Shunjiao sacred land, the Yuanyang Sword Sect boasted an incredibly solid foundation. Within the sect, there were 18 main peaks, representing 18 supreme sword paths, a total of 18 sword saints. Among them, 3 sword saints were suspected to have crossed into the Great Saint realm, immensely powerful. Reflecting on the information amassed by the Shunjiao sacred land over the past 2 years, Zhang Shu could not help but exclaim, a full 18 sword saints, such depth indeed surpasses that of the Shunjiao sect by a wide margin. While the pinnacle levels of the Yuanyang Sword Sect may not be as formidable as those of the Shunjiao Sacred Land, in terms of elite combat strength and mid-level power, they far exceed it, existing on an entirely different plane. Zhang Shu felt awe but remained unperturbed. Although the Shunjiao Sacred Land appeared somewhat weakened at present, its potential was immense, far beyond what the Yuanyang Sword Sect could compare to. It merely lacked time. Moreover, with the presence of Huang Fuzhan, who could potentially ascend to a higher level at any moment, they were not at a disadvantage. Additionally, there was Zhang Shu himself. Over the past 2 years, his vitality cultivation had reached the early semi-holy stage, primarily through system enhancements, with his own training yielding negligible improvement. However, his mental prowess was another matter. In terms of mental strength alone, he might even surpass Huang Fuzhan. Yet, Huang Fuzhan was formidable in every aspect, with his vitality, mental acuity, and mastery of principles all reaching exceptionally high levels, leaving no weaknesses. In synergy, he was beyond Zhang Shu's reach. The cultivation of mental strength progresses rapidly, yet the advancement of vital energy lags significantly behind, creating a considerable disparity. The primary reason for this predicament lies in the realm of vital energy, where a formidable technique is sorely lacking. Zhang Shu is acutely aware of his shortcomings. While he has begun to cultivate vital energy, the techniques at his disposal are markedly inferior. The Shengxiu sacred land is fundamentally weak, offering no techniques suitable for cultivation at the saint level. Generally, upon reaching this level, one refrains from adopting others' techniques and instead embarks on the path of self-creation, as only self-fashioned techniques can truly align with one's essence. Otherwise, even if the techniques of Huang Fuzhan were bestowed upon him, Zhang Shu might struggle to master them due to the lack of compatibility. Thus, over the past 2 years, aside from honing his mental strength, Zhang Shu has diligently devoted himself to the study of vital energy techniques. By employing his insightful eye, he discerns the flaws and merits within various techniques, allowing him to refine and distill them. Through this methodology, he ultimately aspires to consolidate a technique that is uniquely suited to him. However, this approach possesses both advantages and significant drawbacks. It necessitates a vast array of techniques from the same realm. Techniques below the nirvana stage are manageable, but when it comes to those at the nirvana level, Zhang Shu has, with great effort, rallied the entire sacred land's resources to amass a meager collection. Yet, upon reaching the semi-saint tier, he finds himself utterly powerless. Therein lies the issue. The entirety of the Xingxiu sacred land boasts merely a handful of semi-saint cultivators, most of whom have only recently achieved breakthroughs, lacking profound legacies or accumulations in techniques. Even if all their techniques were to be entrusted to Zhang Shu, it would amount to a mere drop in the ocean. It is insufficient, truly insufficient. He yearns for more, an abundance of semi-saint level techniques, and even those of the saint realm. Chapter 154. The Yuanyang Sword Sect. Zhang Shu moved with remarkable speed, traversing the vast distance of dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. The mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars all became ethereal and indistinct. Upon departing from the sacred land of Xintiao and crossing the Tian-Duan mountain range, he ventured several thousand miles further, arriving at the territory of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. Here, the density of the natural energies was noticeably higher, befitting the mightiest force within the entire Xianzhou domain, which had dominated such a bounteous region for countless years, its formidable strength a matter of course. The instant Zhang Shu stepped into this new realm, he felt a slight prickling sensation coursing through his body. It was as though the air was permeated with invisible, formless sword energy. Under the dominion of the Yuanyang Sword Sect, sword cultivation flourished, with countless practitioners honing their craft together, resulting in the natural emergence of peculiar transformations in the environment. Within this area, sword cultivators found it considerably easier to advance their skills, and their combat prowess was enhanced as well. Reaching the heart of the Xianzhou domain, Zhang Shu's impression of this place was first and foremost one of overwhelming strength. An immense power surged within the very fabric of the world. If the majority of the sacred land of Xintiao allowed ordinary mortals to thrive, then here, common folk would only experience an oppressive weight, as if the heavens themselves were inexorably descending upon them. His second impression was one of chaos, a profound turmoil. Within the sacred land of Xintiao, the former rule of the Tianqing imperial family had instilled order through diligent governance across generations. Though it was a realm of cultivation, the majority of the populace had lived relatively well, especially now that the great upheaval had been quelled and the scourge had been eradicated, leading to an era of tranquility. Under the aegis of the sacred land, citizens enjoyed peace and prosperity, and the streets were devoid of the bones of the perished. The establishment of the Xintiao Pavilion served to oversee the realm. Should anyone be found stirring unrest, be they solitary strongmen or clan factions, they would face merciless retribution. Lesser offenders would still incur severe penalties as a warning. Simultaneously, the Xintiao Pavilion was responsible for recruiting talented disciples, thereby continuously infusing fresh blood into the sacred land. Many who had grown numb to the world were rekindled with hope and joined the sacred land, contributing to this grand endeavor. It could be said that within the confines of the sacred land, there blossomed a vibrant vitality. Even outsiders, having heard of the sacred land's circumstances, could not help but migrate there. Given enough time, the growth of the sacred land was inevitable. Even the Tiandi Tower sent envoys to engage with Xintiao, marveling at the transformations within the sacred land, hoping to establish branches and deepen cooperation. Although the Tiandi Tower refrained from entangling itself in the struggles of various factions, this initiative undoubtedly held tremendous benefits for the newly established sacred land. However, the Yuanyang Sword Sect was distinct. This faction adhered to the doctrine of absolute survival of the fittest. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they could wield life and death over the weak, treating all beings as mere insects. Thus, everything Zhang Shu witnessed was steeped in chaos, devoid of a unified realm, without a formidable counterbalance. Even the 6 territories occupied by the Yuanyang Sword Sect exist in a state of chaotic neglect, lacking any semblance of unity. Various factions stand tall, perpetually embroiled in conflict. As for the Yuanyang Sword Sect itself, it resembles a celestial being, aloof and indifferent to the turmoil below, merely collecting tributes at regular intervals. If the tributes are forthcoming, all is well. If not, annihilation awaits. As long as a large-scale war does not erupt and significant casualties do not occur that might jeopardize the interests of the Yuanyang Sword Sect, everything else is of little concern. The Yuanyang Sword Sect appears more like a band of brigands, relying solely on its might to instill fear and command submission, utterly oblivious to the effective governance of its domain, which is itself rife with disorder, where the 13 sword saints are at odds with one another. Though it is ostensibly a single entity, it functions like a disjointed assemblage. Zhang Shu gently shook his head, pondering why, despite possessing such overwhelming advantages for countless years, the Yuanyang Sword Sect has yet to conquer the entirety of the Xianzhou domain. It may seem immensely powerful and at its zenith, yet it is, in truth, a precarious edifice, liable to collapse at any moment. The so-called prosperity is but a fade. Furthermore, it has left itself with a multitude of formidable enemies, concerned only with amassing benefits while neglecting all else. It remains unclear whether this is mere confidence, hubris, or sheer folly. This aspect particularly left Zhang Shu speechless. The Yuanyang Sword Sect has allowed numerous formidable sects and families within its domain to thrive, some even possessing the strength of the Holy Realm. How can such a situation be tolerated? What is the purpose of unifying the Xianzhou domain if it is merely for the sake of obtaining a bit more tribute? Zhang Shu found this utterly perplexing. In contrast, the Shunxiao sacred land, upon achieving unity, swiftly purged its adversaries and rapidly solidified internal cohesion. Though not entirely harmonious, it would at least be spared the burden of internal strife when faced with external threats. The Yuanyang Sword Sect, however, remains entirely oblivious. While it claims to govern 60% of the Xianzhou domain, a closer examination reveals a scenario of coexisting warlords, with the Yuanyang Sword Sect merely the strongest among them. The other factions, albeit begrudgingly, acknowledge its dominion. A little tribute here and there, and the Yuanyang Sword Sect blissfully overlooks these factions, believing itself to have unified the territory. It is truly laughable. Do they think this is merely a game? I attack a faction, poised to obliterate it, only for them to verbally concede, pledging allegiance and submission. Do they truly believe such empty promises? Surely those factions must be taken aback by their own naivety. It is indeed a situation fraught with vulnerabilities. Yet perhaps this is for the best. If the Yuanyang Sword Sect were entirely united and flawless, the Shunxiao sacred land would be in dire straits. To put it charitably, the Shunxiao sacred land possesses boundless potential. To put it bluntly, it is simply weak. The only formidable contenders are Huang Fuzhan and Zhang Shu. Yet, what can one individual, no matter how powerful, truly accomplish? The three eminent sages of the Yuanyang Sword Sect are not to be underestimated, even if one is not a match. What of two joining forces? If necessary, 3 against 1 can be arranged. Despite Huang Fuzhan's prowess, he has not cultivated for many years without reason. Sword cultivators, while not adept at managing territories, are singularly focused on their craft. Their speed of cultivation and combat prowess are truly formidable. Even two martial arts masters of the same realm may not rival the might of a sword cultivator. Furthermore, with so many sages present, it is likely that Zhang Shu would falter. After gathering some information, Zhang Shu felt a sense of clarity. The situation was considerably better than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the Yuanyang Sword Sect remains an indomitable behemoth. With 18 sage-level warriors, even a sage king may struggle to secure victory against them. Patience is essential. Haste would be ill-advised. Chapter 155. The trap. Zhang Shu had resolved to take things slowly this time, opting for a more discreet approach. His previous endeavors had been excessively ostentatious, compounded by the presence of disciples from his sect, necessitating the maintenance of an air of superiority. This time, however, he was alone and could afford to proceed at a leisurely pace. Thus, it was decided, he would first investigate the force mentioned in the intelligence reports. As he stepped forward, he vanished from his location in an instant, only to reappear hundreds of miles away moments later. At the semi-saint level, one begins to harness the power of spatial manipulation. Reaching the pinnacle of this stage allows for short-distance void traversal. Although Zhang Shu was merely at the early semi-saint stage, his formidable mental strength enabled him to traverse vast distances with but a thought. The destination was the Qimu Academy. Guided by the map, Zhang Shu soon arrived before a grand institution. Within the Xianzhou domain, powerful individuals abound. Generally, only those with a saint-level presence can be deemed first-rate forces, while only those possessing great saint-level strength can be classified as superlative. Presently, there are only 3 superlative forces in the Xianzhou domain, with numerous first-rate powers. However, Qimu Academy before him was merely a second-rate force. At that moment, within a wooden house imbued with the essence of nature, an elderly man with white hair was engrossed in studying a scroll. Suddenly, he looked up, sensing a visitor approaching. Is there a guest visiting? The old man set aside the scroll and, in an instant, appeared high above the heavens, standing before Zhang Shu. Upon seeing Zhang Shu, the old man's gaze shifted slightly, and he clasped his hands in greeting. "Might I inquire what brings you to Chimu Academy? You are the master of Chimu Academy?" Zhang Shu assessed the old man, marveling at how growth reveals the vastness of the world. Previously, in the Tianqing Kingdom, a Nirvana realm expert was considered an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet now, with his perspective broadened to encompass the entirety of the Xianzhou domain, he found a semi-saint guarded academy merely classified as a second-rate force. Clearly, the elderly gentleman before him was an early semi-saint, his aura notably weaker than Zhang Shu's, suggesting he had just recently entered the semi-saint stage. Zhang Shu presented a token, offering it to the old man. "I hail from the Shunqiao sacred land, and have come to fulfill our agreement." "Ah, it is indeed an honor to receive your esteemed presence. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. I have awaited this day for quite some time." The old man took the token, and upon hearing Zhang Shu's words, he displayed immense excitement. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what the sacred land requires of us?" The old man appeared quite anxious, as Zhang Shu had been briefed on certain matters by Huang Fuzhan prior to his arrival. Numerous factions harbor a subtle inclination towards aligning with the divine celestial sanctum. However, the sanctum has not offered a definitive response, merely stating that it requires further contemplation. This ambiguous reply leaves these factions in a state of anxious anticipation, feeling helpless as they await a conclusive answer. Under the dominion of the Yuan Yang Sword Sect, chaos reigns supreme. Bloodshed unfolds perpetually, and even second-rate factions, let alone first-rate ones, are constantly at risk of annihilation. Thus, they ardently desire to affiliate with the divine celestial sanctum, for such an alliance signifies safety. In the current realm of Xianzhou, safety has become a rare luxury, a coveted prize. Let us discuss intelligence. What is it that I ought to know? What developments have transpired within the Yuan Yang Sword Sect of late? Zhang Shu did not respond to the elder's inquiry, but instead posed a counter-question. The elder, sensing the shift, refrained from further probing and answered earnestly. "You are unaware, esteemed one. The Yuan Yang Sword Sect conducts itself with brazen arrogance. Its formidable members are utterly obsessed with the sword path, dismissing all other disciplines as heretical paths that ought to be eradicated. Even those who have reached the saint realm face relentless suppression. We, as second-rate factions, live in constant trepidation, our existence a veritable torment." The elder lamented, recounting the sect's tyranny and cruelty. Zhang Shu remained non-committal, quietly absorbing the information to glean what was useful. We factions can only huddle together for warmth. Yet we remain unable to escape the Yuan Yang Sword Sect's exploitation. The meager tributes we offer annually are trivial matters that we can muster with some effort. However, these sword cultivators frequently come to challenge us under the guise of sparring, each encounter resulting in a massacre of our disciples, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. They also find various pretexts to abduct women as sword cauldrons to aid their cultivation, a fate that often ends in tragedy. Over time, we can no longer endure such oppression. If this continues, it will not be long before our legacies and sects vanish entirely from this world. It is said that the divine celestial sanctum treats its vassal factions with great benevolence. Thus, we have the audacity to seek affiliation with the sanctum, hoping to gain its protection. The elder's expression appeared profoundly sincere. However, Zhang Shu sensed an underlying disquiet. Suddenly, he spoke. "I recall that the Chimu Academy had numerous disciples. Why is it so quiet now? Moreover, considering the dire straits of your Chimu Academy, how is it that you still possess so many semi-saint level experts? It is quite astonishing. In this grand formation, it hardly resembles the capabilities of an ordinary second-rate faction." As Zhang Shu's words fell, the elder's previously melancholic visage transformed dramatically, shifting from cordial enthusiasm to utter indifference. Subsequently, the once rich essence of the wood principles dissipated, replaced by an extraordinarily sharp sword energy. The visage of the elder underwent a transformation, shifting from that of a venerable old man with snow-white hair to that of a middle-aged figure clad in resplendent golden robes within mere moments. Concurrently, two other presences of semi-saintly might materialized in the void, both formidable beings akin to the golden-robed man. 3 semi-saint initial stage cultivators. Observing this, Zhang Shu sighed, as if awakening to a grim realization. Were the individuals from Chimu Academy all slain by you? A hint of a smile graced the face of the middle-aged man masquerading as the elder. I truly did not anticipate that you would uncover my guise. Alas. Time was somewhat fleeting, and my arrangements were rather rudimentary. With a sigh, the golden-robed man continued, yet it is of little consequence now. For the grand formation has been completed, and we have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, esteemed guest from Shinshao. Upon these words, the other two figures in golden attire erupted into a cacophony of mocking laughter. Sword chi surged through the air. In an instant, the three semi-saint sword cultivators stood proudly in the void, akin to radiant suns. The boundless sword energy, like a dazzling and searing light, swept across the realm, causing the myriad flora below to wither away. The leading golden-robed man spoke with a chilling tone. This realm of Xianzhou belongs to my Yuanyang sword sect. Any who dare to encroach upon it shall meet their demise. Chapter 156. The Nature of Man, Innately Malevolent, the Path of the Sword Cultivator. Boom. In that moment, the academy below trembled violently, the ground collapsing rapidly to reveal countless corpses beneath. The sight was a harrowing tableau of death. Among them, a figure that Zhang Shu recognized all too well emerged. None other than the elderly man who had previously disguised himself in golden robes, a half-saint powerhouse. Now staring wide-eyed in fury, his life force extinguished. The Chimu Academy had been utterly annihilated. How do you find this gift from our guest of the divine sky? The golden-robed man appeared unconcerned about slaying Zhang Shu. Instead, he surveyed the multitude of bodies with a grin. Zhang Shu did not exhibit overt anger. At such a moment, rage was futile. He glanced at the corpses below and remarked calmly, "So, you orchestrated this trap for the Chimu Academy." The golden-robed man shook his head instantly. No, you misunderstand." He then displayed a smile that chilled the heart. "It's not just the Chimu Academy, the Golden Light Temple, the Medicine King's Valley, and the Celestial Wolf Gang. All were meticulously prepared as gifts for our friends from the divine sky." Surprised? Upon hearing this, a heavy weight settled in Zhang Shu's heart. There was no mistaking it. The other names mentioned were precisely his targets for this journey. This indicated that these factions had long been under the watchful eye of the Yuanyang sword sect. The foremost power in the Xianzhou region was far more formidable than he had anticipated, and they held an unusual regard for the divine sky. They had set a trap well in advance. Once the divine sky sent forth its people, ensnared by several half-saints and a formidable formation, survival was nearly impossible. While it might not inflict significant harm upon the divine sky, a humiliating defeat was all but guaranteed. This was the objective of the Yuanyang sword sect. How do you feel? Angry? Frustrated? Does it seem you are utterly powerless? The golden-robed man laughed heartily. A collection of weak factions daring to claim the title of a holy land, attempting to shake the foundations of my Yuanyang sword sect. Do you not find that utterly naive? His face radiated with amusement, and his tone dripped with disdain. To him, the divine sky was nothing more than a rabble seeking warmth in numbers, flailing in a final struggle before their demise. Utterly insignificant. Zhang Shu regarded the man. Angry? To be honest, those who had perished were mere strangers to him. In this world of cultivation, death was a daily occurrence. Countless lives were lost in the wake of battles among the powerful. He had witnessed death many times before. He was not particularly enraged, yet there was a lingering dissatisfaction. He had traversed a great distance, hoping to consolidate several factions as allies, only to find them obliterated in an instant. The Yuanyang sword sect was said to possess 3,000 sword wielders, 70 of whom were golden-robed wielders, each a half-saint powerhouse. In an instant, Zhang Shu deduced the man's identity. Golden-robed, sword wielder. The golden-robed man maintained his broad smile. Zhang Shu suddenly spoke with calmness. "Has anyone told you? You are quite foolish?" The middle-aged man in golden attire darkened his expression, evidently taken aback that this scene had no effect on Zhang Shu. The fact that his opponent remained so composed at this juncture was beyond his expectations, and thus the man suddenly lost interest. The smile and mockery on his face vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. With a derisive scoff, he mused, "It appears you are no different from us after all. I initially held some interest in you. As they say, the sacred land of Shinshao treats its people with kindness, each individual a paragon of compassion, a true sage with the grace of a strong man and the empathy towards the weak. Yet, it seems the rumors are merely that. Witnessing so many perish without a flicker of emotion was entirely inconsistent with the portrayals of those from the sacred land. Compassion does not equate to sainthood, nor does it denote foolishness. However, you are indeed foolish. Zhang Shu sighed, realizing their stupidity was beyond redemption. Sword cultivators, he thought. Under the influence of the Yuanyang sword sect, they truly are narrow-minded fools. Did you really believe you had me at your mercy? What benefit could arise from provoking me? As he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying wave of mental energy surged forth. The three individuals opposite him were instantly engulfed, their faces turning ashen. Countless strands of mental power intertwined, resembling a vast, illusory ocean that calmly swept over the grand formation, causing numerous array runes to collapse into luminous points. Devoured by the mental tsunami, and then, under the horrified gazes of the three semi-saint sword cultivators, they were mercilessly submerged. Sacred realm? Impossible. The sacred land of Shunshao truly possesses a sacred realm. The three semi-saints let out their final roars, their eyes filled with terror and regret. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback, the mental storm pausing for a heartbeat. The bodies of the three semi-saints shattered, their spiritual forms torn apart, and the remnants of their law power were swiftly obliterated beneath the vast mental ocean. For a moment, Zhang Shu was left speechless. These three. He had merely spoken casually, knowing well the traps they set and the cruel methods they employed to slay their foes. Despite the brutality of such tactics, he had quietly developed a sense of solemnity towards these sword cultivators. They were not simple adversaries. Yet now, what was this? They were truly imbeciles. It was no exaggeration. They were genuinely foolish. Zhang Shu suddenly exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a bunch of fools." Is it so surprising that the sacred land of Shunshao possesses a sacred realm? To dare stand alongside two major powers as the third superforce, would they lack a sacred realm to oversee them? He had assumed these individuals would be merely astonished that a sacred realm had come personally to recruit these forces. He had even considered whether they had any subsequent strategies to counter the sacred realm, but instead, he had overestimated these dim-wits. In an instant, Zhang Shu fell into silence. He stood quietly in the void, gazing at the countless corpses below, suddenly at a loss for words. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Perhaps it is precisely such a singularly foolish and mad individual that embodies the most terrifying aspect of these commonplace forces. Indeed, this may be the true dreadfulness of the Yuanyang sword sect, a collective of unprincipled and reckless individuals. They are not devoid of fear. Rather, their minds are so overloaded that they cannot fathom the consequences. For these factions, confronting such adversaries renders any stratagem seemingly futile, no matter the calculations employed. Should the opponent be resolute in their convictions, unwavering in their obsession with the sword path, and devoid of humanity, all plans become naught. Is it truly the case that one can evade calculation simply by being foolish? Is this the reason for the Yuanyang sword sect's formidable ascendance? Is this relentless ignorance akin to a childlike heart? Thus, the prowess of these sword cultivators continues to grow ever more terrifying. In that moment, Zhang Shu found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, caught between laughter and tears. To encounter such foes, one must possess superior strength. Otherwise, any attempt at reasoning is but a delusion, and strategizing is largely in vain. Even if one were to slay a sword cultivator or two, retribution would swiftly come in the form of even more formidable adversaries, akin to provoking a nest of hornets. A frenzied onslaught would overwhelm any faction. They are a horde of unrepentant marauders, demons that know only how to wreak havoc upon the world, plunging it into chaos and rendering the populace destitute. Countless souls live in trepidation, unable to find solace. It is said that good begets good, and evil begets evil. Logically, this group should have long perished. Yet, the heavens have inexplicably bestowed upon them an extraordinary talent for the sword path. In a sudden epiphany, Zhang Shu grasped their essence. This is their way. The members of the Yuanyang sword sect have taken the inherently malevolent nature of humanity and transformed it into an extreme, childlike sword path. Pushed to its ultimate expression, this embodies the purest form of evil. With unadulterated malevolence, they forge the most terrifying swords. Their unconventional approach to swordsmanship achieves the pinnacle of their craft. The one who pioneered this path possesses a relentless and venomous spirit. Contemplating this, Even Zhang Shu's steadfast nature was shaken, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 157. An unusual adversary. Huang Fuzhan's decision in the blink of an eye. 3 semi-saint entities had completely fallen. Zhang Shu stood suspended in the void, gazing at the shattered Qimu Academy, enveloped in a profound silence. He could scarcely fathom that the Qimu Academy had long been under the watchful eye of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. Everything had been a meticulously woven conspiracy, a trap. It was likely that Huang Fuzhan remained oblivious to the truth. The adversary was not omnipotent, nor did they fully comprehend the unfolding events. If his conjectures were correct, the other 3 major powers had likely met the same obliteration. At this moment, Zhang Shu's heart had already grasped the answer. It was certain. Since the Yuanyang Sword Sect had anticipated his arrival, they would undoubtedly leave no room for mercy, simultaneously utilizing this incident to caution all those aspiring to align themselves with the divine sky, sacred land. This was the impending fate. Those who dared to pledge allegiance to the divine sky, sacred land would find no protection. Death awaited them. One could only imagine the severe psychological blow this incident would deal to the factions still hesitating on the sidelines. For second-tier powers, each guarded by a semi-saint, had vanished without a trace. Would the remaining semi-saints dare to seek refuge? Were they not afraid of following in the same footsteps? As for the weaker factions, did they not fear for their lives? If even semi-saints could fall so easily, what hope could they possibly have? As for those factions fortified by saint-level guardians, after this occurrence, if they could not muster sufficient strength to demonstrate that the divine sky, sacred land, could safeguard their safety, then all attempts at alliance would be rendered utterly laughable. It was unimaginable that the Yuanyang Sword Sect would orchestrate such a spectacle. It seemed that continuing to operate under the auspices of the divine sky would yield little effect. They would inevitably become the target of the Yuanyang Sword Sect's relentless pursuit. Zhang Shu pondered and realized a need for a change in strategy. Although the Yuanyang Sword Sect's members were somewhat naive, their tenacity was formidable. When trouble arose, they were bold enough to confront it head-on. Even if they later experienced regret and fear, it was of no consequence. The events had already transpired. They were foolish, yet possessed overwhelming strength, which was indeed a source of great concern. The crux of the matter remained their power, far too formidable. If only the divine sky, sacred land, could boast a few more saint-level warriors, Zhang Shu would not feel such acute distress. It was unbearable. With their top-tier trump cards unable to act freely and lacking additional saint-level support, they were destined to a passive defense, struggling to launch an offensive. Moreover, this recent encounter had imparted a crucial lesson to Zhang Shu. The Yuanyang Sword Sect could never coexist with the divine sky, sacred land. Given their exceedingly domineering and ruthless nature, unwilling to share even the slightest fragment of their interests, should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly annihilate the divine sky, sacred land at any cost. A clash between the two was unavoidable. As for retreat, that was out of the question. Whether it was the Yuanyang Sword Sect or the divine sky, sacred land, neither could afford to concede an inch. This was a struggle for resources, territory, and even survival. Although Zhang Shu himself might not be particularly concerned about territory, what of the others in the divine sky, sacred land? Should he not consider the sect? Should he not take the disciples into account? Just because Zhang Shu does not imply that his friends and disciples are exempt from such considerations. He is the master of the Shinshio sect and the sovereign of the Shinshio sacred land. He is not a solitary figure. Many matters are beyond his control. In any case, whether driven by his temperament or by a deep-seated hatred for the fiend, he will inevitably confront the Yuanyang Sword Sect in a struggle to the death. He pondered whether it was possible to ally with the Tiandi Tower to combat the Yuanyang Sword Sect. Zhang Shu's initial thought was to seek an alliance with the Tiandi Tower. Its formidable strength and the presence of a great sage would make it a worthy partner, at least on par with the Yuanyang Sword Sect. A collaboration would indeed simplify matters considerably. However, Zhang Shu swiftly dismissed this notion. Not to mention that the Tiandi Tower adheres to principles of fair trade and refrains from engaging in power struggles. There exists a lack of familiarity between the two parties. Furthermore, the Shinshio sacred land is still in its developmental phase, with a relatively weak influence. In such a scenario, who would take the lead in the alliance? Zhang Shu would certainly not consent to become a vassal, nor would the Tiandi Tower. Thus, this strategy proves unfeasible. Although this method is impractical, a slight collaboration could still be beneficial allowing for a mutual check on each other's power. Should the Yuanyang Sword Sect launch an unexpected assault on the Xinqiu sacred land, perhaps there could be a way to leverage the situation to their advantage, compelling the adversary to retreat. This was Zhang Shu's second consideration. Yet, these were all matters for the future. The crux of the issue remains that the Xinqiu sect is fundamentally weak, with an insufficient number of strong practitioners, particularly in the realm of the saints. The sacred land has only just been established, with myriad challenges ahead. Confronting a behemoth with a lineage spanning countless millennia inevitably brings pressure. As he contemplated these matters, Zhang Shu proceeded to investigate the circumstances surrounding the other three major factions. He first collected the belongings of the fallen three semi-saints, successfully acquiring 3 volumes of semi-saint-level techniques, which greatly improved his mood. However, he could not find the techniques stored within the Chimu Academy, likely having been destroyed. 3 volumes of semi-saint techniques, while not abundant, are better than nothing. To devise his own vital energy techniques, he would require several hundred to 1,000 similar texts. Soon, Zhang Shu arrived at the Golden Light Temple, where silence reigned, as expected. A heaviness settled in his heart. As he revealed himself, an immense formation suddenly arose from the earth. Endless sword light surged forth. Ha ha ha, Xinqiu sacred land. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Kill him what? No. Spare me. A saint, this is impossible. 3 golden-clad sword-wielders, 3 formidable entities rivaling semi-saints, united in a display of remarkable might. Yet, regrettably, their adversary was Zhang Shu. Although his vital energy cultivation was not extraordinarily robust, his mental acuity reached a profound level, capable of shaking even the saints. Before long, the 3 semi-saints fell, and Zhang Shu once again acquired 2 volumes of semi-saint-level techniques as he moved on to the next faction, employing the same method. As anticipated, just as Zhang Shu had envisioned, the 4 major forces were entirely annihilated by the Yuanyang Sword Sect, leaving behind 3 golden-robed sword masters as traps. However, with Zhang Shu's arrival, the 9 half-saints perished in succession. When it came to the Tianlang gang, the Yuanyang Sword Sect's formidable warriors stationed there seemed to have received prior intelligence and had already fled. This marked the initial contest between the Shunjiao Holy Land and the Yuanyang Sword Sect. The Shunjiao Holy Land suffered a significant loss of reputation, while the Yuanyang Sword Sect directly lost 9 half-saints, incurring a far graver visible loss. Nevertheless, for the Yuanyang Sword Sect, their objectives had been met. The only imperfection lay in their underestimation of the remaining Holy Realm entities in the Shunjiao Holy Land. The upper echelons of the Yuanyang Sword Sect believed there was only one grand saint within Xinjiao, which led to the establishment of traps. Had only half-saints arrived, they would have been utterly doomed. The original plan of the Yuanyang Sword Sect was to strike a blow to the reputation of the Xinjiao Holy Land while eliminating their strong warriors. However, it could only be considered a tenuous achievement, as they also bore substantial losses. The outcome was a draw at best, or perhaps even a slight disadvantage. After all, despite the circumstances, not a single individual from the Xinjiao Holy Land had perished, while the Yuanyang Sword Sect had seen the fall of 9 golden-robed sword masters. A painful loss for the formidable faction. Zhang Shu had initially believed that the extermination of so many half-saints would restore some of the Xinjiao Holy Land's renown. Yet, unexpectedly, according to the intelligence gathered by Xinjiao, this was not the case. All forces exhibited a notable wariness towards aligning with Xinjiao, evidently influenced by the methods of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. In the case of ordinary factions, the demise of half-saints might serve as a morale booster. However, with the Yuanyang Sword Sect, it was clear that all factions had become accustomed to their self-destructive tactics, inflicting harm upon their enemies while suffering grievous losses themselves. Though this plan was reckless and foolish, the reckless spirit inadvertently achieved its purpose. For a moment, both Zhang Shu and Huang Fuzhan, upon learning the news, were left speechless. Huang Fuzhan, in particular, found himself in a state of bemusement. What a remarkable Yuanyang Sword Sect! Very well, if it comes to that, let Xiao Shu return for now, and we shall continue to wait for a while. The Huangfu family, along with that Ji Chongfeng, are not far from the Holy Realm. With their talents, coupled with the rewards obtained from the demonic cave, it is highly promising that they will achieve the Holy Realm within a few years. At that time, with a few more Holy Realm entities, the Xinjiao Holy Land will have numerous opportunities ahead. Before his departure, Zhang Shu had thoroughly cleared the rewards from the entire demonic cave. Among those treasures, he even discovered several items that rivaled ordinary Holy Realm soul cores, sufficient to assist 4 or 5 individuals in breaking through. It was precisely because of these resources that the Xinjiao Holy Land possessed the confidence to swiftly catch up with the other 2 superpowers. Dominating the Xinjiao region must be approached gradually. It seems I have been somewhat too eager. Huang Fuzhan shook his head, clearly intent on persuading Zhang Shu to return. The outside world was now rife with trepidation regarding the sacred land of Xinjiao, and the prospect of winning them over had diminished considerably. Perhaps he was a bit too eager. However, the outcome of this situation was undeniably unforeseen by anyone. What rational individual would devise such a scheme? It is a thankless endeavor, bearing immense losses solely to vex an adversary. Truly a peculiar phenomenon. Chapter 158. The death of Zhang Yuan let me return? Zhang Shu received a message from Huang Fuzhan. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the other's intentions. Initially, he had been summoned with the hope of gathering some formidable allies without incurring significant risk. However, now that circumstances had changed, there was a desire to prevent Zhang Shu from remaining in this perilous place. Understanding this, Zhang Shu felt a warmth in his heart. Ever since the misunderstandings of the past had been clarified, the resentment he harbored towards the royal family and Huang Fuzhan had long since dissipated. Nonetheless, Zhang Shu did not heed Huang Fuzhan's suggestion. Return? Return for what? The reputation of the Xinjiao sect may no longer be of use. But it did not mean there were no alternatives. Suddenly inspired, Zhang Shu found himself cloaked in a set of elegant black garments, exquisitely crafted, which rendered him enigmatic and shrouded in mystery. His appearance also underwent a subtle transformation. The previous charm and ethereality faded, replaced by an aura of coldness and indifference. In an instant, he transformed from a transcendent being into a formidable figure clad in black. The original Xinjiao radiant robe, which had accompanied Zhang Shu's breakthrough to the Saint Realm, had become somewhat superfluous, though it remained a rare treasure, now merely worn as ordinary attire. However, that artifact had become a target for various factions, its distinctive aura difficult to conceal from powerful saints. Thus, he opted for a change. The black attire, received as a reward on a prior occasion, while inferior in quality and defense compared to the radiant robe, was still a valuable asset, aptly suited for concealing his identity. Without the obvious target of the radiant robe, and with few outside forces aware of Zhang Shu's true essence, a slight alteration was sufficient for him to remain unrecognizable. With his strength at the semi-saint level, it was a simple matter to modify his appearance. After all, powerful beings primarily recognized one another through their essence. Physical appearance was secondary. Having completed his transformation, Zhang Shu admired his new visage with satisfaction. Not bad, he murmured, noting the change in his voice, which had taken on a colder, more formidable tone. His entire demeanor now resembled that of reclusive sword cultivators, icy and unapproachable. In this moment, he realized he required a new identity. The former position of Sect Master of Xinjiao was no longer fitting. Why not establish a new faction altogether? Let it be named Heiyun Pavilion. He contemplated, swiftly conjuring the name. Xinjiao Sect, Heiyun Pavilion, one bright, one dark. In the light, it stood grand and majestic, surveying the world from lofty heights, embodying the essence of Xinjiao. In the shadows, it exuded a chilling and treacherous aura, akin to a lurking shadow, elusive and unpredictable. It represented the other side of the Xinjiao sect, like dark clouds overshadowing the setting sun. Let it be named the Black Cloud Pavilion, Zhang Shu resolutely decided. Henceforth, he bore an additional identity, the master of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Though, at present, the Black Cloud Pavilion consisted solely of him. Recently, the tranquility of the entire Xinjiao domain had been shattered. All factions turned their gaze upon the Yuanyang Sword Sect and the Xintian Holy Land, watching with trepidation as these two colossal entities clashed. The two superpowers engaged in several fierce confrontations, even drawing the attention of saint-level warriors who intervened personally. The commotion was immense, resonating throughout the Xinjiao domain, palpable in the air. Fortunately, the ultimate battle did not fully erupt. Countless factions remained observant. Gradually, following the Yuanyang Sword Sect's loss of 9 half-saints and the numerous saint-level skirmishes, hostilities began to wane once more. Everything seemed to revert to a semblance of calm. Neither superpower could gain the upper hand over the other, and gradually, both began to show signs of de-escalation. Many factions breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to the pressure from the Yuanyang Sword Sect, some factions contemplating allegiance to the Xintian Holy Land hesitated to act immediately. Nonetheless, a few formidable warriors stealthily made their way to the Xintian Holy Land, and even with just a handful of powerful figures joining, the strength of the Xintian Holy Land surged dramatically. The number of half-saints nearly doubled. Time flowed inexorably onward, and soon a full year had elapsed since the saint-level interventions. Within that year, on a certain day, the Xintian Holy Land was suddenly engulfed in thunder and lightning as an elder clad in black robes wielded a long sword, advancing step by step towards the heavenly tribulation, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Before long, within a 10,000-mile radius, colorful clouds emerged in the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Soon, all factions received the news. Ji Changfeng of the Xintian Holy Land had broken through to the saint level. Notably, he was also a sword cultivator, a saint-level sword cultivator. In an instant, the Xianzhou domain trembled, and the Yuanyang Sword Sect was enraged, dispatching powerful warriors to assassinate Ji Changfeng, yet they met with failure. Newly ascended, Ji Changfeng faced two saint-level warriors from the Yuanyang Sword Sect, holding his ground remarkably, his combat prowess astonishing all onlookers. Shortly thereafter, in the same year, Jiang Tianming broke through, entering the saint level wielding the holy dragon staff, his might shaking the heavens. 2 years later, an ancient relic of the Huangfu family also ascended to the saint level. In just 3 years, the Xintian Holy Land gained 3 formidable saint-level warriors, each one immensely powerful, rivaling the seasoned saints of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. In a life-and-death battle, the outcome remained uncertain. At that moment, the Xintian Holy Land was at the pinnacle of its glory. After 3 years of development, the Xintian Holy Land finally exhibited the demeanor befitting a superpower. Meanwhile, in a certain void within the Xianzhou domain, Zhang Shu was engrossed in deducing subsequent techniques while reviewing the battles between the two factions over the years. Both sides had experienced victories and losses. The Yuanyang Sword Sect had suffered significant losses, while the Xintian Holy Land also endured the fall of several powerful figures, including 2 half-saints. Suddenly, Zhang Shu encountered a piece of news. Zhang Yuan had perished. Upon seeing this name, Zhang Shu paused momentarily, allowing the image of that little one from the Zhang family to surface in his mind. This child had joined the Xinshao sect somewhat later than Yi Yun and the others, exhibiting commendable talent and a delightful disposition. Zhang Shu had offered guidance to this individual on numerous occasions. Based on Zhang Shu's estimations, if Zhang Yuan continued on this trajectory, it would not be long before the Xinshao sacred land welcomed another half-saint, an inevitability etched in stone. Fallen. Previously, Zhang Shu had merely lamented the brutality of the great battle, but now, witnessing the disappearance of someone familiar, his expression grew somewhat intricate. Just after breaking through to the Nirvana realm, Zhang Yuan had been besieged by 5 opponents of the same realm, ultimately managing to slay one and severely injure another, yet succumbing to his own demise. Zhang Shu gazed at the complete intelligence report, falling into a contemplative silence. After a protracted moment, he exhaled slowly and turned his gaze skyward. Although the Xinshao sacred land had experienced rapid development over the years, it still paled in comparison to the Yuanyang Sword Sect. The disparity in the number of powerful figures between the two was utterly disproportionate. This situation was untenable. Procrastination could no longer be tolerated. Though it may have been premature, the Black Cloud Pavilion, having developed for so many years, was indeed due for action. Chapter 159, The Golden Quality Reward. Black Water Divine Iron. After 3 years of diligent effort, Zhang Shu had amassed over 1,000 random miniature jars. This time, he was determined that something extraordinary would emerge. With eager anticipation, he rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on the system panel. As he pressed the golden button, a clay jar adorned with ancient, exquisite patterns materialized, only to begin shaking violently, cracks appearing in its surface until, with a resounding pop, it burst open. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 233 Lesser Rejuvenation Pills. The Lesser Rejuvenation Pill, a restorative elixir effective below the Nirvana realm, could swiftly replenish all vitality within mere breaths. It held considerable value. However, it was of negligible use for those in the Nirvana realm, its effectiveness diminishing significantly with greater strength. At Zhang Shu's current level, the lesser rejuvenation pill had become entirely obsolete. Nevertheless, it was still a decent item. He pressed on. This was merely the first jar, with over 1,000 more to go. Buzzing. The clay jar shook violently and exploded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 88 Greater Rejuvenation Pills. The Greater Rejuvenation Pill. This time, the reward was commendable. Similar to its lesser counterpart, it was highly effective for those in the Nirvana realm, capable of swiftly restoring over 80% of their vitality, and even offered some benefits to semi-holy beings. Zhang Shu collected his rewards and continued. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100-foot 10,000 Woods Talismans. Zhang Shu nodded appreciatively. The 10,000 Woods Talisman was indeed a remarkable item. With just a breath's time, it could conjure a forest spanning 20 miles. Within this forest, as long as its energy remained intact, one's injuries could be instantaneously healed. It was also a treasure capable of aiding those in the Nirvana realm. Excellent. His luck was clearly on the rise. Zhang Shu felt a growing excitement. Initially, he had only acquired treasures suitable for the condensing essence realm, but now, the quality was consistently escalating to the levels of the Radiant Sun and Nirvana realms, indicating that items of this caliber were indeed the norm in the world. His previous luck had merely been an anomaly. Everyone has their off days. Boom. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 66-foot phantom cat kittens. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. What kind of cat? Before he could gather his thoughts, a flash of light erupted. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, the air was filled with the chorus of kitten cries, as a flurry of short-legged kittens bounded out, quickly surrounding Zhang Shu in a fluffy, colorful mass. As these little kittens appeared, they instinctively approached Zhang Shu with affectionate familiarity, playfully tugging at his garments as they clambered up. Before long, Zhang Shu, still in a daze, found himself entirely covered in kittens. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What kind of reward was this? Living creatures? The phantom cat? He was familiar with such beings. A creature of formidable lineage, it can be classified as a type of mystical beast, yet it does not belong to the realm of the demon race. The demon race and mystical beasts differ significantly. The former comprises beings endowed with unique bloodline powers, exhibiting intellect comparable to that of humankind, and can be regarded as another kind of humanity. Previously, the Azure Dragon deity and the Butterfly demon race appeared in their human forms, albeit with subtle characteristics of the demonic. In combat, they could transform into their true forms, harnessing their inherent bloodline strength. As for mystical beasts, most possess limited intelligence and rarely achieve transformation. The spectral cat is one such mystical beast. Typically, upon reaching adulthood, it possesses strength rivaling that of the Radiant Sun realm, coupled with a gentle disposition, making it an ideal combat companion for humans. Its exceedingly charming appearance has led countless formidable beings to aspire to gift one to their descendants, particularly daughters or granddaughters. However, the population of spectral cats is exceedingly scarce and notoriously elusive. Even Zhang Shu, on this occasion, beheld one for the very first time. Resigned, Zhang Shu, adorned with a multitude of cats, gritted his teeth and abruptly pressed the golden button. Buzz. The clay jar shattered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Solar Charm 100. The Solar Charm bears effects akin to the 10,000 Trees Charm, yet is specifically designed for offensive maneuvers against adversaries. Upon activation, it can transform the surrounding 20 miles into a fiery abyss within a mere breath, wielding flames to assault foes or establish defenses, embodying both offense and defense. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Mighty Pill 88. The Mighty Pill is a potent elixir. Prolonged consumption can even grant a Nirvana-level expert a second enhancement of their physical form, rendering their body impervious. With a single punch, one could shatter mountains and sever peaks, subduing enemies solely through physical prowess. Having opened over 200 jars, all yielding treasures hovering between the Radiant Sun and Nirvana realms, a small fraction even lower. Boom. The jar exploded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden quality reward. obtaining black water divine iron 66. Golden light radiated. This was an unprecedented sight. On this occasion, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Shu's countenance, tinged with joy. Black water divine iron. This substance is an exceedingly rare metal, ideal for forging high-grade weaponry. A treasure of unparalleled value. Once shaped, it is nearly certain to become a sacred weapon. Possessing it would elevate the prowess of the divine sky holy land to a new echelon. However, to forge black water divine iron, one requires a master craftsman of the sacred realm. Previously, the mere thought of this would have caused Zhang Shu considerable distress. Yet, now he need not worry. For Huang Fuzhan is an exceptionally powerful blacksmith. Entrusting the black water divine iron to him would undoubtedly yield a weapon of terrifying might, perfectly suited for forging Huang Fuzhan's innate sacred weapon. Should this endeavor succeed, Huang Fuzhan's strength would witness a remarkable enhancement, potentially increasing by no less than 50%. A splendid find. At long last, fortune has smiled upon me. Zhang Shu promptly produced the black water divine iron. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as a palm-sized piece of the black water divine iron emerged, its surface adorned with countless black droplets, emanating an overwhelming chill. The instant this enigmatic iron materialized, the surrounding void, stretching for thousands of feet, erupted with a deafening roar and collapsed, revealing a terrifying maelstrom of spatial chaos. Zhang Shu's countenance shifted dramatically as his mental energy surged forth, hastily sealing the black water divine iron. However, the moment his mental energy made contact with the iron, he was abruptly immobilized, as if his very soul had been frozen in an instant. It took a full 10 breaths for him to gradually regain his composure, his expression a mixture of astonishment and exultation. This object had the power to render me unconscious for an entire 10 breaths. Even with Zhang Shu's formidable temperament, his breathing quickened at this revelation. Should this material be forged into a weapon, its potential for devastation would be unfathomable. It is worth noting that his mental prowess vastly surpassed that of the average Holy Realm cultivator. Even if it did not reach the level of the Great Holy Realm, it certainly had attained the pinnacle of the Holy Soul Realm. Yet, despite this, he was still profoundly affected. 10 breaths, for a practitioner of the Holy Realm. Such a duration is significant. Even a mere moment's pause could determine the outcome of a confrontation. What an extraordinary treasure. Chapter 160. The Elder's Severe Injury and the Helpless Saint's Boom. The black water divine iron hovered in the void, continuously plummeting. As it passed, vast expanses of the void collapsed, creating the illusion that the heavens themselves were disintegrating. With each collapse, countless strands of black energy coalesced, slowly transforming into a droplet of black water that floated around the divine iron, emanating an overwhelming chill. This terrifying cold was such that even the saints would retreat in fear. What a marvelous treasure! Zhang Shu marveled repeatedly. This time, he was experienced, carefully wrapping the black water divine iron in other materials. A piece of black water divine iron was only the size of an infant's fist. With 66 pieces combined, they were sufficient to forge an immensely powerful weapon. This precious material only required a small amount to significantly enhance the weapon's quality. Zhang Shu could hardly fathom how terrifying it would be if a weapon were completely forged from black water divine iron. Ordinary saints would likely not dare to approach it, let alone wield it. Just being near it could be fatal, and touching it could inflict injury. This substance was too fearsome, and I cannot contain it for long. If it were stored in the system space, it would soon affect the other treasures. I must send it away quickly. Zhang Shu gazed at the black water divine iron and immediately conjured an ethereal doppelganger, a reflection of himself, who carefully wrapped the processed divine iron with his mental energy, shivering involuntarily. It's cold. Too cold. I must send it away at once. With a thought, a dark spatial rift appeared, and the doppelganger swiftly vanished along with the black water divine iron. In the sacred realm of Shunshao, enormous, magnificent colored divine bridges spanned the heavens, while towering structures loomed like giants, radiating dazzling brilliance. An overwhelming pressure descended like an ocean, terrifying beyond measure. Upon one of these bridges stood a golden grand hall, blinding like the sun itself, the Xinshao Hall. This was the forbidden ground of the Xinshao sect, accessible only to the sect leader, the elder, and a select few saints. At this moment, within the hall, the grand sage Huang Fuzhan, The Sacred Soul Realm S. Ji Changfeng, Jiang Tianming, and another powerful member of the Huangfu family were seated together. Huang Fujian's aged face appeared somewhat pallid, his aura subtly fluctuating. The other three regarded him with concern. Jiang Tianming, filled with worry, spoke up. "Elder, is your injury serious?" "It's not grave, thankfully," Huang Fujian replied, gently shaking his head, though his complexion remained ashen. After a moment, he forced a bitter smile and said, "This time, I was careless. I thought that having reached the pinnacle of the Grand Sage realm, I had no rivals left in the entire Xianzhou domain. Who would have thought I would suffer such a significant loss? What a formidable opponent the Yuanyang Sword Sect is." In this encounter, he had fought against one of the grand sages of the Yuanyang Sword Sect, initially relying on his profound cultivation to completely suppress his opponent. Unexpectedly, later on, the adversary suddenly unleashed a terrifying treasure, catching Huang Fujian off guard and severely damaging his life-bound sacred weapon. This sacred weapon, a longsword, was now riddled with cracks, and Huang Fujian himself sustained significant injuries. This time, the damage was quite profound. Restoring the life-bound sacred weapon would require considerable exertion, but that was not the primary concern. The most troublesome aspect was the materials, exceedingly precious materials. In the past, to forge this life-bound sacred weapon, Huang Fujian had nearly exhausted all the top-tier materials from the entire sacred realm of Xinshao, barely managing to create it. Now, with the sacred weapon suffering such severe damage, a substantial amount of materials would be needed for its restoration. The last batch of materials was thankfully acquired from some spoils within the Divine Demon Cave. Now, it was problematic. Ji Changfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating. If the elder cannot restore his peak strength, the Yuanyang Sword Sect may have ulterior motives. Regrettably, if only I had a few hundred more years, I might have reached the Great Sage realm. But now there are three formidable great sages on the opposing side, and only the elder can counterbalance them. Jiang Tianming spoke solemnly. The elder's sacred weapon must be restored by any means necessary. The enemy has deliberately spread rumors claiming that the elder's sacred weapon is shattered and his cultivation has plummeted, leaving him vulnerable to a fall from the Great Sage realm. For the time being, there may be ways to suppress the situation, but if too much time elapses, coupled with further provocations from the enemy, should we fail to secure victory, it could truly incite widespread panic. This is indeed a complicated dilemma. The few of them discussed back and forth, yet no viable solutions emerged. In essence, they lacked the rare materials necessary for the restoration of the sacred weapon. Ordinary materials for the sacred realm would be manageable, but Huang Fujian was different. Not only was he a great sage, but when forging the sacred weapon, he had meticulously selected only the finest materials to withstand future breakthroughs, making these materials exceedingly hard to find. Silence enveloped the air. The hall was profoundly quiet, with everyone remaining unspoken. After a while, Huang Fujian chuckled lightly and remarked, "Why do you all wear such grim faces? Although I was ambushed once, the Yuanyang Sword Sect is not faring any better. That great sage who acted against me is inherently weaker, and now he is thoroughly injured. Even with ample treasures, he won't fully recover in less than several decades. If they dare to launch a large-scale attack, I would risk my own demise to ensure at least one of them falls. Do they possess such audacity?" The others discerned the reassurance in Huang Fujian's tone, realizing that the Yuanyang Sword Sect would likely refrain from taking drastic actions. Otherwise, although Huang Fujian's treasure may not match theirs, his own strength remains formidable, compounded by years of accumulated experience and injuries. Despite being stuck at the pinnacle of the half-sage realm, his cultivation level has long since reached the sage realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved his current level shortly after acquiring the Emperor's Soul Core. His foundation is exceedingly stable. In a desperate bid, taking down one adversary and severely wounding another is not beyond the realm of possibility. By then, even if Huang Fujian were to perish, the opposing three great sages would have to pay a tremendous price. Alas! Nevertheless, despite their sentiments, a few could not help but exhale a sigh. They felt a sense of frustration and resentment towards their own inadequacies. If only they had displayed greater resolve, there would be no need for the Grand Elder to bear such burdens. With their bodies gravely injured and no time to seek remedies for the sacred weapon, they were compelled to maintain their vigil at the holy site, defending against the formidable foes of the great sage, without a moment's respite. Should this situation persist, The current state might be manageable, but if their injuries continued to accumulate, it was conceivable that they could regress in their realms or even sever their path as sacred kings, a loss that would be utterly devastating. Inside the Grand Hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. At that moment, a fissure appeared in the void. The group abruptly lifted their gazes, devoid of malice, yet filled with curiosity. Had the Sect Master returned? Within the Celestial Hall, even a great sage would find it exceedingly difficult to rend the fabric of space at will. Only those of their own could traverse freely. Sect Master? Jiang Tianming called out. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the rift. Ethereal and lacking in formidable presence, merely a manifestation of spiritual essence. Ah, what has transpired? Why does everyone wear such expressions? Zhang Shu's doppelganger appeared, momentarily astonished at the sight of them. His gaze lingered on Huang Fujian, and he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing the Grand Elder's unstable aura. Was he injured? Chapter 161. The excited crowd. Initially, Zhang Shu had merely returned to deliver an item, yet he was taken aback by the scene before him. Observing the somber expressions of those around him, he was filled with confusion. What had transpired? At that moment, someone attempted to speak, but Huang Fujian interjected with a hearty laugh. It's nothing of great concern. It's just that the Yuan Yang Sword Sect has been mounting a fierce offensive lately. Our sacred land of Xinxiao, after all, is somewhat lacking in foundation, and we have suffered considerable losses in recent days. However, they are not faring well either. Just recently, one of our semi-saints was nearly besieged, which has cast a shadow over their spirits. These matters are within our capability to resolve, so you need not worry excessively. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the others. The rest fell silent, instantly grasping Huang Fujian's implication, refrained from further discussion. Such issues pertain to the gathering of resources, entirely reliant on fortune, and even Zhang Shu could offer no assistance. Thus, it was best not to burden the sect leader with additional worries. Furthermore, although the Grand Elder's combat prowess was somewhat affected, it was not significantly detrimental to the overall situation. Voicing these concerns would not resolve the predicament, but merely add another to the list of worries. Now understanding the situation, Zhang Shu acknowledged the trouble at hand. I, too, will contemplate a solution, and perhaps in due course, we may attract some reinforcements. He harbored no doubts. The others sighed in relief, pleased to let the matter pass unnoticed. Xiao Shu, is there something of great importance that you require from us old fellows? Should you need assistance, just say the word. I must remain here to oversee the sacred land, but the other three can accompany you at any moment. Huang Fujian inquired with genuine concern. The expressions of the others shifted slightly, but they remained silent. If all three of the Sacred Realm's champions were to depart, the entire burden would fall squarely upon Huang Fujian's shoulders. Even with his formidable strength, he would find himself overwhelmed. Nevertheless, his affection for Zhang Shu was evident, treating him as though he were his own grandson. Indeed, even more cherished than that. No, that is not the case. I am quite well at the moment and do not require assistance. Should the need arise, I shall surely inform you. Zhang Shu shook his head, and as he spoke of his reason for returning, a smile graced his face. I came back primarily because I fortuitously acquired something while I was away, which I believe may prove invaluable, particularly to the Grand Elder, so I hastened to deliver it. Oh, what is it? Pray, unveil it for us to see. Upon hearing that Zhang Shu was in good health, Huang Fujian secretly exhaled in relief, his face lighting up with joy as he inquired about the treasure Zhang Shu had obtained. Simultaneously, he could not help but speculate. Could it be some rare spiritual herb? Or perhaps an extraordinary technique? There were so few resources beneficial to the sacred realm. In that moment, he could not fathom what it might be. Jiang Tianming, Ji Changfeng, and the others also turned their gazes toward Zhang Shu, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. What exactly is the sovereign? Jiang Tianming inquired hastily, urging, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. The sovereign has a penchant for tantalizing others. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this. Zhang Shu smiled, without further hesitation, and with a swift motion, unveiled the layers of wrapping concealing the black water divine iron, casting it into the divine sky hall. With a thunderous boom, the entire hall trembled violently, as though a few small mountains had just plummeted within. A chill permeated the air. The frigid aura was overwhelming. Suddenly, several saints present shuddered involuntarily, feeling as though their very blood was on the brink of freezing. their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the item Zhang Shu had unveiled. The wrappings were so secure that its true nature remained obscured. Even Huang Fuzhan furrowed his brow slightly, astonished by the intensity of the cold. Soon, Huang Fuzhan's curiosity was piqued, and with a jovial wave of his hand, he commanded all objects to levitate. Let us unveil it and discover what it is that emanates such profound cold. He promptly began to dismantle the outer wrappings. At this sight, Zhang Shu's expression shifted dramatically. No, but it was too late. In the next instant, 66 pieces of black water divine iron were abruptly exposed to the air. With a deafening roar, a terrifying chill burst forth, and the previously jovial Huang Fuzhan's expression froze in shock. In an instant, a torrent of formidable laws surged from Huang Fuzhan's frail form, instinctively resisting the dreadful cold. The remaining saints also trembled, exerting their utmost strength to withstand the onslaught, yet still found it taxing. What is this item that merely its instinctual coldness renders us? The saints, nearly powerless. Ji Changfeng was enveloped in sword energy, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. As for Zhang Shu, when the icy wave swept over him, his gaze momentarily dulled, followed by an expression of resignation. With a look of deep resentment, he watched as the chilling force engulfed his form, and then his figure shattered, his avatar exploding. Ultimately, it was just a mere projection, too weak to endure the impact of such a terrifying chill. Is this the black water divine iron? The moment Huang Fuzhan unveiled the wrapping, he received Zhang Shu's brief introduction regarding the black water divine iron. After a brief moment of stupor, an uncontrollable, overwhelming ecstasy surged within him. Even this typically composed elder trembled with excitement, quaking in exhilaration. The black water divine iron. Such a divine artifact. Does this not mean that the elder's sacred weapon will ascend to new heights? Jiang Tianming and the others quickly grasped the terrifying value of the black water divine iron. This item is a treasure. With it, not only can Huang Fuzhan fully recover from his injuries, but the power of his sacred weapon is likely to rise several tiers. The previous sacred weapon was of considerably inferior quality. This time, it will undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement. Huang Fuzhan, unable to contemplate further, swiftly appeared beside the black water divine iron. He extended his hand, gently caressing the surface of the iron. His palm enveloped in a chilling frost that dissipated instantly under the overwhelming force of the laws, leaving no trace of impact. He murmured repeatedly, "Excellent, truly splendid. With this artifact, not only can I restore my injuries to their pinnacle, but by forging a treasure from this black water divine iron, I could unleash the strength of a quasi-saint king. Should we engage again, even against the combined might of those three, I would dare to battle. Furthermore, this black water divine iron is extraordinarily remarkable. Even upon reaching the Saint King realm, I can still unleash my full power, yielding a substantial enhancement. Little Shu, I am immensely grateful to you. This time, not only have you resolved the predicament concealed by Shen Xiao, but you have also presented me with an unparalleled opportunity. Rest assured, while I draw breath, the sacred land of Shen Xiao shall forever remain the Zhang family's domain. Anyone daring to challenge the majesty of Shen Xiao shall not escape my wrath." In this moment, Huang Fuzhan was overwhelmed with excitement. The other saints were equally elated. The return of the sect leader was truly fortuitous. With this thought, Huang Fuzhan was reluctant to delay any longer. He promptly declared, "Esteemed colleagues, I shall dispense with superfluous words. This black water divine iron is of immense significance to me, and I shall retain it all. I must begin the refining process at once." Huang Fuzhan, brimming with anticipation, gazed at the black water divine iron, yearning for a brief period to amalgamate it with the sacred weapon. When that time comes, even if a Saint King were to descend, I would dare to engage in combat for several rounds. Jiang Tianming and others shared in the fervor, promptly stating, "Elder, please take all of it. As long as you can advance further, our sacred land of Shen Xiao will firmly secure its position, gaining the confidence to stand against the other two superpowers." Huang Fuzhan smiled. That day is not far off. Chapter 162. The Aftermath of the European Empress. Luck must be repaid at the same time, on another front, as Zhang Shu's projection shattered. His body trembled slightly, and an acute pain surged through his mind, momentarily leaving him in a daze. After a brief pause, he regained his senses and muttered a curse under his breath. How infuriating. He could have retracted his projection. Yet now he found himself suffering an unnecessary loss of mental energy. Rubbing his forehead, he realized that while the amount of mental power severed was not substantial, its abrupt destruction had nonetheless inflicted a certain degree of impact on him. Unlike the Holy Realm, Zhang Shu's prowess lay solely in an elevated level of mental energy, rendering his projections somewhat ethereal. In contrast, other practitioners of the Holy Realm could not only partition their mental energy, but also infuse their projections with vitality. If one were to spare no expense, they could even forge projections possessing half the strength of their true selves. However, such actions were rarely undertaken for a simple reason. It was not worth the cost. The potential loss was far too great, and the cost-to-benefit ratio was utterly unfeasible. Oh, it is what it is. A projection lost is a lost projection, as long as the task is completed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shu exhaled slowly. The Blackwater Divine Iron had been delivered. Now, if Huang Fuzhan could successfully refine it into a life-bound sacred weapon, a significant increase in strength would surely follow. The might of Huang Fuzhan would bolster the confidence of the divine sky, sacred land, even further. One cannot wholly rely on that front. I must hasten my own pace. No matter how formidable Huang Fuzhan is, he can at best maintain a defensive stance. To seize control of the Xinzhou domain, I must depend on my own capabilities. Continuing with the canister openings, Zhang Shu immersed himself once more in the task at hand. Out of over 1,000 canisters, he had only opened 200, merely 1/5, with 800 remaining. Bang! A clay jar appeared, quivering, before it burst open. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired body refinement pills 1,000. Soon, vials emanating an ancient herbal fragrance materialized before Zhang Shu. The body refinement pills could be deemed the most basic of treasures, serving but a single purpose: to expedite the body refinement process for practitioners in that realm. The quality of these pills was commendable, classified as superior. Zhang Shu was not taken aback. After a streak of fortunate events, his accumulated luck had been thoroughly depleted, making the appearance of some lower-tier items hardly surprising. No need for alarm. Even if he had no immediate use for these, both the Divine Sky Sect and the Black Cloud Pavilion would eventually find them beneficial. The quantity was considerable. It was not a loss. Bang! Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained superior fabrics 66. These fabrics appeared to be mundane items, lacking any extraordinary features. Can one truly acquire items unrelated to cultivation from canisters? Zhang Shu paused, a flicker of ominous premonition blossoming within him. The contents of the canisters were not solely related to cultivation. There were indeed ordinary items as well. These fabrics are of exceptional quality, a rare treasure for mere mortals. Yet for someone like Zhang Shu, acquiring such items is a trivial endeavor, rendering them virtually worthless. Nevertheless, they hold some utility. Let us proceed. At worst, they could be reserved for garments for disciples. After all, the sect does require such mundane items, perhaps even in substantial quantity, as not all individuals can entirely disregard the significance of the mundane. Some disciples with lesser cultivation still have need of these materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have acquired concrete 100. With a resounding thud, a pile of coarse stones appeared before Zhang Shu, causing him to momentarily lapse into astonishment. The previous fabrics were manageable, but this was nothing short of refuse. Concrete? What purpose does this serve? Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have acquired clean water 1,000. With a splash, a vast expanse of drinkable water materialized. Zhang Shu's expression remained one of disbelief. He suddenly comprehended that this was the consequence of unearthing golden quality items. His luck had been utterly depleted, necessitating an alternative means to replenish his fortune, hence the incessant emergence of such items. He paused briefly but continued to open more containers. Thus, he proceeded to open a total of 600 jars, all containing mundane items, refuse. The finest among them were merely treasures for the body refinement and essence gathering stages, although there were indeed some higher-grade items. For instance, roar. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Shu was sent hurtling backward as the void before him erupted, revealing a horrifying creature exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. The beast, crimson as blood, bore a humanoid form with 3 heads and 6 arms, grotesque in appearance, reminiscent of a skinned human. The presence it radiated was astonishing. Reaching the threshold of the Saint Realm, While it may not rival a true saint in power, it undoubtedly overwhelmed any half-saint, even at the pinnacle of that tier, instilling a primal fear that would compel one to flee at the first sight. Moreover, Zhang Shu sensed that this creature had fixated upon him. As long as either he or the beast remained alive, there would be no escape from relentless pursuit. Was this the peril associated with opening jars? Zhang Shu's eyelids twitched slightly as the creature lunged forward with blinding speed, resembling a streak of crimson lightning. Its 6 arms effortlessly shattered the void, expanding into 6 colossal serpents that surged toward him. Yet Zhang Shu remained unperturbed. His mental energy surged forth, coalescing into barriers that completely thwarted the creature's assault. Then, his mental force rapidly converged into a singular point, hurtling toward the beast's head with tremendous velocity. Roar! The creature emitted a wretched howl. In an instant, its mental energy was obliterated, and with a resounding thud, its body collapsed, dissipating into countless crimson motes of light. Has it been vanquished? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Shu let out a sigh of relief. Had I encountered such a creature before my mental prowess ascended to the sacred realm, it would have undoubtedly required considerable effort on my part, perhaps even jeopardizing my last experience card for the sacred realm. Shaking his head, Zhang Shu mused that if he were to expend an experience card merely to unseal a container, it would be a grievous loss indeed. Continuing on, after a staggering 900 attempts, Zhang Shu's fortunes finally turned. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Qing Xiandan 88. The Qing Xiandan, a remarkable elixir that aids practitioners in their cultivation, offers a fleeting moment of enlightenment to those at the nirvana stage. Though the duration is brief, the effects are nothing short of extraordinary. Upon this revelation, Zhang Shu nearly succumbed to tears of joy. Finally, at long last, something of genuine value had emerged. The previous 700 containers yielded nothing but refuse, and even summoned 3 monsters at the threshold of the sacred realm, making this life unbearably arduous. Yet, despite his complaints, Zhang Shu remained cognizant of the distinction between fortune and misfortune. The acquisition of the Black Water Divine Iron alone made all the preceding tribulations worthwhile. He would gladly endure tenfold hardship for such a treasure. The worth of Black Water Divine Iron could incite frenzy among the most powerful of the sacred realm. With renewed determination, he pressed on with the unsealing. This time, even if the entirety of the 1,000 containers yielded nothing of value, the presence of Black Water Divine Iron ensured a profit beyond measure. Truly, such a treasure is a rarity throughout the continent. Chapter 163, Red Reward. Black Cloud Codex opened for me. Bang! Zhang Shu raised his palm high and struck the golden button before him with fervor. In the next instant, brilliance flickered anew. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Star Tier Gold X99. Star Tier Gold? A joyful expression graced Zhang Shu's face, for he was well aware that this was an exceptionally rare metal, suitable for crafting high-tier weaponry, capable of sustaining battles at the semi-saint level. If forged by a master, it could even yield weapons of the saint realm. However, his expression shifted as he pondered in bewilderment. How could Star Tier Gold possess no quality rating whatsoever? According to records, its rarity seemed exceedingly scarce, a treasure capable of forging saint-level weaponry, yet it falls so short compared to Black Water Divine Iron. The reward levels for opening the canister range from low to high: no quality, purple rare, red rare, golden supreme, and the even higher purple gold. Treasures like the Saint Bloodline Pill were merely classified as purple level. The fact that Black Water Divine Iron was rated as golden clearly attested to its preciousness. Zhang Shu had not anticipated that Star Tier Gold would be deemed inferior to even the purple rare classification by the system. Absurd. It seemed that the value of Black Water Divine Iron exceeded his imagination. This was a tremendous windfall. Zhang Shu felt a surge of excitement once more. Indeed, quite splendid. Swiftly, he stored the Star Tier Gold, which consisted of palm-sized metallic pieces, each larger than the previous Black Water Divine Iron, yet their weight was far inferior. Akin to the disparity between a boulder and a small hill, the Star Tier Gold shimmered in a golden hue, subtly translucent, as if it harbored endless starry glimmers, emanating an aura of mystery. This item is not currently needed by the Celestial Cloud Sect. I shall keep it for now. Zhang Shu contemplated, realizing that the Celestial Cloud Sect was not in want of ordinary saint-level materials. Previously, he had cleared out the rewards from the Demon Cave. which included numerous treasures comparable to, or even surpassing, star-tier gold. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a grand black hall, a treasure of palace-like stature. The Black Cloud Hall, a reward obtained from a past system task. Even a formidable Saint Soul Realm expert would find it challenging to breach the defenses of this palace. Zhang Shu tossed the acquired star-tier gold, along with most of the inconsequential treasures, into the hall, designating it as part of the future treasury of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Though he found them unworthy for the majority of powerful beings, these items were treasures they might never encounter in a lifetime. Fortune has finally returned. After completing these tasks, Zhang Shu adjusted the position of a spectral cat perched on his shoulder. Nearby, several more posed in the shape of fortune cats. Positions, prepare. As Zhang Shu's voice fell, the cats promptly began to obediently wave their paws. With a resounding thud, the golden button was pressed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Red Rare Reward Black Cloud Codex. In an instant, radiance enveloped the surroundings. Soon, an ancient parchment made of sheepskin materialized in the void, seemingly unremarkable in length, yet covered with a multitude of densely packed inscriptions that flickered and vanished in a constant display of transformation. As the parchment emerged, an overwhelming aura of iron and blood subtly permeated the atmosphere. Zhang Shu's spirit surged. He gave a thumbs up to the cat perched on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. Truly, a fortune cat is unlike any other." The cat responded with a series of cheerful meows, playfully attempting to grasp Zhang Shu's finger, but failing. Zhang Shu chuckled, affectionately ruffling its little head, and remarked, "You little creatures might find a kindred spirit in Xiaoba. I shall introduce you to one another soon." With that, his gaze shifted to the floating parchment. The Black Cloud Scroll, a reward of red quality, merely a tier below the golden grade, yet upon reading its description, Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Its effects were singular, yet astonishingly powerful. Were it not for its limited nature, it could easily be categorized as a treasure of golden quality. Black Cloud Scroll, a mysterious ancient parchment that seemingly contains an array of flickering names. It is said that if one writes their name upon this parchment, they shall never betray its master again. This effect applies to all individuals. Zhang Shu took hold of the parchment and, adhering to the system's guidance, initiated the process of claiming it as his own. The Black Cloud Scroll possessed unique characteristics. As long as the previous master remained alive, a second master would never emerge. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the parchment bore numerous brownish stains, reminiscent of dried blood, and he could faintly sense waves of terrifying resentment rising, only to vanish as if they were mere illusions. It was evident that this parchment had endured countless masters and witnessed innumerable horrific slaughters. After all, once a name was inscribed upon it, betrayal would become impossible. The implications of such an object were dreadfully profound. If it fell into the hands of a malevolent soul, it would undoubtedly unleash a catastrophic calamity. This item is ominous. Host, exercise caution. This time, even the system could not resist offering a warning. The effects of the parchment were indeed extraordinary, and its classification as a red quality item stemmed primarily from its malevolent nature and singular function. Yet, this did not diminish its terrifying potential. In other words, even an emperor, once their name was inscribed, would find their flesh, soul, and everything else eternally bound to the will of the Black Cloud Scroll, forever loyal to its master. However, no emperor would be foolish enough to comply with such a fate, unless one could suppress them with overwhelming force, ensuring their complete submission. Attempting to deceive an emperor would likely result in instant demise. Zhang Shu held the Black Cloud Scroll, feeling the immense malevolence it contained, and he was momentarily taken aback. This object would necessitate careful handling in the future. He had initially contemplated passing it down to the next leader of the Black Cloud Pavilion, but now it seemed better to refrain, as this item was far too domineering. Even the disciples of the Divine Cloud Sect, under the influence of the system, merely develop a sense of dependence on their sect, refraining from undertaking actions detrimental to it. The constraints imposed are not overwhelmingly powerful, allowing for a degree of freedom. However, this particular entity is different. Once a name is inscribed, the individual irrevocably loses their original persona, transforming into a puppet that retains memories and emotions. Even if commanded to take the life of their beloved spouse or child, the one who inscribes the name would execute the order without hesitation. Contemplating this, Zhang Shu focused his thoughts and initiated a permeation of power into the black cloud tome. As the master of the tome, he possessed the ability to modify its rules, rendering them less tyrannical and more amenable. However, it is crucial to note that should the current master of the black cloud tome perish, all modifications would lose their efficacy, and the tome would revert to its original state, once again unleashing ominous calamities. Soon, Zhang Shu came to a halt. Any individual who inscribes a name is prohibited from betraying the Black Cloud Pavilion without just cause. Should they do so, they would suffer repercussions commensurate with the severity of their betrayal. Having finalized the rule amendments, he settled on this resolution. Such conditions would neither lead to an oppressive loss of humanity nor be excessively lenient, representing what Zhang Shu deemed a reasonably balanced set of regulations. Chapter 164. Disturbing Classroom Order, Punishment Awaits. Having completed all that, Zhang Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Quite satisfactory. This time, he had garnered a golden reward and a red reward, which was certainly not a loss. With nearly 200 jars at his disposal, Zhang Shu resolved to open them all at once, hoping for a plethora of exceptional items. Taking a deep breath, he continued to press the button, exclaiming, "Open for me." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a purple quality reward. Heavenly Frost Talisman 99. The Heavenly Frost Talisman. This remarkable item could swiftly alter the elemental properties of the surrounding environment, transforming a 100-mile radius into a vast expanse of ice, summoning frost giants to engage in battle who could unleash power rivaling that of the sacred realm threshold. Excellent. Zhang Shu's eyes gleamed. What a treasure. It appeared that only the golden quality rewards might entail a significant backlash of bad luck. The red rewards did not present such absurdities, thus Zhang Shu felt considerably reassured. If he were to randomly draw a high-quality treasure, enduring hundreds of consecutive misfortunes would be unbearable. This treasure was indeed useful. A single Heavenly Frost Talisman could momentarily hinder a sacred soul realm opponent. If he were to unleash all these talismans at once, a careless adversary from the sacred soul realm might very well be vanquished. Zhang Shu was quite pleased with this reward. Onward. He continued to open over 100 jars in one breath, receiving a plethora of standard rewards, elixirs, talismans, refining materials, and occasionally, the offspring of demonic beasts. All were promptly sent to the Black Cloud Hall to bolster his inventory. Only a few rare treasures would warrant his deliberate retention. After several rounds, it seemed Zhang Shu's luck had nearly been exhausted. Once all the jars had been opened, no further surprises emerged to delight him. He clicked his tongue. Not overly greedy. The harvest from this endeavor was already substantial. 1,000 consecutive draws yielding such rewards was surely satisfying. Zhang Shu reassured himself. Then, the void around him shimmered slightly as the recently materialized Black Cloud Hall receded into the depths of the cosmos, vanishing from sight. As for Zhang Shu, accompanied by a ripple of spatial energy, he stepped forward, disappearing from his original location. Before long, the stern middle-aged figure that Zhang Shu had transformed into arrived at a schoolhouse. His identity was that of an ordinary teacher here. Over the years, Zhang Shu had traversed the world, engaging in various professions, but teaching had become his favorite and the one he had pursued the longest. Good day, sir. The moment Zhang Shu entered the classroom, the students fell silent, rising in unison to greet him. As he took his seat and unfurled a scroll, the students felt a twinge of nervousness. This teacher, who had joined 2 years prior, though not overtly severe in demeanor, inexplicably instilled a sense of fear. While students in other teachers' classes might occasionally display disobedience, in Zhang Shu's presence, they became remarkably well-mannered and understanding. Well, let us continue with the content from the previous lesson. Zhang Shuduan sat at the front, facing a small table, cross-legged on the ground like the students. He was not tasked with imparting profound knowledge, but was merely elucidating some literary principles. In essence, he was teaching the students the fundamental tenets of human interaction and conduct. The students listened attentively. Before long, a sudden commotion erupted from outside, accompanied by distant shouts, casting a pall over the atmosphere as if someone had intruded into the classroom, causing unrest. Alarmingly, it was the members of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. They had come again to apprehend individuals. Someone shouted, and the students' expressions turned to fear. Among them, a young boy, upon hearing this, became restless, his face paling. Yet, Zhang Shuduan remained seemingly unfazed, continuing his lecture as if the tumult outside bore no consequence to him. This calmness gradually permeated the room, soothing the students, who began to settle once more, and no chaos erupted. However, the clamor outside grew increasingly intense, with terrifying crashes echoing intermittently. It seemed as though individuals were violently forcing their way into every classroom, ruthlessly searching for someone, accompanied by cries and uproar. The previously composed group began to feel unrest once more, especially as the sounds drew ever closer. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door to the classroom where Zhang Shuduan and the others were located was kicked in, a chilling aura akin to a winter gale sweeping in, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, their eyes widening in terror. Search. Everyone, cooperate with the Sword Master's investigation. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will face severe consequences. With a thunderous roar, a group of brutish individuals barged in, shouting as they entered. One pointed at the beautiful women in the classroom, exclaiming, you, and you. Step forward. I suspect you are connected to this major case. Apprehend them all for questioning. The speaker's eyes gleamed with avarice, a sense of urgency evident in their demeanor. What treasures! So many exquisite individuals in this classroom. What a pity. I should have come here sooner. The group's eyes sparkled with greed as they shouted angrily, ready to rush in and seize individuals. Many students turned pale with fear, and those pointed out, particularly the women, cringed and recoiled, faces etched with despair. Outside, a cadre of high-ranking officials responsible for managing the school, including the dean, stood respectfully at the door, choosing to ignore the unfolding scene. They allowed the intruders to wreak havoc, not only refraining from intervening, but also displaying a servile demeanor, nodding and bowing to the invaders, then turning with stern expressions to urge the pointed-out women to step forward. The latter, terrified, turned ashen, some unable to restrain their tears. Yet, the sound of weeping seemed to invigorate some of the intruders, who shouted in fury, "Don't you dare disrespect us. Be more nimble, or I shall personally intervene. Your delicate forms cannot withstand such turmoil. Come forth immediately. I merely wish to escort you back for a thorough investigation. If you are found to be unrelated to this case, you shall be released thereafter." Yet who would believe such words? The conduct of the Yuanyang sword sect is well known across this land. These women are acutely aware that these sword cultivators delight in capturing sword cauldrons, once taken. What fate can one expect? To be trifled with might be the least of their miseries. A fate worse than death looms larger. In that instant, despair enveloped all present. However, at that moment, a clear and resonant voice pierced the air, and inexplicably, silence fell over the entire classroom as if by instinct. All gazes turned to a middle-aged man, his countenance stern, who held a ruler in hand and furrowed his brow as he rapped it against the desk before him. In a deep voice, he commanded, "What is the meaning of this? It is not yet time for dismissal. Return to your seats at once." After reprimanding the students, the middle-aged man turned his attention to the intruder, his brow furrowing further as he barked, "Do you not see that class is in session? Your blatant disruption of the classroom order shall not go unpunished. Out with you all. Each shall receive 300 strikes." Chapter 165. Very well. Let us proceed to the next chapter. All of you get out. 300 slaps. Zhang Shu's voice resonated with a chilling intensity. The intruders were initially taken aback, momentarily daunted by his formidable presence. However, upon recognizing Zhang Shu and sensing no overwhelming surge of energy from him, they swiftly restored their smiles. Among the students, some desperately signaled to Zhang Shu, urging him to cease his words. "Sir, please stop. They are not ordinary people." Outside, several high-ranking officials of the academy exchanged apprehensive glances, hastily advising, "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here? You should withdraw immediately." One of the higher-ups reprimanded, not out of concern for Zhang Shu's welfare, but out of fear that his actions might jeopardize the entire academy. After all, Zhang Shu was not merely a student, he was an instructor. Should he be misunderstood as representing the academy, would they not also face dire consequences? In that instant, the high-ranking officials glared at Zhang Shu as if they wished to consume him whole. "Damn it, this fool is courting death. Do not involve us in his recklessness." One opportunistic individual seized the moment to address the dean. "Dean, I warned you that this person was unreliable, yet you insisted on appointing him as a teacher. Now look at the mess he has made, provoking the esteemed sword masters. We are all doomed. The dean's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in anger. Curse him. Once we weather this storm, I shall ensure this imbecile learns a proper lesson. Initially, he sought no compensation, willing to teach for free, and I thought I had stumbled upon a bargain. Little did I know he would be so foolish as to provoke the Yuan Yang Sword Sect. Is he not inviting disaster upon himself? How amusing, truly amusing, one of the black-clad swordsmen mused. A mere teacher dares to shout at me. Dean Xian, your academy has certainly broadened my horizons. The black-clad swordsman, reprimanded by Zhang Shu, was now filled with contempt and fury. The humiliation of being intimidated by this stinking teacher in front of so many witnesses was unbearable. This man must die. The dean's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with dread. In a fit of rage, he turned to Zhang Shu and berated him. You wretched fool, kneel and apologize to the sword master at once. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a late-stage Nirvana expert descended upon the scene. The dean, evidently a formidable figure himself, was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. Although these black-clad swordsmen were merely at the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun stage, far inferior to the late-stage Nirvana, they regarded the academy officials with disdain. They observed the dean's reprimand of Zhang Shu with amusement, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Truly intriguing. These black-clad swordsmen, numbering over a dozen, were all robust and muscular, each bearing a long sword on their backs, clearly embodying formidable combat prowess. The Yuan Yang Sword Sect boasted 3,000 swordsmen, with the black-clad warriors being the most numerous, exceeding 2,000, each capable of unleashing power comparable to the threshold of Nirvana. Seeing Zhang Shu remain unperturbed, the dean could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, aiming to shatter Zhang Shu's legs, compelling him to kneel and offer an apology. You insufferable wretch! Did you not hear the words of the dean? Kneel! With a thunderous roar, the formidable energy of the Nirvana realm erupted. Most of the students present possessed only modest cultivation, with the strongest merely reaching the Radiant Sun realm. Considered extraordinary talents outside these walls, yet here, they were nothing. Humph! Witnessing the dean's inability to restrain himself, Zhang Shu's anger surged, and a cold snort escaped his lips. The oppressive pressure enveloping the classroom instantly dissipated. Then, the dean's expression changed dramatically, his hand frozen mid-strike, unable to alter his actions. In the next moment, his corpulent body was sent flying as if struck by a great force, crashing several thousand feet away, blood gushing forth. His life hanging in the balance, disrupting the order of the academy and colluding with nefarious individuals to harm students. According to the academy's rules, such actions warranted punishment. As dean, he exhibited no scholarly dignity, only knowing how to beg for mercy and cower before strength. Punishment was due. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation. A small retribution for a grave warning. Should there be a next time, you shall face death. In the distance, the dazed dean gradually regained consciousness, only to immediately hear these words. He quickly assessed his condition and, upon realizing that all his cultivation had vanished, he stood frozen in disbelief. My cultivation? No. After a moment, consumed by rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, reduced to an ordinary man. This sudden change was utterly beyond his comprehension. This proclamation reached the ears of others, and the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The black-clad swordsman froze, while the students stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. What had transpired? The dean had been grievously injured, his cultivation obliterated. In an instant, the students exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and incredulity. Perhaps this duplicitous dean never imagined that the rules he had erected would ultimately be enforced upon himself. Simultaneously, all gazes turned towards Zhang Shu, filled with awe. Remarkable. With a mere casual strike, without even revealing his hand, he had incapacitated a formidable master of the late Nirvana stage. What level of cultivation was this? A half-saint? You. What do you intend to do? In that moment, the dazed black-clad swordsmen snapped back to reality, their faces contorted with terror as they shouted, I warn you. Do not act recklessly. We are from the, do you understand? To dare touch us is to invite your own demise. What of a half-saint? Are there not many half-saints within the? Let alone a half-saint. Even a saint must weigh their actions carefully before offending the. You have been given a chance. Yet you fail to cherish it. Since you refuse to act, allow me to take matters into my own hands. Zhang Shu spoke coldly. In the next instant, the black-clad swordsmen erupted into agonizing screams, their cries resonating throughout the classroom, echoing far and wide. In that moment, the entire city housing the academy was stirred, countless factions shaken. That sound, could it be the swordsmen? Who dares to lay hands on them? Truly, do they wish to court death? Never offend anyone, especially not the lunatics of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. However, despite this warning, many individuals secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. It was about time the Yuanyang Sword Sect faced some proper discipline. Yet, the identity of the one who initiated this confrontation remained a mystery, and after today, that person would likely find it difficult to survive. This thought cast a complex shadow over many faces. In the academy, cries of anguish pierced the air. It hurts terribly. You dare to act against us? The Yuanyang Sword Sect will not let you go. You will soon regret this. You will certainly regret this. Before long, the dozen or so black-clad swordsmen present found their bones shattered, their flesh trembling, and their souls racked with excruciating pain, enduring what could only be described as the most horrific punishment imaginable. In response to their torment, Zhang Shu remained indifferent. He did not hasten to end their lives. Instead, he allowed their wails to continue unabated. After witnessing this, he turned to the stunned students and calmly said, "Everyone, please compose yourselves. Focus on your studies. Do not let the disturbances outside distract you. How can you expect to achieve results if you allow such interruptions? Now, a few of you, please take them outside and silence them so that they do not disrupt the rest of our learning. Let us proceed to the next chapter." Chapter 166. The essence of Zhang Shubun. The students were collectively entranced. Could it be that their esteemed teacher was indeed a hidden powerhouse? At that moment, they realized that they had overlooked this fact all along. Those who had once felt despondent could not help but cast grateful glances towards Zhang Shu, suddenly realizing how reassuring it was to be in class. For the first time, they comprehended the words their teacher had previously uttered. It dawned on them that being able to attend class peacefully, without the burdens of the outside world, was indeed a profound blessing. Some vowed quietly to themselves that they would never skip class again. Unfazed by their sentiments, Zhang Shu continued, "As the saying goes, one stands firm at 30, is free from confusion at 40, and understands destiny at 50. Just as he was speaking, a greater commotion erupted outside. The doors of the classroom were forcefully kicked open once more. Zhang Shu paused. Suddenly, 30 or so figures clad in black surged in. Among them were even two dressed in silver. Upon entry, a black-clad swordsman immediately pointed at Zhang Shu and shouted to the leader, "Boss, this is the one who harmed our brother and hung our comrades outside." The group of black-clad swordsmen suspended outside, upon seeing their reinforcements, were nearly moved to tears. If it weren't for their inability to speak, they might have outright wept in anguish. "Kill him! Kill him!" One of the suspended men desperately strained to free his mouth. Roaring with fury, his eyes bloodshot and filled with intense hatred, he glared at Zhang Shu, a sickly, cruel smile creeping across his lips as he intermittently chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Did you ever imagine that such misfortune would befall you so swiftly?" Zhang Shu remained unfazed. The silver-clad swordsman also maintained a calm demeanor, gesturing for his subordinates. "Seize that teacher and break his limbs. As for those delicate young women, capture them and bring them to my residence." The command was promptly executed. In the next moment, the black-clad swordsmen charged out, their laughter menacing. However, they soon returned at a speed even more rapid than their arrival. Blood splattered, and screams of agony echoed. The silver-clad swordsman's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance growing grave as he observed the unfolding scene. Yet, he would soon follow the same fate. Zhang Shu's voice resonated once more, calm and unwavering. "What this means is, when my adversaries number 30, it is worth my while to rise against them. Even 40 can be dealt with thoroughly, without a hint of doubt, and 50 shall not escape such fate. Hang them all outside." Feeling somewhat parched, Zhang Shu lifted the teacup resting on the table and took a sip. Observing this, a nearby student promptly refilled the cup with remarkable swiftness, presenting it to Zhang Shu with utmost respect, their eyes brimming with admiration. Soon, students rushed forward, dragging the fallen individuals from the ground. In the face of the despairing gazes of their companions clad in black, they meticulously displayed their newfound trophies, simultaneously removing their socks to stifle their cries. The efficiency and thoughtfulness were remarkable. After sipping tea, Zhang Shu sensed the approach of more individuals, their numbers surpassing the combined total of the previous two encounters. He could not help but marvel at the formidable foundation of the Yuanyang sword sect, rich in powerful warriors. However, he remained unfazed. The lecture was paramount, and nothing could impede its progress. The students appeared somewhat bewildered, sensing that although the teacher's words bore wisdom, there was an underlying flaw they could not quite articulate. They continued to absorb the subsequent phrases. At 60, one becomes attuned to sound. At 70, one acts according to one's desires without transgressing boundaries. These lines conveyed the notion that the enemy was overwhelmingly numerous, reaching figures of 60, 70, or even more. At such a juncture, one should not be bound by circumstances, but rather unleash their might as they see fit, rendering the adversary's words pleasing to the ear, and striking with impunity until the task is deemed complete. Moments later, the door swung open amidst a cacophony of noise. The wails of the fallen echoed. The students rose with practiced ease, this time without Zhang Shu needing to prompt them, silently dragging the newcomers away to be displayed. In an instant, the area outside the classroom was filled with shadowy figures, creating a scene both eerie and unsettling. "Spare me, kill me instead, but do not torment me further. I implore you, gracious one, overlook my transgressions. I was blind. Please grant me mercy this once. I shall heed your every word. Indeed, it is all our fault. Treat us as mere trifles, and let us go. Please, spare us. Kill me, just kill me. As long as you are willing to end my life, I shall comply with anything you desire. Or perhaps I could bark like a dog for you. Woof woof. Just end my misery. Oh, dear child, if you kill me, I shall reveal a location where all my treasures are buried. Enough to grant you a lifetime of wealth and splendor. Just end my life. Little girl, do you not despise me? By killing me, you can exact your vengeance. Why are you leaving? Kill me. Don't go. Please, do not depart." A throng of black-clad swordsmen, accompanied by several in silver, wailed in despair. While the higher-ups of the academy trembled in fear, rendered mute and immobile, forced to witness wave after wave of black-clad swordsmen rushing in, only to meet a grim fate. They remained oblivious to the horrors they endured, consumed by a singular desire for death, even resorting to desperate pleas for the students to end their lives. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Silence reigned, as no one dared to utter a sound, fearful that Mr. Zhang within might suddenly strike and hang them as well. A few audacious souls contemplated slipping away, but at that very moment, the voice of Zhang Shu resonated from within the classroom. To hear the path of enlightenment in the morning is to face inevitable demise by nightfall. This phrase conveys that upon discovering the way to your abode in the morning, one is doomed by evening. As these words were uttered, the two individuals poised to flee instantly turned pale, abandoning their intentions. This statement, seemingly a lecture, was, in truth, a stark warning to them. They comprehended its meaning. It implied that their secrets were laid bare before me, and any thoughts of escape would be futile. Remaining might afford them a chance at survival, while attempting to flee would seal their fate. Their hearts were heavy with despair. To remain meant enduring relentless torment. Observing the anguished cries of the cloaked swordsmen, they were perpetually gripped by fear, their terror intensifying with each glance. Had their fates been reversed, they could not assure themselves that they would not succumb to the same death-seeking despair as those unfortunate souls. The true horror lay not in the possibility of death, but in the torment of being unable to live or die. They were genuinely terrified, now, filled with profound regret. They wondered who was the fool that had summoned this harbinger of doom to their academy. Who could it be? Who indeed would be spared from our wrath? What? Was it not a collective decision made in unison? A group of individuals exchanged glances, realizing it might indeed be the case. Who had summoned this calamity? It was I. It was indeed I. A collective lament echoed among them. Is this what it means to weave one's own web of entrapment? Chapter 167. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father in the classroom. A young boy suddenly stood up, biting his lip as he turned to Zhang Shu and earnestly spoke. "Sir, these individuals belong to the Yuanyang sword sect. If you slay them, it will bring great calamity. They are actually here to hunt me down. This time, I have inadvertently implicated everyone. If I depart from this place and disseminate the news, perhaps they will cease their pursuit of the academy." The others gazed at the boy, their expressions tinged with astonishment. It seemed as though he had made a significant decision. I understand that you are acting for our sake, and I deeply admire your noble intentions, sir. However, I cannot allow you to be placed in peril because of me. I will soon leave the academy and draw the attention of the sword sect away. I only hope that you can look after my younger sister in my absence." Beside the boy sat a youthful girl who bore a resemblance to him. Upon hearing his words, her eyes glistened with tears. Yet, she recognized that her brother's decision was indeed the right one. The Yuanyang sword sect wielded immense power. Although their teacher could momentarily intimidate them, such a situation was only fleeting. If this continued, all would soon find themselves in danger. The only solution was to divert their attention at this critical juncture. Thus, the girl, understanding the gravity of the situation, remained silent, her gaze sorrowful. Zhang Shu gently set down the scroll and looked at the boy, who appeared resolute and prepared for the worst. Their eyes met, and the boy's expression was unwavering. In the next moment, the boy, mentally prepared, heard the teacher's voice from above, calm, indifferent, yet tinged with a hint of sternness. "You have disrupted the class. As punishment, you shall transcribe the classroom regulations 10 times and submit it by tomorrow morning." After speaking, Zhang Shu took a sip of tea and continued his lesson with nonchalance. Instantly, the boy was left dumbfounded. The atmosphere he had painstakingly cultivated was abruptly shattered, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. What was happening? Not only him, but everyone present had been tense due to the boy's words. Having shared years of camaraderie, they felt a profound sorrow at the thought of their companion facing death. In the face of the sword sect's oppression, despair weighed heavily on the hearts of all. Yet now, that oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. "Sir," the boy attempted to protest. Zhang Shu calmly lifted his gaze, glanced at him, then lowered his head to sip his tea, stating indifferently, 20 times. The boy. Upon hearing this, the girl beside him could not help but chuckle, while the boy's face turned pale. He felt as though his head was spinning. Being asked to copy the regulations 20 times seemed even more unbearable than facing death itself. Nevertheless, in that moment, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart. In truth, everyone understood that the teacher was merely employing this method to soothe their emotions. They were all deeply touched. Even in the face of the formidable Yuanyang sword sect, Mr. Zhang remained unperturbed, exuding an extraordinary composure that instilled a profound sense of security in those around him. As he stood there, simply existing in the moment, the young disciple, recognizing this aura, inhaled deeply and bowed deeply in respect to Mr. Zhang. Observing this, Zhang Shushi set down the scroll, allowing his calm gaze to sweep over the assembled crowd. Each individual who met his eyes felt a tremor within, as if an invisible force coursed through the fabric of existence, instantly soothing their restless hearts. Gone were the feelings of fear, unease, and impatience. All negativity dissipated. Over the years, I have come to know each of you, and it is a matter of fate that I have become your teacher. You have all once knelt before me, acknowledging me as your mentor and entering my fold. Thus, those present here are all my disciples. Once a teacher, always a father. In a certain sense, I am indeed a father figure to you. Therefore, I wish for you to understand one thing. Regardless of your usual conduct here, you need only to focus on fulfilling your designated tasks. Students ought to engage in their studies, while I shall address all other concerns on your behalf. In the presence of a father, no child shall suffer harm. A mere handful of sword wielders, even if a sword saint were to descend, would not warrant you little ones to place your burdens upon me. That would be an affront to my role as your teacher. Do you comprehend? As he spoke, Zhang Shushi's gaze gently shifted towards a youth named Qin Tian. Qin Tian felt a shudder within. His lips parted slightly as a wave of emotion washed over him. Since the tragic loss of his parents during his childhood, he had relied solely on his younger sister, enduring countless disdainful glances and the harshness of human nature throughout the years. He had thought that he would never again experience the warmth once provided by his parents. Yet in that moment, he glimpsed a familiar shadow within Zhang Shushi, an embodiment of true reliance, reminiscent of the towering figure from his memories. Father. Suddenly, Qin Tian's thoughts drifted back to his parents. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and sincerely admitted, "Yes, sir, I acknowledge my mistake." Zhang Shushi replied calmly, "Let this not occur again." Qin Tian bowed respectfully and returned to his seat. At that instant, the entire classroom trembled violently, and an overwhelming aura descended upon them like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam, engulfing everyone in its terrifying embrace. Upon sensing this oppressive presence, all were left breathless. This is bad. A powerful figure from the Yuanyang sword sect has arrived. Qin Tian's complexion paled, his hands clenched tightly in anxiety. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous roar echoed as the roof of the classroom was forcibly torn away by an immense force, revealing the vast sky outside. Blinding golden light streamed down as a formidable figure clad in golden robes stood suspended in the air, radiating an aura of intense malevolence. The illustrious half-saint has taken action against my sect's sword wielder, employing his might against the weak. What a display of overwhelming power! Could it be that he believes the Yuanyang sword sect to be devoid of guardians? Observing this, a group of esteemed higher-ups from the academy, including the vice president, gasped in unison, "The golden robe sword wielder! The golden robe sword wielder has arrived. This is truly the end." In their minds, the golden robe sword wielder was someone who must not be provoked. These formidable beings were all at the threshold of half-saint strength. Yet the presence of this particular golden robe sword wielder instilled a sense of dread, far surpassing all previous encounters with such figures. Peak half-saint, Zhang Shu, somewhat taken aback, lifted his gaze. The golden robe sword wielders he had previously encountered were mostly in the early stages of half-saint, with those in the mid-stages being exceedingly rare. He never anticipated crossing paths with such a formidable opponent this time. Qin Tian, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Sir, what shall we do?" Boom. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the golden robe sword wielder had rapidly closed the distance, his figure vanishing from sight. In its place, a dazzling and terrifying sword light surged downward, as if intent on cleaving the heavens in twain. The target was none other than Zhang Shu. Chapter 168. The second decapitation of the golden-clad swordsman. Thunderous roars echoed as the earth trembled violently. Waves of terrifying destruction surged forth unchecked, and countless beams of sword light howled through the heavens, transforming into a spiraling vortex of sword energy that raced toward Zhang Shu with a fearsome momentum. "Sir!" The students cried out in alarm, their voices laden with concern. Zhang Shu remained unfazed, calmly observing the descending tempest of sword energy. This dreadful storm, akin to the fingers of a deity, cascaded down from the celestial realm, pressing down upon him with an effortless, nonchalant air, as if to crush an insignificant insect beneath its heel. At the pinnacle of semi-holy, he had indeed encountered a formidable adversary this time. Zhang Shu smiled faintly, allowing the assault to unfold. In an instant, a deep rumble resonated through the void as an immense chaotic, grinding wheel manifested, slowly rotating. Countless sword energies collided violently against the wheel, yet not a single trace remained, as they were obliterated by the overwhelming force of the grinding wheel, dissipating into motes of light within the void. The golden-clad swordsman's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this spectacle. "What?" he exclaimed, astonished. His attack had been thwarted. In that moment, he realized that Zhang Shu's identity was anything but ordinary, and a grave seriousness seeped into his demeanor. "Who are you? Why do you conceal your identity? And why have you slain members of the Yuanyang sword sect?" As he spoke, the golden-clad swordsman discreetly activated a jade pendant in his hand, recording the unfolding scene and transmitting it forthwith. He sensed a profound threat emanating from the chaotic, grinding wheel. This was his contingency plan. Should anything go awry, the powerful figures of the Yuanyang sword sect would swiftly ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Once his true identity was uncovered, escape would be impossible. Of course, if he had a choice, he would prefer not to perish. Thus, this tactic served merely as a deterrent. "I am the master of the Black Cloud Pavilion," Zhang Shu stated indifferently, then with a sudden flourish of his sleeve. The massive, chaotic, divine, grinding wheel accelerated dramatically, its rumbling sound reverberating through the void as it pressed menacingly toward the golden-clad swordsman. Over the years, 19 golden-clad swordsmen have met their demise at my hands, and with you, that makes a perfect score, Zhang Shu remarked with a slight smile. In truth, over the years, he had claimed the lives of more than 20 golden-clad swordsmen, yet he chose not to count the initial 9, as they were slain under the guise of a powerful figure from the Xinshao sect. Since you have arrived, it seems your fate has taken a turn for the worse. As you have crossed paths with me, prepare to meet your end. The golden-clad swordsman's complexion paled, and upon hearing Zhang Shu's cold voice, an icy chill surged through him, compelling him to shout desperately, Stop. You cannot kill me. If you do, your identity will be exposed. And even if you are a holy realm being, you will surely perish. He had not anticipated his grave misjudgment. This individual was no mere semi-holy. The terrifying power unleashed by the chaotic, grinding wheel was more than sufficient to rival that of a holy realm being. This man was clearly a holy realm entity in disguise, deliberately hunting them down. As he contemplated the golden-clad swordsmen who had fallen over the years, all connected to this man, a chilling realization enveloped him. The entire Yuanyang sword sect comprises merely 70 individuals, each a formidable semi-saint, with 5 among them reaching the peak of this realm. Once held in the highest esteem, the Golden Robe Sword Master has recently suffered a series of devastating falls. Not to mention the Silver Robe and Black Robe Sword Masters, whose casualties have been exceedingly severe. To threaten me? Alas, you have chosen the wrong adversary. I am not intimidated by your threats. If you possess the audacity, let the Sword Saint of the Yuanyang Sword Sect come personally to seek me out. I find myself rather restless after years of dispatching mere trifles. It would be invigorating to engage with a Sword Saint and stretch my abilities. Zhang Shu spoke calmly. This statement was not uttered with intent, but rather stemmed from genuine boredom over the years. His mental fortitude had surged too rapidly, while his vital energy cultivation remained stagnant at the initial stage of semi-saint, and he had yet to create a corresponding technique, leaving him with a slight sense of urgency, compelling him to hone his mental prowess further. Now, he felt that his mental strength had reached an extraordinarily powerful level, though he could not accurately gauge its magnitude, only that it was formidable. The contrast between his current mental strength and that of 3 years prior was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Boom. The chaos divine grinder descended into reality, causing vast expanses of void to collapse instantaneously. The Golden Robe Sword Master wore a visage of despair as he realized that the space surrounding him was entirely locked and obliterated. In that moment, he could not even teleport to escape, let alone conceive of opening a spatial passage. It was an utterly futile hope. There was no possibility whatsoever. You will pay the price for your actions. In the end, the Golden Robe Sword Master could only utter these words in a daze, his spiritual essence extinguished. The peak of semi-saint had fallen. The entire event transpired in less than 10 breaths. Boom. The chaos divine grinder, a mere glimpse of its iceberg-like presence overshadowing the sky, vanished in the next moment. The vast expanse of collapsed void gradually restored itself once the terrifying pressure dissipated. However, the figure of the Golden Robe Sword Master had completely vanished from sight. Qin Tian and his companions stared in astonishment at the bright sky, where the once dreaded figure had disappeared. Is he truly dead? Just like that? Their faces bore shock, for while they suspected their mentor was immensely powerful, they had not anticipated him to be a concealed saint-level master. After all, it was the Golden Robe Sword Master's last words that could not have been deceitful. A group of high-ranking officials from the academy gazed at Zhang Shu with expressions of reverence and servility, their eyes filled with humility and fear. A saint-level being, this man, who had come to their academy to teach for free, was indeed a master of the saint realm. In an instant, all the high-ranking officials felt a mix of dread and shock, along with a strange sense of exhilaration. A saint. As long as they devise a means to retain Zhang Shu, even if the other party remains inactive, their academy's reputation will undoubtedly soar, granting them immense benefits. As for offending the Yuanyang Sword Sect, although the Yuanyang Sword Sect is formidable, it is not without adversaries. Not to mention the newly ascendant Shenzhou Holy Land and the venerable superpower, Tianyi Tower. Within the dominion of the Yuanyang Sword Sect, numerous factions are already resisting its encroachment. At that moment, Zhang Shu suddenly turned to see a senior member of the academy hastily approaching. Upon noticing Zhang Shu, the individual immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor. My lord, I have urgent matters to report. This concerns your safety and that of your students. I implore you not to take offense. The speaker was quite astute. Fearing Zhang Shu might overlook him, he also included the dozen or so students present, who shared a close rapport with Zhang Shu and were constrained by familial ties, making it impossible for them to depart freely. Zhang Shu could hardly ignore them. He regarded the individual and said, "Be concise." Yes, my lord," the person promptly replied. "But do you know of the Alliance of Saints?" Chapter 169, Lu De Zhu, the Alliance of Saints? Indeed, my lord, the Alliance of Saints. The senior figure of the academy nodded affirmatively, then continued, You have just slain the golden-robed sword master of the Yuan Yang sword sect, thereby sealing the fate of that sect. If you were to stand alone, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the machinations of the Yuan Yang sword sect, let alone tend to the needs of your charges. The charges he referred to were, of course, the students. After several years, a bond had indeed formed between master and disciples. Zhang Shu remained noncommittal, merely replying, "Proceed." Thus, my humble suggestion is that you must seek out a sufficiently powerful faction to align with, for only then can you contend against the Yuan Yang sword sect. To face such a formidable entity alone is fraught with peril. The senior figure had already spoken delicately. Even a being at the saint level would tremble before the Yuan Yang sword sect when unaccompanied, unless one were to immediately vacate the Xianzhou domain, in which case retaliation would be inevitable. With a host of sword saints pursuing, who could withstand such a pursuit? Within the Xianzhou domain, there exist only two superpowers that can rival the Yuan Yang sword sect: the Heavenly Emperor Tower, a force shrouded in mystery, nearly impossible for outsiders to penetrate, even those of the saint level, and the Shunshao Holy Land, which, to be frank, has only recently been established and possesses but a scant few at the saint level, still significantly lagging behind the Yuan Yang sword sect. Moreover, the Shunshao Holy Land has become a primary target for the Yuan Yang sword sect, leading many to harbor doubts about this superpower. Furthermore, gaining admission to the Shunshao Holy Land is a cumbersome endeavor. This faction maintains a stringent exclusion policy. For instance, should you have a history of indiscriminate slaughter or other nefarious deeds, exposure of such would not only bar you from entry, but could also incite a pursuit by the Shunshao Holy Land itself, a truly perilous situation. The senior figure sighed, revealing his own aspirations to join the Shunshao Holy Land. However, the journey is fraught with peril, requiring one to traverse the swordmaster's blockade and evade the watchful eyes of various factions. A moment's lapse could lead to demise. Additionally, the standards for admission to the Shunshao Holy Land are exceedingly harsh. In this world, who among us has not stained their hands with the blood of innocents? Were it not for the stringent criteria, many would willingly join. Not to mention at least a dozen half-saints could be amassed. As for himself, he was not without his own transgressions. It is said that within the Shunshao Holy Land lies a mysterious rainbow bridge, and upon stepping onto it, one's karmic deeds are laid bare. Those who have committed excessive acts of violence and fail to meet the standards may find themselves swiftly subdued. While he had not committed any egregious acts, he had, through inaction, allowed several tragedies to unfold, an inevitability in the currents of life. He was certainly not a paragon of virtue, yet neither was he irredeemably wicked. At worst, he could be described as a self-serving opportunist, adept at preserving his own safety. Zhang Shu regarded the lamenting senior figure with a faint smile and remarked, "You seem quite knowledgeable. It is merely a collection of rough tidings. I often indulge in gathering minor intelligence, inconspicuous in nature." The high-ranking individual immediately donned a smile, bowing and flattering incessantly. "So what is your intention?" Zhang Shu inquired calmly. The man paused, gritting his teeth, and replied, "In truth, esteemed sir, you have discerned our plight. We are indeed under the watchful eye of the Yuan Yang sword sect. Offending them brings no benefit, and few can emerge unscathed. Hence, we wish to serve you, to be your loyal aides, with the hope that, should you depart, you might take us under your wing." "That depends on your worth," Zhang Shu responded. "Indeed, I shall elaborate further. As previously mentioned, the three superpowers of the Xianzhou domain have been offended by the Yuan Yang sword sect. Joining the Heavenly Emperor Tower or the sacred land of Shengxiu seems unlikely. Otherwise, you would have aligned with them by now." Cautiously, he cast a glance at Zhang Shu, who had previously admitted to slaying 20 golden-robed sword masters, indicating that it was no mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated act. The reasons behind his grievances with the Yuan Yang sword sect were unclear. Perhaps a loved one had perished at their hands? Noticing the scrutiny, Zhang Shu regarded him with a half-smile, causing the man to awkwardly chuckle and hastily change the subject. "Thus, your ultimate choice must be a compromise, leaning towards another faction, such as the Alliance of Saints. This coalition consists of numerous entities possessing saintly power, situated within the territory of the Yuan Yang sword sect. United, their numbers are formidable, and even the Yuan Yang sword sect dares not provoke them, fearing retribution from the other two superpowers. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to consider joining them. While it may not equate to aligning with the sacred land of Shanxio, the Alliance of Saints boasts formidable beings of the great sage level. If they were to learn of your willingness to ally with them, they would undoubtedly rejoice, as you would elevate their ranks, and you could harness their strength to counter the oppression of the Yuan Yang Sword Sect. Zhang Shu's eyes flickered with interest. The man possessed considerable knowledge. Ordinary individuals remain oblivious to the nuances of the saintly realm. Zhang Shu himself had only acquired such insights through the guidance of Huang Fuzhan. Yet this individual seemed well-versed in the intricacies of the great sage realm, as he claimed. Activating his insightful eye, Zhang Shu perceived a faint, mysterious glow surrounding the man. Name: Lu Dezuzu. Cultivation: Nirvana Level 3. Identity: Senior member of Mingde Academy, elder of the Lu family. Beyond this, Lu Dezuzu radiated a subtle crimson hue, indicative of karmic burdens, though not overwhelmingly intense, merely a faint layer hovering between karmic debt and purity. Should he be a fiend, the bloodlust would manifest as a glaring red, spanning dozens of feet. Marginally acceptable, Zhang Shu assessed. As long as one is not a fiend, not deeply enmeshed in sin, not an adversary, and devoid of profound enmity, Zhang Shu could readily accept them. This posed no issue. However, for such individuals, Zhang Shu could never extend his complete trust. Certain restrictions must inevitably be imposed. And it is at this moment that the Black Cloud Register comes into play. An ancient parchment, crafted from sheepskin, materializes, emanating an ominous aura. If you wish for me to believe your words, then inscribe your name upon this. The notion of writing his name sent a shiver down Lu Dezu's spine as he gazed upon the eerie parchment. He raised his hand, yet his body vehemently resisted. He could not write. To do so would spell his doom. Lu Dezu's pupils constricted. There was something peculiar about this object. He sensed that once he inscribed his name, as Zhang Shu instructed, his entire existence would remain irrevocably bound to him. Nevertheless, when faced with the prospect of a dismal fate in the future versus the imminent retribution from the Yuan Yang Sword Sect, he chose the former. I will write. Lu Dezu lamented, his expression one of despair, as he dejectedly inscribed his name upon the Black Cloud Register. Chapter 170. Loyalty to Lu Dezu. As Lu Dezu inscribed his name upon the ancient sheepskin parchment, a rich crimson light suddenly enveloped the document. The parchment rapidly transformed into a deep scarlet hue, as if it had been submerged in blood. What initially appeared to be merely aged parchment now gleamed with a foreboding crimson intensity. Names flickered and vanished in rapid succession, leaving behind only the three bold characters, Lu Dezu. In an instant, a surge of bloodlight erupted forth, penetrating Lu Dezu's body. Startled and alarmed, he found himself powerless to resist. This bloodlight disregarded his vital energy defenses and vanished within him. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, Lu Dezu took a moment to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing he was unharmed. However, a sudden thought struck him, causing his complexion to pale. At that moment, he felt as if his very life was inexorably linked to the enigmatic sheepskin parchment. To control this parchment was tantamount to controlling his own destiny. Overwhelmed by a red haze of emotion, memories of past struggles against the specter of death ignited a primal urge within him to seize the parchment. Yet, his reason restrained him from such reckless impulses. Those who fear death most often find themselves emboldened in its face, and Lu Dezu was no exception, a man who, while terrified of perishing, would go to any lengths to preserve his life. The remaining senior members of the academy regarded the peculiar parchment with a chilling unease, sensing an almost sentient quality about it, as if it could consume them whole and incorporate them into its very fabric. The more they gazed upon the parchment, the more it seemed to swell, resembling a crimson tidal wave that threatened to engulf the very skies. Suddenly, the surreal visions dissipated, jolting everyone back to reality, their backs drenched in cold sweat. What an uncanny object! Qin Tian and his companions wore expressions of horror, unwilling to fix their gaze upon the parchment for long. Staring at it felt akin to gazing into an abyss, where a moment's lapse could lead to utter annihilation. Lu Dezu stood in silence, seemingly frozen in place. After a considerable pause, he gradually shifted his gaze towards Zhang Shu, revealing a sycophantic demeanor, and ardently inquired, "My lord, is this sufficient? I have inscribed my name. Should there be anything else I must do, please command me. I shall face any peril without a hint of hesitation. From this day forth, You shall be considered one of my Black Cloud Pavilion. Address me as Pavilion Master, Zhang Shu replied. Indeed, Pavilion Master. Lu Dezhu responded without hesitation. Zhang Shu nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand to produce a jade vial, within which glimmered pristine, round elixirs, akin to the finest jade, each one plump and resplendent. Lu Dezhu eagerly accepted it, his heart aflame with excitement and joy upon inspection, desiring to undertake a task for me. Yet your capabilities are insufficient. This vial of elixir should suffice to elevate you swiftly to the late stage of nirvana. Attend to your duties diligently, and should you meet my expectations, your rewards shall be plentiful. Indeed, it is an honor for me to serve the esteemed Lord. Lu Dezhu responded without hesitation. Individuals like Lu Dezhu possess a certain advantage. As long as their current ambitions and goals are fulfilled, they will serve you faithfully and with utmost effort, provided you possess enough strength to keep them in check. Otherwise, should they find an opportunity, it could easily lead to repercussions. However, Zhang Shu was unperturbed by this notion, confident that Lu Dezhu would never surpass him in a lifetime. Even if Lu Dezhu were to attain the Sacred Realm, or even the Imperial Realm, it would remain unchanged. Now, I have a task for you, and I grant you 10 days to handle this trivial matter. There is plenty of it, Zhang Shu indicated meaningfully. Lu Dezhu glanced at the jade vial tightly held in his embrace, his eyes instantly filled with crimson fervor. He promptly replied, "Rest assured, my lord. As long as it does not require me to act against my own family or engage in nefarious deeds, I am willing to undertake any task." Ah, a wealthy benefactor. This elixir, he had just observed, was the legendary white jade pill. Its name may seem ordinary, yet it possesses an extraordinary effect, offering a nearly side-effect-free means to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. This elixir is exceedingly rare, even regarded as a treasure within some Sacred Realm factions. The small vial in his possession would not be casually discarded, even by those of the Sacred Realm, for they would feel a pang of regret. Yet the Lord had directly bestowed it upon him. In that moment, Lu Dezhu felt completely convinced and immensely grateful for the decision he had made. As for offending the Yuan Yang Sword sect, what did that matter? As long as there was an opportunity to grow stronger and no immediate risk of demise, Lu Dezhu was willing to take the gamble for such a slender chance. You do possess some sense of conscience. My lord, very well. This is indeed a positive development. Though my Black Cloud Pavilion may not be a sanctified place, it is certainly not a den of malevolence, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. I disapprove of such actions, and you have performed commendably in this regard. Yes, my lord. Zhang Shu's calm laughter resonated, and Lu Dezhu was filled with exuberance. Subsequently, Zhang Shu outlined the tasks Lu Dezhu was to undertake, waving his hand. Lu Dezhu's expression shifted, and he promptly withdrew, hastening away. The others looked on, their curiosity piqued. Yet they remained uncertain about the task assigned to Lu Dezhu by the enigmatic lord of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Many hesitated, contemplating joining the Black Cloud Pavilion. Yet numerous reservations lingered. Nevertheless, it appeared that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As for the rest of you, should you wish, you may become protectors for my group of students. You shall not be considered members of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Should you achieve merit in the future, you may formally join the Black Cloud Pavilion. How to choose is entirely up to you. Naturally, if you wish to become protectors, the consent of my students is imperative. Once both parties agree, signing the names will constitute a binding contract. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the academy hesitated. Meanwhile, the students' eyes brightened. Most of them lacked formidable strength. Although some hailed from influential families or held connections, the high-ranking individuals present were all in the Nirvana realm. A protector from the Nirvana realm, who is utterly loyal, is indeed a rare find. Soon, all the senior members reluctantly acquiesced. In total, 8 students secured their protectors. The rest of the academy's members could only watch in envy as this unfolded. Zhang Shu did not bestow any rewards upon these protectors. They were not virtuous individuals. Merely ensuring a modicum of protection to prevent them from perishing under the retribution of the Yuanyang Sword Sect was already a concession from Zhang Shu, acknowledging the student's worth. Chapter 171. The Thoughts of Yi Yun. Before long, the 8 high-ranking individuals inscribed their names in the Tome of Dark Clouds. A veil of blood enveloped them. And at that moment, an undeniable reluctance filled their hearts, for their lives were irrevocably entrusted to Zhang Shu. Betrayal was not an option. To do so would invite a harrowing backlash. In stark contrast, the 8 students exhibited undeniable joy. Apart from Qin Tian and Qin Linger, the remaining 6 comprised 3 males and 3 females. This constituted the entirety of the student body within this particular academy. Among the numerous halls within the institution, with dozens or even hundreds scattered throughout, their class was the smallest. Over the years, since Zhang Shu's arrival, he had witnessed an abundance of events. Occasionally, new students would appear, only to vanish without a trace the very next day. There were instances where students, once familiar after many days, would mysteriously disappear, only to have news of their demise surface shortly thereafter. Some individuals seemed to evaporate from existence entirely, with no word left behind. Though Zhang Shu wielded great power, it was impossible for him to attend to each student individually. He could not spare every moment to safeguard them, as he had his own affairs to manage. Moreover, he was not a benevolent philanthropist. Without sufficient connections, he would not invest significant effort in their welfare. In this world, ordinary individuals and weaker cultivators often found themselves tragically fragile, vanishing without a trace. Over the course of 2 years, countless faces had come and gone, leaving behind only these 8. Those who sat before him, even as students, primarily possessed some degree of background and capability. The truly foolish and mediocre had already been silently eliminated. Insufficient strength was a cardinal sin in this realm. There were too many such individuals to save. After all, this was not the domain of the sacred realm of Shenshao, where numerous powerful beings would willingly protect the vulnerable. Contemplating this, Zhang Shu suddenly turned to the 8 students and spoke calmly. I shall depart shortly. You young ones must decide if you wish to accompany me, remain behind, or pursue other plans. Should you choose to follow, I can escort you and your families to a relatively secure location, free from rampant strife, where mortals can live with greater safety. The choice is yours to make. Given their teacher-student relationship, Zhang Shu accorded them considerable regard, first offering protection, then presenting them with a second option. The so-called safe haven was, of course, the sacred realm of Shenshao. While he could not accommodate millions or tens of millions, assisting a mere few hundred or thousand was not an insurmountable task for him. The eyes of the students brightened at his words. After a moment of silence, Qin Tian stepped forward first. Sir, I wish to accompany you, but could you ensure my sister's safety first? Before his sister could respond, he continued solemnly. Your nature is ill-suited for the perils of traveling with him. Your strength pales in comparison to mine, and your inherent kindness will only serve as a distraction if you remain. Qin Tian had begun to sense, albeit faintly, that following his master would undoubtedly lead to tumultuous days ahead. His younger sister, having been sheltered from the harsh realities of life, would only serve as a burden if she stayed. He harbored a deep desire to shield her from danger. The thought of her downfall would drive him to madness. Since his master had spoken, he was confident that she would be kept safe. Qin Linger fell silent for a moment before nodding obediently, appearing remarkably compliant and endearing. Though her body trembled slightly, she was acutely aware of her situation and, in an effort to avoid complicating matters for her brother, accepted this choice. She yearned for her brother to accompany her, yet she understood his intentions. Should they both depart, their connection with their master might cease, leaving only one to remain for future opportunities. Having finally secured a powerful ally, she could not let go so easily. After a brief silence, the remaining 6 made their decisions. Ultimately, 2 chose to stay, while the other 4 opted to leave. Regardless of their choice, all hoped their master would ensure the safety of their kin. Zhang Shu agreed to their request. Before long, a colossal spatial rift abruptly tore open in the sky, as if the heavens themselves had been sundered. A figure emerged from the portal, surrounded by a constellation of stars. It was Yi Yun. The others were momentarily awestruck by her ethereal presence. After years of rigorous training, Yi Yun and her peers had ascended to the semi-saint level, with Yi Yun achieving the pinnacle of this stage at an astonishing pace. At this level, the formidable power of the 9-star celestial body began to manifest. Despite being at the same tier, Yi Yun's strength was such that she could contend with 3 adversaries without faltering, truly invincible beneath the realm of saints. Master, Yi Yun greeted with a distant bow, while the colossal spatial rift continued to churn ominously, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire academy, causing it to tremble. Countless onlookers gazed up in awe at the spectacle before them. Zhang Shu nodded calmly, instructing, Take them back and find a place for them to settle. Yi Yun respectfully complied. After a brief pause, Zhang Shu added, do not grow complacent. Strive to break through to the Saint realm within a year. Yi Yun smiled confidently at this, her radiance eclipsing the very heavens. With her growing prowess, she became increasingly breathtaking, rendering ordinary beauties insignificant in her presence. Very well, I look forward to that day, Zhang Shu mused, reflecting on how the once diminutive child had blossomed into this remarkable being. Time truly flew by. He waved his hand, bidding her, go forth, exercise caution, and call upon the elder if danger arises. Do not act recklessly. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, shatter the space scroll I have left for you. However, if it can be avoided, do not resort to it. Over the past few years, Yi Yun and her companions have made remarkable progress. While resources and talent play a role, it is their continuous battles with the Yuanyang sword sect that have truly forged their strength. Year after year of conflict has only made them more formidable. Yi Yun and her friends have faced countless life and death crises during these years. Once merely prodigies, they have now matured into formidable individuals capable of standing alone. Should they step into the sacred realm, they would instantly become the pillars of the divine sky's sacred land and are likely to evolve into revered sacred kings in the future. Even Huang Fuzhan is immensely confident in this regard. Therefore, he dotes on these talented youngsters, especially due to his affection for Zhang Shu. Should they encounter lethal danger, he would not hesitate to intervene personally, providing various life-saving artifacts without reservation. Simultaneously, Huang Fuzhan eagerly anticipates that, at this pace, within a century, the divine sky's sacred land will witness the emergence of 3 more sacred kings, Yi Yun, Fu Qi, and Fu Hongyi, all possessing the potential to break into the sacred king realm. Master, Yi Yun gently called out before her departure. Zhang Shu turned around. Puzzled, is there something else? Will you not say anything else? Yi Yun bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable tension. Yet, seeing Zhang Shu's expression, she suppressed a flicker of reluctance and excitement, refraining from voicing her innermost thoughts. Instead, she respectfully replied, the Grand Elder asked me to convey to you that he needs approximately another 6 months to preliminarily refine the items you brought back. Please be cautious during this time. If any issues arise, he may not be able to assist you in time. Also, Master, take care. We are all waiting for your return. After speaking, without waiting for Zhang Shu's response, she waved her hand, lifting her companions as if they were little chicks, and swiftly leapt into the space passage. Her retreating figure bore a slightly disheveled air. Zhang Shu gazed at this scene in bewilderment, shaking his head without further thought. This little one, after all these years, remains as impetuous as ever. Chapter 172. The return of Lu Dizhu's and the escape of Yi Yun. Yi Yun's fleeing figure appeared somewhat disheveled. A torrent of vital energy swept through a group of individuals, swiftly vanishing into the spatial passage. Upon entering the passage, a hint of crimson graced her fair visage, and her gaze momentarily lost focus as if lost in thought, resulting in a soft exclamation of disdain, muttering a curse that seemed to involve a big wooden block or something akin to it. However, she quickly regained her composure, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. She cast a languid glance at the few anxious youngsters before her, surveying them with a measured gaze, and spoke slowly. You few are now considered disciples of the sect leader, hence there are certain matters I can disclose to you. But it is imperative that this remains strictly confidential, understood? Although these youngsters would eventually head to the sacred land of Shenzhou, rendering any attempt at disclosure futile, Yi Yun felt compelled to issue a warning. After all, it pertained to the safety of the sect leader. Contemplating this, an inexplicable flush crept across Yi Yun's cheeks once more. She inhaled deeply several times to steady herself. Yet, it was still insufficient. The moment was not yet ripe. Her strength remained too feeble. The 9-star celestial body, though lauded as one of the most formidable sacred bodies, paled in comparison to the sect leader's unfathomable prowess. Furthermore, from the words of the Grand Elder, it was evident that the sect leader possessed equally terrifying talent. Young and overwhelmingly powerful, such individuals inspired a sense of despair from every conceivable angle. I am on the verge of breaking through to the sacred realm. Once I achieve that, my strength will surge once more, and my chances of advancing to the sacred king realm will be significantly enhanced, she thought, reminding herself not to rush. She continued to murmur in her heart as she guided the youngsters away swiftly. She had a task assigned by Zhang Shu to fulfill. The mandates of the sect leader must be executed with utmost diligence, leaving no room for criticism. Before long, two figures materialized, one male and one female, who expressed delight upon seeing Yi Yun's return. The woman stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Sister Yi, have you seen the sect leader? This time, we did not accompany you." Zhang Shu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on Yi Yun's peculiar behavior. He turned his attention to the others present, all of whom were awestruck by Yi Yun's appearance. The overwhelming pressure she emanated was magnitudes greater than that of the golden-clad swordsman before. Could it be that she was yet another entity of the sacred realm? Their curiosity surged, yet they dared not voice it. "Your kin will soon have arrangements made for them, since you have chosen to remain. You are now members of the Black Cloud Pavilion, and all must adhere to its regulations," Zhang Shu stated, receiving affirmations from the rest, including those who had chosen to stay, like Qin Tian. Zhang Shu nodded gently. "This location has already come under the scrutiny of the Yuanyang Sword Sect. It is not prudent to linger. I have several matters to attend to and tasks to assign to you, but there is no rush. For now, let me take you to the headquarters of the Black Cloud Pavilion." With that, he waved his hand, and an even larger spatial passage materialized before them, instantly stabilizing. Without any shiver, without a whisper of breath, it appeared to be frozen in time. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, yet dared not inquire further, nor utter a word. Swiftly ascending into the void, Zhang Shu was the last to step into the spatial passage. Before departing, he cast a glance downward. "The Mingda Academy would cease to exist from this day forth. You may depart at your discretion." With a wave of his hand, countless streams of light cascaded down, containing various fortuitous items, such as elixirs and talismans, mostly trifles of modest value, yet they served as a small compensation for the gathered individuals. With karma resolved, Zhang Shu departed decisively. The members of Mingda Academy, having acquired their fortunes, rejoiced immensely, hastily gathering their belongings and erasing their traces. The true enmity had been drawn away by Zhang Shu. As long as they remained cautious, they would not attract undue attention. Despite having faced dangers, the unpredictable nature of the world had ultimately favored them. Not only were they unharmed, but they had also gained benefits, a stroke of serendipity indeed, leaving little room for concern over other matters. Soon after, within the Black Cloud Hall, a grand and solemn chamber, a group of individuals materialized, gazing in awe at their surroundings. Above the hall, an endless expanse was obscured by tumultuous black clouds swirling incessantly, beyond which lay an abyss of starry infinity that left one breathless. Surrounding them, colossal pillars rose from the ground at intervals of 1,000 meters, connecting heaven and earth. These pillars were adorned with intricate engravings, instilling a profound sense of reverence without being oppressive. The ground was composed of a peculiar black crystal, mottled yet reflecting another realm, as celestial bodies seemed to fall into its depths, stirring the heart. Entering the hall felt akin to stepping into a fantastical alternate world. An indescribable grandeur enveloped them. This hall was a treasure unto itself, a realm apart. Such a marvel could not be possessed even by ordinary sanctified realms. Legend spoke of a similar spectacle only in the Wanjian tomb of the Yuanyang Sword Sect, a grand endeavor indeed. Those well-versed in lore could not help but marvel. Qin Tian stood entranced, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Was this truly the Black Cloud Hall? The other two remaining students, both male, included a somewhat plump lad and a youth whose eyes often shimmered with a serene depth. Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, they gasped in astonishment, their hearts filled with wonder. This was indeed the Black Cloud Hall. Henceforth, should they encounter peril or wish to guide newcomers, they could return here. I shall craft a token for each of you. By activating this token, you may instantaneously return within a distance of 10,000 miles. The Black Cloud Hall is exceptionally resilient. Even a sanctified entity would find it impossible to breach. However, should one encounter a sanctified being during the transmission, there exists a possibility of interception. This is a caution you must heed. Do not presume that possession of the token grants you unbridled freedom, for it could cost you your life. Zhang Shu spoke briefly, and the excitement among the gathering was palpable. Upon hearing his words, their exhilaration surged even further. The tokens will record your contributions, and once sufficient contributions are amassed, one may exchange them for any item within the treasury. If one's merits are substantial, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to achieve a sacred domain in the future. In addition to several students, Zhang Shu has brought along 3 Nirvana Realm Guardians, who will subsequently cultivate within the Black Cloud Palace. This sanctuary not only ensures the safety of all, but also gathers the essence of heaven and earth, allowing cultivation here to occur at a pace exceeding that of the outside world by more than tenfold. Soon enough, as days passed, Lu Dizhu's returned after merely 3 days. This surprised Zhang Shu, considering the deadline he had set was 10 days. Thus, they had barely traversed half the time. Such efficiency pleased Zhang Shu immensely, leading him to decide that any future tasks would be entrusted to Lu. If he continues to excel, assisting him in breaking through to a higher realm may also be a possibility. Lu Dizhu was first awed by the grandeur of the Black Cloud Palace. Then he respectfully bowed, saying, "My lord, the matters you entrusted to me have been duly accomplished." Chapter 173, The Purchase of Slaves O. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. He swiftly extended his senses and soon discovered a multitude of formidable presences within the Black Cloud Hall, including 5 early-stage half-saints and 20 perfected Nirvana practitioners. This constituted an exceedingly powerful force. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the expressions of these formidable beings were tinged with a hint of numbness, their gazes devoid of life. There was not a trace of the arrogance one would expect from such powerful individuals. Instead, their vitality seemed significantly diminished. These individuals were all slaves. Indeed, even the half-saints were slaves. This was precisely the primary objective behind Zhang Shu's decision to send Lu Dizhu out to procure powerful slaves. Now that the Black Cloud Pavilion was on the right track, it suffered from a severe shortage of manpower. It was impossible to continually draw strong individuals from the sacred land of divine clouds for every task. While a few instances were manageable, repeated occurrences would inevitably expose the relationship between the Black Cloud Pavilion and the sacred land, rendering all efforts futile. Thus, Zhang Shu required a group of trustworthy and powerful individuals. Acquiring a significant number of strong individuals in a short time was no easy feat. Recruitment demanded considerable time and social engagement, which Zhang Shu evidently lacked. The others did not possess the strength to maintain order. Ultimately, Zhang Shu arrived at a singular solution: purchase slaves. Such forces were not absent. Under the dominion of the Yuan Yang Sword Sect, chaos reigned. And aside from the local powers of the Xinzhou domain, there were also formidable external entities, such as the Heavenly Emperor Tower and other forces. These factions refrained from engaging in local conflicts, focusing solely on commerce. Among these trades, the slave trade was particularly lucrative. Many of these slaves were individuals defeated in the fierce battles between great powers, or strikingly beautiful men and women, whose prices were often exorbitant. Zhang Shu found himself unable to intervene in such matters. Only by unifying the Xinzhou domain, or even the entire continent in the future, could he hope to rectify such issues. Yet, even then, the numerous limitations of this world would likely persist, rendering many trades difficult to eliminate. Nevertheless, at this moment, an opportunity had arisen for Zhang Shu. Lu Dizhu had performed admirably. However, why were all 5 of the half-saints merely at the early stage? I distinctly recall instructing you to procure as many powerful slaves as possible. Although 5 early-stage half-saints were indeed commendable, they still fell short in terms of the strength required to maintain order. Upon hearing this, Lu Dizhu's expression turned pained. He promptly replied, "Master, it is not that I was unwilling to buy, but rather that I dared not. These slaves were acquired in batches from different factions. If I were to recklessly purchase them in large quantities, I would likely attract the attention of those with ill intentions, and I fear I would not return." His words were veiled, yet Zhang Shu immediately grasped the underlying implication. Enlightenment dawned upon him. "I see, I overlooked that. Indeed, your strength is somewhat lacking. Thus, these shall be considered as compensation and reward for you." To speak candidly, Lu Dizhu, even in his endeavor to procure these nascent semi-saint slaves, faced considerable risks. Though he ventured out for merely 3 days, the perils he encountered, particularly the threats to his very life, were manifold. A mid-stage Nirvana cultivator, adorned with substantial wealth, he was perceived as a prime target wherever he roamed. Should fortune turn against him, he might find himself seized on the spot, relegated to the status of a new slave for prospective buyers to scrutinize. Lu Dezhu remained silent. On one hand, he regarded this as a test orchestrated by Zhang Shu, while on the other, he yearned to demonstrate his worth. After all, if he possessed no value, what grounds would Zhang Shu have for relying on him? It must be said that the outcome of this endeavor was quite commendable. Lu Dezhu eagerly accepted the jade vial tossed his way by Zhang Shu, discovering it contained the same white jade elixir as before, which filled him with immense joy. While this substance was precious to others, it held little significance for Zhang Shu. This vial contained merely a dozen or so, whereas Zhang Shu could casually extract 100 or even 1,000 in a single opening, depending on his luck. Over time, such accumulation would yield considerable rewards. Moreover, your power is somewhat inadequate. This item will not only serve as protection but also facilitate your ascent, enabling you to better serve the Black Cloud Pavilion. As he spoke, Zhang Shu waved his hand, revealing 10 talismans before Lu Dezhu. The talismans exerted no overwhelming pressure. They simply felt cool to the touch, lacking any overt mystical qualities. Lu Dezhu expressed his gratitude, oblivious to the true nature of these artifacts. These talismans, known as the Frost Heaven Talismans, could summon colossal frost giants, each rivaling the combat prowess of those on the threshold of the sacred realm. Zhang Shu provided a brief explanation, yet Lu Dezhu stood there, utterly stunned. Observing Lu Dezhu's shock and excitement, Zhang Shu added nonchalantly, "In serving the Black Cloud Pavilion, you shall not be shortchanged. This is but a trifling matter. If you perform your duties well, you may very well find yourself with the opportunity to step into this realm or even ascend to greater heights. It is not impossible." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Lu Dezhu was thoroughly exhilarated, his entire being trembling with anticipation. His body quaked as he carefully stowed the 10 talismans, treating them as if they were his very life and fortune, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Simultaneously, a warmth unlike any he had previously experienced surged within him. Throughout his years of wandering, this was the first time he had received such profound care. This time, even without the constraints of the Black Cloud Register, Lu Dezhu felt a heartfelt loyalty to Zhang Shu that he believed could not be repaid. "Regarding the matter of slave procurement you mentioned earlier, I shall accompany you personally." Upon hearing Zhang Shu's words, Lu Dezhu proactively replied, "Pavilion Master, I have long been prepared for this. Although I have only purchased semi-saint level slaves, I have already established connections with certain individuals to discreetly gather intelligence. After all, slaves of mid-stage semi-saint caliber are exceedingly rare, even among the most elite powers. They are not readily available and require prior investigation. I have completed all tasks and have a rough estimate of the costs. Everything is in readiness, awaiting your esteemed presence." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu was slightly taken aback, a smile gracing his lips. Well done. It was evident that Lu Dezhu had meticulously considered every detail. As long as Zhang Shu personally arrived, the threat of robbery would be eliminated, leaving no issues unresolved. Lu Dezhu had already managed any underlying price concerns and other minor troubles, which were trivial matters that required no attention from Zhang Shu. This certainty brought great satisfaction to Zhang Shu. It is an honor to serve the esteemed leader. When Lu Dezhu uttered these words, they were genuinely heartfelt. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand, causing the space within the hall to warp. Dozens of figures materialized, each wearing expressions of astonishment. They were, in fact, the slaves. Without further ado, Zhang Shu addressed them directly. In a calm voice, he proclaimed, "I am now offering you an opportunity to regain your freedom. I wonder if you would accept it?" Chapter 174. You will be grateful in the future. Upon the utterance of those words, an involuntary shiver coursed through the 25 individuals present. Their previously numb gazes flickered with a brief glimmer of emotion before swiftly dimming once more. "Do you not believe it?" Zhang Shu quickly discerned the reason, casting a glance at Lu Dezhu beside him and inquiring, "What is it that restrains these people?" Given the nature of slave trading, it was evident that such powers would impose constraints to ensure obedience, thereby rendering these individuals entirely bereft of the capacity to resist. Lu Dezhu promptly replied, "My lord, it is the soul seal. This is a peculiar method, its origins shrouded in mystery, which can be employed to control the lives of others. Possessing the Master Soul Seal allows one thought to render the controlled individual's existence a torment, and taking their life becomes remarkably simple. Furthermore, once the Soul Seal is implanted, any attempt to harm the bearer of the Master Soul Seal would result in immediate backlash. subjecting the assailant to a fate worse than death. Thus, instances of rebellion among slaves are exceedingly rare. Rare, however, does not equate to non-existent. Such exceptions, though, are almost negligible. Ah, I see. Lu Dezhu continued. This is the master soul seal that governs them. As he spoke, he presented a dark emblem that emanated subtle waves of spiritual energy, elucidating, by refining this object, the master soul seal will merge with one's body, granting control over these individuals. Upon the appearance of the master soul seal, the slaves' expressions once again underwent a tumultuous shift. Some contemplated action, yet ultimately dispelled the notion. They had previously attempted, but found no opportunity for success. The transfer of the master soul seal was remarkably swift, completed in the blink of an eye. During this brief moment, should either individual harbor a singular thought, the slaves would suffer a fate worse than death, rendered utterly incapable of resistance. Upon receiving the master soul seal, Zhang Shu examined it closely, grasping certain truths. This artifact appeared to be a diluted version of the Black Cloud Tome. The master soul seal possesses a degree of control, yet it necessitates that the target be devoid of any capacity for defiance. Moreover, attempting to dominate a being of the sacred realm with such a seal is nearly impossible. Even the slightest fluctuation in the laws governing the sacred realm would cause the seal to dissipate entirely. The function of this item bears resemblance to that of the Black Cloud Tome, albeit the latter exerts a more tyrannical grip, stripping the controlled of their autonomy. Regardless of any prior resentment towards the master of the Black Cloud Tome, inscribing a name therein guarantees unwavering loyalty. Conversely, those bound by the soul seal, should they truly wish to escape their plight, might indeed find a way to perish alongside the holder of the master soul seal in desperate defiance. Thus, the slaves are not entirely devoid of recourse. Lu Dezhu remarked, Master, these slaves have been meticulously selected. Their backgrounds are relatively clean, and none have committed heinous acts. Most are survivors of destroyed sects, having been defeated in battle yet spared from death, thus becoming slaves. Their inherent nature is not entirely malevolent. Lu Dezhu was acutely aware of Zhang Shu's apparent disdain for the tyrants, which prompted him to meticulously verify the backgrounds of the slaves before making his purchase. This illustrates Lu Dezhu's diligence in his endeavors. Zhang Shu nodded, sweeping his robe aside to reveal an ancient parchment made of sheepskin. Clad in black, with a stern visage, he held the Black Cloud Register. His voice, imbued with a hint of chill, resonated throughout the grand hall, echoing in the ears of all present. I present you with an opportunity. Inscribe your names upon the Black Cloud Register, and you shall be liberated from your servitude, becoming a member of the Black Cloud Pavilion. As long as you do not betray the pavilion, not only will you be spared from arduous demands, but you will also partake in the rewards afforded to its members. Now, make your decision. With that, Zhang Shu, clutching the Black Cloud Register, casually crushed the soul seal that bound the slaves in a display that left Lu Dezhu astonished. In an instant, all the slaves looked up, feeling the oppressive chill that had constrained them dissipate entirely. Make your decision, he reiterated. You have not committed acts of violence. You are merely unfortunate souls. I offer you a choice. Sign your names to join the Black Cloud Pavilion, or depart freely. Upon hearing this, not only was Lu Dezhu taken aback, but the slaves were equally stunned. They widened their eyes as if they had misheard. A woman gradually stepped forward, her voice hoarse from disuse. You, sir, are you truly willing to set us free? The moment her words left her lips, the others fixed their fervent gazes upon Zhang Shu, their eyes alight with hope. Some were visibly excited. Their once lifeless hearts suddenly surged with vitality. Among them, though many had severed ties, some still had loved ones, parents, spouses, children, whom they had presumed they would never see again. Was there truly a chance for reunion? Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with insight as he scrutinized the 25 individuals before him. To his surprise, he discerned that they bore no karmic burdens. A select few radiated a rich, pure light, suggesting they were not malevolent, but rather possessed of kind hearts. Zhang Shu sought those who genuinely wished to serve the Black Cloud Pavilion, rather than a host of unwilling slaves harboring resentment. The cost of purchasing these slaves was negligible to him. While releasing a few slaves might constitute a significant loss for others, even those at the Saint Realm, for Zhang Shu, it was but a trivial gesture. These individuals were quite agreeable, should they not be destined to become his subordinates. He would not hesitate to aid them in regaining their freedom, considering their encounter with him a stroke of serendipity. Zhang Shuping spoke calmly. I never utter falsehoods. If I say you may depart, then indeed you shall. However, you must contemplate carefully. The opportunity to join the Black Cloud Pavilion is not one that arises frequently. Should you miss this chance, you might regret it for a lifetime. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. The woman who had previously spoken slowly remarked, the Pavilion Master has eradicated the restrictions placed upon our primary souls. I am willing to place my trust in you. But I wonder what joining the Black Cloud Pavilion entails. If possible, may I have a moment to reunite with my child? As she spoke, her gaze became misty, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhang Shu glanced at her, then turned to the others. Under the expectant and hopeful gazes of the crowd, he nodded and said, if you choose to join, you shall indeed be members of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Aside from fulfilling occasional tasks assigned to you, there will be no further demands. Should you achieve merit, rewards will follow, and your freedom will remain intact. If you wish to reunite with your loved ones, that is entirely permissible. Pavilion Master, I shall join the Black Cloud Pavilion. The woman, now devoid of hesitation, declared boldly. Zhang Shu inquired, what is your name? Simply refer to me as Ziluo, the woman replied directly. This was evidently a title, Fairy Ziluo, one of the 5 initial semi-saints. Very well, please inscribe your name. Zhang Shu continued, as long as you do not betray the Black Cloud Pavilion, there are no further restrictions. Once you become a member, you will be under my protection, and events akin to today shall never recur. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Shu spoke, and Ziluo promptly inscribed her name in the Black Cloud Register. Unfazed by the use of a pseudonym, she understood that writing her name personally imbued it with her essence. The contract was formed, leaving no room for retreat. Seeing Ziluo being the first to write her name, the others paused for a few seconds before following suit. In the end, a total of 25 individuals willingly chose to join the Black Cloud Pavilion, with none opting to depart. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Dezuzi felt a twinge of envy. If he were to become a servant, encountering someone like Zhang Shu would surely be a dream worth awakening with a smile. Observing these individuals, all they desired was to reunite with their kin, seemingly indifferent to everything else. They were unaware of the profound implications of being members of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Lu Dezuzi, with a placid expression, found himself quite displeased. He scoffed and remarked, do not think you have suffered a great loss. Being able to join the Black Cloud Pavilion is something I envy. In time, you will come to appreciate the decision you made in this moment. For this is an opportunity sought after by countless individuals, even the semi-saints. These individuals were completely oblivious to the fortune they had attained. In Lu Dezuzi's eyes, their lack of ecstatic tears was tantamount to ingratitude. Fools, truly, they are oblivious to the blessings they possess. Feeling a genuine sense of injustice on behalf of the Pavilion Master, Lu Dezuzi was also consumed by jealousy. These individuals were indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Chapter 175. The Slaves of the Sacred Realm. Once everyone inscribed their names, Zhang Shu stowed away the Black Cloud Register. He then gazed upon them and declared, from this moment forth, you shall all be members of my Black Cloud Pavilion. All prior promises remain in effect, with one stipulation: betrayal of the Black Cloud Pavilion is forbidden. Should you defy this edict, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt you down and extinguish your lives. As he spoke, an aura of terrifying psychic energy emanated from him, causing a thunderous roar to echo in the ears of all present. It felt as though the very heavens were collapsing, and within mere seconds, they were drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from water. The eyes of the crowd turned toward Zhang Shu, filled with dread. What formidable psychic power! The Pavilion Master's strength must surely have reached the Sacred Realm, and he was likely among the most formidable of its kind. Could it be the Great Sacred Realm? Ziluo felt a surge of shock, swiftly followed by elation. If such a powerful being were to offer protection, it would indeed be a monumental blessing. Zhang Shu retracted his psychic energy, returning to a guise of an ordinary man. Yet the crowd dared not underestimate him in the slightest. They understood that even in the absence of further constraints, his might could easily snuff out their lives. The principle of carrot and stick never goes out of style. First, offer benefits, then instill fear. This was the optimal approach. Now that this matter is concluded, here is your token. Each of you shall take one to refine. You may now take your leave. Zhang Shu gestured with his hand. The group immediately bowed in respect and vanished from sight. With the token in hand, they gained access to the means of contacting the outside world in search of lost loved ones. This was of no concern to Zhang Shu. Having completed these tasks, he turned to Lu Dezhu and instructed, "Now, take me to the trade guilds you mentioned. If the opportunity arises, we should recruit more semi-sacred experts. Ideally, we would have a pinnacle semi-sacred powerhouse to bolster the standing of the Black Cloud Pavilion. Otherwise, relying solely on my strength will be somewhat challenging. As for the sacred realm, I hold no illusions. Such beings are proud and haughty. They would rather perish than submit as slaves." The Nine Heavens Trade Guild was immensely vast, one of the largest trade guilds in the Xianzhou domain, engaging in countless industries, primarily in the trade of slaves. Before its grand entrance stood 2 rows of guards clad in black armor, exuding a profound aura. Their piercing gazes swept over the passers-by, instilling a terrifying sense of pressure. At that moment, 2 figures appeared near the guild. Dozens of black-armored guards turned in unison, and the immense pressure felt as if a mountain were collapsing, the air itself seemingly solidifying in an instant. However, the newcomers remained unfazed, their expressions as serene as a spring breeze. The reputation of the Nine Heavens Trade Guild was indeed well-deserved. A faint voice emerged from Zhang Shu, prompting a butler-like figure to hastily approach. This individual, unfazed by the oppressive aura of dozens of black-armored guards, was undoubtedly a person of significance, likely at the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm. Among these guards, there existed those in the later stages of the semi-holy realm. "Please, esteemed sir, come inside," the butler warmly invited. Zhang Shu felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, the renowned Merchant Association in Xianzhou boasted butlers of such caliber, all at the semi-holy level. Beside him, Lu Dezhu expressed his admiration, exclaiming that the leader was truly remarkable. Previously, when he had visited, he had been cautious, fearing he might be followed. Upon entering, the black-armored guards had scrutinized him intently, their presence oppressive. There were no butlers or maidens to guide him. Any inquiries were met with impatience, and no amount of bribes seemed to aid him. Yet now, merely by standing there, the leader commanded the black-armored guards to withdraw their imposing demeanor, their heads bowed in respect, while the butler beamed with warmth, treating him as if he were a beloved father. The disparity in treatment was stark, a testament to the sanctity of the realm. Lu Dezhu shook his head repeatedly, hastily following inside. After elucidating their purpose, the butler escorted Zhang Shu and his companion into an expansive, opulent chamber. This room, while not fortified like the Black Cloud Palace, was still lavish, suffused with an abundance of vital energy. A continuous array of exquisite delicacies was presented, with some spiritual fruits that Lu Dezhu could scarcely name. But their mere appearance indicated their exorbitant worth. Settling down, Zhang Shu turned his gaze forward. A line of formidable, semi-holy warriors was paraded before him, the weakest among them at the initial stage of the semi-holy realm, while the more powerful reached the later stages. However, as Zhang Shu surveyed them, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of malevolence, a bloodthirsty aura that made him frown. Such individuals were not to his liking, even as subordinates. They evoked a sense of discomfort. Noticing Zhang Shu's reaction, Lu Dezhu immediately rebuked. "Is this all the Nine Heavens Merchant Association has to offer? I have heard that a peak semi-holy slave has recently joined your ranks. Why has he not made an appearance? Do you look down upon my esteemed master?" Lu Dezhu referred to the leader as esteemed master rather than the usual title. Upon hearing this, the butler quickly understood the implication. A being of the holy realm stood before him. His smile broadened, revealing an even greater enthusiasm than before. As any displeasure from Lu Dezhu's reprimand vanished without a trace, he hastily offered his apologies. "How could we dare? I was unaware of the esteemed Master's arrival and did not make the necessary preparations. We do indeed have a peak semi-holy slave, but truth be told, his temperament is rather fierce. I feared he might cause harm to our guest. Is a mere peak semi-holy capable of harming my master? Go fetch him at once." Lu Dezhu coldly commanded, without waiting for Zhang Shu to speak. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Please, esteemed guest, wait just a moment," the butler replied, hastily departing. Indeed, the steward's words harbor an additional layer of meaning. This pinnacle of a semi-saint, a mere slave, appears yet to be tamed, unlike the others, and cannot be regarded as conventional merchandise. However, Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. not tamed. This is a fortuitous circumstance. Should it have been thoroughly subdued, it would have lost its vitality, which would be regrettable. Yet, he pondered whether this semi-saint would align with his aspirations. If it were a malevolent entity, Zhang Shu would likely choose to forego the opportunity entirely. Before long, this semi-saint powerhouse was brought forth. Upon its arrival, an overwhelming aura engulfed the entire room, causing the small space to tremble perilously on the brink of collapse. In the next moment, myriad formations shimmered to life, swiftly quelling the fierce energy. The countenance of everyone present shifted with trepidation. This aura was astonishingly potent, almost beyond belief. A semi-saint pinnacle? One could easily mistake it for a sacred realm without a hint of doubt. Zhang Shu's expression also changed, but not solely due to the formidable presence of the newcomer. Rather, he sensed an aura that resonated with his own bloodline. This energy felt strikingly familiar. He had previously encountered a similar essence emanating from the token left to him by his father.